Hashtag unexpected song of the military demobilization performance. At the military demobilization performance, you were supposed to sing a heroic military song, but you requested a song change at the last minute before going on stage. Just as everyone finished reading the lyrics and questioned the lack of presence in your song, you went on stage, took out a guitar, and sang Green Flowers in the Army. Dear comrades, don't think about home, don't think about mom. This song unexpectedly made everyone at the scene burst into tears, breaking their stereotypical impression that military songs should be full of passion, and even made the instructors of the new recruits stand guard at the train station for 24 hours, fearing that the new recruits would want to escape home after hearing the song. At this moment at the performance, there is less than 30 minutes left before you go on stage. You are staring blankly ahead, your mind merging with memories. It turns out that in your past life as a singer, you died suddenly on stage and unexpectedly crossed over to this parallel world in this body. After merging memories, you couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although this body is an artistic soldier, it was diagnosed with cancer during the recent physical examination, so you have to retire early. This performance is your first and last in your 5-year military career. Fortunately, there is no absolute end to the road. The system appeared in time, and gave a task to make you famous in this performance. Gain 1 million fans, and completing the task will earn you a reward. Although the specific reward is not shown, you subconsciously feel that it must be related to your cancer. Thinking of this, you can't help but feel motivated. According to the previous plan, you were supposed to sing a military song called Loud and Clear. Although this song is passionate, it is not outstanding, and it is definitely impossible to achieve the task set by the system. This performance will be live-streamed on the entire network. To gain millions of fans, you must sing a song that can resonate widely. You flipped through your memories and found that the songs in this world are quite scarce, and the songs of Blue Star are not connected to the music library of this world. At this moment, a song naturally appeared in your mind: Green Flowers in the Army. This song was once popular all over the country in the previous life. Although it is a pop song, it contains the tenderness in the hearts of the soldiers. This kind of military song style has never appeared in this world. In their impression, military songs should be full of passion and fighting spirit. Thinking of this, a smile tugged at the corner of your mouth. Then let me give you a super contrast. How can you not cry when you retire? Everyone cry well for me. As the previous program came to an end, you knew that time did not allow you to think too much. You quickly took out pen and paper, transcribed the music score in your mind, and then found the host backstage to explain the situation. The host, Chan Hua, somewhat helplessly said, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you changed the program last minute without prior notice. I don't have that authority." You hurriedly said, "Brother Chen, in special times, we need special treatment. Don't worry, I won't cause you trouble." But before Chen Hua could finish speaking, Zhou Holin appeared. Looking at the 2 4-star big shots in front of you, you recalled that they were the old comrades of the original host's father, and also your immediate superior. He has been taking care of you for 5 years, even planning your military career for you. This performance is also under his command. Zhou Holin asked with a stern face, "What's going on? It's time to go on stage. Why are you still dilly-dallying here?" Chen Hua looked at Zhou Holin, then at you. Just as he was about to speak, you preemptively said, "Uncle Zhou, a few words won't explain it clearly. I want to change the song." Nonsense! Can there be any discipline when changing the program at this time? Hearing your words, Zhou Holin scolded sternly. You handed the score to Zhou Holin because you knew it was difficult to persuade him with words. Zhou Holin looked at the music score and frowned, saying, "A new song? This song doesn't seem like a military song. Where is the military vibe? I know you want to retire, but you shouldn't joke about it." You knew that Zhou Holin misunderstood you, so you smiled and said, "Uncle Zhou, I assure you, this is definitely a military song, just with some differences from what we sang before." Zhou Holin looked at the lyrics and music, then stared at you. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Are you sure?" You nodded firmly. You knew that it was settled. Chen Hua wanted to say something when he saw the situation, but Zhou Holin said domineeringly, "It's nothing, I'll take care of it if anything happens." At this time, the program in front of you has also come to an end, and it's finally your turn to go on stage. Chen Hua on the side could only take a deep breath before walking on stage, and he passionately said, "The previous program showcased the soldiers' iron will and steadfast beliefs with fiery fighting spirit, deeply conveying their passionate love and protection for the motherland. As soldiers, while shouldering the sacred mission of defending the country and the home, there is also a hidden tenderness flowing in our hearts. Please welcome Lin Yuni with warm applause. He will bring us a touching song, Green Flowers in the Army." With the host's announcement, those who do not understand the situation naturally applauded, but those who knew a little bit of the inside story were somewhat skeptical. "What's going on? Isn't it singing the song loud and clear?" What exactly happened? Changing the song at this time is not a good sign. So, the members of the cultural troupe rushed to the backstage, and seeing Jo Ho-lin there, everyone asked, "Jo Boo, what happened? Why was the program changed at the last minute?" "Yes, Lin Uni is about to retire soon. We can't let this matter have any negative impact on him." Jo Ho-lin had to interrupt everyone's questions when he saw the situation. The situation has come to this. Listen carefully. How could he not be worried in his heart? When Jo Ho-lin said this, everyone could only keep quiet. But the worries in their hearts did not diminish at all. They could only look at you on stage through the small door. On-site soldiers are also full of curiosity about this song, and each soldier is familiar with the existing military songs. But obviously they feel unfamiliar with this song. A new song? Why haven't I heard of it? Interesting, our military songs haven't been updated for a long time. The leader in the department also noticed the change in the program, and the head of the cultural troupe, Jung Zongyo, said, "What's going on? Let Lao Zhou come to my office and explain things." The Lao Zhou he mentioned is Jo Ho-lin, the Minister of Culture and Art. Compared to Jo Ho-lin's anticipation, Captain Zhang Zongyao was like an ant on a hot pan, spinning around in a hurry. This time the program is different from the past, with the cultural troops from different military regions all holding their own programs. In previous years, everyone did their own thing, and the good and bad were determined internally. But this time, the leaders above are paying close attention and will evaluate the quality of the programs from all military regions. Moreover, this news was not released in advance, but was announced after the program started. Although there was no mandatory requirement in the official documents, the notification subtly conveyed the importance of the ranking, which is why Zhang Zongyo is so restless. And the people watching this program online are all veterans. Some ordinary viewers are not interested in such programs. After all, they respect soldiers on one hand, but they don't like to watch this kind of program. The reason is simple. There are no popular celebrities, no fresh meat they are obsessed with. Some veterans feel doubtful when they see this song. Why haven't I heard this song before? It seems we are getting old. We haven't even paid attention to new songs in the army. That's not right. I just searched on various music platforms, and this song is nowhere to be found. Green Flowers in the Army. Is it about women? As everyone was discussing, you sat on the chair on the stage with a guitar. After calming down, you spoke into the microphone. This song is dedicated to all soldiers, whether retired or not. Everyone is a green flower in the military. Also, thank you to our parents for their sacrifices. This song is also dedicated to all soldiers' fathers and mothers. The audience and viewers in the live broadcast were all confused. Why dedicate a military song to fathers and mothers? Shouldn't it be dedicated to the motherland? You did not pay attention to the reactions of the crowd. Just lightly plucked the strings of the piano. A concise and infectious prelude, opening with a gentle melody, creating a tranquil and slightly melancholic atmosphere. At the sound of the prelude, everyone held their breath and listened quietly to the upcoming performance. On the other side, Zhang Zongyao heard the prelude and immediately slammed the table. Nonsense. It's simply nonsense. It's no wonder that in his impression, military songs should be full of fighting spirit and passion. And at this moment, your voice also came out from the microphone. The cold wind blows, leaves fall, the army is a green flower. Dear comrades, don't think about home, don't think about mom, I call day and night. So many words from the heart. Don't shed tears when parting, the barracks are our warm home. Instantly, everyone seemed frozen in place, whether they were soldiers on the scene or those watching in front of the TV or computer. Everyone's heart was deeply touched. Even Zhang Zongyao, who had been frowning all along, couldn't help but relax his brows at this moment. When the word mom is heard in the song, everyone's heart tightens involuntarily. A son's journey of 1,000 miles causes a mother's worry. This is an eternal truth. For soldiers, since the moment they stepped into the barracks, they have been separated from their families. Some have not seen their parents for a long time. The tough training, the urgent assembly calls, the exercises with heavy loads, all of these cannot be compared to the image of a mother cooking at the stove. There is no such thing as a peaceful time. Only someone is carrying the burden for you. And at this moment, in the minds of all soldiers, those who are carrying the burden for them are their own parents. Although they bear the heavy responsibility of defending the country, how can they fight in a foreign land without the silent support and sacrifice of their parents? At this moment, everyone's thoughts drifted towards the distance, towards that warm and loving home. You strum the strings, and the song continues. Mom, don't worry, your child has grown up. Standing guard is to defend the country, not afraid of wind and rain. Sincerely wish mom good health and longevity. I will come home to celebrate when the time comes, to visit my dear mother again. These heartfelt lyrics, like a gentle knife, deeply touched the hearts of all military parents, making them shed tears. As parents, who doesn't worry about their children? Your mother in front of the phone has already shed tears. Old man, look, This is our son singing. This song seems to open a door to memories, reminding the soldiers on site of their parents back home. At one moment, tears of emotion fell uncontrollably from the corner of the eye like broken pearls. And your voice continues, there is a good girl in my hometown. I often dream of her. Men in the army also have feelings, and are willing to accompany you on your journey. Just because of heavy responsibilities, love has to be put aside first. White clouds carry my love away, and the green flowers in the army are sent to her. The song transitions from family affection to love, with deep and sincere emotions, making it hard for listeners to control their feelings. At this moment, a girl in front of the phone couldn't help but be emotional, tears streaming down her face. Her name is Xiao Dai, and her boyfriend is a soldier. Although they keep in touch, her parents have been arranging blind dates for her. Today was supposed to be the day she met her blind date, but after hearing the song Green Flowers in the Army, Xiao Dai cried out to her parents, I've told you I will wait for him. Please don't force me anymore. Watching their daughter cry so heartbreakingly, the parents couldn't help but sigh deeply. Finally relenting, we'll all depend on you. After a song finished, there was no reaction from the audience. As if frozen in time, the only movement was tears. You walked off the stage with your guitar and said to the host Chen Hua, who was also in a daze, Chen Gu, it's your turn. Chen Hua then realized and quickly walked towards the stage. He took a deep breath and said, the song Green Flowers in the Army just now, with its gentle melody and sincere lyrics, expresses the soldiers' longing for their hometown and loved ones, as well as their loyalty and responsibility to the motherland and the people. This song, in its unique way, shows the soldiers' tender and resilient side. Let's give our applause to the singer Lin Yuni. It was only at this moment that the audience woke up as if from a dream. Applause surged like a tide, with tears and laughter. Even those not present could feel the same emotions, from comradeship to family affection, and then to love. It can be said that this song vividly describes emotions. The backstage is already crowded with people, all from the cultural troupe. They started to make temporary changes to the song for you, but at this moment, they seemed a bit at a loss. Still not recovered from the previous song, Senator Su greeted Zhou Holin. Uncle Zhou. Zhou Holin patted his shoulder with satisfaction and praised him. Not bad, really good. By this point, the crowd's hanging hearts had finally landed. Initially, Zhou Holin really thought that Senator Su was pushing for him to bet on his discharge application. I didn't expect to actually accomplish such a famous scene. He couldn't tell you how excited he was inside to hurry up and report to his superiors. After Zhou Holin left, the crowd gathered around. Sam Su, did you really write this song? I didn't realize that our literary department was hiding such a big shot. Ko, it looks like we all muttered about you. Hurry up and give me the score. I want to worship it carefully. Sam Su smiled and left backstage, surrounded by the crowd. At this time, inside the minister's office, Zhang Zongyao's frown had been stretched. He was still savoring the rhythm of the song he had just sung. The phone rang several times before it finally snapped him out of his musings. As soon as the phone was connected, a bright laugh came from the opposite side. Ha ha, old Zhang. You guys really played a good game this time. I didn't expect to hide such an undercard. It's really impressive. Thanks for the leadership compliment. You guys have filled the void of ballads in the army this time. Who says there can't be ballads in the army? Your performance has really amazed me, and has injected new vigor into the cultural construction of our army. It's all thanks to the wise guidance of our leaders. We're just actively responding to our superiors' call to work hard to promote cultural diversity in the military. Ha ha, just cut the poverty. But then again, who is the lyricist of this song? And the vocalist, who also adds color to the song? Hearing this, Zhang Zongyao couldn't help but feel a little guilty, because he doesn't know who the song's lyricist is either. However, as a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure and wittily replied, Leader, don't worry, I'll organize all the relevant information and send it to you in a moment. Zhang Zongyao had just hung up the phone when Zhou Holin came in. Although Zhang Zongyao had a smile on his face, he immediately pulled his face down when he saw Zhou Holin come in. Tell me, what's going on? Zhou Holin smiled. Minister, this time the situation is special. It's too late to ask the leadership for instructions, so I'll make the decision on the spot. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling person. Not to mention that Zhou Holin's credit this time is really not small. For what it's worth, the heat from the song Green Flowers in the Army is pretty hot. Even the military channel, once a dwindling ratings channel, has been revitalized as a result. Ratings are at an all-time high. With such a good record as the cornerstone, who can be resentful and blame him? The circumstances of this incident are special, and you, as the person in charge of this area of work, are justified in taking a special approach to dealing with it. However, if you encounter a similar situation next time, you should report upwards in a timely manner to ensure the transparency and standardization of your work. Zhang Yaozong's words sort of gave Zhou Holin a little knock, but the words also revealed satisfaction with the outcome of the incident. Zhou Holin immediately said in response, "Yes, leader, I will definitely keep your instructions in mind, and will definitely report to my superiors in a timely manner the next time I encounter a similar situation." He even gave a military salute when he finished. Zhang Zongyao put on an impatient expression. "Don't do all that horse. Tell me, what's up with that song?" Zhou Holin told the story of Senator Su. At the same time, he handed the organized relevant information to Zhang Zongyao. "When you do things inside the unit, it's not like you go and prepare whatever the leader wants. Rather, the leader has to prepare all the relevant information without asking." Zhou Holin had already compiled Su Xian's personal information before he arrived. Zhang Zongyao looked at it briefly, then frowned and said, "You're saying that this Senator Su is going to be discharged from the army?" "Yes, but his father is an old comrade in arms of mine, so I suppressed it, but the boy is adamant, so I'm afraid it's hard to persuade him. Such a talent must stay in our military region. Besides, just a little achievement let people discharge. How do you let other departments look at us?" "But, there's no buts. Your next task is to keep Senator Su so he can continue to shine in the army." "Yes, promise to finish the job." Just as the two men were talking about Senator Su's stay and departure in their office, there was a wave of online outcry. "I'll go. This is not green flowers in the army. It's simply tears in the army. It was so well sung. It made me homesick just listening to it. The fact that military songs can still be sung like this is just turning my perception upside down. That's not a bad pop song at all. Love it. Love it. The song is good. It's just a bit of a tear-jerker. Those who have heard the song say it's good, but it's quite a price to pay. Listen to it once and the tears flow. However, as the saying goes, the eyes become clearer and clearer because of the many tears, and the heart becomes warmer and warmer because of the many sorrows." The song Green Flowers of the Army has been getting rave reviews. It tickled those who hadn't heard of it. So another large group of viewers began to play back the video of the Southwest Military Region's cultural performance. It was a sight to behold, and everyone truly recognized the style of performance that is uniquely military. "This is too awesome. Brother June is so graceful. This is so much smoother than those fresh meat. I'm going to be a military wife and no one is going to stop me." Chapter 5, A Call from My Sister. Su Xian was also caught up in the online frenzy. She was in class at the moment. Well, just an elective class. She simply turned on her computer and searched for the Southwest Military Region's cultural repertoire. The previous program didn't bother her. All of these elements have been watched under the influence of family members for I don't know how many times since I was a kid. So she fast-forwarded to the bit about green flowers in the army. The host appears and when he hears that the next singer is Sam Su, Su Xian's heartbeat accelerated. No way. But when the host stepped back and the lead singer took the stage, Su Xian stood up violently and exclaimed, "Holy, it's really older brother." Her voice made the lecturer and the students on the stage look at her in unison. Su Xian suddenly felt out of place, smiled sarcastically, and apologized. "Sorry, too excited." The lecturer said, "If everyone was as in love as this student, there wouldn't be so many students sleeping." The teacher's comment instantly made the class laugh. Continuing the lesson, Su Xian found a chance to slip out of the classroom. It was no wonder Su Xian was so excited. Su Sen and Su Xian were dragon and phoenix children. After graduating from high school, Su Sen went to join the army and Su Xian went to college. It's been 5 years and the two siblings see each other far less often. In fact, Senator Su did not only meet with Su Xian sparingly. "It's been 5 years and not much time with my parents." Su Xian, who walked out of the classroom, was busy dialing her parents' phone number. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Xian said excitedly, "Mom, older brother is on TV, and he even sang." "I know, we all watched it. This brat is capable, and he didn't know to notify in advance. If I had known, I would have gone to watch the live broadcast." Speaking of this, Su Xian asked again, "Where's my dad?" Mother Su laughed. "Your father. He's hiding in the study crying right now." Just as she finished speaking, Su Xian heard her father's voice on the phone. "Who's crying?" "I'm just reading a book in the study." Fine. You read the book. You didn't cry." "I cried." "Okay." After a bit of family talk with her parents and hanging up the phone, Su Xian dialed Senator Su's number. Sam Su looked at the incoming call and he knew it was his sister on the other end of the line. But the Su Xian at this time was no longer the Su Xian from before. Brewing up his emotions, he pressed the connect button. "Brat, out of the blue. Didn't know to call ahead to say you were going to be on TV?" "Sister, I'm not afraid of being embarrassed if I misbehave, lest you laugh at me. Come on, I have seen. A few years do not see. Wearing a military uniform is still quite handsome. Say, are you talking about your girlfriend?" "No way. How can I get ahead of you when you're not even looking?" Don't be so mean. I see many people have confessed their love to you on the internet. Don't you have any intention to leave a queen for our old Sue family? Well, why don't I go online and shake one? How dare you? I can tell you. Don't think that if you sing a song, you're a star. Kid, don't float. But I've always kept my feet on the ground, and I don't even dare to jump too high. After saying that, Senator Sue's words changed. Sister, I'm going to be discharged from the army. Discharged? Do the parents know? Uncle Chow told them. It's okay, don't regret it on the line. I'm also graduating from graduate school soon. In the future I can't eat old sister to support you. The internet is abuzz with voices about the green flower of the army. People also started focusing on the songwriters and vocalists by the song itself. The previous video only stated the name of the singer and no information about the lyricist. Just when everyone was suspicious, Green Flowers in the Army had already landed on all major music platforms. It was only then that people realized that the lyricist and singer were actually the same person. The news instantly drew a crowd. I'll be damned. An all-around talent. Little brother, do you have a date? I can recommend myself. Men in uniform are the most handsome. Ask for contact info. I want to fan him. Senator Sue does have his own Twitter account. Just not many followers. And it's been a long time since I logged in. Was fretting about how to get fans to follow them in order to complete the tasks given by the system as soon as possible. That's when he was approached by the propaganda department. Senator Sue, you can publish your tweets so that you can gain a group of fans as well. Is this okay? Senator Sue asked tentatively. Of course you can. You don't have to worry about it at all. There are clear rules within the ministry to encourage talented singer-songwriters like you to show up more often, and through your work and voice, to better show the style and character of our soldiers. Senator Sue immediately understood that this was the rhythm of letting him drive the image of the troops. However, he still had concerns in his heart. The power of this song hasn't exploded yet. If it explodes in the military, it'll be a bit of a problem. What the heck? I'm about to be discharged anyway. Thinking of this, Sushin opened his microblog, and also deliberately went to do the authentication. Netizens came in to watch when they saw the officially certified Sam Hui. Wow, even. There's really a Twitter feed. Pow, pow, +1. Hopefully more to come. Little brother, post more pictures so we can feed our eyes. In a short time, Sam Sue's followers reached 800,000 fans. It's still a bit away from 1 million, but Senator Sue wasn't worried. After all, the song had only been released a short time ago, and his own Twitter credentials hadn't been around long. It's rare enough to have a fan base like that. Although it's only a matter of time before the fans break through 1 million. It's still important to do it as soon as possible, and according to the system's routine, there will definitely be a reward for the first mission completed. The people from the civilian corps of the major military regions also had their jaws dropped by the Southwest Military Region's wave of maneuvers. In their eyes? No, it should be in everyone's eyes. For the military song, it's all about the chants, and it's meant to be shouted with gusto as a soldier. No one thought that military songs could be so lyrical. They also sweated for Zhang Zhongyao when they heard the song. Usually people squeeze each other right, but when it comes to a show that's on the line like this, no one wants the other to make a mistake. A few leaders of the military district's cultural troupe, when Senator Sue came on stage and the music started, all of them were ready to relieve Zhang Zhongyao, but who knows? It came as a big surprise to them. The song finished and several of the leaders felt a sourness in their hearts again. Where do you think old Chang found such a treasure? Thanks to us worrying about him, he's the winner this time. If you ask me, the old boy must be stealing a march. That's a really good song. It practically pioneered the military ballad. Old Zhang must be especially eager to show off now. First of all, no one should call him, or else we'll surely hear his bragging. Talking is talking. Making a scene is making a scene. Everyone still congratulated Zhang Zhongyao at the first opportunity. However, just as they thought, Zhang Zhongyao could be described as having a spring in his step at this time. Lao Lu, it's not that I'm saying, you also need to be good at discovering talent, so that you can inject new vigor into the cultural construction of our army. Zhang Zhongyao had a posture of status of a person who had been there before, and said it in a serious manner. I knew it. I shouldn't have called you. Look at you. Get to the point. How come I didn't know you had this guy there? The sword sharpens from sharpening. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. This is a talent that we have painstakingly cultivated. How can we let you guys discover it so easily? Enough. Not you like this. This time the champion is not your district. Then remember to set up good wine and good food to greet the brothers. Chapter 6, he actually won the list. For the best song in recent memory, it would have to be Green Flowers in the Army. All the major military regions, all the major military branches, have released their own versions, and it's all recorded on video. The scene was like a PK of all the major armies. The general public, on the other hand, is laughing all the way to the bank. This kind of competition is a delight for everyone. The army's version is on a vast green field. The soldiers were dressed in camouflage uniforms and held a variety of musical instruments in their hands. The stirring and heartfelt melody of green flowers in the army echoed in the wilderness. The navy, on the other hand, was sailing slowly in a formation of military vessels on the sparkling sea. On deck, a band of Navy enlisted men was playing Green Flowers of the Army. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing with it the freshness of the sea and the lilt of the music. The Air Force's version features formations of Air Force fighter jets soaring through the azure sky, leaving a beautiful arc. And on the ground, an orchestra of airmen played Green Flowers of the Army. The sky and the ground, echoing each other, are spectacular. It's not just the various branches of the military that have rivalries. Even the major military regions are secretly competing with each other. There is a great sense of comparing the two. The audience was in for a treat, and they were screaming for more. It's amazing. Listening to a song is like watching a movie. What to do? I like them all so much. Which one should I support? Kids make the choices. I want them all. Soldiers from all the major branches of the military are playing the same song in their own way. Despite the different locations and circumstances, their emotions and beliefs are connected. Once the melody started, as a soldier, my heart was deeply touched. At this point, they are playing more than just a song. More than anything, I miss my parents back home, and that faraway girl, hiding love in the bottom of the heart. It is only through songs that you can say what your heart wants to say but doesn't dare to say. The craze for the Green Flower of the Army doesn't stop there. Even some celebrities, too, have begun to rub off on this wave. Straight away, the song Green Flowers in the Army, in late August, killed the new songs chart. It was something no one expected. Some of the artists involved in the August charts were collectively confused. A military song that killed it in the pop world. Even more unexpected was the fact that Green Flowers in the Army straight up dominated the charts. And the number of downloads exceeds the second place by a huge margin. It can be a long way off. The one who was originally in the first place was Shangshur Entertainment's Song Yu. At this point, Song Yu's assistant Hao Jin said, "Second isn't bad. After all, that song is really good." Song Yu ignored him and just quietly stared at the list out of his mind. He was well prepared to take this month's list. It looks like the championship is within reach. But who knows? By a military song. He was killed. Watching himself come in second place felt so unreal to him, like he was dreaming. The whole thing is still clueless. It's not just the general public and celebrity artists who are concerned about the new song chart rankings. The executives of the major entertainment companies, too, have taken notice. For this reason, the major entertainment companies met to discuss the incident specifically. The focus of their seminar was why the song Green Flowers in the Army became a hit. It's still because of the context that this song has gone viral. You can't say that. Look at the people who cover the song now. Which hits are not low, which means the song itself is of good quality. I also listened to that song. The song is really excellent. However, compared to the mainstream music in the current market, there is still a big discrepancy, and its explosion may be related to its novelty category. I agree with Old King that there are no ballads in the military, and this song kind of fills in the gaps. It's dipping into the subject matter, but how do you account for the fact that there's a sea of clamor on the internet? Except in the military? There's no point in talking more. We still need to pay more attention to where the market is going. I heard that Sam Su is getting out of the army? Really? I learned that Senator Su was going to be discharged from the army. The minds of the major entertainment companies are starting to come alive. They have been contacting Senator Su, wanting to poach him before he is discharged from the army. It's no wonder they're so uptight. It was mainly the song Green Flowers in the Army that made so much of an impact. It got them looking at the genre of ballads, or rather, to bring their attention back to the song itself. The music market is now the age of the face. It doesn't matter if the song is good or bad, as long as the singer is good looking and has traffic. They pay attention to Senator Su. One, because of the song Green Flowers in the Army. More importantly, it was still the looks of Su Shin. To be honest, Su Shin's face was definitely not inferior to some of the popular fresh meat nowadays. Add to that his status, and pack a character like that out there, and it's quite a conversation piece. When there's talk, there's heat. When there's heat, there's traffic. With traffic, there is no worry about making money. It's a truth that has been around for ages in the entertainment industry. Whether it's Jiang Chaoyang of Centurion Entertainment, or Star River Entertainment's Yu Hai Long, or Wang Changwei of Ehai Entertainment, all of them are intentionally or unintentionally inquiring about the movements of Senator Su. Among them, Jiang Chaoyang of Shangshur Entertainment, directly called Zhang Zongyou of the Southwest Military Region. The two were former comrades in arms. Only in the 1990s Jiang Chaoyang went to sea and later set up Shangshur Entertainment. Nowadays, Shangshire entertainment is considered one of the most important existences in the circle. Old Chang, why are you free to call me? Zong Yao, I won't beat around the bush with you. I heard that there's a Senator Su inside your ministry. I want to. Not waiting for Zhang Chaoyang to finish, Zhang Zongyao interrupted. I said you kid nothing to call me why. It turns out to be thinking about my people. Tell you, the door is not. But I've heard he's getting out of the army. So instead of me and a few other families grabbing someone, why don't you do me a favor and help a brother out? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who said he's getting out of the army? If there's nothing else I'm hanging up, but I've heard. You know, I'm not like those two. At least we're still serious about music. Stay where you are. Don't get your ideas on me. The top is more important. Where are you? Hearing Zhang Zongyao say this, Zhang Chaoyang also did not continue to pursue the matter. Both have spent time in the system. Some things don't need to be said bluntly. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zongyao immediately notified the people inside the ministry of the meeting. Because before Zhang Chaoyang called, he happened to receive a call from above. A clear indication of how much they value Senator Su, and for them to do their job accordingly. In fact, a small soldier like Senator Su didn't even deserve such attention from above. It's just that the song Green Flowers of the Army is so hot. Hot enough to kill the top of the August music charts. It's a battle cry not found within the military song. Leaders who have been looking for a breakthrough and see such talent certainly don't want to let it go. Chapter 7, Things are going the other way. In the conference room of the Southwest Military Region's civilian troop, several heads were meeting. About this cultural performance, I believe everyone already knows about it. The higher authorities attach great importance to it. In addition, this can be said to be an important step for our cultural troop to step into the market and broaden the road of development. The following everyone say their own views. Just as everyone was talking, Zhang Zongyao's phone rang. Originally, he didn't intend to answer it, but when he saw the incoming call, he didn't dare to slack off at all and immediately went out to pick up the phone. Zhang Zongyao, look what you've done. Are you trying to make our military region a target? In response to the Southwest Military Region commander's questioning, Zhang Zongyao was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was going on. Leader, who made you so angry? Tell me, I'll go clean him up for you. The opposite party laughed at his words. He good for you Zhang Zongyao. You are pretending to be confused when you're trying to understand, right? Tell you what, if you can't handle this time, let's see how I'll clean you up. Zhang Zongyao clearly felt that the fire was directed at himself, but he couldn't really think of what he had done wrong. However, in the face of the leader's reprimand, he did not dare to beat a dead horse. Please instruct the leader and promise to correct it immediately. So let me ask you, did you arrange the song that came out of your literary troupe? Now, Zhang Zongyao was even more confused. He didn't understand why the leader asked, but still obediently replied, it is the arrangement within our ministry. This time also got the praise of the Central Propaganda Department, can achieve such results. Come on you, look at you fooling around. Let me tell you, just because of that song, the number of applications for enlistment has now dropped significantly, and there are even people who have filed a withdrawal of their application for enlistment. And in addition, the enthusiasm of the soldiers is very low, and it's all due to that song. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zongyao instantly felt his scalp tingle. I thought it was good that the song was on fire, but I missed the fact that the song was killing it. Before he could open his mouth, the commander added, the other military regions aren't much better, and now the leaders of all the major military regions have come to question me, saying that it's all our fault for causing such an outcome. But, I'm telling you Zhang Zongyao, I don't care what way you use. Hurry up and get things under control or I'll take you to task. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Zongyao's heart was also stifled. 1 second he was basking in the praise and commendation of his superiors. Next thing you know, you're getting a bad rap from your top boss. But now that he recalled the commander's words just now, the more he thought about it, the more he realized that it wasn't alarmist talk. The song Green Flowers of the Army definitely has that kind of kill. Zhang Zongyao returned to the conference room. The crowd was also confused when they saw Zhang Zongyao's taut face. Just now, they were discussing the rewards of merit. But the effort of going out to take a phone call and coming back with a sad face. This is a bit confusing for everyone here. Zhang Zongyao sighed and briefly explained what had just happened. Minister, so what do we do next? Do the appropriate ideological work? And after the meeting, call Senator Su to my office. Zhou Holin has been communicating with Senator Su about his discharge for the past 2 days. However, no matter how hard he tried, Su Sen appeared to be unusually firm and not moved in the least. Even when Zhou Holin brought out Su Sen's father to persuade him, Su Sen remained indifferent. It's really the wind and water. When Su's father was able to stay in the army for his son, he put down his pride and opened up to Zhou Holin. Now, Joe Holin had turned around and pleaded with Sue's father to intervene and persuade Senator Sue to remain in the army. However, Sam Sue is determined to leave the army. This was not out of any boredom or aversion to military life on his part. On the contrary, the previous Senator Sue very much enjoyed life in the army. Had it not been for his health, he would never have chosen to leave the army. Even now, Senator Sue had high respect for soldiers, only to experience 2 lives, both of which were plagued with disease. It made him feel the fragility of life deeply. In his last life, he neglected his family for the sake of his work and failed to make up for this regret until the end of his life, crossing over another sickly body. So, he wants to live for his family. For once, all Su Sen's thoughts at this point in his life were to spend more time with his parents in the last days of his life. He could feel the family's place in his heart. In addition, he chose to be discharged from the military in order to fulfill the system's mission so that he could save his own little life. As the saying goes, it's good to have your back to a big tree, and it's good to have no identity. This time, Joe Holin came to see Senator Sue again. Without waiting for Joe Holin to open his mouth, Su Sen said first, "Uncle Joe, my intention to go has been decided, so there is no need to say more." Joe Holin wasn't annoyed either. "You brat, this time I'm not looking for you to discuss the matter of discharge with you." Joe Holin spoke to Senator Sue about what had just happened. Senator Sue immediately understood, thinking, what should come is still coming. This song, On Earth. There was a time when it existed as a forbidden song in the army, and I thought that the Blue Star people all had antibodies, but I didn't think that it was actually so topsy-turvy. During this period, Zhang Zongyao also sent someone to keep an eye on the soldiers. How can I put it? I can't say there's a big problem, but the depression is real. Some people, even, secretly wiped tears from their eyes while they were on the phone. Some veterans, in particular, filed their own discharge applications. It's not that they're tired of the military. The hot-blooded years of greatness, the Iron Brotherhood, has long been engraved into their bone marrow. Just as the familiar melody of green flowers in the army plays, their hearts were deeply touched and homesickness came like a tidal wave. They missed their gray-haired parents at home, missed the wife who looked forward to their return day and night, missing the sons and daughters whose voices can only be heard over the phone. It's not that they are so pretentious. On the contrary, if the country needs them, they can always go to the battlefield and shed their blood for the country. This is the highest honor of being a soldier. It's just that veterans who are older want to go home and spend more time with their parents, wives and children. Things are better in the military, but at this point in time, it's not just the time to get out of the military. Also, recruiting for the military. Those prospective recruits, they are simply ill-willed. A great deal of regret. Zhang Zongyao thought to himself, no wonder the commander is so furious. Joe Holin and Senator Sue came to Zhang Zongyao's office. You're Xiao Su, aren't you? You've given us a big problem. Zhang Zongyao spoke easily, but his heart was anxious about the enlistment of new recruits. Senator Sue smiled awkwardly. Minister Zhang, I didn't expect this outcome either. I'm really sorry. This result was really not expected by Senator Sue. He had thought that the song Green Flowers in the Army would have an effect on the people in the army, but I didn't realize that the people who would be most affected were actually the new recruits who were about to be enlisted in the military. The matter has come to this point. It's useless to talk about it. Let's think about the next way to deal with it. Xiao Su, this time I'm looking for you. I also want to listen to you, the person involved. What's your opinion on this? In fact, Zhang Zongyao didn't hold much hope in finding Senator Sue. He just wants to meet Sam Sue. After all, the people at the top had already greeted and clearly pointed out the importance of Senator Sue. He, as a leader, definitely needs to pay more attention to the concerns. After Senator Sue took his seat, he didn't squirm and spoke directly. Minister Zhang, in fact, regarding this incident, perhaps I have a bit of a solution. Chapter 8, Unringing the Bell. When these words came out, Zhang Zongyao and Zhou Holin were both shocked. Zhang Zongyao, in particular, directly rose from his seat. Is this true? Senator Sue didn't expect the other party to react so strongly. Zhang Zongyao was self-conscious of his outburst and coughed lightly. I mean, if you really have a way, this matter will have a happy ending. The reason why Zhang Zongyao reacted so much was because he was completely shocked. He knows the layout from above regarding culture. With today's traffic stars running rampant, there is no shortage of influence on the younger generation. On a larger scale, today's construction on culture has escalated into a war without smoke. At this time, it is particularly important to guide the nation, especially young people, to establish their values. That's why the top is looking at Senator Sue. After all, killing it in the entertainment industry with one song is not something anyone can do. Joe Holin spoke up. Brat, don't sell yourself short. Hurry up and tell us your solution. Senator Sue said nonchalantly. Since the matter was triggered by a song, Let's create another one to highlight the honor and pride of the military. And won't the matter be resolved? Hearing Senator Su say this, Zhou Holin and Zhang Zongyao both rolled their eyes. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? We all know that this is the simplest and roughest and most effective way, but how easy is it to create another piece that is no less, or even more, than green flowers in the army? So the method, say, is the same as not saying anything? To put it simply, military songs wouldn't be where they are now if they were that easy to create. After Zhou Holin finished speaking, he suddenly realized something, and busily asked after him, could it be that you have a backhand? Zhang Zongyao also thought that Senator Su's words were nonsense. However, when he heard Zhou Holin ask this, he also turned his gaze towards Senator Su. Senator Su breezily said, I can't talk about the backhand. I just think it's not that hard to write another song. With these words, Zhou Holin clearly felt that he was pretending, but had no proof. Senator Su added, but I have a request. Zhou Holin pretended to be angry and said, is this a place for you to bargain? Nor do you look at the occasion. Zhang Zongyao thought to himself, if it's really as he said, and he can create another piece that's no less than green flowers in the army, then maybe he can really become the spokesperson for the above. Xiao Su, put forward any requests, and we can also help you get it together. Zhang Zongyao's words, said ambiguously, and did not agree or refuse. Senator Su certainly understood the rigor of these old geezers. Su Sin in his mind thinking, at that time out of the green flowers in the army, I feel bad to get out of it. If you take out another song, the organization cannot let go of the organization. At that time only focus on completing the task of the system. But this is forgotten, no matter how to say. The first to solve the problem of the moment, to put forward their own claims of discharge. The other, can only take a step to look at the next step. Thinking of this, Senator Su spoke. After the matter is resolved, I'm going to be discharged from the army. These words directly caused Zhou Holin and Zhang Zongyao to look at each other in dismay. Zhou Holin hurriedly opened his mouth. Brat, didn't I tell you? Let's talk about this later. Zhang Zongyao did not know why Senator Su made such a request. He knew the planning from above. If he let the person go at this time, it would not be easy to deliver. Thus, Zhang Zongyao could only ambiguously say, Xiao Su, there's no rush beforehand. Let's just settle the matter at hand first. Senator Su muttered in his heart. It's true that they're all old foxes, so we can only take one step and see what happens. But the discharge is a kind of precaution in advance. Thinking of this, Senator Su said, this time, for the song, we need to shoot a music video, so I hope that the companies will cooperate more. That's natural. If we can really turn things around with a new song, when the time comes, I'll go and ask you for credit. Zhang Zongyao assured. Senator Su laughed a little and didn't say anything else. After Senator Su left, only Zhang Zongyao and Zhou Holin remained in the office. Old Chow, why do you think this kid is so insistent on getting out of the army? How was I to know? At first his father opened up to me and wanted him to remain in the army, so I kept pressing his application for discharge, but it came to a head. Instead I asked my old comrade to appease his son to remain in the army. Speaking of which, Zhou Holin felt depressed. Originally, he was selling an old war buddy a favor, but it turned out that the person in question didn't appreciate it at all. This made him beg his old comrade to intervene to retain him. What's all this? You're saying that even if his father persuaded him, he wouldn't let go? Yeah, I've reached out to him a couple times, but every time he's been adamant and hasn't shown any signs of letting up at all. Do you think Xiao Su was a person who drifted after a song became hot? Impossible. Before this, his attitude has always been resolute. There is no room for negotiation at all. Zhang Zongyao thought seriously and spoke. You say, is Xiao Su encountering any difficulties? That's why he wants to leave the army so badly. A word to the wise. Zhou Holin looked like he had thought of the crux of the matter. Department Zhang, I'm going to check on this kid. If there's really something wrong, I, as an uncle, will have to help solve it. Well, maybe he has his own struggles. Senator Su returned to his office and sat down in front of his computer. In his mind, he thought, since Green Flowers in the Army sings about the sensitivities of soldiers, wouldn't the problem be solved with another song that inspires the fighting spirit of being a soldier? In the face of the deep emotional resonance triggered by Green Flowers in the Army, Senator Su's heart also rippled. He knew that the moment called for a song that would inspire and ignite the fire in people's hearts. So he decided that he was ready to offer up the classic song that had made the blood of countless sons and daughters on earth boil and determined to join the military. A good man is a soldier. The song not only has a rousing melody and uplifting lyrics, it carries a deeper understanding of the soldier's feelings and a deeper emotion for the life of the army. He knew that when the song rang out, the hearts of countless people would be rekindled with that respect for the soldiers and love for the motherland. System, customize the song A Good Man is a Soldier. The song A Good Man is a Soldier in customization. Ding! Customization successful. Please host check. Immediately, the lyrics of A Good Man is a Soldier appeared in Sushin's mind. Turning on the computer. The arranging software in this world was similar to that of the previous world. With a little familiarization, Sam-Su can easily get started. While working on the arrangement, Sushin sighed in his heart. I don't produce songs. I'm just a mover of songs. It didn't take long for Sam-Su to put together the song. Not only the lyrics, but even the arrangement got done. Chapter 9, Still Say You Have No Backup? Senator Su took a short break and went to find Jo Holin. What? In trouble? Let your kid brag. Jo Holin's words turned. And don't put too much pressure on yourself. I also mobilized people in my circle to help. Senator Su smiled, and handed Jo Holin the USB flash drive with the compiled tune, and the lyric sheet. Jo Holin glanced at Senator Su, thinking that he was up to something. But upon receiving the paper handed over by Senator Su, he instantly stood up. You wrote that? Well, the inspiration I had earlier in training. This one should even out the previous situation. Jo Holin looked at the lyric sheet and was immediately nonplussed. Ha ha ha, still say you kid have no backhand. There is such a good song. You still hide it. Waste my worry for you. Senator Su smiled awkwardly, not admitting or denying it. He couldn't possibly explain that it was customized by him to the system. It could only make Jo Holin misunderstand that he had prepared for it. Bravo! This military song, with its majestic and stirring melody and powerful lyrics, is sure to touch the hearts of young people and inspire their enthusiasm and determination to join the military. Jo Holin exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Uncle Jo, you think this song works too? It's so feasible. That's the kind of song that inspires people to join the military and realize the dream of a strong army and the dream of China. Although Sam-Su has known for a long time that this song is hard to beat, but to get an affirmative answer from a leader like Jo Holin was also a joy in his heart. Go, follow me to Zhang Bei's. Before he had a chance to listen to the tune, Jo Holin was on fire and dragged Senator Su to Zhang Zongyao's office. Zhang Zongyao wasn't a vegetarian either, and at a glance, he could tell that the song was extraordinary. Did it really take you half a day to write this? It was really hard for Zhang Zongyao to imagine that such an excellent work came from such a young man. It's even harder to imagine that it actually took less than half a day to create. Not waiting for Su Sen to open his mouth, Jo Holin grabbed it and said, I told you that this kid has a backhand. He's not taking it out until it's crucial. Hearing Jo Holin say this, Zhang Zongyao was relieved. It dispels the timing question. Though, still, he was surprised by the quality of the songs. How many people can write a song of this caliber? Just ask. Not to mention the people within the organization. Even if we put it in the whole country, how many people can compose such excellent works? Zhang Zongyao also stopped pursuing. Instead, plugged the flash drive into the player. The rousing melody came out and instantly subdued them. Comparing the lyrics to the score, one gets a heartfelt sense of the perfect intertwining of military sentiment and bravado in the song. The bright and exciting style of the song makes you feel the power and passion from the inside out as soon as you listen to it. It wasn't until the music finished looping for the third time that Zhang Zongyao and Jo Holin slowed down. Zhang Zongyao patted Senator Su's shoulder and said excitedly and sincerely, Not bad. Not bad. This is the song that belongs to our soldiers. Senator Su didn't show how excited he was. Minister Zhang, I want to shoot a music video for this song, and when the time comes, I'll need the company inside the district to cooperate. Don't worry, you can call whatever you need. I'll go to the commander to approve the note. When Senator Su left the office, Zhang Zongyao took the information and went to the commander. You're saying the kid wrote another song? Yes, and it's another top-notch song. It's not going to be another tune like Green Flowers of the Army, is it? Zhang Zongyao patted his chest and said, It's absolutely exciting and inspiring, completely in line with the mission of our army. Seeing the commander looking at him suspiciously, Zhang Zongyao directly plugged the USB flash drive into the computer. No professional playback equipment though, but the moment the tune came out, the commander also heard the impassioned meaning conveyed in the music. This matter is entrusted to the full responsibility of your civilian troop. What assistance is needed? The entire military region will give you the green light. If this is done, I'll go and ask you for credit. Yes, promise to finish the job. Zhang Zongyao made a military salute and stated firmly. Soon, the notice was issued. Everyone was a little confused, completely unaware of what was going on. They only knew that they had to cooperate with the cultural group to do a good job of filming the music video. The notice issued within the Cultural Affairs Corps, on the other hand, was in conjunction with Senator Su. This left Senator Su's comrade and colleague a bit confused as well. What's going on? Sam-Su is alive again? It's not going to be Green Flowers in the army again, is it? I can't carry some of that. I've been crying my eyes out lately. Is this a little tear-jerking for us? When Senator Su returned to his office, everyone gathered around. In the past 2 days, everyone's attitude towards Senator Su could be described as a big shift. Before that, Senator Su could be said to be a little transparent inside the cultural troupe, with little presence. Ever since he played and sang a song called Green Flowers in the Army at the cultural show, everyone has been impressed with him. For a while, he became a big star within the group. However, the more people listen to the song, the more disturbing it becomes. Literary workers, a little more sensitive than everyone else, and Green Flowers in the Army, both the tune and the lyrics, hit a sensitive spot for everyone, especially those who have reached the age of discharge, but have been promoted to sergeant. They want to leave the force for at least 3 more years. These people have a love-hate relationship with Sam Hui. Love that he wrote an amazing song. Hate that he wrote an amazing song. Senator Su, what's going on? Another whole job? Sam Su smiled sarcastically. Wrote a song and is going to record it. New song? Aha. Quickly show me. Making such a big fuss. Definitely another masterpiece. Sam Hui returned to his seat and turned his computer on. The crowd came together. And when they saw the lyrics to A Good Man is a Soldier, they felt their scalps go numb. Those who stood on the periphery were unable to see Sam Huey's computer screen directly because they were unable to do so, desperate for someone in the front row to give up a seat. However, the front row audience at the moment seemed to be nailed to the spot by the track. Their eyes were straight and frozen in place. Everyone's heart is like a churning ocean wave. Excited, shocked, and unable to calm down. Everyone is a professional in the field. There is a much deeper understanding of the value of this piece. They knew full well that the power and emotion contained in this piece was enough to move anyone. So much so, that when the people behind them reminded them to get out of the way, none of them even bothered to move. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. The air was filled with an ineffable solemnity and dignity. Senator Su had originally thought that Zhou Holin and Zhang Zhongyao's reaction was big enough. I didn't realize that there was a bigger reaction here. Chapter 10, The Progress of the Song. Su see the crowd watching carefully, so he operated the mouse and clicked on the player. When the player's software kicked in and obscured the words to What Good Man is a Soldier, those who watch attentively almost subconsciously cry out, "Don't!" Senator Su clicked the play button to himself. The moment the melody started, it was like a thunderbolt breaking through the quiet sky. Those who were still pushing forward at this point froze. The stirring notes, like the drum beats on the battlefield, hit people right in the heart. Every listener will be able to feel the blood and passion that comes to the surface. After the song was broadcast, people couldn't get enough of it. Senator Su, play it again. It took a good deal of effort on the part of the speaker to complete a sentence. Sam Hui had no choice but to play the tune again. Some people closed their eyes and feel the true meaning embedded in the tune. Eventually, everyone gathered around Senator Su's computer and listened to it 5 times before Zhou Holin came in and interrupted. What are you all doing? Get busy with what you need to get busy with. This song, Little Sam, can't be put off. The crowd then reluctantly left. When Zhou Holin left, Senator Su also got up and headed out. The moment Su Shin got up, almost everyone got up at the same time. Senator Su was startled. The crowd just looked at him. In unison, Sam Hui smiled sarcastically. I'm going to record a song. When the crowd heard this, they were even more excited and clustered around Sam Su towards the recording studio. At that scene, those who didn't know thought it was some kind of big leader's inspection coming. At this point, these people, how can they still look like what a soldier should look like? Still, that's exactly what a soldier should be. It's what being an artist should be. That pure emotion that wells up from the heart is undoubtedly the highest praise and greatest affirmation of the work. Just as Sam Su was recording the song, outside voices about the green flower of the army have changed a bit. This shift comes from the hot debate on the forums of those new people who are about to enlist in the military. After listening to this song, I've decided not to go into the military. It's better to be honest and at home. I heard this song while I was out of town the last 2 days, and I realized that I can't leave home, and I'm still not going to enlist. I can't leave my parents or my girlfriend. I don't want to go. Enough to see how much this song, among the recruits, kills. Netizens, on the other hand, are watching the fun and have come out to tease. Green flowers in the army in the morning, and safely home in the afternoon. Listen to this song. A company ran half of the people and half of them while looking for someone. The song was sung in the morning. The thought was slipped at noon. The men ran away at night. The company commander waited all night at the railroad station. And the instructor was home first. In fact, the ones with emotions are centered on recruits who have not yet enlisted. Soldiers who have actually served in the army still have this sense of mind. That's a bitter pill to swallow for those in charge of recruiting this year. It's the end of August, and the targets issued from above have not yet been met. This is a big rush for the major military regions. Calls have been pouring into the Southwest Military Region. No other way. Who let the Southwest Military District release green flowers in the army? I say, old Zhang, does what you guys said actually work? How much longer do we have to wait? I'm watching you guys, just waiting for you to save the day. Don't you fool us? I'm telling you, if there aren't enough people, I'm going to have to poach you. You can tell that people are unhappy with the current situation though, but there is no complaining. All are looking for solutions. As the Southwest Military District for this event, even more, he swore that he would absolutely come up with the perfect solution. Don't know the exact method though, but the Southwest Military Region, from top to bottom, is unusually certain. So, everyone can only hope for them. At this point, it's clear how strict the Southwest Military Region is in doing its secrecy work. They are playing a big game here and can give a feast of absolute visual and auditory impact. In fact, with the exception of Zhang Zongyao and other people from the Cultural Affairs Bureau who were absolutely confident, the rest of the people were somewhat ambiguous. But it's not like they can say that they have a new song prepared on their side to end the reign of green flowers in the army over the newcomers. That being said, it somehow makes it seem like they're blowing awesome. All will have to wait until the song is officially released. In those days, you could tell if it was a mule or a horse by pulling it out and walking it. On Sam Su's side, the song recording went well. Even in his previous life, recording this song was not a difficult task. What's more, now he also had the system bonus of master-level singing. It couldn't have been easier for the song to be recorded. The song was recorded the same day. In the past 2 days, Sam Su had been busy with the music video. To be able to better present the scene the song is about, Senator Su specially sought out Li Chengjian from the cultural troupe. Mr. Li, regarding the shooting of the MV, I have some small suggestions. We can fully interpret the theme from multiple angles, such as displaying the valiant posture of the soldiers, depicting the little details of daily life, recreating the tension and intensity of the battle simulation, as well as presenting the pride and emotion of the moments of honor. By carefully presenting these aspects, I believe we can show the elegance and spirit of the military in a more in-depth manner. Li Chengjian's interest was immediately tuned up as he listened to Senator Su's words. Originally, he thought it would be a scene of an outsider instructing an insider, but what he didn't expect was that Senator Su was actually so knowledgeable. Even some of the subplot shots give very pertinent advice. After only 1 day together, Li Chengjian took Senator Su as a confidant. Great to see each other. Xiao Su, why don't you come to our filming crew? We need talents like you. The sincerity in Li Chengjian's words was enough to see how capable Senator Su was in this matter of photography. Su Xin was able to have such a skill solely because he had worked on it in his previous life. That's why it's so handy. With the great cooperation of the whole army, the music video was quickly shot. Even Li Chengjian, an old photographer, was surprised. The original date given on it was 5 days, but in reality, it only took 3 days for all the work to be done. At this speed, Zhou Holin and Zhang Zongyao were both shocked by it. Senator Su exclaimed, "It's really military speed, which can only be described as thunderous. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind." On this day, August 25th, the official microblog of the Southwest Military Region Civilian Troop published a dynamic. When the fervor of youth mingles with the iron bone of the soldier, it will surely burst out with infinite power and commitment. A good man is to be a soldier is like a war drum beating and shaking the heart. And the military song is loud and clear and intertwined, composing a glorious chapter together. Listening to this military song full of patriotic feelings, let us all realize the noble spirit and firm belief of fighting for the country and for glory. Come and feel this honor and mission. Let the passion burn in your heart, and work hard for the motherland's tomorrow. A link to the song follows a passionate tagline. Chapter 11, A Good Man is a Soldier. Samsu also retweeted the tweet. The civilian corps has more Twitter followers than Susan, but most of them are military, and so many of Samsu's fans are the general public. Looking at the more than 900,000 followers, Senator Su was looking forward to what the system would reward him with when his followers reached 1 million. This message came out. Susan microblogging below can be more than the cultural and labor force of the momentum. Wow, even Little Brother has released another new song. Is it the same song as Green Flowers in the Army? I can't carry some of it. Say, are they here to send us tear gas? It's not just the major military districts, but even people in the entertainment industry are paying attention to the song, especially the artists involved in the August charts. After seeing Senator Su's tweet, his heart tightened for no reason. Especially Song Yu, who was in the second place, had a bad feeling. Just accepted the second place ranking, only to have the other side post another song. Song Yu's manager, Hao Jian, said worriedly, "It's not going to be another dark horse, is it?" Hearing Hao Jian say this, Song Yu instantly roared hysterically. "Shut up, Those of you who have heard green flowers in the army before and are wavering about joining the military. At this point, warring on the forums. What to do? I want to hear it so badly, but I'm afraid my newly built enthusiasm for joining the military will fall apart. I also want to listen, but I'm afraid I'll be a deserter in the army. Little Samson. You're spoiling my Tao. Sam Soo is a senator, not a triple. But who made these two so much alike that people on the internet have already started giving him aliases? The polite name is Sango. The more emotional ones just say Junior. Either way, Senator Soo had a strange feeling. Senator Soo muttered in his heart, "Looks like we'll have to give you guys some extra volume sometime." The people in charge of enlistment in the major military regions were also stunned when they saw the message sent out by the Southwest Military Region's civilian troop. They don't understand the deeper meaning of this. Just think of it as the next best thing to having a disease. What are they up to? Old Zhang. Do they really think that another song will squash the previous impact? Ugh. I thought it was something good. But it's just a song. Can it work? A song of the caliber of Green Flowers of the Army is not something that can be pressed headlong. Obviously, the military district side doesn't look favorably on such a move. They don't think that a new song can make up for the impact that Green Flowers in the Army had. The internet, too, is full of voices. Say what you will, but none of them are looking at this song. While some people say no, their bodies are still honest. All of them honestly clicked on the song links. I thought it was just a song, but it's actually a music video. This made the listeners even more excited. Whoa, I can't believe it's a music video. We all let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. That's when the information about the song appeared on the screen. A Good Man is a Soldier. Sung by Sam Soo. Lyrics by Sam Soo. Arranged by Sam Soo. Seeing this information, people have launched pop-ups. OMG. That's really Sammy. Brother Sam is mighty. Is this a turn-on for little Sammy? The screen was full of pop-ups talking about Sam Hui. Seeing the netizens' affectionate name, Susan growled in his heart, "I thank you." As the pop-ups continued to roll in, the song began. The prelude is stirring in its solemnity and makes you stand in awe. Accompanying the background music came the sound of chanting slogans. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. A shining military insignia gradually emerged in the center of the screen. Symbolizes honor and mission. Immediately afterward, the camera slowly pulls away to reveal a vast morning scene of a military camp. The morning sunlight flooded the playground, and the soldiers lined up in perfect unison. The slogans came out of their mouths. Although it is only a simple 1, 2, 3, 4 inch, but with the video image, gives people a solemn feeling. The scene, the sound, can only be described as spectacular. The slogans beat like war drums on every heart. That resonant, masculine voice. It seems to be able to penetrate the clouds and reach the depths of people's hearts. On the screen, listeners began to swipe wildly at the pop-ups. The aura, it's just high burning. Listening to that slogan gives me a feverish feeling. This is much better than those who eat a peach. This is the image that Chinese children should have. Some of the veterans, retired from the army, silently watched the scene of their comrades' training. Those figures who had fought alongside them once again evoked a deep resonance within them. That familiar feeling, like a long-lost relative, bring them an inexplicable kindness and warmth. The scene of this training is a memory etched into the marrow of their bones. They couldn't help but stand up straight with each shout of the slogan. It was as if I had returned to those passionate military years. At that moment, a childish voice broke the silence. A 3-year-old, staring at the soldiers on the screen, over and over again. In his not-so-clear language, he cried out, "Daddy! Daddy!" It had been too long, since the little one had seen his father. His memory of his father was blurred, but the only thing that remains unchanged is the straight uniform, the manhood that stands up to the sky and the earth. Scenes like this play out in countless families. Children honor and miss their fathers. Parents' attachment and expectation of their children. Veterans' attachment and disenchantment with the military. In this moment, everyone's heart was deeply touched. That love and loyalty to family and country. That obsession and expectation of intimacy. Like a warm current, it flows through everyone's heart. The choral part of the congregation also rang out from this point. It was only when I was in the army that I realized why the cap badge was so red. It was only when I was in the army that I realized why the shoulder patch was so heavy. It's only when you're in the army that you realize that your country's mountains and rivers are in your heart. We don't know a good man until we're in the army. Hey, it's about being a soldier. The high-pitched and impassioned voice demonstrates the valor and bravado of the soldier. As the music progresses, various instruments gradually join in to form a richly layered musical weave. The camera quickly switches to a group of new recruits, boyish-faced but determined, undergoing rigorous enlistment training. The scene shifts to the interior of the barracks. where the soldiers are going through their daily training. Some are aiming for the bullseye on the shooting range. Some fought their way through the obstacle course. Some simulate real combat on the tactical training grounds. The camera follows closely, capturing their sweat-drenched backs, hands clutching their weapons, and unwavering eyes. All of these images show the toughness and perseverance of soldiers. Watching the fighters sweat, the audience was also struck by the masculinity. The song is like a key. It opens up people's deepest reverence and understanding of the military profession. At this point, even the average song-listening audience, there was also a determined gleam in their eyes. There was pride and excitement on his face. Some people, at last, understand that their own fathers, their own husbands, their own children, the perseverance and commitment in their hearts. Chapter 12 The Power of Songs. At that moment, Samsu's song came on. It's only when I was in the military that I realized that the past looked too relaxed. You don't know if you're tough until you're in the army. It's in the military that you learn what it means to be a coward and a hero. When you're in the army, you realize you can't buy comradeship with $1,000. I didn't know why the cap badge was so red until I was in the army. It was only when I was in the army that I realized why the shoulder patch was so heavy. It's only when you're in the military that you realize that your country's mountains and rivers are in your heart. When you're in the army, you realize that a soldier's blood builds loyalty. It is sung differently than green flowers in the army. At this point, Senator Sue's voice was full of firmness, strength, agitation, and masculinity. At first, people didn't react, but as the song continued, the pop-ups took off. Good to hear. What a powerful voice. Much better than those singers who hum and can't hear what they're singing. manhwaedit. The video features a shocking staging of simulated battles. Fire and smoke filled the sky as the soldiers fearlessly marched forward and charged into battle. Every action and every look reveals the valor and commitment of the soldier. It was hot to watch the audience. It was as if you were there to feel the tension and intensity of the battlefield. After the battle comes the crowning of honor. The camera records the solemn moments when soldiers receive medals and raise the flag. Their faces were beaming with pride and joy. This is the best reward for their hard work and selflessness. The song also went from rousing to slightly soothing, like it speaks of a heroic, brave and fearless military spirit. The mountains and forests, I am the wind-born tiger. I'm the ocean's churning dragon. I'm the eagle in the sky. We don't know a good man until we're in the army. Hey, it's all about the military. This paragraph is a summary and a continuation. Each lyric is like a heroic aspiration welling up from the depths of a soldier's heart, hitting people straight in the heart. The bravery, perseverance and fearlessness of the military are on full display. They are like fierce tigers in the mountains and forests, brave and fearless, guarding the peace of the side. They are like dragons in the sea, turning over rivers and defending the dignity of the country. They are like eagles in the long sky, soaring thousands of miles, watching over the skies of their home country. When the last line of the song, "We don't know what a good man is until he's in the army, he's in the army," played, the audience's enthusiasm was pushed to its peak. The audience seemed to see countless valiant warriors. They joined the military without hesitation for the peace of the country and the happiness of the people. Loyalty and commitment are written with youth and blood. As the song draws to a close, the scene returns once again to the morning scene of the barracks. The soldiers were still neatly lined up, but there was more determination and maturity on their faces. The camera slowly pulls away and finally settles on the shining military insignia, as if to tell the soldiers' loyalty and mission never fades. The song was finished and people couldn't get enough of it. Some are already listening to it a second time, and some people can't wait to share their feelings at this point. Holy, that was lit. The military song can still be sung like this? Little Samson is really good. I'm convinced. I would call it the strongest military song. This is the life to which good men aspire. I feel proud to see my country so strong. At this time, on the training ground under the hot sun, camouflage uniforms clung to their sweat-soaked bodies, and the soldiers stood like steel. Their gazes were firm as a rock and sharp as an eagle, radiating an indomitable military spirit. Suddenly, the melody of "A Good Man Must Become a Soldier" came over the radio. At first, people didn't care, thinking it was simply background music. But the moment the song started, what was awakened along with it was the pride and resilience of the heart. The stirring notes beat like war drums on the heart of every soldier. An uplifted look gradually appeared on the faces of the soldiers. Gradually, the soldiers began to spontaneously adjust their pace to the melody of the song. The sound of their footsteps echoed across the training ground like the beat of a neat drum, fitting perfectly with the rhythm of the song. Their movements also became more powerful. Every turn and every wave of the arm reveals the fortitude and boldness of a soldier. At this time, the faces of the soldiers were overflowing with pride and honor. The soldiers didn't see the music video though, but on this training ground, they are the truest and most vivid picture. When I listen to this song, I feel like there's no end to the energy in my body. I'm going to add another 5 kilometers today. I'm going to do another 100 push-ups. I feel like I'm good again. I'm going to keep upping the ante. At this time, some veterans, when they heard the song, stood up collectively and gave a standard military salute. Even those who are in wheelchairs because of past injuries. Tears wet his cheeks while he straightened his back and saluted. This is their honor. This is their choice. This is their song. When Xiao Ming listened to the song full of military spirit, his heart surged with inexpressible and impassioned emotions. Initially, he was hesitant to pass up this opportunity to enlist in the military because he was touched by green flowers in the army. Then, with the addition of the song "A Good Man is a Soldier," he clenched his fists and set his mind to becoming a good soldier. Xiao Ming's grandfather was a valiant veteran who fought in the war against the United States. Nowadays, though, they are in their 80s and 90s. At the age of 80 he is still hale and hearty. He was listening to the song with his grandson. At this moment, the old man's eyes glistened with tears. At that exact moment, Ming's father walked in, witnessed the tears in the old man's deep eyes. "You brat, are you mad at your grandpa again?" Immediately, the belt was drawn and the family law was applied. Xiao Ming was full of innocence and panicked as he explained. Dad, don't do it yet. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. So tell me, what's going on?" Kodomine's father said as he drew his belt to greet Kodomine. Kodomine could only be forced to duck. He didn't want to be served with a belt, so Ming and his father circled around the old man's wheelchair. Ming explained as he ducked. Dad, listen to me. Maybe it has something to do with that song. Taking the opportunity, Ming quickly clicked on the play button for "A Good Man is a Soldier." After a moment of silence, Xiao Ming's father pretended to be strong and said, "That's a good song. Download it later." The inside of the previous forum for new recruits was originally very lively, but since the release of the song "A Good Man is a Soldier," there has been no movement inside the forum. Finally, someone else ventured out. Weekly, what's on everyone's mind at this point? In response to this topic, it drew a crowd. What else can I do? Grab the army. I begged my dad to give me my spot back the other day and got beat up by my dad. And I just begged my dad to add my spot back in and got beat up again. But immediately afterward, the forums were covered inside. New recruits reporting for duty. New recruits reporting for duty. New recruits reporting for duty. Chapter 13, Completing the Mission. System Rewards. Since the song "A Good Man is a Soldier" was aired, recruitment in the major military regions has become exceptionally smooth. Those who had previously questioned and worried about this are now calling it a real good thing. Zhang Zongyao also benefited a lot from this song. Although the song was written and the song was sung by Su Sen, but Senator Su was still a member of the Cultural Affairs Bureau. Zhang Zongyao's face is also bright for achieving such a result. All the civilian troops of the major military regions sent congratulatory messages at the first opportunity. Zhang Zongyao, a moment of immense splendor. Of course, in the outside world, Senator Su was even more sought after by everyone. Even CCTV reported on it. In a recent series of cultural activities, Senator Su of the Southwest Military Region, with his deep artistic attainments and passionate patriotic feelings, brought us 2 songs full of positive energy and the atmosphere of the times: "Green Flowers in the Army" and "A Good Man is a Soldier." He skillfully integrates the military man's perseverance quality as well as family and national feelings into the moving melody and lyrics, making the work not only with profound ideological connotations but also easy to sing, which is loved by the general public. Previously, when "Green Flowers in the Army" was on the air, Samsu's fan base was more than 900,000 followers. It didn't reach the 1 million required by the system. The reason for this is mainly because there are so many covers of "Green Flowers in the Army." At the end of the day, so many people don't know who the original singer of the song is. In the eyes of ordinary people, a military uniform and a guitar, it is difficult for them to recognize who is Senator Su. However, after such publicity on CCTV, people immediately look for the right target. This is too awesome. 2 songs in 1 month. The speed and quality of this creation. There's no one else. The military song. The war song. It's not my third brother. After all this, Sam Huey's number of followers directly exceeded 2 million. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining a lifespan increase of 1 year. Task release: please release 5 songs by the host. Mission objective: ask the host to gain 5 million followers. Upon hearing the system's reward, Senator Su stood up in a flash. According to the original setting, this body is already at the end of its strength. The main reason he retired from the military was also because he was able to spend more time with his family during the last days of his life. But what's unexpected is that there's also a life bonus from the system. System, is it true that every time I complete a quest, I'll gain a corresponding amount of longevity? Yes, As long as you complete the tasks issued by the system, you will be rewarded with longevity until the host's body is fully recovered. This is indeed good news. Su Shin muttered in his heart. That means he doesn't have to die. His previous life died of cancer. It seems that this time, God is trying to help me. Then this time, I must live well. After figuring this out, Senator Su almost jumped up and down in excitement. The reaction to the song was even stronger in the military. Now, A Good Man is a Soldier became a recurring track, and the soldiers love the song even more. The songs are sung in unison during training. The scene was, well, quite spectacular. These images, moreover, are valued by the leaders of the major military regions. The scene was even captured on video and posted online. This time, the craze about being a soldier was completely pushed to the top. Every time I hear this song, it gets the blood pumping. This image, paired with this song, is pretty much unbeatable. I can't, my bloodline is awakening. I'm going to listen to Green Flowers in the Army for pressure. After rounds of publicity, the song A Good Man is a Soldier has made its way through the ranks, originally accepting second place. Songyu's heart beats a little faster every time he sees A Good Man is a Soldier advance one place. That's when his agent, Hao Jian, said, "It seems to be running towards us. Shut the up." But by this time it was too late, and A Good Man is a Soldier killed it right out of the gate, coming in at number 2. If Green Flowers in the Army hadn't been released so early, it would probably be number 1 by now. Samsu knew the song was hit or miss, but I didn't expect it to be this hit or miss. August was certainly a stormy and unusual month for the entertainment industry. During this month, many of the artists involved in the charts experienced an unprecedented challenge. Overwhelmed by the power of the two military songs, one might even say abused. Nevertheless, they had to accept the result heartily. The first thing is that both songs are really good, and with the official additions, they didn't lose by a long shot. Even so, it is so overwhelming to some. This includes Sung Woo. He's disheveled and disillusioned. Just then, his manager Hao Jian came up and tried to comfort him. "Brother Yu, we'll continue next month." Song Yu gave him a blank look and said with a few moments of helplessness and anger, "It's better for you, a crow's mouth, to stop talking. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself to beat you up." Senator Su has recently risen to fame in the army and has become the center of attention. However, what made him even more delighted was the reward given by the system. Not to say anything else, but at least you'll be alive and well. In response, Senator Su was in an extraordinarily happy mood. In order to verify his health condition, Sam Hui went to the hospital. When his attending physician, Dr. Wang, saw him, a flash of regret flashed in his eyes, but then it turned into a gentle smile. "Xiao Su, you're here." Dr. Wang greeted softly. "You go ahead and get these tests done, then come back to me." Senator Su nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Dr. Wang eyed his back, and an unspeakable emotion welled up in his heart. He understands the pressure and dedication that Senator Su has endured, and he also understands the difficulty behind this resilience and persistence. However, as a healer, all he could do was to do what he could to provide the best treatment and care for Su Shin. After Sam Su finished his examination, he returned to Dr. Wang's office. Dr. Wang received the test results, his eyes carefully scanning over each piece of data, the expression on his face gradually changing from concentration to surprise. "Take a look at these imaging tests," Dr. Wang said, pointing to the CT and MRI films. "There are no new lesions, but rather they show an improvement." Senator Su certainly understood the reason behind this, but Dr. Wang didn't know that. In order not to turn himself into a scientific research subject, Senator Su was also surprised and said, "Dr. Wang, is this true? I've also been feeling much more relaxed in my body lately than before, and I thought it was a psychological effect. This shows that the traditional Chinese medicine treatment we used before is effective. According to the current situation, we should continue to follow this method of treatment. You will come back for a review in a while, and come back to check the indicators." The results overwhelmed Dr. Wang. He was well aware that the treatment he had taken had not only succeeded in arresting the deterioration of his condition, but had also brought about a marked improvement. As a healer, nothing gives him more satisfaction and pride than saving lives with his expertise. Likewise, he was happy for Sam Su. With his condition under control, Dr. Wang felt even more relieved than Susan. "Xiao Sua, I've been listening to your two songs lately. It's really uplifting. It's amazing that you can write such songs." Dr. Wang, I'm sorry to see you laugh. It may also be related to the fact that I've been sick for a while. I've been thinking a lot and I have feelings, Susan said without blushing or jumping, with the look of a great disaster that must be a blessing for the future. That's quite a blessing and a curse, but you've got your condition under control, so it's like a double blessing. Chapter 14, The Border Guard Who Listens to Songs. Senator Su came out of the hospital, and what he didn't know was that someone had found Dr. Wang even after he left the clinic. Soon, Zhou Holin stepped into Zhang Zongyao's office. Come on, Lao Zhou. We won a battle this time. Thanks to Xiao Su, Zhang Zongyao said with a smile while pouring tea for Zhou Holin, his excitement overflowing. But Zhou Holin's mind was not on that. He had a stern face and a frown on his face. Zhang Zongyao also noticed that Zhou Holin was out of sorts. What's wrong? What happened? It's about Sam Su. Zhou Holin organized his thoughts and spoke of Su Sen's visit to the hospital today, as well as Dr. Wang's diagnosis. But fortunately, at least the condition is under control, which is a good thing. Zhang Zongyao's words changed, so that's why he retired from the army. 80%. This kid is just like his dad. He wants to carry everything on his own. When his dad chose to leave the army because of his leg injury, this time it's him who chose to leave the army because of his health. It's a matter of not wanting to cause trouble for the organization. They are sympathetic to the country, and the country can't forget them. So what's next? There's no rush. I'm going down to Kyoto in the next few days. The people up there are more concerned about him, so I'll ask them what they mean. For the next few days, Sam Su lived a very cozy life. The people inside the department enshrined him as a great god. Senator Su didn't care about these false names, but he couldn't resist everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone came to him for advice on musical matters. With his previous life's knowledge of music theory, he was able to cope with it, just as everyone was celebrating. Unbeknownst to them, these two songs, On the Borderline, became spiritual food for the soldiers. Since the airing of Green Flowers in the army, it has become widely popular among this group of ironclad men. The tenderness and resilience revealed in that song is enough to cross the border for 20,000 miles and touch the heart of every listener. Cold winds drift fallen leaves. The army is a green flower. The song floated in the night sky, as if carrying the soldiers' thoughts and attachments to their faraway hometowns. Soldiers who are far from their loved ones find resonance and solace in this song. It was as if they saw the fields, streams and warm smiles of their loved ones back home. Life on the borderline is hard and monotonous, but Sam Su's song was like a spring of fresh water, moisturizing the parched hearts of the soldiers. It's not just a song, it's a source of spirituality and strength. During the long years of guarding the border, the soldiers used the song to inspire themselves and interpreted the responsibility and bearing of soldiers with tenacity and courage. Sometimes, when the song is played on the borderline, even the enemy troops on the other side are moved by its deep emotion. That melodious melody crosses borders and rivalries, and becomes a bridge that connects hearts. War and hatred become so insignificant in front of this song, and the goodness and empathy in human nature is infinitely amplified. Green Flowers in the army not only cried the soldiers on the 20,000-mile border. More than that, it sings and cries to every flesh and blood, heart and soul person. This song, though, touches the heartstrings, but as trained and determined soldiers, it's not enough to be swayed in your mind by a song. However, the emotional resonance is unavoidable. When the melody of another song by Su Sen, A Good Man is a Soldier, drifted to the borderline, it was like a flame that instantly ignited the passion within the border guards. The spirit of defending the country and dedicating oneself to the country and the people is highly compatible with the duties and missions of the border guards. As the stirring melody echoed along the borderline, the patriotic feelings and sense of honor of the border guards were thoroughly inspired. They guard the motherland's borders more firmly, interpreting their loyalty and commitment to the motherland and the people with practical actions. At the same time, the song makes the border guards feel the warmth and care from the society. It conveys a sense of respect and appreciation for the military. This kind of emotional support and encouragement is undoubtedly a great spiritual strength for the border guards who have been stationed in a difficult environment for a long time. The patrol life of the border guards has become colorful under the influence of the two military songs. Humming a little song, the pride, excitement, and warmth inside filled every cell. They even made a spontaneous video of the two songs, to show their unique spirit to the outside world. Unlike other military figures, there are not many of them, standing on the vast expanse of the borderline. It seemed extraordinarily empty and magnificent. There is no gorgeous accompaniment and dazzling stage effects, only the deep and sincere singing of the border guards. However, it is the simple and unadorned rendition that touches the heartstrings even more. The release of the video has caused a wide range of social reactions. This version of the song is so touching. Just watching it makes me want to cry. Thanks to your silent guards, we can enjoy a peaceful and tranquil time. There's no such thing as a good time. It's just someone carrying our weight. Hats off to the great border guards. These things happened, and Sam Su was concerned. For this country, he had a sudden sense of purpose. Thinking about the past life, it was the guards that made it possible for them to feel the peace that peace brings. Sam Su remembers that at the time of his death, there were wars, big and small, going on all over the world, but only his own country, which was not affected by the war. This is the strength of the country and the result of the silent dedication of countless people. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a good time. It's just that someone is carrying our weight for us. Senator Sue lamented. If I had the chance, I'd really like to do something for them. In fact, the body is expected to return as it was before. According to normal logic, Senator Sue should remain inside the army. However, Senator Sue wasn't worried about anything else. His only concern was that in case the system released a mission outside of the military region one day, he wasn't sure that he could guarantee that he would complete the mission. Just in case, after much deliberation, Sam Sue decided that he wanted to be discharged from the army. During that time, Senator Sue approached Joe Holland twice to ask about the discharge. Joe Holland didn't explicitly reject him, but he didn't approve his request either. This left Senator Sue a little puzzled. On this day, Sam Sue was bored and surfing on the internet, opened Twitter and found thousands of private messages. Looking at that red dot OCD, he clicked on it and casually flipped through it. Most of them are messages from fans. Sam Sue chose to ignore it. It's not that he's high-strung. Faced with so many messages, I don't know how much energy would be expended on this if I were to reply to all of them. Just as he was about to close the tweet, he saw a new message pop up. I wasn't going to bother, but I saw that the avatar was actually a cop. Sam Sue then clicked in. Chapter 15, Someone to Rub It In. Uncle Sue Shin. Hello, my uncle really likes to listen to your songs. He even played them for me when he came back last time. But Mom and Dad said that my uncle is gone. Can you write a song for my uncle? Senator Sue saw that the avatar of the microblogging is a police officer, and the name is Huang Xiaodong's niece, Xiao Nan. When he saw the name, Sam Sue felt something familiar. He immediately opened the internet and searched for Huang Xiaodong. Seeing the words border police, Senator Sue remembered. This man is none other than the border hero Huang Xiaodong. He had read about him in the paper the other day. On August 30, 2007. The Yunnan Province Entry-Exit Border Inspection Terminals issuing Bana Border Management Detachment Law Enforcement Investigation Team Deputy Chief Huang Xiaodong, in the process of apprehending criminals on the borderline, and gunmen fighting to the death, seriously injured, and died heroically after the failure of resuscitation. Senator Sue was overwhelmed with emotion. Border police, in either world, is a dangerous and noble profession. Opening his microblog, Senator Sue replied, yes, 2 simple words. The little girl across the street saw, sweeping away these days because of the loss of loved ones haze. The little girl's name is Nan, as her screen name suggests, and she is the niece of border police officer Huang Xiaodong. As a police officer, there was a great love for those 2 songs by Sam Sue. Not long after Sam Sue released his 2 songs, Huang Xiaodong died heroically while on a mission. It was reported online, but it didn't get much attention. Instead, it was the little girl who left a message for Senator Sue and got a reply, causing a crowd of netizens. Sammy actually replied, but I haven't seen him reply to any messages. Is this a yes from little Sammy? Is this the rhythm of releasing a new song? I checked just now. Huang Xiaodong was a border police officer who died in the line of duty a few days ago. Hail to the heroes. After getting a reply from Senator Sue, Nan told her parents and told her classmates about the news, but none of them believed her. The little girl, who had been revitalized, immediately fell back into doubt. You said that Sam Sue was going to write a song for your uncle. What kind of song can he write? Faced with her classmates' questioning, Nan stubbornly replied, my uncle likes his songs, and he said yes. Your uncle likes his songs. Does he have to write songs for your uncle? I also like the Monkey King. Is the Monkey King going to give me his weapon? Minami was dumbfounded by the question. The little face was suffocating red. Xiao Nan was guided by her uncle to follow Senator Sue's microblog. After her uncle passed away, she felt that she had to do something for the uncle who loved her the most before she found Sam Sue through Twitter. 2 days had passed, and there was no more reply from Sam Hui. By this point, she was starting to get suspicious as well. The news on the internet about Sam Sue wanting to write a song for the border police was talked about at the very beginning. However, the internet is very forgettable. It's only been 2 days, but people are already fading on the matter. Someone actually spoke up about it when everyone was about to forget about it. The person who sent the tweet was named Lu Wei, a blogger with little fame. Sending this message was purely an attempt to capitalize on Sam Huey's recent hot streak and find some presence. It's not a good habit for Senator Sue to promise to write a song for the border police and then turn around and forget about it. The tweet also featured a screenshot of Sam Hui promising the little girl. Instantly, it sparked a crowd. What's the situation? Did little Samson really promise someone else? Everyone disperse? It's the internet. A casual remark. It's not like you've signed a contract. Promise should be done. Cannot do, cannot say. The most annoying this kind of said not to do. Take off. Don't take it seriously. If you do, you lose. For a while, Lu Wei actually got a lot of attention because of this matter, and Su Sen's microblogging actually dropped more than 100,000 followers from the previous 2 million. Sam Su didn't pay attention to what was going on online. He's recording songs these days. It wasn't that Sam Su had forgotten about it, quite the contrary. He was very attached to it. He found a lot of songs and recorded a couple versions, but it turns out none of it was as good as it could have been. For the past few days, he's been in the studio, and Lu Wei's fans actually went wild because of his exposure to Sam Su. It was something he had never dreamed of. Seeing such battle results, Lu Wei immediately found a sense of existence. In response, he posted another Twitter update in response to the incident. Senator Su, can you afford that uniform of yours? The title is already catchy. While the content still centers around what Sam Su promised the little girl, Lu Wei also writes impassionately, adding fuel to the fire in response to Senator Su's career. Toward the end, he actually cursed, Senator Su, what a villain. Lu Wei wanted to be famous so badly that he was completely unaware of the fact that soldiers were not allowed to be insulted. All he wants to do now is to capitalize on the hype. At first, people didn't take Sam Huey's promise to write a song seriously. After all, Senator Su only replied with the word yes, but did not say anything else. Besides, for the internet, just look at it. Why take it seriously? But apparently, someone is trying to capitalize on this to generate heat. The netizens were driven by this, and the comments were varied, saying all sorts of things. If I may say so, how can we call him a villain when he has returned 2 words from Senator Su? As a public figure, watch what you say and don't say it if you can't do it. As far as that goes, it's pretty petty. You really think you can do whatever you want just because you wrote 2 songs, and now you don't even dare to fart. The internet is full of voices. In the end, it actually evolved into 2 camps. One side feels that Senator Su did nothing wrong and that it was the author of the article who made a big deal out of it. On the other hand, the other side believes that a spit is a nail, and if you say it, you have to do it, and if you cannot do it, you should not say it. Lu Wei was naturally happy to see this dynamic getting stronger and stronger. As long as the topic is hot, he'll reap more attention. Seeing such a good effect, Lu Wei actually spoke out again. But when I see the sincerity of the Dan is as red as blood, who knows that hypocrisy is as skillful as a reed? This time, it was not only accompanied by Su Shen's reply to Minami, but also a screenshot of Su Shen's tweet, and directly at Senator Su. That's a murderous statement. The first sentence could explain Sam Su's occupation and the 2 military songs he sings. Sort of high praise. However, when it comes to the second sentence, it directly refers to the person of Su Shen. The point of this verse is to remind people not to be fooled by appearances, to see someone for who they really are. Some may come across as very sincere and loyal, but in reality, they are evil-minded, honey-mouthed, and tell lies to deceive people. The poem is quoted from the Tang Dynasty poet by Juyi's Tian Qidu. This completely blew up the people on both camps. The blogger is right. We don't need this kind of mouth breather. Come on, have you guys got it wrong? As far as getting on the bandwagon like that, a public figure has to act like a public figure and not go back on his word. Do you guys know how much time it takes to write a song? It's so standoffish. Chapter 16, no wonder you're so confident. The online noise got louder and louder. At this moment, Zhang Zongyao was inside a courtyard, respectfully reporting to an old man, Elder Zhao. Although Senator Su's condition has improved, it's not optimistic. Elder Zhao put down his teacup and asked, so, that kid was discharged because of this? I think so. I went to look into it, and he filed for discharge. Also during the time he was checking on his illness, and with a very strong will. Bring the cases over when the time comes. I'll take a look. The country is having a big breakthrough in this area now. As long as it's not terminal, there's a chance. Yes. Zhang Zongyao was excited. Zhao Lao said, even if he wasn't sick, I plan to discharge him as well. Zhang Zongyao hurriedly asked, why? Zhao Lao sighed and said, ugh, we can't put it off any longer. The plan has to start. Immediately afterward, Zhang Zongyao understood what Zhao Lao was referring to. You mean, it's so serious now? The domestic civic has gone off the rails now. What does that have to do with whether or not Senator Su quits? You are also a person in the system. There are some things. We step in. Is on the line. This does not work. We have to follow the market. It is best to let the market can be benign development, which requires us to be outside the system. There is a person who can pick a pillar. Hearing Elder Zhao say this, Zhang Zongyao was considered to have completely understood. Nowadays, the entertainment industry in China is blossoming though, but there is no denying that the importance of appearance is gradually overtaking the quality of the work. It seems that as long as you have a handsome face, you can navigate the circle and even do whatever you want. Zhang Zongyao deeply understood Zhao Lao's concerns. It is also well aware of the importance that the upper echelons of the country attach to cultural heritage and development. Elder Zhao, are you sure that kid can pick the top? At least those 2 songs were good, but it'll be interesting to see how he responds to what comes next. Still too young. Not rigorous enough. What words should be said? What words should not be said are not clear. Those people are also enough to make a fuss. Want to go to the warning? Although Zhang Zongyao was complaining about Senator Su, he still wanted to solve the problem for him. Zhao Lao sipped his tea. The situation is different now. We can't intervene in the market too much. Besides, if this problem can't be solved, then we are overestimating him. Senator Su didn't pay any attention to the outside world at all. He's still polishing his work at this point. But the netizens couldn't sit still. Especially those true fans of Su Shen, who ran directly to his Weibo and left a message underneath. Brother Sam, Jr., great talent Su, are you sure you don't want to come out and clarify? If you don't come out, I'm going to get mad at them. What the hell is the point? Come out and squeal so the output targets are targeted. Lu Wei saw that because of his remarks, it had caused such a big commotion, completely beyond expectation. The number of fans also continues to rise with his Twitter updates. What's more exciting for Lu Wei is that some advertisers have already contacted him again due to the continued surge in the topic's popularity. Seeing that Senator Su didn't react, Lu Wei became even more reckless. Who cares that the military is something that cannot be violated or denigrated? One can only wonder how far someone can go for money. On the 5th day, he updated his tweet again. On the character development of the word and the believer, Lu Wei wrote a big article this time. It contains a rather lengthy explanation of 2 terms. The article even names names and shows pictures as usual of Senator Su's tweets. When this tweet came out, public opinion went straight to one side. Mainami, as the person involved, has been unusually heavy-hearted lately. The loss of her uncle had already brought her great grief. She only wanted to do something for her uncle, but she didn't realize it would cause such an uproar. The family decisively confiscated her electronic devices so as not to interfere with her studies. This move has certainly made her feel more isolated. Nan's friends around her also laughed at her whimsy. It made the little girl even more depressed. This originally lively and lovely little girl is now carrying a heavy psychological burden. After a week of careful polishing, Samsu finally finished recording the song. With no time to rest, Senator Su took the song to his superiors for approval. Zhou Holin, as his top man, was surprised again when he saw the song. Did you create this? Aha! Written for the border police. Zhou Holin stared at Su Shen. If it was possible, he really wanted to pry open Su Shen's head to see what kind of structure was inside. This song, not to mention for border police, is particularly appropriate for any profession that serves the country and the people. Originally, he had wanted to find Senator Su to talk about the gossip about the internet, but after seeing this song, he kind of completely understood why Su Shen was so emboldened. Immediately, Zhou Holin approved the song to go live. Finishing the song, Su Shen opened Weibo, found the little girl's message, and then replied, as you wish for you and for your uncle, who is our hero. Senator Su let out a long breath. It's finally done. That's when Sam Su found out about the online argument he started. He searched and realized what the problem was. The people who rubbed the heat like this, Su Shen had seen simply not too much in his previous life. Originally, he was going to fight back, but when he thought about his status, he dismissed the idea. Having this song in the mix is the best comeback, but retirement is on the agenda. So if we face this again in the future, we'll at least be able to get through it. The news of Sam Su's reply to Nam instantly broke the internet. I knew my little Samson wouldn't just sit back and wait, so he's holding back a big move. Ha, awesome, my third brother. Who dares to say anything this time? If I had known you had this, it wouldn't have been in vain for me to fight them to the death. Just because Sanna is so faithful, I'll be sure to be a fan of you for the rest of my life. The song As I Wish is On Earth, a song sung by Fei Wan, composed by Qian Lei, with lyrics by Tang Tian. The song is the theme promotional song for the movie Me and My Fathers. The song itself carries a sense of respect and nostalgia for the elders. It's only fitting that this song be given to the elders of the border police in the tone of a latecomer. To live up to the song, Senator Su polished it for a long time and finally came up with a satisfactory version. Listeners saw Senator Su's move, and it was too late to go under Lu Wei's microblogging to ask for a statement, so they turned on the player and listened to it. Most people had a premonition of Sam Huey's all-inclusive approach to lyrics as well as vocals, but when they saw that the lyricist as well as the singer was all Sam Su, everyone still sucked in a breath of cold air. How powerful does one have to be to make a big deal out of this? As you wish. Just looking at the name gives you the feeling of getting what you want. I will first observe 3 minutes of silence for Lu Wei. Picture of a sinister smile. Chapter 17. The time now is mid-September. Songwoo released a song at the beginning of the month. The song was written by Centurion Entertainment's gold medalist songwriter. For September's song to take over the charts, Songwoo was a must. Until now, he was in a distant second place. Only, lately, his left eyelid has been jumping. Assistant Hao Jian also comforted. Brother Yu, the left eyelid jumps, good luck is coming. Looks like we're in good hands this time. However, not a moment after Hao Jian's comforting words were uttered, news of Sushin releasing a new song came out. Songyu only felt his scalp go numb as he stared at Hao Jian with wide eyes. Hao Jian could only smile awkwardly and was about to open his mouth when Songyu directly yelled, "Shut up, you poisonous tit!" For Sam Huey's new song, everyone harbors a different mood. Some expect it, some disdain it, some are apprehensive. Others, on the other hand, came to the songs in the mood for a show. Whatever the purpose, the song drew a crowd as soon as it went online. Tapping on the song, Sushin's ethereal and magnetic voice came out. "You're a long way off. Lights in the mountain fog. I'm a child, walking in your eyes. You're the moon and the wind. I'm the dream you've been nurturing. I've been with you all my life, whether I've seen you or not." Compared to the cleanliness of a good man is a soldier. At this point, Sushin's voice was gentle and magnetic. It's like an unseen force that can penetrate the listener's mind and mesmerize them. Everyone was quiet and listening. No one was even posting pop-ups. All I could think of was to quietly listen to the chanting of Su Sam. "And I will love the earth as you love it. May the smile you wish for. I'm hobbling around holding your hand. Please take me to tomorrow. If you've ever been bitter, you've been sweet to me. I want to live like you want me to. May it not be in vain. May it be courageous. This feast every day." Sam Su is very emotionally invested. Every word and every note is united with his sincere emotions. His voice was sometimes low, sometimes high. It brings out the emotional changes in the song perfectly. He uses his voice to tell a story of desire, of giving, of love and hope. The audience listened with bated breath and rapt attention, afraid to miss any note, any nuance of emotion. Some had tears in their eyes, touched by the depth of feeling in the song. Some nodded their heads softly, as if following the rhythm and emotional ebb and flow of the song. Others closed their eyes and completely immersed themselves in this wonderful world of music. The song, it goes on, but at this point no one spoke up. The mountains and the rivers are all right. The fireworks are normal. But you're looking as far as you want to. Sleep tight, children, like you love so much. And I will dream of the reunion you dreamed of. May it be what you want it to be forever. Take the long road you've traveled. I love you like this. And I will see the world as you have not seen it. Write your unwritten psalms. The moon in the sky. The thoughts in my heart. You're always with me. I'll be with you for the rest of my life. Like your young face. The song was over and everyone was still engrossed. It's safe to say that Sam Su performed the song as you wish to the best of his ability. And the audience's reaction is undoubtedly the best compliment to his superb singing skills. In this moment, music and emotion intertwined to make a wonderful and moving picture. Sungwoo also listened to the song. He was frozen to the spot with a lifeless look on his face. Assistant Hao Jian stepped forward and consoled. "Brother Yu, this is just the beginning. It's not certain who will lose or win." Song Yu didn't even look at him this time. Others don't know the level of the song. As someone in the industry, how could he not? This song is, without a doubt, a quality piece of work, coupled with Sushin's gentle and magnetic, penetrating voice. Although it was hard for Song Yu to accept, he knew that he had no chance of winning at all. At this time, inside a courtyard in Kyoto, Zhang Zongyao could not hide his inner excitement. "Ha ha, Elder Zhao, this kid is really something. I didn't expect that he would actually use this way to end the rumors." Zhao Lao ignored him, but continued to listen to the song as you wish. It wasn't until the song was played again that Elder Zhao said, "All the explanations are not as convincing as a great piece of work." Yes. Yes, it's the same effect as when A Good Man is a Soldier came out. It's pretty simple and brutal. It's a good thing the kid is good at it. It's almost the 4th of July. Ask him if he's interested. Hearing this, Zhang Zongyao asked in surprise, "Elder Zhao, you mean to let him compose a National Day song? All at this time of the year? Can it be done? I'll communicate what's going on up there. But I'm afraid there's a bit of a rush. It's best if he creates a new song. But if not, I think it's quite appropriate to use this one. As good as it gets." Zhang Zongyao then realized, "I was just so happy that I didn't expect this at all." It's also true, however, that the song As You Wish, both the tune and the lyrics, are perfectly competent. Zhang Zongyao recalled the mood expressed in the lyrics. "The more I think about it, the more feasible it seems." Then, "Elder Zhao, I need to go back. I'll have that kid report to you later." After releasing the song, Sam Su went to take a break. The last few days of recording songs back-to-back have still tossed him around. It seems like it's better to get your body well in a hurry, or else this body, It really can't take it. Just as he was taking a break, word had spread like wildfire out there about the song As Good As It Gets, like an easy telling, unfolding, layered and spring-like. Not as expressive and direct as Green Flowers of the Army, but I got teary-eyed anyhow. I hear gratitude for life and a desire for a better future. May all be kind in all they meet, and may all they ask be as they wish. Minami was still told about the song by her parents when she heard it. Instead of just clicking on the song, she picked up her phone and logged into Twitter. When her gaze fell on Samsu's reply, a bright smile bloomed on her face. Perhaps, in the mind of this innocent little girl, a promise that was honored touched her heartstrings with more unspeakable significance than that song. The public security authorities have long been aware of Senator Su's movements. Ever since Liu Wei made provocative public statements on the internet, they had developed the urge to get involved. However, they are also well aware that overly formal or uptight actions may lead to unnecessary controversy and criticism. Therefore, they chose to act cautiously and merely kept a close watch on the developments of Samhui without making any public comments or taking any action. When As Good As It Gets was released, the entire public security system, especially the border department, seemed on edge. They couldn't hide their excitement, especially those co-workers of Huang Xiaodong. Some witnessed his sacrifice. That scene is vivid in my mind. While on a mission, Huang stepped up to cover his teammates. In the end, he was brutally murdered by drug dealers and died on the spot. Chapter 18, Honoring Heroes. At this time, Lao Wang sat in front of Huang Xiaodong's grave, and the song As I Wish was playing on his cell phone. Xiaodong, this is a song that your favorite niece begged for you. It was composed by that singer you like, Su Xun, and it's specially sung for you. How wonderful it would be if you could hear it. Old Wang lit up a cigarette. After this pack, I'll quit smoking. All afternoon, Old Wang's cell phone was playing this song. The cigarettes are also finished and the cell phone is drained. Old King got up and saluted the tombstone. Xiaodong, don't worry. I'll bring that gang to justice even if I have to spell out my life. It wasn't long after the song As I Wish went online that the Ministry of Public Security reviewed it. Thank you to Senator Su for composing the song As You Wish, which is touching and tearful. The mountains and rivers are unharmed. The fireworks are unusual. And the world is blooming as you wish. Once this comment came out, everyone realized that the song As I Wish was a song made by Su Xun for a microblogger named Huang Xiaodong's niece Xiaonan. Soon, netizens picked up on Huang's heroic death while on duty as a border police officer, and it quickly sparked the attention of netizens. Our stable life today is the result of countless heroes and forefathers, who threw their heads and spilled their blood. Remember the heroes. Remember the martyrs. I hear the home and the country, the father and the son, I hear the unyielding cry, the tenacious struggle, I hear the national endeavor, the future prospect, and the blur before my eyes is clear love for it all. Don't look back, go forward. There is light at the exit. There is fire on earth. There is peace in the country. Don't forget, the way to come. Someone is carrying the weight for us. All of a sudden, public security officials were flooded with countless comments of gratitude and mourning. Upper management also realized that this was a rare opportunity for publicity. So, in response to this incident, an emergency meeting was held at all levels of leadership. Let's take this opportunity to publicize those heroics. This proposal was immediately endorsed by all. To that end, the border department took the lead and the music video for As You Wish was finalized. Senator Su soon received a request from the Ministry of Public Security. To this, of course, Senator Su readily agreed. In fact, he already had the idea of creating a music video for the song in mind. I hope to honor those brave and fearless border heroes in this way. However, due to resource constraints, the songs had to be posted first. This move by the Ministry of Public Security is undoubtedly just what Senator Su wanted, so he didn't hesitate to offer his full support and cooperation in the filming. In addition, the Ministry of Public Security consulted Senator Su during the filming of the music video. Senator Su didn't squirm, and directly said that using Huang Xiaodong's exploits as a prototype creation would resonate more with people. The Ministry of Public Security highly endorses this concept. The two heads hit it off and said they would do it. After intense preparation and filming, a music video of a song based on the touching deeds of Huang Xiaodong, a border guard hero, was finally successfully completed. The singing was done in Samsu's voice. In the beginning, the bureau was trying to get a different voice, but it was found that none of them sang as flavorfully as Samsu. That kind of ethereal voice, gentle and magnetic, penetrates deeply into the depths of the heart. When the music video hit the shelves, the public security official microblogging site was updated with a dynamic "Let us deeply remember those border guards and those unsung heroes who have quietly dedicated themselves to the cause of border defense" in the song As I Wish. At the same time, may this song motivate each and every one of us and inspire us to contribute to the creation of a better social environment. Finally, the official also at Sinsu Since As You Wish went live, Samsoo only took a day off before getting busy again. It wasn't so much that there were any business shows, it was entirely greetings from co-workers and family, especially when Zhang Zongyao returned from Kyoto and found him directly, explained to him about the National Day song. When Senator Su heard this, he was also shocked. Leader, is it possible to add songs at this time? Zhang Zongyao knew what Senator Su was referring to because the National Day was coming up soon, and for major festivals like this, programs were rehearsed well in advance. Don't worry, I won't come to you if it doesn't work, just prepare yours. Senator Su nodded in agreement. Zhang Zongyao patted Senator Su on the shoulder and said, perform well, the higher-ups value you very highly. Zhang Zongyao briefly told him about Zhao Lao's situation. Samsoo obliged and began to choose a song. Eventually, he customized the 10,000 frontiers to the system. That's him, absolutely stunning. When Senator Su brought out 10,000 borders, Zhang Zongyao and Zhou Holin saw the lyrics and excitedly walked back and forth in the office, raving. It was close to lifting Samsoo high in the air. Zhang Zongyao even couldn't wait to contact Elder Zhao and send the lyrics of 10,000 borders. Immediately afterward, with barely a moment's rest, Senator Su received a summons to Kyoto. At the moment, he was sitting on an airplane flying to Kyoto. So, about the public security official microblogging at him, he didn't know anything about it. Netizens jumped in to tease Su Sin when they saw that he didn't reply to the official message. Sammy, you've drifted. You don't even squeak when the official tweets at you. Hurry up. If you don't have time to reply, give me the password to your Twitter account and I'll reply for you. So anxious why not return? This is the official microblogging name praise you. You more or less squeak. It's the first time I've seen an official tweet praising a singer in a big way. The plane had just landed, and when Samsoo opened his microblog, he read the message. Nice guys, all urging him to hurry up and return messages. Senator Su smiled and replied, I sincerely thank the organization for the deep trust. This recognition makes me feel honored, and I will continue to work hard to create more meaningful songs. I would like to pay my highest respect to all the valiant and fearless heroes, and may my work do its part in passing on and promoting the spirit of heroism. Senator Su replied moderately. Netizens were greatly relieved to see it. Not bad. That's more like it. Sammy, I think highly of you. I told you little Samson was a good boy. The flurry of compliments from netizens is totally treating Samhui like a baby. They, in turn, are incarnated as the parents and teachers of their children, with a look of compliments from the elders to the juniors. Seeing Senator Su's excellence and looking like he was proud of it made everyone happy. Senator Su smiled sardonically. As much as he didn't want to accept what everyone was calling him, he didn't want to accept it, but now it seems to have gone deeper. People addressed him with obvious affection. However, Senator Su always felt strange. The music video for As Good As It Gets is online. Everyone was the first to do it on demand. See, yes. Everyone smiles when the song information comes up, as if to say, well, Samson is very comforting. By this time, the pop-up had taken off. Hail to the heroes, hail to the heroes, hail to the heroes. Everyone was filling the screen with the same pop-ups as if they had negotiated a deal. Chapter 19, Travel to Kyoto. Set to the music of As Good As It Gets, the video begins to play. The scene begins in the home of a young border policeman. He stood in front of the window, and outside were bustling streets, children playing, and fireworks. He glanced fondly at the photo in his hand. It was a picture of him with his family. Then he gently put it down and turned to put on his police uniform and hat with a determined look in his eyes. The scene switches to a border police officer and his teammates in a fierce battle with drug dealers in a dense forest and a dilapidated warehouse. They face not only gun-toting thugs, but also harsh environments and unknown dangers. During an operation, the police found a child who was being used by criminals. A flicker of hesitation and pain flashed in his eyes, but he remained resolute and walked forward to free the child and catch the criminal at the same time. The scene returns to his home again, this time with his wife and children looking out the window into the distance in anticipation of his return. With his police cap and that group photo on the table, the coziness of his home contrasted with the danger outside. Then the scene cuts to the hero's sacrifice. During a major operation, he was seriously wounded while trying to cover his teammates. He lay in a pool of blood and looked at the sky as if he sought his family in peace. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye before he slowly closed his eyes. The scene pulls back to the home, where the wife receives the call and her expression changes from one of anticipation to one of shock and pain. The children seemed to sense something and hugged their mom tightly. Outside the window, the sky was darkening, but in the distance the streetlights were lit up. Finally, the text appears on the screen. For our peace and quiet, they silently guard. Salute all the heroic border police. The whole video is not complicated. It's just over 5 minutes long, but it's not a small shock to anyone at all. I can't This song with this video is straight up breaking my defense. They are the bravest warriors and the gentlest guardians in this unsmoked war. This music video is not only a tribute to the border police, but also a celebration of justice. Let's honor our heroes and let's remember this soul-stirring power, because it is with them that our world is safer and better. After the music video for As Good As It Gets was played, it seemed like everyone had forgotten something other than to celebrate their heroes. At this point, some people online shouted, "Lu Wei that where?" When these words came out, everyone instantly thought of Lu Wei's defamation of Senator Su some days ago. So, each one of them rubbed their fists and ran to Lu Wei's microblogging below to find a scene. "Lu Wei, I'll you immortal, get the hell out of here. Ha Mopey, old man Shudao Mountain. Mopey apologize. Son thief, grandpa calls you, do you dare to say yes? Yeah you." Lu Wei also didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Originally, he thought that Senator Su was just talking, and that even if he created a song, it would be a long time from now. By then, he's done all the favors he should have done. Nowadays, before the 8 is even out of the way, it's being sniped. He immediately turned off the comment function on his tweet and pretended not to see it. But even so, netizens directly opened a new topic and scolded him on the hot search. Lu Wei thought that pretending to be invisible would be fine, and soon the relevant departments approached him. At this time, Senator Su also got off the airplane. Just after getting off the plane, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and Sam Su picked up the phone. "Hello, hello, who is it? Hello, Senator Su. I'm Zhao Shuer. I'm here to pick you up. Where are you now?" Senator Su was also stunned, not realizing that there was a pickup service, and apparently, the other party was still a girl. "I just got off the plane and I'm walking to the exit. I'll meet you at the exit." After hanging up the phone, Sam Hui continued to walk towards the exit. Upon reaching the exit, Sam Su looked around for someone. Just as he was about to dial the phone, a girl appeared in front of him. "You're Senator Su, aren't you?" The visitor was wearing a white shirt with a pair of blue jeans. The cuffs of her shirt were casually pulled up, revealing a hint of casualness and spontaneity. The white sneakers on the feet echo the shirt, and the overall look is simple yet stylish. Senator Su asked tentatively, "Zhao Shuer? I'm Zhao Shuer." Saying that, she extended her hand and shook Su Shen's hand. Zhao Shuer was very talkative and generous in her speech, and she looked like a child of a big family. In the process of chatting, Su Shen knew that Zhao Shuer studied opera and graduated this year. The current place of work is at the theater guild. When talking about opera, Cheryl Zhao laughs to herself. "In our industry, the young audience is getting smaller and smaller. Unlike you guys, who dominate the market now. I shouldn't be considered a showbiz person. You're much more popular than those fresh meat in the entertainment industry. If our opera industry could shine like you, those elders of mine would have to wake up laughing in their dreams. Have you guys ever thought that opera can try to do a combination with pop music? There might be unexpected effects." When Senator Su said this, it wasn't an empty claim. On Earth, which of those theater songs is not a fire? Zhao Shuer certainly wasn't as certain as Su Shen, but she was clearly interested in the topic. "That's a good idea. Any thoughts on that?" "Oh, I'm just saying." The interest that Zhao Shuer had just raised was doused by Su Shen. "I can only say resentfully. And yes, how can it be that easy? But thanks for the ideas. I'll talk to everyone later." The two of them just had a chat and got to know each other. The car drove to a quadrangle in Kyoto. When I entered the quadrangle, I saw an old man sitting in the courtyard. There was also a pot of tea brewing on the stone table. "Grandpa, I brought someone over." It wasn't until this moment that Sam Su realized that Zhao Shuer was Elder Zhao's granddaughter. But that confused him even more. What is the level of Zhao Lao? That is Zhang Zongyao, see, all have to bow and scrape. How can let their granddaughter to pick up their own? "Oh, I told you to let Shaoli go on the line. You have to go. I think you just don't want to go to work. Turn around, your grandpa should be unhappy." Elder Zhao looked like he was criticizing, but in reality, he was carrying favor. From Zhao Lao's words just now, Senator Su had gotten another important piece of news. Zhao Shuer's grandfather was definitely a figurehead in the Opera Association. "Don't worry, I've taken a good vacation. Just now, Big Brother Su gave our Opera Association a lot of advice." "Oh really? Then you should thank people more." With that, Elder Zhao looked at Senator Su. With this glance, it was as if Sam Su had been seen through. If it wasn't for Su Sen's 2 lifetimes of experience and good mental health, I'm afraid he'd be wobbling at this moment. Senator Su of the Southwest Military Region Cultural Troop has come to report for duty. Senator Su stood up straight and gave a standard military salute. "Ha ha, not bad. Come and sit. Have some tea." "Yes." Zhao Lao poured Su Sen a cup of tea. "I listened to those songs. They're very good. The songs you've been putting out lately are almost catching up with the total number of songs that have come out of the army in the past few years. No wonder that Zone Yao kid is always praising you. Elder Zhao is too kind. It's all because of Minister Zhang's good leadership. Come on, at a young age, you don't learn anything else, but you learn everything fast by slipping up. Senator Su smiled awkwardly. At this time, Zhao Shuer interjected. It's not that you old guys love to listen. If you don't like it, I'll shut up from now on. What do you think you're following along for? Saying he didn't say anything about you. Obviously, Elder Zhao was a bit caught off guard by his precious granddaughter's unreasonable behavior. It also showed how much the old man loved this girl. Chapter 20, Entering CCTV Rehearsals. After drinking some tea and explaining some things, Zhao Lao arranged for Senator Su to go to CCTV and look for a person named Lin Hopu. This person Su Sin is certainly no stranger. That is the general director of the Spring Festival Gala. It's no wonder, though, that a grand holiday like the 4th of July should certainly be given the attention it deserves. Zhao Shuer volunteered to send Su Sin over. Arriving at the CCTV building, Zhao Shuer lightly led Senator Su to Lin Hopu. Senator Su lamented in his heart. How deep a background must this be to be able to maneuver so easily in the heart of this CCTV? Seeing Lin Hopu, Zhao Shuer warmly went up to greet him. Hello Uncle Lin. The corners of Lin Hopu's mouth then rose as well, responding amiably. Little Shuer, long time no see, how have you been? Quite well, Uncle Lin, I've brought you someone, Zhao Shuer said, sidling up to introduce Senator Su to Lin Hopu. Lin Hopu asked half-jokingly. This handsome young man, he wouldn't be your boyfriend, would he? Su Xin and Zhao Shuer both felt a wave of embarrassment at Lin Hopu's words. Uncle Lin, don't flirt with the juniors, he's Su Xin. My grandfather asked me to send him over. Ha ha, the little girl is still so unflappable, but the young man is indeed a talented one, and standing together with Shuer is a good match. Uncle Lin, you guys chat, I have things to do back there. Then he turned his head to Su Sin and said, if you have anything, you can also look for me directly. Okay. After Zhao Shuer left, Lin Hopu turned to Senator Su and said in a deep tone, Senator Su, you have to know that Elder Zhao risked a great deal of pressure to get you this opportunity. So don't let everyone down. Senator Su naturally understood in his heart that being able to star in a program during the National Day celebration was an extremely rare thing in itself. It is especially difficult to make such a move at this sensitive and critical point in time. In his previous life, Samsu had also participated in the Spring Festival and National Day celebrations, but it's never been the case before that it's been inserted on an ad hoc basis. As it is now, this was enough to see how much energy Elder Zhao had. After all, it's not just anyone who can get a foot in the door of such a big event. Senator Su said sincerely, please also ask Director Lin for instructions. Lin Hopu brought Senator Su to the training hall. As soon as they entered the hall, they felt a rush of heat. Lin Hopu said, the lights on the stage of the hall have been exchanged on for several days without ever going out. Su Sun. It was only then that he realized that this was the case. No wonder he felt a burst of heat when he came in. Samsu saw people sitting in groups in the audience of the hall. This includes many of the highly regarded veteran artists and singers of yesteryear. Their faces looked a little tired and faint, but everyone waited patiently for their program to be rehearsed. On the stage, the crew drew small circles with white chalk to precisely mark the stations for each performer. When the curtain rises on the official show, these chalk circles will be no more. Even though everyone had practiced to death, they continued to rehearse relentlessly. Samsu knew that it was a process of muscle memory. Even in your sleep, as soon as you step onto the stage, you can immediately find your place without any hesitation. They strive for every line to come out of their mouths as bone-deep muscle memory, ensuring that they are perfectly presented to the audience during the performance. Su Xin's arrival drew many sideways glances. Almost no one here recognizes Sam Su. It's just that he was following the general director, Lin Hopu, so one had to look twice. Who's that guy? How come I've never seen him before? The person that Director Lin brought in is definitely not some nobody. Could it be the second generation of any family that's going to plug the show in? What kind of an occasion do you think this is? Interjecting a program when you say so, without looking at what time it is. Most of the people here are going to be on the 4th of July celebration program. Of course, there are some alternative programs for unexpected events. Lin Hopu told everyone, this is Senator Su. His program is to be on the program. Everyone was shocked when they heard Lin Hopu say this. To come at this hour. What kind of divine program would have to be brought by some divine figure to make such a big deal up there? At this time, a middle-aged man asked somewhat eagerly, Director Lin, we're only the first in line for the alternative program, so how could we suddenly insert the program in? Lin Hopu looked at the person who spoke and frowned. The person who came was the head of Ehai Entertainment, named Marin. The reason he said that is because they have a show that is in the first rank of the alternates. The number of programs in a program is large as this is not fixed. There will always be a need to prepare some extra programs for unexpected situations that may arise. And inside the alternative programs, there is also a ranking of names. Yeah, entertainment this time. In addition to the finalists, there is also an alternative program. One of the alternative programs is still in first place. That was why Marin had questioned Lin Hopu so eagerly. But apparently, Lin Hopu wasn't a vegetarian either. Are you questioning me? Or are you questioning the decision from above? A sentence that made Marin blush and hurriedly explained. Director Lin, I didn't mean that. It's just that. Before he could finish, Lin Hopu interrupted. Line up your program, don't ask what you shouldn't. Marin was completely speechless. How could he, a representative of an entertainment company, question CCTV's decision? Lin Hopu led Senator Su towards Studio 2. When the two left, the crowd began to talk. What's the deal? What's the deal with this guy who's still plugging the show in at this hour? I remember. His name is Sam Su, Green Flowers in the Army. A good man is a soldier and the two-day hit As You Wish are all his works. No wonder. It's an all-around talent. I wonder what kind of work I brought this time. You've got a crowded schedule. This stage is for you. And next, you're going to have to rehearse. Lin Hopu patted Su Shin's shoulder, the meaning of which was self-evident. This time though it was a temporary decision from above. However, as the chief director, Lim Hock Pwak also took on a lot of pressure. Well done. That's how it should be. If you don't do it well, the audience will only scold the director. Lim Hao Park wanted Sam Su more than anyone else to bring the program to a successful conclusion. That's why it's within the purview to give him the best rehearsal space. Regarding the high hopes given by Zhao Lao and Lin Hopu, Senator Su was certainly aware of them. However, he knew that believing in it at this time didn't help. The key is how well the program airs. That's the most convincing achievement. Just as Sam Su was rehearsing his program, Lu Wei was duly educated and ordered by the relevant authorities to issue an apology. Lu Wei logged into the microblogging, did not dare to look at the message. Too much. Simply cannot see over. All scolded him. The more arrogant he was in the beginning, the stronger the effects of this would backfire. Lu Wei posted a very sincere apology. Recently, because of impulsive and irrational, I made some public remarks to denigrate Mr. Su Sun, who is a soldier, and I feel deeply guilty and regretful that my words and actions have brought undue harm to Mr. Su Sin and have seriously violated social morality and moral bottom line. I am deeply aware of my mistakes, and for my inappropriate behavior, I sincerely express my most sincere apologies to Mr. Su Sin and all those who have been affected. My words and actions have not only hurt Mr. Sam Su, but have also had a negative impact on society, and I am deeply saddened by this. I call on everyone to learn from my mistakes and work together to promote a clean, civilized and respectful online environment. Each of us should be responsible for our words and actions on the internet and refrain from intentionally denigrating others and spreading inaccurate information and malicious remarks. I am willing to bear all the consequences of this and promise to take this as a warning. Strictly restrain my words and deeds, actively participate in the construction of network civilization, and contribute to the creation of a healthy and positive network environment. Once again, I sincerely apologize to Mr. Senator Su and all those who were affected, and I hope that everyone will give me a chance to change my ways. Chapter 21 Rehearsal Program. Netizens have noticed the apology statement issued by Lu Wei's Weibo. Now that's honest. If I'd known, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. I knew this one was definitely getting an education these days. Such people don't deserve sympathy. Not just any traffic can rub off on them. Everyone expressed serious condemnation of Lu Wei's behavior. Not only that, Lu Wei's organization even fired him outright. Lu Wei has no place to cry now. Originally, I wanted to rub off on Sam Huey's traffic, but I ended up rubbing myself in it. Senator Su was unaware of what was going on in the outside world, and this time he was already in the middle of an intense program rehearsal. The time now is September 22nd. As good as it gets also, as expected, went straight to the top of the September music charts. Originally in first place was Song Yu. After seeing Sam Su release a new song, it was devastating though, but the good thing is that he released it early enough to have some advantage. Shangshi Entertainment, where Song Yu works, has also stepped up its promotional efforts. So, even though Song Yu didn't have the courage to face Senator Su, but it's good that the rankings are preserved. However, it was not to be. The Ministry of Public Security has filmed a music video for As You Wish. At this point, the gods can't save him. Sungwoo is completely out of the title picture. Song Yu looked up at the sky with a look of hopelessness. You say, what's the point of living? Assistant Hao Jian was shocked by these words. Brother Yu, don't think about it. Next month, we still have a chance. Song Yu gave him a blank look. Shut up, you crow's mouth. If you dare to say it again, I'll make you realize that there's no point in living. How Jian was filled with black lines. Since the release of the music video for As I Wish, the heroic deeds of the border police have gradually entered the public eye, generating widespread attention. A list of border police officers who have died in the line of duty in recent years has been compiled and shared by interested parties on the internet. Behind each name lies a touching story. In 2005, Li Mingzhong encountered fierce resistance from criminals in the course of his duties, and was shot 5 times, and eventually died heroically due to the ineffective resuscitation of his wounds. In 2006, in order to protect his teammates who were fighting side by side, Wang Zining did not hesitate to block the criminal's fatal attack, and was shot several times and died heroically. In 2006, Dong Mingquan went deep into the tiger's den to work undercover for a criminal gang. Unfortunately, his identity was exposed and he was brutally murdered and his remains were shredded. These harrowing accounts are the untold and brutal truth behind every era of peace. Every peaceful day and night, there are these unsung heroes silently carrying the weight, guarding our homes with their lives and their faith. As information spreads, more and more people are touched by the deeds of these heroes. They spontaneously went to the mausoleum to offer flowers and condolences to honor these martyrs who sacrificed their lives for their country. Bouquets of flowers gathered into a sea and piled up in every corner of the mausoleum. Scenes like this are playing out all over the country. This is the people's admiration and remembrance of their heroes and the deepest tribute to this era. Samsu was unaware of the commotion made by the song As You Wish. He was, at this point, in the thick of rehearsal. During the next day, Zhao Shuer made a visit. After the 4th of July, you don't have to rush back yet. My grandpa wants to see you. Grandpa? Senator Su's face was full of questions. Zhao Shuer was busy explaining. That is the president of the Opera Association. It was only then that Su-san realized, and he couldn't help but spit out in his heart. So everyone in your family is a big shot. Senator Su also largely understood what the Opera Association was looking for in himself. It's 80% because last time I talked to Zhao Shuer about combining opera with pop songs, I didn't expect the other party to be so on board. The program that Samsu is in requires backup dancers, but at this point in time, it's just too late. Lim Ho Park directly cancelled one of the programs that was originally inside the list and left the backup dancers in. The source of the cancelled show was a group of retired civilian soldiers. The name is Hua Chai Entertainment, which is a small entertainment company in the circle. Although everyone is silent, the do-gooder is still very decent. When he heard that Lin Hopu wanted to borrow them as backup dancers, the leader of this group, Xia Qingguen, thought about it and finally agreed. It only seemed sad in its promise. Their idea was simple. Even if their own program couldn't meet the audience, at least the team of backup dancers who had been rehearsing hard for nearly 2 months would have a chance to show their style on stage. However, the decision was certainly a crushing blow to the original show's lead singer. They will have to face the harsh reality of not being able to make it to the stage. The original vocalists were a man and a woman. The man's name is Rin Yang and the woman's name is Hao Jing. The 2 lead singers stood at the bottom of the stage and watched their backup dancers on stage. Although his mouth said he didn't care, his face naturally couldn't hide his despondency. His own show was cancelled and his backing troupe was borrowed by someone else. It wouldn't be good for anyone to put it on. After thinking about it, Senator Su said to Lin Hopu, Director Lin, I have an idea. Why don't we add Ren Yang and Hao Jing to the program as well? This will definitely add a lot of pizzazz. Lin Hopu agreed straight away. Senator Su and Lin Hopu walked up to Ren Yang and Hao Jing. Both of you. Senator Su invited you to join his program. As you can see, this program is a big show. I wonder what you think. They used to be soldiers and had straightforward personalities, and they did have dissatisfaction in their hearts about the program that Senator Su had replaced them with before. But when they saw Senator Su perform, they were immediately convinced. It is obvious to the discerning that Su Sen's program is higher or lower than theirs, especially when they learned that Senator Su was also a soldier. An indescribable feeling of affection surged in their hearts. Upon hearing Senator Su's invitation, Ren Yang and Hao Jing were naturally happy. The 2 of them turned their gazes to Sam Su, their eyes filled with shock and gratitude. Sam Su smiled at them. Hao Jing was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you. We are so grateful. Senator Su interrupted. Everyone is a complete team with you guys around. Although Ren Yang was also excited, he was still a little worried. I just don't know if we'll be able to rehearse the program in such a short period of time. Lin Hopu's eyes glared. Then cut the crap and get moving. The rest of the team is excited about the return of Ren Yang and Hao Jing. After Lin Hopu left, they gathered around to express their gratitude to Senator Su. Senator Su laughed. What's the point of being polite? I was stealing your program. I should be grateful that you guys are able to forget about it. This was said for all to hear, and everyone knew it wasn't Sam Su's fault. It's not the director's fault either. In their place, if they came across such a good program, they would not hesitate to choose it. In the rehearsals that followed, Everyone worked hard. Zhao Shuer came out of CCTV and went home. Zhao Lao asked Zhao Shuer, "What do you think of this person, Senator Su? Pretty good, talented and not rigid. A rare talent. What did he say about your grandfather's side of the story? When the 4th of July is over, we'll take him to see Grandpa." Chapter 22, the 4th of July program begins. When Zhao Shuer talked to her grandfather, Duan Masong, the president of the Opera Association, about the advice given by Senator Su, the combination of opera and pop duo. At first, Duan Masong didn't take this seriously and just thought of it as his granddaughter being sick. Even said with slight emotion, "Young people, it's good to have ideas." In fact, of course, Duan Masong knows that the situation of opera's decline today is an indisputable fact. He had pessimistically predicted that the traditional culture of opera might gradually disappear in the near future. Duan Masong didn't take Zhao Shuer's words to heart. Zhao Shuer was talking to Elder Zhao about this when Elder Zhao called Duan Masong, a clear expression of support for Zhao Shuer's idea. This caused Duan Masong to take this issue seriously as well. After observing Senator Su's recent performance, Elder Zhao was deeply impressed that this young man was extraordinary. He recalled his first encounter with Su Xin, when his aura was in full swing, but he hadn't managed to shock Su Xin. In the ensuing exchange, Senator Su's answers were also moderate and could not be singled out as faulty. This also impressed Zhao Lao with Senator Su. Combined with Senator Su's recent series of outstanding performances, Elder Zhao suggested that Duan Masong meet this young man. As a seasoned veteran, Duan Masong was naturally convinced of his in-law's vision. As a result, he also began to take a keen interest in Sam Su and looked forward to meeting the young man. For the next few days, Sam Hui soaked up the training. After bonding, we all got a lot more in tune with each other as well. As he came into contact with them, Su realized that these people had the integrity of a soldier's heart. It's not that it's bad. It's just that in today's entertainment industry, it can't be eaten. So, to this day, their little team is still uninspiring. Being able to participate in a program like the National Day, Senator Su reckons, is entirely a result of their former heritage as literary soldiers. In fact, the crowded WACC entertainment is not having a good time. You don't get far with covers and a few originals of less than stellar quality. And these guys have their pride and are not bothered about going the fresh meat route. This leads to a narrowing of their path. As the person in charge, Xia Chengwen has a guilty conscience. Senator Su thought, let's see if we can help them in the future. These people, as pedantic as they are all worthy of respect. Senator Su looked at himself and laughed softly in his heart. If the original owner, after being discharged from the army, he would probably end up in a similar situation as these people. It seems that in the future, he still needs to go out and look around. Time flew by, and it was finally October 1st. There is still a lot of attention on this grand holiday. Many people tuned in on time in front of the TV. On the web, the on-demand crowd is equally large. People are unaware of the program, but you can never go wrong with the quality of the program for such a grand festival. The show hadn't even started yet, and the pop-ups on the air came first. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what show takes the top spot. I think Little Sammy's As You Wish is just fine, and it definitely shines on a holiday like the 4th of July. One more song from Sam. I'll be a fan of him for the rest of my life. Come on, there's no mistaking it. There's no way that Sam Su would have time to be on the National Day slot after only singing As You Wish. The Southwest Military Region Cultural Troupe has not seen Senator Su lately. Some people went to ask Zhou Holin. Zhou Holin didn't say anything, but only left a sentence you'll know when the time comes, getting everyone tickled. Zhou Holin was recently shocked by what Su Xin had straightened out. This one thing, happening consecutively, was a bit overwhelming for him. Both in their 40s, they were actually startled by the actions of a junior. It made him begin to wonder if he had been overreacting lately. So, when the people inside the ministry asked where Senator Su had gone, he deliberately didn't say anything. He wanted to see how people would react when Su Sam appeared on the National Day stage. Soon the program began. The first program up was a veteran artist, sang a song called Ode to the Motherland. The songs are calm and atmospheric and very well received. Only, inside the young people's aesthetic, the song is just that. The second one on the stage was Liang Haoyu of Shangshi Entertainment. This guy can't be considered a freshman anymore. He's considered the king of song. Liang Haoyu is well known in the circle and has many fans. When he took the stage, the broadcast room was immediately buzzing. Look, it's Liang Haoyu, my boy god. It's been a while since I've seen him release a new song. What a rhyme. The song is still so magnetic. Who is this uncle? He's not as handsome as my brother. Just the sissies in your family don't get to be on a show like this. My brother doesn't care to participate. If he wants to, we'll send him up there in minutes. Some people are very fond of Liang Haoyu. There were also some people who scoffed at this, thinking that Liang Haoyu was an uncle. so how could he possibly compare to his own brother? Anyone with a modicum of common sense would have avoided such a young man. These people are just too strong to fight. Rich, idle, and dead set on biting people. That's why netizens with common sense avoid them. When I really can't stand it, I dislike it, but only superficially, and I don't dare to flaunt it too much. Liang Haoyu's show is over, and overall, it's still getting rave reviews. 4. The next program, everyone is even more eagerly awaiting. Veteran artists one after another. A few of the biggest names in the entertainment industry came along. People have seen it all before. After all, these are the faces of the National Day and Spring Festival every year. Even so, the pieces performed did not disappoint. Song Yu was also watching the show and was excited when he saw Liang Haoyu take the stage. They're both in Centurion Entertainment. They're sort of mentors. Song Yu was certainly envious of Liang Haoyu being able to go on stage. However, at this moment, he chortled with glee. This month's music chart is destined to be Liang Haoyu's. Senator Su, I'll see how you're going to beat the chart this time. Assistant Hao Jian added. I don't think Senator Su has a program too. Song Yu gave him a blank look and snorted coldly. Che, obviously expressing disdain for Hao Jian's claim. Just then, the host took the stage and introduced himself. I'm sure you've all heard those stirring melodies like the ironic Green Flowers in the Army, which speaks of the warmth behind the toughness of soldiers. With high aspirations, a good man is a soldier. It has inspired countless young people to join the military and dedicate their youth to the country and the people, as well as someone to guard the prevailing peace as you wish, which expresses the cherishing and gratitude for a peaceful life. Next to take the stage is the creator of these songs as well as the singer, Senator Su, who will bring us a brand new song called 10,000 Borders. Everyone was confused when they heard the host chime in. Thought I was hallucinating. I didn't sleep well yesterday and I'm having delusions. Little Samson on the 4th of July? Could it be that my fantasy has come true? I'm sure I still can't stay up all night, dreaming in the middle of the day. Chapter 23, The 10,000 Borders. Some of them even shook their heads to clear their heads in a hurry. And then look at the crowd at the Southwest Military Region Civilian Troop. Each one was dumbfounded and also began to suspect that they were hallucinating. Everyone stares at the screen. Then you look at me and I look at you. It was as if they were all confirming the meaning of the host's words. The National Day program, which was organized for viewing by the entire military. Zhou Holin was among them. And he laughed miserably in his heart when he saw everyone's reaction. Zhou Holin lamented in his heart. It seems that I can only be considered a normal person. Sung Woo got up miserably and looked at the screen incredulously. Hao Jian also heard the host's announcement. His current thought was to quickly leave Song Yu's side. Otherwise, next, the scene will become chaotic. Just when everyone was still trying to figure out if this was real or fantasy, Sam Su and his troupe of backup dancers have taken the stage. Information about the song also appeared on the big screen. The Universal Frontier. Sung by Sam Su. Lyrics by Sam Su. Arranged by Sam Su. Dance, flashy entertainment. When Song Yu saw this, he instantly slumped in his chair, his eyes lifeless. He laughed ha, ha, ha. Seeing this, Hao Jian stepped forward and comforted. Brother Yu, even if he goes on, he may not be better than those old artists. Song Yu looked at Hao Jian and directly pounced on him. You crow's mouth. You poisonous milk. Others, too, saw the messages. It was only then that everyone woke up as if in a dream, convinced that they had not just heard a hallucination and that everything was real. The pop-ups took off with it. Holy, how did Sammy do that? Can someone tell me what's going on? Could it be that there's a blackout inside the civilian corps? If it weren't for the strong determination of the soldiers, I'm afraid that at this moment it would have boiled over. They don't know what's going on. Obviously, I had seen Su Sam the other day, and now he actually appeared on the stage of the national celebration. This kind of dry change is really a roller coaster ride. Zhou Holin sat in the back and watched the crowd's reaction with a feeling that everything was under control. That's when someone looked over at him. Zhou Holin, on the other hand, looked calm and collected. That depth carries the air of a superior being. At this point, the lights on the stage dimmed. A spotlight illuminated singer Sam Hui at the center of the stage. He stood there in his hanbok. The clothes are beautifully embroidered to show the traditional culture of China. At this time, the soft lines of the Chinese dress more show his upright posture. His figure stood out in the light. As the music slowed down, backup dancers appeared on both sides of the stage. The song opens with a low, powerful organ sounding as solid and strong as a hero's footsteps. The accompanying dancers moved in perfect harmony with the melody of the song. They are interpreting the vastness of the melody with their dance. They danced with athleticism and grace. Every turn and every jump is full of power and beauty. By this time, Sam Su had already started singing. When he opened his mouth, it was actually a female voice line. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of sunlight. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms. Trace one's lineage to another. I've been able to share the difficulties and the blessings, and I've been able to stand up for myself. My country's boundaries are bounded by benevolence, 1,000 years of undying faith. Now the crowd was confused and had no idea what was going on. Some people even think it's Samsu combining with someone else to sing this song, but after half a day of searching, I couldn't find the girl with the microphone. This left all viewers puzzled. Even Joe Holin was in a daze. He knew beforehand though that Senator Sue would be singing 10,000 Borders at this celebration, but nothing is known about the exact rendition of the song. Now a female voice, coming from the stage, also caught him off guard. The audience was in a state of total confusion, screaming, "Someone explain this to me." At that moment, Senator Sue's voice sounded once again. Right of the heavens only a corner of the sun and the moon are long. Painting the earth is only a part of it. The mountains and the river are fine. Look up and down for 5,000 years, and look up to heaven and earth. Only Yenawang's heart is open, and his body goes to the four directions, caressing the flow of light, brick by brick, year by year, soaking the red wall, sighing at the withering and glory of a flower, a tree, sadness and joy through the vicissitudes of life. Across the 8 wastelands and the 9 states, one color in the heart of the hometown, only Huaxia, the road is in full bloom. The backdrop of the stage changes with the tempo of the song. At times it shows a vast territory, at times a magnificent mountain. The accompanying dancers danced against this backdrop. It seems to lead the audience through time and space, enjoying the magnificent scenery of the motherland. This time, everyone was sure it was Samsu singing. Still, there was a sense of unreality among the audience, because, since the beginning, everyone is still looking for the person who sings the female voice. The audience was so preoccupied that they didn't even have time to post pop-ups. Suddenly, the female voice that had begun reappeared. The red sun rises in the east, and its avenues are full of sunlight. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms. Trace one's lineage to another. I've been able to share the difficulties and the blessings, and I've been able to stand up for myself. My country is a land of love and mercy, 1,000 years of undying faith. This time, everyone saw clearly that it was indeed Samsu who was singing. Besides, except for Samsu, who had a microphone in his hand, the stage was filled with backup dancers. By the end of the song, everyone was still a little incredulous. In the cultural troupe where Sushin is a member, someone asked tentatively, "Which category do you think Sushin's vocal line really belongs to?" There was silence, none of them knowing how to answer the question. The president of the Opera Association, Duan Masong, is also following the program. Samsu's vocals though gave the audience a jolt, but in Duan Masong's eyes, it was even more astonishing. In opera, it is common for a boy to sing the bridge of a female voice, called a male dan. Male dan has a long history. The Han Dynasty, there is a male actor dressed as a female Tuwei appeared male disguised as a woman Liaodong Demon Woman. The Sui Dynasty, male disguised as a woman has become a trend. The Tang Dynasty, the military theater appeared in male disguised as a female actor. Duan Musong pondered in his heart, could it be that this kid really knows about opera? This guess made Tuan Musong's heart beat faster. If he really knows what he's talking about, he might really be able to show opera the way. Thinking of this, Duan Musong was a bit impatient to meet Senator Su. At this point, the host took the stage. Thanks to Senator Su for singing the song 10,000 Borders for us. This free switching of male and female vocals definitely adds infinite charm and depth to the song. Hearing the host say this, everyone realized that the female voice just now was sung by Sam Hui. It's a good thing it's such an authoritative site, otherwise it would surely be met with skepticism from the crowd. Having just been focused on getting laid, this is where everyone focuses on the song itself. Putting aside little Samuel's demonic vocals, the entire song, both the words and the music, can be considered superior. With the fervor of youth, I would like to firmly guard this flourishing China, so that it will prosper and continue to be glorious forever. The shoulders of the sons and daughters of China should be brave enough to bear the tenderness of the clear wind and the bright moon, and even more so the hope and burden of the future of the motherland. Being born in China is the greatest honor of my life, and it is my endless pride and joy to grow up in this ancient and vibrant land. Chapter 24 Theater Association Talk. Since Samsu's 10,000 Borders was so good, the rest of the program could only be described as moderate. It's a bitter pill to swallow for the singers who come on later. One of them, Yu Qiuxing of Ehai Entertainment, was ranked behind Samsu. Although Yu Qiuxing is a bit of a singer, who made him rank behind Sam Hui? As the person in charge of Ehai Entertainment's participation in the celebration this time around, Marin could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Originally, they, had an alternative program in addition to the Yu Qiuxing program, which was ranked first. However, Samsu temporarily cut in. and Marin put the blame on Sam-Soo as well. Good. Very good. Let you fool around for a few days first. Let's see how I'll clean you up next. Marin gritted his teeth. Zhao Shuer was backstage at the moment and saw Sam-Soo come out. She looked Sushin up and down. Not bad. Now I wonder if you've practiced opera? Senator Su smiled sardonically. A little bit. You're really good at it. No wonder. Switching between boys and girls so freely. You could go for a damn role. I'm flattered. I only know a little bit about it. My grandfather was interested in that idea you had about combining theater and pop. Pack up. Go ahead and eat. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Zhao Shuer hadn't heard Susan sing 10,000 Borders. She was also taken aback when the female voice sang out of Sam Huey's mouth. Not a moment later, her grandfather, Duan Masong, called and asked her to make an appointment with Senator Su as soon as possible. Zhao Shuer thought about how her grandfather had scoffed at her proposal earlier, to the later promise to meet, and then the impatience now. It doesn't take long, and the shift down can be a 180-degree turn. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Masong was his grandfather, she would have more or less said a couple of snide remarks at this point. In the evening, Senator Su invited Zhao Shuer for a meal. They said it was Sam-Su's treat, but the two of them only ordered 2 bowls of fried noodles. Thank you for taking care of us these days. Why don't we add some more food? That's enough to eat. It's a big night. It's not easy to digest too much. If you really want to thank me, help me make that idea you mentioned a reality. You're talking about a combination of opera and pop music? Or what? Senator Su pondered slightly. Actually, it's not difficult regarding the fusion of the two ways. You can try to create a composition by considering the melody, rhythm, and singing style. Zhao Shuer was originally a joke, but she didn't realize that Sushin actually said it in a serious manner. This caused Zhao Shuer to get serious as well. I've thought about it before. Just that when it comes to the actual time, I simply don't know where to start. You can add the playing of opera instruments to the arrangement of popular music, or incorporate opera chants and recitations into the lyrics to show the unique flavor of opera. Zhao Shuer thoughtfully, what you mean is it possible to use partial integration to intermingle the two artistic presentations? That's just one aspect, but there is also the possibility of composing appropriate works on the theme of opera and telling the story of opera through the form of popular music. But it takes a dabbling in both theater and pop to create this type of work. Otherwise, how could you possibly create it? Some dabbling is divided into depths. In fact, sometimes the deeper you plow into a field, the easier it is to fall into it. Zhao Shuer sighed. Ugh, what about that? Aren't you trying to make people jump out of the 3 realms and not be in the 5 elements? Oh, it can also be understood as passing through 100 flowers and not touching a single leaf. Zhao Shuer picked up. Being in the red dust does not touch the dust, and the wise eyes look at the flowers overflowing. You've described this one much more aptly. A bowl of fried noodles for dinner. The two froze until the boss proofed. Sam Hui went back to the hotel, washed up and went to bed. Zhao Shuer, on the other hand, tossed and turned, pondering over Sushin's insights throughout the night. Early the next morning, Zhao Shuer arrived at the hotel where Senator Su was staying with a dark circle under her eyes. Senator Su was a bit surprised and asked, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Zhao Shuer yawned. "It's not because of you last night." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Shuer sensed something was wrong. Senator Su coughed lightly. "Cough, let's go eat breakfast first." The two of them had a simple breakfast, and Zhao Shuer drove Su Shin to the Opera Association. In the conference room, Su saw Zhao Shuer's grandfather, the president of the Opera Association, Duan Masong. President Duan Mu. "Hello, I'm Senator Su. Xiao Su is here. Quick, come and sit." Duan Masong greeted Senator Su familiarly. This made the other people on the sidelines have a wrong impression. How come these two men are so familiar with each other? It can't be the old president's granddaughter-in-law. Susan also did not expect actually so many people. Originally thought that Justin Duan Masong simply chat. Did not think that actually into a symposium? There were almost a dozen people in the conference room. There weren't many young ones like Zhao Shuer, they were mostly personnel over 40. In fact, Duan Masong hadn't wanted to make such a big fuss at first, but hearing Susan sing 10,000 Borders yesterday gave him the urge to try reforming. Duan Masong cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, today we are honored to have Senator Su come to our association. I'm sure you all listened to 10,000 Borders yesterday, the chorus part of which is quite opera-like. I'm sure that Senator Su must have unique insights and subtle creativity for the combination of opera and popular music. At this moment, we are gathered here in anticipation of Mr. Su's inspiration, and together we are going to discuss the way of inheritance and development of the art of opera. Below, we will speak freely to see if we can open up a new path for the development of opera." Tuan Musong's opening statement kind of puts into perspective the problems facing theater today. The words are blunt, and it shows that those present are the backbone of the association. Soon the conversation came to a head. Mr. Su, I speak more directly. What President Duanmu said is true. For this reason, we have also tried. The final works are all unorthodox. May I ask, what are the things that need to be paid attention to in terms of the creation of works? Senator Su said. Regarding the combination of opera and popular music, I have some immature ideas, so please correct me when I say them. One of them is collage fusion, which is to integrate elements of opera music into pop music in the form of insertion and collage, forming a special melodic style of opera in song. At this point, Senator Su really wasn't making things up. On Earth, a song like Tao Susan Says is a classic verse from the Peking operas The Woman Rises to Solve inserted into the song. Senator Su continued. The second way is to fuse opera singing with pop music melodies, taking pop music pieces and quoting directly from opera singing and combining them with pop music melodies. This compositional technique, on Earth, was utilized in the singing melodies of Huang Mei opera in Ho Chin's The West Wing and Wu Qiong's Pair of Flowers. The crowd listened attentively, and Senator Su didn't hide anything. Continuing, the third point is that you can draw on the plot and cultural elements of the opera and incorporate them into the lyrics and melody. On that note, what Samsu can think of is that the music video for the song On the Plum Side contains opera costumes and opera figures. Su Sin completely let go at this time, facing so many bigwigs, but also eloquent. The fourth point, you can use a comprehensive creative approach, the opera and pop music for a deeper integration, based on the opera, adding elements and styles of pop music, to create a completely new musical works. At this point, so many of the opera songs on the planet are on this path. For example, a synthesis with a ratio of 30% opera plus 70% pop music. It retains the essence of the opera, but also adds elements of popular music, allowing the opera to be passed on relatively intact. Chapter 25 The Way Forward. At the symposium, Senator Su was able to answer any question that was asked. At this point, it was thanks to Su Shin's research in this area in his previous life. He was, at that time, very much into this form of music making. It is natural to talk about this topic nowadays. A talk that convinced all the bigwigs in the room. There is no shortage of inspiration for the theater guild. Even, some people got up excitedly and shook Sam Huey's hand to express their gratitude. If this scene was in ancient times, high and low would have to kowtow and worship. Duanmu Song was also thoughtful. Only, what he was considering now was how to lure Senator Su to the Opera Association. Everyone was quite agreeable to one of them, and at this point, someone stepped forward and said, Mr. Su, we've recently been working on a scenario play with a background of the resistance period, and I don't know what Mr. Su has to say about it. Upon hearing this, Senator Su muttered in his heart, the war period? Isn't this the same setting as Qiling? I'll be damned. This is the rhythm that made me bring out Qiling. Su Shin had learned about the history of this world, which was basically similar to Earth. The only difference is that the cultural industry aspect is different in recent times. However, in contrast, the technological development of this world is much stronger than on Earth. It's all about what goes around comes around, right? Susan said with a feigned calmness. This is a good idea. Skillfully integrating the opera singer's family and national sentiments into it can not only profoundly show the spiritual core of national righteousness, but also effectively publicize and promote the unique charm of the art of opera. Hearing Senator Su say this, the crowd all turned their gazes to him. Even Zhao Shuer had a surprised look on her face. Do you really think this is feasible? Of course it's feasible. This way, not only can it touch the emotions of the audience, but it can also make more people appreciate the greatness of the opera. What Senator Su said could be said to have struck a chord in everyone's heart. Duan Masong coughed lightly. Cough Xiao Sua. Then let Shuer follow you next and hopefully create a shocking work. Hearing this, Senator Su felt that he had been set up by the old president. But at this point in time, it's not good to say no. He pondered in his heart. Think of it as repaying Zhao Shuer for taking care of him these days. Zhao Shuer certainly knew the key to this. The story just described is only at the idea stage. There is no substance at all, so to speak. Zhao Shuer muttered in her heart. It seems that Grandpa is trying to pull the wool over Samsu's eyes. We all had different thoughts, but the matter was settled. At noon, after eating at the cafeteria of the Opera Association, Su Sen left. Walking out of the Opera Association, Zhao Shuer said to Su Shin, sorry, what's there to apologize for? Senator Su looked like he didn't care. That work creation thing, we just have an idea on our side. There's no substance at all, so that's something you can do or not do. It's okay, I just happen to have a few ideas. Let's explore them more. Maybe this will actually work. Really? Zhao Shuer exclaimed excitedly. Of course it's true, and it's not a waste of your care these days. It'll work. Anyway, whether this works out or not, I'll keep this favor. After these days together, Su's relationship with Zhao Shuer had become quite familiar. In Sam Su's eyes, Zhao Shuer was the kind of child who was truly a great person. She seemed clean and generous in all her words and actions. This temperament is not for everyone. She has that kind of unassuming personality that she can show even in front of those senior elders, though this has something to do with her family background. But what had to be recognized was that Cheryl Zhao herself was indeed very good. In the afternoon, Senator Su and Zhao Shuer went to Elder Zhao's place. What they didn't know was that after the two of them left the Opera Association, Duan Masong went to call Elder Zhao. Old Zhao, this time you must leave Senator Su behind for me. Whether or not this association of mine can go on depends on him. You said you didn't want to see people when you started, and now you're pulling people in. I didn't expect this kid to be so insightful either. I'll have Cher follow him and see if I can create that work. I've heard you say that a few times. What? Are you ready to pin your hopes on a junior this time? I have a hunch that this kid is definitely still harboring something personal. Senator Su and Zhao Shuer came to Elder Zhao. As soon as he entered, Zhao Lao laughed. Not bad, really good. Being told this by Elder Zhao, Senator Su was dumbfounded, completely confused as to whether the old man's comment about it being good was that Su Shen's recent performance was good, or that coming together with Zhao Shuer was good. Senator Su hurriedly put on a serious look. It's all because the leaders cultivated them well. Alright, don't learn anything else. Learn these. Zhao Lao's words changed. Go to the study with me. Senator Su and Elder Zhao came to the study, and Zhao Shuer didn't follow them in. She knew that this was Grandpa having something very important to say to Sam Su. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought someone into the study. Inside the study, Elder Zhao said to Senator Su, very good this time, didn't make me wrong. Senator Su was just about to say some nutrient-less horse when Zhao Lao interrupted. Let's not talk about politeness. Let me ask you, what are your future plans? This question, on the contrary, stumped Senator Su. Still, he answered honestly, prepare to be discharged. Then take some time off and see what happens behind the scenes. These are words that Senator Su has said are the same as not saying them. But Elder Zhao didn't continue to pursue the matter, but went straight to the point. I know the reason for your body. Senator Su muttered in his heart. Sure enough, he doesn't even have any privacy. However, soon after, Sam Su was relieved. With the strength he had shown so far, it was hard not to be concerned. Elder Zhao didn't wait for Senator Su to reply and continued. You have two choices. One is to remain in the army, and then enter the Central Propaganda Department, and the other is to become a peripheral member of the state. These two choices directly confused Sam Su. In Senator Su's perception, the Central Propaganda Department is not a small department. It is an organization that directly belongs to the state. Let's put it this way, the Central Propaganda Department is the functional department that controls ideology, press and publication, and even educational policies. In other words, the supervisory units of the various institutions related to the media, the internet and cultural communication. To put it more bluntly, they are in charge of everything communication related. Senator Su didn't realize that he had made such a big commotion by singing a few songs. Still, it was true that Sam Su didn't want to tie his hands. It's not that when you go to the CAC, you have to be governed by people in addition to governing them. Most of all, he wanted to complete the system quest as soon as possible and then live well. Figuring this out, Senator Su asked tentatively, what does it mean to become an outsider? Zhao Lao stared at Senator Su, then sighed and said, regarding the country's cultural proclamation, it has not been carried out in the planned manner, and even deviated a bit, especially the entertainment circle. It is simply pandemonium. In such a situation, a single-minded suppression is definitely not feasible, and it needs to be guided. And when the top steps in, the flavor of this matter will change, so some external forces are needed to proclaim and guide. Hearing Zhao Lao say this, Senator Su understood and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, this is the rhythm of the Dark Line. Suddenly, Senator Su thought of the entertainment company that had accompanied him on the National Day, Huakai Entertainment. Senator Su thought to himself, a small company like that isn't qualified to compete over the big boys in the entertainment industry, and it would make sense if they, as a Dark Line from above, could attend an occasion like that. Thinking of this, Senator Su asked tentatively, like Huakai Entertainment? When these words came out, Zhao Lao's brows furrowed. Xia Qingguan told you? Chapter 26 arranged clearly. Senator Su clearly felt that Elder Zhao was really angry. He also understood that it was a misunderstanding that the person in charge of Huachoi had revealed the matter to him. Sam Su hurriedly explained. No, I guessed. Zhao Lao stared straight at Senator Su. Senator Su felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Although the gaze lasted only a few seconds, to Su Shen, it was as if he had experienced a long and intense battle. He felt as if his entire body had been thoroughly searched, inside and out, by an invisible force. In fact, Those in the upper echelons like Elder Zhao carried a domineering aura with them. In his previous life, Senator Su had also come into contact with some leaders, but he didn't have the chance to meet someone of Zhao Lao's level. It's a good thing he didn't do anything wrong, or he'd be repenting by now. You're right, Watch Eye is indeed one of our cards. Only, as you can see, they haven't achieved much. Not that they haven't worked hard enough, but they don't have anything to show for it. At this point, Senator Su finally understood that the positioning of Huakai Entertainment. Does Elder Zhao mean that I'm going to Watch Eye? I didn't plan on it before, but now that I've changed my mind, you're going to go to Wachovia. Senator Su had a constipated look on his face and growled in his heart. What a cheap mouth. Saying what he shouldn't have said. This is a direct way of arranging himself to understand. Senator Su hemmed and hawed. Elder Zhao, can I refuse? What do you say? Zhao Lao looked at him with a smirk. A look of being determined to eat you. If Senator Su dared to say a word of no at this point, then he probably wouldn't want to be discharged from the army. Figuring this out, Senator Su stood at attention and gave a military salute. Promise to obey the arrangement. Zhao Lao nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. The children can be taught. Next, Mr. Zhao and Senator Su talked about things on the cultural layout. One of the highlights is the WACS. It was only then that Su Xin realized that Huakai wasn't as simple as he thought. Its existence is not only the demand of the national cultural strategy, but also about the mission of cultural inheritance. The entire afternoon, Senator Su and Elder Zhao were inside the study. Zhao Shuer tried to call Su Xin out 3 times, for no other reason than she desperately wanted to know how to get started on the tune that Sam Su had said about combining opera and pop music. But she also understood that what Grandpa and Senator Su were talking about was definitely much more important than her business. Finally, at dinner time, the study door opened. Senator Su had been completely baptized from the inside out by Elder Zhao this afternoon. However, he also understands how important these old people are to the future of the country. Senator Su lamented in his heart. Every era has its pioneers for the country and the people. Apparently, in Senator Su's eyes, Zhao Lao was that pioneer. Senator Su admired Elder Zhao. Originally, Senator Su had planned to relax and unwind after his discharge, but now it seems kinda imminent. In his previous life, Su Xin was not the type of person who had to rush ahead of everything himself, but with this body, he could feel that rush of blood. Senator Su lamented in his heart. Looks like there's a lot of work ahead. In the evening, Senator Su had a casual dinner at Zhao Lao's house. During that time, there was another chat with Zhao Shuer about the theater aspect. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when he came out of Zhao Lao's house. Back at the hotel, he turned on his computer and began to organize the songs and stories about Bear Velvet. After Senator Su left, Elder Zhao sat on a rocking chair in the courtyard and looked up at the starry sky. Zhao Shuer moved a stool and sat next to her. Grandpa, what did you guys talk about this afternoon? Zhao Lao looked like he was talking to himself and to Zhao Shuer, young and fearful. With him around, the civic entertainment won't be biased. Zhao Shuer didn't know why. How could it be that after talking for an afternoon, her grandfather seemed like a different person? During the afternoon's conversation, Senator Su could be said to have emptied his pockets. He told Elder Zhao more or less about the measures he knew about cultural construction in his previous life. From cultural heritage down to market behavior, either metaphorically or guidedly. It was important to realize that some of Zhao Lao's immature ideas had actually found a new way out under Senator Su's brainstorming. Zhao Lao was thoroughly impressed with Senator Su. This knowledge of Senator Su was entirely due to his previous life's research on policy. In fact, some people think that it is enough for artists to do a good job in arts and culture, but Senator Su doesn't think so. He has a habit of keeping an eye on the country's policy orientation. This was also the reason why in his last life, at a young age, he had reached heights that others could not reach for decades or even a lifetime. The next day, Sam Hui nestled in the hotel and didn't go anywhere. Regarding the song Red Velvet, Senator Su can get the system to customize it, but the story in question will have to be handled by Sam Su himself. Moreover, Sam Su didn't want to be haphazard. He wanted to make Chilling a scene-stealing play. This allows the audience to visualize the history and the play more intuitively. In fact, regarding the main character Pei Yinji in Chilling, whether he really existed or not, Su Sen does not know, but he was making art, not recording history. As long as the story doesn't stray too far from the main lines of history, it's acceptable. The story of Barely Velvet is not a complicated one. It is mainly about the 26th year of the Republic of China, when the mountains and rivers are shattered and the country has fallen. A famous Peking opera singer named Pei Yinji. In the face of Japanese coercion and threats, there was no option to give in. Instead, they took the opportunity of singing to ignite a roaring fire in the theater. The story of dying with the Japanese. It took 2 days for Sam Su to perfect the information. The next day, Senator Su and Zhao Shuer arranged to meet at the cafe downstairs of the hotel. Zhao Shuer is still organizing relevant information about the play these days, although she grew up with excellent grades, but it still seems stretched when faced with this kind of creation. When she arrived at the cafe, Sam Su was already waiting for her. Zhao Shuer subconsciously looked at her watch and realized that she wasn't late. Sam Su smiled and said, "I just had a good breakfast, so I came to take my place first." Zhao Shuer was non-committal and smiled. "Regarding that drama, we can ignore the content of the drama for now. We can start with the songs." Obviously, Zhao Shuer really had no confidence in this. The reason she said that was purely because she wanted Sam Hui to do what he was good at. Senator Su smiled. "I've got some ideas, and I've been organizing them for the past 2 days, so why don't you take a look at them first?" Zhao Shuer took over Sam Hui's computer and maneuvered the mouse. When she saw red velvet, Zhao Shuer even glanced at Su Shen. Senator Su didn't make a sound, signaling her to continue looking down. This look directly caused Zhao Shuer to freeze. Zhao Shuer had originally thought that Senator Su was just a bit of an idea, but what she didn't expect was for Senator Su to write a scene play. Every scene is clearly written. From the story design, to the characters' dialogue, and the narration, it's all explained clearly. In other words, this scene play, she couldn't pick any faults out of it. Chapter 27, Everyone's Little Thoughts. Zhao Shuer looked at Senator Su incredulously. She wouldn't even know what to say at this point. It took the theater association so long to get things done. Sam Su actually finished it in 2 or 3 days. The point is, impeccably perfect. This gave Zhao Shuer the feeling that she was an idiot. She didn't say anything, not caring about the coffee that had just been served. She directly dragged the Su Sen to the Opera Association. It's the same conference room where the theater association is meeting. Zhao Shuer pushed the door directly into the room, with Senator Su behind her. Duan Wusong was just about to say something when Zhao Shuer directly placed the printed information on the table. Although there was some dissatisfaction with Zhao Shuer's sudden intrusion, however, none of them said anything, and instead read the information Zhao Shuer had sent them. This look silenced the entire conference room. Zhao Shuer and Su Shen waited so quietly. Only after a long time did Duan Wusong exhale. This is what you guys came up with?" The crowd also looked at them in unison. Zhao Shuer said word for word, "It has nothing to do with me. It's all created by Su Shen." A sentence that directly caused those present to suck in a breath of cold air. For a while, everyone was surprisingly a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. You know, the play that Senator Su offered them was literally their dream play. Looking back, everyone felt as useless as Zhao Shuer did when she finished reading the information. You know, the Opera Association lifted the whole association's efforts, but did not even straighten out the thing, so Su Sen easily handled. Ask anyone who looks at it and doesn't question themselves. Duan Wusong looked at the crowd's reaction and knew that everyone was caught up in self-doubt. He coughed lightly. Ahem, the plays are all done. So let's talk about the next arrangements. Everyone then slowed down. This is no time for self-doubt. How to bring the play and the songs to the stage is the top priority. Zhao Shuer suggested. This drama, I'm afraid it's not good for us to start. It's better to find a professional. The crowd began to mingle. They really didn't want to give up such a great opportunity to someone else. They know the value of this scene-stealing drama all too well. A perfect replica would definitely create quite a stir. However, they do understand that it's okay to let them sing, but it's not really up to them to make a perfect replica of a scene from this show. The good thing, though, is that the scene play can be handed off to someone else. One of the songs can be given to one of your own. It's kind of a specialty. Of course, Duan Wusong understood the small minds of the crowd. In fact, that's what he's planning to do. I'll get in touch with the drama club in a few minutes and ask them to come and help out. There was no comment on Duan Wusong's proposal. That's the best solution for now. Next, the group began to discuss who would end up singing the song Chihuahua. It was still Zhao Shuer who took the lead. For this song, let Senator Su sing it. As soon as Zhao Shuer's words fell, a young man couldn't wait to step forward and retort. No, this is an internal matter of the association. How can it be handed over to an outsider? The person who spoke was about the same age as Su Shen, and his name was Lin Feng. Lin Feng was Zhao Shuer's suitor. Seeing Zhao Shuer and Su Shen getting close these days, she had long since grown tired of seeing it. Suffering from the lack of opportunity to perform, otherwise it would have driven Su Shen out of the Opera Association. For Zhao Shuer's proposal, the people from the Opera Association were also 100 times more reluctant. It's only logical that such a great opera song should be done by someone from the Opera Society to sing it. It's just that we all want to save face and it's not good to object in public. Seeing Lin Feng step forward, everyone also expressed their approval. But Zhao Shuer's next words directly shut the crowd up. The song was written by Senator Su, and he hasn't said anything about giving it to the Opera Association. Senator Su wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhao Shuer. The crowd then realized, yeah, the song was written by someone else, Sam Hui, and it's his freedom to give it to whoever he wants to sing it. If the two sides got upset over this and drove Senator Su to the brink, he would simply walk away. Of course Lin Feng understood the reasoning behind it, but he just couldn't stand to see Zhao Shuer protecting Su Shen. Although the song was written by Senator Su, the proposal was made by our opera association, so the arrangement of the song should be decided by our association. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Zhao Shuer was all pissed off and laughed. Head joke. Really thinking that just because you've come up with an idea, you want to hijack other people's achievements? What's the difference between that and being a robber? Seeing that Zhao Shuer was angry, Lin Feng busily explained. Shuer, I'm not targeting you. I'm doing it for the good of the association. Zhao Shuer retorted. A good one for the good of the association, but the basic bottom line of being a human being still needs to be there. You can't say that if you bring up the idea of having a child, all the children in the whole world will have to take your surname. Lin Feng held his face red. He didn't dare to call out to Zhao Shuer, but still, he said with a big smile, it's different. The song has an operatic part. How can an amateur sing it well? Lin Feng directly changed the topic to Su Shen. This, too, was a concern for all present. Lin Feng is right. Samsu only used female voice when she sang 10,000 Borders, but it wasn't a theater accent. The crowd turned their attention to Senator Su. Zhao Shuer argued, the opera part is just one paragraph. I can teach if he doesn't know how. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Lin Feng directly taunted, just him, don't think that just because you've sung 2 songs, you think you're omnipotent. Opera isn't something that any cat or dog can learn. Originally, Senator Su didn't want to pay any attention to it. The song Qiliang, he intended for Zhao Shuer, sort of the way Zhao Shuer had taken care of him these days in Kyoto, but Lin Feng looked like a pinhead, and he suddenly changed his mind. Samsu spoke up. I'll try it first. All arguments are futile. Only true strength can convince. Zhao Shuer didn't understand what Senator Su wanted, because she knew that Samsu hadn't really studied opera. She was about to open her mouth to stop it, but she was stopped by Su Shen smiling. Lin Feng on the side saw the two of them and hated them so much that he clenched his teeth. Wait for it. Don't make a fool of yourself and take the song away if you make a fool of yourself in a while. This sentence sort of put Senator Su on the spot. The meaning is obvious. If you, Su-sun, can't sing well, you can't flip out and take the song back. If that's the case, it's too petty. Samsu ignored him, instead picking up the microphone and cranking up the backing track. In the beginning, Samsu's pop song singing was still within the range of acceptance, but when it came to the operatic parts labeled on the lyrics, everyone's ears perked up. All of us here are experts in this field. It's easy to tell if the singing is good or bad. Zhao Shuer was even more nervous. He was afraid that Senator Su would perform poorly and be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Chapter 28, All Power. Next, Su Sen's theater accent came out, directly dazzling those present, especially when it comes to the part of kunku recitation. Sam Hui is not ambiguous. This left the crowd at the Opera Association completely dumbfounded. Everyone had a constipated look on their face, like they were saying, holy, can we still have fun? The president, Duan Masong, had even more ideas at this point. Senator Su, why don't you come to the Opera Association and become its president? Zhao Shuer was also startled by Su Shen's rendition. She thought back to when she had asked Su Shen if he knew anything about opera. Samsu replied only a little. If she hadn't been so well-groomed, she would have blurted out, is that what you mean by knowing a little? After the song was finished, Zhao Shuer was the first to speak. Some people don't judge others by their own caliber. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that these words were addressed to Lin Feng, as well as to those who had small minds. Lin Feng's face flushed red for a moment and turned white, with an expression that was worse than eating rat. Duan Masong spoke up. Let Xiao Su sing. The crowd, at this point, chimed in. Yeah, Xiao Su couldn't have sung this song better. After the crowd left, Senator Su said to Zhao Shuer, actually, you can sing this song too. Zhao Shuer lamented to herself. What else would you say you don't know how to do? Senator Su smiled sarcastically. Zhao Shuer added, it's your song. Being able to have the Opera Association titled is already an advantage for us. How can we ask for more? As for the others, you don't have to pay attention to them. They can't make any waves. Senator Su smiled and didn't say anything else. The song Qiliang, Samsu was originally intended for the Opera Association. However, with his understanding of Zhao Shuer, above the big right and wrong things, she could carry a clear picture. This also made Senator Su feel that Zhao Shuer was different. By the time the drama club arrived, the singers of Chihuahua had already been finalized. What follows is an exploration of the repertoire. The drama club has gone downhill over the years, as has the theater guild. They are also looking for a breakthrough, but always to no avail. When Duan Masong sent the repertoire of Chiling to Jiang Wenqing, the head of the drama club, Jiang Wenqing's heart raced when he saw it. Not to mention, the subject matter and form had taken her breath away. In terms of personnel selection, Senator Su gave the opinion to cast Zhao Shuer as Pei Yinji. The Opera Association's side of this, of course, threw up its hands in favor of it. The drama club side is fine with it. After all, the script was provided by someone else, so what else can be said? Zhao Shuer didn't reject it anymore and accepted it. However, in Zhao Shuer's heart, it seemed that she owed Su Xin another favor. Jiang Wenqing acted in disbelief when he learned that Senator Su was the creator of the play, sidestepping the test of Sam Su. Of course, Senator Su knew what these old guys were thinking. However, he wasn't vain, after all. His knowledge base wasn't a one-starred one. During the process of script reading and rehearsal, Senator Su offered his opinions at the right time, and it hits the nail on the head. This convinced the drama club. Even Jiang Wenqing could not help but be impressed, even letting out the sentiment, "We're all old. This is the age of the young. Great to step aside and give way." Cheryl Zhao has never acted in a play though, but the good thing is that it's smart and clever and quite receptive. And under the guidance of Senator Su, Zhao Shuer was soon on her way. Jiang Wenqing even joked with Duan Masong, "Old man Duan Mu, why don't you let your granddaughter come to our drama club?" Duan Masong scoffed at this, with an expression that said, "You're imagining things." In the following days, Senator Su did not return to the army. Instead, I'm at the theater guild, following along with everyone else in rehearsal. The time is fast approaching, and it's November. In October's music charts, Samsu took the top spot for the month straight away with the surprise of 10,000 boarders. The Opera Guild side of the story has set the release of Chihuahua for November 15th. In order to make this production a hit, the Opera Association and the Drama Club have continued to meticulously polish and adjust, striving for perfection in every detail. In terms of publicity, no effort has been spared and all-out efforts have been made to expand its influence. The official Twitter account of the Theater Association, too, was a big deal. Feel the traditional flavor and appreciate the charm of the national essence. Listen to the sounds of the classics and experience a different kind of literary journey. Let the echoes of history mingle with modernity, and feel the profound heritage of Chinese culture. It's not just a feast for the eyes and ears, it's a touch of the heart and emotions. You are cordially invited to join us to experience the unique charm of the art of opera and begin an unforgettable journey of traditional culture. Duan Masong even issued a bold statement in the circle. What is there to be afraid of in 1,000 difficulties and dangers? And a strong ambition to overcome the clouds and cover the sky. For a while, it made people in the circle come running to offer their condolences. They know that the decline of opera has been a problem for the old man. Nowadays, he sent out such sentiments, fearing that the old man would have something to think about. The drama club side is no less impressive. They have high hopes for the scene-stealing drama, Red Velvet. The publicity has been equally bombastic. Here you will be not just an audience member, but a participant, breathing with the actors on stage and feeling the emotional impact that comes from the heart. What we present to you is not just a show, but a deep exploration of history and art. Such fanfare naturally attracted a lot of attention. People don't know what the Opera Society and Drama Club are up to, but the more you do that, the more you can pique one's curiosity. So, people went online to make appointments. But when I saw the page with no tickets, I froze straight away. When did opera and drama become so hot? Have we turned back time? Why are we all starting to pay attention to these stale things? Regarding the details of the show, it was not exposed at all. Let's see. 80% of it is just a gimmick. However, the more this happens, the more people want to find out. For a while, it became a hot topic about the November 15 show. Even some rich people, to show that they are different, start overpaying for tickets online. Those who had idly grabbed tickets earlier sold them outright for 5 times the price. Successful profits have instantly created quite a stir online. As a result, more and more people began to speculate on tickets. This has left some scalpers completely confused. They've speculated on train tickets. They've speculated on concert tickets, but never fired a theater ticket. The lesser involvement of scalpers has resulted in the circulation of tickets being severely hampered. In this way, fares went way up. By the time November 13 rolled around, tickets had been hyped up to 50 times their original price. In fact, people didn't think much of the show, just out of curiosity and to make a killing by backdating. But it has to be said that the Theater Guild and the Drama Club put on a joint production that caught fire. Chapter 29, The Acting of the Drama. When Sam Hui won the title in October, Song Yu had a hard time for a long time. So, for the November hit list, Song Wu used all his connections to get a song written for him by a song daddy. When he got the song, Song Yu was full of confidence. I'll see what you can compete with me this time. Assistant Hao Jian was just about to chime in when Song Yu stopped him. Shut the hell up. Hao Jian could only smile sardonically. Song Yu lived up to his name with the added support of Papa Chu. It shot to the top of the charts at the start of November. Until now, he's been sitting pretty. However, when he saw the Opera Association, which had been making a lot of noise lately, he was a bit confused. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. How dare the light of a glowing fire compete with the white moon? At this time, Hao Jian interjected. I don't think Senator Su went to the Opera Association. After saying that, Hao Jian hurriedly closed his mouth. However, this time, Song Yu just blankly glanced at him with a look of laziness. He knows that no matter how capable he is, Su Xin is not the one who can touch the opera. At this moment, Song Yu became emboldened, just waiting for the end of the month to dominate the charts and then have a good flutter. The time quickly came to the day of November 15th. Everyone arrived at the Grand Theater early. Most people come with curiosity, but there are some sad faces. These people, they're the ones who speculate on tickets. At the end of the day the tickets didn't sell and smashed themselves, so they had to come and watch it themselves. Due to the sheer commotion of this show, even the TV guys came over. Some video platforms such as Penguin and Kiwi are also here. Even, these platforms have turned on live streaming online. Those who didn't get tickets were, of course, the first to be in front of their computers and TVs, waiting for the program to begin. The pop-ups took off before the show even started. What's the point of this show? I feel like I must be sick. Not for anything else. The tickets were hyped up so high the other day that I had to see at least a couple of them before I left. I'm playing it for my grandfather. I was forced to watch it. The program went as planned, with not much interest except from some old theater fans. After all, theater is something that has limited acceptance by young people. Song Yu and his assistant Hao Jian also came to the scene. He also wanted to see what the play was going to be about. The program started soon after. It begins with Act 1, outside the theater. The night grew thicker, and the sound of artillery and gunfire continued. The red light of the battle fires loomed large, contrasting with the deep night sky, as if announcing a time of turmoil. At this point, the narrator sounded. The 26th year of the Republic. It was a time of war. The country is divided and the survival of the nation hangs in the balance. The whole of China, north and south, is shrouded in a cloud of sadness. The people are displaced, living and dying, and mourning. With the big screen and projections, and the props, the scene on stage was very realistic. It had only begun when someone unconsciously exclaimed, "Big deal, the outside world is under fire and the people are displaced." At this point, the camera pans to the city of Anyuan County, which has not yet been affected by the war. Contrast that with the chaos of the outside world. The streets of the county are silent, with only one theater lit up, like a bright pearl in the night sky. It holds fast to an exclusive peace and bustle. The sound of gongs and drums came from the theater. The babbling and singing echoed in the night sky along with the mellifluous kunai. At that moment, the Peach Blossom fan, which was being staged, came out of the theater. Talent is like the pen of a galloping horse, and the person is as elegant as a flower. Dream companions in the heart of the couple flew to the eye, if the obsessed and drunken daughter of the family. The music is quaint and elegant and full of flavor. It was as if a fresh spring was flowing through the desert of war. The doors of the theater were closed, and the lanterns in front of the door swayed gently in the wind, dappled with light. At this point, the voice of the narrator sounded. The tone reveals a hint of bleakness and helplessness. In these turbulent times, the hearts of men long for a touch of solace, and this theater, then, became a temporary haven for them. Here they can temporarily forget the flames of war and immerse themselves in that one story, either happy or sad, and feel that rare peace and beauty. As the narrator falls away, the scene is left in the audience's mind. The audience had never seen this form of performance before. It was like watching a movie. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. Song Yu was relieved when he didn't see Su Shin's shadow. He then laughed at his own nerves and how there could be a Su Sam in this. Soon, the program continued. Act 2, inside the theater. The lights reflect the scene inside the theater. The audience was small, but each one gazed intently at the stage. Zhao Shuer plays Pei Yanji in a gorgeous costume. The character Li Shangjuan is singing Peach Blossom Fan with deep emotion. The original beautiful purples and reds bloom all over. Like this are paid with broken wells and decaying walls. A good time and a beautiful day. And whose yard is it to enjoy it? At this point, the narrator came on. Pei Yanji, the headliner of the Anyuan Theater, has long earned a reputation as a corner boy with his unique voice and superb acting skills. Tonight, he once again played the daring Li Shangjuan, as if to put his own emotions into the role as well. Song Yu, who was on the stage, recognized Zhao Shuer at first glance. Both had grown up in the compound and were naturally well acquainted. Immediately following, Act 3, backstage. The backstage lights were dim and soft. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps broke the quiet backstage. Japanese soldiers burst into the theater, their military boots stamping heavily on the floor with a dull thud. Their faces were fierce and arrogant as their eyes scanned around backstage. Pei Yinji was removing his makeup, and when he heard the commotion, he slowly turned around to face these uninvited guests. The Japanese officer walked threateningly up to Pei Yinji and said in raw Chinese, "Pei Yinji, you are very famous. Our Japanese army would like to see your play. You must put on a play for us, or else this whole theater, and even the county, will be reduced to ashes." Pei Yinji's face revealed a sense of helplessness and contempt. He knew that he couldn't refuse the request. Pei Yinji replied, "Okay, I'll perform. However, you must promise not to harm anyone in the theater or the county after the performance." The Japanese officer nodded in satisfaction and turned away, leaving a few soldiers to guard the backstage. Pei Yinji sat back down in front of the vanity table and began to put on her own makeup. The other actors and staff backstage silently watched Pei Yinji. They knew that the show would be different. As Pei Yinji finished his makeup, he stood up and walked towards the stage. Chapter 30, Shiliang. If anything, the first two acts are for theater people. The performance of this scene, then, is on the discursive side. The audience had never seen such intermingled forms of performance before, so it's surprisingly hard to know what to comment on for a while. Act 4, in front of the theater. The lights inside the theater are a stark contrast to the darkness outside. The Japanese soldiers sat on the stage and they talked and laughed as they drank or ate meat. It's as if this place has become their playground. Pei Yinji stood quietly in front of the stage in his gorgeous costume. His eyes swept across the stage, seeing the unscrupulous invaders, and his heart was filled with anger and grief. The narrator blared. Who can be spared from the shattering of family and country, and the drifting of mountains and rivers? In these warring times, every man is fighting the relentless battle in his own way. The gongs and drums were struck, and the sound was deafening, as if they were going to break through this dark night sky. As the gongs and drums fell, Pei Yinji opened his mouth and sang, "I was born as strong as gold, and I will not surrender even if I am raped." It is most lamentable that the treacherous and sycophantic people are in charge of the dynasty, and they have dragged the people down to suffer the scourge. The Japanese soldiers on the stage talked and laughed and pushed their glasses. At this point, the audience was completely captivated. It was like everyone was watching a movie, desperate to know what happened next. Act 5, a play within a play. The lights on the stage grew brighter and brighter, contrasting with the darkness around them. Pei Yinji sang deeply on the stage, his voice high and impassioned, full of grief and power. His singing became more and more sorrowful, as if he wanted to pour out all the emotions in his heart. The Japanese soldiers on the stage were still clamoring and laughing. Pei Yinji suddenly shouted, "Light the fire!" As his words fell, a blazing fire suddenly burst into flames around the theater. The fire spread quickly and the entire theater was surrounded by a sea of flames. The blazing fire illuminated the dark night. It also reflected the frightened faces of the Japanese soldiers. The Japanese soldiers tried to escape, but found the exits blocked. They ran around, but to no avail. The fire was growing and the temperature inside the theater was increasing. The fire spread quickly and the entire theater was surrounded by a sea of flames. As for Pei Yinji on the stage, he was still singing calmly, as if he was isolated from the outside world. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear or panic on his face, only firmness and determination. The theater began to collapse, chunks of wood and rubble flying everywhere, but Pei Yinji's song still echoed in the air, penetrating the sea of fire and smoke and reaching everyone's ears. Together in life and death, together in suffering and dependence on each other. You treat Shangjuan as if she were your own flesh and blood. I've been tortured and hated all my life, and I will die to fill the sea of hate. His performance was at its peak, bringing the emotions of the play to a climax. Just then, the tune of Chihuahua came on. Drums and gongs were struck and flutes were played. Instruments such as the pipa and arrow were gradually added. A rich musical layering is created. The audience didn't know what was going on, but they knew that the tune was more popular. Song Yu was having trouble breathing at this point. He had a bad feeling. At this point, Hao Jian said, "It can't be Senator Su on the stage." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sam Su's voice came out. The first part of the play, the water sleeves rise and fall. It's not about me. Let the gongs and drums sound and then shut, idiom, fig. Understand the unspoken implications. Who's to say what's going on outside the theater? I'm accustomed to putting my joys and sorrows into ink. What's the point of singing the same old words? I'm the one with the bones and the ashes. The floating ping of the troubled world endures to see the beacon burning mountains and rivers. Even if no one knows me, I'll never forget my country. The audience was confused. Singing pop songs at this time of the year gives them a sense of incestuousness, but upon closer listening, the lyrics actually go well with the current scene. Just then, Senator Su changed his voice and sang in an operatic accent. People walk by off stage and don't see the old colors. The man on the stage sings a heartbreaking parting song. It's hard to put ink on the word love, but she has to sing it with blood. The curtain rises, the curtain falls. Who's the guest? This time, both the audience on the scene, or the viewers in front of the screen, who were so shocked that they got right up. They don't know what's going on, but combined with the scene play just now, everyone had a feeling that their blood was rising. At that moment, the recitation of Kunku plays. Repentance of strong love is serious. Turning back is all a mirage. Who's on the other side? Then, Samsu's song continued. The first part of the play, the water sleeves rise and fall. It's not about me. Let the gongs and drums sound and then shut, idiom, fig, to irritate SB. Who's to say what's going on outside the theater? I'm used to hiding my joys and sorrows in ink. What's the point of singing the same old words? I'm the one with the bones and the ashes. The floating ping of the troubled world endures to see the beacon burning mountains and rivers. Even if no one knows me, I'll never forget my country. This time everyone listened carefully, especially when it came to I dare not forget my country in a low position. Everyone read it. Who says theater is heartless? They love their country and care about their people. They use their actions to illustrate that they have not dared to forget their country in a lowly position. It's great love. Again, we come to the theater section. People walk by off stage and don't see the old colors. The man on the stage sings a heartbreaking parting song. It's hard to put ink on the words of love. She has to sing with blood. When the curtain rises, the curtain falls. You're always a guest. While you're singing, I'm on stage, idiom, fig. Wherever you are, there's a different approach. Don't laugh at the play of the moon and the wind. Don't laugh at the absurdity of the people. I've asked about the green and yellow, and I've sung about the rise and fall. The road is merciless, and the road is merciful. The way is merciless, the way is merciful, and it's hard to think. This time everyone listened carefully. The more serious I got, the more my scalp felt numb. Started listening to Peach Blossom Fan without ever feeling it. Indeed, people know that Peach Blossom Fan is an opera, so it's easy to accept. But they didn't know that pop music could be interspersed with opera, so the audience was instantly wowed. As the song finishes, the final act begins. Act 6, Epilogue. There was silence outside the theater, with only the firelight reflecting in the sky. It dyed the entire city of Anyuan County a reddish color. At this point, the narrator came on. The building collapsed, but the play has not yet ended. A lowly position has not dared to forget the country. All say that the playwright is heartless. How do I know that the playwright also has a heart? Tonight, with his life, Pei Yen sang his last great song, and brought a ray of hope and courage to this suffering earth. This concludes the entire play. It was only at this point that all of them finally saw what the whole show was really about. Some had already begun to wipe tears from their eyes uncontrollably, unable to contain the emotional turmoil inside. Their emotions at the moment were so intricate that it was difficult to describe them in words. Some people are deeply touched by the tragedy of the story. There are also those who are overwhelmed and satisfied by the fact that they get to hear the song Chihuahua. At this point, Songwoo gazed at the stage woodenly. Hao Jian came up to Songyu and shouted, Brother Yu, Brother Yu. It was then that Songyu came back to his senses. But when he saw Hao Jian's face, Songyu immediately became hideous, directly choking Hao Jian's neck with both hands. As he pinched, he shouted, You oof, you poison tit. Viewers were also confused, thinking it was an egg at the end of the show. Luckily, the staff arrived in time to pull the two apart. It's not certain what happens otherwise. Chapter 31, A Wide Sea and a Wide Sky. The people who had been there before because they hadn't sold their tickets out would have looked sullen. At this moment, a sense of having picked up a great bargain was born. The internet was completely buzzing after the show. If I had known opera could be like this, how could I not enjoy listening to it? A lowly position. The whole show and that song wowed me. Whoa, I can't believe I sold my ticket. I'll be damned. I should have been there. Ha ha ha. The scene is even more shocking. It's totally a blockbuster. In the first instance, Samsu uploaded the song to the music platform. It was only then that everyone realized that the song was called Chiling. What surprised them even more was that the lyrics and vocals were by Samsu. It gave everyone a sense of unreality. But next, the Theater Guild and Drama Club announced the cast list as well as the provenance of the piece. When everyone saw Sushin's name, they directly froze. This, am I blind? Holy, little Samson is so strong. He can even pull this off. Sam's fans +1 because I cracked up. Next, Red Velvet shot to the top of the charts in an unbelievable fashion. When Red Velvet was a big hit, so was Songwoo. Some people posted the video of Songyu choking Hao Jian. Someone recognized that it was Songyu at a glance. So, someone started to dig deeper into Songwoo's past. It's not raking in the news. Ha ha, did you guys know that Songyu has been releasing songs since August? And every time he tops the charts he gets rubbed on the ground by Sam-soo. A proper millennial rhythm. Pta ha ha, a moment of silence for Songwoo. Sushin's system voice rang out after he released Red Velvet. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reaching 5 million fans, releasing 5 songs, rewards are being distributed. Mission reward, host life expectancy plus 1 year. At this moment, it was Senator Soo who was the most excited. In fact, Sam-soo's followers reached 5 million long ago and now has 7 million followers. There just hasn't been a 5th song released, hence the delay in getting the reward. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Task released. Ask the host to release 10 songs and make the number of fans exceed 10 million. Hearing the task released by the system, Sushin smiled. After receiving his reward, Senator Soo stayed in Kyoto for a few more days. During that time, Zhao Shuer took him to the Great Wall, the Forbidden City, and other attractions. Sushin looked at the great mountains and rivers of the motherland, and for a moment, it was surprisingly a bit unreal. In his previous life, he had been to these places. Now he is visiting the same place in another capacity, in another world. It felt, rather, like revisiting a hometown. On the Great Wall, Zhao Shuer said to Sushin, "How long will it take to go back this time?" "Should be back soon, after the paperwork. Then I'll throw you a reception when you get back. I'm based in Kyoto from now on, so keep an eye on the house for me when you're free." "Are you going to buy or rent?" "Buy it." Senator Soo had some money in his hand now. Most of the proceeds from the songs went to him. At Blue Star, copyright awareness is all the stricter. While each song has 3 free tries, if you want to keep listening, you have to pay for the download. However, song downloads are not expensive, ranging from $1 to $3. Sam-soo's songs are priced at basically $1. For what it's worth, the 5 songs released by Sam-soo have already earned him tens of millions of dollars. It can't be helped. Who makes the songs so hot every time they are released? It was looking at the money in his pocket that gave him the urge to buy a house. On November 25th, Senator Soo returned to the army. Just going back to do the paperwork though. When the formalities are over, he'll pretty much be based in Kyoto. When he returned to the army, his comrades came together. Sam-soo distributed the specialties he bought in Kyoto to everyone. Still, people ask questions about his behavior these days. "Senator Soo, you don't know. We're all amazed by you. How many goodies do you think you've been hiding all these years? Is this still the Sam-soo we know?" After chatting with his comrades for a while, Senator Soo went to find Jo Holin. This time Jo Holin didn't hold back. After all, there's been a notice from above. He knew more or less what Senator Soo was going to arrange next. "Xiao Sua, come back more often to see if you have nothing to do in the future. This will always be your second home. Uncle Zhou, I'll be back often, and you should take care of your health." Sam Hui went back to the hospital. The results of the inspection were as expected from Sam-soo. All indicators have improved. After taking care of these things, Senator Soo wanted to leave, but his comrades had to throw him a farewell party. The banquet is scheduled for December 1st. Soon the time came. Everyone inside the department is here. We all had a drink and talked about the years. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. At this point, someone suggested, "Senator Soo, you're leaving tomorrow. Why don't you sing us a song?" This proposal was instantly approved by all. Senator Soo had also had some wine and was now in a state of slight intoxication. Ever decisive and unambiguous, he took the guitar directly from his comrade. The crowd had expected Senator Soo to sing Green Flowers in the Army. After all, the song holds the memory of his first singing here. It was also the starting point for his original music. As the saying goes, there is a beginning and an end. And it seems that in the minds of the crowd, the only way to draw a perfect conclusion is to have Green Flowers in the Army as the final chapter. Sam-soo plucked the strings. That's when everyone realized that it wasn't Green Flowers in the Army as expected. It didn't seem to be the same tune that Sam Hui had sung before either. The crowd immediately perked up, a thought calling out in their minds. It can't be a new song. Just as everyone waited with excitement, Sam-soo sang as he played his guitar. "Today I watched the snow drift by on a cold night, drifting far away with a cooled heart. Catching up in the wind and rain, can't tell what's going on in the fog. The sky and the sea are wide. You and I, variable. How many times have I faced the cold stares and jeers? I've never given up on my dream. It's a momentary lapse, a feeling of loss. I don't realize it's fading. Love in the heart." Everyone was subdued. They kind of couldn't believe their ears. It's not only a new song, it's a Cantonese song. That would be rare. Cantonese songs are a niche in Blue Star. But what people didn't expect was that Senator Soo not only could sing, but also sang so well. After the main part of the song is sung, it's time for the chorus. "Forgive me for my life of uninhibited indulgence and freedom. I'm afraid that one day I'll fall. Anyone can turn their back on their ideals. I'm not afraid of the day when it's just you and me. After the whole song, everyone sat on the spot and forgot to even applaud. It was the waiter who was the first to applaud, and it was only then that everyone responded. Applause rang throughout the restaurant. At this time, someone came over. Senator Sue, Brother Sue, Master Sue, write out the lyrics in a moment. I must be the first to learn them. Go to the side. But I'm sharing a bunk bed with Sam Sue. I'll go first. Me first. Me first. Those who were originally a bit drunk were sober at the moment. Scrambling, he egged on Sam Sue, saying he'd do it again. Chapter 32, Going to Huakai Entertainment. The next day Senator Sue returned to Kyoto. Just after getting off the plane, Zhao Shuer called. Back yet? Just got off the plane. I'll pick you up. Zhao Shuer drove Su Sen to Zhao Lao's quadrangle. Unsure, Senator Sue asked. What does Elder Zhao want with me? Sort of. You said you wanted me to find you an apartment. It's happening. Soon. The two arrived at Zhao Lao's house. You boys are back. Come on, come sit down. After sitting down, Zhao Lao said, I've kept an eye out for you about the house you're looking for. The family across the street is ready to move out, and I've negotiated the price for you. Su Shen was nearly shocked by Zhao Lao's words. Don't make fun of me, you're old man. I can't afford a house like that. Young people, be a bit of pursuit. How comfortable to live in a single house. And in the future, when your parents come over, it will be convenient to live there. Senator Su smiled sardonically. Elder Zhao, don't wash your hands of me. I want to buy it too, but my strength doesn't allow it. Zhao Lao's face crossed. You brat, you're here to cry poor with me. I know that you've earned a lot recently. That wouldn't afford a mansion that big. This is Kyoto, not our village. Then make good money. I've settled the place for you. Turn around and go do the paperwork. Senator Su sort of understood that Elder Zhao was forcing him to work hard to make money. In his current condition, the path to making money is writing songs. Thinking about it this way, isn't this a disguised way of forcing yourself to produce work? But come to think of it, the Kyoto quadrangle isn't too expensive right now. If it had been a few years later, I'm afraid that even if you had the money, you wouldn't have been able to buy it. Sam Su could only reluctantly agree. Senator Su went to see the house and it met his requirements in every way. This quadrangle is priced at $80 million. Senator Su looked at the money in his hand, and it was only $30 million full. Had no choice but to go to the bank and get a loan. After the formalities were completed, Senator Su was still in a bit of a trance. You call this settling down in Kyoto? Or a courtyard house? Why is it so unreal? You know, in his last life, Sam Hui was not even able to live in the quadrangle that he had longed for. It's kinda dreamy to have your own house just like that now. It took almost a week to do the loan paperwork and pack up the house. After finishing his family's business, Senator Su went to Huakai Entertainment. Choice colleagues were delighted and excited to hear that Senator Su would be joining their team. After all, Sam Su was now a renowned and hot all-rounder. Who wouldn't want to be surrounded by such bigots? When Senator Su stepped through the door of Huakai, he was greeted not only by his enthusiastic colleagues, there were also a wide array of balloons and warm welcome signs in the hallways. With this show, Senator Su felt like he was the scene of a program for a New Year's celebration. Among the people who came out to greet them was Xie Qingguen, the head of Huakai Entertainment, as well as Ren Yang and Hao Jing. Then there were the backup dancers who had shared the stage with him in 10,000 Frontiers at the 4th of July celebration. Everyone greeted him warmly. It was only in the name calling that made Sam Hui a bit awkward. Brother Sam, welcome to Huakai. For such a title, Senator Su was somewhat resistant, but seeing the enthusiasm of the group, it was hard to say anything. There weren't a lot of people at Huakai, other than the front desk and administration. The people who showed up at the celebration in the first place were all that was there. After completing the formalities, Senator Su went to Xie Qinggwen's office. Su Shen didn't feel nervous, but Xie Qinggwen was a bit nervous. Ha ha, Senator Su, welcome to Huakai. Mr. Xie, I'll be working under you from now on. Please take care of me. Xie Qinggwen sighed as he listened to Senator Su's words. Alas, I'm very happy that you're here, but Huakai hasn't achieved anything decent over the years, and to be honest, I think it's more appropriate for you to sit in this position than me. Su Shen almost choked, did not know what medicine Xie Qinggwen gourd sold. However, there was one thing he could be sure of, there was absolutely nothing wrong with Xie Qinggwen's character. After all, it was chosen by Elder Zhao, so it definitely couldn't be worse. However, Xie Qinggwen's words still startled Senator Su. Mr. Xie, this is no joke. Xie Qinggwen said with a serious face. Senator Su, you're more capable than all of us, and with you in this position, Huakai will definitely be better off. Mr. Xie, don't discount me. I've only just retired from the military. I can't let people in the industry laugh at me. I've spoken to Zhao, He's fine with it. It's all up to us to agree internally. And with your talents, you're more qualified than I am. Su saw Xia Chengwen as a hamstring, so he firmly stated, Mr. Xia, the development of a company is not all about talent. You can bring everyone together. That's your skill. Besides, if I manage the company, how can I have time to create later? It's better not to mention this matter again in the future. Xia Chengwen saw that Susan spoke with certainty and knew that Susan was not a pool animal. To be honest, he was guilty of not making a name for himself as a Wachoi talker. He genuinely hoped that Sam Su would take over from him. However, seeing as Susan didn't have any ideas in this regard, he could only put it down for the time being. Next, Xia Chengwen went through the development of Huakai over the years with Susan. As expected from Sam Su, this company doesn't have much to show for its work or people. To be honest, Sam Su felt that this didn't feel like an entertainment company at all. Senator Su pondered in his heart. Elder Zhao has really thrown a not-so-small stall at me. Familiarizing himself with the company's situation, Sam Su also began to focus on Huakai's artists. He's going to tailor each person's development path to their unique characteristics. In this way, it can be in line with the market environment, and Huakai can go on. Just as Senator Su was fully engaged in his work, this month's music hit list is in full swing. December, the last month of the year. Song kings and queens who usually don't release many songs have popped up. The list is a great way to catch up with the rankings. While everyone was focusing on their favorite celebrities, someone brought up the question, why don't we see Sam Hui releasing a song this month? It was then that everyone realized that it was Sam Hui who had come out on top of the hit list for the past few months. I'm surprised it didn't move by December. People have run to Sushin's microblogging below the message, Saner, why do not you release the song? Brother waiting so hard At this time, someone suggested. In the past, every time, it was always Song Yu who posted a song before Sushin. Could it be because Song Yu didn't post a song, causing Sushin to lose interest as well? A word to the wise. People have been running to Song Wu's Twitter to hyping the song. Song Wu, when are you going to release your song this month? Hurry up and release the song. I can't wait. Penis, come out and give a good word. Song Wu is not going to release a song in December. He has a certain amount of fans though. However, compared to those song kings and queens, it's still a bit inadequate. However, he actually wanted Sam Hui to release a song. Unable to beat him himself, let these singing seniors teach him a lesson. It was as if Sushin had become a demon in his mind. At first, Song Wu was touched when he saw people online urging him to post songs. When it became clear what the netizens were trying to do, he was completely devastated. And the netizens called him penis, which is not a naked mockery. After the last choking incident at the Grand Ole Opry, he's kind of famous. It only has a bit of a bad reputation, especially now that the internet is actually taking about it. This made Song Yu so angry that he just locked himself in the house and didn't see anyone. Chapter 33, Someone's Up to No Good. Ma Lin of Art Ocean Entertainment, who was also keeping an eye on the entertainment industry at this time. Only, his focus was still more on Sushin. Last time, at the National Day celebration, Art Ocean Entertainment had an alternate show that was in first place, but the impromptu addition of Sam Su made Marin think that Sam Su had taken their spot. When the program was officially on stage, Yahei's official program was behind Su Sam. Due to the unique performance format of 10,000 Borders, the show that came in behind it lost its point of view. Marin put the blame on Sam Su as well. Mr. Ma, that Senator Su still hasn't moved. Humph, don't think it's okay if you don't come out, get someone to force him out. But the man doesn't seem to have much black material. Then make something out of nothing. As long as he dares to come out and bring down the tempo then. I don't believe I can't stink him up, but is it okay for us to do that with who he is? Don't worry about it, he's retired. Yes. Marin slammed the table and said viciously, fight me, see if I don't screw you over. Soon, the internet was brought up to speed. After all, it's a no-good singer who's too scared to release a song this month. I see. This is fear. After all, the battlefield of the War of the Gods is not something that any cat or dog can participate in. Don't think you're a character just because you've sung a few songs. When you meet the real king and queen of songs, you'll still have to be a shrinking violet. These words appeared in large numbers in the comments section of Sam Huey's tweets and songs. A clear-eyed person can see what's going on. This is the rhythm that Sam Su has offended. At first, everyone thought it was Sung Woo's doing. After all, it wasn't once or twice that Sam Su and Song Yu had a connection. How can Su Sen's true fans stand all this? Running directly under Song Yu's Twitter to ask for a statement. Elder Song, are you unable to play and have started to use underhanded tricks? This old boy is so not a thing. He actually plays this hand. Trying to wreak havoc when you can't do it yourself is pretty dirty. Song Woo's fans certainly couldn't stand it when they saw such comments. Start disliking it straight away. Joke, Your family Sushin can't do it is can't do it. There's still a reason. If you ask me, we'll know if it's a mule or a horse when it comes out for a walk, and since you don't dare to come out, you're not allowed to tell others. If you were really capable, you wouldn't have to keep quiet and pretend to be deep. A careful observer of online reviews of Senator Su will realize that there are three forces speaking out. Most people, however, thought that this was a fight between Song Yu and Senator Su. Elder Zhao also got the message. Elder Zhao, we've found out. It's someone from Yahai who's behind this. It's just this kind of tactic that doesn't rise to the occasion. So should we intervene? No. This is something that Kid Su will take care of. Do you need to remind Mr. Su? No. Senator Su will be familiarizing himself with the attributes of the company's personnel. Haven't really been paying attention to the internet. It was still Xie Qingwen who informed him. When Senator Su got the news, he went to the internet and looked around. In response to such a thing, he coldly grunted. It's really true that no matter what world you're in, there's no shortage of such people who have nothing to do. There are 100 ways to solve this type of problem, given Su Sam's experience in his previous life. However, he knew that the dumbest way to respond was to come out and do so. If you respond, they will be as difficult as dogpile. The easiest and crudest way to counter this kind of public opinion is to send out a piece that is shocking enough, but that would also be treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. And the most radical way to cure it is to find the person who started it and then kill them with a stick. Senator Su muttered in his heart. It seems that the establishment of public opinion channels and a public relations team is imperative. Just as Senator Su was about to make his move, someone had uploaded a video online. This video captures Senator Su having a dinner with his comrades on his last night before leaving the army. In the video, Sam Hui holds a guitar and sings Sea and Sky to himself. When this video came out, everyone was shocked, especially if you like Cantonese songs. I'm so excited I could cry. This song can be ranked in the top 10 classic Cantonese songs. Love it, love it. Over time, the video's on-demand rating skyrocketed. It only took one day for the number of views to break 5 million. Moreover, netizens called on Sam Hui to hurry up and release the song. At first, when the people of Huakai saw that someone was defaming Su Sin on the internet, they were even more anxious than Su Sin. It was only when I saw the video for Sea to Sky that I realized how useless my worries had been. Senator Su also saw the release of the video. At that moment, his phone rang, and it was Zhou Holin calling. Su, I asked them to post the video. You have such a good work. You shouldn't hide it. Thank you Uncle Zhou. Hanging up the phone with Zhou Holin, Sushin went to the studio to record Sea and Sky. The time now is December 15th. If the song had been released in another month, there would have been no pressure on Sam Su to win the title. But December, the month of the gods, it is destined that every singer is not a vegetarian. It's never wise for Sam Su to release a song at this point in time in the face of song kings and queens who release songs at the beginning of the month. However, it's good that the guitar version of Sea to Sky was posted first. It's got everyone's interest piqued. It's like a cell phone, where the beta is released first for people to try, then post the official version. Those who have used the beta will naturally update the official version. Those who haven't used the beta will be amenable to those who have. It will undoubtedly draw more attention and conversation. So, once Sea to Sky went live, even in December, the month of the Battle of the Gods, it moved forward at an unbelievable rate. The entertainment industry is confused. Some of the kings and queens of the song also froze. They never thought that the promotion of songs could be played like this. The people from Yihai Entertainment were even more confused. Currently in first place is Yihai's Yi Chu Sang. Marin, as the head of Yihai's artist department, was infuriated by this wave of maneuvering by Sam Su. Step up the promotion of the song and press him no matter what it takes. Marin almost shouted hysterically. Senator Su's side wasn't idle either. He was checking out the mastermind behind the scenes. Sam Su knew that for something like this, it wasn't just a song. He wants to know who is behind the manipulation of public opinion. Only when we know who's behind it can we treat the problem, or even a stick in the mud. Brother Sam, we found it. It's someone from Yahai. Got it. The person who came to report was a bit uncertain about Senator Su's answer. So, tentatively, he asked, don't you want to know why they did it, Brother Sam? Senator Su glanced at him, then asked rhetorically, does it matter? The man was a bit stunned and speechless for a moment. What matters is that he did it, not for what reason he did it. It's like when a dog bites you. You can't ask why the dog bit you. You just cop a stick and beat him into submission. Sam Su knows too much about the cattiness of the entertainment industry. For this kind of thing, it's a family affair. If you have to ask for the cause and effect of everything, then you don't need to do anything else. You'll be busy dealing with these things every day. Therefore, Senator Su had always been quick to criticize this kind of behavior, as it was in a previous life. So it is now. Chapter 34. A crying child eats milk. In December, Sushin won the first place with Sea and Sky, which can be described as killing God and Buddha. For the song, there was a video preview and then the official release. This is a wave of maneuvering that is really making the entertainment industry blink. That aside, the song is really high quality. Senator Su was also overwhelmed with emotion after seeing Sea and Sky take the top spot. Brother Ka Kue, it's YYYDS wherever you are. What Senator Su was currently concerned about was not only the battle results, but also the public opinion manipulating Ehai Entertainment. He wasn't about to let them off the hook. However, given Sushin and Huakai's current strength, it was clearly not wise to confront them head-on. Senator Su thought darkly. It seems that we can only adopt the strategy of breaking them down one by one. But before that, it's better to set up the company's organizational structure. Intelligence, legal affairs, corporate communications, planning, artists. These departments are never missing. Senator Su knew that the current Huakai was a group of people with a passion to support. If everyone hadn't been inside the army at one time or another, there is no way they could have sustained themselves until now. In other words, Wachovia is on the verge of bankruptcy. Senator Su stretched and lamented. At this point in time, it's better to go to the leaders and cry about poverty. As the saying goes, the child who can cry has milk to eat. In the afternoon, Senator Su dragged Xie Qingwen to Zhao Lao's place. As soon as he entered, Zhao Lao said with a smile, "Not bad, didn't let me down." Xie Qingwen had a respectful look on his face. However, Senator Su tightened his face with a preoccupied, wanting to speak expression. When Zhao Lao saw this, he asked with some displeasure, "Who are you giving a stern face to?" Sam Su controlled the expression on his face, showing his aggression. That look, as if he had been wronged in some way. Zhao Lao looked at Xie Qingwen. When he originally came, Senator Su had already communicated with Xie Qingwen. The purpose of this visit is to cry poor. But in front of Elder Zhao, Xie Qingwen's face was suffocatingly red and he really didn't dare to make a move. Say something. Fart something. Su see Xie Qingwen dropped the chain. Can only stand out to complain, Zhao Lao. We are too bitter. Mother does not love uncle. Counting on you to give some warmth. Zhao Lao was so shrewd. What kind of people from the 3 religions and 9 streams hadn't seen before? And at a glance, he knew that they had something to ask for. So, without answering, he just leaned back in his rocking chair and closed his eyes. Su saw the situation, and in his heart, he slandered. The old fox is still really calm. Senator Su had no choice but to say stiffly, "Elder Zhao, you have to show us a clear path." Elder Zhao remained silent, signaling him to continue. Senator Su could only put on a show. "Elder Zhao, you're well aware of Huatsai's situation. Now that it's almost bankrupt, you can't just see it die." Elder Zhao still looked at ease. Senator Su sighed. "Alas, on our side, there are only so many people, and we still have to face the bullying from other companies. If this goes on, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for long." "And then what?" Zhao Lao didn't even raise his head, still shaking his rocking chair as if what was said had nothing to do with him at all. Senator Su coughed lightly. "Cough, isn't this looking for some resources from your old man?" "No, I haven't said what I'm asking for. Say it or don't say it." Su saw the old man's oil and salt, and could only break the pot. "Then there's nothing I can do. Let Huakai fend for itself." Zhao Lao opened his eyes and stared at Su Shen. "Believe it or not, I'll throw you inside a small coal kiln to dig coal." When these words came out, Xie Qingwen was stunned. He had never seen Elder Zhao speak like this before. Su Shen was indifferent. "It's better to dig coal or not. Better than giving away the Huakai section and becoming a sinner in history." Where does Senator Su still have any semblance of a soldier? He is simply a rascal. When Zhao Lao saw that Senator Su had dropped the ball, he really wanted to kick it over. But with this look, Senator Su was a bit like the state he was in back when he was in the army, crying about poverty with his company commander. As the saying goes, the baby that cries gets milk. In his day, he cried to his leaders in the same way, but it's not what it used to be. It's all he's left to play with, and he knows the ropes all too well. As soon as he lets go, this kid will go along for the ride. You will never stop until you get your hands on something. Zhao Lao couldn't help but laugh when he thought about how he looked back then. Su saw the situation and felt that there was something in it. So he struck while the iron was hot. "Elder Zhao, it's really hard for Mr. Xia and I. We've only just started, and now we're being watched by others. And it's hard for us too. Tell me, what do you want?" Senator Su smiled. "It's nothing. It's just that if the company wants to get on track, staffing is essential. I and Mr. Xia are thinking, can you arrange some manpower for us on your side?" Zhao Lao laughed at Su Sen's proposal. Hee, you think this is your home? And to give you some manpower, I might as well just take the other entertainment companies under my wing. Isn't this a discussion with your old man? We now have a wolf in front of us and a tiger behind us. We really don't dare to make any big moves, Zhao Lao said impatiently. Come on. You are now in the form of a company and have nothing to do with the state. The organization will not interfere. Senator Su knew this was the outcome, but he had his plans. After all, if you take the top, you get the middle. If you take the middle, you get the bottom. If you take the bottom, you get nothing. As long as Zhao Lao answered, he could make his real claim. If the organization refuses to give help, Elder Zhao, you can recommend some usable talents to us, and we can recruit according to market rules. Zhao Lao, to this point, also counted to understand the real intentions of Susan, suddenly felt a sense of being led by the nose, but with that said, it's hard to say no. Say, what kind of people are needed? Intelligence, preferably one who has been a scout, and enterprise, preferably one who has been in management. Senator Su made his claim. Before he could finish, Zhao Lao interrupted. Speak human. In fact, what Senator Su really wanted was intelligence officers. Talent like this is not something that can be found overnight. Rigorous selection by the troops, coupled with long hours of training. Such a person would be comfortable with any intelligence. Given time, they could even build a huge information network. And the intelligence network that Senator Su wanted to build was not as simple as simply gathering down information. He wants an intelligence service that outputs accurate results based on market information. He didn't want to be in a passive state all the time and only realize it after being counted. Just like this time, the operation of Ehai Entertainment really upset him. As for the others, it's not that hard to tap into the market. This time, Zhao Lao did not explicitly refuse. Chapter 35, please take me. With that, Senator Su sort of came to an agreement with Elder Zhao. Next, just waiting for Elder Zhao's reply. For the rest of the time, Senator Su resumed his previous state and became meticulous. Senator Su understood that the occasional indulgence in front of the leader was nothing. If you're shamelessly not big or small, you're being subversive. Anyone would be disgusted. Su Xin has always known how to advance and retreat. On the contrary, it was Xie Qingwen who looked very formal from the moment he entered the courtyard until now. He couldn't be blamed for this. In his eyes, a figure like Elder Zhao was a godlike existence. How could he dare to show any disrespect? At the end of the day, Xie Qingwen really didn't have anything to say, so he took out the abdication again. Obviously, Elder Zhao didn't care about that. Elder Zhao could see clearly that at this stage, it wasn't wise for Senator Su to stand up to the stage. It's not a bad arrangement to have Xie Qingwen at the front. In fact, Zhao Lao also understood. Hua Kai is a company. Senator Su's voice will become heavier and heavier. However, Senator Su strongly disagreed to step up to the stage. This also made Zhao Lao more interested in Su Xin. Just as a few people were chatting, Zhao Shuer arrived. She brightened up when she saw that Sam Su was there as well, due to the success of the November production of Chihuahua. Since then, in response to appeals from the community, an additional performance of Chihuahua has been held every week, and it was a packed house. It kept the theater guild and drama club busy. However, the benefits go far beyond that. Inside the university, clubs about theater and drama are also as hot as ever. Some students, even, have begun to spontaneously rehearse Chinglish. Some specialized classes, even more so, are the meat and potatoes. People are clamoring to get into classes that were previously unattended. This scene of prosperity really pleased the theater society and the drama club. The explosion of China Rouge has naturally given hope to both families. Therefore, they wanted to see if Senator Su had any plans regarding this next. To put it bluntly, he wanted to pry some more out of Senator Su, and this burden naturally fell on Zhao Shuer's head. Originally, when the news of Su Sen's retirement came out, both the Opera Association and the Drama Club wanted to snatch him up. However, they were all stopped by Elder Zhao. Otherwise, Su Xin would have been plundered by them long ago. Zhao Shuer saw Sam Su and wanted to speak. Why wouldn't she want a new piece? Only, reason told her not to give an inch. Senator Su saw Zhao Shuer's mind right away. So, taking the initiative, he spoke. Sister Shuer, I've recently had a song with an operatic accent. I don't know if you're interested. Hearing this, Zhao Shuer immediately became excited. Really, almost jumped out of his skin due to his display of excitement. Zhao Shuer, who knew she had lost her temper, swished and blushed. I'll send it to you as soon as I've polished it a bit more. This scene, in Xie Qingwen's opinion, made Senator Su and Zhao Shuer a pair of CPs. Xie Qingwen nodded thoughtfully. It was as if he understood why Senator Su was emboldened to negotiate with Elder Zhao. Xie Qingwen muttered in his heart, this is someone's family matter. No wonder. No wonder. Before Zhao Shuer could say two words to Su Xin, Zhao Lao's door was slammed. The person who came was no other than Song Yu. He was seen to be haggard, but with an unusually determined brow. He came in and didn't say hello to anyone. Instead, He stared straight at Sam Su. Senator Su didn't recognize this person and thought it was some junior from the Zhao family. Zhao Shuer was of course aware of Song Yu's feud with Su Shen. So, subconsciously, he blocked in front of Su Shen. At this time, Song Yu was followed by his assistant, Hao Jian. Hao Jian's expression was tense and he wanted to go forward to stop Song Yu, but Sung Woo didn't bother with him. Straight away, he walked towards Su Sen. Everyone looked on in unison. Xia Qingwen was all ready to strike. Zhao Shuer said with some displeasure, Song Yu, what are you doing here? Song Yu ignored Zhao Shuer. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked at Su Sen, are you Su Sen? Senator Su was also unsure, but he responded, well, you're. Before Senator Su could finish his sentence, Song Yu directly knelt down. This time, everyone was confused. Even Elder Zhao was a bit stunned. After Song Yu knelt down, he directly begged, third brother, just accept me. Everyone was a little overwhelmed. Seeing that Senator Su didn't pay attention to him, Song Yu knelt and moved forward 2 steps, hugging Su Shen's thigh. He began to beg, Brother San, please take me in, let me follow you. Even if I have to serve tea and water, I'll do it. Song Yu's words were genuine. With the air of I won't get up until you promise me, sparing Su Shen's 2 lives. He had never experienced such a scene. It was still Zhao Shuer who spoke first. Song Yu, if you have something to say, get up and say it, don't be a scoundrel here. Sam Su chimed in, brother, I don't know what's going on, but are you sure you've got the right guy? Song Yu's head shook like a rattle, indicating that he didn't recognize the wrong person. At this moment, Zhao Lao chided, Song family boy, hurry up and get up. Now, no matter how unwilling Song Yu was, he was so shocked by Elder Zhao's aura that he unconsciously got up. After getting up, he even respectfully shouted, Grandpa Zhao. When Senator Su took a look at this situation, he instantly understood that the young man in front of him had an unusual relationship with the Zhao family. However, what puzzled Su Shen was why he was asking him to take him in. Zhao Lao asked, Song kid, tell me, what's going on? Everyone looked at Song Yu in unison. Song Yu didn't squirm and started directly from August when Senator Su rubbed him on the ground. It goes on and on about how he recently locked himself away to reflect. Then he suddenly came to a realization, if you can't beat it, join it. In fact, Song Yu shut himself away and studied Su Shen's work carefully. He realized that he couldn't compete with Sam Su in terms of singing or work. Even when he got Quad Daddy in November, it didn't compare to Su Sen. That's how Su Shendu became his demon. Just when he was at a loss for words, Hao Jian's words woke him up. Instead of fighting over it, why don't you join Sam Su and maybe you'll get some good songs? Just that one sentence. Enlightened. Song Yu was the one who paid more attention to Su Shen in the circle and purposely had someone keep an eye on Su Shen's movements. When he learned that Senator Su was in Zhao Lao's house, he rushed over without stopping. Senator Su also learned from Zhao Shuer that Song Yu and her grew up in the same university. It's just that the two have not been on the same page since they were kids. Zhao Shuer belonged to the existence of the top in all kinds of grades. That is, other people's children in the eyes of their parents. Song Yu, on the other hand, has okay grades though, but compared to Zhao Shuer, it was still inferior. From a young age, she was taught by her parents to learn from Cheryl Zhao. When Song Yu was a child, he didn't get whipped by his parents because of this. Luckily, Elder Song's heart ached for his grandson and often protected him. Otherwise, he had an extremely brutal childhood. But then again, what kid in the compound didn't live in Zhao Shuer's shadow? In fact, the Song family, too, was a famous family in Kyoto. Song Yu and Zhao Shuer belonged to the Red Third Generation. After Song Yu graduated, he went to Shengshi Entertainment. It's not that he's any good when he gets a piece of Quad Daddy. A big part of it is still his strong family background. Chapter 36. Senator Su sorted out the relationship and understood the reason why Song Yu had approached him. But in the face of Song Wu's request, Senator Su can't decide. He stole a glance at Zhao Lao. For his part, Elder Zhao was smiling from the corner of his eyes. Sam Su got it all at once. Song Wu right, are you sure you want to follow me? Song Yu had already been talking for half a day and finally heard Sam Su open his mouth, immediately excitedly stating, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, I can bet Hao Jian to you. Senator Su's face was filled with black lines, and he muttered in his heart, this person, his brain circuits are really big. It didn't take much, one for the other. Song Yu is considered to be Sam Su's man. After Song Yu left, Senator Su asked Elder Zhao, what is this Song Yu's origin? An okay dude. With those words, Senator Su didn't even know how to answer. Zhao Lao asked Senator Su, do you know why you were asked to take him? Senator Su thought for a moment and replied, something to do with his family affairs? Sort of. This kid is sort of what I've watched grow up. Although he's a dude, however, his heart isn't bad. In the future he'll follow you and will solve a lot of trouble for you. Susan instantly realized that the children of powerful clans were in existence that no one would want to mess with. Having this card in your hand is a kind of insurance policy for Hua Choi. The next day, Elder Zhao sent someone over with information about a man. The visitor also brought the words of Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao said that he would only provide the name and address of this person and would not interfere with the rest. Senator Su looked at the note with the name and address, and had some mixed feelings. It wasn't that Susan recognized this person, but he just looked at the address and fell into a deep thought. The place for neighborhoods, Senator Su knows, is an old, shabby place. He was saddened at the thought of a former heavenly pride living in such a place. Early in the morning, Songyu came to Huakai early in the morning. What are your instructions for today, Brother Sam? For this title, Senator Su really didn't like it, but the point was that the person who shouted was still sincere, and Senator Su couldn't say anything. Come on, go somewhere with me. Where to? For neighborhoods. What's the point of going there? What's there to see in the old and broken place? If you want to go shopping in Kyoto, I can take you to China World Trade Center. Go find someone. Looking for someone? Sam Hui ignored him and went straight out of the company. The two of them arrived at the 4th Street neighborhood, and after a few inquiries, they managed to find Wu Chang's residence. It was 5 families crammed into the door of the building. The restrooms are communal. Even though it's January now, the flavor is still a little strong. The cluttered kitchen is also part of the common area. There wasn't a single intact window in the building. Even the walls on the inside of the house had black hairs growing on them. Such an environment. A person like Song Yu? A face of disgust. However, after seeing Su Shin as if nothing had happened, he didn't dare to show too much. Upon meeting Wu Cheng, Senator Su made his intentions clear and wanted to ask him to take a position in the company. Mashiro refused without even thinking about it. Song Yu couldn't look at it, and chided on the spot. You people, why are you like this? Kindly inviting you. Not even asking for your salary you refuse. Polite? All said and done. No go means no go, so you'd better leave. Wu Cheng didn't give him a good look either. Seeing this, Su signaled Song Yu to keep quiet. Brother Wu, I want you to think about it. No matter what the reason is, you need money as support. Whether it's to improve your life or to do other things. Without money, you can't let go of a lot of things. When Sam Su finished speaking, Wu Cheng looked at him. 4 eyes met for a long time before they averted their gaze. Senator Su knew that such a person, for whatever reason he left the army, would be compensated financially. Looking at Wu Cheng like this, he is definitely not a person who eats, drinks, prostitutes or gambles. Therefore, Senator Su probably guessed that this person must have something difficult to say. What had to be said had been said, and the rest was Wu Cheng's own decision. Besides, someone like Wu Cheng, who came from a scout's background, wouldn't trust others easily. Contact me when you're ready. Sam Hui left his phone number and address and left with Song Yu. Wu Cheng looked at the note in his hand and fell into deep thought. Just as Susan thought, Wu Cheng checked Susan out that day. The address that Sam Su left him was flashy. However, besides checking out Huakai, Wu Cheng also checked out Susan's current residence. This is not to check. The more you check, the more you make Wu Cheng sure that Susan is not simple. The first thing is the composition of the staff at Wallert, a lot of whom are veterans of the civilian military. Secondly, there is the individual performance of Sam Su, which can be described as legendary. Then again, Senator Su's residence was actually across the street from a big shot in Kyoto. It gave Wu Cheng a feeling of unreality. With so many identities added to the mix, Wu Cheng decided it was better to go to Wakai. In fact, there was another reason why he made this decision. He was short of money. The next day, Wu Cheng came to Huakai. In Senator Su's office, Wu Cheng opened the door and said, "What do you need me to do?" "Building an intelligence network about the entertainment industry," Wu Cheng asked directly, and Susan answered cleanly, "Yes." In the space of 2 sentences, the two men came to an understanding. After completing the entry procedures, Senator Su asked Xie Qingwen for instructions and asked the company's finance to transfer $1 million to Wu Cheng. The $1 million is not Wu Zhou's salary. Instead, let him build his network. Senator Su knew that if he wanted to build his own intelligence network as quickly as possible, using money to open the way was the fastest. Wu Cheng was also surprised by Su Sen's move, but we all understand, so there's no point in saying more. That's a bitter pill to swallow for Xie Qingwen. Senator Su left the use of money to him. The company doesn't have much money on the books at all. 1-2 million at best. The point is that this month's paycheck hasn't been paid yet. If it wasn't for the fact that Susan was Zhao Lao's chosen one, he would have been the first to stand up against it. Just for the fact that Susan had emptied the company in one go. Xie Qingwen also politely talked to Susan about the company's financial situation. Senator Su responded and didn't say anything. This gave Xie Qingwen the feeling that he had punched his fist on cotton. Senator Su returned to his office, thinking to himself, looks like it's time to make money first. Before you can make money, you still have to get the distribution system up and running. As soon as he said he was going to do it, Samsu spent the afternoon getting the structure of the company and the way it was divided up. After getting it done, Senator Su took a bunch of documents and found Xie Qingwen. Mr. Xie, I've put together a proposal on the company structure and artist division. Xie Qingwen took the file. Looking at the plan on it regarding the company, he looked at Senator Su with some dismay. At this time, Xie Qingwen's heart was mixed. Before that, they belonged to the potluck. This planning by Senator Su directly turns this into a split system. In fact, Xie Qingwen also knew that what he had done before was a bit inappropriate. But in the spirit of sharing blessings and hardships, he did so. Such a change today is certainly a reform. However, Xie Qingwen also counted on seeing that in Huakai, he only had to be responsible for carrying out Senator Su's orders. Having figured this out, Xie Qingwen felt much more relaxed. The next step was to discuss some of the details of the plan with Senator Su. Chapter 37, The Official Launch of Huakai. Soon, the two men came to an understanding. The next step is about staff mobility and the implementation of new policies. The simplest thing about the split is the ratio. Senator Su and Xie Qingwen made different grades according to the rules within the industry. In addition to the basic salary, the silver composer's remuneration is divided into 2/8 of the income from his/her work. That is, 80% for the company and 20% for the songwriter. However, of this 80% of the company's revenue, there is further distribution with the artists. Artists are categorized into novice, second-tier singers, first-tier singers, and singer-songwriters according to their level. Their share is 1%, 10%, 30% and 50% of the company's share, respectively. This is despite the fact that there are no king or queen of song-level artists under HCC yet. However, the relevant regulations are already in place. For gold medal composers and top songwriters known as song daddies, their split is slightly more flexible. However, the minimum distribution standard is that the gold medalist composers can share 50% of the income from their works, and song dad level songwriters for 80%. This is only the minimum distribution standard. Let's put it this way, if an awesome song daddy can even take all the revenue from his work, this split model is commonplace in the Blue Star entertainment world. This is because entertainment companies with top songwriters naturally attract artists at the level of singer-songwriters. This ensures the company's competitiveness in the market. To put it bluntly, Papa Chu is a living legend. For such a split, these people in Huakai did not have much of a problem with it. After all, the company is currently in this situation. Can stay. They value more or feelings. Regarding the organizational structure, the company has set up departments such as Publicity Department, Planning Department, Artist Department, Record Distribution, Music Production and so on. These were all delineated by Samsu based on his experience in his previous life. One of them, the Ministry of Intelligence, here changed to the Ministry of Information Resources. The person in charge is Wuzhou. The other department heads are either vacant or someone is serving on a temporary basis. Anyway, except for Wu Cheng, who was officially resigned to his fate, the others were just rushed. But spare me, there are no longer enough personnel. Xie Qingwen followed Senator Su's instructions and started recruiting. In fact, Xie Qingwen didn't have a clue in his heart. However, Senator Su told him to do it with confidence and not to worry. Even so, Xie Qingwen was still drumming in his heart. Asterisk 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 him. To die or to live. Give me a break too. Xie Qingwen looked like he had made up his mind. In addition to these basic divisions and departmental functions, Wachovia has established an employee council. It is also known as an employee stock ownership program. At this point, Senator Su has fully adopted the equity structure of Huawei on Earth. This kind of ties everyone into the same boat. Here, Senator Su also proposed a profit-sharing program. In addition to the congregation's due, the company became a charitable fund. Every year the company takes out no less than 10% of its profits and uses it for charity. At this point, no one has any idea. After all, the company is still struggling to make ends meet, but what they don't realize is what a huge amount of money it will be later on. After everything was done, there was some disagreement about the positioning of Sam Su. According to the quality of Su Shen's works and development potential, he is capable of winning the Song Daddy and Song King ratings, but Sam Su is adamant that he can only be considered a gold standard songwriter and a first-rate singer. Xie Qingwen also understood that Senator Su was doing this. It's about not wanting the company to become a vehicle for his personal enrichment. It is a real consideration for the company and for everyone. Xie Qingwen also stopped insisting. After all, he now had a clear position for himself, Toolman. After taking care of the company's internal affairs, Huatsai's official microblogging site released a message about Su Shen's entry into the company. Songwriting genius, the new generation of dazzling star of the singing world. Su Shen, from now on, gloriously joins Huakai Entertainment. His joining will inject new vitality and unlimited possibilities into HCCE. Let's look forward to the brilliant chapter of Senator Su and HCCE and work together to create a bright future. That's an impassioned statement. It's just that Wachovia really doesn't have much of a presence in the industry. Even if Senator Su was in full swing right now, not many people were paying attention. On the contrary, Su Shen's own microblog also updated a message. I officially joined Huakai Entertainment. Please support more. A very short paragraph. It instantly caught the attention of netizens. Junior has retired from the army and joined an entertainment company. Congratulations. Huakai Entertainment? What company? Why haven't I heard of it? Why go to a small, unheard of company? Why not go to the big three? Sanner, you wouldn't have been caught in the act before you went to what's his name. Obviously, people are not impressed with Su's entry into Watchoi. It's no wonder that Watchai really doesn't have much of a presence in people's minds. Not long after Su Sen's microblog was sent, Songyu also updated his microblog. I have officially joined Huakai Entertainment. Please support me. The netizens almost laughed at this news. Ha ha ha, is this the rhythm of joining if you can't beat them? Are you serious, Son Lao Air? You really love each other. You and Senator Su went to the same company. I'm afraid that the name of the millennium old man can't be removed. Everyone was more amused about Songyu joining Huakai. The person who didn't know why immediately asked, what's going on? Does Senator Su have any connection with Songyu? So, enthusiastic netizens began to popularize Songyu this millennium old man title. Or thanks to Su Sen's gift. The netizens who learned the truth laughed as well. However, it was like Songyu had opened the door to a new world since he had made up his mind to follow Sam Su. He followed it up with an update on his microblog. From now on, you'll be hanging out with my brother San, so if you want to come, hurry up and sign up at Huakai. The company is now hiring. Sunwoo also gave Watchoi a wave of advertisements. Netizens have teased. Ahaha, Son Lao Air, is this broken? Huakai also because of Songyu's microblogging, but also really ushered in a wave of interview fever. A good number of positions are in place as well, but in Xia Qingwen's opinion, there is really some worry. Looking at the 3 and 2 on the account, I'm really afraid that I won't even be able to pay my salary when the time comes. Then he looked at Senator Su, with a calm and self-assured demeanor. Xia Qingwen lamented. I'm really getting more and more timid as I live. To say that the most depressed at this time will be the number of Shangshur Entertainment. Jiang Chaiyang, the old boss of Shangshur Entertainment, had even approached Zhang Zonyo of the Southwest Military Region Cultural Troupe at first. Originally, I wanted to get Sam Su into Shangshur Entertainment. Not only did we not get it done, we ended up with one. You should know that Songyu is one of Shangshur Entertainment's top picks. Plus, with his family background, resources have been given to no one in particular. It's hard to train to be a top-tier singer, but who would have thought that people would pat themselves on the back? The point is, you don't have a temper yet. You say it's infuriating. Chapter 38, Gambling. After taking care of everything, the first task that Senator Su gave Wu Chang was to keep an eye on the movements of Ehai Entertainment. This includes all aspects of their song releases and customization of their work. Senator Su did this, in addition to revenge for the original public opinion of revenge, but more still want to let Huakai stand firm. Senator Su was well aware that the market cake is that big, and a three-pronged pattern has developed, namely, Shangshur Entertainment, Ehai Entertainment, and Xingha Entertainment. Trying to get Wachovia to be among the head entertainment companies, just have to pull one down. It just so happens that Yahai has run into a gun. So who do we not screw with it? Soon, Wuzhou brought the latest news from Yahai. Ehai is now busy with many projects. The most urgent one is about the theme song of the movie Legend of Yufei. The crew sent out invitations for songs to the 3 major companies, but all 3 have not yet taken care of it. The movie is scheduled for the Spring Festival. Ehai has now sent Chudat out in order to take this project. As soon as Senator Su heard the news, he became excited. The Legend of Yufei? Good. Let's start with that. Hearing Su-san say this, Wu Chang was filled with black lines. He didn't expect Senator Su to be this confident. Keep in mind that the cast of Yufei biography is inherently demanding. Besides, there's Papa Chu out there in Yahai. Even if Sam Su was great, he wouldn't be able to outfox Papa Chu. Su-san saw what was going on in Wu Chang's mind. Did you think I was bragging? Wu Chang laughed awkwardly. It just feels like you're quite confident. Why don't we make a bet? Bet? At this time, Songyu just happened to pass by and heard the conversation between Su-san and Wu Chang and interjected. What's the bet? Count me in. Sam Su continued. Just bet on whether the crew of Legend of Yufei will pick our song or Ehai's. As far as gambling was concerned, Wu Cheng was not interested. However, seeing that Susan spoke with conviction, he also wanted to see how capable Susan really was. It's not that I think you're bad, it's just that the opponent's lineup is too strong, Wu Cheng still explained. Senator Su was unimpressed. It doesn't matter. Since it's a bet, there has to be a jackpot. Let's do it this way. If the crew of Legend of Yufei adopts Ihai songs, your salary will be doubled. And if it's one of ours, you'll weave Kyoto's network within a month. This bet, for Wu Cheng, was not a loss in any way. Building a network of public opinion is supposed to be his job. Win or lose, it's what he's supposed to do. Wu Cheng immediately pointed out. That's not fair. What's so unfair that you must think I'll lose? I didn't mean that. Wu Cheng was convinced of Su Sen's talent, but to say that with all the conditions unfavorable, it would be strange for Su Sen to go and fight with Chu Dad and win. His current salary is $100,000 a month, and he still has the dividend shares of Wachovia in his hand. It had flattered him. If he were to double that again, it would be a salary he didn't dare to think about. At this time, Song Yu spoke up. Brother San, count me in too. I want to bet too. Okay, what do you want to bet? Song Yu said. If I win, just write a song for me. When Senator Su heard that, it wasn't easy, so he immediately agreed. Good. Song Yu added. Then I'll bet on you to win. Third brother. One sentence left both Su Shen and Wu Cheng speechless. Senator Su sat down at his computer and began to produce the song Jing Zhong Huigua. Song Yu follows Sam Su without moving an inch in order to witness the miracle. Next, every time he watched Su Shen complete a note, he felt a sense of confusion. While there was still time, Sam Hui went back to the studio to record a demo of the song. The whole time Song Wu was a heel. When Sam Su had copied the song to the flash drive, he exhaled. Done. Song Yu was considered thoroughly knowledgeable. A song that went from nothing to something in less than a day. Sung Woo growled in his mind. What about playing? A song just finished. More to the point, in Song Woo's opinion, the song was awesome. Especially when Sam Su recorded the demo. The powerful vocals almost brought him to his knees in worship. That's right. The song that Senator Su had sought out the system to customize was none other than Jing Zhong Baogua. With everything in place, Senator Su wanted to arrange for someone to send the songs directly to the cast of Yufei Zhuan. As soon as the crew listens to the song, things are basically done. At this point, Song Yu volunteered. Brother San, leave it to me, I'll deliver it to them. Senator Su looked at it and thought it was fine, so he gave him the flash drive with the songs on it. Song Yu carefully received the USB flash drive and ran directly to the set of Legend of Yufei. What Sam Su wanted was to send the songs over for the crew to compare. But Song Yu obviously didn't think that way, and he volunteered to go over there mainly because he wanted to go over there and act like a pussy, brewing emotions while driving. He even thought of the scene when the cast and crew of Yufei biography in a while. When they heard this song, all of them shouted. The Kyoto circle is both big and small. Song Yu had been in this industry for so many years, and with his family background, he was familiar with the people in the circle. When Song Yu arrived at Hengdian Studios, the cast and crew of Legend of Yufei were having a meeting. Song Yu, on the other hand, swaggered into the theater group with a commanding look. I want to see your director Zhang. People didn't know who this person was, much less what they were doing walking in the door and asking to see the director by name. At this time, a young man about the same age as Song Yu saw Song Yu. The man sneered. Song Lao Air, what are you doing here? Song Yu wasn't angry either, but rather looked superior. Fong de Brain, you're not qualified to talk to me. The man known as Fong de Brain was named Fong Hai, also a child of the compound. Only this kid is not capable of anything, only with the help of the family's resources, investing in some movie and television works. Over the years, Fong Hai has made a lot of money. The movie Legend of Yufei, in which he also invested, it's only 5%. There is no shortage of investors for a movie like this one. After all, the films directed by the famous director Zhang Hongyi are not bad. If it wasn't for Fong Hai's hard connections, there would be nothing for him. Fong Hai usually hated it when people called him Fong de Brain. Song Lao Air, you're not welcome here. I advise you to get back how you came. Song Yu still put on a lofty appearance and said disdainfully, just by you telling me to get lost. Don't say I despise you. If I really leave, you'll have to kneel down and beg me. Hey, you really think you're a character, and you don't take a piss. Just as the two of them were going back and forth, director Zhang Hongyi happened to come out to use the restroom. Seeing the tit-for-tat between Fong Hai and Song Yu's words, he frowned and chimed. If you want to argue, go outside. A sentence that straight away shut both of them up. In the face of Zhang Hongyi drinking like this, Fong Hai didn't have any temper at all. He was able to participate in the program solely because people gave him face. If you cannot honestly wait for your share of the money, and you still have to make trouble out of nothing, you will definitely suffer. Zhang Hongyi is a notorious bully. It's not good for anyone to start a fight. Feng Hai hurriedly stepped forward. Director Zhang. Someone insisted on seeing you. I stopped them. Zhang Hongyi glanced sharply at Song Yu, his face intimidatingly majestic. Song Yu didn't dare to make a move, and could only obediently say, Director Zhang. I'm Song Yu from Huakai, and I'm here to send you a song this time. As usual, Zhang Hongyi's brows were furrowed as he tried to recall what exactly was the origin of the Huakai that Song Yu was talking about. At this point, someone next to me whispered an explanation. It's a small, no good company. Zhang Hongyi didn't want to waste time on this, so he wanted to have Song Yu dismissed. Song Yu hurriedly said, Director Zhang, I brought all the songs. You listen to it. Not good. I immediately get out. Hearing the other party say this, Zhang Hongyi couldn't say anything else, so he could only have someone bring him to the conference room. Chapter 39, He's the One. Song Yu and Zhang Hongyi came to the conference room. Just moments ago, they were discussing songs. No less than 10 songs from all three have been killed before. The only one that barely remains is the one by Yeha Entertainment. There really isn't a suitable song. People are already leaning towards the Yihi one. Although Zhang Hongyi did not want to settle, but time was running out and could not afford to delay, so he could only compromise. As soon as Song Yu thought of the sharp weapon in his hands, a sense of pride came straight to his head. Just as he was about to say a couple of nonchalant taunts, he heard Zhang Hongyi say, Let's begin. Song Yu could only force down his excitement and handed the flash drive to the staff. Still, Song Yu watched the crowd's reactions with interest, including Zhang Hongyi's. Soon the song played through the stereo, as the majestic drums and resounding strings open the show, accompanied by deep and powerful male vocal humming. It instantly transports people back to the time of beacons and heroes. At first people were unsure, but now they were shocked and even more confused. Sun Wu cried out in his heart, Coming, coming. If the prelude was like a rallying cry, what followed was a slogan for the offense. Samsu's powerful and atmospheric voice has the power of 1,000 armies. At this point, even Zhang Hongyi unconsciously sat up straight, looking at the shocked expressions on the faces of the crowd. The coolness in Song Yu's heart reached the extreme. How about it? A bunch of world-unseen dirtbags. The music finished playing and the room was silent. At this point, Zhang Hongyi let out a long breath. Phew, this is the one. The song, without a doubt, captured the always demanding Zhang Hongyi. Everyone here nodded in agreement. The majestic and stirring melody and the deep, powerful vocals reveal the excellence of this song. In their minds, this is the dream love song of Yufei. To say who had the hardest time at this point, it was Feng Hai. Thinking about Song Yu's bossy behavior before, he was as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Song Yu also looked at Feng Hai at this time, with an expression that looked like he was saying, Son thief, is grandpa powerful? At this point, Zhang Hongyi said, We'll take the song, and whoever the singer is, let him sing the song. Now, Song Yu didn't even react. Songs like this customized for a movie are usually arranged by the crew to be sung, but now that it said it was for Samsu to sing, he was a bit unresponsive. Why? What's the problem? Song Yu hurriedly said, I'll have to call and ask to see what my third brother thinks. So, Song Yu dialed Senator Su's number and explained the situation. Senator Su replied dryly, Yes, you have to add money. This song, Jing Zhong reward the country, if given to someone else. Senator Su was really a bit heartbroken. So, when it came time to record the demo, Samsu worked hard. The goal is to discourage the other side from getting someone to try it easily. Song Yu reported Senator Su's decision to Zhang Hongyi. Zhang Hongyi agreed immediately, and let the side of Huakai come over as soon as possible to sign the contract. As well, an official version of the song has to be implemented right away. Such a decision was fine with the majority, but some of the people close to Yaha have a bit of a hard time with it. It's one step closer to being finalized. I didn't expect to kill a man in the middle of the road and spoil it. This feeling of a cooked duck flying away really makes one's heart feel empty and uncomfortable. Sung Woo was thrilled, more so than if he had sung the song himself, because, in his heart of hearts, he made a bet and won. That means Sam Su is going to give him a song. How could this not excite him? When you're in a good mood, everything looks good. When he left the crew, he even said hello to Feng Hai, but this was a naked provocation in Feng Hai's eyes. Everyone was excited when Song Yu brought the news to the company. You know, this is the biggest revenue Wachovia has ever made. The song cost $5 million and the performance cost $3 million. Even if Sam Su took half of it, it would be worth several years of Wakai's income. Xia Chengwen rubbed his hands together in excitement. While pacing back and forth in his office, he mumbled, It's done! It's done! Wucheng looked at Senator Su with some disbelief. If he hadn't been the one to provide this information, Wucheng all suspected that Su Sin had prepared for this. Since then, Wuching has become even more trusting of Su Shun. It has also been more diligent in building a network of public opinion as requested by Senator Su. Art Ocean Entertainment was also furious when they learned about the theme song being cut off. They didn't dare to question Zhang Hongyi. After all, this time it was only the crew that invited them to campaign for the song. They were not appointed. It's a child's reaction if you're not as skilled as you are. And if you're still spilling your guts. Although Wakhai wasn't on the invite list, it's gross at best and doesn't constitute a violation. Besides, Zhang Hongyi could not tolerate sand in his eyes. Yeah, Hai didn't dare to make a scene, so he could only break his teeth and swallow his stomach. This time, they spared no expense in trying to get the rights to produce the theme song of Legend of Yufei, mainly because they wanted to establish a relationship with Zhang Hongyi. Yeha also ventured into the movie and television industry, only to be met with a mediocre response, trying to use Zhang Hongyi's circle to make a breakthrough in his own industry. The next day, Huatsai's people went to the crew of Yufei biography with the contract. The contract is well signed and we are just waiting for the official version recorded by Senator Su. Zhang Hongyi made it clear that he wanted to meet Sam Hui when the song was recorded. Senator Su's side also moved quickly. In fact, the overall style of the song is already fine. It's just the addition of the harmony parts. It took less than a day to record. Senator Su took the song to the set of The Legend of Yufei. Zhang Hongyi listened to the version that Senator Su brought over. A lively and powerful male chorus is added at the start of the majestic drumming and resounding strings. It directly gives the song a majestic, bold vibe. Zhang Hongyi immediately said that this was the version. The two chatted a bit more about the movie side of things, especially about Yufei's understanding. Senator Su said, in the eyes of the world, Yufei is a national hero, is an outstanding military general. He created the Yuejia army is easy to shake the mountains. Shake the Yuejia army is difficult reputation. These are familiar to everyone. In fact, Yufei also has the tenderness of heroes and children. Whether it is filial piety, love and care for the generals, or the pain and struggle in the heart when dreaming at midnight, these are real, flesh and blood. It is with these, Yufei's image will be more fleshed out. Zhang Hongyi asked. Yufei is known for his loyalty and decisiveness in killing. However, in addition to the splendor of the battlefield, what do you think of Yufei's deep childish tenderness? Emotionless may not be true hero. The hero also has his few soulmates. Line broken who listens to helpless moments. The world knows Yufei's full river red in the same enemy. But few people know that the little heavy mountain in the difficult to find a soulmate. Most of the poems are words of aspiration. And words are private spaces to rest the inner world. Yufei, in them, always reveals a kind of unfulfilled ambition and sorrow. Zhang Hongyi was surprised by Su Sen's understanding of Yufei. Indeed, in the eyes of the world, Yufei is loyal, and it's full of loyalty. Whether it was Yu Yun, the son of a small general with a bronze hammer, or Zhang Xian, the son-in-law with a silver spear and white armor, they were all loyal and righteous men. These are all familiar, but little is known about Yufei's iron and tender side. Unbeknownst to me, Yufei had also written the words I want to give my heart to the Yaoqin, but I don't know who will listen to me when the thread is broken. The words of I want to give my heart to the Yaoqin, but I have fewer soulmates, and who will listen to me when the thread is broken. Chapter 40, I think we can do this. Zhang Hongyi's interest intensified as he listened to Senator Su speak eloquently. At this time, Zhang Hongyi spoke up. Mr. Su, I'm not going to hide it from you, but in this movie, there is a scene depicting Yufei sitting alone in his tent, with a lone lamp accompanying him. Regarding this section, the soundtrack artist has assigned a lonely background music, but I always feel that something is missing. I wonder what Mr. Su has to say about this? Senator Su was also interested. Is it convenient for me to take a look? Of course there's no problem. So, Zhang Hongyi arranged for someone to get the movie and the music. First, outside the tent, the curved moon, like a hook, hung high in the night sky, shedding a faint silver glow. Next to the tent, a few flags stood against the wind, gently swaying under the breeze. As the camera slowly pans, the inside of the tent comes into view. Yufei sat alone in front of the desk, his posture straight as a pine, a heavy armor tightly wrapped around his solid body. A lone lamp swayed, its dim light reflecting the cold metallic luster of the armor on his body. His face looked particularly stoic in the dim light. The tent was silent, with only the faint beating of the lone lamp and Yufei's slight breathing. The background music is silky and haunting, with a touch of loneliness and desolation. There are no dramatic battle scenes in the whole picture, only contemplation and gazing in this quiet night. Just then, the horn outside the tent suddenly blew. The stirring melody cut through the night sky, breaking the momentary tranquility. A soldier came to report. Reporting to the general, our scouts have spotted enemy figures 30 miles away, approaching our camp. Yufei heard this and immediately stood up, the expression on his face becoming resolute and bold. He quickly gave the order. Prepare the entire army for battle. With Yu Fei's order, the entire camp was instantly busy. The clip is not long. After watching it, Zhang Hongyi said, "This paragraph, I always feel that something is missing." Here director Zhang is trying to express more of Yu Fei's emotions. I guess. Yes. Except that it's also afraid to include too much footage, which would look contrived and incongruous with the movie as a whole. Senator Su actually saw the problem and immediately suggested, "Director Zhang, this segment can use Yu Fei's Xiao Chongshan last night's cold anxiety couldn't stop singing to express Yu Fei's state of mind." You mean, adding footage of Yu Fei composing lyrics here? No, here's a musical way to get the words out. The more Zhang Hongyi listened, the more confused he became, not understanding what Senator Su meant at all. Please also guide old brother Su. Senator Su wasn't ambiguous and said directly, "Tell you what, I'll go back and send you a piece of music, and you can put it here to see if it fits." After Su Shen left the theater, he went back to the company. This made Zhang Hongyi's heart itch. The two hadn't spent much time together though, but Zhang Hongyi realized that Sam Su did have talent. First, he wrote such a wide-open, yet nationally inspired piece as Jingzhong Reward the Country. The conversation that ensued was also a testament to the depth of his knowledge. Zhang Hongyi, at this moment, was very eager to find out what kind of surprises Senator Su could really bring him. In fact, from the time Sam Su came to the theater, Zhang Hongyi first called him Xiao Su, then Mr. Su, and in the end directly called Su Lao Di. This process is an indication of its recognition and acceptance of Sam Su. If someone from Ehai saw such a scene, they would definitely be envious and jealous. The Zhang Hongyi that they had taken great pains to try to flatter, turned out to be taken care of by the other party in a few words. Was this still the grumpy, unsmiling director Zhang they knew? Senator Su returned to the company and said to the system, "System, customize the song Last Night's Book. Song Last Night's Book in customization. Customization complete. Please check. The Book of Last Night on Earth is a song written and performed by Song Su. The song, which was performed on the CCTV cultural program Classical Wing Shu H1. The first half of the lyrics is Yu Fei's Xiao Chongshan Last Night's Cold Anxiety. The second half of the song is filled with Su Song's own lyrics. The entire lyric is a stunningly emotional one. Unlike the household favorite Full House, this lyric euphemistically expresses Yu Fei's low and reverberating emotions. The melodic line with its ups and downs is closely tied to the meandering hero's heart. Well-conceived details coexist with a grand and atmospheric layout. The lyrics and vocals are all in one, with a step-by-step progression from beginning to end, offering a wonderful rendition that is full of emotion and intensity. Sam Su loved this song. More to the point, the song fits perfectly with the movie clip that was just shown. After finishing the lyrics, Sam Su went back to the studio to record the song. At that moment, Wu Chang and Song Yu came. When he saw Sam Su, Song Yu excitedly went up. "Brother Sam, that what? Brother Wu and I came to see if you're busy." Senator Su was not at all surprised by Song Yu's arrival. Ever since the time he took Jingzhong Baoguo to the cast of Legend of Yu Fei, the song that was on his mind when he made the original bet, lest Su Shen forget, Song Yu purposely dragged Wu Chang along with him. "Promise you that song. I remember. No need to remind me every day." Song Yu hemmed and hawed. "Isn't this because I'm afraid that you're so busy with your day-to-day work, Brother San, that you'll forget about this little thing of mine?" In fact, it was in Sam Huey's plan to get the song out even without this bet. He's got the whole planet's civic system. If he did all the songs himself, he'd probably sing them until he died. Besides, the company needs to grow, and it can't put the burden all on itself. With so many tool people in the company, it's a waste to not use them. Sam Su asked Song Yu, "What type of song is suitable for you?" Song Yu patted his chest and stated, "Sensei's song, high notes, low notes, long notes, short notes, I can do it." When Sam Su heard this, he thought to himself, "This kid has quite a wide range of sound. Then bring out that song, and don't cry when you do." Thinking of this, Sam Hui laughed. "Got it. I'll give you a song according to your specialties." Getting Su Shen's promise, Song Yu was simply overjoyed. This would mean that he would be the first person to get a song from Sam Su. Song Yu celebrated in his heart. "Fortunately, I made the right decision in the beginning. In order to mix well, the thighs should be well chosen." Senator Su looked at Wu Ching again. Wu Ching had been dragged here by Song Yu, but he really did have something to find Sam Su. It's just that it's kind of hard for him to talk about it. Seeing this, Su asked, "Brother Wu, when did you become so coy?" Wu Ching said with some embarrassment, "Now the progress is accelerated, and the funding is also." Not waiting for him to finish, Susan interrupted. "I thought what was the matter? The money should be spent. Don't have to worry about it. It's only been a few days, and Wu Ching has spent his advance of $1 million. I had thought that I would need to explain myself properly to Senator Su. But I didn't expect Senator Su to be so supportive. It gave Wu Chang a feeling of being trusted. When Wu Chang went to Xia Qingwen to get the money, Xia Qingwen was heartbroken. But then, he set himself up as a toolman, approved with a big hand and without hesitation. Chapter 41, Changes in the Spring Festival Program. Senator Su sent last night's book to Zhang Hongyi. This music is placed in a scene where Yufei is alone in his tent, which is a perfect fit. Zhang Hongyi couldn't help but feel, this is the state of mind I want to express. Especially after Xiao Chongshan last night's cold anxiety couldn't stop singing. Su Shan added a few more lines. This really stunned Zhang Hongyi. The release of Legend of Yufei is in the Chinese New Year. It is also the second day of the year, February 1st. It's early January and the Chinese New Year is near. Su Shan pondered whether to bring his parents to Kyoto for New Year's Eve or return home for New Year's Eve himself. That's when the phone rang. It was Cheryl Zhao who called. Senator Su took a look and thought, I seem to have forgotten the song I promised someone. As soon as the phone was connected, Sam Su said, Sister Schwerer, I'm sorry, I've been busy lately, and that song of yours is still being polished. Apparently, Senator Su took Zhao Schwerer's incoming call as a reminder of the song. Zhao Schwerer froze for a moment before responding. There's no rush. It's my grandfather looking for you. Come to the house when you're free. Senator Su smiled awkwardly, having made a fool of himself. Upon receiving the notice, Senator Su went straight to Zhao Lao's house. Zhao Lao opened the door and said, This time I'm looking for you. It's about the Spring Festival Gala. Originally internalized a very important song. The singer and composer because of the style problem. The program had to be killed. So you need to add a song. Senator Su wondered. Elder Zhao. For a festival like the Spring Festival Gala, there should be quite a few alternative programs, right? Yes, it's quite a few. Except that song is so excellent that there's no suitable substitute inside the alternative program. What do you mean by coming? I've come to ask you if you have any work in this area, and if you can fill in the gaps. It would be an opportunity for both you and Wakai. Senator Su understood that such an opportunity was unattainable. After all, it's impossible to celebrate a national holiday like the Spring Festival without a backhand. Still, Senator Su asked with some concern, Elder Zhao, is it too late? It was now 20 days before the Spring Festival Gala, which made Senator Su somewhat uncertain. What's too late? Just do your own thing. Senator Su immediately understood. His heart calculating, listened to the meaning of the old man. As long as the quality of the work is not a problem, the rest of the things do not have to worry about. This way if the operation is done correctly. Blood or nah? Having figured that out, Senator Su asked, Elder Zhao, what's the theme about the song? About youth. About dreams. Hearing this, Senator Su immediately said, I'll take the job. It wasn't that Su Shan was arrogant. There were as many songs like this in Su Shan's library as he wanted. When Senator Su went back, the first thing he did was to search the internet for recent news about artists who had been exposed by the media because of their style. That's a shocker if you don't check. Based on what Zhao said, Senator Su locked on to a news story. Well-known artist Huang and songwriter Li, cutting up each other in a hotel were secretly filmed. Senator Su exclaimed, Good man, you're having a good time. Looking at the company these two belong to, it was actually Art Ocean Entertainment. Senator Su lamented, it's really retribution. After thinking about it, Senator Su dialed Wu Chang's phone. Brother Wu, check Yehai's news about the Spring Festival Gala. Arranging this, Sam Hui began to reckon with the choice of songs. Thinking about it, he came up with a song from Earth. From the 2019 Spring Festival, We Are All Dreamers. The song, at the time, was sung by Qin Lan, Jiang Shuang, Jing Tian, TFBOIS and Wu Lei. Senator Su remembers that the Spring Festival Gala Directors Group sent an invitation to Wang Pingjiu to compose a song for the gala. Wang Pingjiu was initially slow to get inspired. It wasn't until he heard We Are All Running Hard, We Are All Dreamers in the 2019 New Year's greetings that the words touched Wang Pingjiu. So he reported We Are All Dreamers as the title of the song to the Spring Festival Gala Director team. He then enlisted Chang Lei to compose the tune. During the creative process, Wang Pingjiu and Chang Lei planned the song. The song should not only be relevant, but at the same time compatible with the transmission of young listeners. So the creative direction was to add fashionable elements. This song, Su Shan felt, could definitely fulfill the demand. When all was said and done, Senator Su customized the song We Are All Dreamers to the system. It didn't take much to get the lyrics out. Sam Su was in no hurry to release the song. Instead, they got Song Yu, Ran Yang and Hao Jing. The main thing that brought you guys here is that there's a song to record. At those words, the trio went from disbelief to excitement in a matter of moments. Song Yu hurriedly stepped forward and said, Hey, Brother Sam, when do we start? I can't wait. Senator Su handed them the lyrics. Familiarize yourself with it first, and go record it later. Sam-soo didn't tell them what the song was for. Although he was pretty sure he could handle this, he still didn't want to make a big deal out of it until things were finalized. Just then, Wooching brought the news back. The homosexual incident that has been making a lot of noise lately. The person in question, Hwang, was originally going to be on the Spring Festival Gala, and was pulled out. In addition, Ehai also has a program that will be the grand finale of this Spring Festival Gala. Upon hearing this, Senator Soo affirmed his suspicions. But what he was more concerned about now was what Wooching had said. Yeah, Hai's grand finale for the Spring Festival. Any idea what the piece is? It's a song. Senator Soo instantly had a plan. He pondered in his mind. This time to drop a stone should work well. In reality, Senator Soo knew in his heart that there was no deep hatred between him and Ehai. But then again, the pie is only so big in this industry. To take your place in it, it's inevitable that certain people will have to move out of the way. There was no way that Senator Soo would let go of such an opportunity. System, customize the song Unforgettable Tonight. Song Unforgettable Tonight in customization. Customization successful. Please host check. Sam-soo's idea was to submit the song Unforgettable Tonight, along with We Are All Dream Chasers. The rest is up to the people at the top. He believed that the song Unforgettable Tonight could definitely mess up the kill. The lyrics depict green mountains, green water, the end of the world, and the cape of the sea, outlining a far-reaching mood in easy-to-understand words. And the melodious melodies are mesmerizing and intoxicating. The song has occupied the position of a finale in the history of the Spring Festival Gala and has become an essential classic. As the saying goes, the years have passed and the people have changed, but the song has lasted forever. Whether it was Lee Gai's solo at the Spring Festival Gala in '84 or the group chorus that followed, it has demonstrated its enduring appeal. Sam-soo brought the song out to let the programmers make their choices. Chapter 42. The program is set. After Sam-soo finished recording the song We Are All Dream Chasers, he went to Zhao Lao's place. Zhao Lao saw the song and lit up. It's a song that's not at all worse than the one that killed it before. Even, arguably, it has surpassed that work. Check out another song, Unforgettable Tonight by Sam-soo. Zhao Lao fell into deep thought. The quality of the songs is definitely top-notch. Zhao Lao certainly understood the purpose of Senator Soo doing this. Think about it, there's no reprieve when you do that. As your old man knows, the cake is that big. And if Wachovia wants to gain a foothold, it can either lift the table or pull one down. Alas, after all, it's your young people's business, so I won't interfere much. After Senator Soo left, Elder Zhao was lost in thought as he looked at the work in his hands. Still really talented and driven. Let's leave the rest to us old guys to game. In fact, he wasn't the only one of his caliber like Elder Zhao. Each has its own camp. In other words, 3 top entertainment companies like Shangshi, Ehai, and Xinghe have their own backers. This move by Senator Soo was undoubtedly a naked provocation. But there is no excuse for this. If you want to get a foothold, you have to do something. If you cater to others and be a good old boy, the only one who will be cut off is yourself. Taking advantage of the time he had, Sam-soo got the songs he promised Zhao Shuer and Song Yu out. The song for Cheryl Cho is Window Visit. It's a song full of rhyme and emotion. From a songwriting standpoint, Window Visit has a beautiful melody and an exquisite arrangement. The flavor of traditional opera and the melody of modern pop music are skillfully combined. This style retains the flavor of traditional opera while incorporating elements of modern pop music. It makes the songs more contemporary and catchy. From a lyrical standpoint, the lyrics of Window Visit are deep and poetic. The lyrics use a lot of imagery and metaphors. It makes the songs more graphic and emotionally resonant. Combined with Zhao Shuer's voice, Sushin felt that the song was very suitable. The song that Sam-soo had prepared for Song Yu was too stupid. By choosing this song, Sam-soo was more or less screwing the pooch. When he first asked Songwoo what type of songs he was suited to sing, Songwoo swore that he was good at high notes, low notes, long notes, and short notes. It was then that Sam-soo came up with the song. What to say? The song Too Silly has a wealth of layers and techniques. The high notes in the climax of the song require the singer to have a high level of vocal technique and range. As opposed to the high notes, the bass also plays an important role in the song Too Stupid. It requires the singer to have a steady breath and a low voice. Long and short notes, too, are everywhere in this song. Overall, the song Too Silly is a song that utilizes an abundance of musical elements such as high notes, low notes, long notes, and short notes. The skillful use of these elements makes the songs emotionally fuller, deeper and more moving. It is more stable, powerful, lively and interesting in terms of rhythm. The demands on the singers, however, are higher. By bringing this song out, Senator Soo sort of fulfilled Song Yu's boasts at the time. After finishing organizing the lyrics of the 2 songs, he sent them to Zhao Shuer and Song Yu respectively. Cheryl Zhao was very excited when she got the song. normally a generous woman. She didn't know what to say. Zhao Shuer typed a bunch of text on her phone and then deleted it, over and over again. In the end, only the word thank you was replied. After Song Yu got the song, he couldn't read it in time and ran to Senator Su's office. Sam, did you really give me this song? Sam Su looked at Sung Woo, thinking that he had already seen the song. Looking at his excitement, Senator Su had the illusion. Isn't this song too easy? Sing well, better release the song after the Spring Festival. Of course I know this. Not only is it the Chinese New Year in January, but I'm going to avoid Yufei Legend in February, and I'm going to release the song in March. Song Yu left Senator Su's office before seriously surveying the song. The more you look at it, the more incredible it becomes. He suddenly had a bad feeling. It can't be that the last time the awesome blew up. Next, Song Yu soaked up the recording studio. News also came from Zhao Lao's side. The song We Are All Dreamers was a successful finalist. The singers and backup dancers, all done by the Wahini. But the song Unforgettable Tonight, though, also made the cut. The vocalist, however, is scheduled to be someone else. Senator Su had no problem with that. He also knew that on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, it was impossible for the same person to put on two programs. Besides, Samsu's original purpose was to snipe Yi Hai with the song Unforgettable Tonight. The purpose is served. The rest is not so important. After finalizing the Spring Festival Gala, Senator Su informed the company of a meeting. This Spring Festival Gala, Song Yu, Ran Yang and I, as well as Hao Jing, will participate as the main singers. In addition to the backing dancers will be completed by us. Hua Kai. Next, everyone packs up and moves to report to CCTV. This news, no doubt, has excited the crowd at Wachovia to no end. They never dreamed they would have the chance to be on the Spring Festival Gala. Xia Qingwen was even more excited and incoherent. God bless me Hua Kai. The general director of this Spring Festival Gala is still Lin Hopu. After the last National Day incident, Senator Su and Lin Hopu were considered acquaintances. I really don't know how your brain grows. If I had known I would have invited you in advance. Director Lin is joking. It's not too late, so please teach me more. The interaction between Senator Su and Lin Hopu was meaningful when it fell in the eyes of the others. Especially Marin, the head of Art Ocean. He's here to handle the finale program changes. Seeing Sam Su, he walked over and gritted his teeth. Despicable. Su Shin was uncertain, not knowing who the person in front of him was. At that moment, the person next to him told Sam Su that this was Marin, the head of Art Ocean. It was only then that Senator Su reacted. Instantly disliked. You up. No can no BB. Put. Song Yu laughed outright. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold back. Can I translate for you? Marin was furious. At this point in time, it would certainly be a joke for people to argue here. At the same time, people will be more likely to laugh at them for being less skillful than Yahei. We'll see. With a harsh word, Marin left. It's just a hiccup. The next thing you know, the Wachovia crowd is in intense rehearsal. It is worth mentioning that the song Unforgettable Tonight was sung by a singer from the national team called Duan Muqing. Senator Su was surprised by this. Associated with the president of the Opera Association, Duan Musong, Su Shin muttered in his heart. No way. This world is too small. Sure enough, as Su Sun thought, Duan Muqing was Duan Musong's daughter and Zhao Shuer's mother. Duan Muqing looked at Senator Su with a beaming smile. Little Su. Very good. I've often heard my family Shuer mention you. Auntie is too kind. I came to the capital thanks to Sister Shuer's care as well. Oh young people, to communicate more. Someday free to come to the house. I'll make you good food. Chapter 43, The Spring Festival Gala begins. Sam Hui took the time to call home. Inform your parents of your recent situation. Su's mother only cares if her son is doing well. Su's father, however, has always held a grudge over Senator Su's discharge from the army. Mom, I've transferred some money to you. Don't save it, spend it as you should. I'm doing okay. Su's mother complained. What are you transferring money to us for? You've only just been discharged from the army and you need money everywhere. Keep this money for yourself. Although Father Su didn't squeak, he was giving Mother Su a wink, telling her to tell Sam Su that we don't want his money. Mom, I'm working well now. I'm going to be on the Spring Festival Gala program this year. Do you and your oldest sister want to come to Jingdu for the new year? Hearing the news that Su Shin was going to be on the Spring Festival Gala, Su's mother was very excited and said, Really? That's great. Su's father also instructed, you have to perform well, but don't disgrace the country. I've made arrangements in Kyoto. Do you guys want to come over here for New Year's? We won't be there. Your sister is bringing her boyfriend home this year. If you're free, come back too. We haven't seen you in years. As she said that, Mother Su started wiping her tears. Su's father rebuked. Why are you crying? Your son has his career. You can't kidnap him with this. Senator Su was a bit touched and thought to himself, yes, it's been a few years since I've been home. It's time to go back and take a look. Figuring this out, Sam Hui stated, Mom, I'll be home after the show. Hanging up the phone with his parents, Sam Su went on to call his sister Su Xian. As soon as the phone was connected, the other party was heard saying, older brother, I can see that you have been in the limelight lately. So long have not contacted your old sister me? Is not soaring to fame and forgetting that you have a sister? Senator Su hurriedly begged for forgiveness. How dare I? I'm not afraid of delaying your relationship. Mom told you? Who needs to tell you? When I counted with my fingers, I knew that your peach blossom luck is especially strong this year. Come on. I'm bringing your brother-in-law home for the new year. Are you coming back? Back. But not until after the Spring Festival. I have a program for this year's Spring Festival. Kid, you can do it. It's on the Spring Festival Gala. Then I'll watch your performance with my parents and wait for you to come back. Hanging up the phone, Senator Su exclaimed, it's good to have family. Time is running out and it's almost Spring Festival. On the evening of New Year's Eve, all the families gathered together and waited for the Spring Festival Gala to begin. In the Su family, the meal was already on the table. Besides Su's father and mother, there was Su Xian and her boyfriend. There was an extra set of dishes on the table. It's a habit of the Su family. Every New Year's Eve, even if Sam Su didn't come home, he would prepare dishes for him. In the words of Su's mother, although my son has not returned, the share that belongs to him cannot be missing. Perhaps this is the silent love of parents for their children. Su Xian said, Mom, in a moment we'll be able to see Lao Di on TV. This kid doesn't know what he's become over the years. Mother Su muttered in a low voice. I wonder if little Sam cares to eat at this moment? The program started soon after. Everyone had a great time watching it. The internet is abuzz with discussion about the show. That skit just now was so funny. It made me laugh. The magic show was awesome. Can someone please explain how they make things disappear? That dance just now wowed me. Everyone is going crazy for their favorite shows. At that moment, the host was heard saying aloud, Dear audience, at this moment, the stage is glittering. The lights are intertwined into a dreamy picture. In this night full of laughter and emotion, we will present you with a song full of passion and dreams. Now, please let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the song We Are All Dream Chasers by Senator Su. Song Yu, Ran Yang and Hao Jing. The words froze in the net. Who? Senator Su? Did I hear you right? At Su Sen's home, his parents and sister, as well as his future brother-in-law, were also watching the program. Coming! Su Xian shouted excitedly. Su's mother, on the other hand, had tears in the corners of her eyes as she stared intently at the TV screen. Su's father also straightened up and watched the program. The netizens on the internet, straight away, exploded. What about play? Asterisk sneak attack again. You old six. You didn't even know to give advance notice. At this time, the viewers in front of their computers were sending out pop-ups, condemning Su Sen for this behavior. In fact, the entire spring program is unknown to everyone. It was only that Su Shen appeared too unbelievably. Usually people who appear on the Spring Festival night will be out of sight for a while before the Spring Festival. After all, it's to get to the rehearsal stage early. Sam Su is different. 1 second it was active in the public eye. Next thing you know, it's on spring break. It's no wonder those fans were surprised. Soon, information about the song appeared on the big screen. We Are All Dreamers. Performed by Su Sen, Song Yu, Ran Yang, Hao Jing. Lyrics by Sam Su. Arranged by Sam Su. Dance, flashy entertainment. Every figure runs with the sun. We sweat. We smile. Let's work together to be the pride of spring. Knowing the dream. The more you chase it, the more flavorful it gets. This song is a song full of youthful energy and positive energy. It has a light, upbeat melody. It is as if one feels the vigor of life and youthful energy. Listening to this song brings a sense of forward momentum and courage. No matter what stage of life you are in, an upbeat dance with a moving melody. It gives you the urge to unconsciously sway along. We are all dreamers. 1,000 miles to the runway. You're catching up with me. And the winds are rising in the spring. The sea is wide and the sky is open and warm. We are all dreamers. Today is the day to report to the future. Tomorrow, when happiness greets us, the best view is a hug. The chorus, with phrases such as heaven and earth runway and wind and clouds and spring tide, is really exquisite, and not something one would normally be able to write. Senator Su came up with the song, whether it was to cater to the theme of the show, or to create a festive atmosphere for the holidays. It can be just right. In fact, Sam Hui is highly regarded precisely because his songs always convey positive energy. In the current Chinese music scene, Many songs are steeped in shouted vocals and disease-free lyrics. It must be said that there is a culture of mourning in the entertainment industry nowadays. Many of the works reveal an air of negativity and decadence. Instead, Samsu's work is a breath of fresh air. His songs are not only melodic, but also incorporate deep meaning and reflection in his lyrics. This allows the audience to feel the beauty and hope of life no matter how many times they hear it. As a former soldier, Senator Su valued that honor. So, when he chooses songs, he always tends to favor those that are positive. Chapter 44, Homecoming. After the song, the netizens were delighted. Little Sammy is still Little Sammy and the songs are as good as ever. That said, Song Lao is also on stage. This is Hugging the Right Thigh. I'm voting for this song. San YYDS. In the entertainment industry, there are music charts every month. Only in the month of spring, the hit list has turned into a way to vote for the programs on the Spring Festival Gala. The one with the most votes will be the top of the list for the month. So, everyone votes for their favorite singers and shows. Thanks to the appearance of Samsu, everyone is talking about it. It's a bitter pill to swallow for the next player up. And the next person on the stage was an artist from Yehai Entertainment. For a situation like this, Ma Lin, the head of the artsy artist department, could be said to be gritting his teeth. Senator Su stole their thunder 3 times, making Marin want to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. After attending the program, Samsu and the group went out for a get-together. This year, no one went home. Getting together for a meal is kind of like being a stranger in another country for New Year's Eve. Song Yu, a native of Kyoto, didn't go back even after the program ended. Had to have a few drinks with everyone. During the meeting, Song Yu drank too much, pulled Su Sen's hand, and complained with a snotty nose and a tear. Brother San, do you know, since I followed you, I feel that I have found the direction. My old man said every day that I am not learned. Today, I went to the Spring Festival Gala. Let's see how they still dare to say that I am. Although everyone didn't have a family background like Song Yu's, they all felt quite deeply about the direction of life. When Samsu didn't come, everyone was relying on their blood to hold them together. Don't even know when it's over. It was only since Su joined Wakai that everyone saw hope. During the meeting, Senator Su was also infected by everyone's emotions. Immediately, he said, "It will get better and better in the future, and Wakai will become the top stream of the entertainment industry." Just as the Wachovia crowd gathered for dinner, the New Year's bell rang. At that moment, on stage, a song appeared, A Night to Remember, sung by Kiyoshi Tuan, lyrics by Samsu, arranged by Samsu. Netizens were just counting down the days and almost thought they had traveled when they saw such a message appear. Holy, why is it a Little Sammy song again? I feel like Sammy is CCTV's own son. So torn on which song to vote for. Soon, soothing, lilting music played. A night to remember, a night to remember. No matter where the world ends or the sea ends, the whole of China is in the same embrace. We wish the motherland well. The motherland well. We wish the motherland well. We wish the motherland well. Farewell to this night. Farewell to this night. No matter what new friends or old friends, we'll meet again next spring. The green hills are here, and the people have not grown old. The green hills are still there, and the people have not aged. The green hills are still there, and the people have not aged. We wish the motherland well. Let's wish the motherland well. Throughout the song, the repetition of the song Unforgettable Tonight emphasizes the unforgettable beauty of this moment. The lyrics also express the inability to part with this precious memory no matter where you are, as well as a bright vision and hope for the future. Duan Mucheng performed the song with his unique voice and superb singing skills. She does more than just sing. It's more about conveying an emotion, a sense of cherishing and holding on to the good times. After listening to one song, netizens said, "I'm sorry Triple. I'll go with Unforgettable Tonight." Netizens have voted for A Night to Remember. It's no surprise that the song A Night to Remember is, on Earth, more than just a song. It is more a communication of emotion, a memory of an era. Every time the melody of this song plays, it seems to lead people back to those warm, joyful and touching moments. It has become a classic in the minds of countless people, accompanying them through one unforgettable night after another. In the second day of voting tallies, A Night to Remember rode high, took the top spot for January. Duan Mucheng never dreamed that there would actually be a day when he would hit the list. Usually these veteran artists don't go down to compete for the list, but this kind of mindless achievement is also pleasing. Cheryl Zhao was even the first to send her New Year wishes and words of thanks. At this time, Senator Su was on the airplane. He opened the system panel and checked the quest. 2 songs short of what the mission requires. Senator Su counted the number of songs he sang as 7, and with the addition of Unforgettable Tonight it was exactly 8. That means that writing your own song and singing it for someone else completes the release of the song. Figuring this out, Senator Su was in quite a good mood. Samsu has now surpassed 10 million followers and is just short of the number of songs. Doing the math, The Legend of Yufei was released on the second day of the year. That means the mission will be done tomorrow. Senator Su was from the Su province, and this was the first time he had come to this place in that capacity. There was a lot of emotion for a while. Only after getting out of the car, Sushin saw his parents and sister waiting for him. There was a man next to my sister. A svelte-looking man. At first glance, you can tell you're from a bookish family. Boy, you've grown a lot. Su Xian looked at Su Shin, who was a head taller than herself, and flirted. Dad. Mom. Senator Su greeted the two old men. 1,000 words are not as good as this, Mom and Dad. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Su's mother had been sobbing for a long time. Back at home, the meal was served. Eating familiar hometown dishes. I don't know if it's physical or emotional. Sushin inexplicably felt at ease. Samsu also chatted with his future brother-in-law for a while. It was only then that I realized that this brother-in-law's family background was also unusual. This person's name was Yi Fan, and he was considered Su Xian's senior brother. His father is Yi Changlin, director of the Suzhou Tourism Bureau. Although the Su family was not a rich and powerful family, but the good thing is that the family is pure. In Su Sen's eyes, if his sister marries someone, she doesn't want to be rich and famous, but at least she should have a good family style. Yi Fan wears a pair of glasses and speaks in a regular manner. I heard Su Xian say that Yi Fan was engaged in scientific research, plus his family background. According to Sam Su, such a person is usually not bad, and is worthy of a lifelong commitment. After a day's rest at home, Su Xian dragged the family to the movies the next day. At this time, the movie that was released was The Legend of Yufei. Su's father, being from the military, saw the movie and didn't reject it. The family, early in the morning, came to the movie theater. After buying the tickets, Su Xian bought a lot of popcorn and some food. Mother Su complained, Xiao Xian, you're almost married. Why are you still acting like a child? Mom, just leave it alone. It's so hard to drag two handsome guys to watch a movie. How can you not eat something with such an appetite-increasing scene? Families sat in rows, waiting for the movie to come on. Chapter 45, Reactions to the movie. The movie started soon after. At the end of the Northern Song dynasty, the world was in chaos. Against the backdrop of these tumultuous times, Yu Fei, a valiant and loyal general who served his country, gradually rose to prominence. In 1136, Yu Fei entered Shenyang. Yu Fei was ordered to go on a northern expedition to recover the area around Hunan. Yu Fei said to his men, go straight to Huanglongfu and drink with the troops. Here, Yu Fei wrote his famous lyric Man Zhang Hong. The story also centers around this area. Soon the movie reaches the scene where Yu Fei is sitting alone in his tent. That's when the music started slowly. The song Last Night's Book, composed and sung by Sam Su, was also played. Last night's cold grasshopper was not chirping. I've come back from 1,000 miles of dreaming for the third time. Get up and walk around the steps alone. The people are quiet. The moon is bright outside the curtain. I've been working for a long time, but am not going home. I want to put my heart on the yodel. Who will hear the broken strings? Those who are educated hear that the lyric is Xiao Chong Shan, Last Night's Cold Anxiety Couldn't Stop Singing by Yu Fei. The more people who know the words, the more surprised they are. This. Inside, he was too shocked to speak. Even Su's father was filled with incredulity. Originally, I thought the song ended there. However, when the song continued, it was even harder for them to hide their inner shock. In my dream, I was clad in iron. It's gone with the wind last night. Outside the city, the horses rested and shook their heads, and the rooks looked out over the cold rain. I only lament the fact that the whole world is dying to be celebrated together. These people who knew the origin of the original lyrics could not help but feel skepticism rise in their hearts once they heard the subsequent lyrics. After all, who would dare to continue after Yu Fei's heirloom poetry? This is simply disrespectful and challenging to the classics. However, as the song continued, their moods began to subtly change. Skepticism was gradually replaced by amazement, because those lyrics surprisingly complement Yu Fei's original lyrics. When examining this entire song in the context of the stories before and after, the amazement escalates further into disbelief. They couldn't believe their ears. Not only do these renewed lyrics not ruin the beauty of the original, instead, it breathed new life and substance into it. This shift in mood is like taking a ride on an emotional roller coaster. From initial skepticism, to surprise in the middle, to disbelief at the end. Their hearts experienced a turning shock and baptism. Viewers who don't know where the lyrics come from just think it's a really well-written song. Sam Su possesses a mastery of singing, so his range is very wide. The audience didn't catch that the song was sung by Sam Hui. However, everyone makes a secret note of it. When the movie is over, be sure to download the songs for your collection. The movie continues. In 1137, Yufei dealt a severe blow to the puppet regime of Liu Yudaki under the wing of Jin dynasty. Due to the Yuejia army's bravery in battle, it beat the enemy. The Jin dynasty generals had to admit, it's easy to shake the mountains, but hard to shake the Yu family army. The whole movie is mainly centered around the resistance against the Jin dynasty and does not depict too many scenes from the court, nor was there an emergency edict of 12 gold medals. At this point, I have to say that director Zhang Hongyi has a knack for it. He brought Yufei's finest moments to the screen. As for the holding back part, just omit it. This is very friendly to the general public. After all, no one wants to come to a movie theater looking for anger on New Year's Eve. Even though people knew how Yufei ended up, it didn't stop them from enjoying the movie. Just when everyone thought the movie was over and was ready to leave, that's when the rousing melody started. This is followed by a chorus of chants. The atmospheric opening stops you in your tracks. Some of the people who walked to the door looked straight back at the screen. That's when the song came out of the stereo as well. Wolf smoke rises, and the gangs look north. The dragon flag rolls, the horse neighs, and the sword is like frost. Lit. The heart is like the yellow river flowing endlessly. In 20 years, who can compete? With just a few lines of lyrics, the jingoism seems to jump out at you and shock you. The audience was shaken and deeply moved by this masculine song. Apart from military songs, such a majestic and powerful melody is rare indeed. It's refreshing to feel like you're in those beacon days. The song continues. Hatred is madness, and the long sword is aimed. How many loyal souls have been buried in their homeland? Why not spare 100 deaths to serve one's country? I'm sorry, and I'm speechless, and my eyes are full of tears. When the movie Yuejia army bravely defending the territory, tenacious resistance to the gold scene again appeared. Grief and indignation were as hard to contain as a tidal wave. The brave and loyal souls who defended the country have sacrificed their lives. Their heroic departure pierced every heart. Every inch of the country is saturated with the blood and sweat of soldiers. This heavy sacrifice and dedication is awe-inspiring. The song continues, to its most rousing part. Horses' hooves go south. People look north. The grass is green and yellow, and the dust is flying. I would like to defend the land and open the border. China will be celebrated in all directions. The whole song, sung with fervor. Every note and every lyric is full of deep national emotion and firm conviction. It can be said that this song not only sings about history, but also about the present. It reminds us of our forefathers who fought valiantly for their country and nation. The song is not only a piece of music, but also a testimony of history and a declaration of the times. When we heard the lyrics of China will let the four directions come to congratulate, a strong sense of national pride arose in the hearts of the crowd. We Huaxia, as a great country, since ancient times has been to China since the name. It carries a glorious civilization of 5,000 years. This legacy has never been broken, despite the long history of defeats. But today we are still singing high and reviving China. What is revival? That is the glory of what was once possessed. A little respite from the doldrums. A magnificent journey to climb to the top again. This is the dream of revitalization of our Chinese sons and daughters. It is the goal and the faith that we strive for. As the song ended, I wondered who had started the beginning of Man Jiang Hong. Everyone chanted along. The angry hair is on the ground, and the rain is off at the end of the appendage. Lift up your eyes and look up to the sky in a magnificent way. 30 miles of fame and dust, 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Don't wait to see what happens when you're a young man and you're sad. The Jingkong shame has not yet been overcome. When will the hatred of the courtier be extinguished? Driving a long cart and stepping through the lack of Helan Mountain. The ambition is to starve on the flesh of the Hu captives, and the laughter is to drink the blood of the Huns with thirst. I'm going to start all over again. Clean up the old mountains and rivers, and move towards the heavenly palace. Perhaps the mood had gotten to him, and even Sue's father chanted out loud along with him. Such scenes were played out inside many theaters after the movie ended. The scene was spectacular. Someone posted such a video online. It instantly drew a crowd. What a movie. You have to recite the whole thing after you watch it. It's so combustible. I have to go to the movie theater and recite a section of Man Jiang Hong. I'm going to go. The whole thing is boiling. Chapter 46, The Repercussions of the Movie's Explosion. In this way, the movie Legend of Yufei quickly became popular in an unbelievable way. The circle was dumbfounded and let out the sentiment. It's still going on. However, it doesn't end there. There is even more discussion about the two songs in the movie. The movie was great and the songs were even more bombastic. It's worth the ticket. A movie and a song. If you're a man, you should listen to Jingle Bells. Why can't I find those two songs online? The cast and crew of The Legend of Yufei are pretty cocky over there. 2. It didn't put the songs on the shelves in the first place. It tickles those who haven't gone to see The Legend of Yufei movie. However, some saw the movie but left at the end. So, they only listened to one song. Last Night's Book. but listening to the netizens discuss it, I realized that I actually missed an even more bombastic song, Jingle Bells. It makes them pound their chests and feel like they've lost a lot of money. In this way, the movie Yufei biography completely fire out of the circle. Every screening that followed was almost always packed. Audience members clamored for tickets with great enthusiasm. Faced with such a hot scene, the theater had to urgently increase the number of screening rooms to meet the viewing needs of the general public. As the number of moviegoers continues to climb, so does the buzz on the internet. This is certainly the best publicity for the movie. However, it's a bitter pill to swallow for a movie that was released at the same time. The publicity that was done at great expense in the early days was completely stolen by The Legend of Yufei. The point is, there's no means of fighting back yet. All you can do is watch as other people's homes heat up and your own door is closed. It can be said that this spring festival file, Yufei Zhuan undoubtedly became the biggest winner. For such an achievement, Zhang Hongyi is more than happy. He knew that the key to sparking this wave of sensation was still the reason for Sam Su's song. This made him admire Su Xin's talent even more. The people in the circle, totally surprised that publicity can still be done like this. Some bigwigs in the industry sought out Zhang Hongyi to get lessons before the New Year's holidays were over. As the saying goes, one should never forget to dig a well when eating water. Zhang Hongyi always mentions the important contributions of Senator Su and Huakai when sharing with others. For a while, Huakai Entertainment has been gaining fame and attention in the movie and television industry. Several people have approached Xie Chengwen, the head of Huakai Entertainment. Even, some people have indicated that they want to take a stake in Wachovia. What's more, there is an intention to buy out Huakai. Faced with this sudden pomp and circumstance, Xie Chengwen was completely dumbfounded. You know, these guys are really big. Xie Chengwen had no access at all before. Now all of a sudden they all came to talk to him about cooperation, giving him a feeling of being flattered. However, Xie Chengwen quickly figured out the cause of the matter. He realized that it was the talent of Su Xin and the recommendation of Zhang Hongyi that together forged the present situation. It gave him a lot of confidence to talk to the big boys. As for the shares and acquisitions, that's never going to happen. Senator Su didn't pay attention to these things at this time. His focus was on the rewards given by the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Fans reached 10 million, 10 songs released, rewards are being distributed. Mission reward, host life expectancy plus 1 year. Hearing the familiar voice, Sam Su was in a rather pleasant mood. Next, the system's voice sounded again. Mission release, ask the host to release 20 songs and get the number of fans to exceed 20 million. Su Xin opened his Weibo and looked at the number of followers, which had already exceeded 11 million. At this rate, what's it going to be like when the fans break 100 million? The system does not give a clear answer, but Sam Su feels that if he really reaches 100 million followers, perhaps he will be completely cured. And what are the tasks and rewards after 100 million? This made Senator Su look forward to it. Regarding the 2 songs from The Legend of Yufei, they didn't hit the major music platforms until a week later. It was only then that everyone realized that the song that they had been longing for was actually the work of Sam Su. Tell me, Samuel, what else are you hiding from us? Why does it feel like one of Sam's songs is more powerful than the other? Sammy, do you still lack friends? My dad wants to make friends with you. Little Sammy, you said how come you're everywhere? It's not even if you're there. Just squeak out in advance so I'm prepared. Is it fun to see me surprised? Su Xin's family, too, had just realized that this was actually Su Xin's handiwork. Su Xin complained, bastard, why didn't you say so earlier, causing me to look for the original song online for a long time. You didn't ask either. Senator Su replied innocently. Su's father is also angry, and a few days ago he taught Sam Su to learn from the singers of Jingzhong Huagua. At that time, Senator Su just smiled and didn't say anything. Now that it turns out that the original singer is Sam Su, this seems to Su's father to be too bad for the kid. Senator Su received a call from Xie Chengwen on this day. Little Senator, the leader of your Su Province Tourism Bureau wants to meet you. What do you think? Hearing about the Su Provincial Tourism Bureau, Senator Su immediately thought of his future brother-in-law's old man. Is that Chief Yi? How do you know? Guess. Xie Chengwen knows that Su Xin is the Su Province. Then it is not surprising that Su Xin knows that the director of the Su Province Tourism Bureau is surnamed Yi. Figuring this out, Xie Chengwen said, look at my memory. You are the Su Province. No wonder you know that it is Director Yi who wants to see you. You have been on fire lately, and Director Yi is probably trying to rub off on this wave of heat. Well, I happen to still be at home, and will be ready to go back to Kyoto in a few days. Then I'll give him your number. Hanging up with Xie Chengwen, it didn't take long for Senator Su's phone to ring again. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Yi Changlin from the Suzhou Province Tourism Bureau. Mr. Xia just got off the phone with me and I heard that you're also in Suzhou province? Hello Director Yi. I'm home these days. What are your instructions? It's about the tourism side of the Su. If it's convenient for you, can we meet up? After agreeing on a time with Yi Chunlin, Senator Su came to the living room. At this time, Yi Fan's phone rang. Yi Fan walked to the side to pick up the phone and came back and said, Xian, my father is coming. Hearing that her in-laws were coming, Mother Su asked busily, are they here to discuss the marriage of the two of you? Su Xian and Yi Fan were already engaged, but the wedding date had never been set. When Ye's father wanted to come, Su's mother naturally assumed it was for her son's marriage. No, said it's work-related. Stopped by to see Xian and you too. Senator Su didn't interrupt, knowing by and large that Father Yi had come, this time, to look for him. However, it was also possible that people had other things on their mind and sought themselves out in passing. Su Xian and Yi Fan were originally going back to school, but Ye's father is coming, so he can only stay home for a few more days. Chapter 47, No Coincidence. Yi Changlin quickly arrived at the county where Su Sin was located. He first had dinner with the Su family. At the dinner table, Yi Changlin said, In-laws, about the matter of the two children's wedding date. Let them set it themselves, as long as they are both willing. Xiaofan's mother and I are fine with it. Yi Fan said, Dad, Xian and I have discussed it. When she graduates from graduate school next year, we will get married. The several elders certainly did not have any opinions about Yi Fan and Su Xian's decision. Sam Hui searched for the right gift to give his sister when she got married. At this time, Yi Fan asked, Dad, do you have any official business this time? Yi Changlin said, I'm here this time, mainly to meet our Su city's young talent, and coincidentally, he's also surnamed Su, the young man called Su Xin who's been very hot lately. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other and all looked at Yi Changlin. Yi Changlin looked at everyone's expressions and thought that the crowd also wanted to meet the big star. Therefore, Yi Changlin boasted, if you guys want to meet, or want any autographs, wait for me to finish chatting with him about business and see if there is any chance. I heard that he is just retired from the army down here, and I hope that it is a good man to deal with. When he finished, the crowd was still looking straight at him. Yi Changlin said jokingly, why are you guys looking at me like that? Do you guys know him or not? Ha ha ha. Yi Fan really couldn't help himself and said, Dad, the one you're looking for, is it Susan who sang Jingzhong Weigua? Yes, that song is too powerful. He not only created the Jingzhong to repay the country, and the national day when the singing of the 10,000 borders, and so many songs, our lyrics and singing all inclusive. Such a talent, actually our province of Su. I came to find him, but also want to talk about the things about the Su city tourism promotion, to see if there is an opportunity to cooperate a hand. Yi Changlin finished with a proud look. It's as if Senator Su is from the Su province and how much of an honor it is for the Su province. The crowd, this time, turned all of their gazes to Sam Su. Senator Su had originally thought that Yi Changlin had something else going on this time, so he hadn't squeaked. But when he saw everyone staring at him, he greeted him sardonically. Uncle Yi. Yi Changlin looked at Senator Su and only felt that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. In fact, Senator Su has also made appearances on public platforms. Only, Yi Changlin didn't even think in that direction. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? Yi Fan couldn't bear for his dad to remain in the dark and opened his mouth. Dad, Xian's brother is the Su Xin you're looking for. A sentence that instantly made Yi Chenglin's scalp tingle. He was, right now, itching to violently beat up his own son. Why didn't you say something ahead of time for such important information? Thinking about the statement he had just sworn to make, he awkwardly picked at the ground with his feet. But as a higher power, what scenes have I not seen before? Yi Changlin calmed his mind, but still said with some embarrassment, it's really young and promising. The in-laws are also great. Not only did they cultivate Xian to be so good, but their son is even more of a young talent. It's really admirable. Su's father was busy answering. In-laws are too kind. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. If this kid dares to shirk them, I will not spare him. Everyone didn't mention what had just happened again and continued to eat. After the wine and dinner, Yi Changlin stated the purpose of the trip. Little Senator, let's not talk about two families. I'm looking for you this time. It's mainly about the matter of tourism promotion in the Su province. You are aware that our Su province is a place with a long history and deep culture. I always feel that more people should understand and appreciate the beauty of our hometown. Therefore, I would like to ask you to endorse your hometown. And if you can, create some works about your hometown. I believe that as long as you're willing to put in your efforts, our hometown's reputation will definitely be taken to the next level. Yi Chenglin's words were justified. Both the closeness of being an elder, the claims of his hometown, and the things that Sam Su was going to do are clearly stated. Originally, Yi Chenglin only thought that Su Sin would become the ambassador of Su province, leveraging the fame of Sam Su to better publicize the tourism industry in Suland. But thinking that there was actually this relationship, the demand to create a work for the Su was simply put forward. Senator Su replied, "Uncle Yi, it is incumbent upon me to do something for my hometown. As for the specifics, I'll go back and think about it. There's no rush, as long as you remember this, and besides, don't worry about the cost, it's definitely on the highest budget." Senator Su smiled and didn't say anything. He was well aware that even if he were to pay at the highest government rate, it would not be much higher. Besides, Samui has never taken any endorsements or commercials. This is kind of Sam Su's debut. With his current level of hotness, there are definitely people who will offer sky-high appearance fees if he wants to, but Sam Su didn't care. There would be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. This time, let's say it's a favor to your hometown, to your sister's brother-in-law. There's not that much of a rush to work with the Su. Senator Su decided it would be better to return to Kyoto first. In the past few days at home, Sam Hui had a very pleasant time. He also enjoys family reunions together. It's better to bring the two old men to Kyoto when you have the chance. I just don't know if my sister and brother-in-law have any plans to go to Kyoto for development. When Senator Su returned to Kyoto, he first visited Elder Zhao. Incidentally, he told Elder Zhao about what happened in the Soviet Union. Zhao Lao does not interfere with this in any way. After getting to know Senator Su over the past few months, Zhao Lao still felt that he had underestimated him. In Zhao Lao's eyes, this kid is very measured in his actions, and he is very steady in his steps. This put Elder Zhao at ease. Solely let him toss it around. Just don't go out of your way. Hua Kai was handed over to him, and Zhao Lao was relieved. After returning to the company, Xia Qingwen gave everyone a big red envelope each. Heralds a red-hot year. It was also true that in January, Hua Kai took the top 2 spots on the music charts with We Are All Dream Chasers and Unforgettable Tonight, which was written and composed by Su Shen. February even took the top 2 spots with Last Night's Book and Seinfeld. Such an achievement, if placed on someone else, would be something to brag about. Regarding the song Last Night's Book, even some experts and scholars said, with this song, he has surpassed more than 50% of lyricists, because continuing to extend Yufei's words is a difficult challenge for most people. However, he has managed to create a few new lines that fit with it, which shows his extraordinary talent and creative strength. While Last Night's Book has been praised by experts, the song Seinfeld has been equally well received. This song, spread to the troops stationed at the border, instantly ignited the fervor of the soldiers. If green flowers in the army had brought tears to the eyes of the iron men guarding the frontier, then Jing Zhonghuigua makes these sons and daughters furious. There is an air of those who violate our borders will be executed even though they are far away. The song Jingzongchen became, for a time, the war song of the border patrol. When the imposing song rang out, the entire border trembled. These clanking men have never powdered any stars, but Sam Su became their only idol. It can be said that every song of Sam Su was loved by these sons and daughters. There were even shouts from frontier fighters asking him to come and walk on the front line sometime. Chapter 48, Too Stupid. Time is quickly approaching March. Songwoo released the song Too Stupid in the first place. It's a song that really tortured him. The transformation of high notes, low notes, long notes and short notes in it made him suffer while recording the song. It was a song that was polished for most of a month before it was finished, although the process was painful. Song Yu, at this time, was full of confidence. Champion, here I come. At this point, assistant Hao Jian said, Brother San won't be releasing any songs this month. Song Yu gave him a blank look. I've asked for confirmation. And Sam promised not to release a song this month. That's good. I hope Sammy only wrote the song for you and not for anyone else. Shut thee up and say it again and I'll rip your mouth off. Unsurprisingly, Songwoo's song Too Silly drew a crowd upon its release. Ha ha, Song Lao Air has released another song. Does that mean that Xiao San Air is going to release a song too? Song Lao Air has been quite popular lately. He was on the Spring Festival Gala and released a new song. It's still Little Sam's work. It looks like he's really following the right person. Sit back and wait for Song Lao Air to stabilize his position as the second in command. Song Yu also saw the messages from the netizens. He wasn't angry, though. I think you guys are just jealous. After all was said and done, the netizens were the first to click on the song. At the beginning of the song, the strings of the huqin sound deep and sultry, like a sob, like a picture of stars scattered about. It shines brightly. Sungwoo's voice was also just right. How many nights of obsessive thought? I still don't understand. What separates us today? Dreams are too fast anyway. Love can only be so strong anyway. Hearts and feelings let it shatter and drift away into the wind. These lines are like the deep reflection and disenchantment of a relationship. It also shows the confusion and helplessness in the face of separation. The audience can't help but feel a sense of frustration at the lack of control over their love and dreams. The song continues. Just why in the first place were you? I don't want to hear all the fuss and bother. There's a storm in the midst of the rumor mill. You would have chosen me. Just why is it that nowadays we, to pursue true love against all odds? Stick to your ideals and you'll get what you want. You're gonna give up on me. This is the part where people are holding their breath to hear. It fondly evokes nostalgia for the good old days. It also reveals the powerlessness and helplessness in the face of changing reality. Those days when I used to fight for love. And the bitterness of having to choose to give up in the end. It's all brought to life in this verse. After listening to this, a lot of people made pop-ups, like finally being able to breathe. The song continues. Besides, you wouldn't understand. What can you do when your heart aches? No more locking myself up, making mistakes. It's silly to keep your promises. It's just that I'm confused by love. It doesn't matter what I said, but I've never forgotten it. It's silly to keep your promises. It's just that I'm confused by love. Where can I find my drunken heart? How can I escape from the empty memories? The lyrics are succinct and profound, touching directly on the softest parts of the heart. Songwoo even conveyed his inner struggles and pain to the listeners with his songs. When recording this, Songwoo couldn't sing with that heartbreaking feeling. For this reason, he even went to consult Senator Soo. Sam Soo asked him, "Ever been out of love?" Songwoo replied, "Lost, finding out what it's like to be out of love. But I'm the one who dumps people. I've never been dumped." Senator Soo's face was filled with black lines. Scum! There was no way around it. So Senator Soo could only let Songwoo revisit the ancient classics. The colorful butterfly dances helplessly. The poignant beauty of Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai. The peacock goes southeast every year. The steadfastness of Lu Lanji in Zhao Zhongqing. The beauty of waiting for the white head to chant hairpin phoenix. Lu Yu and Tang Wan's love but cannot. After these readings, Songwoo was still unable to commit except for his exasperation. There was no way around it. So Samsu could only make him read the story of the longevity monk and the king of the daughter kingdom a few times. Songwoo then turned his regret into sadness and finished recording the song. The audience is not as scummy as Songwoo. More or less suffered from love. Listening to the song Too Stupid is simply emotional and full of regret. After the song was played, people started talking about it online. How hurt was Elder Song to sing so heartbreakingly? Friendly reminder that it is possible to breathe while listening to a song. There is a secret in my heart that the mountain birds do not know, nor the north wind, nor the gods. Many a woman has lain in my arms and asked me if I love her, and I have answered in the affirmative, but she, my God, will never ask if I love her. The song Too Stupid has led to many parodies. Some people have even started teaching science online. Just getting into it. Short notes, intense changes, use of repetitive phrases, nylon guitars, a few valleys. The previous 8 stanzas are climbing tone sentences, 2 per stanza, for a total of 16 stanzas. By the time you get to the interlude, it's repeated 5-note valleys parallel to the same note. Whether people were parodying it or flirting with it, the heat was on. And just like that, Too Stupid stormed to the top of the charts. Songwoo was even more smug. I'll see who can compete with me this month. At this point, Hao Jian said, "Brother you, the championship is assured this time." Just then, Zhao Shuer posted the window exploration that Senator Soo had given her. Songwoo was still immersed in the joy of his victory and didn't pay attention to the changes in the list. Hao Jian swiped his phone and saw Zhao Shuer's window exploration all the way up. However, this time he learned his lesson and didn't squeak. Instead, they left in a hurry. Songwoo's current appearance had the appearance of giving up his life. Opened the chart and refreshed it to see how the song was downloaded. This look directly made him exclaim, asterisk 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 asterisk. Just a song titled Window Visit that is caught up with his Too Stupid. Looking at the singer again, it was actually Chloe Zhao. With a trembling hand, Songwoo clicked on the song's message. Song, Window Visit. Sung by Cheryl Zhao. Lyrics by Sam Soo. Buzz. Songwoo only felt his head buzzing. Hao Jian's words from earlier were ringing in his ears. I hope San only wrote the song for you and not for anyone else. Songwoo turned back full of anger. Where was Hao Jian's figure at this time? Hao Jian, you poisonous tit, get out of here. The first time Hao Jian saw the song Window Explorer, he bailed. He didn't want to face Songwoo's wrath. I just came out and saw the company's driver. Wang, getting ready to go out. Wang, where are you going? I'm going to the suburbs to pull a batch of equipment. I'm fine now. I'll go with you. No need Jian. I'll just go by myself. What's the point of wasting words? I'll follow you and get some air on the way. When Songwoo filled the company looking for Hao Jian, he was already on his way to the suburbs at this point. Still, there was no reason for a chill in his heart, and he couldn't help but shiver. Fellow driver Wang said, Brother Jian, isn't it too cold? Nope, just felt a chill down my back. Song Yu, who had nowhere to vent, could only return to his office to fret alone. It's not fun at all. You're all bullying me. Chapter 49, The Window Peak. Everyone laughed out loud when they saw the song Window Visit. Ha ha ha. Just because Junior didn't post a song doesn't mean he's allowing Song Yu to compete for first place. Brothers, top it off. We must make Song's dick stay a dick. Song Yu. Surname Song Yu. Character Lao Air. Jianghu called Song Lao Air. Ha ha ha. Sorry, just couldn't hold it in. Amidst the netizens' banter, the group clicked on the song. Zhao Shuer's voice came out. When the swallows go, red beans fill the branches. For those who have traveled far, don't ask when you'll return. Who is the only one who can keep the water of Xiang Xiang? Lit. I don't know what time it is this evening. Idiom, fig, at a loss. When the swallow returns, there is no sign of the virtuous man. I think it's a good idea to leave. Loath to be without a place to send one's love. Traveling far and wide 1,000 miles. He waved his ink and put down his pen. She dances and dreams of a better time. Love in a play. Love in a play. Strangers meet. In flowery heaven. It's a song that feels like it's telling a story. Cheryl Cho's vocals tell the story. In ancient times, a man and a woman were deeply in love, but were separated by the fiddling of fate. The man embarks on a journey to the capital, leaving his beloved woman behind. The red beans are full of branches, symbolizing the woman's endless thoughts. She meditated in her mind, not asking for a return date, in order to have something to look forward to. In the woman's mind, maybe the man will be back tomorrow. However, day after day, year after year, the woman is alone in her room, and waiting has become the whole of her life. Time had passed and she had even forgotten what year it was. Overwhelmed with longing, she couldn't let her feelings drift any further, so she set out on a 1,000-mile search for a man. The women became actors in the theater and the men became successful. The wheel of fate is such a tease. The two met again, but it was at the man's wedding banquet. Two people who once loved each other deeply are now strangers. Viewers brainstormed the plot of the story in anticipation of what was to come. Everyone wants the two to have a perfect ending. The song continues. She sang, "Meet me where I'm from. One step at a time is love." The man on the stage is on the golden list. "I don't recognize you from the stage." He's talking about the time of the wedding. The crowd congratulates a beautiful woman and a talented man. Unheard, there's a love story in the theater. The addition of the theater accent goes straight to the listener's head. Some people even had their mouths open with an incredulous expression. The crowd then remembered that the singing Zhao Shuer was the one who played Pei Yinji in Red Ridge and sang Peach Blossom Fan. Surprised, they also heard the end of the man and the woman. The man became a scholar in the gold list and entered into a new marriage contract with a rich young lady. This grand wedding attracted the attention of countless people. The crowd sent their blessings and envy to the newlyweds. The women, on the other hand, were in the midst of this joyous atmosphere as the troupe presented a performance for the men's wedding. When she walked on stage, she instantly recognized the man she had loved so much. However, the man did not recognize her. He had nothing but newlywed joy in his eyes. The woman just sang, singing the joy of meeting someone from another country, singing of the caveman's sorrow. Her song echoed through the air. The man, on the other hand, was still too absorbed in his own happiness to notice her presence. Even though we should not know each other, it is better not to see each other at all. As the last note slowly falls, the song ends. However, the heartfelt melody and the sobbing lyrics still resonate in everyone's mind. It's a poignant love story. It was two lovers, but they ended up missing out. The chorus is subtly infused with operatic elements, a perfect blend of pop music and traditional Chinese art. Not only does it not feel the least bit out of place, but it strikes the listener's heart even more profoundly. A friend from another country. When the gold list is made, caveat emptor. A talented man with a beautiful woman. These are supposed to be joyous events in life. However, for the woman in the song, it becomes endless sorrow and hopelessness. Those who have the story can relate to it even more. Listen to Window Visit and then listen to Too Stupid. The discovery, too foolish, is like a ghost in a woman's mind. It's silly to keep your promises, but I blame myself for getting caught up in love. It doesn't matter what I said, but I've never forgotten it. It's silly to keep your promises. It's just that I'm confused by love. Where can I find my drunken heart? How can I escape from the empty memories? Cheryl Zhao had a hard time recording this song. It's not so much that her vocals are faulty or that she can't emotionally engage. Rather, it's the songs that make her so emotional. Cheryl Zhao, who has been exposed to opera since she was a child, has sung too many sorrows and joys, and the song, Window Visit, felt like it rattled her sensitive nerves. She was allowed to fully immerse herself in the role of the woman in the song and couldn't get out of it. At this time, Songwoo also listened to the song Window Visit. Although it was unpleasant, it had to be said that Zhao Shuer did sing well. More to the point, it's an opera song. So far, Counting this one, there are only 2 songs in the Chinese music scene. Viewers naturally treat it like a treasure, downloading and liking it plus favoriting it. Song Yu consoled himself. She's been on top of me since I was a kid anyway. It's fine. Don't cry. I'm used to it. At that moment, Hao Jian appeared. Just when he wanted to open his mouth, he heard Song Yu indifferently say, "You better shut the hell up or I won't be able to control myself from punching you." Hao Jian smiled awkwardly, but still spoke. "Brother you didn't lose unfairly." Song Yu glared at him. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or else this beating, you're going to get it. Can't you see the relationship between San and Zhao Shuer?" Hearing Hao Jian say so, Song Yu seemed to think of something. A slap on the thigh said, "Right, why didn't I think of it? These two definitely have an adulterous relationship." "Shu, you can't say that. If Brother San hears about it, we both won't have to hang around anymore. Ahem, forget that earlier, or I'll really get my hands on you." Understand. These two winning over you is actually the same as San winning over you. In the end, you've only ever lost to one person." Hearing Hao Jian say this, Song Yu wasn't angry anymore. Extra chicken legs for you later. There is even more discussion about window visitors on the internet. Treasure songs. What's wrong with little Samson's head that he can perform miracles 3 times? Not only the song itself, but Cheryl Cho, who sings it, is marvelous. When you get older, the nationalist blood in your bones automatically awakens. A man came up to me who looked like you, and I expected it to be you, and I was afraid it was you. When the gold list is made, on the night of the wedding, the new man lies beside the old man, empathized with a fictional person in a song. I've lost my her. Woo woo, the song Window Visit, in addition to capturing a large number of fans, another fire for the theater. Even, people are starting to think that there's something very advanced about adding a little bit of theater inside a song. This has been very exciting for the theater guild, though the theater didn't catch fire as they traditionally envisioned. But it's something to be happy about to enter the public eye in this way. Chapter 50, Eating. Unsurprisingly, the song Window Visit took the top spot on the March music charts. Too Dumb to Fail came in second. When you see rankings like this, it's unspoken. Song Lao Air, I really can't get rid of my fate. Laugh your ass off. This 1,000-year-old second position is yours. Little Samson is bad too. I doubt he did it on purpose. On this day, Zhao Shuer said that she wanted to treat Senator Su to dinner to show her appreciation. When the call was made, Song Yu happened to be on the side of Senator Su. When he heard that Zhao Shuer was treating her, he said that he would follow and dine with her. Song Yu's thoughts were simple. He wanted to see what stage Su Xin and Zhao Shuer had developed to. Also, he wanted to see how Zhao Shuer got the song from Senator Su. Last time he got the song through a bet. In Song Yu's words, "I gambled on my luck." What does she, Zhao Shuer, have to go on? This gave Song Yu the curiosity to find out what was going on. What could Senator Su say? What could Zhao Shuer say? After all, Song Yu is so shameless. What else can you do with him? Soon, it was time for the appointment. Inside a Sichuan hot pot restaurant in Kyoto, Sam Su, Song Yu and Zhao Shuer occupied a separate compartment. For this meal, Zhao Shuer mainly came to thank Senator Su. After all, the song Window Visit was a very rewarding experience for the Opera Association. When Zhao Shuer was in the association, those uncles advised her, "Don't stay in the association if you're not doing anything. Go find Su Xin." Every time, Zhao Shuer was filled with black lines. This made Lin Feng look at him and hate his teeth. But he also understood that since the last time he went toe-to-toe with Senator Su, the people in the association didn't have a good feeling about him. Lin Feng put the blame on Su Sen's head. For Zhao Shuer, even without Su Xin, she couldn't look at Lin Feng. From start to finish, Lin Feng was the one who made a fool of himself. Senator Su is completely innocent. At the dinner table, Sam Hui and Song Yu feasted. It had been a really long time since Sam Hui had eaten a Sichuan-flavored hot pot. Although he was from the Soviet Union, he was in the army in Sichuan province. After so many years in the army, I've long gotten used to the food over there. And fondue, arguably, is his favorite. In his previous life, Sam Su was also fond of hot pot. As for Song Yu eating with gusto, it was entirely because he was hungry. Senator Su asked Zhao Shuer, "Do you know anyone who knows the Wu dialect?" The reason why Senator Su asked this was because he had previously promised Yi Chenglin that he would create a publicity piece for his hometown. After thinking about it, he felt that the dialect that could best emphasize the characteristics of his hometown was still the Wunong soft language. He speaks for himself, of course, but would also like to find someone to work with on the piece he's creating for his old home. Zhao Shuer was puzzled. "Are you speaking Wunong soft language?" "Yes, preferably a girl, and I'd like to record a song in dialect." "May I?" When these words came out, Both Senator Su and Song Yu looked at her suspiciously. Zhao Shuer explained. My grandmother was from the Su province. She taught me. It was only then that Sam Su realized that it was really a case of stepping through iron shoes and finding no place to get there. If you get just anyone, they don't always sing well, and the image of a good singer is not always good. Since Zhao Shuer would, it was really a matter of strength and image. Couldn't have been a more appropriate candidate. Senator Su instantly sent the song sounding slow to Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer couldn't be bothered to eat and began to study it. The song sounding slow, On Earth, is a song composed by Lu Yang and sung with lyrics by Cui Kaichao, but it was Wu Liangying's Suzhou commentary version of the song that caught fire. Later, it was even more imitated by many. Regardless of how it's sung, Sam Su thinks that the song, or the Wunong version, is the best. So, Senator Su was ready to come up with this song as a promotional piece for his hometown. Song Yu was confused at this point, seeing Zhao Shuer get another song so easily. Suddenly the hot pot didn't even smell good anymore. Song Yu pondered in his heart, it's so easy to get it. No, I have to make a note of San's love of hot pot, so I'll make a hot pot restaurant. I don't believe I can't eat the song? Thinking about it, Song Yu heatedly smiled. Senator Su looked at him somewhat breathlessly, and Zhao Shuer completely ignored it. This time she was completely immersed in the words and music of the sound of the voice. When she saw something she couldn't decide on, she asked Sam Su. In the end, a meal became a working meal. Sung Woo let out a hefty laugh every now and then as he went from being sour at the beginning to finally imagining the scene after firing up the store. When Sam Su dined and gifted him a song, Senator Su felt that this person was designated as sick. The next day, Song Yu began his plan for the hot pot restaurant. He had only one request, and that was to facilitate Sam Hui. Yesterday's meal was eaten near the company, and Song Yu went straight to the boss. When he explains his intentions, the owner of the hot pot restaurant thinks he's a psychopath. The owner even felt that Song Yu was insulting him. He opened the hot pot restaurant, and it was for sentimentality. But when Song Yu gave the price, the boss was immediately filled with smiles. Brother, you really have a good eye. Song Yu took over the store that day. The clerks were confused and had no idea what was going on. How come the boss changed overnight? Some even said that they would follow the original boss to the death. Song Yu, on the other hand, said, I see that everyone is very positive. If there are those who want to leave, they can leave at any time, and those who stay, the position will remain the same, and the work treatment will be raised by 1 grade. Employees have said, the boss is a good judge of character. I'll follow you. Song Yu only gave this hot pot restaurant one order. That's pointing to Sam Huey's picture and saying, when he comes in the future, all purchases will be free. After taking care of one family, Song Yu went back to the neighborhood of Su Sen's house to look for a store. At this time, Su Xin and Zhao Shuer were recording a song in the studio. Senator Su also had to admire Zhao Shuer's ability to learn. If there are some places that you can't understand, the Su senator will be able to comprehend them with a little explanation. It was important to realize that Senator Su had referred to the success stories of his previous life in order to navigate the world. Zhao Shuer was relying entirely on her own understanding. This made Sam Su mentally sigh. A genius is indeed a genius. After a few days of polishing, it was finally recorded to my satisfaction. Senator Su went to Yi Changlin. Uncle Yi, I've sent the stuff over. Yi Changlin was overjoyed when he heard this, but then he lost it a little. After all, how good can a work created in such a short period of time be? In his eyes, which of the general masterpieces did not take a year and a half to polish? Yi Changlin was a bit torn at this point. He regretted asking Sam Su for his work. If we only asked Su Xin to be an ambassador, with Su Xin's current traffic, it would definitely be extraordinary. But now that the work is being sent, wouldn't it be an offense not to use it in case the quality doesn't work? Yi Changlin lamented. Alas, it's still that he's too greedy. He's riding a bit of a tiger right now. Let's take a look at it as it comes. Chapter 51, Yi Chenglin's Mind. With a complicated mood, Yi Changlin clicked on the audio sent by Senator Su. When the pipa sounded, Yi Changlin had an illusion. Why, it looks like the opening of a Suzhou commentary. While Yi Changlin was skeptical, Zhao Shuer sang in Wunong soft language, green bricks accompanied by tile paint. With just that one sentence, Yi Changlin snapped his computer shut. He felt like he was dreaming and couldn't believe his ears. Yi Changlin shook his head. It seems like an illusion just now. He reopened the computer and clicked on the audio file. This time he was sure that he had heard correctly. It was indeed the Suzhou commentary. Only the words were never heard before. Could this be a new song? Yi Changlin forced down his inner excitement, but realized that it was impossible to suppress it. With trembling hands, he dialed a number. Elder Lu. Hello, I'm Yi Changlin. Yi Changlin spoke with a tremor. Yi, why did you remember to call me? Elder Lu, can you come to the unit for a moment? When Yi Changlin spoke, not only was his voice trembling, even the hand that clutched the phone was shaking a little. Lu Lao heard something wrong with Yi Changlin's voice and thought that something big had happened, so he didn't ask too many questions and immediately responded. Okay, I'll go over there. Elder Lu was Yi Changlin's old leader, now retired. The main reason why Yi Changlin turned to Lu Lao for help was his position in Suzhou's cultural circle. After his retirement, Lu's love and study of traditional art has continued unabated. His insights and judgments carry significant weight within the industry. Yi Changlin invited Mr. Lu to come here in the hope that he could use his unique vision and rich experience to conduct an in-depth evaluation of the work submitted by Senator Su. This is despite the fact that Yi Changlin himself has been fully aware of the qualities of this work. But the more he was confronted with works of distinction, the more cautious he was, fearing any error in his judgment. That's why they were in a hurry to call Elder Lu over to keep a check on things. At this moment, Yi Changlin was pacing back and forth in his office at this moment, and his hands were also rubbing against each other, revealing an unnameable tension. When Elder Lu arrived, he was busy welcoming him. Elder Lu, Yi, what's going on? What happened? There is a work that I can't decide on, and I'd like to ask you to advise me on it. When Elder Lu heard this, his face instantly pulled down. It was as if to say, that's it? You may not be making too big a deal out of it. Seeing this, Yi Changlin was busy explaining. Lu Lao, listen to me. Alas, I'd better not say any more. It's better for you to listen directly. Lu Lao couldn't figure out what medicine Yi Changlin was selling. He could only allow Yi Changlin to let him in front of the computer. Yi Changlin carefully clicked play. As soon as the pipa sounded, Lu felt that it was the opening of a Suzhou commentary. But there are other instrumental sounds mixed in. Elder Lu still wanted to savor it, but Zhao Shuer's Wu dialect sang out, and Elder Lu got up straight away. Yi Changlin had expected Lu Lao to react like this. This time, he purposely stood behind Lu Lao to prevent the old man from falling down in excitement. It was no wonder that Elder Lu was excited. It is important to know that, through the dynasties, Suzhou commentary on the inheritance of the present, the number of its repertoire is very few. Little new work has been produced in recent times. Even the once pleasant Wu-known soft language is fading away with the popularization of Putonghua. Today, many children are no longer familiar with the rhythms of the dialect, not to mention singing in Wunong. When Luck was in office, he had spared no effort in promoting this traditional culture. Then, little was accomplished. After his retirement, he is even more hands-on and committed to the legacy and development. Unfortunately, there were few respondents, and the culture seems to have been gradually forgotten by the times. Some days ago, Lu saw that the opera has gained popularity and recognition in a new form, and he sought time to learn from the experience. And at this moment, a work that blends tradition and innovation is right in front of his eyes. How could this not thrill him? He listened to the work over and over again. Each time, I was immersed in the lush melodies and heartfelt renditions. The cycle was played 5 times before he reluctantly ended this wonderful musical journey. Elder Lu let out a long breath. Phew, where did this work come from? So, Yi Changlin told the ins and outs. Upon hearing this, Lu Lao solemnly instructed, this is the pride of our Su province, so make sure to take advantage of this opportunity, and perhaps, our cultural treasures will be able to flourish. Elder Lu, we are prepared to use this song as a cultural name card for our province of Su, and let Senator Su act as the spokesperson for his hometown, and with the help of this craze, plan a few traditional cultural performances and competitions. In this way, we can fully display the unique charm of our province of Su, and also effectively pull the development of the province's tourism industry, realizing a win-win situation for both the culture and the economy. Well, Xia Ye, you are a good leader with ideas. I believe that under your leadership, the development of cultural tourism will be taken to another level. Immediately, Yi Changlin contacted Senator Su, expresses his very high opinion of the song The Sound of the Voice, and he was eagerly invited to come to Su province in person and work together to film the song into a music video. Yi Changlin also made it a point to propose that Zhao Shuer come as well. In fact, Wunong is better spoken by girls, and Cheryl Zhao's vocal performance in the song The Sound of the Voice is absolutely stunning. Of course, Sam Su is no better. It can be said that it is the joint performance of Sam Su and Chloe Zhao that brings the song to life from multiple angles. Senator Su had no objection to the invitation to travel to Seoul, but on Zhao Shuer's side, he still had to ask for advice. After obtaining Zhao Shuer's consent, the two of them embarked on a journey to the Su province together. Of course, Yi Changlin also talked about the cost. The song and Sam Su's appearance cost a total of $5 million. The price, given Su Sen's current reputation, was indeed a bit low. Besides, there's a Zhao Shuer on board. In fact, it wasn't that Yi Changlin was stingy. Rather, The publicity budget of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau was already small, and Yi Changlin had already fought for the cost to the maximum extent possible. Originally, the SOS intended to buy out the rights to the song The Sound of the Voice exclusively, but looking at this budget, Yi Changlin is really difficult to say. It's not that he doesn't want it, but he doesn't have the face to ask for it. For that fee, it's barely enough to hire Sam Su for an endorsement, let alone the rights to the song. To be honest, Senator Su had thoughts about copyrights as well. Of course he wants to hold the copyright in his hands. However, he had also thought about it, and as long as Yi Changlin opened his mouth, it wasn't non-negotiable. Besides, it was his future brother-in-law's old man, so it was considered family. However, since Yi Changlin didn't open his mouth, he simply didn't squeak. Son. Su also said that if the SOS wants to use the song, it's always available and no restrictions will be made. Chapter 52, One Wave After Another. Upon arriving in the Soviet province, Senator Su was first taken by Yi Changlin to meet Elder Lu. Together with Lu, there are many people from the commentary circle. Greetings were exchanged and everyone began to get acquainted. The conversation, too, went from shushing to getting to the point. Regarding the topic of Suzhou's pianoforte, Senator Su, in light of the development of Suzhou's pianoforte on Earth, summarized, if we want this traditional art to be inherited, it is indispensable to support the policy, and the government should formulate the relevant policies, as well as the financial support, to encourage the inheritance and development of the pianoforte art. On this basis, it should also actively seek innovation and explore diversified forms of performance and dissemination channels. At the same time, it is also crucial to strengthen talent training and promote the development of related industries. In response to what Senator Su said, Mr. Lu asked one by one, regarding policy support, what else does the government need to do in addition to funding? Suzhou commentary is a unique art form, carrying a deep cultural heritage and historical value. Is the old ancestors for us to leave a valuable treasure? Want its better development? The first thing to do is to apply for heritage, to ensure that it gets due attention and protection. When it comes to bidding for heritage, Lu Lao and Yi Changlin and others look a bit helpless. It was Yi Changlin who spoke up, regarding the bidding for the heritage. I'm not going to lie. It's not a good road to take. I think the conditions for bidding for the heritage, Suzhou commentary is all meet, only in the influence is lacking. We can through this opportunity to further enhance its popularity and influence, so that more people understand this art, so that the development of the same time, all the conditions for bidding for the heritage will be met. Hearing Senator Su say this, everyone's eyes lit up. Elder Lu nodded and said, well, Xiao Su is right. We must seize this opportunity, and we'll all go and move around afterwards. Yi Changlin naturally understood the meaning of what Elder Lu had said and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Mr. Lu then asked Senator Su, and about how to promote the development of this industry? On this point, the industry chain and added value of the commentary can be expanded through the development of commentary-related cultural tourism products, audio-visual products, etc. At the same time, the art of commentary can also be combined with film and television, animation and other industries to create a more influential and market-competitive cultural brand, thus further enhancing the popularity and audience scope of the commentary in Suzhou. All afternoon, it was all about Suzhou commentary. With his experience from his previous life, Senator Su naturally said the right things, but this was in the eyes of Yi Changlin and Elder Lu and the others, and this insight and vision convinced everyone present. Before leaving, Mr. Lu shook Senator Su's hand and said excitedly, you are really young and promising. The country and the nation just need talents like you. The next day, filming for the music video began. The video shoot went well. Spara thought. It took 10 days to complete. On their way out, Su's father and mother came to see Sam Su. When Mother Su saw Zhao Shuer, she acted in that affectionate manner. Senator Su felt that the two old men hadn't misunderstood something. It was already April 20th when Sam Su and Zhao Shuer returned to Kyoto. The entertainment industry is buzzing these days. Given Sam Su's chart-dominating maneuvers over the past few months, everyone was scared to release songs, but get used to it. Now, people in the entertainment industry are proud to fight for second place. As for number one, that's exclusive and not in their rankings. Apparently, people don't play with Sam Su anymore. But, in April, it's the 20th and Sam Su hasn't released a song yet. This made everyone's minds start to come alive. The people were all calculating in their minds, how about going for first place? Especially since the one who was in first place right now was a flow artist from Ehai Entertainment, Tan Hui. He saw how far ahead he was in the rankings and felt what was so hard about being first. Yeah, High Side started to put their minds on Sam Hui in order to get more traffic. Their thinking was that Sam Su won't be releasing a song this month by and large, so wouldn't it be topical to make a statement on this matter? After another day, Yahai finally made his move. As a result, the topic of Tan Hui and Su Sen on the internet was on the hot search. Famous artist Tan Hui, dominating the April music chart. For Tan Hui's outburst, has Senator Su already exhausted himself? Or is he choosing to avoid a fight out of fear? Who is the leader of the younger generation in music history? Such public opinion is fired up. The meaning was obvious. This was the rhythm of elevating Tan Hui and suppressing Senator Su. It's that time of the year. And Yahai is certain that Hyo Sam won't be releasing any songs this month. As long as Su Shin does not release a new song within this month, even if he makes a strong comeback next month, Yihai will skillfully manipulate public opinion to focus the conversation on one focal point, Su Shin choosing to avoid the battle due to his fear of Tan Hui in April. In this way, Tan Hui's topic will be maximized. Even if some people disdain that kind of talk, does it matter? For the entertainment industry, it is not afraid of being scolded, but afraid of being ignored. Besides, Yahai was ready for anything. When the time comes to face the audience's skepticism, let Tan Hui go for a walk and donate money, and it will be over. Tan Hui is standard fresh meat with a certain fan base. Together with the public opinion of Yahai, these fans started the show. My Hui Hui is the best. Senator Su can only look up to him. Little Hui Hui is so handsome. I want to give him a monkey. Brother Fai is the best. Much better than some singers who only sing their praises. Song Yu was aware of what Sam Su was doing. He saw Tan Hui, who was in the first position, and taunted. Don't cry if you fall and hurt yourself later. When Sam Hyo returns to the office, Wu Song reports on Yihai's behavior. Senator Su found it funny. This group of people really likes to toss and turn. Wu Cheng also reported another matter to Senator Su. It's about the movie Hui Yuanjia being on a song call. Wu Zhou said, we also received an offer. Only this time, there's more movement on Yihi's side. Papa Chu is striking out? Well, and there's more than one. They've made all the preparations this time. They've even made some sort of agreement with Shangshi and Xinghe. Those two and haven't sent Father Chu out yet. Hearing this, the corners of Su Shin's mouth spread into an arc. This is coming for us, isn't it? Good timing. I was afraid they wouldn't come. When Wu Chang wanted to say something, Su saw the situation and said, why don't we make a bet? Upon hearing this, Wu Chang immediately left. He remembered the last bet. You know, it took Sam Su a day to get the song done that time. This time, it was still early, and he wouldn't dare to gamble again, even if the bet didn't cost him anything. Regarding the movie Hui Yuanjia, Yihai did reach a consensus with Shangshi and Xinghe. In addition to arranging for Father Chu to take the plunge, they want to use this opportunity to avenge the snowy shame of the original Yufei biography. Chapter 53, Making Things Happen. Art Ocean Entertainment, the boss of the artist department, Marin, looked like he was winning at this moment. Fight me. No matter how much you jump around this time, you'll never be able to escape me. To be honest, Sam Su really didn't want to release a song this month. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that time is running out. It's hard to kill even a goddamn song at this point. There have been previous exceptions for Sam Su, who was able to chart even when he released a song on the 25th. But that's based on having a certain special topic to reach. So, posting a song at this point in time right now doesn't have much chance of breaking out. That's what emboldens the existence of Art Ocean Entertainment. Just because Sam Su doesn't send out a song doesn't mean others will sit back and watch. For example, the Su Provincial Cultural Tourism. Lu Lao purposely went to give Yi Changlin a call. Xiao Yi I know you lean, but Xiao Su was denigrated by others in order to help us. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Wouldn't that chill the child's heart? Elder Lu. Don't worry. We will definitely work overtime and send out the MV as soon as possible. Senator Su was unaware of the decision regarding the Su Provincial Cultural and Tourism Organization, SPCTO. Knowing that this month was hopeless, Senator Su simply stopped paying attention to the matter. His thoughts were simple. Yahai and him were already at swords drawn, so cleaning up sooner or later wouldn't affect the big picture. As for that artist called Tan Hui, who was making a big fuss on the internet, he really didn't look at it. He had 100 ways to deal with someone like that. On the Sulan Cultural and Tourism side, the horsepower is all over the place. These people have more or less been in contact with Sam Su. In their eyes, Senator Su didn't have the stance of being a celebrity. On the contrary, Senator Su was very approachable. During the shooting of the music video, in addition to cooperating very well with the corresponding filming work, but also from time to time to give some very constructive suggestions. When they were filming, Sam Hui and Chloe Zhao didn't get any privileges. What everyone eats, they follow. The scene of the crowd squatting together and eating a boxed lunch was fresh in their minds. For extra requests from some people outside of filming, Sam Su basically wouldn't turn them down. For example, some people wanted autographs, group photos, etc. And Sam Su obliged. Just ask, who could not love such an entertainer? Besides, in a sense, Senator Su was now their partner. So, when they saw people targeting Sam Hui on the internet, they were furious. When the leader gave the word to get the music video online as soon as possible, everyone was like chicken blood. That reaction was like saying, the time for revenge has come. Art Ocean Entertainment had no idea about what was going on. They're also creating a frenzy online. After all, it's just a flash in the pan. It can't become anything. Such grandstanding abounds. Their purpose was simple: to disparage Sam Hui while rubbing off on the wave of traffic. Those true fans of Samsu directly argued with them online. It's just that we haven't released a song in a month. Look what you guys can do. It's really true that if the tiger is not at home, the monkey is the king. You guys keep fooling around if you can. Yahai intentionally guided public opinion and frantically brought up the tempo on the internet. All you can do is sing your praises. What else can you get besides that? Getting to the top by kissing ass won't last long after all. Samsu is such a licker. Look at his song. He's a licking dog. In their eyes, singing praises became a derogatory term. Samsu was also labeled as an ass kisser and dog licker. In this case, comments like this are really solid. What started out as a comparison of what was better and what was worse morphed into a personal attack. Anyone with a clear eye would think it's too much. Immediately, there were people who disliked such statements. Asterisk 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 you. Why don't you sing if you have merit? Why don't you celebrate the virtues? A bunch of born and bred lackwits who didn't wipe their mouths on the toilet? As for you bunch of simpletons, if you were born in the Qin dynasty, the Great Wall could have been built for at least a few hundred more miles. Such remarks have indeed aroused public indignation. But the bandwagoners and brainiacs are not impressed. Even retorted, look, you can't say such things at home. It's better to be abroad, democratic and free. Immediately, someone replied, these people should be thrown into a war-torn country and made to live with cannons exploding on their doorsteps. The two sides went back and forth and totally escalated the conversation. The CAC has also taken note of the online bickering. Some people really do start acting like demons after a few good days. The man who spoke was called Zhao Qigong. If one looked closely, this person bore a slight resemblance to Zhao Lao. Job, are we going down? Not yet. I'm all for seeing how far these people will go. Wuching reported the current situation to Su Sin and asked Su Sin what he planned to do next. For his part, Senator Su looked unconcerned. He knew that standing up at this point would mostly get him shot. Instead of becoming cannon fodder, it's better to ignore it. In the entertainment industry, such things are rare. In his last life, things more disgusting than this, Su Sin had encountered. And this was just where it was. However, going through something like this exposes the problem with Wachovia. That is, at present, the company is only supported by Senator Su alone, which seems to be thriving, but is actually very dangerous. This time, Senator Su had only been out for 10 days, and the house had become like this. Wouldn't it be a mess if it went out for a few months? It seems that both songwriters and singers need to continue to expand so that the company can run effectively. It is imperative to get a few song daddies over here in order to prevent problems. And as for song kings and queens, it's best if we can dig a few over here, or else we'll implement the star-making program. Senator Su calculated in his mind and sent the task down to Wucheng. Tell him to keep an eye out for songwriters and singers with good character. And if the opportunity arises, let the headhunter or HR department talk about it. When Song Yu saw that Senator Su was slow to move, he began to get anxious. Third brother, why don't you make a move? These people are so hateful. Senator Su laughed. What's all the excitement for? Can't you tell? You're saying someone is leading the charge? Isn't it obvious? Song Yu said angrily. Damn. Against? I have to see which is so unseeing. Forget about that for now. Do you have any acquaintances over at Yahai? Song Yu asked suspiciously. Yahai? I have a hairdresser over there. Dependable? Both grew up in the compound. Hung out on my ass as a kid. Then I went to Shengshi and he went to Yihai. Song Yu didn't know what kind of drug Susan was selling in his gourd and could only answer truthfully. Did this person's family have any involvement with Yehei? The reason why Senator Su asked this, he knew that the children who grew up inside the compound had an uncomplicated family background. His family's old man is very against him going to Yahai. Once we had a drink together. He even spat out that his old man was very unimpressed with Wang Changhua. Senator Su knew that the Wang Changhua that Song Yu was talking about was the boss of Yihai Entertainment. Then you'll make more contacts in the future and pull him into our proper camp. Hearing Senator Su say this, Song Yu knew that something was definitely about to happen. However, the kid didn't ask why, but said excitedly, Brother San, I'm good at messing things up. I've long been displeased with Yihai, so be sure to call me when the time comes. Chapter 54, The Sound of the Voice. Someone is pushing the envelope. Some people are outraged. Some people don't know right from wrong. Some people spit out fragrance. Just as things were heating up, the Sioux Provincial Cultural and Tourism Organization released an official tweet. Thank you to Senator Sioux for composing The Sound of Slow for his hometown, a tune of Suzhou commentary, which incorporates his hometown scenery, culture and people, interpreting the beauty and warmth of his hometown with music, taking this opportunity to give this song to all of us, so that we can all experience Senator Sioux's talent and the charm of the Sioux province together. The tweet was an instant internet sensation. What's going on? Sammy hasn't released any songs these days, so he's been working on a song for his hometown. I have a feeling this is little Sammy's face punch coming. Suzhou opera? What is it? Let me see it first. People clicked on the link and realized it was actually a music video. There was a lot of heart. Enough. Song, The Sound of the Voice. Sung by Sam Sioux and Cher Zhao. Lyrics by Sam Sioux. The scene slowly unfolds to reveal ancient Suzhou alleys, with green stone paths and white walls and tiles. The smoky rain reveals the flavor of Jiangnan. The camera gradually focuses on the front of an ancient tea house. The plaque reads Commentary on the Elegant House. The camera pans inside the tea house where the audience is seated around. On the stage, Zhao Shuer was wearing a cheongsam and holding a pipa. As the strings of the zither were plucked, Zhao Shuer sang in Wunong soft language. Green bricks with painted tiles. Lit. The white horse treads new mud, idiom, fig. Pure and simple. Mountain flowers, banana leaves, and twilight bushes stained with red scarves. The listeners were confused, thinking they had a problem with their sound card. Those who knew it was a dialect of the Soviet province immediately typed out a pop-up. Holy, Wunong soft language. Everyone then reacted to the fact that it was sung in dialect. It's a very good listen when you savor it. The soft and gentle tone of the voice gave people a tingling sensation. At that moment, Sam Huey's song came out at the right time. Raindrops from the eaves. The smoke from the kitchen curls up in the air. Where are you who wasted your time and turned around like a man? How can I put it? The female voice of Wunong has a natural advantage. Luckily, Sam Sioux's vocals were good, or he wouldn't have been able to catch it. The video screen also switches from a tea house to the ancient streets of Suzhou. There is a steady stream of pedestrians and hawkers calling out their wares. In the midst of all this hustle and bustle, Zhao Shuer was dressed in a Han Chinese dress, holding an oil paper umbrella and walking in a graceful manner. For his part, Sam Sioux was in a small boat, dressed in hanbok, sailing toward the shore. At that moment, the camera switched, and Su Xin and Zhao Shuer slowly stepped onto the stone steps from both sides of the arch bridge. Sunlight pours through the clouds and onto the bridge. As you move at pace, the view on both sides of the bridge gradually comes into view. The river under the bridge is crystal clear and fish swim freely in the water. Occasionally it leaps out of the water and splashes in a ripple. In the center of the arch bridge, Su Xin and Zhao Shuer met, and they sang together. Searching and searching. Unfrequented. Lit. The moon sets in the crowing of the crows and the crescent moon falls into an isolated well. Bits and pieces. Dribs and drabs. Dreams of flowers, dreams of green meadows. The end of the song is interspersed with historical images of Suzhou commentary. The black and white images of the former generations of critics remain the same. These images are intertwined with the singing of modern artists, like a conversation across the room. At the end, the final image of the music video is framed in a night scene in Suzhou. High-rise buildings mingle with classical gardens, revealing a Suzhou that is both ancient and modern. After watching the entire video, viewers couldn't get enough. It was too late to comment, so I clicked on the replay again. This time, they watched and listened carefully. Wouldn't want to miss a single detail. It took 2 passes for everyone to voice their opinions. It's also amazing. So good it's bone-chilling. Suzhou commentary, the art of my hometown. If not for this music video by Sam Sioux, I would have forgotten. Finally, I understand why the ancients loved listening to ditties so much. No, I'm going to book tickets. I'm going to listen to the live version of Suzhou commentary. I'm going to see the small bridges and rivers of the Jiangnan Watertown. This version by Su Xin and Zhao Shuer, which Su Xin composed with reference to Wu Liangying's version, is closer to the Suzhou commentary. For a while, words such as Suzhou commentary and Wunong soft language became hot search terms. People also voted for Sam Sioux and Cheryl Cho's singing. Netizens have said, "I'm sorry little Sammy. I'll go with Zhao Shuer this time." As a result, Zhao Shuer's votes were higher than Su Xin's. Then the parodies started online. The whole internet is competing to be the sound of the voice girl. Now the S are kind of in for a treat. They don't participate in the parody, only in the voting. A curvaceous beauty. A soft, euphonious tone. It's a hot mess to watch. With the explosion of the song, Sound of the Voice, Sioux Province is also completely out of the loop. According to Siouxland Culture and Tourism Statistics, the number of people traveling to Siouxland has increased by 10 times since the broadcast of the song The Sound of the Voice compared to the same period in previous years. The reason for this large increase is the song effect and the fact that the base was so small in previous years. But after this battle, the tourism industry in Suland is considered to be a new step forward. The Su side also anticipated the firestorm that followed, but I didn't expect it to be this crazy, Yi Changlin emphasized at the meeting. All hotels and restaurants, during this period of time, are not allowed to increase prices. The crowd rolled up their arms and rolled up their sleeves. This splash of riches, they must take it. The rest of the province's cultural and tourism, looking at the Soviet Union's hot and heavy, have mixed feelings in their hearts. They never thought that tourism could be done this way. At first, they were confused, then envious, then sour. Some provincial and municipal cultural and tourism bureaus, too, want to follow the example of the Soviet Union and have their hometown stars endorse them. However, the ideal is rich and the reality is bone dry. When it comes to funding and works, the 3 melons and 2 jujubes in the hands of cultural and tourism bureaus around the world, those stars directly refused. In this regard, it is clear that Samsu favors his hometown. It's the envy of cultural travelers everywhere. Marin, of the Art Ocean, didn't expect such a reversal either. The original foolproof intention turned out to be the intervention of the Su province, which directly changed the nature of the matter. Su Sin is working for the welfare of his hometown, and if he goes over there to tear it down, it's not a personal grudge against Su Sin. Yahai immediately told the man to stop and not to touch the red line, but there is no turning back. After building up the momentum for so long, how can it be so easy to say stop? Those people are still making a big deal out of it on the internet. What the hell? Can't even understand it. This time, everyone stopped spoiling them, and everyone rallied together and directly scolded the person who said that offline. The netizens were not overjoyed and targeted Tan Hui, the protagonist who triggered this incident. For a while, Tan Hui became the target of everyone's anger. The crowd ran straight to his tweets and started spraying. Angry Tan Hui directly closed the microblogging comment function. But with Tan Hui as an artist of Ehai Entertainment, everyone is pointing the finger at Ehai again. Tan Hui, come out here. I know you can see. You have the ability to fart but not the ability to take it on? Son of a, get your ass out here. Old man Shudao Mountain. Yahai isn't any good either. Without the company's tacit approval, could Tan Hui be so dejected? For a while, Tan Hui himself and Ehai Entertainment became targets. All kinds of abusive taunts were heard. Even the Central Propaganda Department went to Yahai for tea. Under pressure, Yahai could only abandon the car to save his life. Tan Hui then became an outcast. Soon after, the official microblog of Art Ocean sent out a notice. In view of its artist Tan Hui, there is a malicious defamation of others, a serious violation of our company's cultural philosophy, and does not meet the standards of being an artist. The company has now formally terminated its labor contract. Yahai's maneuver confused the netizens. Still, some cheered up. This means that they won this fight. Though anyone who understands knows that this is Yahai abandoning his car and picking himself clean. But for the general public, they were in the forefront, arguing their case and beating their enemies back. In the end, a victory was achieved. Chapter 55, Song Production. After this wave of operation by the Su Provincial Culture and Tourism, Sushin's The Sound of the Voice succeeded in hitting the charts. Tan Hui, who was originally number 1, is considered to have completely played it off this time. That, coupled with Yahai's backstabbing, puts him directly on the back foot. Don't even talk about number 1, even the song was taken down. To that end, the CAC has issued a message. Recently, we have noticed that certain artists have been creating rumors on social media, and this behavior has seriously damaged the public interest and social order. As public figures, entertainers should lead by example and spread positive energy instead of spreading false information and misleading the public. We strongly condemn this irresponsible behavior and call on all artists to consciously abide by laws and regulations, cherish their public image and work together to maintain a healthy and harmonious online environment. Netizens were overjoyed to see this news. It's really retributive, and we must not let some people with 3 wrong views make waves. Support. We should severely punish those who move right and wrong, and never let them influence the next generation. Ha ha ha. Little Sammy, I would like to call you the purification ambassador of the entertainment industry. Say, is it just me who thinks that this is the official's own son? Saner? Senator Su also did not expect the Su province cultural and tourism so powerful, because before Yi Changlin said that he wanted to release this work on the National Day. Senator Su was also quite moved by this wave of operation of the Su Provincial Cultural and Tourism Organization, SPCTO. After dealing with April, it's time to think about what to show in May. Senator Su got the song Hui Yuanjia out of the way first. Finally, it's time to go after Zhou Dong. Sam Hui produced the song of the same name for the movie Hui Yuanjia, which is from Jay Cho. It's a song that could be said to be in a style that Blue Star doesn't have. Sushin offered it up at this time, and it was aimed at Ehai. In April though, it took an outpouring of Sulan ventures to turn the situation around. This time, it was his turn to fight back, and that was going to leave Yahai with no chance to turn the tables. Yaha's side, after the April storm, is much more honest. It also began to put its heart and soul into the theme song for the movie Hui Yuanjia. However, with the previous experience of the movie The Legend of Yufei and having studied the style of Su Sen's past works, they are much more confident this time. Responsible for this songwriting were two song daddies from the songwriting department, Xiaorong and Nie Fei Ang respectively. These two, however, are the mainstays of the art ocean. The songs written by them have produced several kings and queens. Xiaorong said, "I've studied that kid's style. The lyrics are impeccable. The key to every song is positive. It's a rare talent." Nie Fei Ang chimed in, "Yeah, I can't imagine that we two old guys actually need to learn from a junior. I have to say, the kid's work is really something. It reminds me of the days when we were there." Nie Fei Ang sighed. Alas, the entertainment industry nowadays. It's so messy that it can never go back to those days. Xiaorong consoled. "It can't be helped. The general environment is like this. It's not something you and I can influence. We've spent most of our lives in Yahai. This time it's even the last work before we leave Yahai." Regarding Sam Hui's repertoire, Yahai's side has put a lot of effort into studying it. Come to the same conclusion as Xiaorong and Nie Fei Ang. Only, it's a song and dance in the eyes of some. Marin said disdainfully, "Humph, isn't it just kissing ass? Who doesn't know how to do that? Let's see who kisses loud this time." Apparently, Marin had taken Sam Su seriously and was even analyzing the style of his work. Only, it was a non-entity in Marin's eyes. He has always believed that the market nowadays is individualistic, youthful, and requires a face to eat. In this regard, he has a voice. After all, Marin had come from Hangzhou and knew the winds of development there. That's exactly why Ehai is able to sit firmly on the throne of the top 3 entertainment companies. Not only that, even Shangshur and Xingha are following Ehai's star-making route. It's all market-proven at this point. It wasn't until Sam Su came along that people paid attention to the quality of the work. However, in their opinion, the fact that only one person, Sam Su, is bouncing around can't affect the trajectory of the entertainment industry. At this time, the cast and crew of Hui Yuanjia have received many songs from large and small entertainment companies one after another. Only, none of the songs caught the eye of director Jiang Wenli. "What kind of dog stuff is written? We are filming Hui Yuanjia, not a small-time Daisuke. In the future, these works, just reject them. Don't waste your time." Director Jiang, "We've notified the 3 entertainment companies and they said they'll send the songs over as soon as possible. Is there no movement on the Wakai side?" The reply has come back from there and it will be done in the next couple of days. Originally, the customization of the song was not so urgent. Only Jiang Wenli's eyes were greedy after seeing Zhang Hongyi's Legend of Yufei became a big hit because of the song. After much discussion, the deadline for turning in songs, originally set for August, was moved up to May. Jiang Wenli hadn't considered Huakai, an unorthodox company, before. Again, it was only after Zhang Hongyi got the information from Sam Hui that he made an impromptu offer to Huakai. As for other entertainment companies, they can come if they want to. The company has nothing to lose anyway. Jiang Wenli's hopes were all placed on the side of the 3 great families in Huakai. In fact, the production of Hui Yuanjia is not a big investment, and the budget for the songs is only $2 million. At first Aikai gave this task to a gold medalist composer, but it was only when they learned that the crew had made an offer to Wachai that they let Papa Chu go out on a limb. And there was more than one out there. This time, they were bound and determined. Senator Su sent the song, which had already been recorded, to the crew of Hui Yuanjia. At the same time, Yahai sent over the artwork. Jiang Wenli first listened to Yahai's work. The song, indeed, is good, especially in the song. For the sake of his country, he did everything he could. He's fearless for his people. These 2 lines were very satisfying to Jiang Wenli. It was even about to be slapped on the spot to finalize the song. But the assistant reminded Director Jiang, Huatsai's side also sent the song over. Then let's see. Tap on the song sent by Sam Su. The first thing that intruded on the ears was the sound of drums. The tempo, which lasts nearly 25 seconds, gradually rises from initial slowness to a rush, as if a million horses were galloping. Immediately after that, the sound of a peepa was raised, which revealed a strong killing intent, causing Jiang Wenli to churn inwardly. Just then, the sound of an arrow sounded. It seems to speak of a complex mix of excitement, exhilaration and sadness. A feeling of bravado that was as if he was dying was born at this moment. Soon, Su Sam's singing voice blended into this accompaniment. "Scared, how many rounds? The ring awaits. We've won nothing by leaving them alive and dying. Who owns the world? What if I'm the first? To stop the war, we have to be virtuous. Jiang Wenli's expression began to turn brilliant. He strained both ears, his eyes rounded, his mouth unconsciously open. It's as if it's silently screaming out the excitement and shock of what's going on inside. Chapter 56, Where Did You Lose? Keep listening. When Su Sen's distinctive opera voice transformed, he sang the lyrics. In a small town, the years pass by quietly, leaving behind clear courage. Jiang Wenli felt as if the nerve endings in his body had been touched, and he couldn't help but raise a layer of goosebumps. After listening to the entire song, Jiang Wenli was still there, reminiscing. The style of the song is quite unique, and the lyrical arrangements all seemed distinctive. It was very different from any music he had ever been exposed to before. What's more surprising is that it also cleverly incorporates elements of the traditional art of theater. It makes the whole song more colorful. Despite the unique style, the overall arrangement of the song is impeccable. Each part is just right and mirrors the other. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome! Jiang Wenli exclaimed heartily. Not bothering to praise, Jiang Wenli immediately called the crew over. The moment the song was released, they had a similar reaction as Jiang Wenli. The moment the opera started, even more goosebumps fell all over my body. Some people have even noticed the treatment of that section in the chorus. Live and let live. Live let live. Live and 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 let live. I've never been one for faults and weaknesses. For sentences in succession, the first word of each being the last word of the previous sentence. This way of carrying on and skillfully tying things together is something you can't help but admire. With a very rhythmic melody, the martial arts aura of Hua Yuanjia is more profoundly displayed. The whole song was a real stunner to everyone in the room. It's a song that is absolutely unique to their lives. Immediately, everyone said that it was a perfect match for the movie to use this song. Soon, the news that the theme song of the movie Hua Yuanjia had been confirmed spread through the major entertainment companies. Zhang Chaoyan looked at the notice of Huatsai's winning bid and lamented. It's really a remarkable little guy. Wang Changhua has run into tough trouble this time. Mr. Jiang, could it be that Father Chu, who was arranged by Yihai, deliberately let the water out? No way. These guys are too feathered to do these classless things. Mr. Jiang, the people we sent to talk about acquiring Huakai have all been sent back. There's no need to talk. It's impossible for them to join us. Zhang Chaoyang turned his words around and continued. Pay more attention to Xiaorong and Nie Feiyang's movements. When their contracts with Yihai expire, see if they can come to our side. Yihi's side also received information that they were bounced. This time, not only Marin, but even the old boss Wang Changhua was furious. Wang Changhua vigorously slapped the table with his hand and shouted angrily, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Two Chu daddies were actually defeated by a milquetoast yellow-mouthed child. How is this possible? Saying that, Wang Changhua glanced at Xiaorong and Nie Feiyang. That meant, as if to say, two old guys, it can't be a water release. The conference room was silent. Xiaorong and Nie Feiyang looked at each other as if they had made some sort of determination. Nie Feiyang got up and said, Mr. Wang, Lao Shao and I's contract is also expired. We're ready to go. Thank you all for being with us all the way. Xiaorong also got up and said, Thank you all. Old Nie and I are ready to retire. Let's leave the opportunity to the young people. For Xiaorong and Nie Feiyang to go the wind. The company's people more or less know something. During the period of Wang Changhua to find two people talked a few times, but the two old man's attitude is resolute. Politely declined on the grounds of old age and ill health. Wang Changhua saw the two old men put forward a request to leave the company at this time, and forced down his anger. Soothingly said, Xiao Lao, Niao Lao, a momentary success or failure is nothing. Besides, I think there must be something fishy on Jiang Wenli's side. Wang Changhua tries to make a last-ditch attempt to retain the position. Even, the two disciples, Qin Fun, got up and shouted, Master, Xiaorong said to Qin Fun, you'll be on your own in the future. This world is ultimately for you young people. The two were also firm about Wang Changhua's retention. Apparently, the two old men were determined to go. Xiaorong and Nie Feiyang walked out of the conference room. Nie Feiyang said, I don't know where exactly we lost. That song, I think I don't have any flaws. Is there really something fishy about the crew? Xiaorong said, no matter what, a loss is a loss. I still have some friendship with Jiang Wenli. Or else let's go to the theater to see? Good. I'm all for seeing how a youth in his 20s can us two old men over. Inside the cast of Hua Yuanjia, Jiang Wenli said politely, Elder Xiao, Elder Nie, why are you free to come here? I'm sorry to miss you. I'm sorry to miss you. Xiaorong opened the door and said, Mr. Jiang, we are old acquaintances, so let's skip the pleasantries. I'd like to know, where did old Nie and I lose in our work? Nie Feiyang chimed in, this song, I think I've surpassed our previous works, and it's really hard to believe that the loss was so unexplained. Jiang Wenli sort of completely understood that the two were here to raise hell. If it was someone else who dared to question like this, Jiang Wenli would have blown the person out long ago. However, in front of him was Father Chu, and he didn't want to offend such a character. Besides, we've all worked together before. It's neither sensible nor reasonable to be too liberal. Jiang Wenli politely explained. Elder Xiao, Elder Nye, the works of the two of you are indeed outstanding and in line with the theme of our movie. Only, the two men saw Jiang Wenli halfway through his sentence and thought that there was really something fishy going on here. Nie Feiyang said somewhat angrily, is there some kind of deal here? Jiang Wenli saw the two misunderstandings and felt that the more he explained, the more confusing it became. Simply invite the two to the conference room and play Sam Hui's song, Hui Yuanjia. The two of them were a bit puzzled by this wave of Jiang Wenli's maneuver. Nie Feiyang was even a bit disdainful and snorted coldly. And, as soon as the strains of Hui Yuanjia began, the two were subdued. When Su Shen's song came out, it even dazzled the two. The biting but distinctive vocals blend perfectly with the dynamic melody and are enough to get under the skin. Listen to the melody against the lyrics. Zhou Rong and Nie Feiyang couldn't calm down for a long time. Originally, I thought that Senator Su was still writing about some kind of family and national sentiment as usual. As a result, people find another way to interpret the martial spirit of Hui Yuanjia, which is refreshing. More crucially, this song, moreover, is unique and has an ancient style mood. After a long time, Xiao Rong sighed and said, the skill is not as good as the others, so I'm convinced. Jiang Wenli just wanted to open his mouth to comfort a few words, but Nie Feiyang interrupted. Mr. Jiang, don't say any comforting words, we are clear about which one is better or worse, and this time we didn't lose unfairly. From the set of Hui Yuanjia, Nie Feiyang said, let's go over there. I'm all for seeing what other goodies this kid is hiding. Are you sure you want to go? We've only just gotten out of Yaha. You can't do your own thing when you're out. If you ask me, old Xiao, you're just a stick in the mud. Don't you want to meet that kid? Xiao Rong sighed. Ugh, okay, but do we have to be so sneaky? Why not? It's the only way to get the truest look at that kid's strength. With that, the two of them headed for Wakai. Chapter 57, all out of the way. Let me do it. Xiao Rong and Nie Feiyang joined Huakai as composers. Only, both men hid their identities. None of the people at Wachovia, either, recognized either of the two. Just think of them as competent songwriters. Sam Su was working on another song at the moment. When she first created the sound of the voice for Su Province, Zhao Shuer also contributed a lot. The Su Province also paid Sam Su $5 million. When Su Sin wanted to split the money with Zhao Shuer, she was dead set against it. Zhao Shuer stated, you've already helped me a lot. Besides, I've benefited a lot this time. If you really want to pay, just remember our association for the next song. Senator Su didn't insist anymore, so he thought he'd get another song to get the Opera Association involved. So he customized the song Tingjun Mountain to the system. What Sam Su came up with was not the Peking opera version of Dingjinshan, nor was it Tu Hongdong's version. Instead, it's the version with lyrics by Lindu, music by Lu Shou, and songs by Serenity and Prince. This song boldly retains the climax of the original cadence in Peking opera. The lyrics and music in it are a masterpiece, and are not at all out of place when paired with traditional Peking opera. Back then, with this work, Ning Jing was able to beat Xiao Songjia, a movie star harvester, and Chen Xuedong, a popular young man specializing in beautiful voices, to win the title of King of Crossover Singers. Inspired by the sound of the voice, Senator Su wanted to give the Opera Association a real show this time around. Senator Su sent the organized lyrics to Zhao Shuer, tell her to find a Peking opera veteran at the Opera Association. Zhao Shuer is a Dan character and does not fit into the part of the old Huang Zhong. When Zhao Shuer got the lyrics, she took this to someone inside the association who had veteran experience. When everyone found out that it was a song by Sam Su, they all pumped their fists, but out of shame, the crowd was more modest. Only, when it came time to get the lyrics, the atmosphere was not so peaceful. Oldly, haven't you been having trouble with your voice lately? So let me do it for you this time. Asterisk 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 off. I'm fine. I don't need you to pander. I haven't been out for a long time, so let me move my muscles this time. Sideways. What's the point of getting together when you're almost retired? This is just a part of Su Sheng's song. Such a trivial matter. It's not necessary for the seniors to take action. I'll just go on. Stay aside. Where are you to talk? For a while, there was a lot of bickering, and no one refused to give way. This is also where the previous half point of modesty and peace. Simply like a rural women's food market quarrel. Zhao Shuer slapped her forehead straight. She hadn't expected Su Shen's work to be so popular either. Just when everyone was about to fight over it, the president, Duanmu song came. He was also holding the words and music of The Tingling Mountain. When everyone saw the president coming, they gathered around to let him decide. President, you know me. After so many years of dedicated service, let me do it this time no matter what. President, I have an old man and a young man, so this opportunity must be given to me. President, I can do without anything else, but I have to fight for myself this time. President, you know, I'm a professional in this area. President, give me face. Let me do it. Duan Musong said to everyone. Stop all the bickering. All of you get out of the way and let me do it. The crowd was petrified on the spot, looking at Duan Musong with confused faces. Even Zhao Shuer was looking at her grandfather with a stunned expression. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Duan Musong pulled Zhao Shuer out of the Opera Association and went to Hua Kai. Reacting to the crowd, they cursed, "You old Biden, you don't talk about not Wu Da." Everyone cursed as they chased after him. At this time, Senator Su was familiarizing himself with Ding Jinshan in the recording studio. Outside, Xiaorong and Nie Feian listened to the movements inside with their listening headsets. Neither said anything, but every now and then they looked at each other as a way of expressing their inner surprise. Senator Su tried it a couple times and felt it was almost ready, so he came out of the studio. Seeing Xiaorong and Nie Feian sitting outside, he said, "Two of you, is something wrong?" Nie Feian said, "Can't you come and visit if you're not doing anything?" Xiaorong was busy explaining, "We just came to the company not long ago to familiarize ourselves with the environment." For these two, Senator Su had an impression of them, and was currently considered to be the bigwigs of Hua Kai's composing department, because, apart from Senator Su, there are only two of them in the Hua Choi composition department. When Xiaorong and Nie Feian arrived at Hua Kai, the entire group was confused. Looking at the sparsely populated composing department of Hua Chai, I wanted to leave on the spot. Nie Feian was even more furious and cursed. "This is a empty shell." It was Xiaorong who calmed him down with a good deal of persuasion. Even so, it was hard for Nie Feian to imagine how just such a small company could repeatedly rub Ardoshan on the ground. Therefore, Nie Feian didn't speak very politely to Senator Su. "Su-sun, also not angry. Know that these two old things have material, not to drain them dry. Are sorry to fool them in." Just as the three of them were talking, Duan Musong and Zhao Shuer arrived, followed by a crowd of people in a dense mass. Xiaorong and Nie Feian immediately fled when they saw the visitors. Nie Feian, who had ducked to the side, said, "Isn't that old man Duanmu? Why is he here?" Xiaorong said, "It should be related to the song recorded by Senator Su just now. We'd better not show our faces lest we be recognized. You say we don't steal or rob. Why are we acting like thieves? It's not you. You had to hide your identity in the first place. Now it's hard to ride the tiger, isn't it? Wasn't that for me to get a better feel for Kid Su?" Sam Su wondered why the two had slipped away. However, he didn't care. After all, he had no reason to tie the two to his side. Duan Musong only saw the backs of Xiaorong and Nie Feian, and just felt familiar, but it didn't go towards those two either. After all, Hua Kai's current family business couldn't afford to invite any powerful figures to sit in. Zhao Shuer smiled sarcastically. "Everyone wants to come and see that song of yours." Senator Su knew that the song Ding Jun Shan would appeal to the theater association, but he didn't expect to actually attract so many people, which really startled him as well. "If you don't know, you'll think someone's coming to crash the party." No, Xia Qingwen and Song Yu, among others, also arrived in a furious manner. Understanding the situation, the group dispersed. Song Yu didn't leave though. His heart soured as he watched Sam Hui write another song. Song Yu pondered in his heart, "No, I must drag Brother San to a hot pot restaurant for a meal in a while, or else I won't feel solid in my heart." Senator Su and Duan Musong went into the recording studio, and the recording lasted for more than 2 hours. Outside, there was a scramble for 2 pairs of listening headsets. Eventually, a pact to switch every 5 minutes was reached before it died down. Zhao Shuer looked at these uncles and was speechless for a while. Luckily there weren't a lot of people at Wachovia. It would be odd enough if this got out. Chapter 58, Hui Yuanjia. After the song was recorded, Sam Hui thought about when to release the song. Just as he was hesitating, the cast of Hui Yuanjia spoke out. Hui Yuanjia, immersive fight scenes, touching family and national feelings, bringing together the essence of Chinese martial arts and the national spirit of the legendary work. This is not just a movie, but also a shock and baptism of the soul. In order to let the audience feel the shock of the movie in advance, the theme song of the same name is presented. Welcome to listen. Everyone was a little unsure when this news came out. I've heard of early trailer releases. I've never heard of early theme song releases. This decision was made unanimously by the crew after deliberation. Director Jiang Wenli said that the popularity of Legend of Yufei in the first place could not have been achieved without the two popular songs Jingzhongjin Bagua and Last Night's Book, which were composed by Su Shen. Their hotness laid a solid foundation for the movie's success. This is a testament to the fact that the songs themselves have a pretty strong promotional effect. As a result, the crew decided to release the songs early, as part of the promotion of the movie. Hopefully, it will further capture the attention and anticipation of the audience. Viewers haven't encountered this mode of publicity though, but also clicked on the link. The link clicked and I found it was actually a music video. This made netizens say, not bad, sincere. But when people saw the information about the song, they weren't calm. Holy, it's Junior's song again. What the hell? There's no bottleneck in the creation of a trilogy? Let's hear it first, and we'll evaluate it later. Surprised, the group clicked on the song. The sound of drums stirred into the ears, followed closely by the sound of a lute with a murderous intent. As the melody of the arrow gradually blends in, the Su Shen song arrives as expected. Scared, how many rounds? The ring awaits. We've won nothing by leaving them alive and dying. Who owns the world? What if I'm the first to stop the war? Our generation will be virtuous. I'm good with my fists, but what can do? I'm just adding to the list. It's hard to tell who's the strongest in the world. Who fights to unify the martial arts world? The listeners were so confused that they wouldn't have known what was being sung if it weren't for the subtitles on the music video. This is the kind of singing that people haven't been exposed to, but the melody in the song give an inexplicable sense of fit. The more you savor it, the more you listen to it. Just when everyone was listening attentively, a high-pitched and bright female voice made people's scalp numb. In a small town, the years have gone by. Clear courage, washed memories. I remember you. Live proudly. Even though we all expected Su Shen's versatile style, we were still shocked when this opera sounded. This is a bit of a peaking opera. It was refreshing for the crowd to marvel at it again. Next came the high-fire moment. In the video, Hua Yuanjia delivers a blazing punch and kick. Each punch hit its target solidly. Every kick hits the spot with pinpoint accuracy. The fight scenes are hot and hearty to watch. Meanwhile, the climactic part of Sam Su's song came. Hua Jiaquan's set moves are flexible. Live, 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 live. Life should be lived to the fullest. Over, 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 over. Faults and weaknesses never belong to me. Me, 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 me. No one can hide from our Jingwu. Stirring melodies meet fiery fight scenes that push the audience's emotions through the roof. If anything, Hua Yuanjia's mastery of boxing and kicking is breathtaking. Then Sam Su's somewhat scalding vocals are no less impressive. It can be said that both have reached a certain level. Their brilliant performances intertwine to leave the audience feeling overwhelmed. After the song, everyone was still reminiscing about the flavor. This kind of melody, this kind of singing, was something they hadn't been exposed to, but it was not out of place. Rather, it had a sense of worship. Netizens have left comments. It's awesome. What other style can't the little trio handle? Sammy, please take my knee. When I heard that, I felt like I could fight 10. Candidate, over. Teacher, wrong. The explosion of the song Hua Yuanjia has not only made countless fans go crazy for it, but also driven the fever of the movie of the same name. Interspersed throughout the song's music video are highlights from the movie. This wave is excellent. Chang Wen-li though had foreseen that the songs would have a positive impact on the movie. Still, the spectacle before him exceeded his expectations. In the face of this sky-high traffic, if they can't catch it, they don't have to hang around. So, the movie Hua Yuanjia accelerated the production schedule at the same time, but also opened the reservation function. This wave of operation directly showed the movie and television industry crowd. The circle has learned again. They had thought that Zhang Hongyi's Legend of Yufei had played out. To no one's surprise, Jiang Wenli's Hua Yuanjia is even more of a 6. This has also made everyone also realize that about the promotion of the film. It can be done in such a way that it works like a charm. As a result, the major studios have begun to pay attention to the production of the movie's theme song. What most people don't realize is how influential the song Hua Yuanjia is in the music industry. Music producers are left with the feeling that they have opened the door to a new world. Such a creation is the only one they have seen in their lives. But that didn't stop the crowd from raving about it. This kind of song with ancient style is often said. More music producers began to imitate. However, the number of works is too small. so we can only feel our way forward. Some people even approached Sam Su and asked him to create a few more songs like this. Senator Su exclaimed, "Jo Dong is Jo Dong. He can kill anywhere." Lin Feng of the Opera Association sees Senator Su in all his splendor and is seething with jealousy, especially when he saw the image of Su Xin and Zhao Shuer singing the sound of the voice to each other. He couldn't accept it. In the past few days, some of the old guys from the Opera Association had also gone to flatter Senator Su, which was simply unacceptable to Lin Feng, who had always prided himself on being from the science class. However, calming down, he began to scrutinize Sam Su's song. That look really showed him something. The opera inside this kid's song can't technically be considered standard opera. It's a combination of pop and opera, and this kind of manipulation is simply claptrap and a defilement of opera. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more excited he became, and he felt that he had discovered a way to bring down Senator Su. He did a little organizing and wrote an article online. Opera songs are pseudo-opera claptrap. In today's music market, opera songs attract many listeners with their unique style and melodies. However, savoring these so-called opera voices, it is not difficult to find out that they are in fact just pop music in the garb of opera, far removed from real opera singing. This shallow and abusive use of opera elements is not only disrespectful to the traditional art of opera, but also a form of claptrap that taints the purity of opera. If that's considered an innovation in opera, then it's safe to say that all pop music pinched and sung can be called opera. Chapter 59, A Change of Taste. Lin Feng didn't brainlessly disparage it, but rather expounded on it through his own specialty. He knows what happened to Tan Hui of Yihai the other day. Unwarranted derogatory stomping will only lead to unnecessary trouble. Lin Feng even used his specialized knowledge to get the support of some people in the opera circle. They generally found Lin Feng's views persuasive. This kind of gimmick of using elements of opera to attract the attention of the audience while ignoring the connotative behavior of the art of opera itself is something they are not willing to admit. But it has to be said that in this way, Senator Su has revitalized the opera. People start from different points of view and look at things from different angles, and the conclusions they draw will be very different. When Lin Feng's article was sent out, it instantly sparked concern and discussion. Not to mention, my pinched voice singing pop songs has the flavor of so-called opera songs. Just make it sound good. I don't care if it's pure theater. What the old ancestors left behind can't be spoiled. It was Senator Su who brought attention to opera, and this behavior of yours is unloading. There is support. There is opposition. There is everything that is said. Actually, there's no excuse for that. When Sam Su first came up with Qi Ling, the Opera Association was amazed and at the same time vaguely impressed by its differences from traditional opera. But with the explosion of several opera songs by Su Shun, it has really led the opera from a silent corner to a flourishing new stage. Most people are committed to this favor of Sun, but there are some who are not impressed. They even felt that even if opera were to perish, they would not want anyone to tarnish its purity. That was the point of that Lin Feng article. Senator Su has also noticed the online buzz. However, he didn't really care. From the time of the publication of Red Velvet, he expected the situation to be what it is today. After all, the journey of opera songs has not been a smooth one here on Earth. Opera songs have gone through an initial period of exploratory experimentation, subsequent development and diversification. Then there is constant innovation and cross-border integration. It eventually won wide recognition and matured, which has experienced so much skepticism and denial. This is precisely the same trials and tribulations that every emerging cultural form must undergo after its birth. Senator Su didn't care much about the skepticism. He feels that over time, people will recognize the existence of this form. For this reason, Duan Musong deliberately called Senator Su, "You are talented and strong. If it were not for you, the opera did not have the momentum of the current fire. For everyone's argument, you do not care. People who understand. You make contributions to this." For his part, Senator Su said, "President Duan Mu, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not that fragile. That's fine. It's just that it's so aggravating." After talking to Duan Musong on the phone, Zhao Shuer's call came back in. "You could actually send out the song Ding Ding Mountain. It might help you. There's no hurry. Let them make a fuss. I've got nothing to lose." Senator Su's thoughts were simple. He knew that there was no hurry. There is no excuse for such a challenge. There's no need to get into a who's right and who's wrong debate on this. Senator Su lamented. Better let time tell. At this point, Senator Su is still quite Buddhist. Only, just because he ignores it doesn't mean that someone with an axe to grind won't take it. Take, for example, Art Ocean Entertainment. They saw a professional questioning Sam Su and thought it was an opportunity. So, they decided to go out and mess with a wave of Susin. So it was originally just a standoff between everyone on their own. With Yahai's action, Su Xin was labeled as maliciously tampering with traditional culture. And, to put it mildly, It even describes this behavior of Sam Su as no different from that of a traitor. Huaxia, as a nation, is very tolerant. However, once it rises to the righteousness of the nation, the people will absolutely be on the same page. For a while, Senator Su became a target. Together with the water army hired by Yahai, Senator Su was mobbed on the internet. We can't tolerate traditional art being tarnished. This is eroding our cultural treasures, and such people should never be tolerated. I suggest that we check into Senator Su's family lineage to see if there will be a legacy of bad traitors. Senator Su did not expect the internet naysayers either. He had Wuzhou find out who was manipulating public opinion. Soon, Wuching brought news to Sam Su. It's Yahai. I should have expected it to be them. They're really unscrupulous. It seems that they didn't beat them up enough. Lin Feng hadn't expected that one of his articles had actually triggered such a big reaction. He felt as if something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. But the current situation was definitely what he wanted to see. Lin Feng coldly hummed. This time, you're dead. At this point, Senator Su was scheming on how to make a strong counterattack. If people have different views on the development and transmission of traditional arts, he has no problem with that. Even when there is an argument, they are stating their points from their respective standpoints. All want to better pass on and develop traditional culture. But now, apparently, it's gone sour. It's all gone up to personal attacks. Senator Su was, for that matter, intolerable, and if necessary, he would even manipulate public opinion to fight back as well. After all, Wuching had not only established an entertainment intelligence network, but also pulled in many microbloggers. Senator Su did not want to use this move. He felt it was in bad taste to manipulate public opinion. Doesn't mean he won't use it. With those tactics of the entertainment industry that he had seen on Earth, the killing power would absolutely explode when he brought them to the Blue Planet. Just as Senator Su was thinking of countermeasures, Song Yu had already gone 300 rounds with someone online. Despite being a star, he is not a songwriter. So, it's still a small crowd in this case. But even so, he was not convinced. Even disregarding the image, they went right down and tore it up. The scene, it was unforgiving. Just as Song Yu was killing it online, famous music producer Nie Fei-on came out to speak up for Samui. Some people are really good tactics, obviously just an innovation on the artistic level, but actually rises to the national righteousness. Simply put your spring farts. If there are no pioneers in the development of culture who are brave enough to pioneer, but only stick to the old and outdated, then how can we talk about progress? When did popular music emerge? When did movies originate? And when was anime born? It hasn't been that long since these art forms came into existence, has it? So how come no one is questioning it? Art, if no one explores it and tries it, then why don't we just live in a primitive society? Kid Su's music, whether it's national style or opera, has set a new benchmark for the entire industry, and he's provided us with more creative direction. For his contribution, you're not grateful, and you're still pussyfooting around. You're really fed up. A final word to some people, stay out of the way and touch your thighs, it's no big deal. Compared to Song Yu, Nie Fei-on was very vocal. After all, as a top songwriter, his words are still very persuasive. This large section of Nie Fei-on's text, sent out via Weibo, immediately caused a furor in the entertainment industry. Chapter 60. The Opera Association's Duanmu song also didn't expect things to get to this stage. Originally, I thought it was just a different concept of development of traditional culture, but I didn't realize that it actually rose to the level of national righteousness. This look shows that someone is manipulating public opinion. So, Duanmu song also posted a tweet. Cultural heritage is diverse, and opera songs are a novel and attractive musical style that allows traditional opera to spread to a wider audience by combining elements of opera with modern music production techniques that retain the flavor of opera while adding modern and stylish elements. I've asked Mr. Su for advice about combining pop music and traditional opera, and he's given us a lot of advice. And what's popular on the market now is just some form of it. A few days ago, Mr. Su and I also recorded a new piece, which retains both the original cadence of traditional Peking opera and the popular singing style of pop music. And I believe that after you have seen this work, you will be even more impressed with Mr. Su's creation. In short, I believe that opera songs are a bridge between the heritage and innovation of opera. It was important to realize that bigwigs like Duanmu song and Nie Fei-on didn't have many fans, but everyone who pays attention is a famous figure in the circle. These people, naturally, knew the value of Su Shen. Seeing Duanmu song, the president of the Opera Association, and Nie Fei-on, the Chu father, speak up for Su Shen, everyone else also came forward to show their support for Su Shen. Shangshi Entertainment, Jiang Chaoyan commanded, let's go support it too. But, Mr. Jiang, it's high behind this. It's not good for us to do this. What's wrong with that? You're not unaware of that kid's level. It's only a matter of time before he's notorious. We're standing out at this time. We can suppress Yahai as well as send a personal favor out. This wave is not a loss. Yes, I'll make the arrangements. For a while, there was a proliferation of people speaking up for Samsu. There are even some song kings and queens. Netizens were shocked and had their say. That's right. In any industry, there has to be a forerunner. And Senator Su is the forerunner of the music industry. While you guys are stuck in your ways, my third brother has been way ahead of the game for a long time. That last one is awesome. Stay back with nothing to touch your thighs, not a few handfuls of anything. It took me half a day to read it before I reacted. The Opera Association and Senator Su recorded a new song? Or the President Duanmasong himself? When will it be online? So looking forward to it. Stop all the bickering. I want to hear Little Sam's new song. Speed on the line. I just love to see the little trio smacking the disobedient in the face. Senator Su also saw the online commotion and laughed. In the future, it's better to do nothing but good deeds and not ask about your future. The payback is sooner or later. However, the favors owed this time are a bit much. But what puzzled him was Wai Chu's father, Nia Feiyong, had vocalized against him. Senator Su made sure to have no dealings with this person. Could it be personal charm? Senator Su thought narcissistically. Senator Su asked Wu Qing to keep an eye on Nia Feiyong. Soon, Wu Qing brought the unbearable news. Nia Feiyong and Xiaorong, the two Chu daddies, have left Hihai. Leaving Gumi? Where did you go? Can you please come to our side? Wu Qing stared suspiciously at Su Shun, who was unsure and thought that what he had just asked for was excessive. Wu Qing said, "You really don't know?" Senator Su shook his head innocently to show that he didn't know. Wu Qing sighed, "Ugh, the two Chu daddies are in our company." Nanny. Senator Su sort of realized that the two new old men in the original composition department were actually Father Chu. Seeing that Su-san had calmed down, Wu Qing asked, "Should we invite them over?" "No, they like to play, so we'll play along with them without acting too deliberately or telling anyone else." Understood. After Wu Chang left, Su-san muttered to himself, "The masters are right beside me. I'll see how long you guys can act." Ignoring the two song daddies for the moment, Samsu saw people at him online asking about the timing of the release of the new song. Senator Su laughed. The song is definitely going to be released, but who says there's only one more? System, customized Prince Koen Shang's Will Enter the Wine. Songs are being customized at. Has customized Prince Koen Shang speaking opera version of Will Enter the Wine. Please check it out by the host. This work that Samsu came up with is a famous poem by Li Bai. Prince Koen Shang and Zhang Yiping composed the music for this poem and created a Peking opera version of Will Enter the Wine. Prince Koen Shang not only has the solid background of the school class, but also originates from the deep heritage of the Pear Garden family. She is a famous singer and a female Peking opera veteran, as well as a practitioner of crossover art. Samsu admired him. Offering him up at this time is certainly another blow to the theater, because the people on the blue planet didn't even know that poetry could be sung in theater. It was now the end of May, and while there was time, Senator Su was ready to play a big game and put the storm to rest once and for all. He called Zhang Hongyi first. "Director Zhang, I want to shoot a short movie. Is it convenient on your end? I can pay the expenses." Zhang Hongyi said, "Old brother, rest assured to get the cost of what you do not have to consider. Old brother, I support you 100%. The main reason why Zhang Hongyi was so supportive was the song Last Night's Book, which was additionally written by Senator Su last time. In addition to the song, Jing's Hongsan, Last Night's Book is arguably one of the highlights of the show. Had it not been for Sam Su, such a classic bridge would not have been presented. Zhang Hongyi had always wanted to find a chance to thank Senator Su. So, when Sam Su offered to make a short movie, he agreed readily without saying a word. Senator Su sends the written script to Zhang Hongyi. Originally, Zhang Hongyi wanted to arrange for someone to go over and help with the shooting. However, after seeing Sam Su's script, he decided to lead the team himself. Senator Su was a bit surprised to see Zhang Hongyi come over in person. "Director Zhang, why are you here? It's just a short movie. I don't need your help." "Ha ha, old brother this short film of yours is not simple. I have also heard of the recent storm. You do this, not only can plug the mouth of some unsuspecting people, but also to the dissemination of traditional culture. Such a big event. Of course I want to personally witness." Senator Su was no more polite, and he took Zhang Hongyi's favor. Senator Su also sent the script to the Theater Association. When Duan Song read the script, his excitement was beyond words. For the past 2 days, he hadn't slept well, and he had been looking forward to Senator Su's arrival. For this reason, this old man even encouraged Zhao Shuer to go to Senator Su to inquire about the situation. Zhao Shuer was also speechless. "Grandpa, other people need to have time to prepare. It's only been a day and you can't sit still." Aren't I afraid that kid Sue will forget? This is a big deal. No sloppiness. You go and see if the people who will be on the field at that time are ready. Forget it. It's better for me to go in person. Duan Musong was becoming a fiend. But it's no wonder that Cheryl Cho has read the script as well. The biggest beneficiary of this video, if it is successful, will be the Theater Association. Chapter 61 Tingjun Mountain. When Su Sen and Zhang Hongyi's team arrived at the Opera Association, Duan Musong came to greet them with the backbone of the Opera Association. Senator Su stepped forward to greet him. President Duan Mu. Trouble. No trouble. No trouble. Duan Musong held Su Shen's hand, afraid that if he didn't pay attention, this kid would slip away. Senator Su gave a presentation. They all hang out in the Beijing circle, and soon everyone got acquainted. The shoot went well and took almost a week before and after. Just as Senator Su was filming the short movie, in Zhao Lao's home, Zhao Qigong said to Zhao Lao, "Dad, should we help that kid out?" Zhao Lao lay back in his rocking chair, his eyes closed as he returned. "No need. That kid is very shrewd. There's not a lot of buzz out there right now. Stay out of this. You already broke the rules a bit last time. You might as well pay attention to how many people are watching you." "Okay, I get it," Elder Zhao added. "Don't meddle in Schwer's affairs." "You mean, there's no point. Young people matter. Let them decide for themselves." Zhao Qigong's heart tightened for no reason, like he was about to lose something. The time now is early June. Senator Su uploaded a video on Twitter titled Art Heritage. It's been a while since people have seen Sam Su post a message. Even when the crowd pushed Su Shen to post a song, Su Shen did not reply. Everyone is still happy to finally see Sam Su online. Yikes. Little Sammy's online and sent something to sister. "Sanner, I thought you'd gone into hiding." "Don't worry. I'll go and scold those people who denigrated you before every day." "Is it a song? I want to hear it. I want to hear it." Everyone couldn't wait to click on the video uploaded by Senator Su, realized it wasn't actually a song, but watched it with interest. The scene begins in the early morning at the Pearland Theater House. A ray of sunlight shone through the old carved wooden window and shone on the model theater. Narrator, in the midst of this pear orchard, a play is staged that tells the story of 1,000 years. Older theater artists appear on the screen, performing brilliantly on stage. The water sleeves dance lightly and the singing voice is melodious. The camera switches to the audience, showing the mesmerized look of the audience, reflecting the charm of the art of opera. Narrator, opera, the bright pearl of Chinese culture, carries a long history and deep heritage. Since the Song and Yuan dynasties, it has blossomed on the Chinese soil, and through the passing of the flame by countless artists, it has gradually formed many genres such as Peking opera, Kungfu opera, and Yueju opera, each of which has its own distinctive flavor and elegance. Each of these genres has spawned countless classic plays, such as Mu Guiying Hangs Up the Marshal in Peking opera, The Peony Pavilion in Kungfu opera, and Lu Yuan Tangwan in Yueju opera. These plays not only have fascinating storylines, but also incorporate profound history, culture and life philosophies, making them a spiritual treasure of the Chinese nation. Each play is an active historical scroll, and the art forms of opera, including singing, reciting, acting, and playing, have all gathered the efforts and wisdom of artists of all generations. It is not only a treasure of art, but also a heritage of culture and the pride of our nation. The camera switches as the narrator is introduced. Every shot that flows is a masterpiece in theater. It's like taking the audience through time and space to feel the joys and sorrows of the ancients. The scene shifts to the background. The younger generation of opera apprentices practice the basics under the guidance of veteran artists, learning the singing voice and stance. At this point, a teenager was asked, "Are you tired of learning to sing opera?" "Tired. So you've thought about giving up?" "No." "Why?" "Because I like it." The short dialogues speak of their love and dedication to the art of opera. Narrator, opera heritage is not only the transmission of skills, but also the succession of culture. The camera switches to a group of young men. Sam Su was among them. A group of young people, while maintaining the tradition, try to incorporate modern elements into the opera performance, such as modern choreography, lighting, and music. Among them are the rehearsal scenes for Chiliang and images of Su Shen composing Window Visit, Dingjun Mountain, and Will Enter the Wine. The filming and creative process will be shown, highlighting the spirit of innovation and the results of cross-border cooperation. Narrator, inheritance is not conservatism, but seeking innovation in inheritance to give new life to the art of opera. The scene returns to the stage, where old, middle-aged and young opera singers perform on the same stage, presenting a wonderful opera feast together. Among them are selections from Dingjinshan. In the epilogue, the camera pulls away to show the full view of the Pearland Theater building, which fades out as the sun sets. Narrator, the new dream of the pear orchard is passed on from generation to generation. Let's guard this treasure together. so that the art of opera can be passed on from one generation to the next. The whole movie is 10 minutes long. It was very touching for everyone to see. It's so touching to watch it. I think the inheritance and development of opera really can't be stuck in a rut. It has to keep up with the times. Art is a medium that can touch people's hearts and convey emotions and ideas. And this short film was great and made me learn more about opera. While inheriting the classics, it is also important to give new life to the traditions and innovation in order to adapt to the changing times and to keep the cultural roots alive forever. Say, the short movie mentions Chiliang, Dingjinshan, and Will Enter the Wine. So why have I only seen Chiliang? And what's the content of those two later ones? June is destined to be an extraordinary month. If anything, the battle of the gods throughout the year is concentrated in December. Then in June, it's the semi-finals of the Battle of the Gods. People in the entertainment industry were also watching Sam Huey's movements. As a result, what you see is actually just a short movie. People were a little confused, but to their credit, the short video was well shot. It wasn't until the day after the video was released that Sam Su released the song Dingjun Mountain. Everyone couldn't wait to click on it and check it out. Especially the singers who participated in the June charts wanted to see what Sam Su had come up with. The introduction that everyone reads first. Song, Dingjun Shan. Sung by Su Sin and Duanmu Song. Lyrics by Sam Su. Though Tuanjasong has tweeted about this production before. However, at this time, he was still surprised to see Duanmu Song's name. Because, people don't know whether it's going to be Sam Su singing Peking opera next, or Duanmu Song singing pop. The song opens with a Peking opera chant by Duanmu Song. Warlord. I'm old and brave, and my blood runs through the rainbow. Killing people is like chipping away at dirt, walking west and east on a horse. 2 arms with the strength of 1,000 pounds can open a bow with iron tires. If we're talking about crossing things, we still count old Huang Zhong. In this section, Duanmu Song sings of the grandeur of Huang Zhong, a veteran general. At the beginning of the master, the voice is loud and penetrating. The audience was shouted at and involuntarily straightened up. It was like a bloodline awakening. Perhaps this is the heritage of the children of China engraved in their bones. Immediately afterward, Sam Su's voice sang, life and death are like weeds in a chaotic world. Wait for the wind to blow and the fire to burn away. Fate is unpredictable. Idiots are all locked in a circle. A laugh and a pride. With the sunrise in the east as a signal. Sam Huey's voice is calm and bold. A very different style from his rendition of Hui Yuanjia some days ago. His singing voice mirrored the words sung by Duanmu Song. Together, they interpret an open-minded and unconvincing flavor. It complements the words sung by Duanmu Song in Huang Zhong's tone. Life is short, and chaos eventually fades. Fate is unpredictable. Don't cling to the drawing board. Moving forward with great vigor, welcoming the new day and laughing at life. This attitude towards life certainly exudes an air of open-mindedness. It makes one feel the infinite possibilities and wide world of life. Chapter 62, The Wine That Will Go Into Wine. Next up is the duet between Duanmu Song and Su Shin. It is also an excerpt from the Peking opera Dingjinshan. This letter comes at the right time. Duanmu Song, head through drums. Sam Su, battle rice production. Ode to Duanmu, 2-tone drums. Sam Su, tighten the robe. Duanmu Song, 3 drums. Senator Su, sheath your sword. Ode to Duanmu, the 4-tone drums. Sam Su, hand over your soldiers. This rendition is a classic, and the crowd was hot to hear it. It was as if they were going to run to the battlefield right away. Meanwhile, the listener is reacquainted with Sam Su. It's amazing to see how well this Peking opera-style singing voice is held by him. Immediately afterward, Senator Su's voice sounded again. The great pass is filled smoke and fire. Over 1,000 mountains, like a falcon looking down from the sky. The grudges are over. Prayer is not a means to an end. The beacon and the wolf's smoke. Heroic and courageous. This territory is ready to be explored. You should be used to it by now. Looking back from the railings, serenity is the key to my worldliness. Who's going to get away with this? Wait for the rain to wash away your desires. Look at the present day. All of the heroes are heroes. I'll follow my own path. The lyrics are majestic. In times of war, it can save the day. After the war was won, the world was viewed with equanimity. Fate is hard to escape, but you need to stay on the right path. Face the present with honor, because everyone can be a hero today. In the original lyrics, it reads, women are bold and courageous, and this territory is waiting to be unfolded. But Mr. Su changed the word women to heroes. Sam Su originally wanted to honor the original, but he's a guy, so that's why he changed it. He even thought of giving it a change if a female voice sang it later. It's kind of respectful of the original. Next, there was a duet between Duanmu Song and Su Sang. This letter comes at the right time. It was a hot song for everyone to hear. Great urge to go into battle and kill the enemy. The audience was so excited that they scrambled to start speaking. It's so lit. Sammy, please take my knee. Tranquility leads to distance. Put the world in perspective. Let's do it if you don't like it. The little trio of opera singers is too good to be true. Playing the role of old Huang Zhong is President Duanmu of the Opera Association, and Xiao Sanner's duet with him is not at all out of place. The song, Tingjun Mountain, went all the way over the top upon its release. It's safe to say first, no contest. The showbiz stars were also surprised by Sam Su's maneuver. There was a lot of amazement. It can still be like that? Those who had previously questioned Su Shen's desecration of the opera had shut up at this point. This production is, quite simply, an homage to the theater. Besides, everyone could hear that Senator Su did have opera skills. With the airing of the art heritage short film and the song Dingjinshan, the skepticism about Su Sen is becoming less and less. They're not speaking out anymore, but the netizens haven't forgotten what happened the other day. There was a flurry of cynicism running under the tweets of those who had previously made a big deal out of it. Yo, isn't this Masterly who said that my little Samson doesn't know anything about opera? Come on, I'll send you a video. Take a good look. Master, there is one thing I don't understand, and I would like to ask for an explanation as to why those who go down the mountain would mock the gods who go up the mountain. Master Wang, your family's turtle fell into the salt tank. Look at how salty, idle, you are. You little bastard. Compared to these, the most excited person was Song Yu. He knew that article was from Lin Feng. So, he ran directly to the bottom of Lin Feng's microblogging to start spraying. Said a lot, and finally came to say, I've never seen such a brazen person. The netizens are even following the trend, summarizing whatever is said at the end. One of the most quoted is the last sentence of Nie Feiyang's microblogging. I think you just stay nothing to touch your thighs, not a few bar anything. For a while, Lin Feng was so angry that he directly closed the Weibo comment function. However, that's not the worst of it. What's worse, he's isolated. Originally, there was no excuse for him to post such a piece. It's a bit over the top in terms of language, but overall it's a hold on traditional culture. However, too many extreme statements have evolved because of one of his articles. Besides, everyone could guess what Lin Feng had in mind. The Theater Association, while not being able to give him any punishment nominally, is leaning on specific things. In fact, units like Opera Recess are fairly simple. After all, how bad can a group of people in the arts have bad minds? In any other business, Lin Feng would be guilty of gross negligence. For this kind of behavior, the higher-ups are extremely ruthless when it comes to fixing people. For example, moving to post you to a hole. It also nominally gives you a promotion. If you don't go, you're picking and choosing and being insubordinate and rebellious. For such people, the latter means are even more numerous. So, right now, Lin Feng was in a situation where he was just isolated by most people. However, it remains to be seen if there is any chance of getting on stage later on. Senator Su didn't pay too much attention to Lin Feng's affairs, even though he knew that the article was from Lin Feng's hand. However, he was more concerned with the Sea of Art, because he knew that Ye Hai was the culprit in this incident. As for Lin Feng, he was completely used as a gun by Ye Hai. However, that didn't mean that Senator Su was merciful and let Lin Feng off the hook. If you get the chance, you still have to press this, being that could be a trigger at any time. Just when everyone thought that this month, Samsu's Ding Junshan was stable, Samsu's Will Enter the Wine is online. Instantly, the internet happy. I didn't expect. There's a windfall. It's quite a surprise. And if you keep this up, little Sammy, I'll have to thank the detractors. Sammy's getting a kick out of this. But why do I have a happy feeling about it? I guess it's little Sammy's own PK with himself this month. Everyone was excited to click on The Wine That Will Go. When Su Sen's Peking opera singing came out, the audience froze. Don't you see? The yellow river flows from the sky, run like the sea and never return. Can't you see the gray hairs in the mirror? Lit, like green silk in the morning, turning into snow in the evening. When life is good, you must enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden bottle stand empty against the moon, idiom. Don't let the bottle go empty-handed. I'm going to be very good at this, and I'm going to make a lot of money out of it. We'll cook sheep and slaughter cows, and drink 300 cups. In this work, Su Shen followed the board style of Prince Kuan Shang's sheepy running water. With its characteristic bright rhythm, this board style offers unparalleled advantages for expressing the joyous and impassioned mood of the work. It coincides with and complements the enthusiastic atmosphere that Li Bai's original work Will Enter the Wine is meant to convey. Samsu's rendition not only drips with that light, generous and impassioned emotion. With its lively and vigorous tunes, it deeply manifests the unique charm of the art of Peking opera. Chapter 63 New Assignments. After the song, everyone was completely convinced. Even the entertainment industry has to be impressed. It's not wrong to lose to a master like Su Shen who can even handle opera. Some of the artists, who are already on the move to enroll to go to the theater to learn to go to the theater. I have to say, this wave of operation by Sam Soo is a showstopper. The short film plus Ding Junshan and will enter the wine directly popularized opera to the masses. Netizens are also leaving comments with their own opinions. Good to hear. The words are well-spoken, powerful, vocal, and smooth and lyrical. If I would have had this song when I was in school, Will You Wine would never have lost a point. Ancient poetry is the essence of traditional culture, and Peking opera is the first of the national treasures. The combination of the two is really touching. Poetry through theater. Brilliant. I would have to say the most excited is the Theater Association. They never dreamed that poetry could be in the theater. And also good to hear. Duan Musong's brain was fixed since he heard the song. Completely oblivious to the sounds of the outside world, his mind was filled with poetry and theater. This move by Senator Su did more than just open a window to theater. It's simply a road to prosperity laid out in front of the theater guild. It is important to know that the most important thing that has been lacking in China since ancient times is poetry. If all of these were adapted into theater, wouldn't we be able to enjoy an unchanging excitement every day? This is certainly a rare blessing for theater, an art form with a relatively small number of productions. Duan Musong immediately arranged for in-depth research and worked on composing more poems into a play. For this generous gift, both those who aspire to seek a broader world for the development of opera, and those who insist on the purity of opera and do not allow the intrusion of popular elements, have expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Senator Su. Since then, the dispute provoked by one of Lin Feng's articles has come to a complete end. Netizens even ran to the official microblogging of the Opera Association below the message. I want to hear the tingling. I want to hear Lin Jiangxian. I want to hear the water song. Good lord. People are ordering the theater like it's a dish. For a while, the Opera Association, up and down, was busy. Sam Hui looked at the two songs chasing each other on the music charts and said to himself, June. Steady. That night, after Senator Su had eaten, Elder Zhao called him over for tea. There's a border sympathy event in August, so prepare for it and don't let the soldiers down then. Elder Zhao, who are the participants in this sympathy event? There's no specific staffing limit, but there's a maximum of 4 spots per recreation unit, and someone will match you up when the time comes. After taking over the mission from Zhao Lao, Senator Su began to think about the personnel. Song Yu counts as 1. 3 more to go. How do we choose? Run Yang and Hao Jing can go on. They're both at a respectable level. Plus myself. Just 4. Well, it's settled. At this time, Song Yu came to see Sam Su. Brother Sam, let's go to my place for a meal tonight. I got some fresh tripe today. Senator Su was aware that Song Yu had taken over that hot pot restaurant and had gone to eat there a few times. However, each time, Sam Su didn't mention the song. This made Song Yu anxious. In Hao Jian's words, do you think San forgot about you when he didn't mention it in black and white? Although Song Yu didn't believe it, but after hearing Hao Jian say so, he had to believe it even if he didn't. He had heard about the condolence trip to the border yesterday, which was why he had come to see Senator Su early in the morning. Song Yu had it all figured out that if Sushin still didn't listen, he would point at the tripe and say, Brother San, look at this fresh tripe, does it look like your new song? In response to Song Yu's invitation, Senator Su happened to have something to discuss with the group. So he said, call Run Yang and Hao Jing as well, then I'll call Sister Cher too. In the evening, everyone gathered at Song Yu's hot pot restaurant. Inside the exclusive box, Senator Su said to everyone, you all know about the border performance, right? This time, a few of us are going on behalf of Hua Kai. Song Yu heard Susan said so, know that the matter of the song has been settled. Also not ready to mention the fresh tripe thing. Run Yang and Hao Jing looked excited. They dreamed of being partnered with Sam Su. Cheryl Zhao said, our association is going too. We are choosing our works? After hearing this, Senator Su pondered. Then said, I'll prepare a song for you. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Shuer directly picked up her wineglass and drank it all in one go. Thanks. Let's drink first. Song Yu and the others watched, their hearts souring. Song Yu, in particular, lamented in his heart. Ugh, why do I have the feeling of leading the wolf into the house? Senator Su added to Ren Yang and Hao Jing. Have you ever thought that you two could get a combination? Combination? Run Yang and Hao Jing were at a loss, completely unaware of what Senator Su was up to. Sam Su said, tell you what, I'll give you a song, and you'll release it as a group next month to try the market reaction first. Hearing this, the one who was the least calm was Song Yu. He growled in his heart. I Nima, why do I feel so redundant? Hao Jian you crow's mouth. Go back and see how I'll clean you up. Song Yu could no longer sit still, and busily greeted the waiter. How come our fresh tripe isn't on yet? Sam Su knew that Song Yu was in a hurry, so he stopped teasing him. These days, Song Yu's behavior. But Senator Su had seen it all. Not to mention, when he was being denigrated by others, Song Yu was transformed into a fighting Vajra and argued for his case. Besides, Song Yu is a powerhouse in Wachai. Senator Su also wanted to focus on building him up. Say, what song do you want? Song Yu was on the verge of tears. It was finally his turn. But after his experience with Too Stupid last time, he decided not to brag about it. And this time he's going to specify the song. Brother Sam, give me a sad love song. Preferably the feeling of being abandoned. I want to experience the feeling of lost love. Everyone was speechless at Song Yu's idea. Song Yu explained, I'm going to take the melancholy and sentimental route. Now everyone was even more speechless, and they all thought that this person was designated sick. Song Yu was still chattering away. From now on, you can call me the little prince of sentimental love songs. Senator Su sort of realized. Is this the more you lack something, the more you have to show off something? Following this logical reasoning, then wouldn't Song Yu have the mindset of being abused by a woman? Senator Su sneered in his heart. Then let's give you the title of war god under the car. That's right. The song that Sam Su prepared for Song Yu was Adu's He Must Love You a Lot. The next day, Sam Su gave the song to Song Yu. Also, a song for Ren Yang and Hao Jing. Brother San, Hao Jing and I are singing this song, The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind. So what's the name of our group? Let's call it the Phoenix Legends. Good name. Bossy enough. Senator Su thought to himself. Let Ren Yang and Hao Jing, instead of Zhang Yi and Ling Hua, rule the blue planet. Chapter 64, He Must Love You Very Much. When Song Wu got the song He Must Love You a Lot from Sam Su, he thought to himself that July was a sure thing. At this point, Hao Jian reminded, Brother Yu, I heard that Brother San also gave Ren Yang and Hao Jing songs, so there shouldn't be any changes in July, right? What do you know? I saw that song. A square dance song. Dirt cheap. How can it compare to my song? And what if? Wanna fart? Can't you see that Sam is trying to get me back first place on purpose? So it looks like the hot potato plan was right. Hao Jian was still kind enough to say, why don't we wait before releasing the song? Are you kids sick? Tell you what, this time a steady batch. Your main task now is to get more fresh hot pot ingredients. In July, Song Wu released the song at the first opportunity. To that end, he tweeted in passing, the sentimental love song He Must Love You a Lot is now online. Welcome to listen. Song Wu's recent prominence in tearing it up with others has seen his fans go up quite a bit. Song Yu's main reason for choosing a sentimental love song was to redeem his comical image. After all, he didn't want to carry the title of Millennium Old Man for the rest of his life. That's why he asked Sam Su to get him a sadder song. Charting success with a song like this would definitely change the crowd's perception of him. Looking at his position in the distant lead, Song Yu laughed cheaply. Hey, from now on, you guys can call me the little prince of sentimental love songs. Netizens were happy to see Song Wu release a song. Only, they're having fun. And they're here to have fun more than anything else. Yo, if it isn't Song Lao Air, he's released another song, which means there's definitely another song from Little Sammy this month. Whether you release a song or not, the number 2 spot in the entertainment industry has always been reserved for you. I'm here to watch the show, so keep tossing. Song Lao Air, always comes second. Netizens are happy with this stunt. Song Yu wasn't angry either. Just wait, soon you will be remorseful by your ignorance. Hao Jian interjected. Brother Yu, what do you think they'll call you if you succeed in the list? Of course it's the little prince of sentimental love songs. I think the god of war is more dominant. Battle your ass. Get outta here. The song that Sam Su had chosen for Song Yu was a song on Earth composed and written by Li Jiqing and sung by Adu. It describes how helpless and overwhelmed a man is when he is betrayed by the woman he loves, blessing each other when it's clear they are hurting. It's a song that addresses men's claims of vulnerability. This song, indeed, fits Song Wu's sentimental requirements. When Song Wu got the song, he had a feeling that his title was going to change. Listeners clicked on the song and smiled when they saw it was Sam Su again. Everyone is used to Sam Su's creative talents. As the intro deepened, Song Wu's voice came out. I'm hiding in the car with champagne in my hand. I wanted to give you a birthday surprise. The closer you get, the more there are 2 voices. I was caught off guard, and I just stood there. The listener's first reaction is that the song is also strange good Lu. Usually people like to make fun of Song Yu, but now they had to admit that Song Yu did sing well. The introductory part is introduced with a soft piano sound, creating a quiet and deeply emotional atmosphere. The lyrics are succinct and clear, yet they contain deep emotion. The song continues. I should have been under the car, not in it. Seeing how sweet you guys are, it's easier for me to die that way. Give me the courage to leave. The highly melodic music lingers in the ears, where pathos and hopelessness are intertwined. Speaking of unspeakable matters of the heart, there is a hysterical emotion hidden in every twist and turn of the melody. It is not vocal, but in a more introspective way. It shakes the soul of every listener. This deep sadness, though without the flair of a soprano, has touched the hearts of countless people in a unique way that makes people empathize. Keep listening. He must love you very much, and compare me to him. It only took a minute to break up. He must love you a lot more than I do. Not as childish as I am. It's hard for you. While recording the song, Samsu suggested that Sonyu make his voice a bit huskier for better results. Sonyu did as he was told, and when the finished song came out, he thought to himself that the song and the raspy voice were a match made in heaven. It's the same pop song. It's the same theme of love. And it's the same lyrical expression of lost love. But this song, every lyric, every note is filled with sentimentality. The melody in the main part of the song is calm and gentle, and the chorus gradually rises in melody and emotion. The melody becomes subdued again in the bridge section, providing the listener with room for reflection and reminiscence. The theme of the song centers around helplessness and letting go in love. It's about a man's introspection and growth in love. The song was listened to and some people charged in the comments section. I cried to hear. I should have been under the car, not in the car. Isn't that a damn true reflection of the day I saw my wife cheating on me? Brother, hold on. Be strong. Brother. It doesn't really matter if it holds up or not. At that moment I had fantasized about how nice it would be to hide under the car. But in case they do something bad in the car, I would definitely feel worse under the car than in it. The song, when it came out, instantly shot to the top of the charts. For a while, everyone forgot to flirt with Sonyu, all immersed in the sad atmosphere of the song. But soon, everyone started talking about the song. You said that the lyrics were written by Little Samuel. Could this be his personal experience? How else could it be written so heartbreakingly? Come on, with the way Samuel looks, who do you think would have the eyes to abandon him? Then why is the song so unsettling? This should have been composed by Little Samuel based on Sonyu's personal experience. You didn't see how empathetic Song Lao-er sang it. That Song Lao-er is quite pitiful. So what kind of car did you guys say Song Lao-er was hiding under at that time? At least it's not a sedan. First of all, consider if he can get in there. And secondly, since he's underneath the car, the people in the car will at least have room to go up and down while making sure they don't get hurt when they carpool. What started out as a sad love song turned out to be a moment of not wanting to cry when everyone did that. Some people have even started an online poll to explore just what type of car Sonyu was under. A. Sedan. B. Off-road vehicles. C. Buses. D. Trains. F. Karting. The final consensus was that it was an off-road vehicle. The reasoning is that sedans and go-karts can't drill into them. Buses and trains can't be felt during car shocks. And only off-road vehicles, both in terms of space and perception, fit the bill. Chapter 65 The Most Dazzling National Wind. While the public is buzzing about Sonyu's new song, He Must Love You, Ran Yang and Hao Jing have released their new song The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind under the name of Phoenix Legends Group. The netizens weren't surprised because they expected it. Coming. It's coming. I knew Little Sammy would release another song this month. Needless to say, this is again directed at Song Lao-er. I bet Song Lao-er is still second this time. Looking at the title, could it be a national style song like Hua Yu and Jia? As the group clicked on the song, a strong beat hit them. Immediately afterward, Hao Jing sang, The pale ends of the earth are my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the green mountains. What's the best rhythm? What kind of song is the most cheerful? When that moving sublime rhythm suddenly kicked in, a strong and brainwashing melody quickly filled everyone's ears. That vibrating musical frequency penetrates deeply into the soul and triggers an ineffable resonance. And the booming female voice is an added bonus. Hao Jing's voice, like her character, is full of bravado and atmosphere. It's a perfect match for this song. When Hao Jing first got the song, she was instantly subdued, like awakening some unimaginable bloodline. The more he sang, the more excited he felt. The crooked river comes from the sky. It flows into the sea of purple and red. Hot ballads is what we're looking forward to. You're most comfortable walking and singing along. We're going to sing as hard as we can. Listeners had no choice at this point but to get high with the song. Some of them even shouted, Mom, yeah, what the hell is little Sammy up to? Hao Jing's voice was full and soaring. You're the most beautiful cloud in the sky. Let me keep you with my heart, stay. Singing the most dazzling national wind at a leisurely pace. Let love roll away all the dust. Sung in the simplest of ways, the repetitive melody is surprisingly powerful and magical. The audience, moreover, swayed uncontrollably. The end of the song, always singing the most dazzling national wind. It's the most beautiful gesture in the whole sky. The music is still going wild. Thump, 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 The sound quality is like an infinite amplification, straight from the heart. When the melody finally comes to an end, everyone's still there rocking out. It was like being pulled by an invisible force that simply couldn't be stopped. It took a while for everyone to come back to their senses and run around spitting. Stay you sister. I can't go back. What to do? The body unconsciously swayed and it just wouldn't stop. I'd like to hear what's going on again. Oh my god. Is this the same little Samuel I know who wrote this song? Please give me back my gentle little Samuel. Whoa whoa. There's one thing to be said for the uninitiated who will look at this song and mostly scoff. However, for music producers who really know what they're doing, they would never dare to take this song lightly, because the melody of the best is really strong. While Hao Jing and Rin Yang were recording the song, Xiaorong and Nie Feian were also there. Both of them looked at each other in disbelief as they listened. Great elegance. The common comment of the two song daddies is a clear indication of the uncomplicated nature of the song, the most dazzling ethnic style. But the song doesn't surpass Song Wu's song, He Must Love You, other than being a brainwash. At this time, Song Yu, while sending grapes to his mouth, said to Hao Jian, your crow's mouth also has a bad time. It's like a steady and relaxed fishing boat. Hao Jian said, brother Yu is right. How can I say yes every time? This time the first place must be yours. Brother Yu. From now on, please call me the little prince of sentimentalism. However, to our surprise, many families are staging the scene of mother's kindness and son's filial piety. The mother took a chicken feather duster and threatened, hurry up, download that song for me. There was no way. As children, they did not dare to disobey their mother and father. One can only dutifully choose to download the most dazzling of them all. For a while, the internet was filled with complaints. Family, who understands? I'm being threatened by my mom to download the most dazzling of them all. Mine too. She took all the cell phones. I was forced. All the big moms are in love with this song. In the evening, a certain aunt took out her cell phone and roared in the square dance group. Sisters, let's change the new song tonight. The group was immediately buzzing. A group member in the role of coach immediately responded. I'll make up a new dance for everyone. Someone asked suspiciously, what song is the change? At this point, countless Amazons replied almost simultaneously. The most dazzling national wind. This night, the most dazzling national wind swept through every square in the city like a whirlwind. Big moms, all of them, find their own rhythm and passion in this song. Song Yu was still in a leisurely manner at this time. Didn't even realize the gravity of the situation. Hao Jian discovered the craze that night. So, on the second day, he didn't go to the office on the pretext of going out to look for fondue ingredients. Song Yu was completely unaware of the situation. He still stepped through the doors of the company as confidently as he had done yesterday. As soon as his colleagues at Huakai saw him, they all broke into smiles and greeted him warmly. Song Yu also responded one by one. Good morning. Seeing Song Yu acting like this, the crowd at Huakai mistakenly thought that he had already released his feelings. Someone even gave him a thumbs up. Song Yu, on the other hand, took everyone's reaction as their early congratulations on his song that was about to top the charts. The heart was full of joy and anticipation. Song Yu walked into his office, opened his computer, rubbed his hands together, and clicked on the list. Thinking he had misread it, he refreshed it again. Then the whole company resounded with his heartbreaking cry. No! The crowd at Huachai was calm. They had experienced such a scene more than once. The crowd reacted in this much seen way and took a 3-minute moment of silence for Song Yu. However, the craze for the best has only just begun. Night falls as you stroll down the street after dinner. You'll find groups of enthusiastic Amazons gathered in each square. The girls move neatly under the skillful leadership of the lead dancers, with a focused and devout attitude, oblivious to the occasional attentions of the boss next to him. A loud and clear big stereo was blaring the familiar melody. The vast end of the sky is my love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the vast green mountains. Sweep the square. The song spread like wildfire, like a virus, everywhere. Whether you've heard the song before or not, it's highly likely that the familiar melody will ring in your ears as soon as you step out of your neighborhood. It is also highly likely that there will be a group of enthusiastic, square dancing Amazons in front of you. There is no doubt that Senator Su has made an outstanding contribution to the promotion of Blue Star Square dancing. This song has not only become the initiation of square dancing for countless Amazons, it has almost unified the square dance ladies, and become the sacred song in their hearts. However, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The song is equally popular in major supermarkets and outlets. Everyone unconsciously hummed along every time the music played. The body also swayed involuntarily. Some people are complaining online. How come there's the most dazzling national wind everywhere? It's over. I can't walk out. I can sing along with the melody now without reading the lyrics. Square dances used to be all over the place. Now they're all stay. Little Samson. You're so mean. Chapter 66, A Journey to the Frontier. There's no stopping the momentum of the most dazzling of them all. The entertainment industry is confused. They never dreamed that they would be abused by a Square Dance God song. After a period of brainwashing, everyone has embraced the song, despite the fact that netizens are spitting on the song, the most dazzling national wind. But in reality, deep down, there was no aversion to the song. On the contrary, many people find it very interesting, even learned to hum without realizing it. Netizens also started talking about the song, especially after realizing that it was actually sung by a group. I just realized that Phoenix Legends is actually a group. That guy in there is making money too easy. I'm on. Stay. At the end of the month rankings, there was no doubt that the most dazzling national wind topped the charts at number 1 by a wide margin. In second place is Songwoo's He Must Love You. Netizens saw the rankings and took heart. Song Lao Air. I told you that you can't escape your destiny. Everyone make sure you watch out for kittens and puppies under the car before you drive. And Song Lao Air. It wasn't easy for Song Lao Air. In the wind, in the rain, under the car. You should be under the car, not in it, and I would call you the war god under the car. Song Yu, surname Song, first name Yu, word Lao Air, number under the car war god. Since then, in addition to the title of Song Lao Air, Song Yu also had the additional title of war god under the car. Song Yu said to Hao Jian, "You say, has your attribute of poisonous milk been upgraded? And now you can reverse poison." Hao Jian could only smile awkwardly. He didn't even dare to speak in front of Song Yu now, for fear of accidentally poking Song Yu's sore spot again. Next time you release a song, don't be around me. I just want a number 1. Then I'll go to someone else's next time. Thanks to you, I have now earned the title of God of War. How bossy. I think it's fine, but it's ing under the car. With that, Song Yu lunged towards Hao Jian. The time came in August. The trip to the frontier is also about to begin. Senator Su has prepared 4 songs for this border trip. One of these was given to the Opera Society and 3 to the Wahini. However, there was one song that was never finalized. It's not that the songs are bad, it's just that Sam Su is a bit torn. For the song that he couldn't hold, Su Shin could only settle for a while, and if there was a good song before the show, Su Shin decided to change it anyway. Of course, these are new songs. It's inevitable that when you arrive on the scene, you'll have to sing a few old favorites. Traveling on behalf of Huakai or Sam Su, Song Yu, Run Yang and Hao Jing. First stop Xinjiang. After arriving at the station, Senator Su, at the request of his father, first visited Ding Jiwei, an old comrade of Su's father. Little Sam, come and sit down. In a flash you're so big, I even hugged you back then. Yes, time flies. My father has been thinking about you former comrades and said we must get together sometime. Ding Jiwei sighed. Alas, your father and I, as well as Lao Zhou, are the best of brothers? To say that the one with the greatest potential is still your father, but he chose to retire from the army due to a leg injury. It's his choice, and besides, my dad's doing just fine now playing chess and walking his dog every day. Ha, that's also true. You and Xian have grown up, and he's saved. According to you, I'm a little envious. I'm going to take them to Kyoto in a few days, so Uncle Ding will help me persuade him then. Sushin is considered to be settled in Kyoto, and will probably live in Kyoto in the future. He had been trying to persuade his parents to come over, but his father had always found one reason or another to push him away. This visit to see my father's comrade in arms was just enough to allow him to persuade him. Ding Jiwei patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, this is put on your Uncle Ding. Guarantee to make that old man obediently go over there, and I sometimes run to Kyoto often, so that there will be more chances for our brothers to meet each other." Then thank you Uncle Ding. Ding Jiwei looked at Susen and suddenly sighed. Alas little son, why do you think you followed your father's example and left the army? Not waiting for Sam Su to reply, Ding Jiwei coldly grunted. I think it's that old thing Zhou Holin who didn't take good care of you. Senator Su hurriedly explained. Uncle Ding, this has nothing to do with Uncle Zhou. I took the initiative to retire from the army. People have their own aspirations. Besides, I'm fine now. Also, I've been following your performance lately. You're much stronger now than you were when we were there. Ting doesn't know the real reason why Sam Hui was discharged from the army. Even Zhou Holin only knows a little. Things like this were only clear to people at Zhang Zhongyao's level. So, Senator Su didn't explain too much. While there was time, Sam Su and the group went for another stroll. While wandering around, he saw a poplar, and Sam Su suddenly thought of the song Little Poplar. The song, On Earth, was written by Liang Shangchuan, composed by Shixin, and sung by Yan Weiwen. Senator Su felt that the song was perfect for the event, so he decided to include the song inside the song list for the side trip. While there was time, Sam Su put together the songs. Thus, 3 of the more satisfying songs were ready. The show started soon after. The first to appear was a first-rate singer from Shangshur Entertainment. Sang an old song. Seeing the people from Shangshur, Senator Su still remembered that they had also stepped in to help themselves when the Linfeng small essay incident happened. Senator Su muttered in his heart, "This favor, too, must be returned." The main reason for thinking this way is not to make too many enemies at this stage. Having one Yahai as an opponent was enough for him to deal with. He decided to find an opportunity to get close to Shangshur. That way, at least they don't come and mess up when dealing with Yahai next. The Star River Entertainment guys were up behind Centurion. Still with an old song. The show, which was broadcast live on the entire network. Netizens were also able to see the scene online. Everyone watched with great interest. The only thing that made people gush was, it's all old songs, and there's nothing new. Just as everyone was slightly disgruntled, Senator Su came on for Wakai. Everyone was excited to see Sam Su. My little Samson is as handsome as ever. What song is Sammy going to bring? Will it be a new song that hasn't hit the charts yet in August? Little Sammy in his uniform is to die for. With much anticipation, information about the song appeared on the big screen. The Little Poplar, sung by Sam Su, lyrics by Sam Su. Seeing this information, everyone was even more excited that the long-awaited new song had finally appeared. Even the border warriors were unusually excited. You know, Sam Su's songs have become the standard for their daily patrols. They were watching the release of Sam Su's new song all the time. I didn't expect it to show up at this time. How can this not get everyone excited? More to the point, there are people from the Little Poplar post right here. It's a song that makes their hearts beat faster just by its name. Chapter 67, A Little Poplar. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, Sam Huey's song came out. A little poplar grows next to the post. The roots are deep, the trunks are strong, and they watch over the northern border. The breeze is blowing and the leaves are rustling. The sun makes leaves shine. At the beginning of the song, the men of the Little Poplar post, in their excitement, rose straight to their feet. Doesn't this depict their outpost? If the song titles are generalized, there is still a hint of ambiguity and lack of clarity. Then, in the lyrics, the little aspen that grows next to the post is very obvious. The small poplar that they spent time with and guarded the border together was more than familiar to them. The song continues. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, poplar, poplar. It grows, I grow. Stand with me on the border. This time, it wasn't just the people at the Little Poplar post, but all the soldiers at the border were shaken to their core. If anything, the people at the Little Poplar post are excited because the song mentions them. Here, then, the song personifies the little aspen. Yes, the frontier warriors, like the Little Poplar, are deeply rooted in the frontier of the motherland, keeping the country safe with his own body. When the camera was given to the soldiers on stage, it was as if the audience could personally feel the valor and determination of the border guards. The lyrics gave the audience a great deal of imagination. A picture floated before their eyes. In the far north of the border, next to a lonely post, a small aspen tree swayed in the wind. Its leaves rustle in the breeze and shine silver. A group of camouflage-clad warriors, their faces stoic, their eyes like torches. No matter how cold or hot it is, they stick to their posts. With his youth and blood, he built an impenetrable defense. Samsu's song takes everyone for a dip. Next, the song changes from lyric to narrative. When I left my hometown, I said goodbye to Yangshu's one. My mom gave me a sapling and whispered to me, take it with you and remember your family's wishes. Plant it and consider it your home. These lines are very much in the vein of Green Flowers of the Army. Some people are starting to wipe their eyes when they hear this. When you leave home, your parents' instructions ring in your ears. This is a story of parting and perseverance. Soldiers, carrying expectations and concerns with them, shoulder the burden of defending the land. When you are homesick, look at the sapling beside you. The relatives are close by, guarding the borders of the motherland with you. The song continues. Come, 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 poplar, poplar. They wear green uniforms, too. Guard the border with me. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, poplar, poplar. Guard the border with me. Together on the border. The entire song, with its simple lyrics and uncomplicated tune, is realistic and full of deep feelings. The songs are upbeat yet dignified. It combines elements of folk music and modern pop music. The song celebrates the people with the spirit of the poplar, the border guards who dedicate their youth to the motherland. The song is full of the masculinity of the hot-blooded soldiers, but also speaks of the love for their hometown and loved ones. The rigidity and flexibility of the rhymes are lively. The melodious melody allows the listener to experience the vibrant, pain-for-joy military life. The border warriors were touched to the core. It's a song written specifically for them. Netizens were also touched. They hear a heartwarming story of parting and reunion, of pursuit and perseverance, of growth and memories. For a while, the pop-ups in the webcast were densely packed. This song is truly emotional, exceptionally positive, and with real artistic taste too. I and the steel gun and the white poplar, in spite of my children's love, will stick to the border of the motherland. Listening to the song and imagining the soldiers' hard life on the border, I couldn't help but tear up. This song is written for the border guards. They have given so much for the peace of the motherland. We should cherish the time of peace more. For a while, the internet was all about border guards and the little poplar. So much so, that the ones who came on behind Sam Sue, the artists from E-High Entertainment, didn't get much attention. Senator Sue also noticed the ranking situation this time and muttered, "I now seriously suspect that someone is up to no good." However, this is quite good. It was the turn of the Opera Association to take the stage, and they brought a Peking opera version of Dingjinshan. It is different from the song Dingjinshan by Su Shin. This first one is a solid Peking opera performance. The audience was in awe of how good it sounded, especially in the excerpt of "This Letter Came by Chance." Many people could sing along with the previous song of Sam Sue. Next, it was another turn for Wazoo to take the stage. This time out were Ren Yang and Hao Jing. As the host announced the name Phoenix Legends, everyone was shocked. Netizens are even running for cover. Here we go. Here we go. Let's rock and roll. I tied myself with a belt or I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control the jump later. From now on, my computer access is in my mom's hands. Soon the song information appeared on the big screen. Song, Green Whirlwind. Sung by Phoenix Legend. Lyrics by Sam Sue. The song, On Earth, is a song with lyrics by Chu Yuan, music by He Muyang, and performed by Phoenix Legends. It's kind of quite fitting to put it here. Netizens should have been happy to see that it actually wasn't the most dazzling national wind, but how did they feel a sense of loss in their hearts? However, as the melody plays, all emotions are left behind. As usual, it's a very dynamic melody. Everyone was curious to see what kind of divine song would be born from such a melody. At this point, Hao Jing sang. The jingoistic poetry of the frontier speaks of love. Generations of good sons and daughters marching from the army in song. Heroes are forged in the furnace of steel. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the camp of the Pillowman. Hearing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. A military song? That's too valiant. This little lyric. This little song. The last time I heard something similar was Senator Sue's A Good Man is a Soldier. It's so catchy. I feel like it doesn't lose to the most dazzling national wind at all. I feel like I'm sick. I can't believe I'm rocking out to a military song like this. Everyone was having fun when Ren Yang's voice came out. All my life with the marching song and the bugle call. Your song comes over you like a green whirlwind. Unlike the most dazzling of them all, this one is in a rap style. Netflix is numb. I didn't realize it was such a combination of vocals. In fact, even more incredulous are the music producers in the entertainment industry. This fusion of folk music and rap music was the first time they had seen it. In their opinion, this combination retains the unique flavor of folk music and injects the modern flavor of rap music, presenting a novel and creative way of musical expression. When Rin Yang and Hao Jing first rehearsed in the company, Xiaorong and Nie Feiang were stunned by the way they were put together. Sauron exclaimed, "We've been taught another lesson. Nephian is on the verge of autism." They were already considered seniors in the composing world, but these days in Huakai, they simply became elementary students. They wondered what other musical surprises Sam Hui would bring them next. Chapter 68, The Return Shot. The Green Cyclone skillfully blends folk music with pop elements. It makes the whole song both ethnic and modern. What's even rarer is that it's a military-themed song. The song continued, and Hao Jing's high-pitched, impassioned voice sounded again. Years and years in the age of flowers and moonlight, watching night and dawn day after day. How many winds and rains were there on the long road to the army? The fully clothed generals are chivalrous as well as tender. Immediately after that, Ran Yang's low and steady voice followed. Whether in the smoke or in the flowers, your team drove by like a green whirlwind. The duo's chorus is a great way to bring the whole song to a climax. A whirlwind of green blows my way. Grass green lives forever young. A song sung by the wind makes the flowers red. The grass green melody is always moving. The crowd, which had never been exposed to such a musical approach, was surprised to be a little stunned for a moment. It was the host who took the stage and brought the crowd back to reality. Thank you Phoenix Legend for the wonderful singing. They interpreted the toughness and tenderness of soldiers with their music. And this song is not only a military song, but also an inspirational song full of positive energy and hope. The netizens came back to their senses. What followed was a screen full of pop-ups. The end of science is metaphysics. The end of music is the Phoenix Saga. Question mom and dad. Understand mom and dad. Become mom and dad. Transcend mom and dad. I can't. I feel like I'm going to be manic any minute. The loudest of all was I'm going to the army. The slogan I'm going to be a soldier. It's a song that makes the leaders of all the major military regions happy. Now that's a military war song. Fill in another one. Next up was another one from Yahai. Senator Sue laughed at this order of appearance. It looks like the program is pretty badass, too. Even though Yahai came up with a new song this time around, it didn't make much noise at all with Green Cyclone sweeping through. Instead, the webmasters commented, "This song, compared to the last one, is not even close. After listening to Green Whirlwind and then listening to this, it always feels like something is missing. Break it all up. A whirlwind has passed and there's not much else to see on the program." Next up is the Opera Society. With the previous experience of Yehai, theatergoers are worried about the next performances of the Opera Association. To be honest, the shows that performed behind the Green Whirlwind were a little stressed. That's why people are worried about whether or not the Theater Association can pick up the slack. After all, just now, Ehai Entertainment was sprayed all over the place. For such a result, Yehai was also disgraced. However, they also figured out that if we can't catch it, and everyone can't catch it, doesn't that mean it's not us that has the problem? Marin of the Artsy even wondered if he should take this opportunity to stir up the relationship between the Opera Association and Senator Sue. However, when the song information appeared on the big screen, everyone froze. The song Back to the Horse, performed by the Opera Association congregation, Sam Sue. Lyrics by Sam Sue. The netizens were immediately nonplussed. What the hell? How come it's another Little Samson song? I was worried about the theater guild just now. I was so worried. Little Samson is too partial to the Opera Society. And you don't look at who the Opera Association is leading the charge? What do you mean? Is there some secret in this? The Opera Association is led by Zhao Shuer, and several of Xiao Sanner's songs were given to her, together with the previous chorus of The Sound of the Voice by the two of them. You taste, you savor it. Crap, I think I smell dog food. For a while, everyone gossiped about Senator Sue and Zhao Shuer. The song that Sam Sue gave to Zhao Shuer on Earth was a song written by Gui Gaoxian, composed by Su Yiming, and sung by Zhang Xiaotang. It's a song with many cover versions. One of the most famous covers is still the operatic version by the 416 Girls. The song, which is a woman's perspective on the town's frontier. When he first learned that the Opera Association was also coming to the border, Senator Sue thought of this song at first. Releasing this song under the name of the Opera Society is definitely considered appropriate. When the song was first being rehearsed, Sam Sue went to give some guidance, especially for the rap part of the song. Without finding the right person, Sam Hui simply sang it himself. Also, the song, when the Opera Association recorded it, wasn't just Cheryl Cho. Instead, it was done by 5 people inside the association, plus Sam Sue, a total of 6 people. At this point, it's rather like that version of the 416 Girls on Earth. A crowd of women from the Opera Society, dressed in ancient costumes and carrying silver spears. The netizens' eyes glistened at the sight of such an appearance. On the pop-ups, it was all praise. Cool, cool, sa. As the music played, the song came out. Plums and snows fight for spring but will not descend. The snow loses its fragrance to the plum. The hero in the wind sighs in dismay. A tasseled spear at his side. The red face in the attic meditates. Look at each other and laugh and dream. I'm going to be a general for your love. Jingo and the Iron Horse on the battlefield. 2 lines each. Staggered down the line. The netizens exclaimed. People have only heard Zhao Shuer sing opera songs with pop passages, which have been amazing. But to one's surprise, the rest of the opera guild is no match for professional singers when it comes to singing pop. This has made netizens a bit turned off by the humming and singing of the current crop of fresh meat. That's what I call music. You can't just rely on your face. You still have to be strong. Apparently, the crowd at the theater guild was well received. Next, the congregation took over the singing. I'll guard the frontier for you all my life. I've learned the art of the return shot. Drive out tigers, leopards and jackals, so you don't get hurt again. I'll stand on the highest hill. My valiant and valiant return. I don't care if I lose the rest of my life. By this point, the audience had been completely bowled over by this group of sisters from the Opera Association. Not only is she beautiful, she also sings well. What's more crucial is that they wielded their silver spears on the stage, which could be described as valiant, so that people couldn't take their eyes off of them. Next, Zhao Shuer recited in a standard theater accent, the valiant 5-footer. Lit. Rebuke heaven and earth and tread on the pale wolves. Idiom, fig. Shaking the whole world and treading the wilderness. The first light of day on the battlefield. Women's flying backlash. I had thought that people from the opera guild singing pop songs would be amazing enough. But when the song included elements of their expertise, it went straight to the audience's heads and goosebumps. What followed was another alternation of singing from all the women. Netizens were just getting back into the swing of things when a rap ensued after the line, "What's the harm in losing the rest of your life?" Wielding a Zhangji spear, he fought in the north and crossed the river in the south. He can go up the mountain to fight a fierce tiger. And he can also go into the sea to catch a dragon king. This gun has 84 paths and is stronger all the way. Holding a pipa in his arms, he welcomes the door and stabs it, and Erlang carries the mountain on his shoulders. The resident bird eats all the food and enters the forest. And the jade maiden shuttles to occupy the 8 directions, pluck the grass and find the snake coming out of the hole. The strange python turns over and hides behind it. Dust stains the ground with fallen flowers, and the wind pulls the flag to raise the spirit. Watch me shoot back. Hee hee. The netizens were confused and everyone was looking for someone when rap came on. Just a man in casual clothes and a duck-tongued hat, singing from the corner as he walks towards the stage. While everyone was guessing which senior member of the Opera Association this person was, some sharp-eyed audience members had already recognized him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little Sammy. Chapter 69, Born Stubborn. Everyone then reacted to the fact that the rap was sung by Sam Su. It was the first time they had seen Su Shin dressed like this. Not to mention, it's pretty cool. By the time Back to the Horse finished playing, people were frantically swiping the pop-ups. This is too handsome. Aha. Love it so much. Can't stand it. It's true that you can stick flowers in the mirror. And you can also wear iron armor with a cold light. A few beauties from the Opera Association have face value, figure, and talent. There's no one else. Leave Zhao Shuer to the little trio, and let me do the rest. It was the female soldiers on the border who were most excited when the song was aired. In the past, while the songs praised the frontier warriors, more often than not they referred to the hot-blooded men. The song Back to the Horse clearly unfolds from a woman's point of view. More to the point, the song is really good. It makes the hearts of these resplendent roses thrill. The internet even set off a wave of "Do not love red clothes, love armed." Everyone was happy with the song Back to the Horse. The only people who had a hard time were the people at Art Ocean Entertainment. They were first blown off their feet by Green Whirlwind, only to be stabbed in the back by a song called Back to the Horse by the Opera Guild. What's even more breathless is that the next one up is again Art Ocean Entertainment. One can only imagine how much crotch pulling is going on underneath Yahai's performance. Soon the show came to an end. The grand finale was a flashy color. The last song that Senator Su prepared was Born Stubborn from South March. This song not only continues the surging musical spirit unique to South March, but also fully releases the enthusiasm and vigor of youth. And it more profoundly conveys the spiritual core of the Chinese nation's resilience and courage. It can be said to sing the national sentiment of young people with powerful melodies and fervent lyrics. Originally, Sam Su planned to have Song Yu sing the song, but he underestimated the difficulty of the song. So, the three who were now on the field were Senator Su, Song Yu, and Ron Yang. The audience was delighted, especially to see Sam Hui standing on the stage in a casual outfit. Not to mention singing, just looking at it is eye candy. The melody begins, not with a rousing tune, but instead flows with a soothing rhythm. When everyone thought it was a song like Green Flowers in the Army, the notes began to gradually stack up and the melody cascaded as if 1,000 horses were ready to go. The majestic aura came from far and near, surging like a rushing torrent. The song also started at this point. There is a power that no one can resist. He's a stubborn man who will never give up. There is an ideal that illuminates the confusion. In the place where glory is written, the trio sang alternately, with netizens exclaiming how good it was. Unlike the subtlety of horseback gun, the three Su Sam's voices reveal a rugged beauty, but it is this rendition that instead allows the audience to realize the resilience and self-reliance of the men. But the next rap was a direct hit to the audience. When that familiar melody plays, head high, chest out, idiom, keep up one's spirits, look up at the brightly colored flag raised. When disaster strikes, you and I are in this together. Help each other, care for each other, and never be indifferent. Confrontation with the truth. Facing the past and facing the future with courage. I look forward to the safe return of the heroes. No compromise, no violation of the dignity of a great nation. Never give in. Every inch of territory is off limits. The rap was so fast that everyone was checking the lyrics against the screen to keep up with the speedy melody. However, this did not diminish everyone's concentration, but rather made everyone listen even more intently. At this moment, even the normally lively pop-up screen fell silent. The lyrics of the song are straightforward and profound, swearing to the world that we will never yield, that we are closely united, and that our sacred land will never be violated. The song is like a declaration and a tribute. Most of the bridge of the song is a rap. All three of the Su senators spared no effort. The raps of Sam Su and Run Yang, which you have already experienced earlier, are absolutely outstanding. But what they didn't expect was that Song was rapping was also very good. The voices of the three of them rose and fell, chasing after each other like charging warriors. Going forward, The audience was completely convinced this time. Originally thought to be an ordinary sympathy show, it turned into a wonderful concert. And one divine song after another kept the audience entertained and raving. I had the feeling that I was at a concert. It was mind-blowing. I didn't realize little Sammy's rap was so good. It's just lovable. What surprises me even more is that Elder's song is also so strong. Throughout the show, the outstanding songs were all from Sammy. Absolutely. Who else? Who else? After the performance was over, Sushin's system quest had also been completed. He now has a fan base of 23 million. Songs were also released with 22 tracks. Upload the live track and you hear the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The number of fans exceeds 20 million, and more than 20 songs have been released. Rewards are being distributed. Mission reward, host life expectancy plus 1 year. Hearing the familiar voice, Samsu was in a rather pleasant mood. Next, the system's voice sounded again. Mission release, please ask the host to release 30 songs and make the number of fans exceed 30 million. Mission release, please ask the host to make a singing king and a singing queen famous within 1 year. There are other missions? The task of releasing songs and increasing the number of followers was long anticipated by Samsu, but what he didn't expect was that there were actually other tasks. System, besides songs, are there any novels or movies as such? Novels and movies also belong to the entertainment section, and currently the host has only unlocked music permissions. That is to say, to a certain extent it is possible to unlock the content of novels and movies? Yes. And how long will it take to unlock? Please complete the task as soon as possible. The system will give other recreational section permissions to open up based on the host's task completion fit and timeliness and other comprehensive factors to consider. When Sushin asked further, the system had stopped making replies. It seems that the main thing is to complete the quests issued by the system. However, just now, the system said that it is considered based on factors such as the fit and timeliness of the task completion, which means that you can't just mess around. You have to complete the system's tasks with high quality. Figuring out the key to this, Senator Su began to figure out what he was going to do next. I wonder if Ren Yang and Hao Jing's Phoenix Legends duo, if the two become the king and queen of songs, counts as mission accomplished? However, once he thought about the fit issue that the system was talking about, Sushin still dismissed the act of getting stuck in a bug. It seems that it's better to keep a steady hand. The Song King will focus on cultivating Songyu. As for the Song Queen, we can only take one step at a time. The Xinjiang leg of the show was over, and Samsu and his entourage headed to the next stop. Chapter 70, Taking Advantage of People. Throughout the show, Xiaorong and Nie Feian were also watching. Xiaorong said, "Old Nie, do you think we should show our cards to that kid? This sneaking around is too much. If we show our cards now, doesn't it mean that the two of us are too useless? How can we come up with something to make that kid come and invite us?" Xiaorong could only sigh at Nie Feian's stiff upper lip. Originally, the two men's intention was just to see what Sushin was capable of without moving. The two old men had made up their minds to keep a low profile and hadn't even thought about exposing themselves. But these days, Samsu had been giving them shocks over and over again, leaving them frustrated. That's why Nie Feian wanted to make some achievements. Otherwise, it would be a bit humiliating to have your identity exposed one day and end up doing nothing. Besides, they do benefit from being here. On this day, there was a little girl of about 20, pulling a suitcase, who came to watch I. This is it. Finally, the girl sighed and walked into the Wawa. "Hello miss, who are you looking for?" "I'm here for an interview. May I ask which one of the personnel people invited you here?" The girl looked innocent. "What? I came here on my own." "Then please show me your resume and I'll report it to the HR department." "A resume? I don't have one." This confused the receptionist girl, and she couldn't help but mentally growl. "You don't have an appointment. You don't have a resume? Are you sure you're here for an interview and not to make trouble?" The girl looked innocent. At this time, Xiaorong just happened to pass by, saw that the girl looked familiar, and hurriedly came over to greet. "Rui, why are you here?" The girl was also excited to see Xiaorong. "Grandpa Xiao, why are you here?" Xiaorong looked at the front desk girl. "Mr. Xiao, you know each other. She said she's here for an interview." "Okay, I know. I'll take her in." Xiaorong pulled the girl into the huachai. Nie Feiang and Xiaorong surrounded the girl and listened to her explanation. After a long time, Nie Feiang said, "So, you sneaked back?" The girl waved her hand. Grandpa Nie, it's not important. Besides, I've graduated. Isn't it normal for me to come out and look for a job?" Xiaorong said. "You say you follow your grandfather is not on the line. Have to come here to make a fuss. His old man doesn't have time for me. Besides, I think Samsu's song suits me better," Nie Feiang said with some agitation. "Nonsense. You're in a blessed state and don't know the blessings. You know how many people want to cross paths with Elder Lu but don't have a chance. The girl looked unconcerned. I'm here anyway, you can't kick me out. After saying this, the girl seemed to remember something and asked, Grandpa Xiao, Grandpa Nye, why are you guys here? In one sentence, the two old men looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing how to answer. The girl took one look and knew there had to be something fishy going on, so he laughed badly. Oh, you guys didn't sneak in here too, did you? Xiao Rong coughed dryly. Cough Roy I'll say hello to the personnel side and let you stay, but you're not allowed to say anything outside about what we're doing here. Words to this point, the girl naturally understands the Tao here. Busy smilingly agreed, this I understand. You do not say, I do not say, we will pretend that we have never seen. Nye Feiang added, especially not from your grandfather either. That I understand. By the way, grandpas, why are you here? Xiao Rong interrupted. That, Rue, it's getting late, let's go eat first. Then I'll take you to the personnel department to report. Soon after, Lu Xiaorui joined the artist department of Huakai Entertainment. In fact, Senator Su had long ago explained that if it was something Xiao Lao and Nye Lao wanted to do, as long as it wasn't particularly out of the ordinary, they should try to fulfill it. Everyone assumed that Senator Su was giving the green light to keep the two in the composition department, so when the second old man brought Lu Xiaorui over, it was a very smooth entry procedure. Xiao Rong said to Nye Feiang, Old Nye, do you think Rue's coming here could be an arrangement by Elder Lu? Impossible. Elder Lu wouldn't do such a sneaky thing. After that, both of them were speechless. It's like invariably scolding yourself. The girl's name was Lu Xiaorui, a graduate of the Guangdong Province Conservatory of Music, but her hometown was Kyoto. That's how she had sneakily filled out her volunteer for Guangdong Province in the first place, despite her family's objections. Now that she's graduated, she's sneaking back to Kyoto and has joined HCC. At this point in time, Senator Su had no idea what was happening at home. At this point, he's still performing on the frontier, taking advantage of the fact that Senator Su was out. Some people's minds came alive. Art Ocean Entertainment has joined forces with entertainment companies, large and small, to put on a concert. They also figured out that it was hard to fight Susan head-on, so they would take advantage of Su Sen's absence to come up with a list of the top entertainment companies in the capital circle. Xingshir's Jiang Chaoyang is a little opinionated, and he also picked up on the fact that Huakai's main force is now absent. Whether it is a little bit of taking advantage of people's danger, but the reason given by Ihai is also very good. This border trip, not just only Huakai one, which entertainment company has artists on the scene, this time to consider not the individual ability, but the company's overall strength. To put it bluntly, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Senator Su and the others were not in Kyoto to finalize the rankings of the major companies. This ranking in the industry will directly affect the commercial cooperation of its artists. After all, a listed company or a foreign company would not be willing to give its brand endorsement to an artist from a third-rate entertainment company, even if that artist has become the king and queen of songs. Soon enough, the news reached Huachai's side. Nye Feiang cursed. It's really underhanded. To actually do something like this. Xiao Rong is also angry, and they both know it's Ye Hei's handiwork. That's what Ye Hai used back in the day to press some of the companies that were popping up to death. It's just that normally these big entertainment companies don't have any qualms about doing these things. They began to scorn Su after he joined Huakai. They weren't sure that they could beat Senator Su head-on either. Only roundabout means can be used to put down Hua Choi. Xiao Rong said, Old Nye, what do you want to do next? They're bullying Huakai for having no one left. It's time for you and I, the old bones, to come out and practice. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? So what if you're exposed? You can't keep quiet for the rest of your life. Also, if Kid Su is away, let's keep the house safe for him. At the same time, Senator Su received a call from Wucheng. After understanding the situation, Senator Su asked, Are you saying that Elder Xiao and Elder Nia are now preparing to make a move? Well, why don't you come back here? I'm afraid those two old men can't handle it. Don't underestimate those two old men. Their father Chu. I didn't mean it like that. This ranking, it's important for Wachovia right now. Why don't we make a bet? Hearing the bet, Wu Cheng immediately changed the topic. There is a new girl named Lu Xiaorui in the company, and both Elder Xiao and Elder Nia seem to know this person. Oh, then this person must have an origin. Keep an eye on him. Don't be too deliberate. Don't make Xiao Lao Nia Lao uncomfortable. Got it. Are you sure you don't want to come back? Bet to come or not? Wu Cheng's face was filled with black lines, and after saying bye to Sam Su, he hung up the phone. Chapter 71, The wave of the Yangtze River pushes the wave of the front. The rules of this event, led by Art Ocean, are nothing more than a competition of songs and artists from major entertainment companies. It wasn't that formal, but Ye Hai still made a fuss of bringing in some music producers as judges. Since the departure of Su Sen's few people, Huakai's side really didn't have a few people who could hold their own. Instead, it was the newcomer, Lu Xiaorui, who had become a plucky presence. Don't look at the young girl, but she can sing with a lot of energy. On the day of the program's start, Xia Qingwen led the Huakai's crowd to the site. Xia Qingwen was still in a state of high excitement for the past 2 days. At first, he learned of Xiao Rong and Nie Feiang's identities and beat him to death in disbelief. After 3 confirmations, it was kinda barely acceptable. Only, when he dreams, he still wakes up laughing. When I woke up, I called the HR department to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Colleagues in the personnel department, who were tossed around by him, when Xiao Rong and Nie Feiang appeared on the scene along with Huatsai's people, everyone was shocked. It turns out that after these 2 Chu daddies left Yahai, they went straight to Huakai. Everyone in the circle knows that Yahai and Huakai don't deal with each other, and I didn't realize that the 2 families had already reached the point of digging their heels in. Apparently, the crowd had attributed the feud between Yihai and Huakai to Xiaorong and Nie Feiang. Nie Feiang could see everyone's doubts, so he joked, "This old bone of mine is ready to retire in Huakai," a comment that made everyone laugh. Only the Yahai crowd didn't think it was funny at all. Nie Feiang's words, while relieving Huakai, also pointed the finger at Yihai, obviously telling everyone that Yahai is not for them and Huachoi is the place to be. Yahai had a live stream in order to put a lid on Huakai in this match. Netizens can watch it via the live streaming platform. With Yahai's deliberate efforts to build momentum, the crowd was soon welcomed. I didn't expect it, but it's a great show here too. Look, isn't that King Fei Song? Huakai? Isn't that the company that Sammy works for? Little Sammy's not here. Bad review. The competition started soon after, with each family coming up with a sincere enough entry. Soon, some of the smaller entertainment companies were eliminated. Currently, the ones standing on the stage are Shengzhe Entertainment, Yihai Entertainment, Xingha Entertainment and Huakai Entertainment. Yahai's original intention was to finish off Huachoi in the first 2 rounds. Naho Xiaorong and Nie Feiang stepped in, along with an accomplished singer, Lu Xiaorui, and directly advanced Huakai. Even though it was a promotion, Huachai was ranked behind the 3 big ones. Such an outcome is not surprising. After all, there were people from Yihai in the judging panel, and they were definitely going to be blowing the whistle on Huakai's work. It's just that we're all in the loop, and we don't dare do anything too blatant. Nie Feiang also saw the foul play, and was about to go down and tear into those so-called judges, but Xiao Rong pulled back. As the game progressed, the crowd inside the live stream grew. At this time, the CAC is also watching the live broadcast. When the image was given to Lu Xiaorui, one person stood up in a mischievous manner. The crowd looked at him. "Excuse me, I have something to do. I'll be out for a while." Lu Zhongjing left the office in a bit of a panic. As he walked, he dialed Lu Xiaorui's phone, and no one answered. Exasperated, Lu Zhongjing frowned tightly. Nonsense. Simply nonsense. Back home, Lu Zhongjing complained to Elder Lu. "Dad, see, it's all because you spoiled her. When she wanted to go to Guangdong province, you should have locked her up at home, and now she's going behind our backs to a small, unimpressive company. This is spreading out. What a scandal." Elder Lu also knows the original cause of the matter. He sipped a mouthful of tea and said unhurriedly, "The child is older, has her own ideas. Not a bad thing, but if this gets out, won't people gossip? We walk the walk, we sit the talk. Are we afraid of gossip? But Rua following you is no better than going to any entertainment company. And besides, if you're going to go, it's going to be to a big company." Lu Lao glanced at his son and sighed. "It's a shame that you're still serving in the Central Propaganda Department. You can't even see through this." Lu Zhongjing looked at his father with some consternation and asked tentatively, "Could it be that small company still has some background?" "I don't know about the backstory, but there are 2 things you need to know. Firstly, why did Huakai as a company survive until now? And secondly, why did your department knock Art Ocean last time?" After the old man such a point, Lu Zhongjing like his understand something. "Yes, from its inception to now, Huakai has been in a state of not being able to make ends meet, except for the arrival of Senator Su, when the company turned a loss into a profit. But even such a small entertainment company didn't collapse and shut down. Moreover, they can be seen on some of the country's major festivals. And last time, someone used public opinion to slam Senator Su, and then the Central Propaganda Department went to Yahai for tea." Figuring this out, Lu Zhongjing was surprised. Could it be that they are not waiting for Lu to finish his sentence? Elder Lu interrupted. "Don't jump to conclusions. It's just my guess. Besides, I've been paying attention to that young man called Senator Su for a long time. Do you think that the army would allow such a talent to be discharged from the army? Lu Zhongjing is even a little cute." At this moment also understood the key to this. and could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Then in that case, Rui went to Huachai in the right place? Didn't I tell you? The child has grown up. There are some things. It's time for her to make up her own mind. Elder Lu's words changed. Besides, old Xiao and old Nia are also there. Are you still afraid that Rui will suffer? Today's game is over for now. When they got back, Xiao Rong and Nia Feian began to plan tomorrow's work. As a result of the first few rounds of the tussle, the two oldest pieces have bottomed out. It wasn't that Xiao Rong and Nia Feian's strength wasn't good. It was just that, in the previous competition, it had drained their works clean. That was Yahai's intention, to bring in those smaller companies just to make Huachoi run out of ammunition in advance. Both of them shook their heads as they looked at the work in their hands that they had rushed out when they were faced with it. Obviously, the two old men don't have a clue about tomorrow's game either. Xiao Rong suggested. Why don't we go ask Kid Su? No, isn't this slapping our own face? We've just been exposed. If we can't even manage this, how can we still mix in the future? But, just as the two were discussing, Xia Qingwen came in with a phone. Gentlemen, it's Junior Senator on the phone. He's looking for you. Xiao Rong and Nia Feian looked at each other, wondering what Senator Su was looking for them for. The speakerphone of the phone was opened, and Senator Su said, Xiao Lao, Nia Lao. I can't imagine that this small company of ours actually hides your two great bodhisattvas. I blame my eyes. Please forgive me, Kid Su. We didn't mean to hide it from you. Look at what you said. It's already an honor for you two to come to us. The rest is unimportant. By the way, I have a song here. I'll send it to you in a moment. If there's anything wrong with it, please correct the two old men. Nia Feian grunted coldly. Do you kids think that we can't come up with a good work? And now you're here to wash us out. How dare I? I just want the second old man to help me advise me and see if there are any improvements to the song. Senator Su spoke politely, and Xiao Rong and Nia Feian couldn't say anything else. After hanging up the phone, the two also received the song sent by Sam Hui, and it's recording a full song. After hearing this, the two of them looked at me and I looked at you, with excitement, envy, and helplessness in their eyes. After a long time, Xiao Rong sighed. Alas, the waves of the Yangtze River really push forward the waves of the front. Rarely, Nia Feian didn't squeak. Chapter 72 Rakshasa Sea City. With the heat from the first day, the second day was significantly more live. Senator Su was also watching the proceedings. To be honest, he was rather disgusted by this head company's move to talk the talk, but the only way to get out of this situation of being taken for a ride is to be strong enough yourself. Senator Su wanted to take this opportunity to give Yahai a good lesson. That's why he took the initiative to send over songs to Xiao Rong and Nia Feian. Anyone who engages in this kind of boring ranking in the future will be sniped once in sight. It just so happens that Sam Su and the others are off today. This would be everyone sitting around the computer watching the live stream. Song Yu cursed indignantly. These brats are taking advantage of our absence and are up to no good again. When Master goes back, he will definitely fight them for 300 rounds. They couldn't help much in such a matter. And it was good that they were also emboldened by the knowledge that there were two Chu daddies sitting in Huakai. The live stream started soon after. Yahai directly offered up the song that Xiao Rong and Nia Feian teamed up to produce for Hui Yuanjia in the first place. If we hadn't stumbled upon Sam Hui's song Hui Yuanjia in the first place, this song could have been out of the ring. Yahai brought it out at this time, obviously to disgust people. Nia Feian was so angry that he shouted shamelessly. However, he could only show off his words and could do nothing about Yahai's actions. After all, they gave the song to the company in the first place, and the rights are not in their hands. Wang Changhua looks like he is determined to eat you all. And even more so, the second old man is so angry that he is gnashing his teeth. Centurion and Star River, likewise, have come up with quite a substantial body of work. When they reached Huakai's side, Xiaorong and Nia Feiang looked at each other as if they had made up their minds. They handed the staff the flash drive with the songs on it. Wang Changhua looked at the two Chu daddies of his former company and coldly grunted. There's something for you to see. Nia Feiang rarely ignored him this time. To be honest, Nia Feiang was not only not angry right now, but also a little excited. He knew that this next song would make those with ulterior motives pay. When the information about the song appeared on the big screen, everyone was stunned. Song, Rakshasa Haymarket, sung by Sam Su. Lyrics by Sam Su. The song, On Earth, is a song composed and performed by Knife. The name of the song is taken from Pu Songling's literary short story, The City of Rakshasa Sea. The song's lyrics are based on the story in Liu Zhai Zi, and through clever vocabulary and vivid depictions, it satirizes the reversal of beauty and ugliness, hypocrisy, and the misalignment of power and status in contemporary society. With the help of the melody of Kanchan tunes, Knifelang skillfully sketches out a world that is both absurd and highly realistic. When this song was first released, it hit a staggering 8 billion views. A few people associated with the song were even sprayed on the internet. It can be considered a murderous assault. However, Knives himself has not responded to the matter. By offering up this song at this time, Sam Hui was trying to give the Yahai group some color. The few people who were with Sushin looked at him in surprise at the same time. Song Yu even exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Sam, when did this happen? Senator Su ignored it and gestured for everyone to read on. Netizens were also baffled by the song title. What do you mean? Why do I feel like an illiterate? I can't even read song titles anymore. Does it matter what it means? What matters is that little Sammy made a move. I seem to remember that Pope's short story was called that. Is this a story to be told or sung by the little trio? The reggae-inspired intro kicks in and instantly pulls everyone up in anticipation. Samsu sang in a slightly raspy voice. The kingdom of Rakshasa is 26,000 miles to the east, crossing the 7 chungs and crossing the 3 inches of yellow mud in the Jiaohai. Just because there's a river there. The river flows through Gogo Camp. The head of the Gogo Camp is called Matu. The 10-mile flower farm has a common name. She has 2 ears and 3 holes in her nose. Lit. Turn the buttocks before you start talking. Every day I lay my eggs in my nest. Old Pink Mouth thinks he's a chicken most of the time. The netizens are listening to a cloud of confusion, baffled by the content of the lyrics. I had no idea what was being sung. So, some people silently open their browsers and go online to find answers. And those knowledgeable connoisseurs had shock written all over their faces at the moment. When they saw the title of the song just now, they thought that Sam Hui was pulling a stunt. What they didn't expect was for this kid to play for real. Nia Feian looked at the so-called experts sitting on the judge's bench and whispered in mockery. A bunch of mountain cannons. Sam Su continued to sing. That horseman doesn't know he's a donkey. That bird doesn't know he's a chicken. I've never pretended to be elegant. Since ancient times, eunuchs have had a good reputation. Netflix is all ears here. The Mado combination is the donkey, and the bird refers to the chicken. This kind of word-breaking lyrics has the internet calling it awesome, but in the eyes of experts, it's a different story. Combined with what came before, it's like Sam Su is saying, Go Go Camp, the entertainment industry, whether it's Mado, the Mamasan boss, or younger bird, the toolman little brother, they're all acting in a haphazard manner. The one who's the big brother doesn't act like a big brother, and the one who's the little brother doesn't know what he's talking about. So what the hell are you guys up to? It was certainly a resounding slap in their faces, especially those people who embarrassed Hua Kai in front of them. They even greeted the ancestors of Ihai Wang Changwei in their hearts. If they could do it all over again, they'd kill themselves not to take the job. Sam Su's song continues. A young man came from the west. His name is Ma Ji, a beautiful, young and elegant son of China. Just for the sake of others who sail the sea and beat the wind and waves. Longyi Yujio is a dangerous speech and has fallen into a bad place. He saw that this Rakshasa kingdom is always upside down. Mado loves to listen to that bird song. The grasscock crows at 3 a.m. For the morning. Half a lintel framed with true love. It's red with wings, black with skin, green with crown and gold with hooves. But it's never been a black ball of coal. No matter how you wash it, it's still dirty. Hearing this, everyone was nonplussed. Even if you don't understand what the song is about, you get the general idea of what it means through the lyrics. Sam Hui uses the most straightforward witticisms and slang as lyrics. Words like coal ball, filth, pig dog, cock, eunuch and chicken are pretty explosive in the world of frankness. People are really worried that Mr. Su is going to come out with a mad FARK next. Actually, it's not really cussing or vulgarity. Because, within the duo's form of songwriting, there were already a lot of grounded lyrics and segments used to dissipate various emotions in life. So, such wording is also in line with the essence of the song. Sam Su's song continues. The word love has a heart and a good heart. 100 kinds of love can be 1,000 kinds of bad. A woman is not all good. And a wasp's tail pin. There's a boss at Euro Steel on the west side. Wittgenstein, name. He said, horses, donkeys, birds and chickens. Is that Mateo a donkey or a chicken? That donkey is a chicken and that chicken is a donkey. That chicken is a donkey and that donkey is a chicken. Nabato and the bird. It's a fundamental problem for our species. Chapter 73 The Last Word. After the song, netizens begged for science online. Someone explain to me how I feel like I've become illiterate. The whole song doesn't sound like a lot of dirty words, but why do I feel like every line is a curse? I give this song 97 points because I just got so caught up in listening to it that I got 3 points for running a red light. The people on Yahai's side were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. This was a rhythm that was going to nail them to the pillar of shame. Immediately, a judge stepped forward. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can this be considered a song? I think it's clearly a mess. As soon as these words came out, Someone immediately stepped forward to concur. That's it. It's simply full of coarse and vulgar words. It's a loss of elegance for a man of letters. The rest of the judges, watching these people blabber on, were confused. The song is good and bad, and as a music producer, it's clear as day. In fact, those who are cursing this song were not aware of the excellence of the song. It's just that they don't want to admit it, and they don't dare. Their idea is to muddle through and get past the current situation first. Netizens are also surrounded by two voices. For a moment, it was surprisingly difficult to know which side to stand on. Is this song really good? I can't understand it anyway. Anyone who can't understand is illiterate. Go back to your language lessons. Don't you guys think this song is vulgar? Vulgarity my ass. Did you really read it, or are you just pretending to be able to say something like that? Song, you looked at those so-called expert reviews and said angrily, outrageous. I've never seen such brazen people. Let's see how grandpa I'm going to go head to head with them. With that, Song Yu picked up his cell phone and updated his microblog. A group of people. Don't pretend to be a big-tail wolf if you can't read. This song can be said to be the demon-shooting mirror of today's entertainment industry, satirizing the phenomenon of those who only care about pursuing superficial glamour but neglect the inner quality and value. In this world where beauty and ugliness are upside down, there are always backsliding, and still pretending to be some kind of expert eloquent there. It's really shameless, and I've never seen such a brazen person. With these words, Song Yu pointed directly at the expert judges, without any mercy at all. Netizens saw it and exclaimed that it was awesome. Song Lao Air is awesome plus. The god of war deserves to be called the god of war. Even under the car he can shout at the top of his voice. Well said. I can't stand those moralistic experts. The pundits, at this point, are on top of it. With a complete disregard for image and a death-defying demeanor, the song had to be pressed on. They're backed into a corner now, and the only way they can clear their name is to press the song, press the wah-wah, and manipulate public opinion later. Nia Feong was even more furious. You ignorant little people. You're simply talking nonsense with your eyes open. Touchy-feely, you guys just account for 2 words. Netizens were confused. I did not expect these usually high and mighty Chu father tearing up. Not worse than the rural ama. I half reacted to the touchy-feely Jim 2 words. Is not. It's really a knife in the ass eye-opening. Watching these bigwigs tear into each other is just, well, turtle checking out. Turtle can't help it. Just as everyone was fighting to the death, Lu Qingfeng Lu Lao posted a text. I have listened to the song Rakshasa Haishur, and I am deeply moved. The song originated from the famous satirical piece The Sea Market of Rakshasa in Liujizi. In the past, there was a Ma-ji who left his homeland and went to the distant country of Rakshasa to do business. However, the beauty and ugliness of this place is reversed. With ugly as beautiful, Ma-ji was disregarded as a handsome man, so he made a brilliant plan to dye his face and turn it into a beautiful woman revered by his state, and was favored by the king and awarded a title and an official position. The author used this canon as a blueprint for this piece. The rhyme of the mountain tone draws a realm of absurdity but close to reality. The irony of the song is thick, and the people of this state are all eager to make friends. But the color of the song is regarded as a precious treasure. On top of grammar, the city of Rakshasa uses the techniques of satire and symbolism to disclose the ills of the world. To put it in perspective, the Rakshasa Sea Market is a deeply thoughtful and satirical piece. It brings to light the importance of aesthetics and values, and stimulates reflection on the state of the world. It is not only melodious and well arranged, but also profound and thought-provoking. Lu Lao's paragraph directly made the people in the entertainment industry stop talking. The netizens were watching with great interest when they suddenly caved in, completely confused. So, some people asked online, what's the deal? Why don't we continue? Someone replied, Elder Lu has spoken out. Who dares to say anything else? Who is Elder Lu? Elder Lu is Lu Qingfeng, the Chu dad of Chu dads. The netizens then realized that a big brother had come out to put a lid on the matter. Those people led by Yi Hai, who wanted to press to death Su Sin and Hua Kai's ideas, completely caved in with Lu Qingfeng's piece of writing. They also didn't expect how Lu Qingfeng, who had never been a man of the world, would come out to speak for Senator Su. This is something that no one expected. However, Xiao Rong and Nia Feiyang muttered in their hearts, could it be because of Lu Xiaorui? The two then dismissed the idea, because they knew that with Lu Qingfeng's character, he wouldn't get involved in something like this. However, on second thought, they still attributed Lu Qingfeng's move to Senator Su's song Rakshasa Sea Market itself. This is a song that the second oldest was shocked by when he first saw it. It was hard for them to imagine just how deep Sam Su's attainments in the field of music and culture were. With Lu Qingfeng's voice, it was clear who was better or worse in this competition. However, at the end of the day, there was no name tapped out and it had to end hastily. Some of the judges, moreover, slipped away. They no longer had any face to linger here. But the netizens were having none of it and sneered at them. An expert, I see, is a bricklayer. Nonsense, who wouldn't? I'll get on me. I can't figure out how these people got to where they are. However, the furor over Rakshasa Haymarket did not subside. Someone has done a verse-by-verse reading of the song Rakshasa Haymarket online. The kingdom of Rakshasa is 26,000 miles to the east. Rakshasa Sea City. This place, beauty and ugliness reversed, too ugly as the honor, even as an official depends on the looks. The uglier the look of the official position higher. 3 inches of yellow mud across the 7 rushes of the scorched sea. The 7 shangs, referring to the 7 chong gates, are the 7 gates through which food passes in and out of the body, corresponding to the lips, the teeth, the epiglottis, the stomach, the tight song, the lower mouth, the intersection of the large and small intestines, and the anus. 3 inches of yellow mud is feces, dirty and ugly, a substitute for a dirty area, almost like a cesspool. The explanation can be nuanced. That's when everyone figured out what the song meant. Others have taken this phenomenon and extended it to the entertainment industry, which is even more of a slam on the entertainment industry. Of course, those who had previously denigrated the song were even more sprayed. Yahai has also been seriously damaged by this incident, and I'm afraid there's no chance if he still wants to organize this kind of competition in the future. As the song has been interpreted by more and more people, there has been a wave of interest. The release of Rosh Hashanah City took place in early September. Even though we're just now moving into September, Rakshasa Haymarket has already hit the highest number of downloads on demand in Bluestar's history. The top spot in the September charts is definitely not in question. As for August, Back to the Horse and Born Stubborn tied for first place. It's important to note here that for the download count, it's in the tens of thousands, which is why there's a tie for first place. Chapter 74, I'm Back. On September 10th, the frontier trip was over. Senator Su and his party returned to Kyoto. Upon arriving at the company, Senator Su first went to meet Xiaorong and Nye Feiyang. These two, in the last incident, did contribute a lot. Senator Su had to come and visit first as a matter of course. Elder Xiao, Elder Nye, thank you for taking care of Huakai these days. At this point, Senator Su was speaking from his heart. Although I don't know the purpose of the 2 old men coming here, but when Hua Choi faced a crisis, the 2 of them still bowed and scrapped. This was something that touched Sam Su. Currently, Huakai was exactly the time when he was short of people. And being able to have 2 of them sitting in the town did make Senator Su save a lot of work. Xiaorong also replied humbly, it's all we should do. Nye Feiyang, on the other hand, had a stern face. Did you kid come to wash us 2 old men down? It's still thanks to that song of yours that we passed this time. Elder Nye, you can't say that. If it wasn't for your guarding in front of you, where would I have gotten my turn on the field? You 2 are sending charcoal in the snow, and I'm just the icing on the cake. There is no need to say that. It's all for the sake of the company. These are all things within our portion. Xiaorong's words turned. Xiao Sen, about us hiding our identity. It's still necessary to apologize to you, now that our identity has been exposed. That is, the real Huatsai's people. Don't worry, we won't do anything that will harm the company's interests. Nye Feiyang added. Regarding Yahai, we weren't dealing with Wang Changwei in the first place. The 2 of them have made a statement of sorts. Senator Su could also see how the 2 old men were, especially when Senator Su was attacked for the Linfeng mini-essay incident. Nye Feiyang was the first one to stand up and speak out for him. Su Shen also understood that the 2 explained that they were worried that Su Shen would misunderstand that they were undercover agents sent over by other companies or had ulterior motives. Senator Su said sincerely, the 2 of you are out of place. As far as our small company is concerned, what is there for others to think about? Or in other words, it's an honor for the 2 old men to come to us. The rest of the things is unimportant. With that out of the way, the 2 no longer dwelled on the matter. Xiaorong said, Little Senator, I know that you and Ehai's beam is knotted. Wang Changhua, that person is not a good person. Back then, Lao Nya and I were counted by him. You have to pay attention to Senator Su didn't expect there to be such a history, but he also pursued it. After all, it involved a personal dishonorable history. Nye Feiyang, on the other hand, looked indifferent. What happened in the beginning was also the same as the other day. Lao Xiao and I started an entertainment company with a group of people, and then Wang Changhua made such a ranking. As a result, our company was suppressed by Ehai to the point that it was later acquired by Ehai, and at the end of the day, Wang Changhua took us under his wing as well, and if it wasn't for the expiration of the contract, we wouldn't have been able to get out of the Ehai get out of it. Although Nye Feiyang had spoken briefly, Senator Su had probably guessed that the operating procedures of the Art Ocean in the first place, it's nothing more than suppression, then sweetening the pot, then tying up the core. This set of processes was still quite familiar to Senator Su. In his last life, he was also almost caught in such a situation, and if it wasn't for a good big brother who helped him out, he would have been unable to get out of it for the rest of his life. Xiao Lao, Niao Lao. The things of the past are in the past. You come to Huakai. You want to stay as long as you want. Of course, if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. The top and bottom of Huakai. Half of it will not be difficult for the two of you. Senator Su spoke true to form and gave both of them full rights to come and go as they pleased. Xiaorong and Niafeiang had been struggling with this matter for the past few days, and they didn't expect Senator Su to actually make the offer so painfully. It made the two of you sweat a bit. These days they were in Huakai. They could also see that Xie Qingwen was the one who laid it out in the open. And as for the person in charge of Huakai, it was Su Xin. Of course, there was something deeper about Huachai that they didn't know. The word is out, and there's nothing for anyone to get hung up on. Finally, Mr. Su asked the two of them to help the composition department to cultivate some talents. Wu Cheng also reported the recent events to Senator Su. Among them, the identity of Lu Xiaorui was emphasized. Are you saying that Lu Xiaorui is actually Elder Lu's granddaughter? Yes. This time, if Elder Lu is on your side, could it have something to do with Lu Xiaorui? Senator Su thought for a moment and denied. I've known Lu Qingfeng, and he's a person who wouldn't favor us just because his granddaughter is with us. So after all is said and done, it was your work that impressed his old man? Anyway, we'll keep this favor. Wu Cheng suggested. What do you think? Can we pull Lu Qingfeng to us? I'm afraid this won't work. Lu Qingfeng is the top person in this industry. He has never joined any entertainment company from the beginning to the end. He exists as an independent musician. It's almost impossible to pull in such a big shot. Then how come he allowed his granddaughter to come over to our side? Senator Su thought for a moment. Ignore that for now. At least we can't offend him. No matter what his intentions are, just do well for yourself. After Wu Cheng left, Senator Su was alone in his office reviewing the whole thing. Lu Xiaorui is Lu Qingfeng's granddaughter. Why would she come to Huakai? Is Huakai so attractive? Or is it because Xiaorong and Niafeiang are in the company? Or is this Lu Qingfeng's arrangement? Could it be that Lu Qingfeng knows Huakai's background? There are absolutely only a handful of people who know about Huakai's background. It's impossible for anyone to reveal it. Since he can acquiesce to his granddaughter coming here, it means that Lu Qingfeng is not a simple person. Alas, still don't want to think about it. At least at present Lu Qingfeng showed an attitude that is friendly to Huakai. That's enough. What happens later will be said later. In the evening, Song Yu dragged the company to his hot pot restaurant for a gathering. During the meeting, Su saw Lu Xiaorui, who was new to Huakai. Lu Xiaorui gives off a lively and witty feeling. Also, Sam Su had heard her sing some days ago. At that time, Senator Su was very surprised because Lu Xiaorui's voice was very much like Zhang Xiaohan on Earth. During the meeting, somehow, Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui were somewhat at odds, and the two of them sneered and fought against each other. Song Yu said, "In the future, you'll have to line up behind me. I'm Huakai's well-deserved big brother." Lu Xiaorui scornfully said, "Che, what's so great about being a 1,000-year-old second?" In one sentence, Song Yu was left speechless with dislike, but Song Yu still argued, "I just don't believe in evil. Or else let's compare? Compare. But don't worry, no one will steal this second position from you." After saying that, the two of them looked at Senator Su, the meaning of which couldn't have been more obvious. Sam Su coughed dryly. "So what? What song do you all want?" Song Yu snaps, "I want more sentimental love songs." Lu Xiaorui, on the other hand, looked at Song Yu with contempt. "Undercarriage war god, what do you want to be this time? Let's see how I'll sing and cry for you guys." Song Yu said with a stiff upper lip. Senator Su turned to Lu Xiaorui and asked, "What about you?" "I don't care. Any song will do." Lu Xiaorui finished, then turned her head to Song Yu and said, "I'm not like some people, where strength doesn't work and feelings come in. You? I'm telling the truth. I can hang you with any song I want." Senator Su asked tentatively, "Are you sure?" Lu Xiaorui waved her hand. "Brother San, give it boldly. I can handle any song." Lu Xiaorui spoke with conviction. Everyone looked at her with a complicated look in their eyes. They remembered how hard it was to sing the songs they ended up getting when Song Wu said that. Song Yu was even looking at Lu Xiaorui with a bad smile on his face. Senator Su sighed. "Fine. That's what you said." Chapter 75 Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale. Normally, Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui talked and laughed. It was only at the sight of Senator Su that the swords became drawn. Senator Su lamented in his heart. "Looks like I've been set up by these two. Set me up. Then you guys enjoy yourselves next." 3 days later, Sam Su gave the song to the two. The two even smiled at each other tacitly when they got the song. "Leave Senator Su's office." Song Wu said, "Show me your song." "Show me yours first." Song Yu warned. I'm telling you, don't get ahead of yourself. I came up with the idea. I have the right to see it first. Lu Xiaorui wasn't willing to show weakness either. I also contributed. Without my cooperation, could it have gone so smoothly? Without you, I can find Ren Yang and Hao Jing and the others. Come on, they're not going to be in the same boat as you. Can you find anyone else but me? You what you? Let's swap at the same time so it's fair. The two men exchanged the lyrics in their respective hands. After reading it, both scoffed at the other's work. It's not as good as mine. I'll abuse you this time. But the next song practice was a bitter experience for the two. Lu Xiaorui, in particular, was practically suffocating. Because, the song that Sam Su gave her was Balloon. The song, On Earth, is a song written, composed and sung by Su Zeep. The quality of the song aside, the main thing about singing this song is having enough lung capacity. Lu Xiaorui studied the song carefully and couldn't help but blame herself for the boast she had made at first. It's really oxygen deprived because of the song Balloon. How oxygen deprived is it? Just look at the first verse. Black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, you mean her big, small, round, flat, the good, the bad, the beautiful, the ugly, the new, the old, various styles and colors of your choice. Lu Xiaorui counted the number of words, a full 56 words. According to the tune, there is no change of breath in the middle. For the first verse of the main song, you need to join the words together and sing them in one breath. Lu Xiaorui finally knew why people looked at her with sympathy when she patted her chest and said she could sing any song. Songwoo wasn't much better. The song Sam Su gave him was Take All You Want. This song, On Earth, is a song written and composed by Robin Hu, arranged by Ku Su, and sung by Robin Hu. When J.J. Lin first covered the song, the scalding lyrics almost sent Lin home to inherit the family fortune. Straight away, Lin sings about breaking the defense. At this time, Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui were each being tormented by songs in the recording studio. The two of them seemed to realize something. Brother San wouldn't know that we're setting him up, would he? The two ran into each other as they exited the studio. Songwoo asked, how was it? Was the song good? Lu Xiaorui said disdainfully, so easy. What about yours? Piece of cake. No problem. Both realized what was going on, but they were too stiff-lipped to admit it. Except, next thing you know, the two were bumping into each other in the studio on a regular basis. And the reason they give is pretty convincing. I wanted to polish this song up. Senator Su hadn't been idle lately, and ever since he returned to Kyoto, he had been preparing for the National Day in October. Regarding the rehearsal of Sam Su, Lin Hopu, as the director, didn't even bother. In all his years in the business, he had never seen such a talented and heart-saving artist. For Sam Su's program, Lin Hopu was 100% at ease, leaving it entirely up to him to schedule his own time. Time is quickly approaching the day of October 1st. Everyone stayed in front of the screen. It was only that so many people were running to Sam Su. The crowd had also realized that the songs that Sam Su had put out were absolute gems. September's song Rakshasa Sea City set a direct record for Blue Star ever, and it's the kind of record that's way ahead of the curve. 10 billion on demand. Netizens thought there was a problem with the stats. The major music platforms have come out and clarified for this reason that there is no problem with the data of the song Rakshasa Sea City. This also made more and more people expect more and more from Sam Hui. Doing the math, Senator Su has had at least one new release every month since his song Green Flowers in the Army last July, and the quality is all over the place. So, there is a lot of anticipation for the October National Day celebration. Soon the program began. To everyone's surprise, the first one up was Sam Su. As the host introduced the program, information about the program appeared on the big screen. The song Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth, sung by Sam Su, lyrics by Sam Su. That's right. The song that Sam Su took out was the very song On Earth composed by Wang Liham, lyrics by Fong, arranged by Tang Day, and sung by Wang Liham. This song is not only good, it's meaningful. Even after Ergo's subsequent accident, the song was still well received. The audience jumped at the message of the song. Coming, my little Sammy, he's finally here. The name of the song. What a great title. Like favorite plus follow. Trifecta goes a wave. The symphony opens with an air of grandeur and majesty. It sets an atmospheric and solemn mood for the whole song. It made all the audience unconsciously sit up straight and listen intently. The song of Sam Su is also sung from this moment. I'll start the pen on this river and mountain. The national bloodline is tens of thousands of miles away. For centuries and centuries, the dragon's heir has weathered the storm. The central axis of the capital. Just like a gentleman's moral integrity. 9 dragon wall glazed on tiles. History falls and rises from this. An atmospheric opening with rivers and mountains. Plus the video footage on the big screen. Mountains and rivers, ancient cities and pavilions, bustling streets and alleys. Each frame is full of deep historical and cultural flavor. The cleverly paired lyrics outline the long history of Chinese civilization. The beginning alone was a bit of a hot mess for everyone to hear. Immediately afterward, Samsu's song started again. This dragon scale but once, clanging to the ground like shattered ice. Lit. One scale, 1 inch of heart. I can't bear to hear the story. Respect for propriety in men and silence in the heart. Playing the gentleman's heart on the melodious guqin. I'm sober and waiting to hear back. Hovering over the great Chinese civilization. In the chorus, the song builds up and climaxes in emotion. The lyrics and melody are tightly integrated, creating a strong and profound artistic expression. Using the dragon scale as a symbol, it vividly depicts the development journey of Chinese civilization. The melody is stirring and heartfelt, complementing the content of the lyrics. It creates a strong artistic impact. The audience's blood boiled as they listened, filled with pride and strength, with nowhere to vent. They have left pop-ups, *********. Awesome. In other words, Father Su and Mother Su were also watching the TV. They were sincerely proud of their son. Father Su lamented in his heart, perhaps, living in Kyoto is not so bad. These days, former comrades who were close to each other have urged Su's father to move to Kyoto. In particular, led by Ding Jiwei and Zhou Holin, they were close to being porters at the door. In fact, Su Shen's parents, it wasn't that they didn't want to come to the capital, they were just worried that going there would cause trouble for their son. Now that it seems that Samsu has had such a good run, the older two are heartened. Chapter 76, Single Love Song. The crowd at Wachovia is also watching the show. Songyu and Lu Xiaorui looked at the songs in their hands and suddenly felt that all this lovemaking didn't smell good anymore. The two looked at each other as if they had reached some sort of agreement. After the song was heard, netizens came out to review it. This song really blew me away. From the lyrics to the melody, it is full of pride and responsibility for the Chinese nation. The song gives people an uplifting power, and it's as if I see the dawn of national rejuvenation. This is definitely a song that evokes emotions deep in the heart. I don't know when, but some music critics have also started to review Sam Huey's works. They analyze it from a professional point of view. The song Heaven and Earth Dragon Scale successfully combines elements of symphonic and folk music with modern pop music, breaking the boundaries between tradition and modernity. This cross-border stylistic attempt makes the song have both the solemnity and majesty of classical music and the smoothness and pleasantness of modern pop music, bringing listeners a musical feast across time and space. These music critics are still very professional in their reviews. What they didn't expect was that the move was actually well received. Each music reviewer's account has received a great deal of attention from netizens. You know, before, these guys wouldn't dare comment on the music of those freshmen. Speak kindly and they have no conscience. Speak the truth and they will be criticized to the core. Now it's different. They can stand up for their music and critique it fairly and impartially, as long as it makes sense. The netizens are still watching very carefully. In other words, people are watching with their brains and not following blindly. Surely, there will be some die-hard fans here. However, the good thing is that each of Samsu's compositions is so good that critics can't egg them on. Anyway, the music scene, right now, is moving in a good direction. Although Zhao Lao didn't care much about the outside world, he still knew the general situation in the market. He is very pleased that the music scene has changed in such a way. In October, there was no doubt that Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth became the top of the list. The time has finally come to November. Songyu and Lu Xiaorui lassoed Samsu though and got the song as expected. After all this polishing, the songs have finally been eaten up as well. But it also gave the two the urge to go head to head. Only, neither one released a song in the first place. Because, they all feel that when their songs are released, they can definitely give their listeners a shock. And then they will soar to the sky and kill the other side to lose their armor. As the saying goes, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. The two were of the same mind. Hao Jian said to Songyu, brother you, why don't we just send it? After all, there's an advantage to sending it first. Songyu said without any good humor, I was going to send it, but after you said that, then I definitely can't. If you all don't post, will Sam post a song? How can that be? This month is the battlefield between Lu Xiaorui and I. Brother San won't come to mess up. Time came to the day of November 11th. Songyu and Lu Xiaorui still did not move. Even Samsu wondered if these two weren't going to release a song this month. The day of November 11th is Hanukkah. Netizens are cheering and crying out for singles freedom online. College students, in particular, froze over the whole not having a girlfriend thing and said it was a one-man romance. They even shouted, I'm a bachelor. I'm proud. People are more enthusiastic about Hanukkah than ever before. The online manifesto is even more so. One's wonderful and needs no explanation. See you bachelors tomorrow. Bachelors every day. I have a stick that can move mountains, break rivers, overturn seas, subdue demons, subdue devils, edict gods, pluck stars, destroy cities, and open the heavens. In the midst of all this buzz, someone lamented, "If only we had a bachelor song." This is a topic that instantly generates a lot of buzz. Some people have even started an online bachelor song contest. There are entertainment companies that see this as a perfect opportunity to build up their popularity and want to get off the ground. But trying to complete a work in such a short period of time is almost impossible. At this point, someone suggested, "The speed and quality of Junior's creations are second to none. Let's go get him." This time, everyone flocked to Sam Su's Twitter. "Brother Sam, give us a song. Brother Sam, I like you the most. You'll give me a whole song. If you can offer a song, I'll stand by you in the future. For richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, when you need me." Senator Su has also noticed the online outcry. The netizens' behavior of calling Sammy when there's nothing wrong and Sammy when there's something wrong is disgraceful. Bachelorette songs, huh? Don't you guys regret it? System, customize the song. Single love song. Songs are being customized at. The song's single love song has been successfully customized. Please check it out by the host. While there was time to work on the score, Sam Su went to the studio. The song, On Earth, is a song written by Lee Jiayang, composed by Chun Yaochuan, arranged by Han Hyunkwang, and sung by Lin Jixian. Back then, when Lee Jiayang wrote this song, it was actually very gray and desperate. Lin communicated with him and changed the chorus from "God please help me, lover please look at me" to the now popular "Love must be more and more courageous, love must be sure and persistent." The popular lyrics, "Find a favorite loved one to say goodbye to singleness, an affectionate, infatuated, heartless person to give me wounds," also came from Lin Ziyan's idea. The altered song was already gentle, and if it had followed Lee Jiayang's original version, the killing power would have been absolutely exponential. It was noon when the songs were recorded. Sam Hui uploads the song and then updates a tweet. "A singles love song for you all. Happy holidays." The netizens immediately crowded around. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You're playing for real, Sammy, but I like it. Little Samson the man can handle it, if asked. Ha ha ha. The bachelors really do have a battle cry. Why do my eyelids keep jumping? Is something bad going to happen?" People couldn't wait to click play. The intro plays, followed by Sam Su's vocals. "I can't hold on to love, always watching it slip away. There are happy people everywhere in the world. Why can't I be one of them?" Right off the bat, netizens cried out, "It's solid." The song continues, "Fighting alone for love. I've had enough of love for a long time. There are people everywhere who are lost in love, and I'm just one of them. Love has to be more and more courageous. Love must be sure and persistent. Every single person has to see it through. If you want to love, don't be afraid to hurt." People who were originally chanting happy singles have completely stopped. Some even cried out, "I've never suffered in love. Beg Missy to slag me off." Sam Su's song continues, "Find a favorite, a deep love, love, dear one, to say goodbye to being single, and affectionate, infatuated, ruthless, ruthless, come and scar me. There are so many lonely people, not many happy ones. Don't fall in love and miss it, leaving me single, singing love songs alone." Chapter 77, Take All You Want. After the song, all the single dogs broke the house. In the morning he was chanting long life singles, and in the afternoon he was begging Missy to slag him. Even some of the little girls were furious and cursed. "Little Samson, you have destroyed my Dow heart." People have run to the internet to crusade against Senator Su. "Little Sammy, get your ass out here. Do you realize how much this song hits a single guy? That's so damaging. I'm going to sue you for defamation. I'm crying my eyes out." In the face of the netizens' denunciation, Senator Su just ignored it. Besides, they asked for it. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui were both confused. What was thought to be their battlefield had turned into a massacre for Su Shen. Both sighed at the same time. "Ugh, next month, carry on." After saying that, the two men looked at each other and coldly grunted at the same time. "Humph." How Jian obediently shut up and didn't say anything at this time. He's doubting himself a little bit now, saying that when Su Sam wants to release a song, he really releases a song. If he had said that Sam Hui would still release songs next month, I guess Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui would have teamed up to get rid of him. With the release of Single Love Song, people are tweeting about it, and some people have taken advantage of the song and recorded videos to release. The video sings Single Love Song to the tune of Single Love Song. That's really sad to hear and tearful to hear. When someone starts, more people follow suit. For a while, the internet was all full of people singing Single Love Song. Only, look closely and you'll see that the cover artists, as casual as they may seem, are well-groomed. Good lord, it's a way to declare your single status by singing and then using it to attract the opposite sex. Now there are more imitators. At this point, Someone added a verse after the song. Comrades, I've built a group, so hurry up and scan the code to come in, and when you find a date, please automatically withdraw from the group. At one point, everyone was quick to join in. Once in the group, a hot chat began. Is this group decent? What do you care if he's proper? The purpose of coming here is clear to everyone. I have no car, no house and no savings. I'm looking for a young lady to struggle together. May I? I want to be in a sweet relationship. But I was in a car accident last year and I have a scar on my stomach. So you don't mind. As more and more people came in, the administrator pulled everyone into separate groups. One group is all men. One group is all women. There is also a group that you have to pay a membership fee to get into. Everyone then realized that this was a trick played by the dating company. I just want to have a relationship and you're trying to pull my wool over my eyes. But it's hard to beat the general public. The man changed his gender and avatar to a woman. And the woman changed her gender and avatar to a man. Then you enter the so-called same-sex group. We all get along as buddies and girlfriends. Everyone is figuring out how to meet again when the time is right and then reveal their identity and end their singleness. But there is more than one big smart. So, there was an invitation for best friends to meet at a cafe. You can imagine the expressions on both sides when two big old men, with flowers in their hands, are in code with another Han. After all that, sing a love song is kind of a fire out of the ring. Even the color website clicked on the song. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the fastest climbing song out of all of Samsu's songs, except for Rakshasa Haymarket. Grabbed the #1 spot early in the day. The singer who was originally in first place was so depressed. I originally thought I could pick up a leak, but I didn't expect to be blown up anyway. This time, Song Yu and Liu Xiaorui had learned their lesson. Go directly to Senator Su and ask him to witness the battle for the top spot in December. The two also agreed to both release their songs on December 1st at 8 a.m. Soon after, the duo's songs hit the shelves. Song Yu was even the first to update his Twitter. New song, Take All You Want? Welcome. Liu Xiaorui, not to be outdone, also updated a microblog. New song Balloon. Lyrics and music by Sam. Welcome. Seeing that Liu Xiaorui had moved Sushin out, Song Yu said disdainfully, "Humph, little smart ass." But then, he also added underneath the tweet he just made, "I forgot to tell you all. This song is the lyrics and music of Brother Sam." Hao Jian was just about to open his mouth when Song Yu interrupted. "Shut up." Song Yu's fans were obviously much larger than Liu Xiaorui's. Soon, his songs were hotly debated. Yo, Song Lauer's new song. Is he here for second place again? Undercarriage Warlord. What a car to drill this time. I knew that when Song Lauer released a song, there must be other songs from Shao San Air online. And sure enough, Liu Xiaorui from next door has released a song too. Even though Senator Su has written 2 songs, I'm going to listen to the God of War first. After all, a good meal is never too late. Everyone click on Songwoo's Take All You Want. The music was soothing, and so was Songwoo's voice. You're the one who asked at the beginning. I always end up waiting. Keep your mouth shut. The atmosphere is not heating up. Love is out of stock. You're so serious. It looks like I'm trying to be perfunctory. These sets of plots, pale on the stage. Do we have to stay apart? That's why it doesn't feel so random. Actually, Songwoo's vocals are quite commendable. The song, as he relates it, is not good enough for the internet to spit on. Everyone listened and empathized. It's like the heartache and helplessness of a young couple that's hard to let go of as they're breaking up. The song continues. Take all you want. Empty your memories. Don't care about feelings. Decent reservations. I'm giving away what I said as a gift. I don't have to settle for you anymore. Say an excuse to break up. Once, twice, 3 times. In the end, there's nothing to say. A love story is just a lie that's cashed in once in a while. Upon hearing this, the netizens' noses turned sour. Take all you want and I'll take the rest. Love, in fact, is as fragile as a delicate flower. A little carelessness may wither. When you are full of expectations to perpetuate the business, you suddenly realize that the love that was once full of love is no longer in stock. If the words of love are only occasional lies that are honored, those sweet words, as if they were attached to a gift, scattered with the wind, do not have to care too much. When 2 people can't continue their relationship, love shuts down and memories clear out. The song is peppered with a bit of whining, but there's also a sprinkling of mutual disinterest. Still, more than anything else, it was fondness and disenchantment. Where else would there be so much whining? The song continues. Once loved insatiably, we have to have some dignity for the past. Let's just get it over with. If the front sings about love's reluctance to give up, then this hot-mouthed lyrics come out. The listener's feeling is more like, forget it, just split up. Whoever leaves, it's still the same. Apparently, a breakup is a breakup, and it's nice to live alone. But leave me the dog. Take all you want. I'll take the rest. Leave our dog behind. I don't care if it doesn't work. I'm afraid he'll have no one to spoil him. Even if it doesn't understand my pain. I don't have to force myself on you anymore. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It's been silent. Netizens frantically swipe their pop-ups. The dog stays. I'm afraid you'll find a stepfather for him. The following song is even hotter on the lips than the previous one. Netflix tried to sing along and found it impossible. Can't even straighten my tongue. The reading wasn't as sharp as song was singing. Good riddance sounds pathetic. All I see is a diversion. Sell it at a special price. Whatever it is. One by one. Row after row of counts are being eliminated. Close the door and we'll call it quits. Chapter 78 Balloons. By the end of the song, everyone was filled with the scalding lyrics. Some people try to sing it and end up with tongue rolls. Can't sing at all. Netizens kind of have a new understanding of Songwoo. Song lao er kan ah. Just a few hot lyrics. I can't come. Stop it. I can't even sing it as a vocal student. It's too hard. I'm so scared that I'm going to be asked to sing this in an interview with an entertainment company. The God of War deserves to be the God of War. Even if it's underneath the car, it's still beyond our reach. No. I'm going to listen to another song by Little Sammy. Or not only my mouth will burn, but my head too. So, everyone clicked on Liu Xiaorui's song again. I thought Song Yu's Take All You Want was already unbeatable. But Liu Xiaorui's Balloon is even more nightmarish. The song began, only to hear Liu Xiaorui first show a hard inhale, and everyone thought the song had a mistake. What followed was a straight-up audience sing-along. Black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, you, me, and her, big, small, round, flat, the good, the bad, the beautiful, the ugly, the new, the old, various styles and colors of your choice. In this instant, everyone had the feeling of being breathless. Everyone then realized why Liu Xiaorui took a hard breath before singing. Who can stand this? Not to mention the person who sings. Even the person who listens to the song has a feeling of suffocation. Someone on the pop-ups kindly suggested, it's okay to breathe while listening to the song. Yo! The original song actually had an accompaniment at the beginning, but it was cancelled out here by Sam Su. He also made a point of explaining to Liu Xiaorui that before singing, he should bring out the sound of inhaling. This is done so that everyone remembers the song better. If the sound of inhalation is replaced by vocalization, the effect is not as pronounced. Next, Liu Xiaorui took another deep breath. Despite the musical build-up, one can still hear the singer inhaling. If that tone hadn't been highlighted so obviously at the very beginning, people wouldn't have deliberately remembered it. It was with the previous experience that everyone followed along and inhaled together. Black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, you, me, him, her, big, small, round, flat, the good, the bad, the beautiful, the ugly, the new, the old, in every style and every color of my choice. Netizens exclaimed, it's a good thing I was prepared. Or this is the rhythm of preparing to suffocate me. Perhaps it was because of the previous padding. Liu Xiaorui's voice became fluid. Fly as high as you can, as far as you can, cut the string and it's dead, life is short, happy as you can, like it, no big deal, getting smaller and smaller and smaller, about to die, proud. Of course, this sentence is 8 words less than the previous 2. The song continues. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it again. Just take all the vows as if they were balloons and go with it. I don't care, won't care to let it go and go with it. This is the end of the main song section. At this moment, many people actually felt a sense of relief. At this point, the music enters the soothing zone. Balloons. Float into the clouds. Float into the wind. End of life. Balloons. Float into love. Float into the heart. Slowly dying. After the song was over, people couldn't wait to go online and share it. This song is here to show off. Now that I think about Song Lao Er's scalding lyrics, it seems like I can sing them too. A friend of mine, who just sang Balloons at the age of 20. I can't, please Missy, artificial respiration. 2 songs everyone listened to. How can I put it? People feel that Sam Hui is deliberately making things difficult for the 2 singers. Song Yu and Liu Xiaorui had only just finished listening to each other's songs as well. Both of them let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. Asterisk. This kid is hiding pretty deep. Compared to the 2 songs, Songwoo's song is still firmly in the number 1 spot. Until midway through, Take All You Want was still at the top of the charts. This also put Song Yu in a rather soothing mood. He was in his office, throwing peanuts in the air and catching them in his mouth. Hao Jian shouted from the sidelines, "Brother Yu, it's steady this time. You're already a long way ahead of Liu Xiaorui with that song." Song Yu glanced at Hao Jian and rarely did he lose his temper. Based on this trend, he believed that even if Su Shin released a song himself now, it would be hard to surpass him. "I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight as an early celebration." Liu Xiaorui, after receiving Song Yu's dinner date, knows that it's a show-off for her. Seeing Son Yu's villainous look, Lu Xiaorui wanted to go up and kick him twice. Son Yu said smilingly, Rui's sister, work hard in the future. You will be as good as brother. Lu Xiaorui said with a stiff upper lip, you just fool around. This month isn't over yet. Ha ha ha, don't worry. With my current battle record, even if brother Sam sends out a song, I won't necessarily be able to catch up. Fine, you Song Lao Air, actually slandering brother San behind his back. I'm going to tell brother San. With that, Lu Xiaorui walked towards Senator Su's office. Song Yu rushed to catch up. Don't you talk nonsense. I'll sue you for slander. Slander, you know. At night, inside the exclusive box of Song Yu's hot pot restaurant, Song Yu was a bit drunk and said with a big tongue, today, I, Song Lao Air, finally made a breakthrough. From now on, you guys have to call me the little prince of melancholy. Lu Xiaorui said contemptuously, look at your damaged color. Do you think the title is too small? Lu Xiaorui, you're being jealous. But don't worry, I won't talk to you. Brother's height is beyond your reach. I'll be damned. At your height, I don't care to look. Don't worry, in the company in the future, brother will cover you. Lu Xiaorui ignored Song Yu and instead shouted at Hao Jian. Hao Jian, come out and say something. Lu Xiaorui came to the company for such a long time, and also knows the title of Hao Jian's poisonous milk, and calling Hao Jian out at this time is completely disgusting to Song Yu. However, Song Yu clearly didn't care this time, because, in his opinion, the first has been in the bag for a long time. Even if Hao Jian is no longer poisonous milk, it is impossible to reverse the situation. Not only did Song Yu not stop him, but he also said to Hao Jian, just say a few words and show them that from today onwards, the title of your poisonous milk is completely taken off. Hao Jian had drunk even more than Song Yu, and his tongue was a little rolled at this time. Under the effect of alcohol, Hao Jian said, from now on, you have to call me Fuxing. I'm not a poisonous milk anymore. Don't believe me. With that, Hao Jian announced loudly, my brother, you will fall to the second position tomorrow. My brother, you will always be second. Everyone was confused, and Lu Xiaorui even recorded the segment. I'll take it out later to scrub these two for use. Watching everyone eat almost as much as they wanted, everyone dispersed. Only Song Yu and Hao Jian are still their good brother and sister. 6666 Chapter 79. Just as Senator Su and the others were eating, the internet was buzzing. Do you dare to challenge the song Balloon? This song is so oxygen deprived. Don't sing it if you don't have 4,000 or 5,000 lung capacity. I'm going to learn this song and use it for pretending in karaoke later. Challenge my ass. I want to live 2 more years. Apparently, people are still intimidated by the song Balloon. At this point, someone said, according to expert research, anyone who can't sing the first verse of Balloons in one breath has weak kidneys. With that statement, everyone deleted the complaints they had just made about balloons. Have posted, challenge the balloon. So easy. It's so easy for me. I'm totally no problem. Get out of the way, all of you, and let me do it. The reaction of the netizens is a good illustration of the fact that you can say that I am a vegetable, or you can say that I am a vegetable, but you can never say that I have a weak kidney. So, all the major anchors and passers-by joined in the challenge of the balloon. Some of them are even linked to PK. No matter what, even if you're holding your face red, you have to sing the first verse in one breath. Some people sing and fall right to the ground, but on the ground they sing. Anything that doesn't pass the challenge has a weak kidneys comment underneath. There was an anchor who posted a live challenge. I only saw him take a deep breath and sang into the microphone. Black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray, your my is her big, small, round, flat, good, bad, beautiful, ugly, new, old, all styles, all colors you choose. After the song, he stopped talking and screamed ABA, 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 ABA in excitement. The netizens laughed hard, and unanimously gave the comment, the anchor kidney function is strong. Those who couldn't pass the challenge simply shut themselves down. Some people take 2 kidney pills before singing in order to succeed in the challenge. After the challenge was successful, he even shouted, I'm not a weak kidney. I'm not a weak kidney. Just for one night, whenever the crowd opened up Twitter or a short video, it was all about the balloon challenge. The song, like a virus, broke into the public consciousness in a pervasive way. It made even those who hadn't heard the song start searching for it to play. After a night of fermentation, Balloon shot to number 1 in an unthinkable way. The song Balloon is a weird one, where the concern isn't whether it's a good song or not. It's just about being able to sing the first verse in one breath. The next day, Song Yu proudly walked into the company, enthusiastically greeting his co-workers. Everyone looked at him with a smirk. Song Yu thought to himself, why is this scene so familiar? At this time, Lu Xiaorui also entered the company, saw Song Yu and greeted him with a smile. Yo, isn't this Song Lao Air coming quite early? From now on, the second position is yours. That's not necessarily true. I think this position is still better for you. The crowd watched the two men's back and forth and laughed without saying a word. Song Yu had a bad feeling, but he didn't know what the problem was. He stopped fighting with Lu Xiaorui and went directly to the office, opened the computer and refreshed the list. Then came the most incredible sight: balloons dominated the charts. Sung Woo wailed hysterically. No! The crowd at Watch Eye shook their heads in sympathy. At this time, Song Yu's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a video sent to him by Lu Xiaorui, only to see that the video shows Hao Jian shouting, "My brother, you will fall to the second position tomorrow. My brother, you will always be second." Song Yu resisted the urge to drop his phone and angrily cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you poisonous tit. Song Yu dialed Hao Jian's number. At this time, Hao Jian was still in a hungover state. He had already taken a vacation yesterday and would still be in bed. He picked up the phone and answered it listlessly. Before he had a chance to speak, Song Yu growled from across the room, "Where the did you die? I'm going to kill you." With a jolt, Hao Jian instantly jumped up from the bed. This would be where he was still in a drunken state. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew it had to have something to do with him. I'm taking the day off. You poison tit. Get your ass back here." After listening to Song Yu curse for half a day and hanging up the phone, Hao Jian opened his computer and checked the music charts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He finally understood why Song Yu scolded him. That's when his cell phone beeped with a message. When I opened it, it was a video sent by Lu Xiaorui. The video features footage of him chanting last night. Behind the video, Lu Xiaorui also sent him a red packet of 666 yuan, and with a text, "Hao Jian, you're a good comrade. This time you've done sis a big favor. This red envelope is for your lost wages." How could Hao Jian have the heart to receive a red envelope at this time? His first thought was, how about a run for it? At this time, Lu Xiaorui sent another message. "I'll treat you to hot pot at night. Be sure to come yo. If you don't come, I won't bail you out." These words, to Hao Jian, sounded threatened and at the same time, as if he had a new backer. He didn't dare to say much about the fights between these gods and goddesses, and could only reply with a bitter smile. But after thinking about it, he simply did not do anything, and used his voice, replying with a crying voice, "Sister Rui, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass this hurdle this time. You have to save me." Lu Xiaorui saw Hao Jian's reply and said smilingly, "Don't worry, in the future, mix with my sister, to ensure that you eat fragrant and drink spicy." "Really? Sister Rui, why don't I apply to be your assistant?" Hearing this, Lu Xiaorui's heart trembled, and she busily said, "No, if you hang out with me, I'll cover you, but you have to stay by Song Laoer's side." Hao Jian was on the verge of tears. What is this all about? Lu Xiaorui leisurely walked to Song Yu's office. "Yo, if it isn't second brother, why are you so listless today?" Song Yu gave him a blank look and ignored her. Lu Xiaorui was not angry. "I'll treat you to hot pot tonight. Be sure to come yo." "I'm not going." "How can you not go?" "But it's at your hot pot restaurant. Who am I showing off to if you don't go?" You work hard. You'll be as good as sis in the future." "Oof. Don't worry. I'll cover you from now on." These words were all said by Song Yu to Lu Xiaorui yesterday. It is really retribution. Today Lu Xiaorui returned it as it was, not to mention how harsh it is. Hao Jian was completely abashed this time. When he arrived at the office with trepidation, everyone looked at him with smiles and laughter. But in Hao Jian's mind, this was their way of seeing themselves off. Instead of shouting at Hao Jian, Song Yu wrapped his arms around his neck and admonished, "You should get closer to Lu Xiaorui in the future, so that she can also feel the characteristics of your poisonous milk." Hao Jian is on the verge of tears. How can he still play Infernal? Samsu also knew what had happened. He was also speechless, and at the same time, he mourned Song Yu for 3 seconds. However, there was really no control and I laughed out loud. Chapter 80. 10 years. Balloon took the top spot for December in an unthinkable way. It was Song Yu who had the hardest time. However, the internet laughed hard. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Song Laoer is Song Laoer." Heartbroken Song Wu for a second. "Ha ha ha, sorry. Couldn't hold it in. Couldn't care less. Couldn't hide. There's always you in the second spot. This is a phenomenon I would like to call the law of the penis." Senator Su was also speechless at what happened to Song Yu. Sam Su muttered to himself, "How about we let him take back first place next month?" For the system's task of creating a Song King, the first thing Su Shen thought of was Song Yu. Besides, something is really on with this Song Yu kid. He doesn't care if the other party is an expert or a chew daddy. So, it's only logical that he should be put on first for a while. Otherwise, the kid is becoming a fiend. Senator Su called Song Yu to his office and handed him a piece of paper filled with lyrics. "This is for you." Song Yu was excited to see the song. but a little hesitant. He was scared. Samsoo assured. Next month it's just your song. Really? Samsoo did write a song for Songwoo alone in January, and it was a song that could definitely go to number 1. Songwoo looked at the lyrics of 10 years written in his hand and was thrilled inside. That's right. The song that Samhui brought out this time was none other than Eason Chan's 10 Years. This is a classic love song written by Lin Shi and composed by Xiaoxia Chen. As we all know, the Cantonese version of this song is called Next Year Today. It was this song that made Eason Chan famous in Hong Kong and began to receive widespread public attention. However, at that time, Eason Chan's fame was still mainly confined to the Hong Kong area and was not well known in the mainland. It wasn't until sometime in 2003 that his agency Emperor decided to release a Mandarin version of the song, 10 Years. Eason Chan initially rejected this. He has performed the Cantonese version of Next Year Today countless times, and the fact that Emperor executives asked him to reprise the Mandarin version made him feel like he was buying second-hand goods. However, Emperor gave Eason Chan a picture of the vast prospects that might come with singing the song and insisted that he sing it. After some persuasion, Eason Chan finally agreed to sing. The result, as we all know, was that the song quickly raised Eason Chan's popularity in the mainland once it was released. Since then, 10 Years has been closely associated with Eason Chan and has become his signature song. 10 Years is an essential track in Eason Chan's concerts. It's also one of the must-order tracks in karaoke. In terms of musical style, 10 Years doesn't have a rousing, enthusiastic melody. However, 10 Years carries a deep sadness. Whenever the melody of this song plays, the listener's heartfelt defenses are always breached in an instant. Countless emotional stories flow out with the music, making it irresistible. This song, in Songyu's opinion, was simply his dream love song. When he went back, he piled into the recording studio, and even his meals were sent over by Hao Jian. Lu Xiaorui even teased, "Elder Song, don't be so desperate. No one is stealing from you." In January, Songwoo polished the song to his satisfaction before releasing it. As soon as it went live, it drew a crowd. Song Lao Air has released another song. No need to look. It must be the handiwork of Shao San Air. Sit back and wait for the other singers of Huaqi to release their songs. Actually, Song Lao Air's singing is still very impressive. I can only say that the man is not very lucky. Come on, taking second is already impressive. Look at other singers who couldn't get it if they wanted to. Everyone taps on the song and the song information appears. Song, 10 Years. Sung by Songyu. Lyrics by Samsoo. Seeing this makes everyone smile and it's all in the air. The melody rang out, and Songyu's vocals came out. If those two words didn't tremble, I won't find it hard. How do you say it? It's just a breakup. Some raspy, magnetic voice sings about the inner struggle of a breakup. At the moment, no one had time to laugh at him. I don't know when it happened, but everyone was so focused when listening to Songwoo sing love songs. He always delicately expresses the love-hate entanglements and sadness in relationships. The song continues. If there is no demand for tomorrow, holding hands is like traveling. Thousands of doorways. One of us has to go first. In a trance, the listener seems to see a man and woman, standing on a street corner, surrounded by bustling crowds and traffic, but none of it seems to concern them. They looked at each other, yet each seemed preoccupied. Under the streetlights, their figures lengthened. Songwoo song continues. Since the embrace cannot linger, why don't you just leave? Enjoying it and crying at the same time. On the street corner, the two men clung to each other. Their embrace reveals a deep sense of disenchantment. How could they hold each other so tightly if they were not deeply emotional? However, some things have been quietly broken beyond repair. It was as if the bond between them had been mercilessly blown away by a sudden evening breeze. After all, they were separated. The man walked to the left and the woman chose the right, neither of them looking back. Suddenly, the music climbed in a stepped melody, and the song in his ears was colored by a cruel tenderness in the moment, as if it were telling of the end and hopelessness of the relationship. 10 years ago, I don't know you. You don't belong to me. We're still the same. Stay with a stranger. Walking through streets that are becoming familiar. 10 years later, we're friends. We can still say hello. Just the tenderness. I can't find a reason to hug anymore. Lovers inevitably end up as friends. The street scene, illuminated by moonlight, is quiet and beautiful. Time passes in a hurry, and the years keep changing. There are some things that remain intact through thick and thin, as if time has never left a mark on them. However, there are also things that, while appearing unchanged on the outside, have undergone radical changes on the inside. Whether it's the calm narration at the beginning of the song or the emotional outburst at the climax, the listener feels a strong emotional resonance. This deep expression of emotion has a power to touch the heart and deeply shakes the heart of every listener. When the song finished playing, the afterglow still lingered in the ears, and people were still immersed in that emotional aftertaste. Who hasn't treasured a heartfelt relationship in their heart? when a relationship is finally coming to an end. Some people choose to let out their grief by crying. Others choose to turn away in a pretense of grandeur, trying to hide their inner vulnerability with a tough exterior. But no matter what way we choose to face it, that first lover who was as pure and beautiful as the white moonlight will forever remain in the depths of our memories. Glittering. Chapter 81. I want to prove I'm not a tainted milkman. People listened to the song and for the first time ever, they didn't spit on Songwoo. Instead, they post true feelings about the song itself. This song is not just a beautiful melody. The lyrics are even more heartfelt, as if every line sings into my youth. At that time, we were simple, innocent and full of expectations for the future. Every word in the song seems to be telling our story. Thanks to this song, let me relive my youth once again. 10 years ago today, we began to be together. When we sat at the front and back tables, but secretly hide our feelings in front of everyone. Through the trials and tribulations finally got into the same city and the university, but cannot escape the fate of the final separation. Thank you for the years you once accompanied. Blessings to you and your soon-to-be-born child. The song, upon release, shot to the top of the charts. But this time, Songyu was extra careful and directly refused to see Hao Jian. Senator Su also saw the ranking of 10 years and lamented. This song is really nostalgic. Get next year today out someday too. At that moment, Xiaorong and Nie Feiang came to see him. Nie Feiang opened the door and said, "We got a song. You give a review." Puzzled, Su Sen could only say, "Your two elders should not make fun of me." Xiaorong explained, "Last time we listened to your song, The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind, it was very inspiring. So old Nie and I took the trouble to study it. And now we've come up with a song. So you give it a critique." It was only then that Su Shen understood and took the score, reading it carefully. At this look, Senator Su was really surprised. Both the moving melody and the heartfelt lyrics reveal a unique charm, though vaguely in the vein of the most dazzling of them all. There's chic innovation everywhere. Senator Su exchanged words with the two old men and asked, "Who is going to sing this song?" Nie Feiang jumped the gun and said, "Of course it's Kid Rin and Girl Hao." Regarding Nie Lao's way of addressing people, Senator Su didn't resent it at all. And even when Nie Feiang called him Kid Su, he gladly accepted it. With this period of time together, the second old man's person Su Sen was quite recognized. Although the two song daddies have high honorary titles and will discuss music with Sam Hui from time to time, Su Sen also figured out the purpose of the two coming to Huakai, this kind of big brother without a frame. Su Sen was still very willing to get close. Nie Feiang, in particular, seemed to speak with a big grin, but he gave off a sense of forthrightness. After these months of bonding, people inside the company loved to ask them for advice. When he heard Nie Feiang say that he would give the song to Rin Yang and Hao Jing, he had a bad feeling, but there was no blocking. He did worry a bit about Songyu, but on second thought, the song 10 Years is not so easily defeated. Soon after, Ran Yang and Hao Jing released the song under the name Phoenix Legends. The song did generate a decent amount of buzz, but it's still not quite up to par with 10 Years. Seeing that Songyu had no problem with being number one this month, he stopped paying attention to this matter. Instead, they focused on the Spring Festival. The theme of this spring gala is intimacy. Sam Su had prepared two songs, one for the program, which they arranged for someone to sing, and one left for him to sing. This year, Senator Su didn't have to run both ways. His parents had already decided to come to the capital for the new year. Moreover, the two old men were planning to come to the capital to settle down once their sister's wedding was over. Su Xian and Yifan's wedding was scheduled for May. Also, the dust has settled on Yevan's job. Yifan is engaged in scientific research. The conditions in Kyoto are naturally higher than the place. Coupled with his research direction, he finally decided to come to Kyoto. Just come over after the wedding. Su Xian has also graduated from graduate school and also plans to find a job in Kyoto. Senator Su was in a rather happy mood as he thought about the family reunion. Netizens were in a happy mood when they saw Phoenix Legends release a song. After the depth of 10 years, there's something about listening to Phoenix Legends again that's a big sadness. Of course, Songyu was still firmly in the number one spot. To be on the safe side, Songyu outright refused to meet with Hao Jian, fearful that this oaf would overtake him. Hao Jian had nothing to do, so he wandered around the company, and when he saw Ren Yang and Hao Jing, he greeted them enthusiastically. "Brother Yang, Sister Jing, I've listened to your song. It's very good. Maybe it can take the first place too." Hao Jian said this in a completely polite manner. He had been really bored lately, and with Songyu's refusal to engage with him there, he really didn't know what to do. Even the hot pot restaurants have opened up to the fifth one in Kyoto, and the business is hotter than one. They all have a special store manager in charge, and they don't need any help from him. That's why, upon seeing Ren Yang and Hao Jing, they enthusiastically came forward to greet them. Ren Yang and Hao Jing looked at each other as if they were worried about something. However, Hao Jing laughed. We should have no problem with second this month. First place is definitely Song Yu's. Hao Jian could only smile awkwardly. At this time, Lu Xiaorui came over and saw the three of them and joked. Yo, Hao Jian, you are not accompanying your master. What are you doing wandering around here? Hao Jian said helplessly. You won't see me until this month is over. What does it have to do with you if he takes second? This Song Lao Er is really superstitious. Seeing Lu Xiaorui say this, the remaining three were speechless. Lu Xiaorui then said, Hao Jian, if you want to break the setting, I think you can poison Milk Brother Yang and Sister Jing. They can't be number one this month anyway. Hao Jian heard Lu Xiaorui say this. Why did he think it made some sense? Ran Yang and Hao Jing sighed. Hao Jing said, we don't care. What era is this? Still engage in the cow ghosts and snakes and gods thing? Lu Xiaorui urged. Hurry up. I'll record a video for you. This video is your chance to get rid of your persona. Hao Jian still felt something was wrong, but he really didn't want to carry the title of poisonous milk in the company either. Lu Xiaorui seduced. Hao Jian, I said I would cover you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. That is, Brother Yang and Sister Jing don't mind you. After this village there is no such store. Hao Jian's heart crossed. Okay, I'm going to get rid of the title of poisonous milk today. When he finished, he made a fuss about straightening his coat. Lu Xiaorui opened her cell phone to record, only to see Hao Jian solemnly say, it's January now. May Brother Yang and Sister Jing's song soar. After saying that, he felt that something was missing, so he added, and I wish Brother Yu's song a smooth ride to the top. After recording, Hao Jian also ran to Lu Xiaorui's side and asked, Sister Xiaorui, how is it? Quickly show me. Lu Xiaorui clicked play, and after Hao Jian read it once, he thought it was fine. This time, all he sent were words of blessing. Not a single superfluous word. If this could be reversed, it would be truly providential. Lu Xiaorui casually sent the video inside the company group. The people in the company saw Hao Jian's video and laughed without saying a word. In their opinion, there is nothing wrong with this video. Chapter 82, Not Listening to 10 Years in January. At this point, the most buzzed about online is the song 10 Years and the singer, Song Yu. At this time, from Star River Entertainment, a first-tier singer called Fei Xian updated a microblog. No luck again this month. I haven't taken second in ages. I envy you. Song Lao Er. The tweet also at Song Wu. Perhaps because it was related to Song Yu, and because Fei Xian's fame wasn't small. This tweet immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fei Xian and Song Yu knew each other, and it was still the kind of acquaintance that was very familiar. He and Song Yu graduated from the same school and were still in the same dormitory in college. After graduation, Song Yu went to Shangshur Entertainment, and later followed Samsu to Huakai. And Fei Xian has been at Star River Entertainment. The relationship between the two can only be described as loving each other. In college, the two compared academic performance and specialized knowledge. The two will fight it out whenever there is a comparable event. They both still made it to the top tier of singers at the same time. When Sam Hui wasn't in the music industry through and through, the two were just chasing each other. The two are also often compared to each other. Only with the addition of Senator Su, the situation was turned upside down. Everyone's attention began to be on the first Sam Hui. Of course, Song Lao Er is active in the public eye because he's so topical and because Sushin feeds the song. As for Fei Xian, there was very little discussion. Even when he's in third place, he's rarely on the hot seat. To be honest, Fei Xian still envied Song Yu, especially since Song Yu had gone to Huakai. He felt that the gap between the two was getting wider and wider. Although Song Yu has always been in the second place, everyone in the circle knows that it's only a matter of time before he's promoted to the king of songs. After all, Sam Su had been feeding him with songs. Of course, Song Yu's strength was still there. Sometimes Fei Xian wanted to go to Huakai, and if it wasn't for the contractual restrictions, he would have grossed out. It was originally just a tweet that Fei Xian had made fun of himself, but the point of attention was actually on Song Yu's specific ranking. Opening the music charts, netizens realized that Song Wu was actually in the number one spot. At this time, someone asked, do you think that if Song Yu takes first place, will little Samuel still send out 2 songs a month in the future? It's a soul torture. Why do I have a sense of crisis when I hear you say that? But with Song Lao Er in this state, first place is almost in the bag. That's not necessarily true, judging by the number of hits for Little Trio's previous songs. As of now, it's only barely half of what it used to be. People have also noticed that in the past, whether it was Su Sam's songs or songs that Su Sam wrote for other singers, the number of VODs was more than double of what it is now. Of course, the time is now January 10th. The volumes that everyone is focusing on are the totals at the end of the month. With the way the song 10 Years is doing right now, it's kind of awesome. In normal time lapse, it will surely reach the downloads of previous songs as well, if not surpass them. At this point, someone said in a mischievous manner, if song's penis takes first place, this doesn't conform to the law of penis, does it? A word to the wise. Everyone is getting active. Brothers, it's out of order if Song Lao Air comes first. Why do I feel like it won't be fun if he takes first place? Why don't we do him a favor? Keep the second position. It was originally a joking proposal, but I didn't expect it to draw the interest of most people. You can imagine the bad taste of these people. It's only the 10th now, but Decade is a distant second in downloads. Trying to pull him off the number 1 spot is no easy task. That's when someone started an online poll. May I ask if you are in favor of Song Lao Air getting this month's top spot? A. No support. B. No support. C. No support. D. With a little support. Netizens saw this option and scolded the people who made this poll. You're too bad. Actually, Song Lao Air's singing is still great. So, I'll go with ABC. The questioner is also too shameless. God forbid that the song 10 Years doesn't take first place. What? The song is sung by Song Lao Air. Then I'll choose ABC. I think that's very underhanded of you guys. And since you're trying to bring down Song Lao Air, how can you do it without me? I'll go with ABC. As a result, netizens took it upon themselves to organize a campaign to keep Song Yu firmly in the second position. Here's an explanation of how the Blue Star Music rankings are tallied. Ranking statistics for songs in general are measured by the number of views. Each user ID is entitled to 3 free on-demand auditions for each song. When the number of on-demand sessions exceeds 3, the user is required to pay an additional fee to continue on-demand sessions. The on-demand cost of each song ranges between $1 and $3. Once the payment is completed, the user has unlimited on-demand access to the song. In addition, songs that have been paid for will be automatically synchronized to the user's private cloud storage space on the music platform. It is worth noting that the tap will only be considered valid if the user listens to a song in its entirety. And the ranking of the songs is the statistic of effective on-demand. To get a song's ranking down, either reduce the number of spots for that song or increase the number of effective spots for other songs. Although the song 10 Years is very good, people are more interested in keeping Songwoo's second place. Some people have even started an online challenge to not listen to Decade in January. And, to participate in this event, you have to come to Twitter and punch in every day. People thought it was fun and got involved. During this time, someone also gave this event a very touching story. A pair of childhood sweethearts are forced to take separate paths in life due to family changes. At the moment of separation, they made a fond pact. Every 10 years, they would reunite on the anniversary of their breakup as a way of remembering their lost love. And that special day is in January. The song 10 Years was created to honor such a love. In normal days, 10 Years is a melody that echoes through their days and nights, accompanying them through countless nights of longing. In order to make the reunion a purer moment, unencumbered by a sad melody, they tacitly chose to avoid the song on the day of their reunion. That's where "Don't Listen to Decade in January" comes from. There are really people who take this story seriously. There were even some sentimental people who wiped their eyes straight after hearing it. It also greatly intensified the determination to participate in this campaign. The Entertainment Channel also covered the story. Even at San Suu to determine the truth of the matter. Senator Suu was dumbfounded, completely unaware that this could be done. Someone from the company's PR department even came to ask Susan if he wanted to step in and explain. Su Shin growled in his heart. I'll explain, your sister. If Lin she sees this, will he cross over and me? The one who was most confused was still Song Yu. He had counted on 1,000 defenses, but he still hadn't been able to avoid it. Song Yu suddenly thought of the video how Jin had sent and broke down and cried. No. Chapter 83, it's not a big deal. With the collaborative efforts of all the netizens, the number of 10 Years on demand is growing at a very slow pace. Seeing this, Song Yu said sincerely, thank you. Song Yu's song on demand grew slowly, but on the contrary, Ran Yang and Hao Jing's song skyrocketed. This splash of riches came so unexpectedly. Ran Yang and Hao Jing had a trance-like feeling. Hao Jian was completely speechless, but he reassured himself, this shouldn't have anything to do with me. I've given my blessing to both sides. Well, it definitely has nothing to do with me. After making his self-image, Hao Jian went to find Song Yu. Song Yu would be sitting in a chair with his head hanging down on the back of the chair, with a look of being unattractive after being sterilized. Hao Jian shouted, Brother Yu. Song Yu didn't respond, staring at the ceiling with 2 lifeless eyes. Hao Jian walked over and gently swiped his hand over Song Yu's face, guiding him to close his eyes. The image was like a final tender caress for a departed soul who had passed away and failed to rest in peace. Ignore me. I want to be quiet. Song Yu said breathlessly. Who is Jing? It's your sister. My sister's name is Hao Nan. Get out. Okay. As Hao Jian walked to the door, he tentatively asked, Brother Yu, Are we having braised lion's head today? After a few days of mental construction, Song Yu was considered to have completely looked away. Instead of yelling and cursing at Hao Jian, he said in a very self-deprecating manner, I can kind of see through it. Your poisonous milk. It only works on me. It doesn't do anything to anyone else. Hao Jian hemmed and hawed awkwardly. Brother Yu, actually second is nothing. How many people are envious and jealous of you? I just want to take back first place. How come it's so hard? But it doesn't matter. Second is second. That Fei Xian kid can't even get it if he wants it. Brother Yu, it's great that you can think like that. I'll cheer and shout for you every month from now on. And I definitely won't let anyone else take your spot. Song Yu gave Hao Jian a glance. Why do you think your mouth is so indebted? In January, Phoenix Legends stormed to the #1 spot in an incredible fashion. Song Yu also no longer dwelled on the issue of rankings. Instead, he smiled every day. The people in the company thought that Song Yu should not have been stimulated and broken. Senator Su was also puzzled by Song Yu's perversity. He was calculating in his mind. Is this fate? Or is it the style of the song? If it's fate, I can't do anything about it. If it's the style of the song, maybe I can try. On this day, Senator Su and Song Yu chatted idly. Song Yu had an indifferent attitude. Brother San, don't worry. I'm fine. What's a ranking or not? That's nothing. Besides, my current grades aren't that bad. One has to be contented in order to be happy. Susan looked at Song Yu with some surprise. How a change of heart made this kid look away. Senator Su asked tentatively, are you really okay? Of course it's fine. I'm at a point where no one else can get it if they want it. Hearing Song Yu say that, Senator Su assumed that he didn't have any problems. Senator Su changed the subject. Have you ever thought about a different song style? Change the style of the song? Whether I change my style or not depends entirely on what songs you give me. San. Sushin's face was filled with black lines. It seemed that he had definitely overthought things. I have a song here. Why don't you try it? Yes. When given the lyrics, Songwoo was completely taken aback. It's a song that's completely unlike anything he's ever thought of. Just reading the lyrics gave him the urge to laugh. The relaxed and lively style of the song is more than enough to make him love it. Songwoo suddenly felt, why did he have to die for love songs before? Doesn't he smell good for a song like Twice as Good? That's right. The song that Samsu has prepared for Songwoo is Dae Jangwei's Twice as Good. This song is a blend of powerful electro beats and refreshingly clear lyrics, and definitely counts as a brightly colored, joyful and divine song. The song Twice as Good is a song written, composed and performed by Big Zhang Wei. Dae Jangwei's song was inspired by the behavior of netizens who like to like Weibo and WeChat circles of friends when they have something to do. The arrangement of the main part of the song draws on starships and Chinese vocal melodies. The chorus arrangement borrows from the Gangnam style, sweat and ethnic vocal melodies. The arrangement of the Beyond the Alarm section borrows from Pound the Alarm, I Am Not a Whore, the Northeast Yangda tune and Beijing-style slogans. It's a song that's very much a Big Mac. It was the first song that came to mind when Sam Su wanted Songyu to change his style at the time. To be honest, Senator Su thought that Songyu was still quite suitable for this style. Songyu, who grew up in the Beijing circle, lost his love or he dumped others. Before singing those sentimental love songs, I do not know how much energy it takes to brew feelings. Samsu felt that if Songyu were to sing this song, it wouldn't even need to be brewed. It could have gone straight to the top, just as Su Sam had expected. Songyu recorded the song with little effort, so to speak. It also feels especially soothing after singing. This makes Songyu cannot help but feel sentimental a few bar. Free and easy he does not smell. The song was recorded and not released. Since February is Chinese New Year, it's not until March that I'll be posting songs. Su San's parents came to Kyoto. These days, Senator Su had been busy with the Spring Festival program, and hadn't accompanied the two old men out around much. Su's father gave a big wave of his hand, indicating that he should be allowed to mind his own business and not bother with them. Su's father also said that the old man across the street was nice, and that he went to play chess with old man Zhao when he had nothing to do in the past few days. Hearing this, Senator Su looked at his father incredulously, but he still didn't tell his father about Elder Zhao's identity. On this day, Zhou Holin and Ding Jiwei came to Jingdu to report on their duties, and took advantage of the time they had to come and catch up with Su's father. When old comrades meet, it is inevitable to eat and drink. Father Su went to play chess with Elder Zhao when he had nothing else to do these days, and the two of them had gotten acquainted. During the meal, Father Su even invited Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao actually did come. When Zhou Holin and Ding Jiwei saw Zhao Lao, they directly ejected from their chairs and saluted in unison. Unable to speak properly, Zhao Lao interrupted the two. Don't get into all this nonsense. I've retired. Father Su looked at his old comrade in arms, looked at Elder Zhao, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. A meal that was eaten with great trepidation. Zhou Holin and Ding Jiwei, during the meeting, couldn't even clip the food well, let alone drink. Zhao Lao was a non-drinker, causing Zhou Holin and Ding Jiwei to not even dare to touch their wine glasses. A tense meal. During the meeting, Zhao Lao even gestured for them to order whatever they wanted, but Zhou Holin and Ding Jiwei how dare to casual up, and repeatedly said, "We quit drinking." Chapter 84. Elder Zhao finished his meal and left, leaving the three of them looking at each other. Father Su asked, "Who is Elder Zhao?" Zhou Holin and Ding Jiwei slapped their foreheads with their hands. "So you have the audacity to invite people over for dinner without knowing who they are? I used to go over and play chess with him, and Sammy would say hello when he ran into him, so I thought it was just regular neighbors." Seeing that Su's father really didn't know anything, Zhou Holin said seriously, "Elder Zhao is our ceiling, and it's the kind of ceiling that cannot be surpassed by future generations." Din added. Hearing them say this, Father Su was also taken aback. However, he quickly thought of Senator Su. It seemed that this kid knew something but hadn't said anything to him. Sending Zhou Holin and Ding Jiwei away, Su's father smoked a cigarette and waited for Senator Su to return. Senator Su came back and saw his father and asked, "Dad, why haven't you rested yet?" Mother Su was concerned about her son. "Little Sam, have you eaten?" "Mom, I ate," Su's father asked with a stern face. "Let me ask you, did you already know the identity of Zhao Lao across the street?" Su's senator took a look at this situation and knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. So he busily explained, "I know a little bit, but I heard that he's already retired." "I know you won't tell me." Sam Su didn't know what was happening and turned his gaze to his mother. Mother Su said, "Today your Uncle Zhou and Uncle Ding came over for dinner, and your father invited Elder Zhao as well." As soon as he heard this, Su Sin could think of the scene at that time, and busily relieved. "Dad, Zhao Lao is just a retired old cadre. How should you get along with him? Still, how to get along with him? The more formal you are, the more others feel that you're being pretentious." It took a good deal of calming before Su's father subsided. The time is fast approaching the 30th day of the year. On this New Year's Eve, everyone was glued to their TV sets, watching the Spring Festival Gala. The theme of this year's Spring Festival Gala is family. All the programs, to a greater or lesser extent, are related to this theme. The audience watched with great emotion. Especially when you watch skits and comedy, you simply laugh and cry at the same time. Some children don't want to be sensationalized with their parents, so they hide inside the den and watch it live on their computers. There's an old poem that says, "Being alone in a foreign land, I miss my family twice as much at every festive season." At this time of the Spring Festival, when all families are reunited, we are well aware that there are always some travelers outside who cannot return to their parents for various reasons, and their homesickness are particularly deep. However, no matter where we are, no matter how busy we are at work, the attachment to our home and the thoughts of our parents remain unchanged in our hearts. As children, we should always remember that no matter how far we go, home is always our warmest harbor. No matter how busy or tired you are, don't forget to come home often. Brush the chopsticks and wash the dishes for mom, and give dad a back rub. Next, please enjoy the song "Come Home Often." Some of the travelers who are away from home, they are hiding in their rented houses, watching the Spring Festival Gala and swiping their cell phones at the same time. They do as they please, without regard to the feelings of others, let alone the consent of their families, and watch whatever they want. Li Xing belongs to this kind of northern drift, living in a cheap rented house. He always used the excuse that he was busy with work and hadn't been home for years. He even vowed never to return home until he made a name for himself. This year's spring fling was getting on his nerves, so he put on the TV and played a game at the same time. At that moment, a song came from inside the TV. "Find some free time. Find some time. Take the kids and go home. Bring a smile. Bring a wish. I'll be with my loved ones. I'll be home often. Mom's ready for some nagging. Dad's got a nice meal planned. Talk to your mom about life's troubles. Talk to dad about work." 1 second Li Xing was immersed in the soundness of the game's 5 kills, and the next second he couldn't be bothered to greet his teammates and stared at the TV screen with a deadpan expression. By this time, the song had come to its climactic part. "Come home, come home, come home. Even if I have to brush the chopsticks and wash the dishes for my mom." Old people don't want their children to do much for the family. It's not an easy life, but it's all about reunion. Li Xing's tears flowed indisputably. He quit the game and dialed his father's number. He'd had a fight with his father a few days ago about going home, so he hadn't made another call to the house these days. The phone picks up. "Dad, are there any more chopped peppers in the house?" Father didn't say anything. Li Xing continued, "Dad, I'll go back tomorrow. I want to eat chopped chili. I know you're good for it. Every year your mom makes a lot of it. You come back. There's enough." It wasn't just Li Xing. So many of the travelers outside were stunned when they heard this song. Some were on video calls with their families before this song played. Fan, have you eaten yet? Mom, I ate. Your father and I just had dumplings with your favorite Sancho filling, but unfortunately you weren't able to come back this year. Mom knows you're busy. Your father and I don't need you to think about us. Take care of yourself out there. At this point, the song continues. Come home, come home, come home. Even if it's to give dad a back rub. Old people don't want their children to do much for the family. A lifetime of worrying for peace and quiet. The woman in the video had forgotten about the call with her mother. Fan, is the signal bad? Mom, what's wrong with Fawn? Why are you crying? At this time, the father's voice sounded next to him. Told you not to chatter blindly. You non-listen. Fong, don't listen to your mother's blind talk. Without waiting for her father to finish, the girl wiped her tears as she said, Dad, I want to eat dumplings. I'll be back tomorrow. Okay, I'll get you ready to go. This song, for the travelers out there, is simply the most lethal weapon. How could they resist such an attack? And one by one, they broke their defenses. The original pretense of strength and spontaneity has long since collapsed at this moment. They wiped tears from their eyes as they opened their cell phones to book tickets. It stands to reason that in previous years, this time of year was past the spring rush. But now, both air and train tickets are being snapped up like crazy. Higher authorities also noticed the situation and immediately took emergency measures to ensure that people could travel. After the song was finished, everyone realized that the song's lyricist was actually Su Shun. Can you imagine me as a big old man crying my eyes out? You still have a family to come back to, but I don't have a mom and dad anymore. The song, Su Shun, was given to the program, which in turn chose a national team player named Chung Hong to sing it with gusto. Senator Su also had a lot of feelings when he heard it, and he almost didn't control the melody the moment it started alone. In his last life, he had gotten together with his family. In this life, he is surrounded by his loved ones. That's so nice. Chapter 85, Where Has the Time Gone? I don't know how many foreign travelers have cried to this song by Su Shin. However, that's not all. After a couple of song and dance type programs, Samsu took the stage as the host announced. Netizens remembered the storm that had just hit them and spoke up to troll them. You can't listen to Little Sam's song. It's too much of a defense breaker. What's the deal with not listening and not being able to control it? I've just finished crying my eyes out. And this time, I'll top it. On the screen, information about the song appeared. Song, Where Has the Time Gone? Sung by Su Sam. Lyrics, Su Sam. This song, On Earth, is a song written by Qin Shi, composed by Dong 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 and sung by Wang Zhengliang. The song, which graced the Spring Festival Gala in 2014, struck a chord with countless viewers with its heartfelt and moving melody. After that, it even made 2 high-profile appearances on Newsmax. These are enough to witness its far-reaching influence. Samsu brought out this song, which fit perfectly with the theme of this Spring Festival Gala. Samsu stood on the stage as the creation of a sand painting appeared on the big screen. As the music plays, a hand glides lightly and steadily across the sandbox. In the sand painting, a cozy cottage comes into view with a tree standing quietly in front of the door. A pair of young parents, holding a petite baby, with faces full of happiness and deep smiles. Strollers, toys, and the outline of a home gradually appear on the sandbox. Samsu sang. The old tree in front of the door grows new shoots. The dead tree in the yard is blooming again. I've said a lot of things in my life. Hidden in a head full of gray hair. Memories of little feet. Fleshy little mouth. A lifetime of love to him. Just for the sake of mom and dad. As the tempo of the song changes, the sand painting evolves. Babies become children and begin to toddle and go to school. And school appears on the sandbox. Children play happily in the schoolyard next to the figures of their parents, who seem to be silently watching over them. The song continues. Where has the time gone? You're getting old before you can feel young. To have children and raise them for the rest of one's life. All I can think about is the baby crying and laughing. Where did the time go? You're getting misty-eyed before you even get a good look at yourself. Half of my life is spent on wood, rice, oil and salt. Turn around and you'll just have a face full of wrinkles. As the song reaches a crescendo, the sand art changes. Children grow up and leave home to pursue their dreams. On the sand table, the view of the city gradually emerges, with skyscrapers and traffic. And the image of the parents, too, is slowly aging on the sandbox, their faces etched with the years. The grains of sand depict the image of parents with gray hair, their eyes filled with thoughts and expectations for their children. In a family home in Kyoto, a young mother holds her child while the child's father pushes his way through the house with family and friends. When the woman heard the song, she ducked aside with her baby in her arms. At that moment, the man's father noticed the condition of his daughter-in-law and signaled his son to go over and take a look. The man walked over to the woman sitting in the corner of the couch and asked softly, What's wrong? The woman forced back her tears and squeezed out a small smile. It's nothing. Go eat. At this point, the song was reaching its climactic part. Where has the time gone? You're getting misty-eyed before you even get a good look at yourself. Half of my life is spent on wood, rice, oil and salt. Turn around and all that's left is a face full of wrinkles. The man also heard Sam-Su's song. He knew his wife was an only child. So, he picked up the child and said to the people at the dinner table, Mom, Dad, brother, sister-in-law, little sister, little Chang, you guys take your time to eat. Ingzi and I will take Cece on a trip to his grandma and grandpa's place. The man's parents said, hurry up, there's a lot of people on our side. With that, the family began to help with the stuff. Take this with you. Take this. The man and the woman rushed to the woman's house with large bags. The girl's parents watched the spring dinner while holding a picture of the girl as a child. This home, with no one else but the old couple, seemed cold and quiet. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. The old couple wondered, who comes to the door at this hour? When he opened the door to the room, he saw his daughter and son-in-law, holding his granddaughter, standing outside the door. You, Cece, come to grandma for a hug. Old Lou, go get the fish, mix up the dumpling filling, and make dumplings with 3 fresh fillings. The son-in-law said, Ingzi, you watch the Spring Festival Gala with Mom. I'll go to the kitchen and help Dad make dumplings. Netflix broke their defenses yet again after listening to this song. I just made a toast to my dad while listening to the song and my dad froze. And in a flash I'm all grown up. Thank you for 20 years of companionship and attachment. For every hot meal. For every phone call. If I could, I would give all I have for you to live forever. When Sam Hui returned home, he saw his mother's eyes red and asked, What's wrong, Mom? Sue's father grunted coldly. It's not because of you. Your sister called just now. And the two of them were crying their hearts out. It was only then that Senator Su remembered that Su Xian should be spending New Year's Eve without her parents for the first time. And he's also got 2 whole songs that make people break their defenses. Senator Su thought to himself, why do you have the feeling of eating melon on your own head? Sister came to the capital to settle down after she got married, so don't be too sad. You guys, Senator Su comforted. Su's mother served the dumplings to her son. Su Xian wanted to say that he had eaten, but when he saw how busy his mother was, he sat down and ate. Zhao Lao's house was also very lively at this time. Zhao Lao's 2 sons and daughters-in-law came to spend New Year's Eve with the old man. They also listened to Sam Su. Although the 2 brothers, Zhao Qigong and Zhao Qiming, were also very touched, but in order to hide their inner turmoil, the 2 brothers drank vigorously one after another. Zhao Shui's mother, Duanmu Cheng, said, Xiao Xin is a really good kid. Last year I took his song. I didn't even have time to thank him. A year has passed. Shui'er, you'll call him over some other day and treat him to a good meal. Zhao Qiming said, Sister-in-law, do you want him to be your son-in-law? Duanmu Qing smiled and said, It's not bad to have such a son-in-law. After saying that, everyone stole a glance at Zhao Lao. There was no change on Zhao Lao's face. Zhao Qigong suddenly remembered that his father had previously asked him not to interfere in his daughter's affairs. Thinking to himself, the old man wouldn't have taken a fancy to that kid, would he? As the eldest daughter of the family, especially as the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, the marriage matter was very important and elaborate. In a place like Kyoto where famous families gather, marriage is the most common thing. It was originally just a joke from Zhao Qiming, but the family's attitude didn't seem to resent it, especially Elder Zhao. Although he didn't state his support, he at least didn't oppose it. Chapter 86. The Spring Festival is over and people are starting to vote on the Spring Festival program. People are still very emotional about the 2 songs created by Sam Su. Hoof Little Sammy's song is good, but it just takes too many tears. Whoa whoa, I'm still stuck on the highway, and I owe this scene half to Little Sammy. As angry as I am that Junior was made to cry by me, I voted for Junior without argument. Netizens complained, but in the end, Su Sen's 2 songs got the most votes. Su Xian took his parents for a good turn in Kyoto these days. At the end of February, Su's father and mother returned to the Soviet Union. Su Xian's wedding is in May, and the 2 old men go back to prepare for their daughter's wedding. Sam Su has work to do, so he'll have to wait until his sister's wedding to go back. The time has just stepped into March, and Songwoo has sent out the song twice as good. Netizens saw Songwoo posting a song and ran over to watch. Ouch! Song Lao Air has released another song. I'll bet that Song Lao Air is bound to be second this month. Sit back and wait for Junior's second song. Faced with the cynicism of netizens, Songwoo is not angry, and also sent a tweet. Song Lao Air, am back again. Songwoo completely looked away and didn't care. Since you guys are always flirting with me as a dick, what's the harm in admitting it in a big way? The people in the company, who thought Songwoo's previous calmness was feigned, We're all confused after seeing his tweets. Song you think it is not enough, but also deliberately find how Jian. The two took a picture, sent to the company group inside. This time everyone was completely convinced. Netizens laughed out loud when they saw Song Yu's tweet. Ha ha ha. Song Lao Air is broken. I think it's fine. It's big and bold. Much better than some celebrities covering up. I'll give Song Lao Air 99 points for this wave of self-deprecation. And another point for fear of his pride. After all was said and done, everyone still clicked on the song at the first opportunity. Song, double the fun. Sung by Song Yu. Lyrics and music, Su Sun. The music starts and it's dynamic. Sung Woo's voice starts directly along with the music. Cool 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 cool. Hi EUO. Hi EUO. Hi EUO go UAO. That's what it feels like. It's cool. It's cool. It feels so good. It feels so good. It feels so good. Lol. Netizens were like, what the hell? The listener doesn't know what Song Woo is cool with, but it's a real pain in the ass to follow the beat. The sky is so bright. The earth is so wide. The love is so rippling. The heart is so wavy. The song is so melodious. And the music is so crazy. I'm having a good time today. With this little lyric, paired with Song Yu's debauched vocals, the listener immediately gets high. The melody of the song is like a speeding sports car whizzing through the streets of the city. Each note is like the sound of wheels scraping against the ground, stirring the blood and impulses within. This strong sense of rhythm instantly ignites the listener's body and makes one unconsciously sway to the music. They even throw their hands up in the air and shout yes, when they hear something exciting. This is what it feels like. It's cool. It's cool. I feel so good. I feel so good. Cool 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 cool. There are 5 words in the sky. It's no big deal. It's only a problem for a little while, and then it's over. Elements of great dramatic tension. A straightforward expression. A kind of unbridled joy and freedom that fills every pore. Listening to this song, it's as if all the constraints and repressions are released in this moment. It's obvious to the listener that Song Woo is singing quite high, and it's the high to let loose kind. The listener is rocking out like they're at a fun party. After the song was over, people still didn't feel like they had enough and had to hear it again. Twice. 3 times. Pay for it, then get high. The fundamental reason for the song's popularity is that it fits the psychological needs of young people nowadays who are under pressure from work and life. In the fast-paced, high-intensity modern life, everyone longs for a release and catharsis. With its light-hearted melody and straightforward lyrics, the song Twice as Cool provides an outlet for people to vent their stress. The mood of joy and freedom conveyed by the songs is exactly what modern people are looking for. When Song Yu sings cool, cool, cool in his infectious voice, it sounds like he's urging people to let go of their burdens, sway to the music, and enjoy the fun. Sung Woo sings about getting high. Everybody listen to high. The song comments section. Even more high. I just listened to this song while I was pooping and I did a Thomas full spin right on the toilet. Listening to this song, maneuvering my hero, and getting 5 kills straight away. Awesome. Just now with a young lady to open the room. She asked me what I feel. I said, is this feel times more cool? When I fell out of love. My friends asked me why I stopped crying. And I said, there are 5 words floating in the sky. And that's not a problem. Finally, I know why Song Lao Air dares to be so self-deprecating. Because taking second is no big deal at all. The song, instantly, exploded. All the major gyms and entertainment venues are playing this song. Especially in the Northeast. Everyone has to come back to the song Beyond the Border when they finish Xiao Bai Nianer. Some people have even said that after listening to Where Has the Time Gone, they don't feel so bad when they listen to Twice as Good again. Song Yu's Hot Pot Restaurant. Those shopkeepers only recently realized that their boss was Song Yu. Seeing that the boss had posted a new song, these store managers put their heads together and went straight to the event. So, the internet has seen the clerk of a hot pot restaurant, blasting the music of Be More Cool and dancing with passion. These dances weren't haphazard. They were choreographed by a professional dance teacher that Hao Jian had found. The store manager was seen wearing a well-tailored suit and holding a calculator. The chef, on the other hand, wears neat overalls and holds a long-handled spoon. The two stood side by side at the front of the line. The rest of the employees were also neatly dressed in overalls and arranged after them. As the music of Be More Cool started, all the staff began to dance rhythmically. When the song reaches the rousing sharp 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 sharp, the store manager raises the calculator in his hand. The chef swings the spoon into the air, and the staff, bare-handed and empty-fisted, dislike the air 3 times to the rhythm. The scene was as joyous as it could be. Daewoo Hot Pot Restaurant also has an event where anyone who retweets the video of their store jumping to the double your money is given a 20% discount on their purchases. It's going on at all the branches. There was even a rivalry between branches and outlets. Hao Jian discussed with Song Yu and simply made a ranking. There are also prizes. and for the outlet with the number 1 spot, the year-end bonus is doubled. This has galvanized the individual outlets even more. Eaters and watchers who think it's fun to get a discount at the same time are sure to participate. For a time, Songyu's Daewoo Hot Pot restaurant, completely fire out of the circle. Not to mention the business of the hot pot restaurant doubled. Songyu's song also became a big hit. You may not know about Songwoo, but you have to know about Beyond the Bone because there's a real discount on hot pot. The caterer was confused. The entertainment industry is also confused. Chapter 87, 10 Years of Love Unasked For. One song of great pleasure known to the whole world. Songyu's hot pot restaurant is on fire. And Twice as Good is on fire. Both are on fire. Songyu was not expecting such an outcome. Not to mention the beneficiary Songyu. This wave of operation. The restaurant industry giants look confused. They have thought of all kinds of marketing means. Spend money on promotions. Please star endorsement. What means have been used? The effect is there. But compared to Daewoo Hot Pot Restaurant, it's a complete washout. The entertainment industry was even more confused. They never dreamed that it could be played like this. Samsoo also surpassed 30 million followers because of the song's popularity. At first, after Beyond the Bone caught fire, everyone wondered what kind of person could create such a dynamic piece of work. So, along with that, Samsoo's fans went up a notch. In fact, after releasing Where Has the Time Gone in the Chinese New Year, Samsoo has reached 30 songs, but the system's rewards were slow to come. Sushin thought that there was something wrong with the system, but after checking, he realized that his fans were still close. Taking advantage of Songyu's wave of traffic, Sushin's fans also exceeded 30 million. It's finally done. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The number of fans exceeds 30 million, and more than 30 songs have been released. Rewards are being distributed. Hearing the system's voice, Samsoo felt that it was simply the most wonderful good news. Mission reward, host life expectancy plus 1 year. Upon inspection, host body has recovered 60%. Mission release, please ask the host to release 40 songs and make the number of fans exceed 40 million. Unfinished mission, please host. Within 1 year, create a king of song and a queen of song. Sushin froze, not realizing that he had recovered 60% of his body. It made him excited. That means I'm 100% cured of this disease. I'm really looking forward to what kind of rewards the system will give after I'm healed. For the system's rewards, Senator Su appeared to be in a rather happy mood. On this day, Samsoo's assistant told him that the Blueberry Channel's program team wanted to invite him to participate in a program. Samsoo instinctively tried to refuse, but the assistant said, "They want to ask you to be a judge." Being a judge? Yes. I heard that Elder Lu will also be present as a judge this time. Senator Su knew that the Elder Lu the assistant was talking about was Lu Qingfeng. The last time he was releasing Rakshasa Sea City, Elder Lu had even stood up and spoken out for him. Moreover, Lu Qingfeng was Lu Xiaorui's grandfather. Senator Su couldn't figure out how he could possibly sit on an equal footing with him in his current position. In fact, the Blueberry Channel's program team had started out just wanting to invite Samsoo to the competition, but when it came to choosing the judges, Lu Qingfeng suggested that Samsoo be allowed to come. Lu Lao's suggestion is still something the program team should consider carefully. That's why Samsoo was invited to be a judge. Of course Samsoo didn't know what was going on here, and just assumed that the program was trying to lend its name. The assistant continued, "I heard that the Blueberry Channel is hosting a masked talent show this time." Masked draft? Yes. It's where 6 singers are invited on stage for each episode, and the loser will unmask themselves and show their true identities, while the winner keeps their masks and continues to stay on stage in an anonymous manner. Samsoo thought to himself, isn't this the King of Masked Singers? Samhui thought of the scene in his last life when he participated in the King of Masked Singer. However, at that time he participated as a singer. It's quite nostalgic now that I think about it. The assistant saw Samhui frozen and shouted, "Brother Sam, San." Senator Su came out of his memories and said, "You tell the program to contact me directly." Soon after, Samsoo received a call from Blueberry TV. "May I ask if this is Mr. Su? I'm Ji Onping, the director of Blueberry Channel's Masked Singer program." "Hello Director Ji, I'm Senator Su. It's like this, we're organizing a music program and we'd like you to come over and be a judge." "Director Ji, can I not be a judge and join your program as a singer?" Ji Onping froze when he heard Senator Su say this. He didn't expect Senator Su to actually make such a request, but he had to know that it was something he couldn't wait for. Originally, he was a bit of an opinionated person when Su Sin was a judge, but since Lu Lao insisted, he could only comply. Because this program can be organized, Lu Lao has a lot of credit. It is impossible to make Lu Lao unhappy for this small matter. But what Ji Onping wished for the most was for Sam Hui to participate in the program as a singer. He could know that Sushin had not participated in any programs or commercials since his debut. The only time I've appeared as a public figure was that time in the Soo Ventures. That was the one that ushered in a boom in tourism in the Soo. If Samhui was able to participate in their program as a singer, it would be a splash of riches for the program team, and even the station. Ji Onping said excitedly, "Really? Mr. Soo is really willing to participate as a singer? Aha! For Sam Soo, he was trying to complete the system's mission as soon as possible. Participating in this program allows you to release songs in name only. The time now is March, and the Masked Singer show takes place in April. Senator Soo calculated that if things went well, he would be able to go directly from Zhejiang province directly to Suzhou province to attend his sister's wedding at that time. Time quickly reached the end of March, and to everyone's surprise, Song Yu's Twice As Good was actually number one. Song Yu was confused. Hao Jian was confused. The flashy people were confused. The netizens were even more confused. Someone posted online asking, "What's the deal? How did Song Lauer come in first? Holy, I was so focused on getting high. I forgot about this. I was giving him a crazy wave of publicity for the 20% off rolls. Hahaha, actually, it's not bad for Song Lauer to take first place. I still quite like him. Although there were still a lot of trolls, it was already an irrevocable fact that Song Yu took first place. That's when everyone suddenly focuses on the second place finishers. This look made everyone laugh, only to see that in second place was Fei Xian from Star River Entertainment, the same guy who tweeted last month lamenting that he hadn't been second in a while. It was like everyone had found a new terrain and came over to flirt. The second will handover ceremony has officially begun, and I would like to invite Elder Song to transfer the title of Elder to Elder Fei. Fei's penis has successfully taken over the baton, and the will of the penis will never fall. I hope the undercarriage warrior will keep up the good work and give out nicknames, so don't come and steal them. Fei Xian, who had gotten the second position, should have been happy, but how was it that there was a very twisted feeling lingering in his heart? Song Yu was also happy to finally get the first place that he had been longing for. Although he said he had let go of his first place obsession, he was inevitably still excited to get his hands on it. It's like a licking dog that suddenly wakes up and doesn't want to lick anymore. But this is when the goddess strips down to a nice room and asks you to lick it. Are you high or not? For a situation like this, the highs and lows have to be a whole 2 bites. Chapter 88. Please show your sincerity. Song Yu took first place, and the one who was most excited had to be Hao Jian. This time, he finally got rid of the title of poisonous milk. Some people say that it's Song Yu and Hao Jian who have gotten negative. But anyway, Song Yu took first place. The time soon came to April, and Senator Su arranged the company's affairs and left for Zhejiang province. There are people inside the company who know that Su Shen's sister is getting married, and they all think that Su Shen is going to make preparations for her sister's wedding in advance. Except for Su Sen's assistant who knew a little bit about the situation. The rest of the people didn't know that Su Sen had gone to Hunan province to participate in the Masked Singer program organized by Blueberry Channel. People didn't ask, and Sam Su didn't explain. Arriving at Blueberry TV, Senator Su didn't go straight to the program. Instead, they went to the hotel that the show had arranged for them. Arriving at the hotel, director Ji Onping brought costume props to Sam Su. The costume was designed by Su Shen himself and the program team made it according to Su Shen's request. Su Shen's attire, which may seem inexplicable to the Bluesterians, is Doraemon, the blue fat man who was a household name on Earth. The reason why I chose Doraemon. First of all, Sam Su is very fond of Fatty Blue. Secondly, Senator Su thought that if he could get more permissions from the system in the future, he might put this mascot on the screen someday. Mr. Su, this is where you'll be staying. This hotel, from the 20th floor to the 30th floor, has been rented by our program group to supply the participating singers with a place to live. Don't worry about living here. It won't expose any of your whereabouts. Besides, if you have any needs, you can look for Xiao Bei, Ji Onping said, pointing to the girl next to him. Hello, brother Sam, I'm Bei. I'll be your personal assistant for the time being. The girl appeared competent, except that the Sans called him a little off guard. The show, in fact, has a strict non-disclosure agreement for the singers and staff who participate. A lot of work can be done to keep identities secret. Blueberry Terrace is still very experienced in this area, but the more you do, the more you spark interest. So, this program is getting a lot of buzz even before it starts. This show is full of anticipation. I'm so excited to see my favorite singers on stage. I read the rules. It's the singer wearing a mask and singing, so unless the voice is very recognizable, it's not really easy to guess which singer is performing on stage. That's what makes it fun. People are no longer looking at the face value, but focusing on the song itself and the singer's vocals. This program is one of those that caught fire before it was aired, and just looking at the rules of the competition made countless people have a collective orgasm. In particular, The netizens are simply filled with anticipation as they think about the moment of the reveal. That incredible scene. One can only imagine the firestorm that would have ensued if the show had aired. People are also curious about the contestants who will be on the stage in the first installment and are making guesses. It's not unheard of for a show to catch fire before it airs, but Masked Singer is the first of its kind to catch fire to this extent without airing. It's safe to say that the show whetted everyone's appetite. Everyone was looking forward to the show starting soon. Samsoo came half a month early, and not all contestants on the program need to arrive so early. It was mainly because Elder Lu wanted to communicate with him in advance. One more thing. There's been no finalization about the promotional songs for this show. While a few songs were shortlisted, they were not finalized. The program group had saved a little bit of heart by inviting Samsoo over. Inside the conference room, the crowd first listened to a song composed by Lu Qingfeng. After hearing this, everyone looked at Senator Su. Senator Su was unsure, and originally it was not very proper for him to attend such a meeting. It was always weird to have the crowd's eyes on him again at this moment. Lu Qingfeng talked a lot with Su Xin in the past 2 days, and the more he talked, the more he realized that Su Xin was not simple. The fact that Su Xin could sit here was because Lu Qingfeng really appreciated Su Xin. And secondly, it was a deliberate arrangement by the program team. Lu Qingfeng asked, "Little friend Su, how is this song?" To be honest, Samsoo did feel awesome when he heard the song. It's just that if it's used as a promotional song for a music program, it's a bit of a curveball. Senator Su organized his words and said, "The sound of strings rhymes like a god, and the high mountains and flowing water are looking for a soulmate." Senator Su didn't dare to talk nonsense when he couldn't figure out the situation. So a poem based on the allusion to Boya and Ziki. The hidden meaning is that the piece is elegant and it takes someone who really knows how to appreciate its beauty. Lu Qingfeng laughed, "Ha ha, little friend Su is flattered. This song is indeed inappropriate to be placed here. Let's listen to the following." Lu Qingfeng directly and straightforwardly translated what Senator Su meant. After listening to a few more songs, the crowd turned their attention back to Senator Su. This time, Senator Su pretended to be invisible. Without waiting for the crowd to say anything, Lu Qingfeng vetoed them all. Top quality. Not for this show. The songs were so cheesy that even the show's crew shook their heads. Not to mention Elder Lu. Everyone was getting a little annoyed and listening to the song made their chests a little tight and short of breath. Having said that, the show is still half a month away from going live, so just get it done before it goes live. But at this rate, it's really not going to be easy to find the right song. Director Ji Anping said, "Lu Lao, why don't we just use your song?" Lu Qingfeng denied. "No, this song I took out was originally intended to attract some of the old guys in the circle to make a move, and they can see that it's not suitable for a program like this. So if I choose this song, wouldn't that mean I'm teasing them? But there's no suitable tune till now. The program doesn't wait for anyone." Apparently, Ji Anping was a bit anxious, but to Samsoo, how could it look so fake? Senator Su was a bit speechless. Originally he was still wondering why Elder Lu's song had to be critiqued by him, an outsider. First, listening to what Elder Lu had just said, and the program's perverse behavior, how did it feel like they were here to fish? The crowd looked at Samsoo again. When director Ji Anping said, "Brother Su, are you interested in participating in this creation? As a favor to us." By this point, Su Xin had realized that they had been playing with their own ideas from the very beginning. In fact, the program team let Samsoo into the conference room and did want to ask Samsoo to take a shot at creating a song for the Masked Singer program, but he was afraid that Su Xin would not take the move, and even if he did, he was afraid that it would be perfunctory. That's why they let Samsoo listen to so many songs and asked him to critique them. The idea is to get Su Sam involved first, then set the standard for the song, and the rest is for Su Sam to create it within the framework. But Senator Su wasn't stupid, and had long since seen this little thought of the program's team. Lu Qingfeng was even more clear-minded and realized the bends and turns of the program team. That's why, when Ji Anping spoke up about adopting his song, he spilled the beans on what led up to the song's appearance. The meaning is also obvious. I, Lu Qingfeng, am not with them. Senator Su still had a good feeling about Lu Qingfeng, and the two of them talked a lot in the past 2 days. From Lu Qingfeng's mouth, Samsoo gained a deeper understanding of Blue Star's music. At the same time, one could not help but admire Lu Qingfeng's profound knowledge. Senator Su knew that he was just a hangdog, while Lu Qingfeng had real talent. At this moment, Ji Anping brought the topic onto him. So naturally, Su Sen would not take it. "I'll forget about it. So many bigwigs are involved. It's better for me, a junior, to stay out of it." Hearing Su Sen say this, director Ji Anping obviously had a bit of a bad look on his face. Su Sen pondered in his heart. If you want someone to do something, show enough sincerity. Play these small smarts. Really think I'm a workplace whites. You guys lay down a set and I'll drill into it. Chapter 89, Dreaming of a Blue Sky. After the meeting, Ji Onping found Lu Lao. Elder Lu, what can we do? That kid won't take the bait. Lu Qingfeng snorted coldly. If you want people to do something, show some sincerity. Do you really think that you can make people obediently work for you by playing some tricks? Ji Onping was rendered speechless. His initial intention was simple, to cuddle. That's the one thing that's been tried and true with some of the younger guys. In fact, the program is not trying to whore itself out. It just wants to take the initiative in its own hands so that it has a better chance of negotiating. Nah, Su Sam wasn't stupid. It can really be said that you have your Zhang Liang plan and I have my ladder over the wall. There was no other way. Ji Onping could only take the contract and go to see Senator Su. This time, he was much more honest. Brother Su, I'll be straight with you if I have something to say. This time we really have no choice. You've heard it. Those tunes don't go well with this program. Please help my old brother. Don't worry. The sincerity is absolutely on point. Saying that, Ji Onping even took out the contract. It's just that in terms of the amount, it's blank. Su Shen pondered for a moment and said, Director Ji, I can compose the song, but I want to collaborate in a different way. Ji Onping was puzzled, completely unsure of what drug Su Shen was selling in his gourd. Dude, what do you mean? With songs, as an investment? Hearing Su Shen say this, Ji Onping was taken aback. He didn't expect Senator Su to actually make such a request. He's run more than 1 or 2 shows, but he's never seen any artist dare to make such a request. Su Shen didn't think about the investment at first, but the program team wanted to play tricks to pin him down, so he naturally had to return the favor. Besides, Samsu knew for sure that this program was bound to be a hit. Keep in mind that on Earth, the King of Masked Singer made over $1.2 billion. It would definitely pay much more to be involved in a program like this than to get paid for the songs alone. Senator Su said, Of course, Director G, if my song, you're not satisfied with it, let's just say I didn't say that. With that, Senator Su handed over the lyrics. Ji Onping received the lyrics and had mixed feelings in his heart, but he couldn't make a decision on such a thing, and could only bring the song and the meaning of Senator Su back for discussion. Senator Su wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was impossible to settle on a program director alone for something like this. Ji Onping returned to the office before he looked seriously at Samsu's lyrics. The dreaming sky is separately blue. That's right. The song that Samsu took out was the very song that was written by Lin Shi, composed by Guo Wei Liang, and sung by Eason Chan. The song is also the China Blue Station song of Zhejiang Satellite TV. In the early stages of its creation, Lindsay had named the station song Believe So See. However, the director of Zhejiang Satellite TV, Mr. Xia Chenan, believes that the title of the song should incorporate the core elements of Zhejiang Satellite TV, such as Dream and China Blue. Therefore, at the end of July 2012, Xia Chenan launched a campaign via Weibo to collect the titles of Taiwanese songs. During this event, a netizen with the name @WangZioYellowVimum suggested the title of the song Dreaming Sky is Extra Blue. Xia Chenan appreciated this, saying that the name aptly expresses the warm, inspirational and romantic atmosphere of Zhejiang TV, just as the blue sky is more romantic because of the dream. That's why the title of the song, Dreaming Skies Are Separately Blue, came about. When the crew of the show watched the song, they all had a constipated look on their faces. It's not that there's anything wrong with the song, quite the contrary. It's too good, warm, dreamy, and inspirational. This song has it all. More to the point, the song also fits in particularly well with the Blueberry Terrace Wahoo Blue concept. It's simply a joy to look at. However, when they thought about the conditions offered by Senator Su, they had a hard time accepting them. That's why the look of constipation. In the end, after the program's discussion, Samhui was promised a 3% share. However, the program also put forward a new condition, the song, sung by Su Sin. In addition, when participating in the Masked Singer program, Su Sin has to come up with no less than 3 original songs. Senator Su had no problem with this. After all, Samsu just wasn't going to sing songs that had already been released. The song was recorded quickly. The showrunners intend to release the song when the show officially airs. But seeing such a great song, and the influence of Samsu, they decided to send the song out right away. This will build a wave of momentum for the show ahead of time. In response, Blueberry Channel's official Twitter account was updated with a tweet. The brand new music program Masked Singer is about to rock the stage. Innovative and unique rules and singers with mysterious identities will all make stunning appearances on the program. Viewers are cordially invited to lock the channel and witness this feast of music. At the same time, in order to thank you for your eager anticipation, we would like to present the theme song Dream Sky is Extra Blue, so that you can enjoy the unique atmosphere of the program in advance. The attention span of this show is high in itself, And when you mess with it like this, it instantly ignites everyone's enthusiasm. Wow, the Blueberry channel is full of sincerity. Look, it's still Little Sam's song. For that, the show is mine to follow. People click on the songs. Along with the melody, Samsu's voice came out. One day at a time. I miss it, but I'm experiencing it. I just said goodbye. And then I said goodbye. A piece of the story. Looking back, moving forward, there's always a picture of me in someone else's plot. The opening melody gives it a wide open feel. As life flows on from day to day, it is inevitable that we will have regrets in some moments. Those opportunities that we failed to grasp, those hours that slipped through our fingers, all seem to speak silently of our negligence and inadequacy. But life moves forward, and we should also move forward and commit wholeheartedly to each day that follows. The song continues. If you have a heart, you can see. From the white clouds to the unchanging blue sky. From the storm to the beginning of the dream. The color of the sea and the sky. It's as bright as a dream. You can see it with your heart. Seeing tomorrow through the faces of strangers. From familiar classics to new ones. It's more than a cloud of smoke. Where there's a dream, there's a sky. Believe and you will see. A dream, for many people, seems to be an inaccessible illusion, or simply a deep-rooted vision. However, the truth is that dreams are not really that far-fetched as long as we hold them firmly in our hearts and persistently strive for them. Only with the eyes of the heart can we glimpse the sky that belongs to our dreams. Only by giving our best can we spread our wings and fly to that land of dreams. Only with genuine commitment can we truly have that vast and boundless sky of dreams. Everyone listened attentively. Beautiful and infectious tune. Inspirational and healing. In fact, the song also boasts a Cantonese version titled Finish. The Mandarin and Cantonese versions give a very different feel. The former conveys a calming healing aura, like warm sunshine pouring down on the heart. The latter, on the other hand, reveals a quiet desperation, as if it were a lonely contemplation in the dead of night. A song full of positive energy for people to sing in front of. One is a shadow behind the light that can only be savored alone. The end is the end of trying to do your best and not getting anywhere. Samsu wasn't going to get the song out, and if he did, he probably would have Blueberry Channel coming after him. Chapter 90 Program Lineup. After the song was played, there was a deep feeling of healing. In fact, it's not often that a song is so inspiring at Blue Star. People nowadays, smiling on the surface, are actually quite stressed. In this fast-paced, demanding society, people are eager to find ways to relax and be inspired to move forward. That song, Be More Cool, with its light-hearted melody, makes people feel the beauty of life and find the feeling of joy in it. And dreaming of a particularly blue sky conveys more encouragement and strength. This power inspires people to go forward, chase their dreams and defy the odds. People listened and left their feelings. I'm in my senior year of high school now, 55 days away from the college entrance exams. I stay up until 1 o'clock every day, sleep only 5 or 6 hours a day, homework papers by the bucket load, and I hope that through the storm, I can really see the blue sky. I don't really want to go to graduate school. I'm just trying to avoid employment. Thanks a lot for this song. I'll try to fit in. The business has failed. There's nothing left. I'm standing on the rooftop, listening to this song. Thank you. Really thank you. I'll live on. The comments section of this song is full of people talking about their past, present and future. The netizens are also particularly interactive. Almost every experience is followed by comments from others. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. As always in life, whenever you feel abandoned, there is always a warm hand reaching out to you, lighting a fire of hope and inspiring you to keep going. It's a song that goes to everyone's heart, so to speak. Again, through this song, the masked singer is becoming more and more known. The more we all look forward to the start of the program, Senator Su took advantage of the time he had to call Su Xian. Hello, bastard. What took you so long to call me? In the face of his sister's questioning, Senator Su could only snicker. Isn't it because I'm afraid you're too busy with the wedding to care about me? Come on. Mom's in charge of the wedding. I'm just in charge of looking pretty. I thought you'd be afraid of marriage, but I didn't think you'd enjoy it so much. Cut the crap. You need to hurry up too. Mom's been talking about you for the past 2 days. It's not even you that's irritating. Su Xian pretended to be angry. Are you itching? Do you think I shouldn't get married so early? Injustice. You can't say that. I'm still anxious to become an uncle. I'm counting on you to know what you're doing. By the way, when are you planning to come back? I'll be back 2 days early. What kind of gift do you want? Sis? I want a sister-in-law. Can you bring her back? Senator Su was filled with black lines. Say something practical. I don't lack anything, but I'm not really satisfied with the wedding song. Why don't you give my old sister a whole song? Hearing this proposal from Su Xian, Senator Su immediately agreed. Arrange it. I'll make sure you're satisfied. It's finally time for The Masked Singer to begin. The first installment featured 6 guests. The show also posted photos of the 6 wearing masks for people to guess. That's part of the fun of this show. The showrunner also thoughtfully hinted, there are song kings and queens in here. This time, the netizens were more interested. Before a single line of the song had been sung, the guessing of the blind box began. I think Black Swan should be a woman. Nonsense. She's wearing a dress. Can she not be female? I guess the Monkey King is a handsome man. With those long legs, anyone with eyes can tell he's handsome. In addition, the show has announced the lineup of 4 judges. First place, Lu Qingfeng. Second, Feng Hanin. Third, Xiang Xing. Fourth, Chu Ling. Netizens were directly stunned when they saw the lineup. These guys, at the moment, can be the quad dies of quad dies. More to the point, they are not part of any entertainment company and are all independent musicians. Netizens watched it and called it awesome. This is not a backdoor opportunity at all. Just with this lineup of judges, this show is absolutely fair and impartial. Think about the music programs before. What kind of they hired? Look at this. Other programs in the future to learn more. It's not just the viewers who are paying attention to the show, but those in the biz are watching it as well. There are major entertainment companies with song daddies. There are the top big directors in the movie and TV industry. There are vocal kings and queens of song. All are watching the show closely. Inside Wakai Entertainment, Song Yu said, what do you think would have been the situation if San had participated in a program like this? Lu Xiaorui said, that goes without saying, an absolute wild card. Sung Woo asked again, what do you think would happen if I participated in a program like this? Lu Xiaorui looked at Song Yu from top to bottom, then said with disgust, then there's no need to ask. Absolutely killed. I've at least taken first place. Are you so down on me? That first place of yours has nothing to do with your singing ability. It's entirely due to the comedic attribute bonus. What I am. Did I expose your scars and get pissed off? Lazy to be general with you, for a woman with a small man is hard to raise. At this moment, Hao Jian interjected. Brother San wouldn't really go to the program. Would he? Impossible. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui said in unison. Why? Song Yu said. San is going back to attend his sister's wedding. How could he possibly have time to go on a program like this? You can't go so early for a wedding. Didn't San compose a song for the program a few days ago? Maybe San is on the show right now. Hearing Hao Jian say this, Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui looked at each other. Sung Woo said, or, Lu Xiaorui responded, yes. The pair's repartee made Hao Jian and the others look at each other in disbelief. Song Yu said to Hao Jian, help me contact the Masked Singer crew. I want to participate in the next installment. Lu Xiaorui similarly said to her assistant, I want to participate too, and by the way, help me get a cooler costume. Fei Xian, of Starlight Entertainment, also made arrangements with his assistant to attend the program. Fei Xian now somewhat understood how Song Yu had felt in the beginning. Since he took a second last month, he's posted another song this month. At the beginning of the month, his song was still at number 1, but with the release of Samsu's song Dream Sky is Extra Blue, he's second again. At first, he was complacent, thinking he was making progress again, but his tweets were almost flooded with Ferris Bueller's Day Off epithets. It always felt awkward to hear that title. He hadn't had a girlfriend yet, and it always felt like it would affect his feelings when he was called Faye's penis like that. That's why he's thinking of joining this much talked about show in a bid to get people to give him a different title. Artists from other companies, too, had the idea of competing, because the heat from this show is just too much. Especially when Samsu's song came out, it really made you feel the urge to jump on the bandwagon. Chapter 91 Doraemon. The showrunners of The Masked Singer never dreamed that so many celebrities would come forward to join. The first installment was still the show shaking people all over the place. Now, it's so sudden that so many people are flocking to the show before it even starts. And at that moment, Ji Yanping's phone rang non-stop. Just after hanging up one phone call, another one came. Director Ji, our King Lu Song wants to be on your program. That's going to be 3 installments later. They're all booked up now. Director Ji Yanping exclaimed, it's money well spent. In fact, there are a lot of people who want to come and participate in a wave of singing alone. But it can't be all about the king and queen of the song. There has to be some opportunities for the first and second tier singers so that the program will be interesting to watch. If it's all singer-songwriters, the reveal will be aesthetically fatiguing for the audience. It's only easier to climax the audience with a big name every now and then. Ji Yanping was still excited to be faced with such a spectacle. However, as more and more star performers came to him, he began to worry. There is a lot to be said for which one to reject and which one to accept. For this reason, the show has also set up a temporary team dedicated to screening artists. The first installment of The Masked Singer has officially begun. the moderator is on stage to publicize the rules. In order to reflect the authenticity of the program, this program is broadcast live. In each episode, there are 6 contestant singers, and after the singers have finished singing, they will be scored by the 500 audience members, the 50 music industry judges, and the 4 judges. Each audience member holds 1 vote, each professional judge has 2 votes, and each judge holds the power to cast 100 votes, making the entire competition a full 1,000 votes. It would seem that the votes held by the 4 judges are almost decisive. The program has also taken this into consideration, so it has limited the rights of the judges. The 100 votes of the judges, using a cumulative system, shall not exceed a total of 100 votes per issue, and the audience and the jury enjoy the right to vote in each round. This works out that the audience has the right to vote in each round of singing, and after 6 rounds of singing, the total number of votes from the audience actually equals 6. And for each member of the jury, since they are entitled to 2 votes per round, after 6 rounds of singing, their total votes accumulate to 12. Audience and jury votes cannot be distributed. The judges, on the other hand, have relative flexibility in the allocation of votes. They can choose to give all 100 votes in their hands to a particular contestant or distribute the votes among multiple singers according to their judgment and preference, as long as they make sure that the total number of votes cast does not exceed 100. This ensures that the scoring is fair and professional, so that each singer's singing can be fully and accurately evaluated. The program gives each singer a personal assistant. This would be the assistants of the 6 singers, explaining the rules to the singers in their respective charge. Each episode of the program will eliminate 1 singer with the lowest number of votes based on the voting results, and at the same time there will be 1 singer who will go into a pending status, while the remaining 4 singers will be promoted without any problems. The eliminated singers will need to reveal their faces and show their true identities, while the pending singers will remain mysterious for the time being and will not need to reveal their faces. The pending singers will have the opportunity to participate in future resurrections in a bid to get back into the competition. The crowd nodded in knowledge. Bottom of the barrel elimination. There's no doubt about that. It's the rule in almost all tournaments. It's the same rule. The penultimate singer will have the chance to participate in the resurrection round, which is still a very humanized setup. There are some strong singers who occasionally misplay, and this gives them a chance to return to the stage. The assistants also explained. In addition, the show will not interfere with the singer's song selection, and when it comes to the copyright of the song during the competition, the show will help to contact the song owner to authorize the song. This was something that Senator Sue was aware of, because 2 days ago, he was contacted about the rights to his songs. In this way, Samsu kind of knew in advance that there were people who sang his songs inside the current singer. Seemingly, this is a minor bug. Each player was placed inside a separate room. At this point, Bae, Samsu's assistant, said, "Now draw lots to choose the order of appearance. Do you need to draw them yourself, or should I do it? You go smoke it." Bae drew the sign back instead of Samsu, but she didn't dare to look at it. Bae asked Samsu, "How many times do you want to be the first one out?" "Whatever." Samsu felt it didn't matter. The first appearance was the same. When Bae opened the number in the order of appearance, it clearly read no. 1 inch. Bev said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, I had a bad hand. It's nothing. It's nice to be the first one up and not have to worry about the pressure from the singers in front of us." Director Ji Amping took the walkie-talkie and instructed, "Lighting attention. Soon the first contestant will be on stage. Cameraman, pay attention to the camera. Sound team, pay attention. The host, get ready for the introduction." At this point, the host, Xiao Hua, said, "Abandon your obsession with popularity. Forget your preconceptions about face value, and break your inherent perceptions of your profession. And let's unveil the purest and most genuine singing duel of this era. Please welcome the first contestant of the first installment of Masked Singer, Doraemon, to the stage." The stage erupted in applause. The viewers watching the live stream were even more excited, and the pop-ups didn't stop. Coming. This cat's big head is so cute too. So cute. The first ones out of the gate are cannon fodder. I think this one called Doraemon should be the first to be eliminated in this installment. That's not necessarily true. It's also possible that the first one out of the gate is the strongest. I'm very optimistic about this cat. If you want to say where people are the most excited, it would have to be inside the major colleges and universities. Come, the handicap has been opened. Hurry up and place your bets. I fixed. Let's wait and see. I'm betting 2 packs of chili fries. I'm betting on that cat being eliminated. An autograph of King Lu Song. I press Doraemon to advance. The students in the school have already started placing their bets with real action. Samsu came on stage wearing a Doraemon headgear. Being the first on stage, the host lingered on stage for a while. "May I ask, Doraemon, is there a moral to this look and name? Senator Sue spoke into the microphone, and a processed mechanical voice came out. Dora comes from the word wildcat, which means freedom and unrestrained. While a dream symbolizes children's dreams and hopes, Doraemon not only represents childishness, happiness, carefree, beauty, ideals and purity, but is also the guardian of children's hearts, guarding their dreams and hopes. In addition, he has other names. Oh, what is it then? People can call it Robot Cat or Fatty Blue. Everyone burst out laughing at this statement. I was impressed with the introductions in the front, but I just couldn't hold back the blue fat guy line in the back. You don't say. That's a pretty graphic name. Robot Cat, Blue Fatso. Sounds like a story. Chapter 92, Running. The stage is reserved for Sam Sue. That's when the information about the song appears on the big screen. Song, Run. Singer, Doraemon. Lyrics by Pandora. Netizens saw the message and tried to remember their own song libraries. Is this an old song? Why haven't I heard it before? Pandora? What level of music is that? This can't be a new song. Sam Hui didn't use his own name here. Otherwise that would be too easy to guess. So, he changed the lyricist straight to Pandora. It's like a magic box that can't be opened easily. The entertainment industry is also confused, because neither the music producer nor the singer remembered this number in their minds. The song Run, On Earth, is a song with lyrics and music by Yu Chuan and Huang Zhang, arranged by Hu Haiquan and performed by Yu Chuan and Huang Zhang. The song also became the theme song for the 2003 CBA. Sam Sue bringing this song out is definitely weighty enough. The melody rang out, and moments later, Su Shen's song was sung, 70 miles an hour. The mood is free. I hope it ends at the AGNC. Run with all your might and dream on the other side. The singers who participated in this episode of The Masked Singer were glad they didn't draw number 1 in the lottery, because the promo song Dreaming Skies Are Particularly Blue from the other day was so strong. The first one out of the gate. Listeners will inevitably compare that song. That's certainly not taking advantage of the situation. But now it seems how the first guy out of the gate he catches. And, listening to the melody and the beginning lyrics, it makes everyone feel that it's not at all inferior to the song The Dream Sky Is Particularly Blue. The singers in the back have been cursing in their hearts, asterisk 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 asterisk. This still gives no one a way to live. The cameraman's camera cuts to the waiting singers, whose expressions, if they didn't have masks on their heads, would have been wonderful. The song continues. We want to roam the world. Look at the miracle that's just around the corner. Waiting for the sunset to color the sky red. Shoulder to shoulder. Make a wish. The beat is brisk. The rhymes are harmonized. And the lyrics are powerful. The audience was high. The singers were speechless. Inside the lounge, Cactus looks at the number 2 sign in his hand and is deep in thought. The song comes to the chorus. Running with the wind. Freedom is the way. Chasing the power of thunder and lightning. I've got the vastness of the ocean in my chest. Even the smallest sail can sail far. Fly with the wind and have your dreams as your wings. Dare to love. Dare to be brave. Even in the face of the greatest risks and the greatest waves, there will also be a silent gaze. Solid hammer. This is a song that is not at all inferior in quality to the one from the other day. Dreaming skies are particularly blue. There was speculation about the identity of Doraemon. This can't be Junior. Junior usually sings his own songs. He hasn't sung anyone else's. And the song's lyricist is Pandora. So it can't very well be Junior. So could Pandora be a junior? It's possible, but not certain. What do you guys say? If this teacher, Mr. Pan, is compared to little Samuel, which one is more powerful? This is the only piece Mr. Pan has at the moment, but looking at the quality it definitely belongs to the top. The heads of the major entertainment companies, after listening to the song, arranged with their men, make sure you find this one called Pandora, and that Doraemon on the stage. Find out her identity as well. Obviously, the major entertainment companies, this is the rhythm to steal people. Ji Onping's phone was all over the place, and they were all calls from people with a reputation in the entertainment industry, asking for information about Doraemon and Pandora. This made Ji Onping annoyed to no end. As long as there was a call coming in from behind, without waiting for the other party to open his mouth, he directly replied, I don't know. Don't ask. If you want to look for someone to find your own way to go, hang up the phone directly after saying that. Ji Onping muttered to himself, a bunch of 2BS. How desperate you are now. How clueless you'll be when it's revealed. Thinking of this, Ji Onping actually looked forward to the scene when Sam Sue was revealed. The rest of the show's crew didn't fare much better, getting all sorts of calls to extract information, but they all signed a non-disclosure agreement, so if the singer's identity leaked out, they wouldn't have to hang around in the future. Therefore, no matter how much the other party pressed the issue, these people still had great professional ethics and refused all of them. Besides, There were not many people who knew the identity of Senator Su, and if this was leaked out, no one would be able to get away with it. It's the turn of the expert critique session. First to speak was Fong Hanin. This song has a smooth and infectious tune, with a beautiful melodic line that is engaging and able to penetrate into the heart of the people, a richly layered arrangement, and a well-matched instrumentation, making it a rare masterpiece. Obviously, Feng Hanin gave it high marks from a compositional point of view. Xiang Xing said, "Just now, Mr. Feng analyzed the song from the perspective of composition. Then I'll talk about the words of the song. The song is both concise and clear, but also philosophical, and even more rare is that the whole song is very positive, full of positive energy, and very encouraging, and the previous song, Dreaming of the Sky Beyond the Blue, and the same thing." Xu Ling took the microphone and said, "Just now both teachers were commenting on the excellence of this song, but this is a singing competition, so let's return to the rules of the competition for our comments." A quote from Quinn brought everyone back to the game. Doraemon's singing skill is definitely considered to be the first-class level of the entertainment industry, but from the timbre I can hardly judge your identity. The singing level is outstanding, and the emotion is also in place. I didn't expect the first contestant to bring such a big surprise. It's really rare. After Chu Ying's comment, everyone landed their eyes on Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng was aware of Senator Su's identity, only he couldn't say it. Not only should he not talk about it, but he should try to avoid revealing his identity. I know the lyricist of this song, Pandora. He's a great lyricist. The quality of the song is definitely top-notch. Plus the vocalist is also notable. I'm looking forward to what you're going to do next. When Senator Su heard Lu Qingfeng say this, he knew that the old man was beating a dead horse for himself. In this way, everyone naturally averted their eyes from Su Shen's body. When director Ji Anping heard Lu Lao make this comment, the corners of his mouth rose and he laughed in his heart. An old fox and a little fox. After the experts' review, especially Lu Qingfeng's paragraph, those who suspected that Pandora was Su Shen completely dispelled the idea. The crowd's attention, too, shifted to the song itself. Ever since the other day, when we all listened to Su Sen's Dream Sky is particularly blue, we feel sick when we listen to those disease-free songs again. But there are fewer inspirational Blue Star songs to begin with, and even fewer good ones. How can you not be excited when a song comes out now, and a quality song at that? For a while, the discussion about the song even surpassed the topic heat of the singer himself. Listening to this song makes me want to go for a run outside and let out my inner flutters. Moving to the melody, I feel like my whole world has brightened up. Run in the fast-paced life, and you'll realize that you can hide a million solitudes and accommodate a sea of stars. Chapter 93, The Value of Truth. After the judges' comments, several of the stars on the panel were also given the opportunity to speak. The role of the jury is not only to vote as professionals, but also has the intention of guiding people to guess the singer. I think this singer should be a newcomer and mostly a school student. Everyone outright sighed at that comment. Netizens sent pop-ups questioning it. How can he be a newcomer if he sings so well? How do you explain the existence of a first-class presence, both in tone and in pitch? Are the jury people any good or not? If not, don't be a pussy. In the face of everyone's skepticism, the man went on to say, it's because he sings so well. There's no impurity in his voice. It's not at all like the way those old geezers in the entertainment industry sing. Upon hearing such an explanation, although we still do not agree with it, we feel that there is some truth in it. The college students majoring in music were most excited by this comment, and they started counting their classes to see who wasn't there today. At this point, another member of the judging panel said, on the contrary, I think this person should be a professional singer from the national team. Otherwise, how could he have performed the song so perfectly? That made sense to the audience. So, people started searching inside the list of professional singers in the national team. Senator Su thought to himself, it's really a case of the public saying the public is right, and the woman saying the woman is right. At this point, the host, Xiao Hua, said, next, I would like to ask the audience and members of the jury to vote for our Doraemon. Once the voting is complete, the next singer takes the stage. Cactus sighed and walked onto the stage. He tried to calm his mind, and as it turned out, it didn't work. The singer in front of him gave him so much pressure that he felt like suffocating. Cactus had prepared a hipper song, and he couldn't even get high himself, so you can imagine what the result was. After the song was finished, Feng Hanin shook her head straight. It seems that the pressure given to you by the robot cat is too much. Originally it was a song that could set off the whole audience, but you yourself shriveled up first. How can you still sing over the whole audience? The rest of the few judges' comments were similar. Finally, Lu Qingfeng said, as an artist on stage, you must first learn to control your emotions. You are much more than that. It's because of your psychological effect that led to a very bad performance. The audience was dumbfounded, and a few of the remaining contestants were a bit confused as well. The 4 judges' comments can be described as unemotional and blunt. Originally, we thought that the jury would be more euphemistic, but we did not expect them to be so direct. It doesn't matter who you have on stage. Even if there is a king or queen of song standing on stage right now, there will be no mercy. The cactus stood on the stage like a schoolboy being reprimanded by his teacher, not daring to move. At this point, the host, Xiao Hua, said, "Let's ask the people on the jury to judge." Now, even the jury is not in a good position to give the cactus the finger, but can only speculate on the identity of the singer. I think Cactus should be Liang Yu. A song like this suits him best. I think so. He's totally out of his league this time. After some brief discussion, it was time to vote again. After the vote, the third person up is Black Swan. She sang an old song, but rearranged it. It's also sort of new wine in old bottles. Feng Hanin laughed. It's quite thoughtful, except that it's a bit deliberate in the ending vibrato, and a bit less natural. Xiang Xing said, "This kind of adaptation is very original. Maybe it's a matter of time. The polishing is still almost interesting," says Ka. Song delivery-wise, I think it's a bit of a departure from the original. Lu Qingfeng commented, "The song is poorly adapted. Unlike the original song, which has a kind of felicitous outpouring, the adaptation has turned into a heartbreaking cry. Totally just showing off. We've all kind of seen that the judges don't come with all that bending and twisting. They just say what they have to say. Good is good, bad is bad, and you don't say anything ambiguous that doesn't offend. It is this that makes people instead feel that the show is authentic and not pretentious." Netizens exclaimed, "That's so bold. In fact, these 4 music industry bigwigs don't really have anything to worry about. So what if you're the king or queen of the song? As long as you have a problem singing, they're still outspoken. Because they have such a backbone and status that they can point their fingers at the king and queen of songs. If you don't like it, you come to the front and I'll teach you how to be a human being in minutes." It's the Monkey King's turn next. The song he sings is too foolish that Hyo Sam gave to Songwoo earlier. The song, in fact, is not good, but it was interpreted extremely profoundly by the Monkey King. When Sam Su heard it, it all sounded good. If Songyu's singing conveys a sense of remorse after youthful indiscretions, Sun Wukong sings a moving message of deep remorse as one awakens to the truth in middle age. The judges also gave high marks. It's worth noting that the cameraman also occasionally gave the camera to the players in the rest area. The assistants will also intentionally ask questions to guide their answers. They asked Sam Su, "Doraemon, do you think the original singer's song you sang this song too silly better? Or did the Monkey King just now sing it with more flavor?" The question, which appears to give you a choice of answers, is actually a trap. At this point, it's not right for you to choose either side. Senator Su said, "Each has its own flavor. One sings about the intertwining of love and hate in youth, and the other renders the awakening of experiencing years. And which version do you prefer?" They continued to press the issue, and it was clear that the show had trained these people. At that moment, Ji Anping took the walkie-talkie and said, "Quick, give the camera all the way to Hall 1. The audience also watched with interest. Senator Su didn't take it either, but asked back, "Do you prefer coffee or tea?" Bev froze. It was her turn to have a bad answer. It was originally the show's crew that dug the hole for Su Shen, but it turned out that Su Shen directly threw the pot over. Sam Su didn't want to make things difficult for her, so he joked, "Give me a cup of sour plum soup in a while. It's hot to relieve the heat." The audience laughed at that. There was a lot of pop-up banter. "This robot cat is interesting. Look at the little girl being amused." Next, it's just Red Rose and the robot. Especially after the robot sang, the 4 judges pointed out directly that he was the king of the song. This news directly stunned the crowd. "Oh my god, is it really the king of song? This program is only the first installment. The king of the song appeared. It is really a big deal. Other programs do not dare to play like this. So looking forward to the reveal." With the experience of the last time, Bev was cautious when asking Sushin questions. "Doraemon, do you think the robot is the king of song? Whether it's the singing or the stage style, this person's strength is top-notch, and the possibility of the king of songs is very high. So are you sure about fighting him?" Senator Su thought to himself, "This girl really doesn't have a long memory." So Sam Su asked rhetorically, "Do you prefer to use an assassin or a tank when you play the game?" Bev seemed to know she was talking too much again and held her little face red. However, she immediately asked back, "What do you like to use?" Sam Hui laughed and said, "I don't play games." Netizens laughed hard at this scene. This fatty blue is so bad. The little girl is being led by the nose by him and she doesn't even know it yet. Look, the little girl is about to cry? Fatty blue, are you worthy of the name Doraemon? Look at how anxious the other little girl is. This girl also remembers her food. And Fatty Blue is definitely an expert. Chapter 94 Results of the Competition. The first installment of the 6-man competition is all but over. The live audience and jury vote for the contestants each session. The 4 judges also completed their tickets after the competition. Here's when the poll results are announced. At this time, the host Xiaohua took a card and said, "The first phase of the competition is over, and it's time for us to announce the results. Who will be the first to reveal the face? Let's wait and see. It's even better after the commercial." This wave of operation directly show everyone a face. The pop-ups were full of complaints. Asterisk. My pants are down and you're showing me this? This program is so infuriating. After the commercial, host Xiaohua continued, "Welcome to stay locked to the large-scale music program Masked Singer. I'm host Xiaohua. Next, I'm going to announce the results of today's competition. And first, we'll start with the third place announcement." The singers and the audience were nervous. Host Xiaohua said, "The third-ranked singer in the first installment of The Masked Singer is..." Xiaohua paused. This is a common sellout segment for variety shows. Everyone's minds were tuned in and their breathing became cautious. When the singer and everyone else had sat still, Xiaohua spoke up. The third-place singer. He received 420 votes from the live audience, 86 votes from the jury, and 90 votes from the judges, totaling 596 votes. He is our Qi Tian de Sheng Sun Wukong. The crowd applauded. Sun Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Far more than expected. That comment made everyone laugh. Those who don't know think he picked up more than he bargained for. In fact, the Monkey King was still quite strong. Only, there are even more perverted presences within this class of players. Next, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Next, we're going to announce the player who was ranked 4th in this ranking. He received 396 live audience votes, 78 jury votes, and 85 judges' votes for a total of 559 votes. He is our Red Rose. Congratulations to Red Rose for advancing." The audience erupted in applause. Red Rose said, "What a surprise. As we all know, 5th is pending and 6th is eliminated. She almost became a pending spot. Hence the sentiment. That leaves Black Swan, Robot, Cactus and Doraemon Bello." Cactus sighed. He probably knew his fate. He was clear that the strength of those 3 were not to be underestimated. Sharing the same mentality as the Cactus is the Black Swan, because the song she adapted was not well received by the judges. So, her mood was all over the place at the moment. At this point, Xiaohua picked up the card in his hand and said, "The next singer to be announced is Black Swan, and her total number of votes is 509. Unfortunately, Black Sky Crane belongs to the pending singers, and must be in the top 5 in the next ranking, or he will be eliminated." Black Swan let out a long breath. "Scared me to death. I thought I was 6th and outright eliminated." The Cactus says to the Black Swan, "Congratulations." Obviously, he already knew his fate of being eliminated. As it turned out, it did, with the Cactus coming in at number 6. Host Xiaohua says, "Unfortunately, we'll ask Cactus to perform the unveiling ceremony later. That's the way the game is. There are a lot of factors that influence the final outcome." The Cactus was also unlucky enough to come in behind the Su Sam, and was really affected by it, but it can't be helped. One can only categorize the draw as a metaphysical science, I guess. Xiaohua continued. "Next, let's announce second place. The singer, who received 455 votes from the live audience, 90 votes from the jury, and 110 votes from the judges, totaling 655 votes. The crowd cheered. 465 audience votes. That's pretty high. The audience was only 500 people in total, and a 90% turnout is already quite shocking. In addition, also received 90 votes from the jury. This already shows that he is recognized by everyone. All the viewers who tuned into the show were curious as to who this person was. Is it a robot or a Doraemon? Amidst the anticipation, Xiaohua said, "His singing is recognized by everyone, and he is our robot teacher." There was a lot of cheering. You know, the robot was said by the judges to be the king of song. At the thought, suddenly everyone looked like they had been struck by lightning. If the robot that the judges said was the king of songs came in second, wouldn't that mean that the first Doraemon was stronger than the king of songs? Everyone's scalp went numb. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, the host, Xiaohua, said, "The next thing I want to announce is the votes of the last contestant, who received 495 votes from the live audience, 98 votes from the judging panel, and 125 votes from the jury, totaling 718 votes. He's our Doraemon. Congratulations Doraemon, won first place in this game." Everyone erupted in applause. The pop-ups took off instantly. And 718 votes. That's too much. A few song daddies said that the robot was the king of songs, and it actually only came in second. So doesn't that mean that Fatty Blue is even stronger than the king of songs? You can't say that. Fatty Blue's song was dominant and that was one of the factors in his win. Anyway, Fatty Blue definitely has the power of the king of songs. After the cheers, the host, Xiao Hua, said, according to the rules of the competition, the following cactus will be asked to make a face-off. The audience was inexplicably nervous at this point. As everyone watched, Cactus slowly removed his hood. At that point, the commercials were inserted and everyone let out a asterisk 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 asterisk. After the commercial, Cactus Land removes the headgear. Liang Yu. It's really Liang Yu. He's a powerful hi-hat singer. Unfortunately, he's a first-tier singer. He was eliminated just like that? Well, my idol lost. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. Xiao Hua said, Liang Yu, is there anything you want to say to the group? Liang Yu said into the microphone, thank you all for your support. I'm very sorry for letting you down. With that, Liang Yu bowed deeply. The audience understood what he meant when he said that and knew that he was influenced by Doraemon and that's why he was playing badly. But it's no one's fault. If a singer, on stage, can't even control the most basic emotions, then he's not a qualified artist. Even so, everyone gave him a round of applause. Some even chanted, Liang Yu, go for it. It's still a pretty touching scene. With the unveiling of Liang Yu, the match came to a close. Xiao Hua said, the first installment of The Masked Singer has come to a successful conclusion. Let's see you next week at the same time. Chapter 95, I'll go. You go. The first installment of The Masked Singer is over, but the buzz from the show hasn't died down at all. In addition to Liang Yu, who was unveiled live, everyone was even more curious about several other singers, especially Doraemon. That beat the robot that was suspected to be the king of the song and became the first place of the show. Similarly, the show The Masked Singer has completely flamed out of the ring. Everyone's enthusiasm for the program grew. So looking forward to the next installment, the thought of having to wait another week doesn't put me in a pretty mood. I wonder what Fatty Blue will sing in the next installment. So eager to hear it. I'm now very curious as to who Fatty Blue really is, and I'm still a little skeptical that this guy is Junior. I'm more concerned about who that songwriter Pandora is, besides Fat Blue. Unlike you guys, I'm hanging on to all the unrevealed ones. Discussions about the Masked Singer program can be found everywhere on the internet. Of course, the contestants are the subject of even more speculation. April is almost over, and Samsu's new song run is at number 10. It's not that the song is bad, it's mostly that it came out so late. It was almost plastered to the end of the month before it went live with the show, and it's pretty good to have achieved that. The number one track for April is Dreaming of a Sky That's Extra Blue by Samsu, and in second place, a song by Fei Xian. Netizens simply couldn't help themselves when they saw the results. Ahaha, I knew it. Airswell was inherited by Fei Xian. Elder Fei really lives up to his name. Congratulations. Congratulations. If Run had been online earlier, it would have been a different story. I can only say that it's all God's will. You have to thank Fatty Blue for that. Fei Lao Air. Fei Xian looked at the netizens' banter. This would be the time when he could completely understand Song Yu's feelings at that time. The point was that he called him by this name, shouting that he had no temper at all. The second position, which was previously on my mind, doesn't smell good anymore. And it's the more you look at it, the more awkward it gets. The point is that Songwoo even tweeted at him, Fei Lao Air, do you need kidney treasure tablets? The netizens hadn't thought that way at first, but after Song Yu's hints, they all understood. So, when Fei Xian took second place, the comments section, in addition to flirting with him, netizens posted the most pictures related to kidney. Fei Xian growled, I am still a fledgling. Senator Su didn't bother to pay attention to the music chart rankings, and he rushed to the Su province after the program ended. After returning home and resting for the day, Su Shin followed to set up the wedding site. During that time, Senator Su received calls from Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui. Brother San, Rue and I came to Zhejiang province. Were you there? Senator Su wondered how these two goods came to Zhejiang province. I'm in my hometown. What are you doing in Zhejiang province? Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui looked at each other, both feeling puzzled, because they concluded that the Doraemon on the stage was Samsu. That's why they rushed over here. Lu Xiaorui and Song Yu also both signed up for The Masked Singer. In the next installment, it's Lu Xiaorui's turn to take on the challenge. Originally, he had wanted to discuss the matter with Senator Su, but it turned out that the two appear to have made a mistake in their calculations. Still reluctant, Song Yu asked, are you really not there, Sango? Of course I'm not there. I'm setting up for the wedding right now. My sister is getting married the day after tomorrow and I'm definitely in my hometown. Obviously, the two were a bit overwhelmed by the outcome. At this time, Lu Xiaorui said, Brother San, I've already signed up for the next installment of Masked Singer. It was only then that Sushin figured out what the two were up to. At that moment, Song Yu interjected, "Brother San, I'm next installment." Senator Su thought for a moment and said, "You're going to the competition. So, I'll send you a song later, so you can familiarize yourself with it first." Hearing Susin say this, the mood of the two who were originally still a bit disappointed because Susin was not in Zhejiang province, instantly got better. "Okay, don't worry, San. I'll make sure you take your song and kill it." Hanging up the phone, Song Yu said to Lu Xiaorui, "There are times when this Hao Jian guy doesn't work. Could it be that Brother San really didn't show up for the program? Alas, no matter what, this wave is not a loss, and when we go back with a championship, it will be a worthwhile trip." Song Yu glanced at Lu Xiaorui and said disdainfully, "Just you? Don't get eliminated in the first round. That would be a shame. Do you not believe in my lady's strength or in Sansong? What do you say? You." In fact, after the first installment of The Masked Singer, there are a lot of people who want to be on this show. Those who can be on this program, in addition to their own strength, have to have a certain relationship, otherwise they can only wait in line. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui, they don't care about that. They want to go on. The program group also have to give face. After all, the background of these two goods is not small. Sushin hung up the phone, found the host of the wedding and said, "Hello host, I'm the bride's younger brother. On the day of the wedding I'd like to sing a song. When the time comes, please arrange it." "Good point. What song are you going to sing? Do you need me to pick one out for you?" "No, I have the songs ready." In the eyes of the officiant, he had seen a lot of these to sing at weddings, so he agreed readily. It was just that after Senator Su left, he always felt that this young man looked a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. "He's so handsome. I guess he was the best man when he officiated the wedding before." The host muttered to himself and thought no more about it. When Sam Su returned from his busy schedule, he customized a song to the system for Lu Xiaorui. After getting the lyrics and arrangement out, Senator Su smiled and said, "If this song is released, advancing should be no problem." When Lu Xiaorui got the song sent over by Sam Su, her entire body froze. Seeing that Lu Xiaorui, who was chattering away in the last second, would have straight eyes, Song Yu opened his mouth and asked, "What's wrong?" "PPO is possessed." Rarely did Lu Xiaorui not squeak. Song Yu was curious and came over to the computer to take a look. Just saw the name of the song Aurora. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So fast. That's right. The song that Senator Su had prepared for Lu Xiaorui was a pop song composed by Li Tianlong, with lyrics by Shirley and sung by Zhang Xiaohan. Senator Su felt that Lu Xiaorui's voice was very similar to Zhang Xiaohan's, which was why he took the song. The song is deeply exotic, like Aurora, the goddess of the northern lights dawn, singing the song of the earth. Sushin's only worry was whether Lu Xiaorui could master the song in such a short period of time. It's a good song, but not a great one. It is said that when Zhang Xiaohan was recording the song, she was tortured to the point of tears in the studio by the producer's delicate but tense production. Lu Xiaorui got the song and directly chartered a recording studio in Zhejiang province. Song Yu disguises himself as a delivery boy and delivers food to Lu Xiaorui on time every day. Chapter 96. Here you go. Su Xian and Yi Fan's wedding has begun. The host read out the wedding congratulations. Marriage is the splendid sublimation of love, but also a solemn promise to guard each other for a lifetime. May this couple in the journey of life, hand in hand, heart to heart, so that love and laughter will always reside in your life, and jointly draw a splendid future that belongs exclusively to you. As the host's words fell, the scene erupted in applause. Su Xian and Yifan stood on the stage along with both parents, with Su Sin standing next to her sister. At this point, the host said, "Please ask the man's father to give his blessing to the couple." Yi Changlin is a leader, and also previously gave colleagues in the unit as witnesses, so for such occasions do not feel constrained. Today, on this beautiful day, we jointly witnessed my son and daughter-in-law walking hand in hand into this marriage hall, and as parents, our joy cannot be expressed in words. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to our friends and relatives who have given us their care and support over the years, and even more so to my in-laws for raising such a wonderful daughter so well. After a paragraph, everyone applauded and congratulated. The host handed the microphone to Su's father and asked him to say a few words as well. Su's father was not good with words, and at this particular moment of his daughter's marriage, there was always an uncanny sense of emptiness in his heart. We can all understand that the precious daughter who has been pampered for more than 20 years is now about to enter the marriage hall and become a woman. Although today is a big day full of laughter and blessings, as the parents of the woman, it is inevitable that a faint trace of loss springs up in their hearts. Father Su took the microphone and said to Yifan, "Be good to Xian in the future." Short words that contain the most sincere emotions. People also felt something, especially those parents with daughters. At this point, the host said, "The woman's father's speech, though brief, contains deep fatherly love and simple blessings. His words reveal his attachment to his daughter, but also his son-in-law's high expectations and exhortations. So let's express our deepest blessings and respect with a warm round of applause." The host estimated the time, and there was still some time before the table opened. So he looked to Sam-soo and introduced himself to the fire. "This handsome man is the bride's younger brother. Today is the sister's best day. As the younger brothers, do you have anything to say?" Senator Soo took the microphone and said, "The marriage of two surnames. A contract. A good marriage forever. Matching the same name. Look at this day, peach blossom burning. Suitable for the family. Divining the next year melon and melon. Air chang air chue. I would like to white head of the contract, the book to the paper, so that the red leaves of the alliance, contained in the spectrum of the ducks." When Senator Soo finished speaking, everyone in the room was confused. "I can't understand it, but it feels very advanced." The host also froze for a moment. He didn't expect the bride's brother to speak so literally. He mused in his mind that when he went through the video later, he would make sure to memorize this and use the words later when he officiated another wedding. Someone in the bridesmaids group whispered, "Look, does the bride's brother look like a junior?" An older man next to him cast an angry glance and reprimanded, "If you can talk, talk. If you can't talk, shut up." Apparently, someone misunderstood the meaning. The man was busy explaining, "No, I'm talking about a person called Sam-soo, a star. That's what we call him." After she said that, someone next to her chimed in, "You don't say. It's really like that. But that's impossible." The elder who had reprimanded earlier said, "Xian Xian's brother is named Sushin." With this one sentence, so many people were surprised. "No way. How is this possible? It must be a coincidence. Yeah, never heard Xian Xian talk about it. His brother is a big star." At this time, the best man's group also said, "How is this possible? Brother Fan has such a powerful brother-in-law. There's no way we didn't know." There was a lot of chatter on the stage. At this point, the host said, "Today is the bride and groom's big day, and his brother says he has a song for his sister and brother-in-law. So let's welcome it." At this moment, the people under the stage let out a surprised voice, "No way. Not only does he look alike, he also has to sing, and if he sings well too, I think he can rub off on Little Missy's traffic." Senator Soo picked up the microphone and said, "The following song, For You, is for my sister and brother-in-law, wishing you eternal happiness." The stage is buzzing again. For you? When did that song come up at a wedding? I don't know if it's any good, but it's my first wedding anyway. Why do I get the feeling that my heart is racing? The host was also a bit confused. He was also trying to retrieve songs about weddings. In fact, at Blue Star, there are only so many wedding tunes that you can count on one hand. When Susan said that he wanted to present a song at the wedding, he didn't ask what kind of song it was. He was thinking of nothing more than one of those songs. Nothing new. But now it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy. Suddenly, Sushin's figure popped into his mind, overlapping with the young man's figure on the stage, and he had the feeling that he couldn't catch his breath. Along with the intro, Sushin's vocals came out. Sushin sang to Su Xian, "He will be your bridegroom. From now on, he'll be your companion for life. Everything about him will be tied to you. We must share both blessings and curses." Everyone was confused, and that's when the cuties all knew what was going on. Some people even googled photos of Sam Hui. There aren't many photos of Senator Soo online, especially not an image of him in a suit, but everyone still recognized that the person on the stage was Sam Soo. At that point, someone exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. Nye exclaimed that he was uneducated. A line. At this time, Senator Soo sang to Yi Fan again, "She will be your bride. She was entrusted to you with someone else's heart. You'll spend your whole life taking care of it, to share the pain or the joy." Everyone was jolted, and those who recognized Senator Soo had taken out their phones to take pictures and videos at this point. Those who didn't recognize it exclaimed that the song was so heartfelt. At that moment, Sam Huey's song came again. "It must be a special destiny. That's why we've become a family along the way. How much does he love you? You give him back a few more points. The possibility of finding happiness. I'll never be alone again. It's always us we're thinking about. How much did you pay?" Love is a little more complete. People at the scene were taking photos and posting them in videos online. Did not come to the scene, have sent to the scene of the acquaintance of the video call. The purpose is to look at the scene through the video. What the situation? At this look, they all froze straight away. He saw Sam Hui, dressed in a suit, holding a microphone and singing with deep emotion. They didn't know why Sam Hui was here. And more crucially, the song was too good. Chapter 97 Benefits of a Wedding Company. By the end of the song, everyone was stunned inside and out. Su Xian was crying. From the beginning of the wedding, Su Xian was forcing herself not to shed any tears. As a result, Su Xian's song directly broke her whole defense. Brat, let you sing a song. Why are you singing so melodramatically? Yi Fan was also deeply moved and also wiped his eyes with the corner of his coat. It was the first time that Su's father and mother had seen their son sing live, and it was such a moving song that they couldn't hold it together at once. On the contrary, Yi Changlin lamented, "If I had known that this kid would come to this, I would have let the unit rub off on me." Yi Fan's mother glared at Yi Changlin and said in a bad mood, "On such a festive day, don't find nothing to do." Yi Changlin smiled awkwardly. The song finished and the host's heart was still pounding. It was the highlight of his career. How could he not be excited? Besides, Sam Su sang such a heartfelt song. He could even imagine how hot the song would be at the wedding scene later on. At this point, who cares what the host says? The group of best men and bridesmaids surrounded Yi Fan and Su Xian. Su Xian's college roommate complained, "Sister Xian, why didn't you tell me earlier that your brother is a junior?" Su Xian complained, "It's ginseng, not triple. That's not important. What's important is that it's unbelievable that my man god is your oldest brother. Why didn't you tell us?" Yes, Su Xian said helplessly. "You guys didn't ask either. Is it a question of asking or not asking? This who would have thought he was your brother? This one does, as a matter of common sense, have a relative like that who would hang around and brag about it every day." But Su Xian wouldn't, and neither would Yi Fan. Whenever Su Xian's roommate complimented Su Sen's handsomeness, Su Xian was still unimpressed and said, "It's just like that. It's not as handsome as you guys make it out to be." Previously, everyone thought that Su Xian had been compelled by Yi Fan and that was why she couldn't look at other men. They also teased Su Xian from time to time about her lack of sentimentality and appreciation. In hindsight, this was the most correct interpretation of a sister to a brother. Regarding the name-calling issue, Su Xian was even more helpless. When those sisters were in love, they looked like they were drooling over Su Xian, and they often talked about "my little Sammy." Each time Su Xian corrected helplessly, "It's ginseng, not triple," they were not surprised, and continued to call out, "Sammy, Sammy." However, the little Samson that they had been longing for turned out to be someone else's property, so how could they justify it? In hindsight, it turns out that the clown was actually himself. Yi Fan's side was also surrounded by many people. They likewise asked pretty much the same questions. Yi Fan also looked helpless, not to mention these classmates and colleagues, even if Yi Changlin, when Yi Fan did not say in advance, causing Yi Changlin now think of it is also a burst of embarrassment. Everyone has been clamoring for Yi Fan and Su Xian to call Susan over for a signature in photo line. Some people started gossiping when Sam Hui came over. "Samuel, what is your relationship with Zhao Shuer?" Senator Su had a helpless look on his face. At this time, Su Xian interjected, "Are any of you like this? Hurry up if you want to take pictures. Don't delay my old brother's dinner." Only then did the crowd put away their gossiping hearts and began to scramble to take pictures with Su Xian. For this wedding, originally the busiest one should be Yi Fan and Su Xian, but now it seems that Sam Su is getting more attention than the two of them proper. Senator Su was also helpless. On the contrary, Yi Fan was happy to see it. Yi Fan's own nature is quiet, except in front of Su Xian to show a lot of words. In the outside are basically a matter-of-fact look. Someone from the wedding company approached Su Xian and Yi Fan and said they wanted to upload the video of this wedding to the internet. They knew that this was not directed at them, but rather at Sam Su for his own sake. Su Xian said, "That kid is a public figure anyway. This release can still bring him some popularity. Send it." That said, Senator Su's opinion was sought. It didn't matter to Sam Su. Sooner or later the song would be uploaded to the internet and this wedding would be considered a music video. The wedding company was given permission and immediately said that their company would not charge a single cent for this wedding. Soon the video went viral on the internet. In the beginning, people could only watch snippets, and the filmmaker was clearly agitated and the video footage kept shaking. When the full video was uploaded, it immediately drew a crowd. It's really Junior. You look so handsome in your suit. That wedding toast, it's awesome. No, I'm going to memorize it, and I'm going to have a go at my sister's wedding next month. This song is even more heartfelt and just perfect for the wedding atmosphere. Can't do it. It won't work. I have to play this song when I get married. I thought Doraemon was a junior. How could he be bothered to attend both the show and the wedding? I guess I was overthinking it. Senator Su didn't expect this wave of maneuvering, and put up a smoke bomb. Everyone was excited. Some people who were afraid of marriage saw the wedding scene and heard the song For You. They all had a yearning for marriage. Amidst all the cheering, the hippest of them all were the wedding companies across the country. They had clicked on the video with the attitude of watching and learning from the sidelines, but they accidentally found this song For You by Sam Su. This is so appropriate. How many years has it been since a song finally came out that fits the wedding scene? Get a license for this song. We have to get it. Hurry up and get the ad up. Just say wedding scene. We can provide everything for this song. As wedding companies are busy, couples all over the world who are getting ready to get married are not idle either. What? You can't provide the song for you from your side? Then I'm canceling my cooperation with you. Yes, I want this song. I won't get married without it. Bro, I'm begging you. Let me sing this song at the wedding. I'll pay double for the share. The major groomsmen and bridesmaids also fought over the identity of the singer of For You at the wedding. Songs for me to sing. I'm the best singer. Why should I give it to you? Talking like who's a bad singer? Give it to me. I'll pay double my share. I'll triple it. I'll quintuple it. The crowd was loud. Anyone who wants to take this opportunity to put on a show. At that point, the groom's father stepped forward and said, "Get out of the way, all of you, and let me do it." For a while, the internet was full of talk about weddings. Although there was no appearance of Sam Soo, the wedding was still very festive. The audience was inexplicably moved, especially when the music started and the singer sang the song For You with deep emotion. As a result, more and more couples are uploading their wedding videos, along with the song, online. It drew a crowd for a while. Wow, even this song is so appropriate too. It makes me want to get married. The best wedding song of the year is born. Little Sammy, please take my knee. What other song can't you write? Chapter 98, Aurora. The hottest thing on the internet right now is The Masked Singer and the topic of weddings. Naturally, comparisons have been made between Doraemon on the show and Sam Hui. What do you guys think? Can Fatty Blue plus Pandora beat Little Sammy? These two groups have only sung one song, and with the amount of work Junior has put out, there's no comparison, at least for now. But I think Pandora's music production and Fatty Blue's vocals are definitely considered top-notch. Let's see if Fatty Blue even releases a new song on the show next. With the netizens' attention, the second installment of The Masked Singer is about to begin. With the first installment paving the way, the second installment opened with an impressive 3.2 rating. You know, above Blue Star, a show that gets a 2.5 rating is considered a success. In the face of such amazing ratings, the leaders inside the station laughed out loud. As you can imagine, as the ratings go up, the advertising rates naturally go up. Senator Sue was also happy because he had a stake in this. It's not much, but it's a lot of money in this format. Senator Sue returned to Zhejiang province and did not go to see Songyu and Lu Xiaorui. He thought it would be better to keep it a secret for now. As for the reveal later, consider it a surprise for them. Sam Soo said to himself, as long as you're embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. The program started soon after, and when it came to the drawing of lots, Sam Hui again let Bei do it for him. This time, Bei drew a straight 6th for Sam Hui. However, what surprised him was that the first one to go up was actually Lu Xiaorui. Lu Xiaorui's costume is the image of a small rabbit. Not to mention, the image suits her. Host Xiaohua announced enthusiastically on stage, "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the large-scale music program The Masked Singer, elaborately produced by Blueberry Channel. I am the host Xiaohua. In the last episode, our champion was the beloved Doraemon. So who will the crown belong to in this episode? Which mysterious singer will unveil and show his or her true face? Please wait and see and witness this wonderful moment together. The first to appear today is our newcomer, Little White Rabbit. Let's welcome Little White Rabbit to the stage with a warm round of applause." As the host's words fell, the White Rabbit took the stage. She took a deep breath and nodded her head to signal that she could begin. That's when the information about the song appeared on the big screen. Song, Aurora. Sung by Bunny. Lyrics, Sue Sam. Everyone was nonplussed when they saw this information. My God, what's going on? Little Sammy came running to get together. I'm still looping his For You, and here's another one that I can't stop listening to. I simply can't stop listening to it. This time I'm completely disabused of the suspicion that the little trio is Doraemon. As the melody began, Lu Xiaorui's very recognizable singing voice came out. Mysterious Arctic Circle. Alaska's mountain tops. Whose face appears in the sky at the Cape? Suddenly, for a moment, in that faraway place, I see the light of a lover's happiness. The spirit is calling. Singing old, strange, familiar songs. The sky is smiling. My world is colorful and sparkling. The song has a very distinctive melody and the jumpy arrangement is refreshing. When Lu Qingfeng saw the lyrics and the singer's voice, he instantly knew that the person on stage was his precious granddaughter Lu Xiaorui. He laughed bitterly in his heart. What's this all about? Kid, so you don't have to put up such a fight if you want to hide your identity. The song continues. Love is a light. It's so beautiful, guiding us to the future we want. Magic Northern Lights, fantastic prophecy. Hurry up and find unbelievable love. Love is a light. It's so beautiful, shining a light on our courageous future. the magic of the northern lights, the prophecy of the legend. So that's what it's all about, the lover's eye. The audience listened intently. Mysterious brushstrokes depict an Old Norse goddess of dawn. The imagery and emotion in the lyrics blend perfectly with the melody, as if transporting the listener to a world of mystery and romance. More unusually, the singer's voice is clear and pure, very penetrating, perfectly interpreting every emotion and mood in the song. After the song was sung, the judges began to comment. Fong Hanin said, "This song is very distinctive. Aurora is the goddess of dawn originating from the Norse mythology. She symbolizes light and hope, and flies to the sky every morning, announcing the coming of sunrise." The choice of this theme not only gives the song deep cultural connotations, but also conveys the spirit of positivity through music. In addition, in the arrangement, the piano and synthesized instruments are used as the main instruments, which is melodious and full of dynamics. And even more rare is that the vocalist's voice is also very penetrating, like the sunlight of the early morning, which pierces through the clouds and shines on the earth. Xiang Xing said, "This song is a fusion of pop and classical elements, with the rhythmic sense of modern pop music, but without losing the elegance and solemnity of classical music. The composer has skillfully used a variety of musical elements, including both a rousing climax and gentle lyrical passages, making the entire song melodically rich and layered, and the singers have added color to the song, making it highly recognizable and memorable." Gwyn said, "Little White Rabbit's voice is very powerful, such a distinctive voice, and with Sam Su's lyrics, it's almost like it was customized for you." It was Lu Qingfeng's turn. Lu Qingfeng coughed lightly. "Cough, this song suits you fine, but the song still needs to be improved in terms of polishing." After an expert critique, everyone kind of got a new appreciation for the song. "At first I didn't know what the title of the song meant, but it turns out that Aurora is the goddess of dawn. And knowing that setting and then reading the lyrics, it makes more sense. I'm nodding my head as I listen to the song, which isn't rock and roll, but makes you inexplicably want to sway along. This little white rabbit has such a penetrating voice. This song really suits her so well." The song does suit Lu Xiaorui's vocal range. However, Senator Su felt that it might be a matter of time, and that Lu Xiaorui had not completely consumed the song. Also, as Senator Su said, Lu Xiaorui is not 100% satisfied with the current version, but that's as far as he'll go. There was no one to guide you, so you had to figure it out on your own. Although Son Yu would occasionally give advice, he didn't get to the point. Lu Xiaorui knew that Su Xin was busy at home and was too embarrassed to disturb him. You can only practice over and over again by feel. To have the result she has now is the best she has played so far. Next, members of the jury began to speculate on the singer's identity. In fact, Lu Xiaorui's vocals are easily recognizable. If her voice wasn't obvious when she sang Balloon, Lu Xiaorui was on stage when she was on the occasion of the entertainment company ranking led by Art Ocean. Coupled with the fact that it was again Sam Su's lyrics in music, it was easy for everyone to lock their eyes on Lu Xiaorui's body. This one is so obvious. It's definitely her. Yeah. Such a recognizable voice is not often seen in the entertainment industry. Chapter 99, Come to Huakai. Everyone knows the identity of the White Rabbit by heart. On the contrary, the few judges other than Lu Qingfeng were a bit puzzled. Hearing the jury members speak with conviction, all three judges looked at Lu Qingfeng. The people on the jury didn't know Lu Xiaorui's true identity, but they did. Even some of them have grown up watching this little girl. What made them wonder even more was when Lu Xiaorui went to Huakai. Facing the gazes of the other three judges, Lu Qingfeng did not react at all. The trio could only stop and wait until the end of the program to ask what was going on. The second one up is a robot. The pop-ups were full of cheers when the robot came out. The king of song is coming. The king is coming. It's a good thing the second one out was a robot. Otherwise the others might not have been able to catch Aurora. Don't forget about Fatty Blue. He's supposed to be the king of song as well. Only the judges didn't say so. Information about the song appeared on the big screen. Song, The Roar of Daybreak. Sung by, Robot. Lyrics, Kong Man Ri. Composer, Tao Li. The netizens were shocked to see the information about the song. Do you have to sing an original song to be on a show now? Or the work of Papa Chu? What a spell! This show has something to offer. I can't help it. It's all because of Junior and Pandora. Showbiz is pretty rolled up too. The song begins with a very dynamic tune, accompanied by the robot's very explosive voice. The notes on the strings are jumping. The drums are burning with rhythm. Our song is a call to arms. We don't run away until the break of dawn. The songs were upbeat, especially when the robot shouting voice came out and all the audience got high. The song was also well received. It's good. It's so good. I haven't heard rock and roll in ages. High enough. It makes my blood boil to hear it. Rock and roll doesn't die. Susan looked at the song he had prepared and smiled helplessly, because he's got a rock song ready too. Samsu knows all too well the killing power of rock on stage. In order to also let the Bluesterians feel the charm of rock from Earth, Samsu brought out Fake Walking Monk. In the beginning, Samsu was going to offer up No Place to Call Home, but it was felt that the song was too strong, which is why I chose Fake Walking Monk. And there were lyrics within the song that Samhui found interesting. I want people to all see me, but not know who I am. Doesn't this fit right in with the show he's on now? However, Senator Sue had also thought about it, and when he had the chance, he would definitely make sure to get No Place to Call Home as well. How can you not share such a divine track? Speaking of the song Fake Walking Monk that Samsu prepared this time, the song, On Earth, is a song written, composed and performed by the godfather of mainland rock, Cui Jian. For the song, apart from the original, what impressed Senator Sue the most was the version sung by Wanda chairman Wang Jinlin at the company's annual meeting. Rock music on Bluestar is currently in the era of shouting at the top of your lungs and piling on the metal instruments. The rock song sung by the robot just now, in Su Shin's opinion, could not be said to be bad, only that it fit the current Bluestar people's aesthetics. Senator Sue thought to himself, I really didn't mean to come here to smash the scene. It's a complete coincidence. At that moment, Bev asked, Mr. Doryman, what do you think of the song the robot just sang? This time, Senator Sue didn't look around, but said directly, generally, the scene just happened to be captured by a photographer. The netizens immediately disagreed when they heard what Samsu said. What do you mean by average? This is rock and roll. Do you know anything about rock and roll? Holy, this fat blue guy is so arrogant. This song is so good, and he actually says it's average. That's the best rock song I've heard in years. Fatty Blue, as good as you sing, please don't taint the rock in my heart. Each lounge has a view of the stage, as well as pop-up messages on the internet. They knew that he had asked the wrong question, so he tried to turn off the pop-up. He was afraid that it would affect Sam Huey's mood. Samsu said, it's okay, don't worry about it. For a moment, Bev was in a bit of a trance. Why are you comforting me? The audience is the one questioning you. You play or not? Apparently, Senator Sue didn't care much about that. Besides, the song did seem average to him. He was now a little curious about the robot's identity, because the person who created the song, Samsu remembered, was one of the song daddies from Yahai. If the robot was someone from Yahai, Senator Sue had thought about it, and as long as he didn't come after him and everyone had a good match, he didn't want to make trouble out of nothing. That comment just now, though, wasn't directed at the robot on stage. God knows, he was just being honest, but it's the same line that has offended I don't know how many people who love rock and roll. Next out was Red Rose. Predictably, the Red Rose songs are a little less dominant against the robotic rock tracks, especially when the song she brought out this time was a lyrical song. It was a loss. The judges still gave a very fair assessment. Only, while recognizing her vocals, she also expressed her love for the track she chose. Gwyn said outright, although you sing well, on a stage like this, you're at a disadvantage when you're singing lyrically. This statement, while seemingly criticizing, was also helping her. The signals that Quinn is sending to everyone are indicating that Red Rose's vocals are fine. It's just the song choice that's out of whack. It was also a reminder to everyone that it's important to pick the right songs on this stage. Next up was the Monkey King. Seeing the song he was going to sing next, Sam Hui smiled. The song chosen by this Sun Wukong is 10 Years, another song by Samsu. What follows is a remarkable rendition of the Monkey King. Nostalgia and emotion, sadness and loss, warmth and touch, lightness and release are interpreted to the fullest. Su Shin even felt that the song suited him better. Even Song Yu's singing didn't have the same flavor as his. The intonation of the voice, the subtle variations in emotion and the appropriate body language were all spot on. Su Shin thought in his heart, if we dig him into the company, won't Eason Chan's songs be available in the future? Not only did Senator Su think that Sun Wukong sang well, even the judges gave it a high rating. Even Lu Qingfeng said bluntly, you sing better than the original. At this time, Song Yu was also watching the live broadcast. However, he wasn't some indiscriminate person, and he could hear that this Sun Wukong sang better than him. On this point, Song Yu was still very open-minded. Good is good. Nothing unacceptable. Netizens ran to Song Yu's Weibo to tease him after hearing the judges' comments. Song Lao Air, the expert said you don't sing as well as others. How do you feel? Don't cry, War God. We still have twice as good. I only recognize you for this song. Don't hide under the car and cry. 5 words floating in the sky. That's nothing. In the face of netizens' teasing, Song Yu really replied, it's true that Sun Wukong sings better than me. It's just a pity that this song was written for me by Brother San. If he can come to Huakai, if there's another song like this in the future, I'll let him have it. Good lord. Songwu was pulling people in directly online. Netizens were also amused and advised. Sun Wukong, go to Wakai. I want to hear you sing Little Samson song. Yeah, go to Wakai. From now on, Little Sammy will directly write songs for you. Great sage, I think highly of you yo. Chapter 100, The False Monk. Next up was The Black Swan. The song she brought was a rearranged version of an old song, as her bold adaptation last time didn't go down well with the judges. This time, she was a bit tied up in moving to this old song. Predictably, the results were not favorable. Lu Qingfeng even directly pointed out, alas, if you could have adapted this song a bit more boldly like the last one, the effect would have been much better than the current version. Did we mislead you? Or did you become unsure of yourself, making your hands tied with this song's adaptation? In short, the song didn't work. A paragraph from the judges certainly sentenced Black Swan to death. Black Swan was also helpless, and the song, taken out, did seem a bit rushed. The main reason why the song was taken out so hastily was because of the pressure from the other contestants. It's too hard to come up with a song by the book and try to do well on a stage like this. That's why Black Swan was thinking of adapting some old songs to achieve a surprise effect with his vocals. However, the first scene was questioned by the judges, so much so, that in the second, she became bound up. Up until the moment before she went on, she was still torn. That led to the loss of the game. But that's the game, and the rules won't be changed for personal reasons. Next it was Sam Su's turn to take the stage. Everyone was overjoyed to see Sam Hui walk onto the stage. Coming. What kind of songs will you bring today? I'm looking forward to it. My great sword has long been hungry and thirsty. I bet the winner of this one will be between Fatty Blue and Robot. Of course, there are those who don't think highly of Doraemon. Most of them are those rock fans. They remembered that Sam Su had given the robot a mediocre rating. I'd like to see what this fat blue guy is capable of. Isn't he just going to show off his mouth? Let's see how I'll spray him later. Rock is the way to go. And this time, no matter what he sings, he can't possibly beat a rock-singing robot. At that moment, Senator Su nodded his head to signal that he could begin. Information about the song appeared on the big screen. The False Monk. Singer, Doraemon. Lyrics by Pandora. Seeing this combination, although everyone expected it, they still sucked in a breath of air when they actually saw the two's names appear on the screen. The pop-ups were full of awesome sentiments. As the music started, Sam Su's voice sang out, I'll walk from south to north, and I'll walk from white to black. I want people to see me, but not know who I am. When the song starts, an air of freedom and uninhibitedness comes over you. The four judges, who had their backs to their chairs, sat up straight. Those who had sprayed Seuss and had shut up at the moment, and those who were optimistic about Sam Su laughed when they heard I want people to see me, but not know who I am. Isn't that right? Masked, who knows who you are? The song continues. If you think I'm a little tired, please get me a bowl of water. If you've fallen in love with me, kiss me on the mouth. The lyrics of this song are quite bold. In these words and phrases, the character of you becomes the absolute center of attention. It means, if you notice my tiredness, hand me a bowl of fresh water. If you are in love with me, kiss me deeply. In all these situations, you are always the active party, and I will neither beg for your charity nor approach you of my own accord. It's a uniquely passive attitude that reveals a deep sense of arrogance and anticipation. These words, in the ears of the audience, meant that if you like my songs, then please don't hesitate to cast your vote. If you don't like it, that's fine. Just ignore it. That's how straightforward I am. Uninhibited and even less contrived. The audience listened with a breath of cold air. They had never encountered a singer like this before. Indeed, there is a rich diversity of interpretations of the false walker. Some people see a portrait of confusion. Others interpret it in the context of the times. However, excessive in-depth profiling can sometimes lead to limitations on certain elements. So, just understand the song based on the literal meaning of the lyrics and the current situation. The song continues. I've got these feet. I've got these legs. I've got these thousands of hills and waters. I want all of this all but no hate or regret. Freedom. The song is filled with the desire and longing for freedom. As the melody deepened, the eyes of the four judges shone brighter and brighter with excitement. If you want to fall in love with me, don't be afraid to regret it. One day I'll go far away. I don't want to stay in one place and have people follow. Hearing it, the lyrics are as debauched as ever. However, people are not offended. The energy within the lyrics is just to die for. Feng Hanyin's eyes were glowing at this moment, and her hands were shaking a bit as she clenched her fists in excitement. This is rock and roll. This is the spirit of rock and roll. This completely turns everyone's perception upside down. It's so much more advanced than those heart-rending cries. I don't know how much more advanced. In fact, the song Fake Walking Monk is capped on earth and in rock circles. Music like this, taken to Blue Star, a world where music is not very well developed, is undoubtedly a heavy bomb. It was no wonder Fong Hanin reacted the way she did. Several of the other judges were also excited beyond words, and they all stared at the Doraemon on stage with dead eyes. As the song continued, the group grew more and more excited. I'll walk from south to north, and I'll walk from white to black. I want people to see me, but not know who I am. I just want to see you look beautiful, but I don't want to know you're suffering. I want the water from heaven, but not your tears. I don't want to believe in the devil, and I don't want to go against anyone. You don't want to know who I really am or see my hypocrisy. The last two lines of the song are even more meaningful. Samsu was now in a masked state, as if to say, masked because I don't want people to see my hypocrisy. But shouldn't being masked make one more careless and act more recklessly? It's like a sarcastic comment. There are people who are even more hypocritical when they show their faces. Next up was Samsu's humming on stage. There were no lyrics sung, but everyone could hear that it was a repeat of the previous song. Everyone's scalp was numb, and it felt like they were going through a blitz, especially those who said that they would crusade against Susan had been struck inside out by now. A big reason why they blame Samsu is because they like rock too much. It is this fondness that they can't afford to have a bad word said about them. But at this moment, they were completely frozen. The song, Fake Walking Monk, is more than a rock god in their minds. Chapter 101, quite a blast. After the song was finished, before the host could say anything, Fong Hanin directly got up and said excitedly, I'm sorry, I can't wait. I'm too excited. Tell me first, what is the relationship between Pandora and you? With these words, Samsu was confused, but he answered ambiguously, very familiar. Isn't that nonsense? Can I give you an original song for every show if I don't know it well? Apparently, Fong Hanin was too excited. Genius. Simply genius. This song is a fusion of rock, folk and blues and other music styles, both the passion and rebellion of rock and roll, and the simplicity and sincerity of the nation. What's more incredible is that ethnic instruments such as the guzheng are added to the song. This is simply a stroke of genius. It's unbelievable. If I hadn't just listened to the song in person, I simply couldn't believe that someone could make such a tune. Fong Hanin was so excited that she was somewhat incoherent. Still, everyone heard the song's extraordinary nature in his words. Oh my god, this song is actually so awesome that it actually took Papa Chu's breath away. When I was listening just now, I also heard the sound of guzheng. I thought I was hallucinating. How could guzheng appear in rock music? Now it seems that I'm the one who's shallow. This song, which directly established Fatty Blue and Pandora's status in the singing world, is simply the existence of a sealed god. At this time, Lu Qingfeng also couldn't wait to speak up. The title of the song Fake Walking Monk implies a kind of subversion and inversion of thinking, transforming the traditional image of the walker and ascetic into a fake walking monk. A clever irony and grotesque conception, which brightens up the eyes of the audience from the very beginning. The lyrics are concise and clear, analyzing the inner monologue of the fake walking monk through the first-person perspective. The entire song vividly portrays the unruly image of a wanderer and rebel, perfectly echoing the name Fake Walking Monk. The tone of the lyrics seems to be free and uninhibited, with an attitude of indifference, but in fact it profoundly expresses a generation of awakened youth, the sincere pursuit of freedom, love and other beautiful things and the deep call. The name is fake, but in fact it is real. After Lu Qingfeng finished explaining, everyone sucked in another breath of cold air. I didn't realize that the song had so much depth. At first I didn't understand why the title of the song was called Fake Walking Monk, but now it seems like it's seemingly random, but it means a lot. Really, assholes are cheating, getting and then abandoning. On the contrary, this song is all about openness and honesty, coming up with a direct attitude. Love it, but don't be tied down. Life is like fetching scriptures from the Western paradise. There are always 981 difficulties to go through, but most people can't fetch the true scriptures that meet the requirements of the present world, because most people are false practitioners. Xiang Xing was also very excited at this time and said, the song is also quite ingenious in its arrangement, with simple chords throughout, creating a depressing and decadent atmosphere, which contrasts strongly with the ripped and well-behaved vocals, as if showing the struggles and contradictions within the protagonist's heart. This skillful arrangement not only enhances the artistic expression of the song, but also allows the listener to feel the deeper emotions that the song is trying to convey in the melody of the music. The audience listened attentively, and some even took out small notebooks to take notes. These can be points of knowledge. After Xiang Xing finished, Chu Ying went on to say, in the song, the singer used his emotionally charged voice to express the emotions in the song, especially in the climax of the song. The singer managed to create a passionate atmosphere through the changes in his voice and the control of his strength, so that the listener could deeply feel the emotions that the song was trying to convey. In addition, the singer also skillfully used techniques such as voice layering and air voice during the singing process, making the whole song more rich and three-dimensional in the sense of hearing. And the use of these singing techniques not only enhances the artistic expression of the song, but also allows the listener to gain a more profound emotional experience in the process of enjoying the song. Listening to the comments of the 4 experts, everyone's heart grew more and more excited. Normal people just think it's good, but after a professional's review, I didn't realize that the song was actually excellent to such an extent. Everyone sucked in a breath of air and said they would listen to it over and over again so they could digest the song thoroughly. At this point, the entertainment world blew up, especially the ones who play rock and roll. They usually defy anyone, and both feel that their music is the real rock and roll. But the song Fake Walking Monk came out, and all of these people completely worshipped it, and none of them had a problem with it. The song Fake Walking Monk, in rock circles, became a capper. Some people even began to inquire about Pandora's information. A big shot who could write such a song definitely had more than one song in his hands, and if he could get along with such a big shot, it would definitely shake up the entire entertainment circle. At the same time, they began to envy Doraemon on the stage. In their words, with Pandora's song, even a pig can win the championship. At this point, the second installment of the competition is over. The host announced the results of the match. Doraemon was a well-deserved first place with 915 votes. When they heard this vote count, the audience all sucked in a breath of cold air. With this number of votes, it's safe to say that more than half of the judges' votes went to Doraemon. OMG. It's incredible. This Fake Walking Monk song is killing it. True to the name. True to the name. Well deserved. I'm afraid this is going to be the most votes this show has ever gotten. After announcing the first place, none of the other places seemed to matter that much. Still, everyone listened patiently as the moderator announced the results. Host Xiaohua said, the second place singer. He received 420 live audience votes, 86 jury votes, and 20 judges' votes for a total of 526 votes. He's our robot. A round of applause. Despite taking second place, the robot wasn't happy at all. Anyone can see that the difference between him and the first place is not a little bit, especially since both sang songs in the same style. Such an achievement stings. Finishing third was the White Rabbit. Her vote total was 525, just one vote shy of the robot. In fact, by a song like Aurora, this score is definitely underrated. But who let this game come out with a song called Fake Walking Monk? Another reason is that Liu Xiaorui didn't play the song at 100%. This was also the reason why Liu Xiaorui felt depressed. She felt that she had embarrassed Samsu. Netizens began to chime in online. Ha ha, why do I feel that little Samuel has met his match this time? It's alright. It's not a bad loss. Not to mention Junior. Anyone who comes across a song like Fake Walking Monk has to kneel. Heartbroken little Sammy for a second. Hopefully we can pull it off in the next game. In fourth place is the Monkey King. In fifth place is the Black Swan. However, she also placed fifth in the last edition. In other words, she failed to advance. The next step is to face the arrangements for the unveiling. In sixth place is the Red Rose, which also faces a reveal. When the Black Swan was revealed, everyone was still surprised. She's actually a first-rate singer. Yani sure, not only is she a top-tier singer, but she's one of the best within the top tier. And, for the past 2 years, she has been trying to make a run at the Queen of Songs, but unfortunately, she has not been able to do so. Yani sure came to the show to prepare for another run at the Queen of Songs as well. However, it didn't work out that way. Not only did she fail to get a decent result, she feared that it would have a great impact on her future career. Let's just say that the time is right. Next, the Red Rose was revealed. She is a popular traffic star by CU. While netizens were shocked, there were also many fans of By CU crying out, By CU, my goddess, how did she lose? It's not fair, my goddess is the best. So angry. Is this show shady? Chapter 102, I am Doraemon. The program ended and Samsu went back to Kyoto, because he heard Wuching say that Liangyu came to Huakai. At first Samsu didn't react to who Liangyu was. Wuching tells him that Liangyu is the cactus inside the first installment of Masked Singer. It was then that Su Shin realized. He didn't know why Liangyu had come to Huakai, so while he had time, he decided to take a trip back to sea. When he got off the plane, Songwoo called, San, where are you? I just arrived in Kyoto and I'm on my way to the office. In fact, Songwoo made this call to determine if the Doraemon on stage was Su Shin or not, and secondly, to remind Su Shin about the song. But Su Shin's answer completely disabused him of the idea that Su Shin was Doraemon. Samsu didn't think that much. He just thought that Songyu should be here to ask for a song. So, without waiting for Songyu to open his mouth, he said, I'll give you the song at the office in a while. Have a good game. Senator Su went straight to the company, and Liang Yu was there. Inside the office, Senator Su asked Liang Yu, why did you want to come to Huakai? Su Shin got information about Liang Yu from Wu Chang. He didn't belong to any entertainment company, but was a freelance musician. Logically speaking, someone like Liang Yu, who was used to being free, would not easily join any entertainment company. That was why Senator Su had rushed back to see what was going on. Liang Yu said somewhat helplessly, "Alas, after the last tournament, I feel that I have encountered a bottleneck. Rather than a bottleneck, it's more like a demon in my mind. During this period of time, I simply can't keep quiet. When I think of my performance on the field, I'm just confused. That's why I want to join a company to seek a breakthrough. So why the flashy colors? Alas, I was defeated by Pandora and that cat, and the only one who can compete with them is you of Watch Eye. I think, so that's why I came to Watch Eye." Senator Su could hear that Liang Yu was speaking helplessly, but it made sense. Only what would he feel if he knew that the person in front of him was the one who had planted his heart demon on stage? Senator Su asked again, "Do you recognize any of the others on stage?" Liang Yu sized up Senator Su without opening his mouth. Senator Su said, "Don't get me wrong. I'm just asking casually. We're currently short of people at Huakai, so we want to make some preparations in advance. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to answer." Liang Yu thought for a moment and said, "There's no harm in talking about it. That person is going to join you Huakai anyway." Upon hearing that there was an unexpected surprise, Senator Su couldn't help but get a little excited. One must know that the strength of those who were on the stage now could not be underestimated. Liang Yu said, "My senior brother, that's the Monkey King." When Senator Su heard this, he was immediately interested. When he first watched Sun Wukong sing his songs on stage, Sam Su had plans to incorporate him into the company. "I didn't expect things to go so well, and it's really true that when you doze off, you get a pillow." From Liang Yu, Su Shen learned the identity of the Monkey King. Sun Wukong's name is Chenin. He was previously an artist of Ehai, but then he couldn't stand the development concept of Ehai's fresh meat in the world, so he came out from Ehai, and is currently a freelance musician as well. He joined the program so that he could sing Sam Su's song. Of course, after competing in the tournament, he'll be able to come to the WAC with his results. Liang Yu finished, still looking listless. Senator Su thought to himself, "This kid is afraid he has a psychological shadow." Looking at Liang Yu with a lack of fighting spirit, Senator Su said, "What are your plans after joining Huakai? I want you to write me a song. I feel like I'm going to waste away if this keeps up." Senator Su stared at Liang Yu. Liang Yu was a bit uncomfortable by Su Sen's look. At this time, Su Sen said, "In fact, you do not have to have so much psychological burden. A success or failure cannot explain anything. You have a long way to go in the future." After hearing this, Liang Yu didn't say anything, but only sighed deeply. Su saw the situation. Know that this person is a bullseye. Enlightenment words say more than useless. So, Su Shinya sighed. "Ugh, I'm actually Doraemon." As if Liang Yu had been stimulated by something, he directly stood up from his chair and stared tightly at Senator Su. "What? It doesn't look like it?" After a long time, Liang Yu seemed to think of something and asked busily, "What about Pandora?" "Me too." Boom! A bolt from the blue. Liang Yu was completely subdued. Senator Su said, "My identity has to be kept secret for the time being. No one knows about this except for the program team." Liang Yu originally wanted to join the entertainment company where Pandora and Doraemon were from. However, he couldn't find any information on the two men. Not only that, except for Lu Qingfeng, who said he knew Pandora on the show, no one in the circle knew about this character. Since his recent state was really bad, it was only under the persuasion of his senior brother Chenin that he planned to come to Huakai to try his luck, hoping that Sam Hui would write a song for him. Perhaps only then would he be able to suppress his inner demons for the time being. But what he didn't expect was that Sam Hui was Doraemon. What was even more incredible to him was that Pandora was also a Su senator. If this piece of news were to be put to the outside world, it is expected that the entertainment industry would turn upside down. Coming out of Huakai, Liang Yu's heart was still pounding. He felt like he was dreaming. No, it was more than a dream. It all came so suddenly. Everything is so logical again. Liang Yu lamented. Perhaps this is the will of heaven. After the second installment of The Masked Singer, the major entertainment companies have not been idle. They were all looking for information about Pandora and Doraemon. Pandora, in particular, is the one that all the entertainment companies want to bring into the fold. Though so far, Pandora has only put out 2 songs, but the quality of those 2 songs, that's definitely ceiling level. However, no matter how hard they looked, there wasn't even a single clue. It's as if these 2 appeared out of thin air, with no basis in fact. So, the major companies are again aiming at the Masked Singer program. They started scheduling their own artists on the show. If before, some artists just wanted to participate in this program out of their own personal will, now they were asked to participate by the company. After all, the only one directly related to Pandora is Doraemon. who was active on stage. They're trying to get close to Fatty Blue through the show, and then indirectly to Pandora through Fatty Blue. For this, there is a lag, but it is much better than being like a fly on the wall, and it is a curve to get there. The crew was completely confused, and before that it was the celebrity artists who called in wanting to be on the show. And now, it's all about some bigwigs personally calling to plug people in. It dared the program to be half-hearted, but in the face of so many candidates, the program team finally decided that the face of the head several companies must be given, but the condition is that the person who comes must be the king and queen of the song. All the entertainment companies agreed without hesitation, because, to them, sending a top-tier singer over there seems disrespectful. A title win along the way would also boost the company's popularity. This is the best of both worlds, so of course they will not hesitate to say yes. Ji Onping looked at the people who were going to be on the show in the next few installments and couldn't be more excited. Those are the kings and queens of song. Just ask what kind of show has a lineup like that. Of course, all of this is after the third installment. Because the list for the third installment has been confirmed, there is no way for them to make changes now. Besides, they don't dare to change it. Chapter 103. Zhang Chaoyang of Shangshi Entertainment was also paying attention to this matter, but he always felt that it was too fishy. How can two ceiling-level people pop up for no reason? He suddenly thought of Sam Su. Looks like that kid came out of nowhere too. And could Pandora and the cat be him too? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Chaoyang guessed, but quickly dismissed his thoughts. Better arrange for someone to make contact. Compared to Shangshi Entertainment's Zhang Chaoyang, Ihai's side was much more straightforward. Wang Changhua said, put out the word that Wakai Sam Su and Pandora and that cat are competing against each other first, and antagonize them first. Marin asked. What, mister? Wang means is to let them dog eat dog, and then we sit back and reap the benefits? It's not that simple. Zhang Chaoyang and Yu Hailong are also keeping an eye on it. What we need to do now is to use this incident to mess with Wakai. So should we do something in the middle of this? Wang Changhua said. Sha Wei is already inside. Let him have more access to that cat. Marin asked again. So Shavi went to talk to that cat, and if that cat doesn't know any better, what are we going to do next? Wang Chenghua's eyes became cold and stern. If he doesn't know what to do, don't we still have a quota? Send Xiang Meihua over at that time. Let the company's lyricist cooperate with the two of them with all their might. I don't believe that a song king, a song queen, plus the company's resources, can't still deal with a cat. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. On the side of Star River Entertainment, action was also taken. Old General Manager Yu Hailong arranged, let Fei Xian come back, and send Luo Ji over. But, now that Fei Xian has begun preparations, this isn't good. There's nothing wrong with it. Tell the show's people that he's too sick to participate in the show and we'll get a different songwriter up there and the show won't have a problem with it. But Fei Xian sighed. Yu Haiyang glanced at his assistant, who immediately changed his words. I'll go make arrangements. Soon, Fei Xian received a notice telling him to return to the office. Faced with the company's practice, Fei Xian was also puzzled. The opportunity had been earned by him, and it was logical that the company would not interfere with such behavior on their part. But the anomalous appraisal stated above gave him no chance at all to refute it. Although there is reluctance, but in the face of the company's decision, it can only be compromised. Thus, Fei Xian returned to Kyoto from Zhejiang province before the program started. Director Ji Onping had also noticed the moves of the major entertainment companies, and he knew that 80% of these people were coming for Sam Su. For this reason, Ji Onping also purposely reminded Sam Su, pay attention. Now that the people from the major entertainment companies have made a move, I have a feeling they're coming for you. Senator Su looked like he didn't care. He wasn't worried about normal matches, and he wasn't a vegetarian if someone had nothing to do with it. Time is quickly approaching the third installment. Before starting the draw, the robot made its way to Sam Su's lounge. Hello, nice to meet you. The robot held out his hand, and Sam Hui politely shook the other's hand. Hello, I really like Pandora's songs. Let's talk more in the future. That being said, it's a bit intriguing that it's the Pandora that's preferred, not the vocalist. You're welcome, and your song was good. Sushin didn't know what kind of drugs the other party was selling, so he could only politely brag to each other with the other party. At that point, the robot said, you haven't joined any entertainment companies yet, have you? Sushin didn't answer, knowing that this person was here to trap him, and he wanted to see what the other party really wanted. Seeing that Sushin didn't reply, the robot laughed awkwardly. Hee, don't get me wrong. I did it out of curiosity. I've never heard your name or voice before, but comparatively speaking, Pandora-sensei is more admirable. Susan could probably guess the other party's purpose, and pondered in his heart. This one is here to set up a conversation, but listening to the meaning of his words, How does he have a feeling of being unconvinced? So, Senator Sue laughed. Our company has a lot of talent. The statement is obvious. It's telling the other person that he or she has an entertainment company. And who are the high rollers in your company? Senator Sue smiled and didn't answer. This naked condescension gave him the feeling of an adult coaxing candy out of a child. The robot didn't care and said with a smile, maybe we can even become co-workers in the future. We'll communicate more then. Senator Sue was puzzled by this statement. In fact, when the robot came, Marin told him to approach Doraemon and try to extract some useful information, especially about Pandora. As for that last comment from the robot, it had a completely condescending stance, because he learned from the company that Doraemon and Pandora don't belong to the big three. Both of them are either indie or some small company figures. The reason for this judgment is that it is evident from the actions of the three families. All three have sent their king songwriters to this program, and their purpose is self-evident. They don't care if Pandora and Doraemon are indie or belong to a label. As long as it's not one of the big three, then this is a much better deal. Big deal. A company-wide buyout. Simple and brutal. That was why the three great families had made such a big commotion. Their purpose all wanting to get information on the two at the first opportunity. As far as flashy colors go, this is even less likely. Now that Sam Hui and Pandora belong to the relationship of fighting each other, coupled with the fact that Ehai was guiding public opinion in the outside world, it was entirely possible to put the two on opposite sides of the fence. As expected, with Yahai's carefully orchestrated push, Sam Hui and Pandora became the center of much discussion. What do you guys say? Are the two of them, Sam Sue and Pandora, battling it out right now? Isn't this better? I'd like to see the two continue to fight so that we can hear more great songs. So who would you say is the best of the two? Sushin and Pandora? I think it's little Sammy. After all, Sammy has produced a lot of iconic songs. I don't think so. Pandora's song Fake Walking Monk sealed the deal straight away. Whereas Samsu's songs are all about themes that sing the praises of the gods. Nothing great. You're wrong about that. Which of Junior's songs is bad? He just doesn't cover rock. It's not that he doesn't want to get involved. He doesn't have the strength. And rock and roll isn't something you just play with. Some of the older guys in the entertainment industry could see that this was someone picking a fight. However, they didn't care. One reason is because such behavior is so common in the entertainment industry that it's harmless. Secondly, they also want to get Wachovia out first in this fight. Otherwise, if Pandora and Doraemon also went to Wachi, the landscape of the entertainment industry would really change. It's not that they hate Hawkeye so much. It's just that Hawkeye hasn't accepted any outside investment until now, let alone an acquisition. This makes these capitals very upset. They don't even want to give money. Isn't it obvious that they are not playing with them? Chapter 104, Come to Hawkeye. Have hot pot later for free. After the robots left Sue Sam's lounge, another man dressed as a sea cucumber arrived. When Senator Sue saw this outfit, why did he feel so awkward? But he probably knew that this kid must be Song Yu without running. Song Yu was completely self-conscious. Hey, busy? Senator Sue nodded and didn't make a sound. He wanted to see what this guy was up to. Seeing that Doraemon was a bit indifferent, Song Yu didn't get annoyed, but continued to get close. I think your song Fake Walking Monk is fantastic. Sam Sue was still looking at him. Song Yu continued, it simply suits you so well. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to sing with that feeling. Thanks. Song Yu saw the other party answered, and then continued, tell you, now the three major entertainment companies, Can Be On You are salivating? You have thought about joining, which one did not? Dissatisfied brother you. Shangshur Entertainment, Ehai Entertainment, Star River Entertainment. I have someone. With old brother. You want to enter which company? With my connections, absolutely help you maximize the benefits. Senator Sue looked at Song Yu, signaling him to continue. Song Yu said, but then, these three bar, although it is considered a big company in the entertainment industry, only, as Song Yu said this, he deliberately paused and looked at Doraemon's reaction. Sam Sue followed him down the line and asked, only what? Song Yu slapped his thighs and said, alas, we brothers are also considered to have met at first sight. Old brother, I'll talk to you so that you don't step on the pit. These can be secrets that the outside world doesn't know. So, Song Yu talked about these three entertainment companies, how they were harsh on their employees, how they didn't treat newcomers, and how they suppressed other companies, especially Yeehee Entertainment, which was said by Song Yu to be a disgrace to the entertainment industry. They were the ones who brought the culture of fresh meat to the country, and it was simply outrageous. When he finally finished, Song Yu didn't forget to add, I've never seen such a shameless company. Senator Sue sort of understood that this kid was indoctrinating himself with the unpleasantness of the three entertainment companies. Song Yu spoke with a mouthful of words, especially with the addition of a mechanical voice, and it was as funny as it could be. Luckily, the program hadn't started yet. If the cameraman recorded this scene and put it to the outside world, Song Yu would really become a public enemy in the entertainment industry. After hearing Song Yu say so much, Senator Su asked, "Then where do you recommend I go?" Seeing the other party asking this, Song Yu immediately became interested. "Older brother, I'm telling you, if you want to go, you should also go to Huakai. Huakai no, that is not inferior to any of the three major companies, especially last time. Ehai took advantage of our border condolences to make a ranking of entertainment companies. The result was not abused by my third brother." Susan sized him up. Song Yu knew that he had exposed his identity, so he waved his hand. "Brothers, it's not important. What's important is that Huakai is particularly humane. Whether it's the company's artists or other employees, there are corresponding dividend shares in Huakai. With the strength of the old brother, if you come to Huakai, the company is absolutely not going to treat you poorly. And, of course, Ms. Pandora is likewise and you enjoy the same treatment." Song Yu said it with a strong and sincere voice. Senator Su couldn't help but give him credit. "Well, this kid can. Go back and give him a chicken leg." Just as Song Yu was about to continue, they came in. "Doraemon-sensei, it's time to draw lots soon. Should you go by yourself or should I do it for you? You go smoke it." "Yes." At that moment, Song Yu's temporary assistant also came, and Song Yu sent him to draw lots for himself. By this time, they had been informed inside the radio to return to their restrooms. When Song Yu was on his way out, he didn't forget to drop a line. "Brother, come to Huakai, and when you dine at the Yu Hot Pot restaurant in the future, it's free for life." Senator Su found it funny, but at the same time, he felt relieved. Song Yu, this person, although he was a tease sometimes, he was really nice, especially the last sentence. Susan almost didn't strain himself. Soon, the results of the draw came out. Senator Su got number 3. The first one out of the gate is a werewolf. Werewolf sings a very sad song. The heartbreaking singing brought the audience to tears. Netizens are even more in love. "It's too bitter. It's too tiring to live. It's too hard to love. I want to become a monk after listening to it. People who have fallen out of love should never listen to it or they won't be able to think straight. I'm stuck in. Now what if I can't get out? Somebody help me. Oh, let me cry. It's so damn hard." You can see how much of a shock this song was to everyone. Still, it says a lot about the werewolves. A song that gets everyone caught up in it and can't get out of it is the best thing that can happen to a songwriter. The judges also gave high marks. In the end, Lu Qingfeng also lamented, "The quality of this program is getting higher and higher. And there's another king of songs." The netizens all sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard it. Does that mean the werewolf is the king of song? 80% right. Without the strength of the king of songs, how could he sing so deeply? This is too powerful. Now there are already 2 song kings. If we count Fatty Blue, wouldn't that be 3? Everyone was thrilled. And as they say, the show is only in its 3rd installment and there are 2 song kings. And that's without even determining if Doraemon is a song king. However, netizens are curious about Doraemon's strength and whether he is considered the king of songs or not. At this time, the host, Xiao Hua, came on stage and announced, "Just now, Wolfman's song of a bitter love song is really hard to suppress. The contestant who is going to come out below is also a newcomer to our program. Unlike Mr. Wolfman, the song he brought to me next makes people feel happy just by listening to the title. Here's Sea Cucumber, bringing us the song Poor and Happy." The audience laughed outright at this. "What the hell? Sea Cucumber? That's a funny enough name. Excuse me, my name is Sea Urchin and my brother Sea Cucumber is up next. Aha you guys, look at his outfit. It makes you want to laugh just looking at it." Amidst the teasing of the crowd, Song Yu High Cucumber's outfit appeared on the stage. Everyone else just dresses up appropriately and mostly just covers their face. Song Woo is different. A whole is a sea cucumber dressed up with fleshy spines or protrusions all over his body. That look, everyone just straight up sobbed. That's when the information about the song appeared on the big screen. Song, Poor and Happy. Sung by Sea Cucumber. Lyrics, Su Sam. Seeing this information, people could no longer care about laughing at Song Yu's outfit and sent pop-up messages of emotion. What the hell? Little Sammy's got another new song. Little Sammy is not on this show, but he's everywhere. Sea Cucumber, this is an allusion to Su Shin, right? Can and Shen, but they are the same word. Haha, is this outfit a tribute to Sammy, or is it diss Sam Su? Chapter 105. The next song you will sing is Poor and Happy, which was customized for him by Sam Su. The song, On Earth, is a song written and performed by the Flowers. Drawing inspiration from traditional Beijing opera, the song skillfully blends elements of comedy, opera and modern pop music, and conveys people's deep expectation of a pleasant life in a witty and humorous way. Senator Su felt that Song Yu, a Kyoto male, was particularly suitable for Da Zhongwei's songs. That's why Poor Joy was customized from the system. Songwoo was also happy when he got the song. With his now unlocked comedic attributes, he can handle this song with ease. Soon, a melodic sound rang out from inside the stereo. Simple beats, upward scales, but with a strong sense of rhythm. The song also came out of the sea cucumber's mouth. A little man, so prosperous, he's always so happy. The souls of the free, the fake, the immodest, right, let's have fun. The upbeat tune, accompanied by a Beijing accent and song used bouncing around the stage, couldn't have been more joyful. The audience straightened up. A sea cucumber is alive and well on stage. Who can stand that? That melody, how I can't help but want to dance to it. It's so magical. I want to get high too. The netizens were frantically swiping the pop-ups, and Songwoo was getting into the swing of things. It's not about singing, it's totally about enjoying yourself. I'm the little one who's stronger than the living Kuei. He's more handsome than Zhang Fi's shiny, black, felt-rolled hairstyle. He's been to the north and the south, and he's got a great sense of humor. I drank from the Yangtze and the Yellow River, and kissed firecrackers and landmines. Your face is haggard. You're full of debt. Have you ever dug coal in the west or seen a ghost in the east? Life is short and tiring, and I'm drunk today. Laugh out loud so you don't cry. Laugh out loud so you don't get annoyed. You're a small man. You're a big man. And you're a happy man. The souls of the free, the fake, the immodest, right? We're having a good time. You're a small man. You're a big man. And you're a happy man. The souls of the free, the fake, the immodest, right, let's have fun. At this point, even the judges couldn't help but smile. The audience was even happier, bobbing their heads to the beat. Songwoo was totally high on singing and jumping around the stage, especially in a sea cucumber outfit. It's just magical. The song continues. She's the little one from the family who's more beautiful than Yang Guifei. She's more beautiful than the 7 immortal sisters and as curvaceous as an emerald. It's a red man and a green woman, all 20 years old. Pure happiness, bravely chasing after it, beaten up and KD, never discouraged. But she's got a low self-esteem, and she's got a face full of bad luck. Have you been a blackmailer by day or a thief by night? Life is short and tiring, and I'm drunk today. Laughing out loud in order not to cry. Laughing out loud in order not to be annoyed. Yucking it up. The scene was completely lit up. The cameraman was also very busy, giving the camera to the stage at one point and then cutting to the audience's expressions of endurance. The upbeat and jumpy melody is easy to relate to and sway along with the song. The lyrics are also very funny, with many colloquial and humorous expressions that are very grounded. Songwoo, on stage, is a highlight of the song. It simply fits the song perfectly. Senator Su also lamented in his heart. This is the right way to open. After the song finished, everyone was still reeling from the fun they had just had. The judges even gave the song high marks. The song, which takes the classic chants and yells of comedy, traditional tunes, and skillfully mixes them into modern pop music to create a distinctive musical style. The melody is catchy and the tempo is bright but not too soft. The arrangement of the entire song is simple but not simplistic, with an ear-catching chorus part as well as a layered harmonic arrangement. This melodic design makes the song extremely accessible and singable to the masses. Haishin not only maintains a clear and translucent tone in her singing, but also gets the expression of her emotions just right, interpreting the attitude towards life that the song is trying to convey with her relaxed and natural singing voice, making the whole song sound both intimate and touching. The audience was even happier. The jury on the floor also understood the situation, and they agreed as if they had discussed it. This is too obvious. Isn't this song Lao Air? And the audience laughed and laughed. Indeed, it's easy to guess Songwoo's identity from the song's expressiveness and the identity of lyricist Su Sen. Song Lao Air is too suitable for such a song. It seems that Xiao San Air is really good at reading people. After listening to this song, I completely forgot about the sadness that the werewolf song just brought. Thank you Songwoo. Thank you Sam Su. You guys saved me, even though you can't see it, but still say thank you. Amidst the laughter of the netizens, it was Sam Su's turn next. Everyone cheered again when they saw Doraemon walking towards the stage. Here we go. Here we go. What song will it be this time? Holy, is this the rhythm of Pandora and Junior in a PK? Here we go. I just love watching the gods fight. Senator Su nodded his head to signal that he could begin. That's when the information about the song appeared on the big screen. 3 days and 3 nights. Singer, Doraemon. Lyrics by Pandora. When viewers saw the information about the song, they expected a brand new piece of music from Doraemon though. However, they were still shocked when the song information appeared on the big screen. Within that consternation lay an unnameable excitement. The song that Samsu came up with was On Earth, a song written and composed by Chihan Chen and sung by Aimee Chang. It is rumored that when Aimee held a concert at the Taipei Arena, She was punished with a 7-year ban from the arena due to complaints from nearby residents, especially during her performance of 3 days, 3 nights. The strong vibration sensation disturbed the rest of the neighborhood, leading to the song being banned. You can imagine how much this song rocks. Samsoo brought this song out to shock the Blue Stars. Let the Blue Star audience savor the feeling of getting high as hell. 2. At this moment, Sushin was holding his guitar, his fingertips leaping above the strings, playing a cheerful melody. As the tempo accelerated, his technique became more skillful and swift. The audience inexplicably followed suit with high emotions. In stark contrast to the breezy pace of Poor Happy, this song brings an exhilarating feeling of blood pressure spiking. Just moments before, they were partying to the hilt to the beats of Songwoo and Samsoo, and now Doraemon and Pandora have teamed up to deliver a bombastic song. You can imagine what the mood was like. Simply high as a kite. When the beat came to the first air gap, Senator Sue was already standing firmly in front of the microphone, his voice piercing through the clouds like a sharp sword, shocking the people. Chapter 106, 3 Days and 3 Nights. Just as the crowd's emotions were running high, Samsoo's song was sung. It's not tiring at all. I've been dancing for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm in a mood where I could get drunk on soda. Oh, explosive high notes that directly subdued everyone. The audience froze. The judges on the floor were also confused. It was the first time they had seen Doraemon sing such a high note. After the expressions of the entire audience nearly froze collectively, a terrifying boiling sound abruptly surged out like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire scene. Even the audience watching the live stream was excited. All people know is that Doraemon brought a new song, but I didn't expect it to be such a super bombastic new song. Samhui gripped his guitar tightly, his fingertips flipping over the strings like a swift wind. With the rhythm of the music, the body also jumped up and down, attracting the audience also boiled. It doesn't get tired at all. I'll dance for 3 more days and nights. I'm in a mood so light I feel like I could fly. Samsoo was already a masterful player, and usually he didn't even sing much on his own. This time, he's holding his guitar and singing and dancing in a way that's just awesome. Even though the Doraemon costume covered it up, it couldn't hide the unbridled revelry. Oh, K join me. No, K dancing from day to night. Always. No way. No one's gonna say no. It was the first time that Samsoo had sung like this when he came to Blue Star. By this time, he had long been sweating, but the more he sang, the more he got high and completely released himself. The audience only felt their scalps go numb in the face of Doraemon's high-pitched voice, but the 4 judges, as well as the circle of people who tuned into the show, stared incredulously at Doraemon on the stage. Their hearts were even more like shocking waves, because those who could sing at such a high pitch could not be picked out of the entire music scene. 3 days and 3 nights in the middle of the night, dance and don't stop. 3 days and 3 nights in the middle of the night, floating on nothing but music. 3 days and 3 nights in the middle of the night, and all you can do is sweat. 3 days and 3 nights in the middle of the night, ba ba ba. The crowd was in a complete frenzy. They let out a near unconscious scream. The guy on stage is so infectious. The revelry continues. There are no limits at all. I've been high for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm on the verge of cheating right now, yeah. It's impossible to get drunk. I'm going to be high for 3 more days and nights. The world looks like a cartoon movie to me. No one cared about the order of the scene. The stage lights closely followed Sushin's figure, as if the whole world was centered on him. The audience swayed to the rhythm of Samsoo, and the heartbreaking screams rose and fell, as if they wanted to release their inner frenzy completely. This is a show that plays with the atmosphere. It's all about pushing the scene to the top and triggering the passion of every member of the audience. Sushin's high notes and the crowd's frantic screams, intertwined together with the kind of shocking power that seemed to shatter the surrounding glass to smithereens. The song ended, and Samsoo was a little tired from singing. However, it was the most he had ever sung. The last time I was this loose was when I was at a concert on Earth. Senator Sue sighed in his heart. It's been a long time. Even after the song ended, the audience didn't sit down and still looked excited. Feng Hanin said, the song's bright and rhythmic melody makes it easy for people to sway along with it, and the melodic arrangement cleverly utilizes the contrast between high and low tones to create an upbeat yet tense atmosphere. So by now everyone's enthusiasm hasn't died down, and it's practically ready to go crazy for another 3 days and 3 nights. Hearing Feng Hanin say this, everyone realized that they were indeed still in a state of euphoria. Xiang Xing said, the music style of this song is inclined to pop dance music, blending elements of rock and disco. In addition, the song also adds some elements of modern electronic music. The melody is full of energy and enthusiasm, making the listener unconsciously want to dance when they hear the song. Chuing went on to say, Doraemon possesses strong singing skills and breath control. The high-pitched part of the song and the rapid switching of lyrics are all done with ease. At the same time, Doraemon is able to convey the emotional atmosphere of the song through the ups and downs of her voice and changes in her body, which is not a level that ordinary singers can achieve. In this song, I can see Doraemon's mastery of the song's mastery, definitely not inferior to the level of top singers. This is a very high praise for Doraemon. The audience was also shocked. People only knew that Doraemon sang well, but they didn't realize it was actually this good. Oh my god, Fatty Blue is actually this powerful. Wouldn't that mean that there are now 3 Song King level characters on stage? What level does this program belong to? And why do so many big shots show up to support it? I think the biggest highlight of the show was the battle between Junior and Pandora. Pandora's lyrics are awesome, and Fat Blue is unbelievable. It feels like he can handle any kind of song. Everyone talked and talked, becoming more and more curious about the identities of Pandora and Doraemon. Lu Qingfeng's surprise was the greatest because he knew that the person on the stage was Su Shen. Whether it's composing lyrics and music for someone else as Susan, or providing lyrics and music as Pandora, which is then performed by his character, Doraemon, it's unquestionably excellent. This caused Lu Qingfeng to be in a bit of a trance. Whether the person on the stage was Su Shen or not, could there really be such an all-around talent in the world? Lu Qingfeng lamented in his heart and had obviously begun to self-doubt. Su Shen began to think about this problem. He is so high-profile, there will be a day when he will fall off the horse armor. Will it lead to unnecessary trouble? But then he thought, there were many capable people in ancient times, and he didn't see any person being used as a mouse to study because of his outstanding talent. Although he was a hangman, carrying Earth's civic works to the blue planet was considered a cultural legacy. It was the kind of thing that was so mission critical that he still didn't mind taking a high profile. At this point, Lu Qingfeng said, the words are wonderful under the pen, and the sentences are clear when the mouth spits out jade. Everyone was stunned when they heard Elder Lu's comment. The audience even chimed in. Lu's poem is simply the greatest affirmation of Doraemon. Pandora plus Doraemon is simply a true reflection of these two verses. One can write and the other can sing. It's like a golden pairing in the music industry. Everyone praised Pandora and Doraemon, and for the moment, even Susan was not as famous as the two. In fact, when Lu Qingfeng read out that poem, director Ji Anping was startled, thinking that Lu Lao was trying to expose Sushin's identity. Luckily, people interpreted the verse as a combination of Pandora and Doraemon. Otherwise, it would be a real pain in the ass to get to the bottom of it. Several of the judges dissect the songs as they critique the Doraemon. For the other contestants, they were more of a critique of their vocals. From this point on, several of the judges were not at all afraid to take Pandora's presence lightly. Of course, Samsu gets his work and is treated as such. However, Jiang Chaiyang, who was watching the program at that moment, took to Lu Qingfeng's words. Lu Qingfeng's words should be sentimental. Before he said that he knew Pandora, which means that he is clear about what level Pandora is at. Then it's by no means unintentional for him to give out that kind of sentiment. It should have been directed at that cat on the stage. A bold speculation formed in Jiang Chaoyang's mind. Could that cat be Pandora? Getting this answer, the more Jiang Chaoyang thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He slammed his fist on the table and said decisively, after missing out on Senator Su, we mustn't miss out on such a talent this time. Chapter 107 Identity Recognized. The next singer on stage is the White Rabbit Lu Xiaorui, lining up behind Senator Su on the field. It was obvious that Lu Xiaorui was at a disadvantage, but there's no way around it. It's a race and there's a certain amount of luck involved. Lu Xiaorui could only resign herself to her fate as she sang a song composed by Xiao Rong. Although the vocals are respectable, they clearly do not hold an advantage over the three singers in front of them. After Lu Xiaorui, out came the Monkey King. Without suspense, Sun Wukong came back with a song by Samsu, Sea and Sky. What Sam Hui didn't expect was that Sun Wukong was also good at singing Cantonese songs. He was calculating in his mind, why don't we find a chance to get him a song first? After the Monkey King sings, the next one up is a robot. He's back with a new song, and more crucially, a hi-fi song. It's somewhat similar to the style of the song 3 Days, 3 Nights that Samsu sang earlier. The robot couldn't have been more depressed. The last one pulled out a rocker and was expected to skillfully take first place. But who would have thought that Doraemon's song Fake Walking Monk would directly seal the deal and leave him without even a chance to struggle? It was hard to make it to the third installment, and the company's song Daddy had a hi-hat song for him. But then he stumbled upon 3 Days, 3 Nights. It's a bit of a debacle. It's like wearing clothes. Clashing is not scary. Who is ugly and who is embarrassed? Apparently, the robot is the clown, and it's uncontroversial. But, even so, he was well received. After all, his vocals and lyrics are genuinely good. The third installment of the competition was over and all the singers stood on stage, waiting for the score to be revealed. Without a doubt, Doraemon took first place. Second place goes to the robots. Third place goes to the sea cucumber. Fourth place goes to the Wolfman. Actually, Songwoo's vocals are still a bit off from Wolfman's. Only, Songwoo took advantage of the song. A bitter song by Wolfman had the audience in a state of emotional distress, but Songwoo got everyone high again with a song called Poor and Happy. It's the latter feeling that the audience remembers the most from this Ice and Fire. Moreover, Sam Hui, who came out in the third place, even came with a high song. Let's all forget about Wolfman's sad love song. The top 4 spots have been created, and the 5th and 6th places are next. Sun Wukong took 5th and moved into the alternate slot, so if he's still 5th or 6th in the next installment, then he's at risk of elimination. In 6th place is the White Rabbit Lu Xiaorui. Host Xiaohua announced, "Please welcome our adorable bunny contestants for the unveiling ceremony." When Lu Xiaorui took off her rabbit head, it still took everyone by surprise. Viewers had previously speculated that the White Rabbit was Lu Xiaorui because her voice was so recognizable. Still, when the reveal came, everyone felt sorry for her. "Sister Rui, don't be sad. We don't play with those smelly old men. White Rabbit, winning and losing is a soldier's business. I will always support you and be your carrot for life. White Rabbit, we're all your carrots. We'll always be there for you." Lu Xiaorui's fans call themselves carrots. This name, right, always feel where it is not right. The judges saw Lu Xiaorui unveil her face and nagged her directly. "Rui is so old and sings so well. In the future Uncle Feng will write you a song." In a flash Rui can perform on stage. "Think about our years. We can't help but obey the old. You grandparents are also mysterious enough. Originally I didn't believe it was Rui. Now I have to believe it even if I don't." The audience was confused, completely unaware of what background Lu Xiaorui on stage had. At this time, someone exclaimed, "Wait, just now when Chuing said your grandparents and grandchildren, it was directed at Lu Lao. Could it be that Lu Xiaorui is Lu Lao's granddaughter?" A word to the wise. It was only then that everyone reacted to the fact that Lu Xiaorui was actually the granddaughter of Lu Qingfeng. A big shot among the Chu daddies in the entertainment industry. This news directly stunned the crowd. This is too magical. Since her grandfather is Lu Qingfeng, why is she still going to Huakai? Could it be that Elder Lu is also from Huakai's side? And I blah 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 comforted others. But it turns out the clown is actually myself. Outside, Ehai Entertainment's Wang Changhua grunted coldly. So that's why Lu Qingfeng went against us in the first place. The opposition Wang Changhua was referring to was when Lu Qingfeng had spoken up for Senator Su's Rakshasa Sea City. Apparently Wang Changhua was haunted by what happened in the first place. However, when Lu Qingfeng had spoken out for Senator Su, it was by no means just because of Lu Xiaorui. He can see much longer term than others. You think he's on the first level, but he's actually on the third. Of course Lu Qingfeng wouldn't come out to explain. It was better not to go around talking about things like this. Besides, a big part of the reason he came out to voice his opinion in the first place was that Samsu's Rakshasa Haymarket was indeed awesome. Samsu exited the studio and headed for the airport. His parents have come to Kyoto. Su Xian and Yifan also came to Kyoto. Yifan had already completed the transfer of his job, and this time, he came with the intention of staying in Kyoto for a long time. That was why Senator Su was in a hurry to get back. While Sam Su was resting in the restroom, a figure walked up to him and exclaimed, "Brother Sam, why are you here?" Sushin fixed his eyes on Lu Xiaorui. Senator Su laughed and said, "Why don't you play for a few more days? You're in a hurry to go back just after recording the program." "I'm going to go back and cultivate properly. How can I waste my time here?" After she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something and pointed at Su Sin and asked, "Brother San, could it be that you?" Also, Senator Su smiled, as if he had acquiesced, but Lu Xiaorui, as if remembering something, pointed at Su Shin and stammered, You couldn't be that cat." Senator Su smiled back, once again acquiescing. At this time, Lu Xiaorui's head is all messed up. "You wait, child. Let me stroke. You are that cat. Then so, Pandora is also." Before the words were finished, Lu Xiaorui looked at Sam Su. Senator Su smiled again. Lu Xiaorui looked like she knew some heavenly secret, and as soon as she sat down on the chair, she patted her chest with her hand to pacify herself. It was a good thing there wasn't anyone in the lounge, or else this news would have been an absolute bomb if it had been released. It took a while for Lu Xiaorui to get her breath back and asked, "Brother San, why didn't you tell me you came to the program? And you didn't ask?" Lu Xiaorui thought back for a moment, and it seemed that she and Song Yu had indeed not directly asked if Senator Su had come to the program, but had only tried to test the waters in a sideways manner. "Now that I think about it, why didn't you just ask in the first place?" Lu Xiaorui thought again. Not long ago she had denigrated the Doraemon on stage in front of Song Yu, and she felt groundless. She consoled herself in her heart. "Anyway, third brother didn't hear it, and if Song Yu dares to expose me then, I'll just deny it, and there's no evidence." so there's nothing he can do about it. Wait a minute, now that San's secret is in my hands, shouldn't I get some benefits? Thinking of this, Lu Xiaorui lightly coughed. Cough, brother San, the people in the company don't know that you're here to participate in the program, right? Only my assistant knows, so do you want the company to know in advance? Susan looked at Lu Xiaorui and knew that this girl was holding back, so straight away I said, I've got a song here, I'll give it to you when I get back. Deal. Don't worry, San, I'm not a loudmouth, and by the way, you mustn't tell Song that you're the cat. Why? I want to end up with that shocked look on his face when he sees you unmasked. San. Senator Su sighed helplessly, thinking, these two goods are really a pair of joyful enemies. Chapter 108, Calling Power. When Sam-Su got off the plane, he didn't go straight back because his family's flight was also arriving in Kyoto today. Having just received his family, Sam-Su clearly felt that everyone's face was not right. What's the matter? All mopey? Su Xian said, there's been an earthquake in Sichuan province, and I've heard that the situation is very bleak. This moment was like a bolt from the blue hitting Sam-Su. He remembers the tragedy of the massive 512 earthquake on Earth. So, rushing out his cell phone, he searched for messages. An 8.0 magnitude earthquake has struck the city of Wen, Sichuan province, with casualties so far. The internet was full of reports about the earthquake, and after sending his family home, Senator Su rushed to the office in a hurry. Senator Su found Xie Qingwen. Mr. Xie, you've heard about the earthquake in Sichuan province, right? That's what I was trying to talk to you about. What is the company's surplus to date? Almost 100 million, Senator Su immediately said. Then according to our previous planning, the company will take out 10% of the profits for public welfare. So let's take out 10 million to support the disaster area first. Xie Qingwen was a bit stunned. His original intention was also to find Su Sen to discuss this matter, to see if he could persuade Su Sen to donate 2 million to the disaster area. But I didn't expect Senator Su to open his mouth for $10 million. This was completely beyond his knowledge. You know, in Blue Star, private companies don't take out that much money, except for state-owned companies where donations would be a big expense. Although they have another layer of identity, on the surface, Huachai is a private company. In fact, so many enterprises are not charitable for the sake of charity. Most of the private enterprises, there are only two attitudes towards charity. One is eye-catching and the other is tax. I am not going to expand on the specifics. Anyway, companies that can donate $10 million are few and far between, even if we include state-owned enterprises, Xie Qingwen said with some excitement. Will it be too much? Mr. Xie, there is no end to money. Don't we make money so that we can make this country stronger? Xie Qingwen sighed and blamed himself. It's me being shallow. I'll go make arrangements. After arranging for the donations, Senator Su began to figure out what he was going to do next. The game is about to start, so we can work on it. In the outside world, you can also call for a public service campaign. Thinking of this, Senator Su immediately said to the system, customize the songs Believe in Love and Until Forever. Songs are being customized at. The songs Believe in Love and Until Forever have been successfully customized. Please check with the host. The lyrical information of these two songs floated in Su Shen's mind. Senator Su decided to call on the stars of Blue Star to perform the song Believe in Love. As for Until Forever, he decided to sing it on the show The Masked Singer. The song Believe in Love was written by Zhang Ji, Guo Feng, and Xiao Feng, composed by Guo Feng, and sung by Na Ing, Han Hong, Pang Long, Tan Jing, and other stars on Earth. On May 12, 2008, a massive 8.0 magnitude earthquake struck Wenchuan County, Sichuan. Numerous singers worked overnight to produce relief songs after the earthquake, praying and blessing the people in the disaster area with their songs. The song Believe in Love was recorded by more than 300 singers 48 hours after the earthquake. The time now is Blue Star 2008, and an earthquake has also occurred. By bringing this song out, Sam-Su is also trying to emulate the public service gestures on Earth. As for the song Until Forever, it's a song with lyrics by Han Bao and Wang Feng, music by Wang Feng and performed by him. The song was written in 2003 during the ravages of SARS. It has been used in the 5.12 earthquake and other propaganda films as the music of tragedy, so that compatriots who have experienced suffering can gain the strength to get out of the suffering and be reborn. Sam-Su thought it made perfect sense to bring this song out on the stage of The Masked Singer. With his mind made up, Senator Su updated his Weibo with a message. Seeing the serious disaster of the earthquake in Chuan province, my heart is unusually heavy, and I know very well that we all feel the same pain. In order to be able to contribute to the disaster area, I hereby propose to invite all the artists with great love in their hearts to join hands and sing the song Believe in Love, and all the proceeds generated from this song will be used to support the reconstruction work in the disaster area. in the hope that through our songs, we can bring a ray of warmth and hope to the disaster area. A quick note, this event is purely for public benefit, aimed at disaster relief assistance, and does not involve any commercial performance fees. The moment this message from Senator Sue came out, it instantly sparked a crowd. Bravo! This is real star power, using their influence to raise money for the disaster area and sending positive energy. Support this kind of public service activities and hope more artists will join in. Such a public service activity is so meaningful, delivering love and care through music, bringing hope and strength to the disaster areas. Thanks to Little Sammy, who has interpreted what social responsibility means with practical actions. I really like this kind of charity event, which can raise money for the disaster area and also let us hear beautiful songs. I hope there will be more events like this to fill our society with more love and positive energy. As Senator Sue's tweet was sent out, it immediately drew the attention of people from all walks of life. Entertainment companies, in particular, have responded more enthusiastically. Everyone responded, not to mention that such a thing would not only contribute to the disaster area, but also increase their own popularity value. Even rarer, it's a Sam Sue song. One must know that the songs of Sam Sue were something that many artists could not even beg for. It's definitely a solid ride to get on this train. Ma Lin from Yahai asked Wang Changhua, Mr. Wang, should our people participate? We won't get together for that. If he can do it, we can't do it. Arrange for someone from the composition department to get a song as well, and we'll have a public service singing event as well. On Senator Sue's side, the tweets were only sent out and more than 500 artists had signed up. In total, more than 300 celebrity artists participated in the chorus of this song when it was first performed on Earth. Senator Sue didn't expect that so many people would actually take the initiative to participate in such a short period of time. Sam Sue Choi's side contacted all the artists and then sent the lyrics to all the participants. In order to better present the value of the song, Sam Sue decided to follow the model on Earth and shoot a music video. He approached director Zhang Hongyi. Zhang Hongyi laughed when he heard where Sam Sue was coming from. Ha ha, old brother Sue. If you don't come to me, I'll come to you. Something like this. One must participate. In order not to make any trouble in the middle, Sue Sin had people go to the relevant departments to do the reporting work. The higher-ups were informed of this and took it very seriously. It's only a couple hundred people for the show, but there's sure to be a big crowd around then. Therefore, order on the spot must be ensured. In order not to make a mistake, security must be put in place. Not only the traffic police, but the public security officers were also mobilized. The goal is to ensure that this music video goes off without a hitch. Chapter 109, Believing in Love, now falls into the category of time-critical tasks. To the surprise of Senator Sue, not only was Zhang Hongyi present in person, but even the famous director of CCTV, Lin Hopu, came uninvited. In terms of seniority in the movie and television industry, Lin Hopu's status is one step above Zhang Hongyi. This is not to say that Zhang Hongyi is not as skilled as Lim Hock Puat, but because Lim Hock Puat has not only made his mark in the field of film, but he also plays a pivotal role as a director of programs celebrating the nation's major festivals. At this point, only a very few can match it. By this time, the audience had already surrounded the shooting location. However, people are still very qualified, and they gathered around in a very orderly manner, and no crowded scenes occurred. And of course, the scene was pretty well policed. The main filming was done by a team brought in by Zhang Hongyi. Lin Hopu was mainly responsible for the overall work coordination. At this point, Zhang Hongyi and Senator Sue were fine with it. Joking aside, it's not a simple matter of face for such a big figure to come and give you an MV as a commander-in-chief. The 500-odd artists also cherished this opportunity, and they all followed the arrangements in an organized manner. There's no grandstanding here. After all, it's full of bigwigs who would dare to jump out and make trouble out of nothing. After more than 2 days of filming, the music video for the whole song was finally finished. The next step is to edit the production. Zhang Hongyi didn't dare to delay a moment, and when he killed the green, he hurriedly greeted Sue Sin and took his people back. After another day of rushing, the whole song was finally finished. It's also worth noting that songs are being worked on intensively over at Yaha. A couple of quad dies wanted to curse at this point. Wang Guochang had to follow the example of Senator Sue and do a public service announcement, and the target given to them was that they must exceed the production of Sam Sue. These people had little confidence. They had learned Sue Sen's ability many times, and did not dare to hold the extravagant hope of winning. But the reason given by Wang Changhua was also sufficient. That kid only spent 1 day rushing the song. What level can there be to speak of? If the song is of high enough quality, there is no need for him to pull a stunt with many artists. He would have released it himself long ago. That's a reason that, at first glance, still makes sense. However, they seem to have forgotten that Sam Sue had a knack for improvised creations. It's not a work done in a day, but the shock it gives them every time is just too much to resist. With that, Yee's side wanted to wait until after the release of Sam Huey's song. Finally, Believe in Love was released after much anticipation. So exciting! It's the first time I've seen so many artists working together on a production. I went to the scene. So many big stars were there. That lineup, no worse than a movie. I'll be the first to buy this song when it comes out. So I'll be contributing to the disaster area. 1,000 calls. Major entertainment companies and celebrity artists have posted corresponding tweets. Some companies even announced in a high profile. The song Believe in Love created by our company Li Wei Chang Hao participated in the creation of Susan has been online. We sincerely invite everyone to listen to this song full of love and hope. Let our songs for the people in the disaster area to send a warmth and strength. At the end, a link to the music video was put up. People didn't take offense to this. They just smiled and clicked on the link. The message of the song appeared before the crowd. Believe in Love. Performed by Mandarin Group of Stars. Lyrics, Su Sam. The scene gradually unfolds. First, there are scenes from the disaster area, which make you weep when you see them. The song came on, all female voices. Woman, when the wind and rain wet the wings of dreams. When the rainbow hasn't touched your face, reach out your hand and it represents the desired warmth. There is infinite hope in believing in love. Due to the large number of singers involved, a male-female chorus was used. The singers were carefully grouped together and the camera flowed between each group to capture every moment of their dedication to the song. At the same time, the images take the viewer on a journey through the monuments of Kyoto. From the vastness of Tiananmen Square, to the solemnity of the Forbidden City, to the depth of the Forbidden City, and even the ruins of the Yuan Mingyuan, each place carries the heavy history of the Chinese nation. These images seem to tell the story of a nation with a long history that is resilient and strong enough to overcome any disaster. No matter what it is, the change of singers in each group is accompanied by the transformation of a Kyoto scene, which perfectly blends the ancient cultural heritage with modern songs, conveying the power of determination and hope. Answer all the confusion with a smile, passing on the light of friendship with your eyes. Not alone when I know you're near. Believe that love is the power to change. The camera switches to the streets of Kyoto, where artists holding slogans that read "Pray for the disaster area" create a warm scene. The songs were intertwined with people's blessings, conveying deep blessings to the disaster area. Here comes the chorus of the song. A collective chorus. Chorus, believe that love is an everlasting expectation. Believe that love is the master of happiness. Believe that love connects the best of hearts. Love always, love always, love always. At this point, the screen shows the artists releasing the Kongming lanterns. The Kongming lanterns slowly rose into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky of Kyoto. All the participating singers appear one by one in this segment as they watch the Kongming lantern fly high. Their singing and the glow of the Kongming lanterns reflected each other, forming a beautiful picture. As the song progressed, all the singers gathered once again in Tiananmen Square, where they held hands in the shape of a giant love heart. As the music trails off, the camera switches again to images of the disaster area. At that moment, a line appeared on the screen, "Believe in Love. We walk together." At the same time, the names of all participating singers and the contact information of support organizations in the affected areas are listed to encourage the audience to participate in the support action. The song has come to an end, yet the shock it brought resonates in everyone's heart for a long time. This audio-visual feast not only makes people touched by the scene of the disaster area, but also makes people deeply moved by the superb lineup of singing and a touching scene in the music video. The pictures of the scene in the disaster area silently tell of the relentlessness of the disaster, but also highlight the resilience and unyieldingness of human beings in the face of adversity. These images echo the heartfelt singing of the song, making the strength and hope conveyed by the song even more deeply felt. The vocal lineup is like a star-studded cast, with each singer using their voices to infuse the song with a unique charm. The music video is a scene that brings people into a world full of love and hope. Finally, I have to mention the quality of the song. From the melody to the lyrics, from the arrangement to the singing, every aspect has been carefully polished and produced. Not only does this song have a beautiful melody and heartfelt lyrics, but it also has the power to blow people's minds. Let people enjoy the music and feel the transmission of love and hope at the same time. Chapter 110 Responsibility and Burden. It took a long time for everyone to return to reality from the song. The song Believe in Love gave me a big shock. The melody is melodious, the lyrics are deep, and the images in the music video are even more touching. I sincerely hope that this song can bring some warmth and hope to the disaster area. This song is so touching. My eyes are wet. Every singer puts in sincere emotion. You can hear that they are singing with their hearts, sending blessings to the people in the disaster area. I believe everything will be fine. This song reminds me of the people who bravely faced the disaster. Their resilience is so similar to the power of this song. Thank you to all the singers and production team involved. You delivered positive energy and hope with your music. As a volunteer in the reconstruction of the disaster area, I would like to say that the song Believe in Love gives us great encouragement. It makes me believe that there is hope when there is love. Let's work together. It's worth noting that the song reached a staggering 10 billion views on the day it went live. With this value, no song has ever had such a record, except for when Samsu's Rakshasa Sea City achieved such a result. More to the point, the song has already surpassed the number of hits for Rakshasa Haymarket, making it another new record in Blue Star history. What's even more surprising is that the songs have a paying audience of 100 million. Pricing for Blue Star songs ranges from $1 to $3. Based on the minimum charge, the song's pay-per-view alone is a staggering $100 million. This statistic is a height never reached by any of Blue Star's songs. The CAC is even escorting the song. Major media and news outlets vied for coverage of the event. When the dollar proceeds of the song were announced, everyone was stunned. Faced with such an appalling amount of money, both the ordinary audience and the leaders in charge of this matter were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. Zhao Qigong of the Central Propaganda Department instructed, cooperate with the charitable organizations, do a good job of coordinating the funds, and make sure that the flow of money is labeled without any mistakes. However, it didn't end there. At the end of the song, there is contact information for support organizations in the affected areas. Some people have taken it upon themselves to donate money and supplies through these organizations, and the amount, too, is astronomical. The CAC, in conjunction with the charity, is publicizing the value and flow of funds in real time. It also made everyone feel a sense of pride and involvement. It's not just the success of the song, it's a reflection of the strong cohesion of our country, and living in a country like this, we can survive any disaster. Watching the donation figures continue to climb, I feel the pride of being a Chinese. We believe that with the unity of all people, the people in the disaster areas will be able to rebuild their homes and resume normal life as soon as possible. Every donation represents deep affection for the people in the disaster area, and is also a symbol of the unity of our country, which has no regrets about entering Huaxia in this life. At this point, take a look at Art Ocean Entertainment. The music producers of Yihi have also listened to the song and enjoyed the music video of the song. Having been brainwashed by Wang Changhua earlier, they still held out hope of defeating Senator Su, but now it seems that the so-called hope is nothing more than an ignorant fantasy. Not to mention defeating Su Xin, there was a huge gap between even following him. How else are they supposed to play? They're just making fools of themselves. Wang Changhua also noticed the situation. But what could he do? One can only put down the matter of following the example of Senator Su to engage in public service singing. The so-called letting go is just not doing it. Seeing everyone united as one, Senator Su finally let out a breath. Looks like it was not in vain. When Senator Su returned home, there were a few more dishes on the dinner table than usual. Not only was the food plentiful, there was wine on the table. Samsu took his place and his father poured him a cup as well. I know you don't drink much, but this drink, you need to drink. Samsu was baffled by his father and had no idea what was going on. Su Sam looked at his mother and at his sister. Su's mother turned to load the food. Su Xian said, if dad lets you drink it, you drink it. It won't harm you. Samsu sat down and waited for his father's next words. You've done well. You're a bit capable yourself. You can't float. You have to do more for the country. I know you've done a lot. You're better than our generation. I hope you can understand that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Su Xin had realized by this point that his father was acknowledging what he had done recently. Filling his glass with wine is also treating him like an adult. For a moment, Senator Su was still a bit touched. People of my father's generation, that are very ideologically aware. How can a father not be proud of Sam Su for doing such a great thing? However, Su's father was introverted and not good at expressing his emotions directly, which was why he filled the wine to the brim to show his recognition of his son. Most fathers, perhaps, are inclined to maintain a deep reserve in the presence of their children. It is often said that great love has no words, which is the most apt description of a man like my father. In a silent way, they silently convey their deep love and support for their children. Senator Su didn't make any pretense and simply drained the wine in one gulp. Su Xian hurriedly served a bowl of soup and complained, I let you drink. I didn't let you bore it in one gulp. How old are you? Still so childish. Su Xian grumbled about Su Xin while handing the served soup in front of him, signaling him to hurry up and drink it. Senator Su also smiled bitterly. I just got in the mood and just bored it, but now that I think about it, it seems like the right thing to do is to drink it slowly. After spending 2 days at home, Senator Su rushed to Zhejiang province. He had another thing to go do. Senator Su decided that he would release that song until forever on the Masked Singer show as well. The benefits generated by this song are also used as funds for disaster relief. On the airplane, Samsu squinted his eyes and fell into a brief dream. He had a deep dream. In his dream, he witnessed a shocking scene. He saw the rescuers using their hands, digging through the rubble bit by bit, and their efforts eventually brought a woman back to life. He saw a teacher who protected his students by blocking falling rocks with his own body in a time of crisis. He saw a family of 3, a father, a mother and their 3-year-old child trapped in a confined space. The parents, clinging to their child while desperately trying to dig a way to survive with their hands. He saw volunteers risking their lives, desperate to search for survivors in the rubble. A touching scene appeared in Sushin's mind. The plane arrived in Zhejiang province before Senator Su woke up from his dream. Senator Su lamented. This nation, in any temporal context, is consistently proud. This is, perhaps, the responsibility and bearing that flows in the blood of the children of China. Chapter 111, the 4th installment is on the air. The 4th installment of The Masked Singer has finally hit the airwaves. At the beginning of the program, the host indicated the donation on behalf of the program. We deeply appreciate the severity of the disaster in Chuan province, and although we are unable to be there in person, we are determined to help in any way we can. To this end, the Blueberry Channel's Masked Singer program team will donate 5 million to the disaster area to support the reconstruction efforts. In this difficult time, we are always standing with you, working together to rebuild a better home and rekindle the fire of hope and life. This message instantly ignited the audience when it was released. Though there is a gap compared to the huge amount of money raised from the group singing campaign organized by Senator Su. However, this donation is by no means a small amount, and its significance and value should not be overlooked. Netizens still give full credit to Blueberry Terrace for their good deed. Geez, 2 days ago I contributed to the disaster area by listening to the song, and now watching the program has become contributing to the disaster area too. This show can be, and watching it gives you a sense of honor. That's what makes it look like a show. Unlike some shows that treat their viewers like retards, not to mention donations, and hate to suck the money out of their pockets. A man dressed as a bull's head came into Su Sen's lounge when he was in the lounge. As soon as Su Shen took a look, he knew the purpose of the visitor. Only, before Oxhead could say 2 words, Song Yu appeared in his sea cucumber attire, and it was also very nonchalant. I want to talk to Cat about something. So idle hands, please evade. This one sentence caused Bullseye to be at a loss for words for a moment. As a song king, he couldn't pull off a lip sync with Song Yu. Besides, he didn't know what relationship the sea cucumber in front of him had with Doraemon. In case the two have an extraordinary relationship, wouldn't it be asking for trouble to dislike them back at this time? Bull Demon King dropped a line. We'll talk again sometime. And then it's gone. When Song Yu saw the people leave, he immediately changed his face and said with a smile, Cat, I forgot to ask you, where are you based? Kyoto. Kyoto is good. I'm also from Kyoto. This way, you tell me an address. I'll go to your neighborhood to open a hot pot restaurant, so it'll be convenient for you to eat in the future. Don't worry, it's permanently free. Senator Su was made to cry and laugh by Song Yu, thinking to himself, this kid is really bloodthirsty in order to pull people in. Sam Su said, there's your store near my house. That's a good feeling. Cat, go to the store, take this card, and spend whatever you want. With that, Song Yu handed Su Shen a SVIP card. At that point, the radio shouted for everyone to go back to their respective restrooms. Sung Woo put down his card and left. When he reached the door, he still didn't forget to say, Brother Cat, if you have any use for my little brother, just say hello. After Song Yu left, Su Shen looked at the card he left behind and shook his head with a bitter smile. For a moment, he wanted to tell Song Yu the truth. But think about it, lest this kid fool around and expose his identity. Sam Hui got the number 6 this time, which means he was the last one to go out. And the first one out of the gate was actually Sung Woo. Since he was busy these days, Sam Su didn't prepare a new song for Song Yu. So, Song Woo sang a song he sang before he came to watch E. Song Woo's vocals are still there and were recognized by the judges. It's just a little uncomfortable for the general audience. Alas, without little Sammy's addition, it always feels like Song Lao Air's songs have less flavor. He sings love songs, and I can't dance the way he sings Poor Happy. I still love Song's debauchery and singing. That's who he is. Although Sung Woo's face was covered by the sea cucumber costume, but everyone knew that inside that sea cucumber was Song Yu without a doubt. Song Yu was indifferent. When he came to this program, it was solely because Su Shen also participated in this program. But after realizing that Su-san is not there, he targets Doraemon again, trying to snub him to Wachovia while he has the chance. As for the competition, he really didn't take it seriously. Since he gave up the so-called roster, he's been in the entertainment business with an attitude of playing music. Before, he had to deliberately find the feeling to sing, but now he completely releases himself and interprets the songs with his own attitude. Instead, the more he did, the more obvious his progress became. Even the judges said, "Your rendition of this song is superior compared to the original. With your relaxed attitude, you have sublimated the inner emotion of the song to a deeper level. If you say that the original is a hoarse and bitter outpouring, then your singing reveals a kind of open-mindedness, whether it is to stay or go. All appear to be calm and unhurried." Next up was the Monkey King. No doubt he sang another Sam Hui song, "Take All You Want." This song, compared to Sam Hui's previous songs Too Silly and 10 Years as well as the Cantonese version of Sea and Sky, Sun Wukong's performance is somewhat on the way down. It's not that the songs don't work or that Sun Wukong's vocals have regressed. Also, the style of the song doesn't fit the Monkey King that well. He's not like Sam Su, who possesses a master level of vocals and is comfortable with any voice and song. He's not a hangman after all, so is limited by his singing style. But, even so, it was well received. Experts have also pointed out problems with his performance. It might have something to do with your choice of song. You have a great vocal range. I'm looking forward to Sam Su creating a song just for you. Let's see how well you can play it then. Netizens have been teasing the judges when they hear them say this. "Little Sammy, come out and get your customers." The great sage's voice is indeed very good. If little Samson could write a song for it, it would definitely amaze everyone. Anticipation is running high and I hope Junior will see it. Senator Su noticed this as well. He thought, it seems necessary to give him a song. Next out of the gate was the Wolfman. He brought a love song. Like the first one, the singing was ripping. Everyone was deeply touched and couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the werewolf. It's just that in the entertainment industry, there are so many people who sing bitter songs that it's hard to be sure for a while. Personally, I think it's highly likely that King Lu Song is a werewolf because he's very good at delivering deep, bitter songs, a style that coincides with werewolves. King Lu Song's style is more inclined to gentle sadness, while Wolfman is more inclined to direct emotional catharsis. The two are not even on the same path. If you ask me, Wolfman is King Lee's songwriter. And you can tell by watching the action on stage. It can't be. Many singers perform similarly when they sing these types of songs. Stage moves alone don't mean anything. The jury went back and forth, second-guessing each other and disproving each other. That's one of the great things about this show. Viewers have the fun of unlocking levels while watching the program and playing guessing games with the judges. Chapter 112, Forever and Ever. Let's welcome our new player, King Bull, to the stage. With the host's announcement, everyone saw a minotaur come out. The audience laughed hard at the look. Ha ha ha, the Monkey King's sworn brother is here. Another cow, another wolf, a monkey and a sea cucumber, plus a cat. This show could start a zoo. None of the animals that have come out so far have been bad. So let's see what level this bull is at. Bullwinkle sings a new song. The vocals are full and textured. As soon as Sam Hui heard this, he was sure that this was another king of songs. The judges also laughed bitterly. How the king of songs are like no money have run to this program. Lu Qinfeng was aware of the purpose of these people coming here, and Senator Su was their biggest target. No, now I should say that Doraemon and Pandora were the reason they were here. Bullwinkle's vocals are unquestionable, and with a new song, they are undoubtedly recognized by all. Here's the robot's turn. This time, he didn't bring a new song. Even the song chosen is a very old and quiet song. Although he has strong vocals, this song is definitely going to be a minus. The judges were outspoken about his problems. Based on your singing prowess, it wasn't a very wise choice of song, especially on a stage like this, so let's just say that this time around, you may have made a mistake in your song choice. I like this song, and I listen to it a lot. It's just that a song like this is more suitable for a rainy day, when one is sitting quietly at a desk by the window, enjoying the time of reading, while letting the melody of the music gently flow in one's ears. And I'm afraid that if this song is used in a competition setting, I'm afraid that it will be at a slight disadvantage, as it's more suitable for creating a serene and deep atmosphere, rather than the athletic stage. The robot actually chose this song for a reason. This incident also started when Senator Su called on the stars to participate in the singing of Believe in Love. Robot was originally going to participate, but Yeha Entertainment, who is the proprietor, would not allow it. It's not just the robots, even the other artists were trying to participate, but they were all vetoed. Robot is also considered a meritocracy in the company, for so many years, following Yahida fight, and is also considered a patriarchal figure within the company. Besides, he has the status of king of songs to add to it, so he went to the company executives to argue. Unfortunately, even though he fought so hard, he was ultimately unable to sing as he had hoped. To make matters worse, because he led the charge to call the company's bluff, Yahai outright cancelled his original song for the competition. Robot was also furious, which is why he took a particularly cold song with the aim of pressuring the company. At this time, Ihai's Wang Changwei is also following the match. Seeing the robot's behavior, Wang Changwei cursed, "Bastard! Dare to call my bluff, he said, slamming his fist down hard on the table. In fact, veteran singers like Robot aren't very well received in Ikai. Yeah, Hi's focus is on a bunch of fresh meat. If it weren't for competitions like The Masked Singer, Robots wouldn't have a chance to make an appearance as part of the starting lineup. Let's put it this way, the king and queen of songs are not well received in Yaha. They have the more lucrative Celebrity Harvester. Fresh meat. This is a game where the robots are losing. However, he also had his plans, at least to tell the top management of Ihai that he wasn't something to be messed with. After the robots went down, it was Samsu's turn to go up. When Doraemon stood in front of the stage, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Here it comes. What songs will Fatty Blue bring this time? Pandora plus Fatty Blue is simply invincible. Come on, I can't wait. Senator Sue nodded his head to signal the start. Information about the song appeared on the big screen. Forever and Ever. Singer, Doraemon. Lyrics by Pandora. When the information about the song came out, the screen was full of awesome pop-ups. The melody played and Samsu's song followed. Suddenly the danger of life comes upon us. It's too late to fulfill the wishes of spring. Suddenly you're stuck in the middle of something. Only the music of love comforts the thoughts. The audience simply found the melody pleasing to the ear. Yet the judges were keen to capture a deeper flavor. This song is different from the previous ones. From the very beginning of the song, it oozes a calm and powerful vibe. In poring over the lyrics, they realized that it seemed like an inspirational song. The song continues. Don't be afraid, I'm standing right beside you. Hearts together, love will make us brave. Don't be afraid. I'm standing right next to you. See, the night cannot swallow the dawn sky. The song is heard, not to mention the judges, but even the regular audience is immersed in it and feels a warm, soothing power. It's like someone whispering in your ear, don't be afraid. I'm here. Some associated with the earthquake in Kawasaki province. The spirit of resilience and never giving up conveyed in the song is highly compatible with the people in the disaster area, who have demonstrated their resilience and determination to rebuild their homes during the disaster. All of them could not shed a sound and listened to the singer in silence. I'm determined not to let the tears come to my eyes. Give it all you've got for the declaration of life. I stand between life and death with a smile on my face. The flame of love burns in the heart forever. The song carries a deep moral, encouraging people to be strong and courageous and face adversity head-on without fear. Stand up bravely and have no need to be afraid, for I will always be by your side. We will work together to meet every challenge and be together for eternity. There aren't many inspirational songs in Blue Star itself, but this one is even more unusual. Whether it's Samsu's The Sky is Divided by Dreams or Pandora's Run, what they convey is mainly a spirit of motivation. And the song, Until Forever, is more of a fond companion. It's as if someone is silently accompanying you, giving you the courage and strength to go forward into eternity. By the end of the song, everyone was still savoring it. Lu Qingfeng came out to speak first. This song should be written for the disaster area, right? Doraemon on stage nodded in affirmation. The audience was again touched by the affirmative answer. It's not just a piece of music, it's a source of spirituality and strength. This song is like an old friend, always by my side, telling me to be strong and courageous no matter what. No matter what. It's a song that allows our fellow human beings who have experienced suffering to gain the strength to come out of it and be reborn. It feels like Pandora is paying homage to Junior across the room. They both write inspiring and comforting songs and it's so nice to hear them. Chapter 113, Not Forgetting to Advertise Before Leaving. For the song Until Forever, the judges and the audience gave it high marks. Next is the voting session. Unsurprisingly, Doraemon again achieved the highest number of votes in the house. Everyone is used to it. The jury had a variety of guesses as to the identity of Doraemon. Say what you will, but none of it is on point. This was another game where Samsu was the big winner. For this installment, in 5th place, it's the robot that becomes the spot to be picked. Sun Wukong's place is in 4th. This achievement was also made possible by the judge's comment on stage that he expected Sam Hui to compose a song for him. Everyone is looking forward to it. It was clear to everyone that Senator Su was a man of character and would not normally refuse such a request. That's why it's a little ahead of the bots in the vote count. In 2nd place was the King Bull. The 3rd one is a werewolf. Sung Woo became the 6th in this elimination. When it came to the reveal, Song Yu didn't have the same sense of loss that the other contestants had. Instead, there was a sense of relief. In fact, he wasn't interested in such a competition. It would be easier to eat, drink and play music in the company. It's over. Told you guys I wasn't second this time. Sung Woo even flirted a bit. This one amused everyone. Ha ha ha. Elder Song Kan, he still doesn't forget to remind us at this time. I feel that Song Yu is very real. Unlike other celebrity artists who have their racks up, he has no rack at all. I dare say that you can't find a second artist like Song Yu inside the entertainment industry. At this point, the host, Xiao Hua, said Song Yu, about to go off the stage. Is there anything else you want to say to everyone? Song Yu took the microphone, thought for a moment and said, my hot pot restaurant has fresh ingredients. Welcome to dine at DU Hot Pot Restaurant. Everyone laughed at that comment. It's that time of the year. And it's still advertised. The showrunners were speechless, but after all, it was a live show and there was no way they were going to pinch this off. But this kind of advertising has also made the show take it seriously. You know, they didn't even dare to let the artists say ad-libs on the program. And as a result, one of them didn't look at it and directly let Song Yu show off. Director Ji Onping commanded, add a clause inside the contracts of all the contestants that advertising is prohibited. After the ranking, the host said to everyone, actually, there's something else to inform you about, and it's only being announced now so as not to affect the results of the competition. Everyone was wondering how there was still material to report when the show was about to end. Under everyone's gaze, the host, Xiao Hua, said, the song Until Forever, written by Pandora and sung by Doraemon. It has been decided that all the proceeds from the song's launch will be donated to the disaster area. Boom! It's a heavy hitter, and everyone finally understands why this wasn't announced until now. If the announcement is made in advance, it is undoubtedly suspected of canvassing. The crowd immediately praised this behavior. Other than Junior, this is the most caring celebrity I've ever seen. Not only do they sing beautifully, they even do things beautifully. It's so rare to find an artist like that. Fat Blue and Pandora, whoever you are, I'm going to pink you. In addition, host Xiao Hua made an announcement. Our program has been held for 4 issues, and due to the outstanding performance of the Doraemon contestant, he will directly advance to the semifinals, which means that Doraemon will no longer participate in the PK in the next issue. Hearing the host say that made everyone sigh. Without Fatty Blue, this show is half as interesting to watch. How can we let him go down? I don't agree. You guys are too scared to play, aren't you? That's why you let Fatty Blue advance. The host, Xiao Hua, added after the crowd's murmur went down. Although Doraemon has left our stage for the time being, however, we have invited a mysterious guest to serve as a hotspot for the next installment. But the hotspot guest will not be involved in the rankings of the competition. Hearing this, everyone kind of got it. I can't help but look forward to the next installment of Hot Shots. Who do you think will come to the show and be able to make up for Fatty Blue's lack of presence? If only Junior could come, I'd love to hear him sing. If it weren't for Little Samson, even if there were a singing king and queen, they wouldn't be able to calm the scene. In fact, this was discussed between the program and Senator Sue. In the next installment of Doraemon Break, Sam Sue will be coming as a special guest. It's all the same person he is, but the effect is definitely not the same. The showrunners are also trying to make the show's ratings another record high. For this reason, the show has given Sue another point share in the show. Senator Sue gave his consent at that time. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. What matters is that it can bring a little joy. After the program, Sam Sue returned to the hotel. It didn't take long for Song Yu to call. Sam, I've been eliminated. I'm ready to go back to the office. Senator Sue listened to his tone. How he had the feeling that he was finally liberated. You're not going to play a few more days? No, I'm still planning to go back and open a few more stores. After saying that, Song Yu added, Brother San, I think you should write a song for Sun Myokong. He always covers your songs. It means that this person is someone on our way. If you write him a song at this time, he'll come to report to Huakai after the next show. Senator Sue had originally had this intention. What he hadn't expected was that Song Yu was actually still thinking about it. Okay, I'll go back and write him a song. Song Yu asked again, by the way, Brother San, where are you now? Senator Sue said, I'm in Zhejiang Province. You're in Zhejiang Province? It's not possible that you'll be the special guest for the next installment, is it? Senator Sue didn't expect him to ask that, so he had to reply, yes, Holy, the program's handiwork is pretty big, even you've been invited. Sam Sue met up with Song Yu and the two of them had a meal. During this time, Song Yu tells Sam Hui that not only should he pull the Monkey King over, but if he has the chance, and has more contact with Doraemon, he should also get him to Wakai. Senator Sue listened and was quite impressed. In the evening, Song Yu went back to Kyoto. At this time, Zhao Lao's home. Go find out what's up with that cat and Pandora. Zhao Lao commanded, taking in the actions of Doraemon and Pandora on the stage. Elder Zhao exclaimed, Kid Sue has a rival. For talented people, especially those who are both talented and socially responsible, Zhao Lao wants to draw them in. It didn't take long for the ones that went out to come back and report. The man had a constipated look on his face, and when Elder Zhao looked over, the man immediately said, Elder Zhao, Pandora and that cat are also that kid. What? Even if Zhao Lao's stamina was good, he was still shocked by the news. A moment later, Elder Zhao laughed. Ha ha ha. This brat. He's even playing infernalism. Chapter 114, The Mysterious Guest. There was a lot of buzz in the outside world about Samsu's act of kindness. And of course, that includes Pandora and Doraemon. Just as everyone was buzzing, the charity released the list of donations. To everyone's shock, Huakai Entertainment, where Samsu works, actually donated $10 million. And the time shown on it was actually the day after the earthquake in Sichuan province. This piece of news undoubtedly pushed Senator Su into the headlines again. In fact, the donation from WACC Entertainment has little to do with Senator Su. After all, one is collective and the other is individual. However, people are used to equating Su Sam and Hua Choi, because most of Hua Chai's songs rely on Samsu's output. Naturally, everyone thinks that Su Sam is equal to Hua Chi. The online buzz is even more intense. It's shocking how much little Samson has done behind our backs. Give me more artists like that. Other companies and individuals donate money and want to publicize it all over the world. But look at Sammy. That's what I call great love. At this point, everyone set their sights on a few other entertainment companies. Of this, Centurion Entertainment donated $2 million. Star River Entertainment donated $2 million. Art Ocean Entertainment donated $500. 000 to the cause. There's no harm without comparison. Shengshur and Xinghe belong to the group of people who follow the trend and donate a lot. However, Yahai is a bit of a letdown. So, everyone came out to flirt. The good news about this donation is that everyone was very enthusiastic. The bad news is that Yahai only donated $500,000. If you go by the size of the company, instead, Hua Choi, who is at the end of the list, donated the most, so just ask the other ones, especially Yahai, if it's a slap in the face. Thanks to me, I'm still powdering the stars of Yahai. Forget it, I'm not. Actually, that's a bit of a moral abduction. There is no hard and fast rule on how much to donate. People also flirted with the idea and didn't take it to the next level. But Art Ocean's Wang Changhua thinks otherwise. He believes that the reason why there is so much skepticism about Yehai on the internet is entirely due to Huakai's strong presence. This made him hate Huakai, as well as Su Shen even more. Go on, keep picking on that kid with Pandora and that cat. Wang Changhua repeatedly suffered defeat at the hands of Senator Su and was really upset. His purpose was to stink up Su Shen's relationship with Pandora and Doraemon, to pit them against each other, and then sit back and reap the benefits. And it was only natural that he, as the lead of the event, would wait until the other side's approval when he helped Pandora again at the end of the day. The math is pretty good. I just don't know what the look will be when the truth finally comes out. Regarding donations, to everyone's surprise, some people saw on the list that Daewoo Hotpot actually donated $2 million. Now the netizens can't sit still. I didn't think a hotpot restaurant could do such a thing. I've decided that from now on, I'll only go to Daewoo Hotpot for hotpot. By the way, Daewoo Hotpot seems to be Son Lauer's store. That's right, Son Lauer is still okay. Something is really on. In fact, about the Daewoo Hotpot restaurant donation thing. At first Son you only want to take 100,000 out of the meaning. However, when Master Son learned that the boy had made some money from opening the store, he forced him to donate $2 million. For Song Yu, who has no concept of money since childhood, donating is just donating, and 100,000 and 200 don't feel much to him. But it was the amount of the donation that directly doubled the performance of Daewoo Hotpot restaurant several times over. Some people even wait in line just to eat Daewoo Hotpot. In the face of such rapid momentum, Song Yu could only lament, but do good deeds. Don't ask about your future. With the advertising campaign on the Masked Singer program and the exposure of this donation incident, Daewoo Hotpot is completely famous. There's so much capital that wants to put money into it. Some even want to join a chain. But they were all rejected by Song Yu. In his words, "It's not like I'm opening a hotpot restaurant for money." The donations were hotly debated. Similarly, the mystery guest for the 5th installment of The Masked Singer is being discussed. I sincerely hope that Junior will make an appearance. I think it's hanging by a thread. And you know that Junior never participates in any entertainment. That's not necessarily true. It's only for him to be the guest of honor. It's not like he's competing. If it wasn't for Junior, I'd have a hard time believing anyone else could have caught Fatty Blue leaving the field. After much anticipation, the 5th installment of The Masked Singer has finally begun. Everyone was in front of the screen early, waiting for the program to officially begin. The audience was also very excited. They were the ones who were there to witness the miracle. And this sense of pride, following the popularity of the program, became stronger and stronger. Only the center area of the stage was surrounded by a black cloth. From the outside world, you can't see anything about what's inside. The more they did, the more curious everyone became, all of them sticking their necks out to find out what was going on. The audience on the floor was just as good. and even some of the people in front of the screen had their faces next to the screen, trying to get a closer look. Obviously, all these extra movements are futile. At this moment, host Xiao Hua spoke. Welcome to the large-scale music program Masked Singer organized by Blueberry Channel. I am host Xiao Hua. In the last issue, we teased that a special mystery guest would be making an appearance in this issue. At this moment, he is quietly standing behind me in this black curtain, waiting to make a stunning appearance, Xiao Hua said as he turned to the area next to him that was covered by a black cloth, directing the audience's attention. What kind of audio-visual feast will he bring us today? Will he be able to impress the judges and every eager viewer in front of the screen with his music? Xiao Hua's words changed, reminding, right, before the program starts, we have launched a free guessing session. You can scan the QR code on the screen and pass on your guesses about the identity of the mystery guest, and those who guess correctly will receive a special souvenir prepared by the program team. So welcome to participate. Upon hearing the news, viewers couldn't wait to scan the code and follow along. The host, Xiao Hua, then continued, next, we invite the experts to ask questions in order to help the audience narrow down their guesses. However, it should be noted that each expert will only have one chance to ask questions, and they cannot directly ask the guest's name. Von Hannon, are you a singer? Sort of. Xiang Xing, are you a songwriter? Sort of. Quinn, are your songs catchy? Not bad. Lu Qingfeng, do you belong to an entertainment company now? Belongs. Sigh in the face of expert questions and guest answers. What kind of questions are these? Why do I feel like I'm not saying anything? Being able to write and sing has narrowed the field down a whole lot. Ahawk. Who the hell should I write about? Whatever. I'll just write about Junior, host Xiao Hua said. Since the judges are done with their questions, is it okay if I ask one too? Yes. Are you married? No. Everyone sighs. Well, without further ado, let's now turn the stage over to our mystery guest and look forward to the unrivaled performance he will bring us. Chapter 115, Daraban Bar. At this time, Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui were also watching the program. Lu Xiaorui said, I don't know who this mystery guest is. The frame is quite big, and can write and sing. Don't not brag about it. Song Yu looked at her and mocked. If you can't do it, don't say others can't do it. In case they have real skills. Cut. I've never seen anyone but Brother Sam dare to blow like that. Song Wu knows the identity of Samsu's mysterious guest, but not the information about his Doraemon. Lu Xiaorui is the opposite. She is aware of the identity of Sushin Doraemon and does not know about the mysterious guest. The two just had a conversation, neither of them telling what they knew. On stage, as the host exited the stage, information about the song appeared on the screen. The Dallas Bar. The song, a song with lyrics and composition by Ilum, was jointly sung by virtual singer-songwriters Luo Tianyi and Yenha. It was later sung by Zhou, who played 5 roles in one, in a straight-up version that no one has ever surpassed. Samsu has masterful vocals and he's here to show off this time. When he was on Earth, he couldn't perform the entire song by himself like Zhou. When he arrived at Blue Star, the system had given him master vocals, and he had wanted to try this song for a long time. No, the opportunity had finally come, and he said he would show off anything. As a pleasant and melodious chanting sound rang out, a verse of lyrics that sounded like a narration suddenly echoed from the stage. A long, long time ago, the dragon appeared out of nowhere, spelled disaster, took the princess and disappeared. The kingdom is in danger. Who's the bravest man in the world? A brave man has arrived. Shout out. Everyone laughed because the beginning of the song was so magical. The music is like the background melody of the game, which is extremely interesting and at the same time pervades a strong secondary flavor. Originally, everyone was thinking that if the mystery guest opened his mouth, he would reveal his identity without a doubt. But now it seems that even after the whole song you can't guess who was on stage. While everyone was happy, suddenly a male voice came from the stage. I'll bring my best sword, over the highest mountain, into the deepest forest. Bring the princess back to the front. Everyone was in a bit of a trance for a moment. How they even changed their voices. Could it be that it's not a person in there, but a band? But the figure that came through the black cloth was clearly only one person inside. It made everyone suspicious. At this point, the voice cuts back to the initial little girl's voice. The king was very pleased. Ask him his name. The young man thought about it. He said, by this point, everyone is still okay with it. After all, there were voice actors in Blue Star, and the voice on stage was clearly a voice actor. But that's when people fall into another misconception. There doesn't seem to be anyone inside the entertainment industry who can write and sing and is also a voice actor. Just as everyone is suspicious. The song cuts to a scene where the king and the warrior are conversing. It was also at this time that a third voice appeared. Your Majesty, my name is Dara Pun, Bendabeti Bidobiluan. Say it again. Dara Pun, Bendabeti Bidobiluan. Yes or no? Darapun. Bendabedi bidobiluan. Ah yes. Yes. Darapun bar bend bidib debiruan. Hearing the third voice, everyone boiled over. Holy, what the hell? You're ing telling me it's a person in here? That's a hilarious name. How can anyone call themselves that? I feel like he's watering down the word count. Several of the judges were also looking at each other, completely confused. The song continues, and this is when the voice of the narrator appears. Hero Dara crash it, ride the fastest horse you can, with everyone's hopes. From the castle, defeat the monster attack, gain 12 gold coins. Countless scars bear witness to this. He's slowly escalating. It starts with the little girl's voice, moves on to the teenager's conversation with the king, and then to the narrator's voice. That's 4 voices already. Everyone had a hard time imagining that anyone could actually sing the song to that extent. The pop-ups were full of incredulous expressions. At this point, the voice switches back to the little girl's voice. Remote beautiful villages. Open all treasure chests. The winds and frosts of the journey have accompanied. The light of the holy moon that guides the way. Trespassing in a cave. The princess and the dread dragon. The hero drew his sword. Chiron said. The crowd couldn't care less. They all got high. Just as everyone was excited and cheering, the conversation between the dragon and the teenager came up. I am. Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon, Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon. One more time. Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon, Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon. Yes or no? Quintessential fiddle baked tart soda marathon. No, it's not. Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon. This time everyone was numb. 5 voices. 5 full voices. Moreover, the voice of the dragon was very different from the previous one. The nasal sound was unusually thick, as if there really was a giant talking dragon that was opening its mouth to make a shocking sound. The audience got completely high. The live audience had some restraint, but those in front of the screen were not so scrupulous. There were cries of asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. After the conversation between the dragon and the teenager, there was a chant. The chant is also surprisingly good. Everyone was shocked and cheered at the same time. This is the kind of song that never came out of Blue Star. Especially the secondary anime fans were so in love that they all jumped up and down, dancing and listening at the same time. At this point, the voices of the side, the gargoyle, and the teenager switch back and forth. And so, Darapun, Bendabedi bidobiluan, throw oneself at, Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon, Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon. After that, Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon, Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon. Bite, Darapun, Bendabedi bidobiluan. Ultimate, Darapun, Bendabedi bidobiluan. He overcame. Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon, Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon. Rescued. Princess Mia Morasuna Danny Shelley read. Back to the city of Mundaruk Thiosberdubicable. The king heard. Darapun, Bendabedi bidobiluan. He beat it. Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon, Kantukyutakatikotsawaisilezon. Take out. Princess Mia Morasuna Danny Shelley read. Married to Darapun, Bendabedi bidobiluan. La 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 la. Happy as a fairy tale. They had a baby. I'm growing up every day. To avoid trouble later. The child is called Wanghauren. His full name is very hard to pronounce. You do the reading. In the last part, as the music picks up the tempo, so does Samsu's voice. Both pitch and intonation are displayed with the utmost splendor and precision. At the end of the song, Samsu even mimics the crying of a small child. People were even more amazed, thinking there were really little kids on stage. When the song ended, everyone stood up and applauded. The 4 judges also laughed bitterly. It was the first time in all their years of hanging out that they were surprised by a song. Not the song itself, but the singer. As for the song itself, it's just a story about a prince saving a princess. Nothing major out of the ordinary. But these lyrics are unusually awkward and elusive. The tempo is unpredictable, sometimes slow and languid, sometimes lightning fast. The vocal lines are even more transformative, providing endless surprises and challenges. Chapter 116, Show Me Your Face, Baby. The song Darla Crash It was originally tailored for a secondary virtual songstress. Thus the tunes were written without leaving much room for real singers to change their breath. If the singer doesn't handle the breathing change well during the song will seem exceptionally difficult to manage. But Samsu was a hangman himself, with systemically rewarded master vocals, so navigating the song is still a breeze. However, this is simply impossible to accomplish in the viewer's eyes. As a result, people are becoming more and more afraid to speculate about the identity of the mysterious guest on stage. At least within their knowledge, they hadn't seen any singer who could be at this level. One man in 5 roles, one man doing a combination of things. Just ask who else. Don't ask me why I'm on my knees listening to the song, because I'm convinced. Who can believe that the effect that was so hard to achieve in the studio turned out to be a live version of? It's a good thing this guy isn't here for the competition. Or who could have recruited him? There was so much information being delivered by the mystery guest on stage that the audience was now even more confused and had absolutely no idea who to guess. At this point, the host, Xiao Hua, came on stage and said, "Thank you to the mystery guest for the wonderful performance. The song Dara Avalanche Bar is really jaw-dropping and breathtaking. One person playing 5 roles. Such talent and strength is unbelievable. If I hadn't been there to hear it, I wouldn't have believed that such an amazing performance was possible. Once again, let's pay our highest respect to our guest of honor." The audience erupted in applause. In fact, people still can't believe it's true. At that point, the host went on to say, "Before the guests make their appearances, let's hear from the judges." At this point, everyone can't wait to get up there and find out what's going on. But it's clear that the showrunners know how to keep the audience's emotions in check. It was originally thought that the show's ratings would slip with Doraemon's absence from this installment, but now it seems that this concern is redundant. Not only have the show's ratings not dipped, but they are now at a staggering 4.2. That's a figure that almost every program, except for the Spring Festival Gala, is able to achieve, and it's a rating that almost every program is unlikely to achieve. Blueberry Terrace did. It made the other TV stations so envious and jealous. At this time, Fong Hanin said first, this guest's grasp of the rhythm of the song is quite precise. Whether it's rapid note transitions or complex beat changes, he can handle it with ease. With such singing skills, he's definitely a top-notch presence within the entertainment industry. I'm as curious as everyone else about his identity. After that, everyone laughed. It's not. It's killing people. At this time, Xiang Xing said, this singer, who pronounces every word clearly, making it easy for the listener to understand the content of the song, realizing that pitch is not something everyone can manage, especially with a song like this, which can be nothing short of sealing the existence of the gods. After Xiang Xing finished, Xu Wing also exclaimed, whether it's the singing skills or the multiple vocalizations, it's a highlight of the song. From the moment our mysterious guest opened his mouth, I'm guessing who the singer is as much as everyone else. Unfortunately, I've filtered the entertainment world through, and I couldn't find any relevant information about him, and I can't even tell if he's a man or a woman. Hearing Chuing say this, everyone also realized whether the identity of the mystery guest was a man or a woman. Right? Oh, I can't tell if it's a man or a woman either. So I'm guessing a chicken. If the big boys can't guess, how can a mere mortal like me 1 inch? Hurry up and make your appearance, my little baby. At this time, Lu Qingfeng said, this song tells the story of a prince saving a princess. The lyrics are not flashy, but it is quite difficult to sing, in which the awkward lyrics and the handling of the change of breath is something that many people can't do. Not to mention that one person is playing 5 roles, and judging from this point, I believe that the guest on the stage is definitely the best and the king of songs. Everyone also sucked in a breath of cool air at Lu Qingfeng's comment. The best of the song kings? Wouldn't that make this man the king of the song kings? Simply the king of kings. If other singers compare with him, it's equivalent to piking with 5 people. 1 against 5. How can they win? I'd like to call it the 5th time in showbiz. No contest. The judges finally finished their reviews, at which point the host, Xiao Hua, said, well, the experts have finished their reviews as well. So here's. Xiao Hua purposely pulled a long note, gazed at the audience, and then said, it's time for commercials. And after the commercials we'll reveal the identity of our mystery guest. Everyone was sobbing when they heard this. The pop-ups would have been flying by now. Holy, my pants are down and you're showing me commercials. My God, I can't even go to the bathroom. And you're doing this. You said this is what people do. I'm all hung up on my game, just waiting for the debut. The screen went wild with pop-ups, but no one changed the channel. Those who want to go to the bathroom continue to hold it, and those who are playing games continue to hang out. The addition of commercials at this time is also deliberate on the part of the program. Kidding aside, just for this period of time, the commercials have already fetched tens of millions of dollars, and the money was not spent in vain. Attentive viewers even noticed that the commercial was actually a little longer than the usual interstitials. But at this point, everyone didn't have time to count, desperately hoping to hurry up and see the identity of the person on stage. The commercial is finally over. Host Xiao Hua said enthusiastically, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to continue to pay attention to the large-scale music program Masked Singer, which was created by Blueberry Channel. Next, let's all look forward to the birth of a miracle. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Hua reached out and pointed to the mysterious black curtain in the center of the stage. At this moment, the black curtain rises slowly like a prologue, revealing the mysterious guest who was about to appear. First a pair of feet came into view, followed by 2 long, slender legs. With the gradual rise of the black curtain, the atmosphere of the scene became more and more tense and exciting, and the audience held their breath for fear of missing a single detail. After much anticipation, the dark secrets are finally all revealed. The mystery guest on stage was finally revealed. "Hello everyone, I'm Sam Soo." Senator Soo greeted everyone. Everyone was confused. Both the live audience and those who were in front of the screen had a feeling of unreality. A short silence was followed by an outburst of enthusiastic boisterous noise. The audience even stood up en masse and cheered. The boisterous scene was so loud that it was about to crack the entire arena. The audience in front of the screen was also wailing. Especially those die-hard fans of Sushin were so excited that they could hardly breathe. "Junior! It's Junior! Sam is awesome! Brother Sam is mighty! San YYDS." Chapter 117, The Reaction of the Crowd. On the stage, everyone was abuzz after Sam Soo revealed his true form. It took a while for everyone to stabilize. At this time, Lu Qingfeng spoke first. "What else did you say you wouldn't know?" Lu Qingfeng's words directly made the audience laugh. Netizens were even happier with their pop-up echoes. "Little Sammy. He's good at singing, dancing and rapping. Can you give birth to a baby, Sammy?" "I can. I'll give you a chance. I dare say that no one in showbiz can do a better job than Junior, either writing or singing." Outside, the people from Ehai Entertainment also saw Sam Huey's appearance. When the program started, they thought this person could be pulled off. After all, it's a lot more fun to see someone like that in a package. However, after seeing Sushin show up, everyone stopped talking. It's like a fly stuck in your throat, up or down, and it's quite hard to bear. Wang Changhua was even more angry, straight to slap the table. Pointing at the crowd, scolded, "Let you do the work it. Now what progress? A bunch of waste." Wang Changhua is talking about Sue's involvement in the conflict between Pandora and Doraemon. He's going to make both sides choke first, but it was not to be. No matter how much Ehai's side stirred up trouble, neither side made any movement. A lot of water armies have been hired. A lot of money has been spent, but the two sides are not taking it seriously. It made them feel as if they had punched cotton, but Wang Changhua just don't care so much, for the account of the things did not make progress. Can only think that the people who do the work is a pig, inevitably spread the fire on them. Shengshire Entertainment's Zhang Chaoyan was also following the match. Although he was also amazed by Su Sen's performance, his focus was on Su Sen and Lu Qingfeng. "Look at this kid's build and that cat's somewhat similar. Also, the way Lu Qingfeng spoke, it's obvious that the two are well acquainted. He said he knew Pandora before." Sam Su's voice is versatile again. Zhang Chaoyan listed up one piece of information and came up with a shocking answer. Could it be? Could it be? They're just one person. This answer shocked Zhang Chaoyan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can anyone be so all-around talented? Reason told him it was impossible, but all the conditions pointed in favor of that possibility. Anyway, it's better to be prepared for both. This man is not to be offended in any way. Zhang Chaoyang makes up his mind and arranges for Liang Haoyu, the participating singer. No matter what, you have to get on good terms with that cat, and also, don't say anything bad about anyone else in front of him, especially not Senator Su's. Liang Haoyu was unsure, but since it was the company's boss who had given the word, this was definitely something that should be done. Besides, Liang Haoyu still admired Sam Hui and Doraemon, so naturally he wouldn't say anything unpleasant. The folks at the Opera Association are also following the show. When Senator Su made his appearance, they were all exuberant. In the entire entertainment industry, who didn't know the relationship between Senator Su and the Opera Association? Sam Su is awesome, and they are proud of it. Zhao Shuer also saw Sushin, but she always felt that Sushin was somewhat similar to Doraemon on the stage. He wasn't as analytical as Zhang Chaoyang and just assumed it based on his feelings. However, she didn't put herself out there either. After all, it's just personal speculation with little substantive evidence. Besides, even if she had evidence that could prove that Sushin was the cat, she wouldn't say anything. Zhao Shuer exclaimed, "Let's see what kind of surprise you'll bring at the end." At this moment, Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui also saw Sam Su. Lu Xiaorui stared at the screen with a look of astonishment. To be honest, she was beginning to be subdued by the performance of the guests on stage, but the mouth still looks defiant. And while you're looking at it, you're egging it on. Song Yu's entire attitude towards Lu Xiaorui's behavior was one of contempt. When Sushin revealed his true face, Song Yu looked at Lu Xiaorui with a bad smile on his face, and every now and then he sneers. "What a big deal. Acting like you've never seen the world. You." Apparently, Lu Xiaorui had also discovered that Song Yu had long known about Senator Su's identity, but knowing that he was out of line, he couldn't say anything else. However, she was sure that Song Yu didn't know about Senator Su's other identity. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaorui said cynically, "Don't think you're complacent just because you know a bit of inside information. You'll have a good time behind you." Che, I don't know who just said that the ones on the stage are just showing off their skills and don't have any real ability. I wonder how the others would react if they heard that. Don't you dare. What wouldn't I dare? I've got it all on tape. Song Lao Air. You. Sam Hui stayed on stage for a while, which was longer than any of the other contestants on stage. The 4 judges talked to him about some other music in addition to the song Dara Avalanche Bar. If it wasn't for the host Xiao Hua stopping it, it's estimated that the 5th installment of Masked Singer could have just been changed to a symposium with Su participating in the 4 judges. After Sam Su went down, it was the robot that came up. Since Sam Su, as the mystery guest, performed so bombastically, it led to a lot of pressure on the contestants at the back, especially the first robot up. He growled in his mind, "Damn, it's not over. One cat gone and another one coming. Let people live." But sometimes fate is so fickle. Robot became an alternate slot after the last installment. Originally, I thought I could take down the company, but who knows? Wang Changhua doesn't eat this at all, and expressed serious displeasure with him for such behavior. So, this installment, as usual, doesn't give him a new song. Not only that, but the company sent another person into the race. By this point, the robot realized it had gone too far. Leaving aside the company's side for a moment, he was personally very eager to prove himself through this program. This is because the opportunities given to them, the elderly, by Yahai are getting fewer and fewer, to the extent that they are getting fewer and fewer commercial performances and less income. It made him panic. If I can get myself fired up again with this show, I might be in a much better place. But apparently, the company didn't take him seriously at all, even, for his behavior in the last issue, expressed serious displeasure. So, for this installment, he didn't get a new song. However, the robot went straight for a song he was good at. But then Nai ran into Sam Su appearing as a mystery guest, and he started to panic. The audience's dopamine has been raised in secretion intensity by Su Sam's Darla Crash Bar. In other words, to get the audience excited, you need stronger stimulation. Obviously, robots are not equipped for this. At this time, he could not wait to smack his own 2 mouths. The last issue, so for what? What's meant to be is meant to be, and the robot is up against the pressure. Predictably, while the singing was respectable, it clearly didn't stimulate the audience's excitement any more than it should have. Coupled with the fact that it's another old song, not a new one, it rather makes the audience feel that there's not enough sincerity. Ratings, naturally, are not high. The viewers of the show have simply had their appetites whetted by Sam Su. Chapter 118, next year today. When Sam Su got off the stage, he couldn't wait to click on the system. After the last airing of Believe in Love, his fans have long surpassed 40 million. It's just a matter of the number of songs. Dala Avalanche it was released with just under 40 songs. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The number of fans exceeded 40 million. 40 songs were released, and rewards are being given out. Mission reward, host's life expectancy added 1 year. Upon inspection, host's body has recovered 80%. Upon hearing this news, Senator Su was overjoyed. Maybe the next mission will allow the body to heal. I wonder what the system rewards when you're healed. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Mission release, please release 50 songs by the host and make the number of fans exceed 50 million. Unfinished mission, please host. Within 1 year, create a king of song and a queen of song. Senator Su was very happy, and he had plans for the creation of the king and queen of songs. He was going to produce an album for Song Yu Lu Xiaorui. In Blue Star, to reach the standard of the king and queen of songs, in addition to the total number of hits of a song reaching 10 billion, there is also a mandatory condition that there must be an album that has sold more than 10 million copies. This is something that is difficult for many artists to accomplish. It's not easy to make an album that's all gold. Because, with an album release, not every song is worth collecting. Viewers are more inclined to pay for a few of these songs, and the rest are fillers. And the king of songs is judged not by the number of views of a particular single, but by the sales of an entire album. That's why so few kings of song have been produced so far. But it stands to reason that the king of songs should be higher in this case, instead of going downhill as it is now. On that note, it also goes back to Yehai Entertainment. Upon his return from the Korean continent, Marin embarked on a star-making program, but the stars they make are modeled after the Korean continent over there, with the fresh meat culture as the standard. This eliminates the need for costly customized songs. Just twisting and jumping, eating a peach will attract countless fans' attention. Such a low-cost investment is super cost-effective compared to creating a singer-songwriter. Over the years, other companies have followed the same path of development as Ikai, so the king and queen of songs became a title. Although people like to listen to them sing, as a group of young people grow up, the king and queen of songs are becoming less and less popular. Instead, It's the fresh meat that has become the mainstream of the entertainment industry. The reason why Wang Changhua hates Samsu is not a brainless act. After all, there is no such thing as love without a cause or hate without a reason. It was based on the fact that Samsu had disrupted their pace of development that had led to the full-scale siege of Art Ocean. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Yeehee can't match the other two entertainment companies in terms of strength and number of song kings and queens, but it's already on the verge of bending the curve through the fresh meat culture it's created. But how can Wang Changhua be greeted with a smile when Susan directly blocked the road for him? That's why there was a series of fights between Yahei and Hua Choi. Similarly, it is programs like The Masked Singer, which totally values the singer's singing ability and not the singer's face value, that attracts so many powerful singers who want to participate. On the contrary, none of the fresh meat dared to come on at all. Of course, it's only with the major companies taking Doraemon seriously that they've been sending songwriters and singers into the program. While Samsu was taking stock of his collection, the second singer took the stage. That's when the information about the song appeared on the big screen. Next year today. Sung by Sun Wukong. Lyrics, Su Sam. Seeing this, the audience was immediately energized. What's going on? Is this the rhythm of Little Samson's fight? I originally thought that there was not much to see in this issue with Fatty Blue going down, but I didn't expect surprises one after another. Tell me, Little Sam, what else have you done behind our backs? I'd like to say that Little Sammy is awesome. The judges also smiled at each other. For a creative genius like Su Shun, they could only admire and envy. The melody played and everyone froze. Because so many people heard it as the intro to the song 10 years. Everyone looks at me and I look at you in a bit of a trance. The judges were also puzzled by the fact that, by definition, a song can only appear on stage once, which is an unwritten rule for all shows. Sun Wukong already sang this song in the second installment. Why again? There was a lot of speculation. Is it just me having a memory lapse? Didn't this song appear on stage and it was sung by the Monkey King? The Monkey King is running out of songs. Isn't he? Changing his name and singing it all over again. The program is too undisciplined to make such a mistake. Thought it was a surprise. Never mind. It's just a rewatch of Decade. Thank goodness it's not January. Everyone was questioning it, and though reluctant, they could only continue to listen. The song that Samsu gave to the Monkey King was not 10 years, but a song with different lyrics for the same song. On Earth. It was the song Next Year Today that came out first, followed by 10 years. At Blue Star, it was reversed by Samsu. When Samsu gave the song to Sun Wukong through Liangyu, Sun Wukong was excited. He dreamed of Sam Huey's song, but when he saw the melody, he was just as confused as everyone else, because the song is, clearly, 10 years. Upon learning that it was a Cantonese song, Sun Wukong was completely stunned. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that songs could be screwed up like this. Completely reversed his perception. From the initial excitement, to dismay, to shock, it was a roller coaster ride for him. Seeing everyone's reaction, the corners of Sun Wukong's mouth rose, thinking, I'll definitely make you guys shut your mouths in amazement in a while. As the melody progressed, Sun Wukong sang, if this beam of chandelier pours down, or maybe I won't exist anymore, even if you don't love, nor do they need to be separated. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, everyone was subdued. Even the judges were shocked. The tune was more than familiar to them, but the lyrics, it was the first time they had actually heard them. It's obviously a very familiar melody, but with the Cantonese pronunciation of the lyrics, it's surprisingly strangely familiar. The song continues. If this is the moment when I'm seriously demented, there's no need to be loved, always dreaming in bed. I won't be sad for the rest of my life. One has to be brave to survive. I'll make a new wish, like learning to live with a broken heart. The audience was dead set on the Monkey King on the stage. The robots are in the lounge watching the show on stage as well. At this time, the storm that hit him in his heart was the greatest. First there was Su Sam's Dara Avalanche Bar, and this is going to be another Next Year Today, which just doesn't give a damn. The robot mentally growled. I just came out with a pair of threes. Did you have to use a bomb? Chapter 119, The Most Depressed Man Leaves the Field. At this point, the song is transitioning into the rousing intro of the chorus. Don't lose any more sleep on this day next year. The mattresses have been changed, and if we're lucky enough to meet, or at a companion's bridal feast, waiting in fear for you to show up. Today is next year. I haven't seen you for a year. Who's changed after 60 years of being away from you? I wish I could recognize your children. I can hear you say goodbye at the end of the day. The other singers were helpless. When they heard the melody, they thought there was a problem with the program, but now it seems that it's not the program that's going wrong. It's totally their naivety. This is clearly a brand new song. Whether it is from the creation of the mood, the presentation of the singing, or the communication of the theme, it shows a very different style. If you really want to find similarities between the two songs, it is by no means in the similarity of the melodies. The point is, both the previous 10 years and the current next year today are equally good and equally outstanding. I can only say that Sam Soo is too perverted. How on earth can he make a song new by merely changing the lyrics, even making it compare favorably to the original? The song comes to a final coda. To meet you in the moments of my life. It took all my luck. I didn't realize it until this day. Breathed the air. The poignant closing lines fell away in the lonely air, while the aftermath of the accompaniment still lingered in the air with the notes, and the audience was left a little dazed. 10 years is an irreplaceable song in some people's minds. These people are ready to start spraying. But after listening to Next Year Today, it hardened the words that came to my lips. Aside from the fact that the tunes are very different, there is a noticeable difference in both thematic perspective and emotional atmosphere. 10 years follows the journey from falling in love to breaking up to becoming friends. The lyrics reveal a remembrance of lost love and an acceptance of the hopelessness of the future. The song expresses more about how the passage of time affects relationships and the subtle process of psychological changes that occur after a breakup. At the end of the song, the theme is elevated, showing that breakups are in fact the norm, and that the tears are shed not only for your own feelings, but also for those who are also going through the pain of a breakup. The song, Next Year Today, on the other hand, expresses the deep grief and helplessness that comes with the loss of love from the point of view of a person who has been broken up with. The lyrics are filled with nostalgia for the good old days, the inability to accept the fact of being broken up with, as well as the confusion and fear of future life. The song reveals more about the inner struggle and pain of the person being broken up with, as well as the determination to bravely face the lost love. After the song was performed, it was time for the judges' critique. Everyone listened intently, afraid of missing any important information, because such a song is their first encounter. The rest of the three judges' comments were all in favor of the song as well as the singer. By the time Lu Qingfeng arrived, he had analyzed the song. I've heard the song 10 years before, which is relatively more introspective and subtle in its emotional expression. The whole song has a calmer vibe without too much emotional catharsis, but it allows one to feel a deep sadness in the calmness. The song, Next Year Today, on the other hand, is much more direct and strong in its emotional expression, with a heavier atmosphere throughout the song, full of sadness and despair. And yet, in the last part of the song, it shows the resilience and courage of humanity. I used to think that the tune and the words are uniqueness. That would be the perfect blend of a song. But after seeing this kind of creation of a song in 2 words by Sam Soo, I realized that it's me who's shallow. When Lu Qingfeng finished speaking, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. You should know that Lu Qingfeng is the true dad of true dads, a top songwriter in the entertainment industry. I didn't realize that actually being honest about my superficiality on such a public stage was going to make headlines. In this regard, people can't help but be curious about Sushin's creative talents. Exactly. What level is he at in the world of songwriting? Hearing Elder Lu say that, I can't even imagine what realm little Samson is in. As the pioneer of one song in 2 words, I think little Samuel should be able to be crowned a god. Before it was Pandora sealing the god, now it's little Samson sealing the god. The entertainment industry is really lively. Compared to Pandora, I think Sam Soo is more powerful. After all, he alone can write and sing at the same time. Moreover, his style is still versatile. One person is worth a band. At this point, some people can't help but compare Sam Soo to Pandora. And that's exactly what Yahai wants to see. They immediately saw eye to eye and said they would take advantage of the opportunity. As a result, comparisons of the strengths and weaknesses of Pandora and Soo Sam have appeared on the internet. Pandora has fake walking monk rock songs, which is a height that Sam Soo couldn't reach. Sam Soo still has sea and sky. Why don't you say so? Conch Sky is not as powerful as fake walking monks. They can't be mentioned in the same breath. How can you not say the same thing? And what a bunch of brainwashed people who can say whatever they want. You're the ones who are a bunch of brainless people. Look at how you've all blown surname Soo off. No one can top the song Darla Crash It. Who can top it? To put it bluntly, it's okay to sing Darabun Bar as a voice actor. Look what you can do. Senator Soo was in the background at this time and noticed the voices on the internet as well. He'd had a feeling someone was picking a fight lately, but he didn't care. But now it seemed that it was entirely directed at him. Obviously, they were trying to stir up their relationship with Pandora. Although he didn't know the purpose of the person behind the push, Sushin was sure that this person definitely didn't have any good intentions. Sam Hui called Woo-sung. Have you found out who's behind this to steer public opinion? Who else could it be? Your arch nemesis, Art Ocean Entertainment. Still really dead set on it. Keep an eye on it for me. If there's nothing particularly out of the ordinary, don't worry about it for now. Senator Soo pondered over the matter, thinking about how to irritate Yahai again. That way, the more you can kill the opponent when it's finally revealed. Thinking of this, Senator Su even hummed, "I'll stand on the highest hillock. I'll gallantly return to my horse." At this point, the game was nearing its end. The final voting session saw Sun Wukong take the top spot with "Next Year Today." Robots fall off the list. Next up is the reveal. The moment the robot unmasked, the room went into shock. Robot really is a king of song. His real name is Sha Wei, from Ehai Entertainment, and he's a veritable king of song. However, even this dazzling status did not allow him to escape his departure. Let's just say the competition was brutal. But what was more depressing for Javert was that from start to finish, he had never had a sound victory. Even when they come up with very bombastic rock songs, they can only lose to fake Walking Monk. By now, it gave him a sense of relief. The host passes the microphone to the robot for a final goodbye. "Thank you all very much for your support and encouragement. In the time to come, I will devote myself to music creation and strive to bring you more and better works." Chapter 120, No Regrets for Entering Huaxia in This Life. Robot Javert's last words fall into the category of being perfectly normal in the eyes of the audience. But in the ears of Ehai Wang Changhua, it is so otherworldly. Art Ocean's development strategy is in the eye of the beholder. If you can look good, even if you're not hot, the company will hype you up and get you fired up. More to the point, the cost of hype is just super cost-effective compared to developing real musicians. When Javert said on stage that he was going to concentrate on music, it was already against the development strategy of Art Ocean. At this point, the company is not going to throw money at him. After all, in Wang Changhua's eyes, an over-the-top entertainer is not as packaged as a college student fresh out of school. Netizens are overwhelmed with emotion about the robot's stance. What a shame. I remember when King Sha Song was on fire. It's mainly because he's too backward. Either he runs into Doraemon or Su Shen. How can he compare? In that case, wouldn't little Samuel be even more powerful than the King of Song? Regarding the 5th installment of The Masked Singer, viewers are in for a real eye-opener. First, Samsu came on stage and did a song called Dara Avalanche Bar, where one person played 5 roles, which directly triggered the whole audience. Then there's Sun Wukong with Su Sen's Next Year Today, which shows off 2 words in one song and wins outright. The final reveal was a great opportunity to witness the eclipsing of a generation of songwriters. This issue is an explosion of information. In fact, what people don't realize is that the Monkey King was found after the robot Javert left the scene. I'm saying goodbye to the stage for good. If you get a chance to see that cat again, please tell him that Yahai is beating him to the punch. Tell him to pay attention, and not to come to Yahai if he wants to keep making music. Sun Wukong didn't know why he said that, but was entrusted with the task and was ready to find an opportunity to inform Doraemon about it. While chatting with Su Shen, Sun Wukong brought up this matter. "You mean, the robot told you to pass it on?" Well, he looked helpless when he said it. "Okay, I know. You don't have to worry about this." When Sun Wukong heard Su Shen say this, he looked at Su Shen with some surprise, then asked, "Samson, do you know that cat?" Hearing him ask this, Su Shen was also in a bit of a trance, thinking that Liang Yu had told him about his identity. But now it seemed obvious that Liang Yu hadn't revealed his identity. Senator Su coughed lightly. "Ahem, well, recognizing, I'll pass it on for you." The Monkey King expresses surprise that Su Sam can recognize Doraemon. He thought to himself, since Sango knew that cat, she might be acquainted with Pandora as well. So it seems they're not as bad of a relationship as the internet makes out. Samsu returned to Kyoto. He won't have to run around for a while, because he's in the final round. The following match is a promotion system. In other words, each match would produce a champion to enter the final. And when 6 champions were produced, it would be time for the final match. Senator Su had already entered early, and the next advancement match was basically irrelevant to him, so he just waited to compete in the final match. When Senator Su returned to Kyoto, he was called by Elder Zhao. "You boys are having a good time." Facing Elder Zhao's questioning, Senator Su laughed. "I can't hide anything from you. Isn't it for the sake of increasing Huatsai's popularity? Don't be poor with me. This time I didn't ask you about the competition. It's about the opening of the cultural wall." Hearing Elder Zhao speak in a serious manner, Senator Su also put away his smile and asked, "Are you referring to the issue of opening up cultural walls and barriers with other countries?" "Well, it's not exactly a secret anymore, and part of it will officially open in January. So that means we can go to other countries for development?" When Zhao Lao heard this, his face was filled with black lines. "How did your kids' brain circuits grow? Telling you about this was to get you ready to deal with it. But you're good. You're thinking of going out first." Senator Su said seriously. "Elder Zhao, sometimes the best defense is offense." Once Zhao Lao heard this, he stared at Senator Su and didn't say anything for a long time. Senator Su didn't flinch either. Meeting Elder Zhao's gaze, he knew that he was going to get enough initiative in this matter. And the size of the initiative depended on Zhao Lao's assessment of him. After a long time, Zhao Lao said. Are you sure? Senator Su nodded. Not much of a problem. Which country is open first this time? Hanzhou. What does it mean up there? There are two voices up there. One that is firmly resisting and one that holds an open mind. It is normal to have scruples. However, the opening of the cultural wall of the world is a general trend, which can be delayed for a while, but not for a lifetime. But you have to realize that one Yahai is already enough for you to toss around. If you add Han Chao to the mix, how will you cope? Senator Su thought for a moment and asked a question that had nothing to do with this matter. Elder Zhao, if I were to movie high, what would the top do to me? Zhao Lao looked at Sam Su. He didn't know what was in this kid's head. After a long time, he sighed and said, there are Qigong to help you keep an eye on the relationship between the layers of the arts and the sea, plus this old bone of mine. As long as you are through formal business means, just toss it around. No one dares to touch you. That was the answer Sam Su was looking for. He knew that it was impossible for a sky-high tree like Yihai to not have a backer. The main reason for the delay in laying hands on Yahai was that he was afraid of causing a chain reaction. After all, the fact that Yihai was able to successfully implement fresh meat culture in the country meant that the power behind it should not be underestimated. With Elder Zhao's assurance, Senator Su could finally let go now. Senator Su and Elder Zhao talked a lot, but the specifics of what they would do were only approximate. Finally, Elder Zhao lamented. In the future, it will be the world of you young people, but no matter what time it is, you must not forget your roots. Senator Su knew that Zhao was convinced by him. In addition, this statement seems to have high hopes for him, but in fact, it also means to remind him. Sushin certainly understood that he would undoubtedly be a bomb the day he grew strong enough. So, Samsu made plans at the earliest possible time. For example, at Wachovia, the first thing he did was to reform the shares. It wasn't that his awareness was so high, but, rather, he didn't want to be a target. Also, even if it's not himself in the future, someone else could follow this equity structure and model of his. In this way, decentralize power and spread out finances to maximize your preservation. Coming out of Zhao Lao's, Sushin went back home, spent the evening with the family having a good meal. He was too busy to care about his family during this time. Originally, I thought that I would cross over, and with the system, I could make a little money and then enjoy a leisurely life with my family. Yet, it's one step at a time. But you have to ask him if he regrets it, and he doesn't. As a Chinese, no matter what kind of time and space one is in, one should step forward when the country needs it. I have no regrets about entering China in this life, and I will be a Chinese in the next. Chapter 121, Let's get moving. In the evening, Zhao Qigong came to Zhao Lao's place. Inside the study, the two men were chatting about something. Dad, you mean, let go and let the kid fold? Zhao Lao glanced at his son and said, there's a saying he's right. Offense is the best defense. But, offense is also about strength. Now the domestic entertainment is already chaotic enough. If we antagonize Hanzhou again, won't we be under siege? Besides, in this regard, they can be much more experienced than us. Do your job and don't let anyone else interfere with him, no matter what. You mean? Zhao Lao sighed. Ugh, this kid is going to move Yahai. What? Where did he get that? Zhao Qigong stood up directly from his chair, obviously surprised by this news. How old can't you be more composed? Zhao Qigong was a bit embarrassed, but still asked directly. How did he dare? He didn't say anything specific, but I have a feeling that this kid is not a light, so let him toss it. But what? Keep in mind that he and Huakai are both private companies and have nothing to do with you or me. All you have to do is just follow the regular process. The next day, Sam Hui came to the company and looked for Song Yu first. Last time you said there was a hairy guy in Yihe. How's that? You mean Qinfun? Don't worry, brother San. That kid is absolutely fine. But last time he complained to me and wanted to quit. Oh, what's going on? Alas. Later I realized that Xiao Lao and Niao Lao are that kid's masters. He went to Yihai at first. One because of Wang Chang's invitation. The main thing is that his two masters were in Yihai at that time. Seeing Su Sin in deep thought, Song Yu added, at that time, when Qinfun was in school, he followed Xiao Lao and Niao Lao to learn composition. After those two old guys left Yihai, he also wanted to leave. But brother San Yu and I said that we need to find an acquaintance in Yihai. So I thought of him. He brought up the matter of resignation last time, but I persuaded him to do so, and I wanted to ask you about this. But when I was busy, I forgot about it. Senator Su said, very well, you've done a good job. Don't let him resign yet. When the time comes, if he wants to come to Huakai, he's welcome anytime. Don't worry, brother Sam, I'm sure I can handle this. Song Yu didn't ask Susan about the purpose of doing so. At this point, Song Yu was very aware of the proportion. Susan does not say. He does not ask. Sam Su said to Song Yu, do you want to release an album? The topic changed so quickly that Song Yu was a bit unresponsive. When he responded, he said excitedly, "I want to. Of course I do. I've dreamed of it. Well then, I'll prepare a few songs for you and put together an album when the time comes, and try to make a run at the king of songs." Song Yu came out of the office, his head still dizzy. Song Yu grew up without worrying about food and drink, and his only wish was to become a top musician. The king of songs. Initially, he thought that he would find an entertainment company, and with his own strength, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes to get a song king, but he thought simply. In addition to the songs having to break 10 billion views on demand, there's the entire album that has to break 10 million copies sold. You know, who but a die-hard fan would have nothing better to do than buy an entire album to listen to? Besides, the rules of Bluestar are such that you can buy a particular song inside an album. That is to say, an album, unless every song is a classic, is not something anyone will pay for. If there's only one or two hit songs, then just buy the ones you like. There's no need to spend a fortune. Also, 10 million units sold, with a minimum of 12 songs on an album, at a minimum of $1 a song. That's 120 million, and that's not counting users who only bought one of the songs. Sales like that aren't accomplished by brushing up, and repeat purchases do not count toward the total. The only reason there used to be a king of songs was because there was no outlet for electronic sampling. It was all physical CD recordings. So, to listen to a particular song, you have to buy the whole album. It's different now. It's all electronic albums, and users can buy on demand. This makes it very difficult for a new king of song to be born. Senator Su said that he was going to get him an album, and he also asked him to impact the king of songs, which meant that every song inside the entire album had to be good enough to have a chance at impacting the king of songs. The more Song Yu thought about it, the more excited he became. As long as Brother Sam is willing to make a move, this is a sure thing. After Song Yu left, Senator Su called Wu Chang over again. Go find a reliable person, acquire an investment company, and then slowly acquire the shares of Yahai. Yes, Wu Chang did not ask much about Su Sen's arrangement. He knew that although Senator Su looked young, there was nothing simple about what he was doing. He definitely has his considerations when he does that. Don't ask why. Just do it. You can never go wrong. Regarding the opening of the culture wall, the major entertainment companies have been there for a long time. Previously, it was only at the exploration stage, but this time it was different, and the time had been clearly defined. All the major entertainment companies are actively planning for it, all trying to make a profit out of the big event. The one who is most excited about this is Ehai Entertainment. Ha ha ha, it's finally settled this time. From now on the entire entertainment industry will be ours. Wang Changguo laughed indulgently. Malin complimented. Mr. Wang. Then Huakai sighed. Humph, a small insignificant company. When the people from Hanzhou's side come over, we'll destroy it in one fell swoop. Mr. Wang is right. Whether it's Huakai, or the brat surnamed Su, when the time comes, they'll still be on their knees begging for mercy from us. Let him jump around for 2 more days. He'll have a good time later. In the face of the opening of the cultural wall, Zhang Chaoyang has been hesitant. He's already been approached by companies on the Korean side, but he could never get interested. If it was before, he would have agreed without hesitation. But ever since a Samsu came out of the entertainment industry, things have gone sour, and that kid is a step ahead. There must be someone high up behind him. Who on earth could it be? Is this his idea? Or someone else's? The reason why Zhang Chaoyang was hesitant. He really couldn't get the next step in the direction of this industry. Ugh, I'd better wait. At that moment, someone came to report. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Park from Hanzhou Asen would like to make an appointment for you to discuss about taking a stake in the company. Zhang Chaoyang frowned and said after thinking for a while, just say I'm not here. Let Mr. Li talk first. There was no way out. Zhang Chaoyang could only employ the slowing down tactic. For one thing, he didn't dare offend Han Shulai's company. Secondly, he didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. But until things are clear, any decision could become a possibility to break the company. Zhang Chaoyang didn't dare to take a risk, and he couldn't afford to take a risk. Compared to Shangshur Entertainment's Zhang Chaoyang, Star River Entertainment's Yu Hailong didn't have as many scruples. At this point, he was pretty much done talking to YJ Entertainment from the Korean continent. Mr. Yu, I wish us a happy cooperation. Mr. Lee, happy cooperation. Apparently, there has been some kind of cooperation. Chapter 122 Negotiations. Entertainment companies from the Korean continent have entered the domestic entertainment industry in a big way. Like everyone smelled a business opportunity and followed suit. Let's put it this way. Hanzhou has become the meat and potatoes of the inner entertainment industry no matter how big or small the entertainment company is. Similarly, The domestic entertainment industry has become an opportunity for Korean entertainment to capture the market. Among them, Hanjo's YJ Entertainment has entered into a strategic partnership with Star River Entertainment, and Yaha and JP Entertainment have been wearing the same pants for a long time, and these two have already announced the spectacle of theirs in a high-profile way. The only one wavering is Centurion Entertainment. Zhang Chaoyang hadn't made up his mind even now, but Hanjo's SN Entertainment is already in contact with them. Of course, Hwachoi Entertainment was also looked at by the company of Korean entertainment. It's not just Hwakai, but basically any entertainment company in the country, big or small, can see the shadow of Han Entertainment's patronage. On this day, Xia Qingwen said impatiently, "Tell them to get lost and not come back." Senator Su just happened to have something to look for Xia Qingwen, and seeing this scene, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Poof." Xia Qingwen grunted without any good humor. The assistant immediately said, "It's Hanjo FC Entertainment who wants to talk to us about cooperation. They've come a few times already, all of which were turned away by Mr. Xia, and today their boss came to visit in person." "Okay, I know. Invite them in." The assistant looked to Xia Qingwen, who looked to Senator Su. Sam Su said, "Go on." After the assistant left, Xia Qingwen said with some displeasure, "Little Sam, what are you doing? Don't forget our status." It was obvious that Xia Qingwen was forcing down his anger. For his part, Senator Su was unimpressed. "Mr. Xia, this is a big trend, and we can't afford to fall behind. Even if I die, it won't be cheap for those sticks." Senator Su smiled helplessly. "Mr. Xia, death is not enough. Our mission is not yet complete." "Then you're still going to." "Ugh, I'm not going to agree to this anyway." Senator Su was helpless and said, "Mr. Xia, who says we have to be the passive party? We can also take the initiative." Xia Qingwen didn't understand the meaning of Senator Su's words and looked at him with a suspicious face. Senator Su whispered a few words to Xia Qingwen, who immediately smiled. "Ha ha ha, little Sam, or you're right. I was reckless just now. Don't worry, I'll listen to everything you say. I'll cooperate with you." Senator Su and Xia Qingwen came out of the office with uncontrollable smiles on their faces. The assistant then lamented, "It's still Brother San who has the ability. The person whom Mr. Xia killed and never saw. Brother San fixed it with a few words, and he seems to be very happy about it." Senator Su and Xia Qingwen came to the parlor. After introducing each other, Kim Jongrin from Hanjo FC Entertainment said to Xia Qingwen, "Hello, Mr. Xia, we won't say anything polite. The purpose of my trip should be clear to you. We want to get the absolute controlling right of your company. The price is yours to set." Jin Jongrin spoke extremely bluntly. However, it seems to let Hwatsai Sai to open the price. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is to explore the bottom of Hwakai. If the price is set at a reasonable level, they will of course gladly accept it and appear to be rich. Once the price uttered by Hwatsai's side was higher than what they could afford, they would argue with reason and press the price without any hesitation. But that's part of the second phase of things. Right after the meeting, the other party showed a very strong stance. This made Senator Su want to laugh a little, thinking, these rods are really playing a good game. This is the rhythm of using power to suppress others. Xia Qingwen had long since gotten so angry that his nostrils were bubbling. Seeing this, Su busily took over and said, "I think Mr. Jean might have misunderstood. I think that we can sit down and have a good chat about the current situation of the two companies." Jin Jongren didn't answer directly and looked at Xia Qingwen. The meaning was obvious. That is, this young man in front of him, did he have the qualifications to talk to him directly? Xia Qingwen said, "What he means is what I mean." Hearing Xia Qingwen say this, Jin Jongren immediately laughed. "So it's Mr. Su, I've heard of you. You've produced so many songs. You're considered a little famous in your inner entertainment." That being said, Xia Qingwen wanted to come out and retort. On the surface, it seems to be praising Su Sin, but in reality, it is secretly derogating him. By saying that Sam Hui is little known in the mainland entertainment industry, is he not implying that he is not a big-name celebrity artiste? Senator Su wasn't angry either. He hadn't been idle lately. Wuching had already given him all the information about the company on Hanjo's side. Among them is this FC Entertainment. Senator Su knew that this company was not very famous in Hanjo. The head entertainment companies, RSN, YJ and JP. FC can't get up in front of all three of them. Those three companies also knew the market for inner entertainment, so they directly matched up with Shangshi, Xinghe, and Ehai Entertainment. As for Hwakai, although they knew of this person, Sam Su, they hadn't put it in their eyes that a company depended on one person to support it. In their opinion, it was not a matter of minutes to implement a star-making program in this land of China. The reason why FC Entertainment's Kim Chung-in is interested in Wakai is firstly because he doesn't have the ability to compete with those three, and secondly because he actually thinks highly of Hyo Sam, knowing that Hyo Sam's record of single-handedly taking on the entire inner entertainment. The reason why he showed a very contemptuous attitude towards Senator Soo was in order to take the initiative in the ensuing negotiations. In the face of Kim Jong-un's rudeness, Senator Soo didn't care, but continued, "Mr. Kim, as far as I know, your FC isn't doing very well in Korean entertainment." An unceremonious remark that directly punctured Kim Jong-un's pride. Kim Jong-un replied, "We're no more than an entertainment company from the Korean continent." Not waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Sam Soo interrupted. "I know that the artists your company has worked so hard to cultivate are directly poached by other companies in the end, of which JP should have poached you the most." Kim Jong-un stared at Senator Soo. This information was not a secret within Hanzhou, but he didn't know why the young man in front of him knew so well. A moment later, Kim Jong-un said, "I admit that you've done some research on us. However, we have the experience of creating stars for Korean entertainment, and in China, if we join forces, we'll definitely be in a much better position than what you're in now." Obviously, this is being said left and right. Susan didn't pick up on his words either, and continued, "Your so-called star-making, isn't it just finding a few good-looking ones, then conducting some basic training, and finally positioning and packaging them to be pushed to the market?" The more Jin Jong-un heard, the more appalled he felt. Although these are not secrets in Hanzhou, but in terms of the present China, not everyone knows that. At the moment, he had a question in his mind. If the person in front of him knows so much and they are an entertainment company, why don't they implement it themselves? Senator Soo saw what Jin Jong-un was thinking, so he said, "Does Mr. Kim think that since we know we can produce artists in bulk this way, why don't we do it?" Jin Jong-un looked at Senator Soo. He now had a stifled feeling. In front of this young man, it was as if he had no secrets left. More to the point, the proud experience is also worthless to the other side. Sam Soo continued, "It's not that we can't, it's that we don't want to." "Why?" Kim Jong-un subconsciously asked. However, he immediately realized he was in a hurry. Senator Soo knew that from this moment on, the pace of the negotiations would be under his control. Chapter 123. Senator Soo said, "Because it's not necessary, you're also in business. How far do you think you can go by relying on a shiny exterior and scratching your head to entertain the public?" When Senator Soo finished speaking, he glanced at Jin Jong-un, then continued, "I'm sure Mr. Kim doesn't like this kind of Korean entertainment, right? Your Korean entertainment circle should be as colorful as 100 flowers blossoming. However, driven by economic interests, some capitals chose to abandon those artists who have real talent but are unwilling to comply, and instead, they went to push the so-called star-making plan. Isn't this the true status quo of your Korean entertainment at the moment?" Senator Soo first praised Jin Jong-un in a small way, saying that he was also an entrepreneur who did business and had justice stored in his heart. This is followed by a comparison of the past and present of the Korean language. The goal is to put Kim Chung-in on the opposite side of the capital. As expected, Kim Chung-in said somewhat helplessly, "This is the general trend, and there's nothing we can do about it." Hearing this, Senator Soo knew that the back was basically stable. As a result, Senator Soo explained in depth to Kim Chung-in why Han Entertainment was in the current situation and emphasized the drawbacks of this approach of pursuing short-term gains and lacking long-term vision. Susan said with great righteousness, a look of defiance, "We'll be in this chaotic world to kill a piece of heaven." Kim Jong-un listened in awe, not to mention Jin Jong-un. Even Siecheng-wen was one froze. Senator Soo felt that the time was almost right and immediately threw out his claim. "I think that our two families can work together. And of course, with our strength in Huakai, we can take a stake in your FC Entertainment." Jin Jong-un finally reacted to the fact that Senator Soo's real intention was to get into them, not to be gotten into. "Just now, I was so focused on making common cause that I forgot I was here to negotiate." Kim Jong-un was just about to say something when Sam Hyo gave him a reason he couldn't refuse. "We can sign a betting agreement. If in Korean entertainment, within 6 months, we can't bring up 3 artists by our strength, then Wakai will give up 51% of its shares to FC. And likewise, if we do, then FC will unconditionally give up 51% of its shares to Wakai." When Jin Jong-un heard this, he was calculating in his heart, not to mention that he can easily promote 3 artists based on his strength. Even if it's a well-capitalized star-making program, it would be difficult to successfully create 3 new stars in just half a year. This kid is really too arrogant. Although I am also quite displeased with those capitals' manipulation methods, but realistically speaking, their strategies are really fruitful in the industry. Taking Hanzhou's current star-making model as an example, if you want to launch a star, you first have to start by selecting an intern. then undergo a 3-month basic training, followed by a 6-month professional training, plus a series of cumbersome processes such as pre-debut preparations, image packaging, and so on, which will take at least a year. And that's with the ideal situation of having no obstacles in the way of funds and connections. Even our FC company doesn't have the conditions to create a star this quickly, and he's actually bragging that he can do it in half a year and claiming that it's all based on strength. This kid is really bragging to the heavens. Thinking about this, Jin Zhongren got a little excited. He was afraid that Senator Su would back out, and immediately expressed his agreement to the betting agreement. Taking advantage of the gap between the preparation of the contract, Xia Qingwen worriedly said to Su Sen, "Little son, can this work? I really don't have a bottom in my heart." Senator Su knew that it was impossible to explain at this time. Could he really tell him that he had a system boost? It's not possible. Senator Su said, "Mr. Xia, what does Huakai have?" This sentence put Xia Qingwen in question. Yeah, what Hua Choi has is completely supported by Sam Hui alone. With Sam Su, it was Song Yu, Lu Xiaorui, and Xiao Rong and Nia Feiang that followed. Even the Phoenix Legends duo of Ren Yang and Hao Jing was created by Senator Su. If it weren't for Sam Su, Huakai might have been long gone. Figuring this out, Xia Qingwen sighed. Ugh, you get it. I'll listen to you. Big deal. Go home and farm. Senator Su smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Xia. This may seem risky, but it's a big opportunity for Huakai. If you seize it, Huakai will have a good road ahead. Xia Qingwen didn't know what to do, but he can only follow Senator Su down one path. The contract between the two parties was quickly signed. Jin Zhongren exhaled a long breath, then said with a smile, Mr. Xia, Mr. Su, I wish us a happy cooperation. It's all written in black and white. I hope we won't be unpleasant when the time comes. Xia Qingwen didn't make a sound. Senator Su said smilingly, happy cooperation. I hope we won't be unpleasant when the time comes. Kim Chung-in went back to Hangzhou. He was still unable to hide his excitement on the airplane. Just wait for half a year. You can take down an entertainment company in China for free. This time it's really not in vain. Obviously, he was eating up Huakai. Senator Su was happy to get the contract. He knew that it was a company for nothing, and that it was fully owned. Xia Qingwen couldn't understand it at all when he looked at Su Sen's excited face. He sighed, then quietly left. Soon, Elder Zhao knew the whole story. Elder Zhao didn't go into a rage like Xia Qingwen thought he would. Instead he was thinking about something. After a long time, Zhao Lao said, Old Xie, since that kid is the one who made the decision, you just cooperate. Hearing Elder Zhao say this, Xia Qingwen was dumbfounded and completely confused. He could understand if Senator Su was crazy, but how Zhao Lao was also a bit out of sorts. Xia Qingwen muttered in his heart, have you ever spoiled your granddaughter-in-law like this? Senator Su didn't know that Xia Qingwen had gone to see Zhao Lao. However, he was also clear that Elder Zhao would find out about it sooner or later. Senator Su lamented, it's a good thing I greeted the old man in the first place, or else I'd have been called in for questioning by now. Sam Su called for Wu Sung. I asked Kim Jong-in to go back and provide a list of some artists. I'm not quite sure about that, so arrange for someone to check these people out. Senator Su gave Wu Song the list of people provided by Kim Jong-in. Wu Qing took the list, replied with an okay, and went out. These personnel, all of whom are FC artists. Senator Su is worried that Kim Jong-in is playing a trick on him and getting him some cats and dogs with no background in order to achieve his goal. In fact, Jin Zhongren was really wronged on this point. There was no need for him to do anything because these people, who had followed him since the company's inception and had been groomed for years, were just unruffled, and if he hadn't been mindful of his old feelings, he would have dispatched them long ago. Soon after, Su Sen got a reply from Wu Cheng. It doesn't really take that much effort to look up these public things. Just find a Korean entertainment insider and ask around a little bit and it'll be clear. Taking this opportunity, Wu Qing also began to set up an opinion network in Hangzhou. He knew that by doing so, Senator Su had the intention of marching into Hangzhou, and all he has to do is get the intelligence right in advance. Senator Su looked at the information provided over by Wu Cheng. The content is very detailed, including the personal information of these people, as well as their works when they debuted, and their status in the last few years, all listed clearly. At this point, Senator Su also had to admire Wu Cheng's ability to get things done. Having someone like that around is just easy and enjoyable. Senator Su circled 3 names on it with a pen and said, it's just the 3 of you. Chapter 124, The Fate of Loving You. Soon after, a message was announced on the official Weibo page of Wachovia. HCC Entertainment and Hangzhou FC have officially reached a strategic cooperation. In the future, we will work together to present more and more wonderful works, so please look forward to it. And here, I sincerely thank you for your attention and support. The tweet blew up straight away. Huachi and Hanzhou's companies have joined forces, and I'm looking forward to the birth of a new work. It looks like everyone is very active in the opening of the Cultural Wall. A few days ago, Yihai and Xingha also made official announcements with the companies over in Hangzhou, and this time Huakai also made an official announcement, so it's really lively. Originally thought that Huakai was an alternative. It's me who overestimated them. Alas, Hua Entertainment is a worry. It's really convincing. All of them are licking their chops to cooperate with Korean entertainment. Can't they build the world of Chinese entertainment? People have spoken in favor of it, against it, and said everything. The one who was most shocked was Zhang Chaoyang. He was slow to act, solely because he was looking at Huakai's movements. It turned out that people just made an official announcement. Even so, Zhang Chaoyang was still incredulous. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? That kid is a rash. No, this shouldn't be that simple. There must be something I don't know here. Thinking of this, Zhang Chaoyang arranged. Go find out why Huakai has entered into a partnership with FC. The visitor took the order and went out. And just as he reached the door, he was called back by Zhang Chaoyang. Send someone to Hangzhou. Check out FC. Seeing the news released by Huakai, Yihai's Wang Changhua laughed contemptuously. Hoof looks like they don't have very hard bones either. Let's let you bounce around for a few more days first, and when we directly acquire FC one day, let's see if you still dare to fool around with me. Obviously, in Wang Changhua's eyes, Hangzhou's entertainment company was able to cooperate with Huakai, and it must have gotten a controlling stake in Huakai. This is the purpose of most of the companies from the Korean continent to invest in China. Only the top few companies get to retain a voice, and the rest of the smaller entertainment companies are basically doomed to be controlled. Zhang Chaoyang quickly got news from Hangzhou. In fact, it wasn't a big secret, especially since Kim Chung-in had returned to his home country and trumpeted with people in his circle about how he had taken care of a Chinese entertainment company without spending a dime. My peers are also envious as hell. Senator Su was not idle these days. He first went to the system and customized two songs, one Love Your Destiny and one My Destiny. In fact, these two songs, On Earth, are the theme songs for the TV series You Who Came From the Stars. The compositions were all done by Lin Byun-yong. My Destiny is a Korean version of a song written by Jeon Chang-yeop and sung by South Korean female singer Lee Se-jin. The Chinese version of Love Your Fate is a song with lyrics by Hee Chi-hong and sung by Zhang Xinjia. On Earth, it was My Destiny in Korean before Love Your Destiny in Chinese. However, when Samsoo came up with these two songs, he was going to release the Chinese version first. The song Love Your Fate, Sam Hui is going to sing it by himself. In the past few days, he has recorded the songs, posted in mid-July. Immediately afterward, Senator Su updated his Weibo with a message. The new song Love Your Fate has been released. Welcome to listen. Netizens were overjoyed to see this news. It's so rare to see a new song from Little Sammy. Gotta. The top of the July list is back. Little Sammy's product is a masterpiece. People can't wait to click on the songs. The Fate of Loving You. Sung by Su Sam. Lyrics, Su Sam. As the melody plays softly, Samsoo's voice joins in. You, if you're still willing to meet, give me a little more sense. Memories, like stars that don't go out. And the pain kept calling and crying. The crispness of the piano and the softness of the strings echo each other, creating a unique musical atmosphere. The audience listened intently, because Samsoo hardly ever sings songs about love. Except, of course, for the Bachelor love song on Hanukkah. This song can be considered as the debut of Samsoo's love songs. Everyone certainly listened carefully. In order to make the song more flavorful, Su directly imitated the Ju-style love song style of singing. The unique voice and heartfelt singing had everyone mesmerized right from the start. We've all seen the varied voices of Samsoo. After all, when he sang Dala Avalanche Bar, he was switching back and forth between five timbres. The song continues. You are my destiny. Never. You are my destiny. Math. Invariant. You are my everything. Just one more look. The destiny that loves you calls for your presence. You are the one my love. Never. You are the one my love. Math. Invariant. You are my delight of all. It's my destiny to love you. I can't say no. The combination of Chinese and English lyrics and vocals in this section directly confused the audience. The deep and infectious voice, with its rich tonal variations and subtle emotional treatment, melts the listener's heart straight away. Some of the little girls, in particular, were blushing. The song comes to an end. You are my delight of all. Love your destiny. I'm not afraid of how far the world has changed us. My destiny. Can you hear me calling 1,000 times? The last paragraph is like a promise. Oh wait, the whole song is full of obsession, helplessness and fatalism about love. You are my destiny forever. You are my destiny unchanged. Like it's talking about obsession with love and irresistible fate. At one university, someone took the song and played it directly over the campus radio. At the moment, a young couple was walking silently in the playground. Neither of them broke the silence as the shadow of graduation season was about to fall, and breakup seemed to have become an inescapable fate in this season. As Love Your Destiny drifted through the air, the two stopped in unison and listened in silence. The melody of the song seems to speak of a kind of fatalistic helplessness, but also carries a hint of hope for the future. As the song ended, the emotions in the boy's heart surged out like a tidal wave, and he couldn't control himself any longer. Embracing the girl tightly, his voice slightly trembling, "Come with me, I can't imagine my life without you." The girl had long been in tears as she choked back a sob and responded, "I've been waiting for you to say that, and you finally said it." Graduation season seems destined to be a season of breakups for many couples. However, they may not realize that as long as they are brave enough to take that small step forward, they may rewrite each other's destiny and forge an eternal love affair. Chapter 125, My Destiny. The melodious and heartfelt melody, the obsessive and helpless lyrics, coupled with Samsu's infectious vocals, sings directly into the listener's heart. So many people are crying. They also didn't realize what they were really crying about. It's the first time I've heard little Sammy sing such a heartfelt song, and I just couldn't help but cry. This song is like a story about me and her, but we broke up and I thought I got over her. And after listening to this song, all I can think about now is her. The melody is so beautiful that it's easy to get caught up in memories. And it's really saddening to think about how persistent and helpless we were in love back then. At this point in a family, a couple was holding a baby. The song was playing on the family stereo. After the song played, the man said, "Honey, it's a good thing we stuck it out, or how sorry I'd have to be to hear that song now. Yes, the hard times are over, and now we're growing up with Nunya." At this point, the little baby hemmed and hawed and laughed out loud as if he understood. As soon as Sushin's song was released, it quickly took over the headlines in all the major entertainment sections. Though nowadays, every episode of The Masked Singer has a new song coming out, but with Doraemon and Sam Hui missing, viewers always feel that something is missing. The show has put out a few good songs, but they're still close to being interesting compared to Samsu's. So, the song Love Your Fate quickly pushed its way to the top of the July song charts upon its release. After understanding the vocal lines and various conditions of FC's artists, Hyo Sam gave the Korean version of the song to a person named Kim Hee-yeon from FC. When Kim Hee-yeon got the song, she cried for 2 days in the studio before she started recording the song. It's a song that's almost too similar to what happened to him. The love of her life left her forever in a car accident. On every relationship anniversary, she cries out in her heart, "You're the only one for me." And the Korean version of the song has this line. Due to Kim Hee-yeon's emotional problems, the song was released a while later than the Mandarin version. However, it doesn't really matter that the cultural wall between Hangzhou and Huaxia isn't open yet. The song is also online at Hangzhou. Kim Hee-yeon is not a very famous singer. Originally, with her looks and vocals, she could have made it to a headline company. However, she refused subterfuge, so she has been silent in FC. Even if she is a good singer, she is still in the uninspiring category, with basically nothing to show for it. If it wasn't for the fact that Senator Su had appointed her to sing this song this time, she would still be the company's little transparency. The official launch of My Destiny is in August. The song, at first, was not well received, because right now the audience in Hangzhou is so restless that they can't be still. So much so, that the song didn't get much on demand even half a month after its release. At first Kim Jong-un was shocked when he saw the song. It's impossible for him, as an entertainment company man, not to see the excellence of this song. But after seeing how the song performed, he thought he was overthinking it. The opportunity to make this song a hit was when a singer performed it on a talent show half a month later. In these restless times, a deep song is like a breath of fresh air that instantly grabs everyone's ears. So, Hangzhou listeners started searching for the song. When everyone listened to Kim Hee-yeon's original song, they were stunned. I thought the cover was already unbeatable, but I didn't realize the original was even more amazing. I, for one, would like to be allowed to do so again. If I see you again, in the memory of my experience, in that pain, calling out to you. Hangzhou's audience was completely amazed by Kim Hee-yeon singing, whether it's the rhythmic design at the beginning, or to the melodic unfolding of the follow-up. Every aspect of the album highlights the unparalleled talent and strength of the songwriters and singers. The chorus, more than anything else, has become a bridge that everyone is clamoring to sing. It's safe to say that after this song caught fire, you could hear people humming it on the streets. You are my destiny. You're my destiny. You are my destiny. You're my destiny. You are my everything. You're everything to me. Just seeing you, it will call to you so silently. The song, too, quickly broke the mold and shot to the top of the charts at an unbelievable rate. Hangzhou netizens are even more excited and wailing. Haven't heard a song this good in years. This song is really a breath of fresh air in today's entertainment industry. This singer called Kim Hee-yeon. She sings so well. Why haven't I heard of her? I searched the singer's photo. She's really beautiful and sweet. With the support of Korean netizens, My Destiny went straight to the top of the Korean charts at the end of August. This directly made Kim Hee-yeon a household name. There are even big companies coming to poach people, but they were all rejected by Kim Hee-yeon. She knew that the reason she was on fire was not because of her, but thanks to the opportunity provided by Senator Su from China. Kim Hee-yeon knew about the company's betting agreement with the Chinese side, so she didn't dare to change companies. Even when other companies made generous enough offers, she didn't budge. She now has an idea and even wishes that FC had been bought out by Wachovia. Faced with Kim Hee-yeon's strong rise, Kim Jong-un was confused. He hadn't expected things to go this way at all. Jin Jongran was a bit flustered, but he consoled himself. There are two more people. This time it's just a coincidence. It's not that simple. He finished talking to himself and wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. In fact, the people in the country were completely unaware that such a thing had happened. Mei, as an international student in Hangzhou, has loved this song ever since she heard it. She made a point of focusing on the lyricist, Sam Su. I really don't know if I'll ever have the chance to meet such a talent. Mei graduated this year, and she's ready to take a trip back to her home country. In fact, it may seem that Hangzhou is doing well economically, but it is particularly stressed. After spending so many years in Hangzhou, she was ready to go back and see how the country was doing. When she returned home, she had dinner and chatted with her former best friend. After a good meal and drinks, there was a suggestion to go to a karaoke bar. After arriving at the karaoke, someone ordered a song called Love Your Fate. Once the melody started, Mei even smiled and said, "You guys listen to Korean songs too?" The crowd didn't take her comments seriously either. When her best friend with the microphone started singing, "If you're still willing to meet, give me a little more sense," Mei's entire body was confused. She immediately called a halt to everyone. "Who sings this song?" The crowd looked at her with puzzled faces. "What's wrong with the little trio singing?" Mei said excitedly. "No way. This guy plagiarized." Everyone was so confused by his whole thing that they had no idea what she was talking about. Seeing no use in explaining, Mei pulled out her cell phone and put My Destiny on. Everyone was also shocked. Then face to face. At this point, someone said, "Impossible. This is a song composed and sung by Little Samuel. How could it be copied from Hanzhou's music?" "I don't know who the little trio you're talking about is, but this is a song written and composed by a guy named Hyo Sam and sung by Kim Hee-yeon." Everyone was shocked and looked at each other wide-eyed. That's when someone asked, "Who do you think wrote the lyrics to this song?" "Senator Su." "What's wrong?" Chapter 126, Another Tough Talker. The crowd rushed to pull up the song's lyricist and vocalist for Mei to see. Mei was even more surprised when she saw it. The others were no less shocked than Mei. At this time of the day, how can anyone have the heart to sing? There have been tweets exposing this. To be convincing, they also recorded a Korean version of My Destiny on their cell phones, and they had an eye-catching headline. Shocker! Hyo Sam's new song Love Your Destiny is actually the same song as Han Chao's song My Destiny. There's a video to prove it. Instantly, the tweet drew a huge crowd. Some people listen and curse. Plagiarism, outright plagiarism. It's lawless. The entire Blue Star is very high on copyright awareness. And what they despise most is plagiarism. There are even laws and regulations against plagiarism. Just as everyone was cracking up, there was a note at the end of the tweet. The Chinese version of Love Your Destiny and the Korean version of My Destiny. The lyricist and songwriter are both Sam Su-oh. For a moment, everyone was confused. Some people contacted Hanzhou's friends directly to confirm the accuracy of this message and asked them to help confirm it. As it turns out, the real deal is that the lyricist is Sam Su. Everyone just felt their scalps tingle with a sense of unreality. Sam Su has played the two words in one song thing before, but that's based on the difference between Mandarin and Cantonese. This time, it's a direct play on transnational languages. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to believe it was true even if they were beaten to death. The story got wider and wider. In the end, it went straight to the hot seat. When unknown people are misinterpreted by headlines, they are angry. When they learned the truth, they were dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of divine operation is this? Someone explain it to me. You may not believe it when I tell you, but Little Samson is a traveler. What's even more critical is that Little Sammy's song actually topped the Korean continent's music charts for August. My mom asked me what was wrong. I told my mom, "Mom, I'm numb." Hwatsai's people had also seen the news online, and Song Yu was the first to come forward ready to tear into those mouth breathers. When he saw the results, he exclaimed excitedly, asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome! Xia Chengwen practically ran into Senator Su's office. "Mr. Xia, what's wrong? Have you been planning this for a long time?" Didn't I tell you? This is our chance. Xia Qingwen couldn't even speak clearly. Xiaorong and Nie Feiyang also understood the whole thing. Xiaorong sighed and said, I thought I figured out that kid's style, but it turns out I'm still shallow. I don't know how that kid's head grows. Nie Feiyang said. Elder Zhao also knew about what Senator Su had gotten up to in Hanzhou and was also shocked. With that he slumped back in his rocking chair. The corners of his mouth turned up, and he muttered in a low voice. Brat! Zhang Chaoyang was even more shocked. Not only did he receive the move of Sam Su to get a song in Hanzhou, but he also knew about the betting agreement between Huakai and FC Entertainment. Zhang Chaoyang was the first to know about Huacai's bet with FC. These days he had been pondering over Su Shen's purpose in doing so, but the answers that came up were, this kid is crazy. However, he had a surreal feeling when he saw Sam Su come in with a one-song, two-words operation and achieve the highest scores in both domestic and Korean entertainment. Zhang Chaoyang sighed. Alas, such a person is not the stuff of pools. Next, facing Essen from Hanzhou, Zhang Chaoyang has plans. Cooperation is fine, but wanting to obtain a large share is absolutely impossible. Zhang Chaoyang's attitude was so resolute that no one could say anything. Ehai's Wang Changhua also learns about Su Sen's time in Hanzhou. He grimly dialed a phone number. Mr. Li, there's a fly on your turf. Don't you care? What flies? Please make it clear. Mr. Wang. So, Wang Changhua told JP Entertainment's Lee Sungwoo about Sam Su's time in Hanzhou. Surprisingly, Lee Sungwoo didn't think it was a big deal. Mr. Wang, let's center on our cooperation. Yuhuaxia is our new battlefield. Wang Changhua felt suffocated. He was not daring to tell him about Su Shen singling out a few of the many entertainment companies in the country. That would make them look incompetent to Ehai. A huge company was actually defeated by a young man in his 20s. Who would believe it? After hanging up the phone, Wang Changhua looked for Xiang Meihua. You go and contact that cat. If he's willing, we can send him to the first place. Xiang Meihua had little objection to this arrangement. Unlike Javert, she belongs to the bare bones, and she has a stake in Yahai. From this point of view, she is more likely to look at the overall interests of the company. Senator Su didn't expect the news to reach the country so quickly. I thought I would have to wait until the cultural wall opened, but now I don't have to. However, Samsu also knew from Wuzhou about the twists and turns the song My Destiny went through in Hanzhou. It seems that in the future, when looking for songs, it's better to be a bit more powerful. This song is considered a fluke. In the future, we may not be so lucky. Samsu figured out the key to this and began to think about which work to come up with for the second song. Just as he was thinking about it, Song Yu informed everyone that he would be receiving his new colleague, Liang Yu, in the evening and that they would be having a hot pot together. Liang Yu has been dealing with his own affairs all this time. He hadn't developed in Kyoto before, and after joining Huakai, he moved to Kyoto as well. Just finished the onboarding process today. Song Yu was a self-possessed personality, and soon hit it off with Liang Yu. And fondue was scheduled for the evening. Sam Hui had originally promised to write a song for Liang Yu. Better ask him what song he wants first. In the evening, inside Song Yu's hot pot restaurant, at the dinner table, Senator Su asked Liang Yu, promised to write a song. Tell me, what song do you want? Upon hearing this, everyone became interested. Liang Yu was excited. I'll do any song. When these words came out, Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui both looked at him. Liang Yu thought he had something on his face and wiped his mouth. Sam Su asked, really any song will do? I like to sing hi-hat, and I'm better at the soprano bit. Yes, Senator Su immediately agreed. Song Yu patted Liang Yu's shoulder. Brother, go for it. Lu Xiaorui also looked at him with a sympathetic gaze and said, go for it, Brother Liang. For a while, Liang Yu felt puzzled. When Liang Yu talked about high notes, Su Shen thought of one. That song? Definitely high. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui both shook their heads helplessly. Chapter 127, Love Even in Death. The next day, Sam Su gave the song to Liang Yu. Getting the song, Liang Yu is still excited. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui looked at Liang Yu with a look of amusement. Ryaboshi still thought they had come to congratulate him. Song Wu said, dude, don't get me wrong. Congratulations are real, but it's also real that we want to see what song you got. Being told this by Song Yu, Liang Yu took the song out. Only the top of the paper. Deadly love in 5 big words reflected in the eyes of several people. Taking a closer look at the score, Liang Yu was directly confused. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui had a gloating expression. I knew it. San specializes in disobedience. Liang Yu looked at Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui with a depressed expression. The song that Samsu took to Liang Yu was none other than Love Even When You're Dead. The song, On Earth, is a song performed by the band Nabokado. However, the song is actually a cover of South Korea's Park Won-kyu's 1,000 Years of Love. This song is undoubtedly one of the best Chinese songs that are extremely difficult to sing. The center of gravity of Die Hard in Love is very high throughout. The average person can't really sing. In addition to adding enough chest resonance, you even have to dance on power. If you sing in your head voice, the song will be hard to hear. The treble of the whole phrase falls on the C5. High, long and topsy-turvy. Senator Sue brought the song out. He really couldn't find anyone he was going to sing it himself. As it turned out, Liang Yu volunteered, and he saved himself the trouble of shouting. As for Hanzhou, Sam Hyo gave the song to a singer from FC called Kwon Ho Hyun. He had heard the man's work, and it was also of the type that sang soprano. Senator Sue exclaimed, "This time the song, it's good enough." On Hanzhou's side, Kwon Ho Hyun was confused when he got the song. He also envied Kim Hee-yeon's luck and had fantasized whether he could explode in popularity again like Kim Hee-yeon if he got a song from China. When Lady Luck did favor him, he was in disbelief. Fear that this is a dream that will wake up after the cheering. When his co-workers celebrated him, he seemed mute. Finally, he went to the restroom and stuck his head in the sink full of water until he couldn't breathe. Then he lifted his head up. Seeing himself in the mirror, he wiped his face with his hand. Back in my seat, the song 8,000 Years of Love was still inside the email. He slapped himself again, and after feeling the pain, he hemmed and hawed. Next came the difficult process of recording the song. Liang Yu's side was totally paying for the awesome he had blown. He carries medicine for his throat with him. With that, it also took over a week to record the song. He had a fear of high notes now, and if he knew that he would be asked to sing this song at future commercials, he would be crying his eyes out right now. Back in mid-August, Liang Yu's Deadly Love went live. Since Liang Yu's time in Huakai was still very short, few people in the outside world knew about it. That's why, when he updated his tweet, he purposely added the waffle. "My first song to come to Huakai, Love Even When You're Dead. Welcome to listen to it. And also, I'd like to thank Brother Sam for the lyrics." Originally, Liang Yu's fame wasn't that great, but with the keywords Huakai and Sushin, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. When did Liang Yu join Huakai? This is Liang Yu's first appearance since being defeated by that cat. The only one who can deal with that cat is Little Samson. That's why Liang Yu joined Huakai, right? The point is, Little Sammy wrote a song for Liang Yu. Netflix couldn't wait to click on the song after they were done lamenting. Love and Death. Sung by Liang Yu. Lyrics, Sue Sam. For this lineup, people still love it. In particular, the information in the lyrics section has Sam Sue's name in it. The song is basically solid. The song comes up with a soprano vocal. Love and Death. Lit. Not be dripping with pain until one has had a good deal of fun. Idiom, fig. Not enjoying oneself to the fullest extent. That's all there is to it. It's enough to confess. Love even in death. It doesn't hurt if you don't cry until you smile. The heart of cosmic destruction is still there. Come up here and hit the high notes and just yell at people. Xiaomei had been paying more attention to Sushin's movements lately, and when she heard that Sushin had released a song, she couldn't wait to click on it. The opening turned out to be a great way to get her down. The expression on his face changed wonderfully. This kind of shouted, blunt speech is the most lethal weapon for the common man. Love. Sometimes it just hurts to shout it out so bluntly. The song continues. Love each day as if it were the last. Every second is so beautiful that tears fall down. I don't care if people are positive or negative. If you're brave enough to come with me, love doesn't have to be arranged. It's nice to kiss and hold each other by feel. Enjoy the moment. Don't be afraid of getting hurt when you're having a good time. Many miracles we believe in to exist. This section is preceded by gentle singing, like a tender outpouring after a cry. However, as the emotions fluctuate and build up, by the end of this section, the latent power in the voice can be clearly felt spilling out. It's like that thrill of finally getting your love returned after expressing it. It's the joy and exhilaration of an inner emotion that can't be suppressed to burst forth. Love and Death. Lit. Not be dripping with pain until one has had a good deal of fun. Idiom, fig. Not enjoying oneself to the fullest extent. This is the only way to show how deep your feelings are. Love even in death. It doesn't hurt if you don't cry until you smile. The heart of cosmic destruction is still there. Finally, the deepest passions within erupted like a volcanic eruption. That tsunami-like cry seemed like a solemn oath to the whole world. The ancients had vowed, in death and life, with your son, hold your hand and grow old with your son. And the modern man is more direct, love and death. Such a vow is succinct yet powerful and hits home. Direct, honest and fearless. This outspoken cry is a true portrayal of modern people's passionate pursuit of love and firm commitment. The song is even more bombastic in the high notes towards the end. Love at the end of the road. It's not painful unless it's extremely romantic. Hair will turn white. Earth will bury it. Thoughts don't rot. Love to the end of the line. It's not going to get any better until the end of time. Not afraid to turn love into fire. Love is wonderful when it boils over. In this song, The chorus lasts C3, high C, and reaches D3, high D, at the highest note. Over 35 C3s throughout the song and 8 D3s. Also, this song is characterized by the fact that it can't be sung in falsetto or semi-falsetto. You can imagine how difficult this song is. When Liang Yu was recording, he shouted out of tune several times. Mei had been following Sam Hui ever since she learned of his great name. Mei also searched for music from the Chinese singing scene in the last few years, and I can only say that it's average. But in stark contrast is the music of Sam Su. It's a refreshing change of pace, no matter what the genre. Has the standard of Chinese songs improved, or is it only Sam Su who leads the way? It had been on her mind for a while. Mei had an urge to join Watch I. Although, people like her who were average in Hangzhou, there were still a lot of entertainment companies grabbing for her when she returned home, but they were all rejected by her. 128. Reactions of the people of Hangzhou. Everyone listened to the song Deadly Love and all of them felt a tingle in their scalp. Are all songwriters so lighthearted nowadays? I feel like Liang Yu can boast about this song for the rest of his life. The difficulty factor of this song, it's horrifying. I bet there aren't many people in the entertainment industry who can sing it. I tried that and I ended up choking. Ahem. I need artificial respiration. For a while, Deadly Love was an instant hit with its soaring melody and amazing high notes. The song shot to the top of the Hot 100 in a very short period of time. The Hot 100 is filled with various reviews of the song's difficult vocal performance, and people have said that it is extremely challenging. However, it is this very challenge that fuels the public's desire to try it even more. So when Deadly Love hit the KTV shelves, it instantly drew everyone in. Every night, there are people ghosting inside every private room. The owner of the KTV is on the verge of tears. This song is so sound intensive. Let's put it this way. I don't know how many karaoke bars have split their speakers because of Deadly Love. Some KTVs just took the song off the shelves to save money. However, people are not happy about this behavior of the boss. Anyone who comes to sing will start by asking, "Do you have Deadly Love here?" If the other side says no, then these people turn their heads and leave. There was no way around it. The major KTVs had to re-up the song. Meanwhile, Hangzhou has also hit the shelves in Korean. However, the song is called 1,000 Years of Love. Kim Hee-yeon has also gained a certain fanbase since she exploded onto the scene with her song My Destiny. So, when Kwon Ho-hyun released his song, Kim Hee-yeon also promoted it on INS. The company's new song 1,000 Years of Love by senior Kwon Ho-hyun is now online. So welcome to it. This song and my song My Destiny both have lyrics and music by Hyo-sam. This message immediately drew a crowd. When the audience in the Korean continent heard it, they felt much the same as the domestic audience. Hangzhou's KTV is at risk of being similarly trashed, but people are still happy to try anything they say. As more and more people took up the challenge, the song caught fire in the Korean continent. Hangzhou's netizens even tweeted, "This song, besides ruining the sound, is kinda a waste. I have a feeling that the lyricist has a grudge against the person who sings it. Otherwise why create a song that's so challenging?" That said, this lyricist named Su Shin. What's the story? Why haven't I heard of him before? The conversation then turned to Sam Su. After returning to her home country, Xiaomei sometimes contacted her classmates in Hangzhou. When a friend on the Korean side of the continent asked if there was a person named Sam Su in China, Mei laughed and said, "Yes, don't you feel that the song My Destiny was especially powerful in its creation? Not only that, but they recently came out with a song called 1,000 Years of Love, which is about to turn Hangzhou upside down." 1,000 Years of Love? So the two were talking on the phone, and Hangzhou's friend played the song 1,000 Years of Love for Xiaomei. Familiar melody, same high notes, different languages, different lyrics, different singers. Xiaomei was confused. Originally thought that My Destiny and Love Your Destiny were already invincible, but I didn't expect two more king bombs. The song finished playing and Mei fell into silence. The other person was still asking, "Hello, Mei, still there?" Mei then came back to her senses. So she also played the songs Love Your Destiny and Die to Love over the phone to her friend. This time, it was the other side that was silent. Plagiarism, absolute plagiarism. That was the first reaction of the other side. But with Mei's explanation, it directly silenced the other. So, a news item appeared on Hangzhou's social media platform INS. Shocker! The Korean tune 1,000 Years of Love and the Mandarin tune Love and Death are actually the same. Also, the Korean My Destiny and the Mandarin Love Your Destiny tunes are the same. What unknown secret is hidden behind this? The original My Destiny and Millennium Love were on the cusp. The message was an instant crowd pleaser. After confirming the same, everyone is full of slurs. But knowing the truth, it's all a big whoop. How can there be someone so powerful? It's unbelievable. My goodness, could he be what the Chinese called a star of Winsu? It's really hard to imagine that someone has actually studied music to this extent. there was a frantic discussion about the topic of Su Sam. Some people smelled the smell of public opinion, so they found some photos of Su Sin in China and put them on the INS social media platform. This is the Sam Su from China that you've all been longing for. For a while, the news went straight to the top. Ah, so handsome. Can't stand it. I'm going to wash out all his pictures and hang them above my bed. Already downloaded and saved. I can't eat or sleep without watching it twice a day. Su San is actually quite handsome. It is only because he started his career as a powerhouse artist that the public's attention is mainly focused on his work. As for his looks, people in the country didn't go as crazy as they did about the people of the Korean continent. The major entertainment companies in the Korean continent have also noticed the public opinion online. For a moment, everyone looked at each other when someone put out the word that this Su Shin belonged to Huakai Entertainment of China, which had been acquired by FC Entertainment. The reason for this rumor is solely due to Kim Jong-un bragging about it in the first place. The head entertainment companies, SN, YJ, and JP all smelled a business opportunity, so they all sent people to contact FC's old boss Kim Jong-un with the intention of buying them out. If this was before, Kim Jong-un would probably have woken up laughing in his dreams. But now, he wants to cry when he eats meat. To add insult to injury, he's still afraid to bring out his contract with Wachovia. That would make him the biggest laughing stock in the industry. The populace of Hangzhou doesn't know the twists and turns. All they know is that FC bought Wachai and Su Sam belongs to Wachai. So that means Su Sam belongs to FC. And FC is their entertainment company in the Korean continent. Thus concluding, Senator Su is our Hangzhou. Now that the cultural wall is not yet open, the people of Hangzhou can only get high within their own country. These messages are unknown to the Chinese public. However, the cultural wall will be open in January and it's now September. For the battle between the people of China and the people of the Korean continent over the attribution of the Su Sang, it is not far off. Chapter 129, still decided to go to Huakai. Ever since she heard Sam Su's song, Xiao Mei has been like a fiend, saying that she wants to go to Huakai. Even now she has received an offer from Yehei. Xiao Mei also knew that Ehai Entertainment and Hangzhou Head Entertainment JP had entered into a partnership. If you join Yehai, you might even be able to use the resources to go to the Korean continent. However, the idea is good, but the body wants to go wah-wah uncontrollably, especially after seeing Su Shin's many works, and Su Shin's 2 strikes in Hangzhou. It gave her a feeling that she couldn't help herself. Eventually, she stepped through the doors of the Wachovia. The day Xiaomei came to Huakai for her interview, Senator Su happened to be there. He then scanned his resume and realized it had Hangzhou studying abroad on it. For the market in Hangzhou, Senator Su still pays quite a lot of attention, while temporarily setting Kim Hee-yeon and Kwon Ho-hyun on fire with their songs. However, in his opinion, if there is a lack of steady output of works, this kind of fame is just like a flash in the pan, which is difficult to be sustained. Showbiz memes are often based on whether or not an artist is a consistent topic of conversation. Once an artist loses the ability to generate buzz, I'm afraid his or her career will come to an end. On the contrary, as long as an artist continues to generate public attention, his past will continue to be rehashed in the media and his career will continue. But Sam Su is also worried that the two will get carried away and even leave FC after they become famous. This kind of result, where the loss outweighed the gain, was something Su Sin did not want to see. Based on this, Senator Su wanted to cultivate people on his side. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to use someone from the Hangzhou entertainment industry if he wasn't forced by the situation. Even now, Senator Su still had Wu Qing send someone to keep an eye on Kim Hee-yeon and Kwon Ho-hyun's every move. Its purpose is to prevent the two from backsliding when they become famous. During this time, Senator Su was also searching for a suitable candidate. He wants to develop his own guys at FC so the company is controllable. Sam Su's criteria for finding someone, preferably a newcomer. That way, it can be built his way. If this person is a veteran of the Korean entertainment industry, then some things won't be so easy to operate. Xiaomei's first name is Han Xiangmei, a graduate of the Hangzhou Conservatory of Music, which is also considered to be a branch class. Su Shin also deliberately examined all aspects of this person's qualifications, the results of which satisfied Su Shin. In fact, no one who graduates from a regular conservatory is bad in his or her own right. Senator Su understands the basics and allows Xiaomei to join Hangzhou's FC Entertainment directly instead of Wakai. Han Xiangmei was confused, completely unaware of the purpose of this wave of maneuvers. Senator Su said, "You spent time in Hangzhou. I still want you to develop in Hangzhou." But the words, to Mei, sounded different. She felt like Sam Su was pushing her out. Also, she wondered if it was true, as it had been said out there, that Wake had been bought out by FC. Seeing her preoccupied, Su Sin asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go to Hangzhou?" Mei stammered, "No, it's just, wouldn't that be a bit redundant? Letting you go to Hangzhou is not that you are not suitable for Huakai. You are fluent in both languages, which is your advantage. I want you to develop in Hangzhou first, and then come to the country when the cultural wall opens up. Though it sounded like a way to make her path broader, Mei knew that she might not be able to do well on either side of the fence with this kind of double-mindedness. Xiao Mei muttered in her heart, "Forget it, we're all here now. Let's take a step and see what happens. And if it doesn't work out, then we'll make another plan." Senator Su didn't explain too much. Sometimes, doing is more convincing than saying. "I'll prepare a song for you. You'll record it. Then you'll go to Hangzhou and release the song once you're over there." Xiao Mei was dumbfounded by Sam Su's arrangement. Completely unaware of what kind of divine operation this was, she pondered in her mind. Are all the domestic companies so straightforward? Don't they say that when you go to a company, you first have to go through 2.5 years of practice before you can have a chance to make a name for yourself? How come you have to zoom in as soon as you come up? She didn't know what Su Shin was planning to do, but she was still quite excited to hear that Su Shin was going to give her songs. Mei was calculating in her mind. I just don't know if it's a Korean song or a Chinese song for myself. Either way, it's worth it just for this song, no matter which company it's with. After chatting briefly for a while longer, Xiao Mei still asked the question that was troubling her on her way out the door. "Mr. Su, is it true that Huakai has been acquired by FC?" Senator Su smiled and asked rhetorically. "What do you think?" Han Xiangmei smiled awkwardly and went out. The next day, Sam Su gave the song to Han Xiangmei. When she got the song, Han Xiangmei was completely numb. "Is this song really for me? What? It doesn't fit? No, 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 it fits perfectly. Then record the song, and come ask me if you can't get it right." Sam Su's song for Han Xiangmei is Swap Out. The song, which was written and composed by Choi Junyoung, was sung by Lee Younghyun. For that matter, this song may be unfamiliar to you, but the Chinese name of the song may be familiar to you, and it is none other than Hong Kong diva singer Sammy Cheng's Eyebrow Dance. After the song was released, it received a lot of attention, and it gave Sammy Cheng another title of dance diva. Actually, Browbeat is a cover of the Korean song Swap Out. Sam Su has gone ahead and released the Korean version of Swap Out this time around. He's going to wait for the cultural wall to open before launching Browbeat. In this way, the value of Han Xiangmei will be truly realized. During the recording process of Han Xiangmei, Senator Su gave a lot of advice. To fully express your emotions and personality through your singing, through your voice. This song is of an outgoing character and you want to capture that feeling. After a week of recording, the song was finally finished. Han Xiangmei also took the song to Hangzhou. On the airplane, Han Xiangmei was excited, more so than when she had traveled alone to Hangzhou to pursue her education. These days she is like a dream. Happiness comes so suddenly. I just joined the company and got the song given by Senator Su. The point is, the quality of the song is completely beyond her expectations. She believed that this song, even in the period of Korean entertainment mania, could set the house on fire. After getting off the plane, Han Xiangmei reported to FC Entertainment. The old boss Jin Zhongren do not know what drug Susan Gord sold, can only give its entry procedures. And Han Xiangmei released the song the day after her induction. The whole company was dumbfounded by this wave of maneuvering, completely unprepared in the slightest. Learning that Han Xiangmei was from China and that her song was customized for her by Su Shin. These news made Kim Hee-yeon and Kwon Ho-hyun's minds start to become active. The two also spoke privately. Kim Hee-yeon said, "Is Mr. Hyo doing this to us?" Kwon Ho-hyun said, "It should be. It's like training one of our own. But it's the right time for us to show our loyalty. If Mr. Su sees our sincerity, he'll surely take care of us again." Chapter 130, Replacement. After Kim Hee-yeon and Kwon Ho-hyun discussed the matter, they reached some sort of consensus. So, they promoted the song Swap Out on the INS social media platform at the same time. Congratulations to Han Xiangmei for her wonderful presentation of her new album track, Swap Out, after being featured on FC. It's upbeat and well worth listening to. Highly recommended to everyone. So stay tuned and keep it locked for this masterpiece. I'm sure it will mesmerize you. Also, this song was written and composed by Sam Su. With Kim Hee-yeon and Kwon Ho-hyun's current hotness, coupled with Sam Hyo's fame, the news immediately sparked the attention of the people of Hangzhou. Senator Su's creative speed is too terrifying. A new song comes out every month. FC Entertainment has been gaining quite a lot of momentum lately. They've had songs dominating the charts for 2 months now. It's mainly the fact that the songwriters and singers are top-notch that makes FC what it is today. Sam Su's song is a must. Truth be told, ever since Su Shin's photo was exposed on the Hangzhou network, his hotness had continued to rise, on par with some of the traffic stars, and even more popular than some of them in some ways. The Hangzhou audience couldn't wait to click on the song. Up came a siren that signaled high energy ahead. With the rhythmic jams of the dance music, People can't help but nod their heads and sway to the beat. At this point, Han Xiangmei's very expressive voice sings. They're all losing their minds. They're all going crazy. Who can we trust? How can we trust? Who are you calling pure? You and I are nothing more than the mundane things of this world. With a strong and rhythmic beat, the lyrics bluntly depict the atmosphere of chaos and confusion, followed by a pointed challenge to those who are quick to accuse others. We're all human beings. Don't tell me what to do. Who are you? These elements, for the young people of Hangzhou today, are a true reflection of them. It's full of personality and attitude. The song continues. Replace it. Replace it. Replace everything. Change. 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 Love. 2. Replace it. Replace it. Replace the hypocrisy. Change it. Change it. Change the world. Determination pervades this track, with every note calling for change. Through the repetition of the word change, the song seems to be expressing a deep dissatisfaction with the status quo. It also speaks to an ardent desire for future transformation. Like a cry from the heart of this generation, it proclaims unmistakably, I leave the past behind me with no regrets, and I long for a new world. This is not only a decisive break with the old status quo, but also an ardent hope for a new life. Eager to greet that new dawn that is about to dawn and embrace that hopeful dawn. Next, a rap. It thanked was a must to trust you now I crush you anal ice in my brine. It thanked was a must to trust you now I crush you anal ice in my brine. Your love is so hypocritical that you expect to fall in love with me again. I thought I'd come around. Then change your mind and keep my heart while you can. The rap is a classic. It's an indictment of love. The trust that used to be there has been shattered by now. In the face of such changes, people begin to look at themselves and reflect on their true inner feelings and thoughts. At the same time, it's shouting, if you still want me back, then don't dawdle and get moving. This song is extremely relevant to the current musical tastes of the people of Hangzhou. The dynamic melody with unique and personalized lyrics provoked a strong reaction upon release. It's so fried. I'm burning up. I'm going to get rid of all my old stuff and I'm going to welcome a new life. This song is so brainwashing. Can't stop. Can't stop at all. With one song, Han Xiangmei managed to break into the Korean continent's entertainment industry as a newcomer. A feat that is truly astounding. For many in the entertainment industry in Hangzhou, her rise to prominence seemed like a fantastic and unreal experience. You know, this doesn't fit the logic of the current development of Korean entertainment. In their perception, an artist's road to fame should go through a long period of cultivation, elaborate campaigning by the entertainment company, before finally shining through in the form of a work. However, the emergence of Han Xiangmei broke this inherent pattern. What's even more unexpected is that after a deeper investigation, she's only a recent graduate. This is even more puzzling. Meanwhile, the entertainment industry, too, has focused its attention on lyricist Sam Hui. Let's put it this way, FC Entertainment's artists, with Sam Su's additions, are simply off the charts, making them explode in popularity with just one song. This simple and brutal approach directly dumbfounded the other entertainment companies. Han Xiangmei was also confused. She knew that the quality of the songs given by Senator Su was good, but she didn't expect it to be as good as this. Now she was still feeling giddy and couldn't believe it was real. SN, YJ, and JP, the three head entertainment companies, also noticed FC Entertainment's unusual move. They are getting more and more interested in FC. They have sent people to contact Kim Chung-in, but at the moment, it was as if Jin Zhongren had evaporated, and no one could find any trace of him. Senator Su had also gotten news of Hangzhou from Wochung. What surprised him was this maneuver by Kim Hee-yeon and Kwon Ho-hyeon. For this, he was pleased. It seems that these two are still worth cultivating. These few strikes by Sam Su had directly blindsided the Korean continent's entertainment industry. Hangzhou Entertainment also smells something different. Originally, they had planned to attack the Chinese entertainment industry once the cultural wall was open. As a result, before it even started, the Chinese burned 3 fires in their own lair. They were also a bit overwhelmed by the situation. Because, something like this is something they have never encountered before. So, talk about an effective solution. However, they came up with the most direct way to buy FC out. This solves the problem at its root. Similarly, they took an interest in Sushin from China. These guys thought to themselves, if these 3 songs were given to our packaged artists, the results would surely multiply several times over. The idea is good, but the reality is harsh. They are pressured to know about FC's current relationship with Wachovia. It's not that they don't have a source of information for this channel. It's because, well, that's not what they're focusing on. As a matter of common sense, when Korean companies go to China to seek partners, they often tend to acquire and hold local companies. This, they hold absolute confidence, and most Korean companies do adopt such a strategy. Therefore, when looking at the relationship between FC and WCC, They naturally assumed that if they took care of FC Entertainment, they would logically take down WCC. Chapter 131. The time has come to October and the top 8 of The Masked Singer has begun. It just so happens that today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and everyone is home on vacation. So you can watch the show beautifully. The audience can be happy about the return of Doraemon. So excited to finally have Fatty Blue here. Fat Blue plus Pandora. Absolutely invincible. It's a shame Junior isn't coming. It's quite nostalgic. The total number of people who have advanced on The Masked Singer is 16, counting Sam Wee. Sun Wukong was eliminated in the last installment. It's still a shame, to say the least. However, it's rare that he's made it this far. It's also thanks to the addition of a few songs by Sam Soo that the audience has a big soft spot for the Monkey King. That's why it's getting good results in every viewer poll. Of course, the Monkey King's strength is also noteworthy. At this point, the host came on stage and said, "We have successfully shortlisted 16 contenders of extraordinary strength from a large number of contestants, and the next competition will enter a more intense competition of the top 8, which means that 8 singers will end their journey in the competition, and the 8 best of the winners will get a valuable opportunity to advance to the final 4. When it came to the drawing of lots, Sam Hui asked Bae to do it for him. However, Bev was afraid that she would have a bad hand and draw a bad name for him. Sue Sam was the first contestant to advance, so Sue Sam was not on the show for these installments. But Bev knows that a few very good players have emerged in Sam Sue's absence. In response to Bae's concern, Sam Hui said indifferently, "Go ahead and smoke it. I trust you. No need to be pressurized." Sam Soo encouraged Bev, mostly because he really didn't want to move. In the end, Bae drew a number 1 for Sam Soo. Xiao Bei looked at Su Shin with a pitiful look. "It's okay, early rest for the morning station." For this result, Senator Sue was indifferent. Senator Sue was the first one up, and everyone was a little excited. Doraemon is a long time coming. A solid win for Fatty Blue. I've never even seen him lose. What kind of songs will you bring us this time? In anticipation ing. Come on, hurry up. I can't wait. 1,000 calls. Senator Sue took the stage and everyone erupted in applause. The 4 judges also looked at each other and smiled. That's when the information about the song appeared on the big screen. Long May It Last. Singer, Doraemon. Lyrics by Sue Sher. Composed by Pandora. Everyone was a little confused when they saw the song's message come up. What the hell? The words aren't actually Pandora's creation this time. It's not bad. After all, Pandora isn't a junior. Every song is all lyrics and all music. Who is Sue Sher? Is it the same Sue Dompa I know? The song that Senator Sue took out was the very song based on Sue Sher's Song of Water, When Will the Bright Moon Come? Composed by Hongji Liang and sung by Teresa Tang. This song has been covered by many people. One of the most famous covers is Fei Wong's version. There is some controversy about the song. Some people think that the tune of the song is slightly inferior compared to the lyrics. There is no excuse for this, bearing in mind that Song of Water is regarded as the pinnacle of song lyrics in the literary world. And who dares to say that their tune can match Sue Sher's lyrics? First there was Song of Water, and in composing a song based on such an advanced song lyric is itself an impossible task for the average person to accomplish. To be able to maintain the standard of the tune without falling short is already a very impressive presence. And the singing is only good enough for singers as gifted as Teresa Wong. Samsoo came up with this song because today happens to be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Moreover, before crossing over, Samsoo loved this song very much. It's still a fitting time to bring it out. If the song is released, even if the outside world evaluates the song as a work with more words than songs, Sushin accepts it. Let's just say that the lyrics are amazing. Just when everyone was unsure about the songwriter, the music had started. A subtle hint of sadness is implied in the lilting sound of the music, along with an indescribable sense of loneliness. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. At the same time, everyone is skeptical about this song from Doraemon. Mind you, music this soothing suggests that the tone of the whole song won't be too high, and songs like that don't dominate the competition. Everyone followed suit, sweating for Doraemon on the stage, afraid that it would affect his performance. When will the moon come out? Lit. Put wine in the hand and ask for the blue sky. Idiom, fig. To raise a glass of wine and ask for help. I don't know where the palace is. What year is this and what year is this? The lyrics came out and instantly stunned the crowd. Even a few of the judges couldn't help but sit up straight, because they also did not expect that the Su Sher mentioned was really the famous literary scholar Su Sher in history. The audience was more than a little stunned. Earlier, Senator Su had left them dumbfounded when he sang with "Will Enter the Wine." This time, Pandora used another ancient poem into the song, which is just a big surprise. To the astonishment of the crowd, the song continued. I want to return on the wind, lest the stars and the moon shine. It can't get any higher. Lit. Start dancing and make a clear shadow. It's like being on earth. The music no longer seems to come from the heavenly palace like a distant fairy music. Rather, it's like having your feet on the ground of reality, yet it still exudes an ineffable offbeat flavor. In this moment, the audience is ostensibly listening intently. However, their hearts had long been raging and could not be calmed. The four judges were even more excited, as if a whole new world had opened up in front of them, filling them with the urge to try it out. The song is still being sung, turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the ceiling, and shining the light without sleep. There should be no hate. What can happen to a person who has never been reunited? People have their ups and downs. The moon has its ups and downs. The rounds and the silences, idiom, fig. Everything is fine in its time. It is an ancient affair that cannot be completely resolved. I wish you all the time in the world. 1,000 miles of Cindy. The transitions in the music are smooth and fluid, neither rushed nor drawn out, revealing a complex emotion that is both regrettable and seemingly relieving. Su Sen's voice was also not hoarse, but rather lowered in breath, but seemed to contain a shocking power. It's like a soft sigh that travels through thousands of years, even across the boundaries of time and space, and it's thought-provoking. The song finished and no one made a sound, still looking mesmerized. At this point, host Xiaohua came on stage and he was also surprised by the song. After calming his emotions, Xiaohua said, "I believe everyone here was touched by Doraemon's heartfelt song in the song Wish for a long time, just now. To be able to compose the classic poems of Su Dongpa, the outstanding lyricist of all time, into a song demonstrates Pandora's remarkable talent. And to sing this song in such a moving way that it touches the hearts of every listener is the extraordinary power of Doraemon." Chapter 132, Favored. That's when the group erupted into applause. The four judges, moreover, appreciated the work. This song, which successfully blends the classical with the modern, derives its lyrics from Su Shi's Song of Water, itself a treasure of classical literature. While the song's beautiful melody and soothing rhythm, coupled with the singer's heartfelt voice, make the whole song full of poetry and flavor. This cross-generational fusion not only demonstrates the depth of traditional culture, but also highlights the innovative power of modern music. The combination of the melodic lilt and the deep meaning of the lyrics is able to touch the listener's deepest emotions, and in the fast-paced modern society, such a musical piece is able to make people slow down and quiet their minds to feel the beauty and sincerity in life. This is a song of great cultural connotation and artistic taste, which perfectly combines classical Chinese literature with modern musical elements, showing the great depth of Chinese culture. Everyone listened attentively and nodded frequently. It's been a long time since the audience has heard a judge rate a song so highly. There are a lot of people in the industry out there, too, who are following the show. Among them was the old president of the Opera Guild, Tuan Muzong. First there was Su Sen with a poem and the play, and now there is Pandora composing the lyrics. So there are really a lot of talents. Tuan Muzong's sentiments were shared by everyone. They remembered the grand occasion when Su Shen sang Li Bai's will enter the wine in the form of a Peking opera. It was inspired by this that the Opera Society was inspired in a short period of time and managed to create several wonderful operatic works based on classical poetry. Now, Pandora has once again taken an innovative approach by composing Su Dongpa's lyrics into a song. A venture that has undoubtedly opened up a new path for the entertainment industry. The audience only realized it after the fact at this point and voiced their shock. This song is so good too. I can't help but listen to it again. If this song had come out earlier, I wouldn't have failed my college entrance exams. It's great to have Sam Su and Pandora in this day and age. It's so beautifully sung. And it's still mid-autumn, so this song is so appropriate. Originally, Su Shi's words were the top of the list of mid-autumn words, and now with the addition of Pandora's tune, it's simply unbeatable. In fact, by bringing this song out, Sam Hui had another purpose. The cultural wall will be open soon, and there are countless Chinese poems, so if a composer can put his mind to it, he will certainly make something of himself. By then, the audience in Korean continent would definitely admire the cultural heritage of China when they saw it. And just as Sam Su thought, listening to the song Wish for a long time, there are already songwriters on the move. The following pressure went to the second man up, Inuyasha, the second elder brother side. Ugh, I knew it. Lining up behind that cat would be the end of the line. Inuyasha has prepared a very manic song. If it was before, everyone would have gotten high. But, now it seems to have an annoying feel to it. It's a feeling that will have to be calmed by listening to, but I wish you were here a few times. Soon the game was over. There were a total of 16 participants in the Elite 8, which was split into 2 sessions, so the results won't be announced until the next issue. Senator Su returned to Kyoto on the same day, still in time to have a reunion dinner with his family. After 2 days of resting at home, Sam Hui returned to the office. He had a few things to do at the moment. First, how to maximize the noise in the Hanzhou market before the cultural wall opens. Secondly, it was time to put the promised album for Songwoo on the agenda. It's better to work on the Korean continent market first. As for Song Yu's songs, give him a few to record first. With this intention, Sam-soo thought for a moment. Let's use this song. Let's make Hanjo thoroughly agitated first. System, customize the song Gangnam Style. Songs are being customized at. The song Gangnam Style has been successfully customized. Please check with the host. Sam-soo got the song through the computer. As soon as he saw the song, the scene of Uncle Bird gyrating his slightly plump body and enthusiastically dancing on a horseback came to his mind. Senator Soo laughed. Let's give you this song this time. Don't let me down. In fact, for this song, Sam-soo has long had a candidate. That would be a middle-aged man inside FC Entertainment who looked a bit blonde. Kim Tae-hoon belongs to FC's seniors and is also Kim Chung-in's cousin. Back then, Kim Tae-hoon was also one of the fresh meat. FC Entertainment has been able to grow, and Kim Tae-hoon deserves a lot of credit for that. It's just that as he got older, he slowly faded out of the entertainment industry. In fact, Kim Tae-hoon is not very old and is only in his 30s, but in the highly appearance-oriented environment of the Hanjo entertainment industry, he has been categorized as an older man. As a result, the market position is much weaker than before. Coupled with the gradual physical fatigue in the past few years, almost Hanjo showbiz has no place for him anymore. Fortunately, he still holds shares in the company and can shine behind the scenes. Otherwise I am afraid he would have been kicked out long ago. What Sam Hyo sent to Kim Tae-hoon was not just the song, but also the corresponding MV plan. This time, he was prepared to play a big game, to make the entertainment industry in Hanjo completely turn over. With this wave of operation, Senator Soo believed that Jin Jongrin would definitely carry the weight of Hwa Kai. If anything, before, Senator Soo was worried that Kim Jongrin would turn against him or make trouble out of it. Then, after this time, he believed that Jin Jongrin would be completely on his side. However, for the sake of safety, Sushin still planned to take his time to cultivate his forces. When Kim Tae-hoon got the song that Hyo Sam sent, he thought that the other party had sent it by mistake. He also found Han Xiangmei and Senator Soo to double-check a few times because of the language barrier. After receiving an affirmative answer, Kim Tae-yeon felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he would ever have the opportunity to step into the public eye. Still, looking at his blossoming body, he wasn't confident. But Sam-soo told him, "You don't have to lose weight or get any plastic surgery. The only thing you have to do is to get the song recorded and get the MV shot." Sam-hui wanted to replicate Uncle Bird's horse riding dance too much, and Kim Tae-hoon's looks and body fit perfectly. In order to be highly reproducible, Susan also found a dance teacher in the company and communicated his ideas to him. Gong Li finally understood the essence of this horseback riding dance under the guidance of Senator Soo. She then rushed to Hanjo to come and direct the dance moves for Kim Tae-hoon's MV. Gong Li was greatly impressed by Senator Soo's bold conception, though everyone has become accustomed to the constant surprises that Sam-soo brings. However, when the dance moves he designed were shown, Gong Li was still shocked and amazed at Sam-hui's talent. Gong Li exclaimed, "Go back and get a good refresher course, or you'll always have the feeling that you're an amateur." Chapter 133, The Final Four. Gong Li communicated with Kim Tae-hoon upon her arrival in Hanjo. Even more so, he worked overtime with FC to prioritize the filming of the Gangnam Style MV. It's worth mentioning that Kim Jong-un seemed like he had evaporated and no one could contact him. If he hadn't told Kim Tae-hoon that he would be away for a while, everyone would have called the police by now. It's a good thing that Kim Tae-hoon is also the patriarch of the company plus a shareholder, and still has a say in the mobilization of the company's resources. With that, Gangnam Style went into intense filming as the company's top priority. Sam-soo gave Song-woo a few songs during this time. Song-yu was also polishing it with all his heart. On the Masked Singer side, the top 8 have been named. The next match will go to the Final Four. However, the Final Four is different from the past, with the addition of the helpers. This means that each contestant will need to invite a guest vocalist. Therefore, the Final Four is not only a test of the singer's own strength, but will also test the strength of the guest singers. The only way to succeed in the quarterfinals is for both sides to show excellence. Sam-soo thought to himself, "Who the hell are we going to invite?" Just as Senator Soo was hesitating, the show's team called him and asked him to authorize the song Horseback Gun. Sam-hui thought to himself, "So it seems that someone is going to sing this song. In that case, we can only offer this one." System, customize the song Warjiapo. Songs are being customized at. The song Warjiapo has been successfully customized. Please check with the host. Sam-soo put together the song. It seems that only Zhao Shuer is suitable for this song. Thinking of this, Senator Soo made a call to Zhao Shuer. "Got a minute? What is it? Meet and tell." When Zhao Shuer got the song Warjiapo, she praised Su Sen as a great talent. "Brother San, I didn't expect it. Such a good thing is only being brought out now." Sushin didn't care about Zhao Shuer's name for him. He was used to people around him calling him that. Zhao Shuer followed Song Yu's custom and called Su Shen brother San. In reality, Zhao Shuer was a bit older than Su Shen. Senator Su also addressed Zhao Shuer as Sister Zhao. It's really the rhythm of you calling me brother and me calling you sister. Sister Zhao, familiarize yourself with this song first, and help me enter a program when the time comes. Program? Zhao Shuer was suspicious. Then, as if she thought of something, that cat can't really be you. Senator Su smiled, as if he had acquiesced. Wait, if that cat is you, that means Pandora is you too. Senator Su nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Shuer exclaimed, when I was talking to Grandpa about the Masked Singer program a few days ago, I said that the cat looked like you, and Grandpa told me not to talk nonsense, so it looks like he's known about you for a long time too. Regarding the fact that Elder Zhao could know about his identity, Senator Su didn't feel surprised at all. On the contrary, he'd be surprised if he didn't know. Sister Zhao, for this program, I'll ask you to be my backup singer. Zhao Shuer thought about it and said, will this reveal your identity? No, the whole entertainment circle knows that among the younger generation, you are the best opera singer. It's only natural to look for you. Besides, what does it matter if your identity is exposed or not? Sooner or later you will have to reveal your face. Okay, that last paragraph is a bit of a mouthful. Though, Senator Su took a look and explained, this part is to be sung in Minnan language. Regarding the song Wojiapo, Senator Su came up with a version by Zhang Qi and Zhang Li. At the end of the song, there's a chant in Minnanese. This is taken from Su Jiaying's Riding a White Horse. Senator Su took out the version of Zhang Qi and Zhang Li's chorus. Not that the original song was bad, it was just needed for the program. The song Wojiapo is a song written and sung by Long Mangji with. The song draws on a scene from the Peking opera Red Mane and Blazing Horses. Wojiapo. It mainly tells the story of Xue Pingdui's return from the Western Liang country and his coincidental encounter with Wang Baochuan in front of the Wojiapo. Senator Su and Cheryl Zhao have an in-depth discussion about the song. Zhao Shuer's learning instincts really weren't to be blown away, and after a few times, she was already able to sing that part of the Minnan language. Time is quickly approaching the final four of the Masked Singer. The 8 finalists are Sunflower, Werewolf, Bullwinkle, Mermaid, White Swan, Doll, Erlangshan and Doraemon. The voting mechanism for the final 4 has also been updated. The original method of voting by a live audience, jury and panel of judges has been replaced with voting by the general public. This means that in addition to examining singing prowess, the popularity value of the guest becomes an important factor to consider. After all, with the contestants remaining masked, the only thing everyone can clearly see is the lineup of guests. Sam Hui was inside the lounge when Sunflower came over to him. Time is limited, so I'll make it short. I'm from Art Ocean Entertainment. I want you to join us. Make the conditions whatever you want. Facing Sunflower's directness, Sam Hui replied, I'm sorry, I didn't think about joining Art Ocean. Don't be too busy to refuse. Listen to my conditions first. The Equity and Resources Company can give you. In addition, including this match, we can also help you get the title. When Senator Su heard this, his first thought was, did Yahai collude with the program? With the resources we have in Yahai, and my assistance, it's still very simple to help you get a first place. Hearing Sunflower say this, Senator Su reacted and growled in his heart. You guys are too big for your britches, making me think that this program is organized by you. Art Ocean, Sam Su said to Sunflower. I'll fight for the title spot myself, so I don't need you guys to bother. Sunflower laughed and said, you don't have to rush your answer yet. All those conditions I just mentioned are valid until the finals. After Sunflower left, Bullwinkle came back in. However, he didn't say anything more, but left with a word and walked away. If there's anything I can do for you, just let me know. Feeling puzzled, Senator Su muttered in his heart, why are all these people so jumpy? Soon the first singer and guest were on. Standing on the stage was none other than Sunflower. However, the man or woman next to him, Su Shen really didn't recognize, but from the pop-ups, Senator Su knew where the man was coming from. Wow, Wu Qian is here. So excited. Humble, I'll always love you. I'm so excited. My Humble is the best. Senator Su thought to himself. It seems that just now, she was so confident, so she was playing this game. Sunflower came to Sam Hui with confidence indeed. For example, for this one, he invited the popular flow boy Wu Qian as a guest vocalist. The purpose of this is to prove the strength of Art Ocean in this area. Senator Su laughed. That's really enough. There's nothing wrong with contestants raising their own heat with guests for this kind of behavior. However, it would be putting the cart before the horse a bit if the strength of the supporting singers is ignored just for the sake of popularity. Chapter 134, The Wujia Slope. After everyone's cheers had passed, the music started. This time, not only the audience, but even Senator Su was surprised. Because the song that appeared on the big screen at that moment was actually Horseback Gun by Sam Hui. Thinking about what Sunflower had said when she approached Su Shun, Su Shun smiled bitterly. This is to make me defeat my own self. In fact, at the beginning, when Sunflower chose this song, Wang Changwa disagreed. But Sunflower said, using this song against that cat, win or lose, gives the surname Su and that cat something to talk about. And with a little guidance we can get them to pinch. I have to say, the math is pretty good. The song begins, with the entire song focusing on sunflowers and the rapping part being done by guest Wu Qian. For their level of singing, Samsu can only be described as mediocre. After all, when Zhao Shuer and a few of the Opera Association, that was called a classic. Also, it was Samsu who sang the rap part within the song Horseback Gun in the first place. For Sunflower and Wu Qian's singing, it is impossible to tell which one is better or worse to the ears of most viewers. As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway, while outsiders look at the scene. But Sunflower was still confident that as long as Wu Qian was hot enough, he wouldn't do badly. The audience's comments were also lovingly received. This song, they sang each one of them, and Humble's rap is not worse than Su San's at all. It's still my Humble family that sings so well. Humble's moves on stage are so cool. It's unbearable. Obviously, everyone's focus is on Wu Qian. In any case, the combination worked. After this song, Samsu was the next to make an appearance. When Zhao Shuer and Doraemon stood on the stage, the audience was a bit stunned. Why does that woman on stage look so familiar? It's true. I think I've seen it somewhere. You guys, does she look like Zhao Shuer? Just as everyone was speculating, information about the song appeared on the big screen. Wujiapo. Singer, Doraemon. Chloe Zhao. Lyrics by Pandora. It was only after seeing this message that everyone finally confirmed that the guest on stage was Zhao Shuer. Are Zhao Shuer and Fatty Blue very close? If you can invite Zhao Shuer, why don't you get Junior to be the guest of honor? If Junior comes, what's the matter with anyone else? What a different kind of excitement this time will bring, Doraemon said in an operatic voice as everyone looked forward to it. Third sister. 1,000 mistakes, idiom, many things go wrong. It's my fault alone. You're forgiven. When people heard this, they became interested. Just now Sunflower's song Horseback Gun. Everyone is still immersed in the atmosphere of the opera did not come back to God. It's hard to say how effective it would have been if a different song had come on at this point. But Doraemon, as soon as he opened his mouth, gave everyone a feeling of renewal. That voice, it's got me in the spirit. The beginning of a song can be like that. Long time no see. This voice of Fatty Blue is amazing. Then Doraemon sang again. Ah, my wife. Wang's Baoxuan, c. 1979. Chinese writer. I pity you for staying in the cold. I pity you for being alone. Waiting for me, Mr. Shui. The whole 18 years. Oh, my wife. Wang's Baoxuan, c. 1979. Chinese writer. I shouldn't be suspicious. I shouldn't have said what I said. You'll end up ungrateful. It's like deceiving the heavens. I'm going to spend the next 18 years. Start from the beginning. I'm Shui Pingnan. Rushing home day and night. It's just for the sake of the couple's reunion. This is a big section that is straight up amazing for the listener. Totally didn't expect Doraemon to be so good at singing. In everyone's eyes, Fatty Blue was able to be inspirational, rock and roll, and lyrical, but never expected to even have an operatic voice. Not only will it be, but it will sound great. Especially those who love opera songs, and opera fans, were surprised. They're all too familiar with the bridge from Wujiapo, but it was the first time they had seen it in this form. Some had risen from their chairs in shock, staring dead at the stage. Next, Cheryl Cho sang, Tears will not dry up when I remember the past. The colorful building with embroidered balls matches a good match. Pingue surrendered to the Red Mane War. The King of Tang has rewarded you with the title of governor. Western Liang has rebelled. My father's house has given me this counselor. I'm forcing you to go to the front of the line. Separate the lovebirds, each one on his own. Cheryl Zhao's voice is even more amazing. Some people have already compared her voice to Sunflower's. No comparison, no harm. Let's put it this way, Zhao Shuer and Sunflower, though, both sang in an operatic voice. But it was obvious that Cheryl Zhao was from the science class at first listen. In fact, it's no wonder people feel this way. The main thing is that there's a big difference between Back to the Horse and Wujiapo. The opera in Horseback Rifle favors operatic singing, and the ones in Wujiapo are closer to theater. Plus, Zhao Shuer was a serious science graduate, so naturally, it made people feel authentic right away. Just as everyone was soaking it in, Doraemon's voice came back on. The yellow sand rolls, the beacon smokes. Later on, I was sitting in Jinan. On that day, the geese and the birds were carrying their shirts. I realized that my third sister was suffering. Oh, my wife. Wang's Baoxuan, c. 1979. Chinese writer. I pity you for staying in the cold. I pity you for being alone. Waiting for me, Mr. Shui. The whole 18 years. Especially once the first line comes out, there's a wide open openness to it. In the eyes of the audience, they can't help but think highly of Doraemon again. This part, in fact, is not good to sing. On Earth, this rendition of Chang Qi was perfect. Even when Xiao Jingting covered the song, he got Jiang Qi to go with it. At this point, Zhao Shui'er sang, "Ah, my husband." Shui Lang, 1046 to 1142. Vassal of Zhou dynasty. Vassal of Zhou. I'm sorry you're lost in a foreign land. I don't know where you're driving. Jinan. I've been guarding my Wang's armlet for a long time. 118 years. Leaving me in the dust. At the end of the day, there are spots on the temples. Poor Wang's daughter. Looking forward to the cold kiln day and night. It's just for the sake of the couple's reunion. Zhao Shui'er sang this part mournfully and movingly. In fact, the segment is somewhat innovative and adapted from the original. In the original long manji width, the song is sung from Shuepinggui's point of view, and the content is mainly a repetition of the previous text. And in this version, the added interaction between couples makes the plot richer and more vivid. Of course, that's not to say that the original is bad, on the contrary. Without its brilliance, this current adaptation wouldn't exist. Samsu took out Zhang Qi and Zhang Li's version of the song, and naturally followed both of their adaptations to bring the song to the screen. Next, Sam Hui and Chloe Zhao sing, "The moon is full on the 15th day of the 8th month." I think of the couples who suffered so much in the cold. I've left the mountains and rivers of Xilian unattended. He rode a red-maned horse through the 3 gates. The chorus of the two is harmonious in sound. One is magnetic and bold and spontaneous, a sultry and lingering rhyme. When these two very different voices mingle, it leaves the audience screaming for more. Next, Zhao Shui'er sang in Minnan language. I rode a white horse through the 3 gates. I'll change my clothes and go back to the Middle Kingdom. Put down Xiliang. No one cares. I'm only thinking of Wang Baohuan. Chapter 135, Deliberate Canvassing. When this segment came out, the audience just thought it was new and good. However, the audience in Taiwan and Fujian province felt especially close when they listened to it. When Shi Guorong heard this, he even got up straight away. His heartbeat accelerated, and his eyes stared straight at the screen. It's no wonder Shi Guorong was so excited, because that part just now, it was a blend of opera singing. He was envious when Samsu was working on innovations for the Opera Association. Later, with a song called The Sound of the Voice, Susan pushed the Suzhou commentary to the public, which was even more eye-catching for him. She also wanted to ask Samsu to compose some special songs in Minnan language. However, considering that Senator Su was not from the provinces of Taiwan and Min, he did not dare to expect him to create songs that fit the local characteristics. However, just now, the part that Zhao Shui'er sang directly made him freeze, equally stunned as she were his colleagues. Book me a ticket to Zhejiang province immediately. The song came to a close. This, the part where Samsu and Chloe Zhao sing in chorus. Ah, my wife, Wang's Baoxuan. Oh, my husband, Shui Lang. I shouldn't be suspicious. You shouldn't be suspicious. I shouldn't have said what I said. You shouldn't have said that. You'll end up ungrateful. It's like cheating. I'll tell you about these 18 years from the beginning. Tell me about these 18 years from the beginning. This section, although some of the words are sung differently by the two, is not at all out of place. Instead, the two work together, giving the impression of a 1-2 punch. After a chorus, Samsu sings, I know I'm Shui Pingnan, and I've been going home day and night. The song ends with another chorus from the two, only for the reunion of husband and wife. August 15th. The moon is bright. The audience was like listening to a story, especially at the end of the song, when the hero and heroine have a big reunion. It's the kind of ending viewers like to see. The song Warjiapo brings so much to the table. The blending of so many elements doesn't make the song seem cluttered. Instead, it has a very high-class feel to it. The 4 judges even gave superb ratings. You have a unique voice, and when you sang the song, your singing had the flavor of Peking opera without losing the modernity, and you successfully portrayed Shuepinggui's character image with the song. Zhao Shui'er is even more so, a true science class graduate. Her voice is clear and euphonious, highly compatible with Wang Baoshu's characterization. The two of you really put on a great show for the audience. Both of you have done a deep and moving job of presenting the sadness and joy of Shuepinggui and Wang Baoxuan, especially in the second half of the song when the male and female protagonists are reunited. The two of you have presented their inner excitement, repentance, forgiveness, and other complex emotions through your singing and lyrics, which is very touching. Doraemon's Ra role and Chloe Zhao's Dan role performed the song impeccably. And the lyrical quality of the song is so high that I'm having a hard time imagining anyone else topping your chorus. What surprised me was the inclusion of Milanese opera in the song, a fusion that is just brilliant. The judges were complimentary. The audience has seen it all for a long time. Pandora plus Doraemon is already invincible. Add another Zhao Shuer and no one can beat it. It seems that the only one who can break bread with Fatty Blue is Senator Sue. That Milanese part in the song. It's so good. This is probably the only song I like to listen to, but can't learn. Seal the gods. This is the rhythm of sealing the gods. The audience's reaction was intense, with praise pouring in. The only ones feeling hard done by are Sunflower and the upcoming Erlanger. Ugh, it really doesn't seem like there's anything good that can come from being behind that cat. Erlangen lamented. He remembered how Inuyasha had been eliminated in the final 8. It's only been so long that it's actually his turn. Even more depressed than Erlangen is the guest vocalist Xiao Hua. Originally, I thought I could use my popularity to help my friends pull down votes, and in the process, rub off on myself. But now it looks like it's probably not going to happen. Both of them looked a bit drained. They just didn't have a clue. After Sam Su came off the stage, he was called over by director Ji Anping. The leader of the Cultural Bureau of Min Province is on his way here, and says he wants to see you for whatever reason. And Director Liao asked me to come and notify you. So go over there as soon as the program is over. What is it that the leader of the Cultural Affairs Bureau of Min Province wants to see me about? Ji Anping looked at him somewhat helplessly. Ugh, it's not because of that song of yours, which has a section of Milanese in it. It was only then that Sam Hui realized that it was because of the song. Oh, then it's no good not seeing it. Of course not. Director Liao has personally arranged it, telling me I must not let you go. Hearing Ji Anping say this, Su Shen's face twitched. The match continued and Sam Hui returned to the lounge. Sister Zhao, you might want to go back first after the program ends in a while. Senator Su explained to Zhao Shuer about the Cultural Bureau of Min Province. Zhao Shuer listened and looked at him with a smile but not a word. That means something like, you asked for it. The game is over and it's time for the scoring. All the contestants and supporting singers are standing on stage. Host Xiao Hua said. Next, we will invite each contestant to speak from their heart to our viewers. So, let's start with the last contestant now to hear what he has to say to you all. Last up was White Swan, who said into the microphone, thank you all for your support and I hope to bring you more and better songs in the future. All of them said almost the same thing, without exception, expressing their gratitude for the audience's support. The same is true of Sam Su, who has not deviated from this theme. Although these words are in a way the conventions and courtesies of the show, this will give the viewers a deep sense that the contestants they are rooting for are recognized and cherished deep down in their hearts. When she got to Sunflower, she didn't pick up the microphone. Instead, Wu Qian, who was the guest vocalist, took the microphone and said to the crowd, thank you for supporting us. Your support means a lot to us. We hope you can continue to support us, and we won't fail to live up to everyone's expectations, and bring you even better sounding works. Wu Qian's fans wailed with excitement when they heard their idol say this. Wu Qian, I will always support you. My vote, my whole family's vote, will go to you. Humble, you are my god. Wu Qian's wave of maneuvering, in the eyes of ordinary viewers, is beyond reproach, but in the eyes of the judges and other contestants, it was a bit much. Although this link is classified as a canvassing link, it's made too obvious. Though, Ji Anping looked at Sunflower and Wu Qian on the stage, his brows furrowed into a frown. Chapter 136, Going to Min Province. After the voting session, host Xiao Hua said, after the audience's enthusiastic voting, now, we are about to reveal the number of votes received by each contestant. He took a deep breath and announced in a loud voice, the contestant who came in fourth place in the total number of votes in this game has come out on top with 25 million votes. As soon as the words left his mouth, the host, Xiao Hua, intentionally paused for a little while, and his eyes slowly swept over the face of each contestant. The contestants were excited and looked forward to the hosts calling out the names. The audience was also holding their breath as they waited for the results to be announced. Congratulations, Werewolf! The host's voice echoed through the venue. There was thunderous applause and cheering. The host continued to reveal, and the contestant in third place, he won with an outstanding 34 million votes. Congratulations to the Bull Demon King. Another round of applause rang out. After announcing the third place, the host Xiao Hua's expression became serious as he slowly spoke. Next, the contestants whose names I'm going to call out, please take a brave step forward. Unfortunately, you'll be bidding farewell to this stage for the time being, but we've all seen and remembered your hard work and talent in our eyes. The hearts of the audience were clenched. Silently pray that your favorite contestant stays on stage. Please, Erlang God, Mermaid, White Swan and Doll. Step forward, all four of you. Unfortunately, You will stop at the top 8 and have no chance at the quarterfinals. We were all saddened by this result. Still, it's a testament to strength to have made it this far. After the elimination spots are announced, the winner and runners-up of the show are up next. Host Xiaohua said, "Here are the final results of this session. The first place winner of this session is..." Xiaohua scanned the audience, and just when everyone couldn't contain their desire to curse, he said, "It's our sunflower." With a total of 1,580,000 votes, the audience erupted in applause, and the pop-ups took off at that moment. Humble is the best and deserves to take first place. Is there any mistake? Zhao Shuer and Fatty Blue are much better than them. You are jealous. Nakedly jealous. This program has shady practices, doesn't it? Fatty Blue and Zhao Shuer are so strong, but they're not number one. At this point, the host, Xiaohua, continued to announce, "Tied for first place is our Doraemon," a sentence that instantly silenced everyone. Tied for first place? And still, I told you, Fatty Blue and Zhao Shuer should have gotten first place anyway, but why the tie for first place? In fact, it's possible for the show to have a tie for first place, because the votes are counted in tens of thousands. That's why there's a tie for first place. Next up was the reveal session, where all four are well-known artists in the industry. The moment the mask came off, revealing his true face, everyone sobbed. The program is over. At this time, Shi Guorong from the Cultural Bureau of Fujian Province also arrived in Zhejiang Province. When Senator Su got off the stage, he and Ji Yanping rushed to the station. Inside the station, Shi Guorong said, "Lao Liao, I want to see Mr. Pandora. Why did you call me to the station? Is he from your station?" Liao smiled at him. "Guorong, can't you tell?" Shi Guorong was puzzled by Liao's question. "What do you mean? Is there something else fishy here? Look at what you're saying. That's how you see our station, ah. I mean, don't you think it's strange? Before the showbiz, what is the situation you also know clearly. Until the appearance of Susan only get some change." Not waiting for director Liao to finish his sentence, Shi Guorong interrupted. "Of course I know this. That kid is indeed powerful. Without him, the entertainment industry would still know what it would be like. More crucially, his existence has directly brought the Opera Association and Suzhou commentary to the next level. However, Mr. Pandora on your program is not far behind. I dare say that his attainments are not lower than Senator Su at all." Director Liao smiled without saying a word as he listened to Shi Guorong's eloquent speech. After he finished speaking, Director Liao asked, "Do you think it's possible that the two are one person?" Shi Guorong rose from his seat on the spot and said excitedly, "You mean Pandora and that cat are one and the same?" Director Liao was also speechless over Shi Guorong's brain circuits, but he didn't seem to be wrong. "Sort of. What do you mean by sort of?" "Yes it is." "No it isn't. It's not rigorous for you to give such an ambiguous answer. And have you ever wondered why they can write and sing at the same time? And isn't there another possibility?" Shi Guorong chewed on the meaning of Liao's words. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Then, looking at Director Liao with a surprised face, he waved his big hand and said in a firm tone, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." "What's impossible? Did you see them all at the same time?" Shi Guorong thought about it carefully, and it seemed like Sushin and Doraemon really didn't appear at the same time. Samhui appeared on stage that time just as Doraemon advanced. Shi Guorong, as if he had discovered a great secret of the heavens, walked directly to Director Liao, shook his hand, and said excitedly, "Quickly, tell me, didn't you already think of that? It's what you think. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Shi Guorong burst out directly. Next, while waiting for Senator Su, Director Liao told Shi Guorong about Senator Su. Even after receiving a clear answer, Shi Guorong still felt a bit unreal. At this time, Senator Su and Ji Yanping had already arrived at the station's meeting room. As soon as they met, Shi Guorong was very excited to shake hands with Senator Su. "Ha ha ha. I also just heard from Director Liao that your Pandora, little friend Su is really young and promising." "Young and promising. I'm flattered." Director Shi, after exchanging pleasantries, Shi Guorong directly stated the purpose of the trip. "Mr. Su, I'm not going to lie. I was amazed by the Southern Min lyrics you created, which is why I had the cheek to come over here to ask you to take a shot at injecting some innovative elements into our Min province, whether it's a Kazai opera or a Southern Min song. Your creations will allow more people to understand and appreciate the culture of our Min province. We are in dire need of effective publicity. Otherwise many of our precious cultural heritages will be in danger of disappearing," Shi Guorong said with great sincerity, like an old father seeking treatment for his seriously ill son. Sam Su pondered, thinking, "It seems like there are still quite a lot of songs in Minnan language on Earth, so we can take this opportunity to release a few songs in Minnan language." Thinking of this, Senator Su had a plan. "But it's time to be humble. You can't just say you're taking it out. That would be too fake. Director sure. I've only learned about the local cultural characteristics on the internet. But to be honest, I'm not entirely sure about whether I can accurately create works that reflect your local characteristics. Sure Guorong immediately said. This is simple. We'll set off right away. And when we get to Min province, I'll take you for a good spin so that you can personally appreciate the rich cultural characteristics of our Min province. And I believe you'll have a more profound feeling. On the same day, Senator Su and Sure Guorong boarded a plane to Min province. No matter how much Director Liao tried to retain him, Sure Guorong was not willing to stay for one more second. After Song Yu sees Zhao Shuer on the show, he gets more and more convinced that the cat on stage is Su Xin. To confirm his thoughts, he first called Zhao Shuer to inquire about the situation. Zhao Shuer is so smart that she knew Song Yu's intention as soon as she heard it, and a sentence of not knowing directly dismissed him. Having no choice, Song Yu could only call Senator Su. San, where are you? I'm in Minnesota. Why? Nothing, just have a song to ask you. What did you go to Min province? Invited here by the Cultural Affairs Bureau of Minnesota. Hanging up the phone, Song Yu muttered, did I really guess wrong? Chapter 137, Inviting People to Join Huakai. Senator Su came to Min province and rested for the night. The next day he was taken on a tour of various parts of Min province by Sure Guorong. During this time, Sure introduced to Senator Su Manan stories such as the Centipede Strand, the Doozy Bird, and the Legend of Chicken Island. Su Xin had been here in his previous life, and this was a return trip. Sure Guorong was pleased to see him look so emotional, thinking it was the rhythm of inspiration. On the third day, Sure Guorong brought Su Xin to his hometown, Dai Tian County. It's known as Rock City, one of the Minnesota cities, and my hometown is right by the square, so we're eating at home today. Sure Guorong walked forward as he introduced Senator Su. When we arrived at the plaza, we saw people holding guitars and singing to themselves. Curious, Samsu walked over and realized that the song being sung was still a Manan song. Sure Guorong sighed and said, alas, think back then. This square was always lively. When we were young, we often gathered in this square, singing and dancing, but today, the young people have gone out, and fewer stayed, and this square has become cold and quiet. When the young man finished singing, Senator Su applauded and praised. It's beautiful. The singer was a girl, and judging by her age, she was about the same age as Su Xin. The girl smiled politely at Samsu's compliments. At this point, it was also time for dinner, and the girl began to pack up her things and get ready to leave. Samsu stepped forward and said, hello, can I get to know you? Both Sure Guorong and the girl were surprised by Senator Su's actions, but the girl still politely said to Su Sen, there's nothing to recognize. If you want to listen to a song, I come here every week to sing for a while. Senator Su knew that the other party was misunderstanding him as someone who was deliberately hitting on him. He wasn't annoyed, but continued, your singing voice is very good. Have you ever thought about joining an entertainment company? The girl looked up at Su Xin and thought she looked familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen him before. She put the guitar inside her bag and zipped it up, saying somewhat mockingly, I'm not interested in the entertainment industry these days. Why? Today's entertainment industry, filled with all kinds of chaos and impatience, where there is still someone down-to-earth music, rather than go with the flow, mixed in the pandemonium. Why not live alone in a corner, and occasionally play music, but also landed a clean? Senator Su didn't expect that the other party's nature would be so bland. He wasn't offended by the girl's statement. Indeed, the entertainment industry nowadays gives a sense of lethargy. Even in programs like The Masked Singer, the contestants try to choose songs that are of the high hi-hat variety. Otherwise it's hard to inspire the audience. Sure Guorong didn't know what Su Xin was up to, but he also knew that Su Xin was definitely not here to strike up a conversation. Senator Su followed the girl's words. The culture of the entertainment industry is certainly not good, but that's precisely why there's an even greater need for talented people like you to do something about it. The girl was amused by Su Xin's words. I'm not that great. I'm just a small person. Doing something I like is enough. The feat of saving the entertainment industry is better left to someone with greater abilities. Actually, the entertainment industry isn't as bad as you make it out to be. There are still people who are concentrating on music. Most of the entertainment companies are going with the flow, and only Hua Choi is still decent. After saying this, the girl looked as if she had remembered something and was busy staring at Su Xin. Senator Su didn't think anything of it and said, then you can go to Huakai. The girl didn't reply to Su Xin's words. She had already recognized Su Xin at this moment. Your junior? At this title, Senator Su almost fainted. Sure Guorong looked away and stifled a laugh. The girl smiled awkwardly as if she knew she had said the wrong thing. Su Xin extended his hand and said to the girl, hello, my name is Su Xin. Nice to meet you. The girl extended her hand as well. Hello, my name is Zhong Ling. Come to Huakai. Senator Su formally invited. Zhongling's head was a bit dizzy. She had the feeling of dreaming. If you were to say who else in the entire entertainment industry was doing music seriously, in Zhongling's eyes, Susan definitely ranked at the top. She also thought about joining Wakai, but a few months ago, she heard that Wakai had been acquired by Hanzhou's FC Entertainment, so she dismissed the idea of joining Wakai as well. For this reason, she was depressed and sad for quite a while, thinking that sooner or later, Wakai would be in the same boat as other entertainment companies. Unaware of Zhongling's thoughts, Susan saw Zhongling's tangled expression and invited again. I assure you that Huakai will not deviate from the route of concentrating on music. Zhongling didn't answer Susan's words, but instead asked about her inner concerns. Was Huakai acquired by Hanzhou's entertainment company? Susan froze for a moment, and finally understood Zhongling's concern. It's not certain who will take over who, it's just a betting agreement. But, in the end, FC will be bought by Wachovia. Not only Zhongling, but even Shi Guoron was greatly shocked at Senator Su's answer. He also knows that the internet rumors are buzzing about the acquisition of Huakai, but this is the strategic issues of other companies. He did not ask more, but hearing Senator Su talk about it like that, how did it feel like there was a big melon in there? Senator Su briefly explained to both of them the issue of the agreement between Huachai and FC. He did not say anything about the operation in Hanzhou, but Zhongling still asked worriedly, do you think Huakai will definitely win? Couldn't you? Sushan's rhetorical question caused both Zhongling and Shi Guoron to freeze. Thinking back, it seemed that Sushan had never really lost since his debut. Although he didn't know what Senator Su's reliance was in this betting agreement, looking at his confident and calm demeanor, it still gave people an inexplicable urge to believe. Okay, I'll join Huakai. Zhongling directly stated her position. Samsu smiled and extended his hand once again, shaking Zhongling's. Welcome aboard. When Senator Su left Min Province, he took Zhongling with him. Instead of going back to Kyoto, they booked tickets to Zhejiang Province, because the last installment of The Masked Singer is about to start, and he's ready to go back after the show. At the airport, Shi Guoron shook Susan's hand and said pitifully with an expectant and pleading tone, when you go back, don't forget about our Min Province. Don't worry, Shi Bureau, I've already got something in mind, and I'll get started on this when I get back. Shi Guoron regarded Senator Su's statement as polite, but he couldn't say anything more. He couldn't tie up Senator Su in Min Province. Thank you, Director Shi, for your hospitality, so we'll leave first. Shi Guoron watched Senator Su go through the security check. Bureau Shi, this kid isn't perfuming us, is he? Shi Guoron gave the speaker a blank look. Even if we reproduce, what can we do? The man who spoke smiled awkwardly and said no more. On the airplane, Senator Su pondered about Min Province. He had long thought of a song and was ready to pull out the familiar southern Minnesota song, Love to Fight. Only, after meeting Zhongling, he had other plans. Sam Su thought to himself, maybe we can get this song out before Love Spell. System, customize the song Data Backwoods Boy. Songs are being customized at. The song Daitian Housetail Boy has been customized successfully. Please check it out by the host. Chapter 138, The Oda Hosher. When Sam Su returned to the hotel, he made a whole song out of the song Data Housen Boy. This song, On Earth, is a Minnanese song with lyrics written by Lin Kaite, Zhang Wushi, and Zhang Wenhsin, and composed, arranged and sung by Lin Kaite. The song was put together and it was sent to Bellringer. Senator Su lamented, find a chance to make the whole love spell, first in the world, etc. in the back to make it complete. Zhongling still felt like she was dreaming at the moment, and just joined Huakai. She'd thought of a million ways to get into the Wahoo, but not in this way. Come what may, let's take a step forward. Just as Zhongling was lying on her bed lamenting, her cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, it was a message from Senator Su. When she opened the message, she was outright confused. After finishing the song Data Backwoods Boy, Zhongling's heartbeat quickened. It was a song that was simply irresistible to her as a music-loving small-town youth. Forcing herself to hold back her excitement, Zhongling dialed Senator Su's number. Sam, is this song for me? Zhongling asked these words with caution, fearing that Sushan would say that he had set off on the wrong foot or something like that. Why? I think this song suits you. Record it. Hearing Sushan's affirmative answer, Zhongling was so excited that she was on the verge of tears. Not bothering to rest, she found a studio near the hotel and started recording. Sam Su wasn't idle either, as he was preparing his repertoire for the competition. This time, the crew told them to prepare at least 3 songs each, as the final would also be decided in this installment. The next day, Sushan received the song sent by Zhongling. Sam listened to it once and it was very good, so he told Chongling, send out the song. Send it out now? If you don't send it now, when else are you going to wait? Director sure is still waiting. I thought. Nothing, I'm sending it now. In fact, what Zhongling wanted to say was, I thought you were trying to perfume director sure. However, the words were swallowed back. After Zhongling uploaded the song, Sushin also helped to send out a tweet to promote it. Company newcomer Zhongling's new song Daitian Boy is now online. Welcome to listen. Everyone saw the message and immediately got excited. Chungling? I've never heard of it, but it doesn't matter. As long as it's Junior's song. Watch I is still really crowded. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. The netizens were happy, but the Wachovia crowd was flabbergasted. Since when does Wachoi have a character like Zhongling? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. In the end, it was Xia Qingwen who called Senator Su. Sammy, who is Chungling? It's a talent I found in Minnesota. Go back and do the entry procedure. For this wave of operation of Susan, Xia Qingwen straightly called 666. So, the official microblog of Huakai also retweeted this microblog in a high profile. Everyone clicked on the song at the first opportunity. As the music started, the voice of the bell ringer came out. The place where I was born is called Taejun County. A lot of the townships in the county, they're very united. There are a lot of milk tea stores on the side of Dongjiku. You don't speak in tongues in post 00. Sure, Guorong is also listening to the song. When he first saw the title of the song, he was so excited that he thought Sam Su had really gotten the song out. But as it played, he became disheartened. Also, how could it be so fast? Looking at the title of this song, it should be a song written for that girl Zhongling. Thinking of this, sure Guorong's heart was sour. Sure Guorong had an indescribable feeling of loss regarding this behavior of Su Sen. It's like that new love, old love kind of disappointment. But he was completely subdued when the song kicked in later. There are few days in a man's life when he is happy. There's a big road that runs in two directions, and it's up to you which way you want to go. I'm not afraid. I'm a young man. The wind and the rain and the sun are strong, but I dare to fight. Sure Guorong was stunned to the core. His mouth was wide open and he forgot to close it for a moment. At this moment, he had the pleasurable feeling of being favored. Other listeners, when they start listening, just feel that the song is fast-paced, but nothing particularly remarkable. But when that Minnesota came out, it straightaway subdued them. They'd heard Cheryl Zhao sing a bit of Manan in Pandora's Wujiapo only a few days before. After the program, some people deliberately went out to find a few songs in Minnesota to listen to. But after listening to a couple of them, I feel that the quality of the songs is just not up to par. Upon hearing Zhongling's singing voice, everyone realized that it wasn't that the Manan songs were bad. It was that they hadn't come across any good ones. Bellringer's vocals are still fine. With a dry voice. The place where I live is called Dane County. Lots of girls in the county. They're safe. The year-round fall winds are blowing here again. I say year after year you say make more money. The lyrics of this song are very regional. Through a few words, the customs and living conditions of a place are depicted. The lyrics, in concise and direct language, show the regional characteristics of Dada County, the flavor of life, and the collision of reality and ideals. After the song was played, Sure Guorong immediately arranged. Go on. Organize manpower immediately and shoot the MV of the song. Sure Guorong almost yelled. The henchman was just about to turn around to carry out the order when Sure Guorong added eagerly. Just use Daitian County as the backdrop and present the local characteristics. The man nodded in agreement and was about to leave when Sure Guorong once again raised his voice and emphasized. Make sure to highlight our cultural attributes. The henchman, who had been called twice, the moment he was about to cross the threshold, couldn't help but turn his head back and look at Sure Guorong with slight apprehension, waiting for any more orders he might have. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up, Sure Guorong said in a good-natured manner. Netflix wailed with excitement as they listened to the song. This song is amazing. Undoubtedly the best southern Minnesota song I've heard so far. Listening to this song, I suddenly became interested in the culture of southern Fujian, and I feel that there is a unique flavor. As a Dane County native, I really felt very close to hearing this song, as if I was back home. I was looking for a related song the other day, and I didn't realize that Junior delivered. I could tell that everyone was still having a good time. Some people have even started learning to sing the song, but the unique pronunciation of Minnanese still leaves them a bit overwhelmed. At this point, someone took the dialect part of the song and translated it directly. Saro Sazalang, you've been a man all your life. I don't think I'll be able to make it. The road is divided into two sides. I'm afraid you won't be able to get away with it. Mugia 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 mugia, fear not, fear not. Fear not. I am Hoshajia, I am a good young man. There's a lot of wind, a lot of rain, a lot of sun. I'm just hanging BIA, I just dare to fight. This way, everyone knows it by heart, and with a little practice, they all know it. As a result, Various versions of Dada Backwoods Boys have come out on the internet. Netflix is also having a great time. Whoever said Southern Minnesota was hard? I can sing it. I sang this song at a karaoke bar and stunned the class president of our class. From now on, this song will be my godly song for pretending. Chapter 139, The Final Session. The netizens were having a good time. But to some, this song by Sam-Soo became meaningful. Wang Changwei instructed. First use this matter to force that cat's hand. Then Manhwa will go talk to that cat. If he and Pandora refuse to join us, don't blame us for being merciless. Upon hearing this, Marin and Siang Manhwa responded in unison. Good. After some maneuvering by Yahai, different voices have already appeared on the internet. One of the posts says it all. Who is better, Pandora or Sushin? What kind of grudges are involved in the disputes and dealings between the two? In the midst of this complexity of right and wrong, what little-known secrets and truths are hidden? The title alone is intriguing enough. And what's inside is even more powerful. Say what you will. The fight between Sam-Soo and Pandora stems from their battle for status in the lyrical world. It was also said that the two had formed a grudge many years ago, and it was only through Lu Qingfeng's mediation that the strife was temporarily quelled. This Masked Singer show is an open and shut battle between the two. Not only are these rumors strong, but they even justify the comparison and analysis of the songs that the two performed during the competition. This comparison of Minnesota songs is especially telling. What's more, it's even said that the fight between Sue Sam and Pandora is actually because of a woman. The woman who was sandwiched between the two. And it was self-evident to everyone. Pointed straight at Zhao Shuer. This post is no less informative. At first, the netizens just came to see the fun with the mindset of eating. However, Yahai wouldn't be willing to make just this little noise. They utilize water armies and bring up the tempo on the internet. After a round of manipulation by Yahai, two camps were formed on the internet, with one side in favor of Sam Hui and the other on the side of Pandora and Doraemon. At this point in time, all it takes is for someone to post a slight topic on the internet about Sam-Soo and Pandora, and the two sides will instantly start a war. Pandora only has a few songs. How can she possibly compare to Junior? She really doesn't know what she's doing. You fart. You don't even look at what level of songs Pandora puts out. Can Sam-Soo compare? Look at you guys. You're still calling yourselves little threesomes. I think you're just threesomes. It's obvious that Zhao Shuer and Xiao San are the couple, and everyone else is just here to mess things up. On both sides, you're going back and forth, and no one is letting anyone in. Yahai's Wang Changhua and Ma Lin both revealed smug smiles when they saw this pomp and circumstance. The situation continued to fester until the start of the Masked Singer program, and both sides continued to put on a heated tit-for-tat. Song Yu also noticed something wrong online. His original plan was to pull Doraemon in, but seeing this situation, he was a bit at a loss for words. He also knew that it was someone leading the charge. Sung Woo called Sam-Soo, but there was no answer. At this time, Lu Xiaorui said, "Don't fight. You'd better think about which side to support in the next match." Song Yu is in a dilemma. Support Doraemon. I'm afraid that Sushin will not be happy. Don't support it. He was trying to pull that cat into the Wawa. At that moment, Lu Xiaorui said, "Brother San told me when he was leaving to ask you to support that cat." "Why?" Sung Woo asked in disbelief. "Don't ask. You'll know when the time comes." Lu Xiaorui's words were completely made up by herself. She was aware of Doraemon's identity, but she didn't want to tell Sung Woo. However, seeing that Song Yu looked like he was in a difficult situation, she was able to tell Song Yu what to do in the name of Senator Su. Song Yu, of course, didn't know what was going on here, and could only speculate. Could it be that Brother San and that cat have an unusual relationship? If that's the case, then I'm afraid that there's also a long history between Brother San and Pandora. Looking at it this way, the reason why they're keeping quiet about all the online talk may be precisely because they're waiting for the curtain to come down on the Masked Singer show, when they'll make everything public, so that those rumors won't be able to break through. Well, yes, it must be like this. Only then can they ruthlessly slap those people with evil intentions. The more Song Yu thought about it, the more reasonable he felt, and the more excited he became. How could Lu Xiaorui know the richness of Song Yu's heart? She still thought that her words had made him release his mind. Lu Xiaorui looked at Song Yu sympathetically and lamented. "Simple-minded is good. You found happiness in a flash. The Masked Singer has begun." Sunflower came back for Sam-Soo. The meaning is obvious. That is, let Susan make a choice, and promise that the original conditions are still valid. Sam-Soo was certainly not impressed. However, he also vaguely sensed from Sunflower's mouth that the online dispute was provoked by Yahei. The show starts right away and the contestants are already on stage. At this point, the host, Xiao Hua, solemnly announced, "Next, our 4 contestants will draw lots to determine their order of appearance." Okay, the number plates are already in each other's hands. Please ask contestant number 1 to stay on the stage while everyone else rests for now. The player who got the number 1 card was Sunflower. She sang a song with an explosive high note. Honestly, even Sam Hui had to admit that Sunflower's singing level. Naturally, the Sunflower waited until it was unanimously praised, even by the judges. A close second was the Werewolf debut. He likewise presented a soaring and stirring song. The song also, without exception, won wide acclaim from the audience and professional judges. Next, it was Bullwinkle's turn to perform on stage. As if everyone had agreed, he also chose a song that featured high-pitched showmanship. The audience kind of got high. This is like a soprano competition. It's numbing me. These people are really powerful. Such a song is not something that anyone can manage. It's only the several song kings and queens on stage that are so terrifying. The first 3 sang the same type of song. I wonder what kind of song Doraemon is going to sing. Definitely tenor too. And to be honest, I still miss 3 Days, 3 Nights by Fatty Blue from back in the day. Regarding the songs chosen by the previous singers, Sam Hui muttered in his heart, "It's a good thing I'm prepared, or else this game would be up in the air." It was Sushin's turn to go on stage, and this time, information about the song appeared on the big screen. Never Left. Singer, Doraemon. Lyrics by Pandora. That's right, the song that Samsu came up with was none other than Lin Zhixian's Never Left. The song, in fact, belongs on a cover track. The original song is the song I Surrender, performed by Celine Dion. In 2008, the Chinese lyrics were filled in by Lu Nanwei and included in Lin Zixian's solo album. Lin Zixian is honored as Lin de Xian in the music industry, and his singing power is extraordinary. As a result of his rhinitis, Lin created an original cocktail style of singing. This unique style of singing makes it almost impossible to hear much of a breath change when he sings. The live version of the song Never Left is undoubtedly one of Lin's best unaltered vocals. Because of this, the song was jokingly called Never Changed My Breath. If Samsu did not possess master-level singing prowess, he would never have dared to easily attempt to challenge this song. But again, take this song out and this game is basically a sure thing. Chapter 140. Never Left. The audience was surprised to see that it was a new song. The competition has given birth to I don't know how many new songs in this program so far. Doraemon is even teaming up with Pandora to offer up masterpieces in every scene. As the intro started, Sam Hui first hummed a line softly and then went into the song proper. I've loved and I've lost. I've tasted the sweetness and astringency of love. Getting out of the way of fate. I know what I want. The average viewer hasn't felt anything but that it's a love song. But there is an illusion in the eyes of professionals, who can barely feel the sound of Doraemon's breath change. It couldn't help but make them prick up their ears and listen intently. There is an unspeakable touch. Blend it with all your emotions. Why do you need to think about it? What's the world worth without you? The audience seemed to notice something strange, but most didn't look deeper. However, some professionals at the moment are filled with doubt within themselves. At first, they assumed that they didn't hear a distinct breath change in the first paragraph because they weren't listening with their full attention. However, when it comes to this paragraph, there are clearly pauses in the sentence, and the sound of the change of breath is still hard to find. But after all, it's sung slowly and in a somewhat lower key, so it doesn't require much breath, so it's still within acceptable limits. But just then, Doraemon's singing voice suddenly soared, as if fighting its way up from the deep valley to the top of the mountain, singing the purest and brightest lyrics in the most stirring melody. I look out over the distant mountains, but I missed the turn. Suddenly look back. I realized you were waiting for me and never left. I'm looking for the end of the sea, ignoring the meandering river. When I'm sailing against the current, you're on my side, pushing me around. The key gradually rises and the melody erupts. But what about the sound of a breath change? At this moment, it wasn't just the professionals anymore. Even the ordinary viewers had noticed that something was wrong. If the song had been released in a studio after careful production, people might be able to understand and accept the effect. But it's a live song now. How can you sing at such a high pitch while seemingly not needing to change your breath at all? Just as everyone was filled with doubt. Next, as if responding to everyone's questions, Sam Hui sang, I know I'm too rich, because love fulfills all. Every loophole in life. You've been mending with your heart. Right now, I want to hold you in my arms. I'll give you double the tenderness. An exclusive love song for you. As the first line of this verse sings, I'm so rich. It's like showing off your wealth, showing off your singing voice. As the pace slowed down, the audience was finally able to take a little breather. However, just then, the sound of a percussion instrument suddenly rang out. The sound of the piano amplified suddenly with a crisp tap. Meanwhile, Doraemon's song soared once more, pounding the hearing of everyone present. Please listen to me. This sentence is a warning that I'm going to start. So pay attention. The chorus part boomed like thunder and echoed through the venue once again. Each word seems to be tightly strung together to form a gorgeous piece of music that seems to have no dividing line. Doraemon's voice displayed amazing penetrating power, and his aura seemed to be constant and endless. I look out over the distant mountains, but I missed the turn. Suddenly look back. I realized you were waiting for me and never left. I'm looking for the end of the sea, ignoring the meandering river. When I'm sailing against the current, you're on my side, pushing me around. Listening to this song gives everyone a sense of breathlessness. This feeling does not stem from the depressing atmosphere of the song itself, but from the fact that while listening to the song, people are so focused that they unconsciously adjust their breathing to the rhythm of the singer. But the result of this is that it's too hard to hold it in. Obviously it was sung live, and Doraemon on stage, it was like he didn't need to breathe. The next vocal, which was even more explosive, took the song straight to another climax. Joy and sorrow. What binds me doesn't count anymore. Baby, let my world be on your axis. Happy you're happy. Worry about you. Worry about you. Suddenly look back. I realized you were waiting for me and never left. I'm looking for the end of the sea, ignoring the meandering river. When I'm sailing against the current, you're on my side, pushing me around. Right here right now. Let's keep our heads together. Neat love landing. The sunlight proved that it wasn't a dream. Right now, close your eyes and feel it. There's a voice. It says love never leaves. What kind of person sings without a breath change? In fact, top singers change their breath so skillfully that you can't hear them change their breath at all. In moments before the audience even realizes it, the singer has skillfully adjusted her breath again and again during the lyrics until she reaches her flawless best. The song finally finished and everyone gasped. It's suffocating me, and I'm going to go hypoxic if it doesn't end. How did he do that? And why do I feel out of breath too? Is this song about not being allowed to change your breath? Friendly reminder that it is possible to breathe while listening to a song. The judges didn't want to comment. That's a hammer of a review, and it feels like he's much better than he is. In the end, it was Lu Qingfeng who said, "This song is too demanding in terms of breath control, and Doraemon's use and control of lung capacity, without a single wasted moment, is textbook-level breath use, a textbook use of breath that goes straight to the level of Doraemon." The crowd was also talking. This song, it's awesome. I didn't realize Fatty Blue was awesome to this extent. Doesn't that mean that Fatty Blue possesses a singing ability even greater than the king of songs? With this song, Fatty Blue can just seal the deal. It's long since been sealed, and you're still here sealing. I'm getting more and more curious as to who this cat really is. At this point, host Xiaohua took the stage. I'd like to invite a few other contestants to the stage for our final voting session. The other contestants realized that Doraemon was definitely in first place this time. So, they all set their sights on the second spot. That said, coming in second, there's at least one more game to go against Doraemon. Everyone looked excited. Host Xiaohua said, "Now, please, viewers in front of the screen, pick up the cell phones in your hands, scan the QR code below, and cast your valuable votes for your favorite contestants." A tally of the votes appeared on the big screen. There is no doubt that Doraemon's vote is way ahead. But just then, Sunflower suddenly took the microphone from the host and said, "Thank you all for your support. You're my strongest backing." The show was caught off guard by his move. Since the last incident, the show has taken the final testimonial segment and eliminated it. But I didn't expect that Sunflower would be so bold as to take the microphone directly from the host. It made the host, Xiaohua, a bit confused and completely unaware of the situation. It was the same comment from Sunflower that made those who were hesitant to vote for her. Just like that, the Bull Demon King, who was originally in second place, was directly overtaken by Sunflower. Chapter 141, Pomposity. The voting session is now closed. Doraemon came out on top by a landslide, garnering a total of 262 million votes. Close behind was Sunflower in second place with 182 million votes. In third place was Bullwinkle, who received 178 million votes. The Wolverines, meanwhile, came in fourth with 165 million votes. Bullwinkle and Sunflower were not too far apart in terms of votes, and if Sunflower hadn't grabbed the microphone to speak midway through the program, there's no telling who second place would have gone to. But it's done. The results are in, and there's no point in talking about it. The Bull Demon King glanced at Sunflower, but Sunflower ignored him. The host, Xiaohua, hurriedly announced the results, fearing that these two would fight on stage. It is with great regret that the Bull Demon King and the werewolf will stop here. Now, please unmask both of you. Although King Bull Demon was not happy about the result, there was nothing he could do but take off his mask. The moment the mask was removed, someone exclaimed, "It's Liang Hao Yu, the king of Liang singers." I really didn't think that the Bull Demon King would actually be him, but King Liang's song never goes on entertainment programs. It's too bad. Song King Liang is the top existence within the Song King. People expressed their regret for Liang Haoyu. At this moment, inside Shangshi Entertainment, Jiang Chaoyang slapped the table and roared, "Outrageous! Such a match actually has such a slip-up." What Jiang Chaoyang was referring to was, of course, the matter of Sunflower speaking midway. A lot of people noticed this as well, so someone said online, "There's something wrong with what Sunflower is doing. It's like they're purposely trying to steer people to vote." For such remarks, the water army on the side of Ehai directly swarmed up, drowning it. "What do you know? Who said not allowed to speak?" Besides, the host was right next to her. She took the microphone. "Host did not block ah. According to you, the program team also colluded with Sunflower. For this matter, Yahai made a good remedy in the first place. As soon as someone dares to speak out against Sunflower's move, they'll bring out the show's crew as well. If you want to scold, you should even scold the program." The showrunners of The Masked Singer never dreamed that they would be made to take the blame for this. There's really no place to justify something like that. The werewolf is also revealed to be Rin Cookie from Star River. Ran Guangwei was also well known in the singing world, and was the bearer within the Singing River Singing King. At that moment, everyone realized that the two Song Kings from Dynasty Entertainment and Star River Entertainment had already shown up. Well, one of the next two contestants is bound to be from Art Ocean Entertainment, but the true identity of the other contestant continues to fill people with curiosity and anticipation. At this point, the host announced, "Next, it's time for our title fight. Let's see who the winner is." As the host made his announcement, Sunflower found Sam Su again. "The conditions that were given to you still stand, and I'll let you have the title this time." In response to Sunflower's remarks, Senator Su returned two words, "Shameless." With that one sentence, the two men completely lost the need to talk anymore. At this point, the presenter has finished his explanation. The first one up was Doraemon. That's when the information about the song appeared on the big screen. The Pomp and Circumstance. Singer, Doraemon. Lyrics by Pandora. Everyone was excited to see the message of the song. Another new song, Fatty Blue. Take the title with this one. The finale song is absolutely awesome. Please start your show. A perfect blend of synthesized instruments and electric guitars play a dynamic melody. Bam, bam, bam. The beats are belting. At that moment, Doraemon's voice came out of the stereo. "At night, you see only the brightest of the stars. In a sea of people, you worship the most talked about, the most popular." The version of Pompous that Sam Su brought out was Lin's version. Perhaps in most people's mind, the original singer of this song should be Eason Chan. But in fact, the song's tune originated from Depression, which Jiang Jiren composed in memory of his dear friend Leslie Chung. It was later given a new lease of life by Wilfred Wong with Cantonese lyrics and sung by Eason Chan. The Mandarin version was written by Lu Nanwei and interpreted by Lin Jixuan. You could argue that both Eason Chan and Lin Jixuan are the original singers of the song Pompous, or both are covers. The song continues. "Who doesn't covet to take center stage? The halo shines only for me. Who cares what you're thinking after the curtain falls? Who cares what you do? Exaggeration is not a sin. It's a way to satisfy an empty, boring life. The prying eyes, the talking mouths, for the amusement of every meal." This passage contains a hint of criticism. Indeed, everyone harbors the dream of being on stage and basking in the limelight. However, after the show has ended and the audience has dispersed, who will go deeper to understand the true thoughts and feelings of those individuals who once shone on the stage? Hyperbole, in essence, is nothing more than a pastime that exists to cater to the entertainment needs of the masses. And people are often talking just because you've become the topic of conversation at their leisure. The song continues and the pitch begins to rise. Does it have to be pompous? There is no need for right and wrong, true and false. Who says what they mean? Who's telling the truth? If the picture's surprising, as long as the content is explosive enough. A mouthful of smallpox, laughter, and cursing. I can only tell the truth in front of the mirror at night. This paragraph opens with a question, reveals a profound critique of pomposity, and ultimately ends with a sobering portrayal of reality. Between the lines there is a helpless revulsion at the ostentatiousness of society. It also reflects the deep desire for authenticity and self-expression. Sam Su's emotionally engaged as the song continues. "You like me. You don't like me. You're free to do so. I just want to catch your ear at some point." Singing the first note for a musical dream. I haven't given up since. Subjective, objective, parochial, too many obstacles. You have to live with the good and the bad. That's why I'm singing the praises of. Let the emotion be released in the song. There's a lot of choices, but there's a few good songs. To be able to move people to give something. This paragraph, like an oath, tell the world that I just love music and have no fear of outside judgment. I'm not going to force everyone's approval or liking. At this moment, one can't help but think of the recent rumors surrounding the relationship between Sam Hui, Pandora, and Doraemon. At this time, Doraemon seems to use the song to send a clear message to those who like to make a fuss over what is right and wrong. Please don't make a fuss over nothing. My love for music is simple and pure, and has nothing to do with anything else. After a chorus, another emotion is expressed. The lucky one wasn't me, because the path I've chosen is a hard one. If you're good enough, you can't get ahead. At least do it without a second me. Zhao Lao is also watching the program. He was the one who felt the most when he heard this passage. Although, Senator Su seems to be in the limelight, it's not a good road to travel. Even if I can't be good enough, I'm going to give it my all. It's like a promise from Susan. And indeed, he did. Along the way, Zhao Lao had watched every move of Senator Su. Zhao Lao exclaimed, "If the young ones are so desperate, we old ones can watch you being bullied." Zhao Lao went to Zhao Qigong on the phone. "What that kid wants to do, you give your full support. In addition, keep an eye on those people." Zhao Qigong hung up the phone, somewhat puzzled. However, he also heard an unquestioning attitude from the old man's mouth. He knew who the old man had told him to keep an eye on. Chapter 142, You're the only ones who know how to canvas. The song continues and has come to a close. Does it have to be pompous? I've had my share of struggles. When you're working hard, does anyone see you? Does anyone know how to sing until your mind melts? I'm hoarse even when I sing. Call me crazy or, what kind of singer is he if he can't play? Look at me shining for you. Please accept it whether you like it or not. The next moment is going to spark for you. The song is practically a cry by the end of it. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui and Liang Yu were watching the program. Lu Xiaorui and Liang Yu were aware that the person on the stage was Su Shen. But Song Yu didn't know. But even so, he was excitedly exclaimed, "This is the attitude of making music. Let you guys blindly if you ba said. I do my job is finished." Lu Xiaorui and Liang Yu looked at Song Yu like they were looking at him. Song Yu said, "What's wrong? Why do I feel that you two don't have the right look in your eyes?" Liang Yu just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Xiaorui. "Nothing, you said it very well." The song was finished, and several of the judges on the floor gave it high marks. The lyrics are especially praised. To be honest, the competition had been going on for so long that even though they were the judges, they still felt a sense of frustration in the face of Pandora's lyricism. Insiders look in, outsiders look out. A few of them, where they didn't know that Doraemon had brought every song that they admired. A few people even had the feeling of serving their old age. Other than Lu Qingfeng, the other three didn't want to talk. First there was a Samsu who killed it in the entertainment industry. Here comes another Pandora with amazing talent. How does that make them old guys live with themselves? Lu Qingfeng was aware of Su Shen's identity, but he was equally in awe of Su Shen's strength. He was now glad that he had allowed his granddaughter Lu Xiaorui to stay in Huakai. At the same time, Lu Qingfeng was looking forward to the final reveal, and he also wanted to see the reactions of these experts around him. The more I think about it, the more I can't help but laugh. Chuing glanced at Lu Qingfeng, which meant something like asking, "What are you laughing at?" Lu Qingfeng coughed lightly and sat upright, looking seriously at Doraemon on the stage. Netizens are also feeling a lot of emotions at this time. This song is so good. I feel like it's Doraemon making a statement about his attitude towards music. After listening to this song, I understand Fatty Blue's love of music and understanding of life. This song by Fat Blue made me re-examine my attitude towards music. Next up, the Sunflowers. She was confident, not at all afraid of the song that Sam Hui had just brought. Sunflower brought a red song. Everyone was confused about her maneuver. You know, no one has ever chosen to sing a red song on a competition-type music program. While singing, Sunflower also made a fist gesture. This action, to the viewer, looks like nothing, but in the eyes of Ihai Wang Changhua, it is expressing an important message. Since that cat doesn't know how to behave. Then, next, create a full-blown campaign to stink up the relationship between Surname Su and that cat, so that Surname Su's fans won't support that cat. Also, get our people moving and make sure Xiang Manhwa wins the title. So, as the Sunflower sang, the internet became windy. Did you guys hear that? The song that Doraemon sang just now was criticizing Sam Su by name, saying that he doesn't do music properly and only cares about making money in the entertainment industry. Good lord. One of Doraemon's float songs was actually interpreted as being directed at Sam Su. Sunflower finished her song and it was time to vote. I have to say, the song Sunflower chose was a surprise. It's just about October, just after the National Day, and before everyone's patriotic fervor dies down, they're ignited by another patriotic song. Plus, with Yehei frantically stirring up Su's involvement in Pandora and Doraemon's relationship in the outside world, it's hard to tell how this vote will end up. Host Xiaohua said, "Below, please viewers in front of the screen, pick up the cell phones in your hands, scan the QR code below, and cast your valuable votes for your favorite contestants." People started voting like crazy. At this point, The host, Xiao Hua, had the same mistake as last time, and he stood by Doraemon as if he was defending himself from the sunflower. Ending the tense and intense voting session, the numbers on the big screen finally stopped fluctuating. To everyone's surprise, the two had the same number of votes. 2 million. Now everyone froze. What's the situation? This can all have the same number of votes. Is there a shady deal? This vote count. Why do I feel something is not quite right? I'm afraid this is a deliberate gimmick by the show. At this point, the host, Xiao Hua, said, "It is indeed rare for there to be a tie in votes, but considering that our vote tallies are done in tens of thousands, this kind of coincidence is possible. For this reason, we have also made sufficient preparations. So next, we will enter an overtime match, which means that the two contestants will have another PK to determine the final winner." Everyone heard this, and those who had just questioned it, shut up. Whether or not there is any shady business is aside, at least for this result, everyone is still happy. And a windfall. Not bad, not bad. This episode was worth it, and I got to hear 2 more songs. Conscience, greatly conscience. I like it. What kind of excitement will be played out next? I'm looking forward to it. The audience was happy, although people questioned the vote count. But it's nice to hear 2 more songs and no one yells about it. For this result, Sushin and Sunflower did not expect it either. However, the crew let them prepare 3 songs at the beginning of the show, so it seems that they expected this to happen. This time, it was the Sunflower that came up first. She sang another patriotic song. Its purpose is self-evident. After the song, the reaction in the arena was nowhere near as enthusiastic as the reaction outside the arena. Yahai even had his family's fresh meat to help with the canvassing. Welcome to Vote for Sunflower. Not only your tickets, but your family's tickets too. Yo! Plus, for the fans who vote the most, there will be a chance to win an autographed photo of me. This type of canvassing is naked without a single scruple. Even encouraged his family to vote. This approach can only be described as bottomless, but the fans of those fresh meat can be wailing with excitement. Of course I should support my brother's request. I'm voting. My whole family is voting. Brother's autographed picture. I want it so bad. I registered my grandparents' number too. All of a sudden, everyone started to get busy, just waiting for the voting session. Songyu also saw the online canvassing. Damn, asshole thing, actually playing such shameless tactics. Well, this grandpa will have fun with you. Lu Xiaorui and Liangyu looked at Songyu, wondering what he was going to do next. Songyu logged on to Weibo and posted a message. Anyone who voted for Doraemon, with a screenshot of their vote, enjoys a 50% discount when they come to dine at Daewoo Hot Pot restaurant. Sungwoo sent one and didn't think it was enough. So, another update. For the top 3 cities in terms of the number of votes, Daewoo Hot Pot will go and open a local branch. Plus there is no time limit requirement for the 50% discount. Songyu called out to Hao Jian again. Go and notify all the stores that this activity is effective immediately. Hao Jian was also confused and asked, "Brother, you're making such a big deal out of it. Could that cat be Sam? Cut the crap and go." Songyu didn't think much about Hao Jian's words. On the contrary, Lu Xiaorui suddenly felt that Hao Jian's mouth was working again. Chapter 143, the officials have made a move. It's Doraemon's turn. That's when the information about the song appeared on the big screen. The Pomp and Circumstance. Singer, Doraemon. Lyrics by Pandora. Everyone was stunned to see this message. Skepticism ensued. Didn't Fatty Blue prepare a song? Wasn't this one sung earlier? Who could have predicted a draw? It's only natural that Fatty Blue wasn't prepared. Ugh, this is the end. As good as he sings, the repetition of songs is too much of a minus. By now, the music was playing. This intro is so catchy. It's the same intro you just heard. Everyone is completely baffled by this maneuver of Doraemon's. Just as everyone was wondering, the song came out. I'll talk when I'm asked, but no one comes. I'm looking forward to something to say that I can't get loaded. Everyone was instantly subdued, realizing that the lyrics didn't match up at all. They only know that Samsu has played one song in 2 words. However, what they didn't expect was that the song Pompous was actually 2 words in one song as well. Everyone was caught off guard by the kill and didn't have the slightest bit of defense. More to the point, it was the first time the crowd had heard Doraemon sing a Cantonese song. The audience at the scene was okay. They couldn't make loud noises, but their faces couldn't hide their excitement. But the audience outside the arena, not so scrupulous, at this moment has long been boiling. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's actually 2 words in one song. I thought only Junior knew how to play this, but I didn't realize Pandora and Fatty Blue knew how to do it too. Numb. I'm numb. What kind of divine operation is this? It's 2 words in one song. But since the Mandarin version of Phoebe already wowed them, I just don't know if this Cantonese version is just as overwhelming. The song continues. I feel like a bottle cap waiting to be lifted. And your mouth is raising moss. Inside the crowds, the quieter you are, the more you're ignored. I'm going to have an accident myself, like singing out of nowhere. It's like a four-sided table anywhere. I'm very emotional in my flashiest outfit. Remember to stick your bag in when someone comes to take a picture. As Doraemon's voice on the stage steeply intensified, the resounding notes hit everyone's heartstrings as hard as a boulder. Consider me pompous. Pompous because I'm scared. If it looks like wood or stone, do you get any attention? I'm afraid I'll be forgotten. So let's zoom in. I'm upset. How can I be elegant? Does the world still celebrate silence? Not enough explosions. How to have a conversation. Let me brag. Be a great entertainer. The crowd seemed to be under the illusion that the Cantonese version seemed more shocking. Even though they had just heard the Mandarin version, and even though the melody was still familiar, the Cantonese version gave them a whole new feeling, as if it was a brand new song. It made everyone experience the strangeness of the most familiar. At this point, it even makes you kind of forget the lyrics of the Mandarin version. The song continues. When I was 18, at the alma mater dance, there was a crowd of minions standing around. That's when I swore, with tears in my eyes, that everyone had to see me. In this world, there are so many ordinary and common roads. Which one do you live in? Too much neglect and love. In work, self-esteem has suffered a lot of falls. Emphasis cures hunger. I know what I am before I get it. A lot of big moves. A lot of mistakes. Is it morbid for people to look at me? Sushin finished sinking into it. More to the point, the song is sung in Cantonese, and it has a feeling of abandonment after being repressed. Like the struggle of an obscure little man who longs to be recognized and valued. That spirit of unforgiveness and courage stimulates everyone who rises to the occasion. They worked hard, longed for it, looked forward to it. This kind of emotional release makes for a cathartic ache. The song is another vocalized chorus. After the chorus, the song continues. There aren't many lucky ones, and if you've never been one, you'll know why. With 10 times the painstaking effort, we'll be able to make it stand out. Is a normal person enough for me to be argumentative? The familiar air beat plays again, followed by a third chorus that sweeps through the room like a giant, earth-shattering wave. At this moment, Sushin was completely letting go. If the mask was removed, everyone would see that he was sweating profusely at this point. You can call me a pompous ass and a few boos. I'm here. If there's a stifled scene, did you see the show? It hysterical? With tears in your eyes and with one heart. I want you to be amazed. I didn't exist in the old days. I know, but do they exist now? Look at me. And don't just look at the ceiling anymore. I'm not your cup of tea. You can drink as much as you like. Don't forget that there are people who are doing it for you. The two floaters have the same tune, but different lyrics that convey different moods. The Mandarin's Pomp and Circumstance was written about the singer himself, expressing a singer-songwriter's dedication to music and perseverance in the entertainment industry. At the same time, it encourages everyone who has a dream not to give up on pursuing their aspirations. The Cantonese version of Pomp and Circumstance, moreover, depicts the bitterness and struggles of the little people in the society and implicitly criticizes the social phenomenon. The main reason why people think that the Cantonese version of Floyd is more uptempo is because the lyrics poke at the heart of many people. Through the eyes of minor characters, it portrays their struggle to seek attention and recognition in society. It's easy for people to resonate with that sentiment, but I have to admit that both the Mandarin version and the Cantonese version are great. Just as Sam Su was singing on stage, a fierce canvassing war was already underway in the outside world. Fresh meat on Yahai's side came on stage in full force and canvassed by giving away autographs. Behind Doraemon's back, it's mostly Songwoo shouting at the top of his lungs. It's even a campaign where if you cast one vote for Doraemon, you get a 50% off coupon. Moreover, Songwoo has threatened to open Daewoo hot pot restaurants all over the country. It's an irresistible temptation for those foodies. Seeing that people on both sides were getting more and more heated, the Central Propaganda Department couldn't stand it any longer and directly issued an announcement. In view of the popularity of the show Masked Singer, we have recently noticed that there are some improper canvassing behaviors, which seriously affects the fairness and impartiality of the competition. In order to maintain the credibility of the show and to ensure that every contestant can compete on an equal level, we are hereby issuing the following announcement. All parties are requested to immediately stop all forms of canvassing behaviors, including but not limited to canvassing through social media, promises, coupons, etc. If any violation is found, we will take serious measures to deal with it, and once verified, the person involved will be disqualified from the competition, and the content of the relevant program may also be at risk of being taken off the air. The news blew both sides of the fence right out of the water. Even if you're bold, you wouldn't dare go against the official decision. Besides, both sides did go a little overboard. In response, Both the Yahai side and Daewoo Hot Pot restaurant have released statements stating that previous promises do not count and that he hopes that people will vote fairly and equitably. The netizens were waiting for them to offer a bigger chip, but they caved in all of a sudden. But that's good. At least people can vote based on their own preferences, and they don't have to look left and right. I was thinking about Song Laoer's Hot Pot, but I didn't realize it would just fizzle out. Tears from Siang Province netizens. My sister took my cell phone, and this time I finally have a reason to get it back. It's a good thing the officials stepped in, or the nature of this program would have changed. Chapter 144, The Revealing of the Face. After the song, the host, Xiao Hua, came on stage and said, "Thank you very much to the two contestants for giving us a wonderful performance. And now, we are going to have an exciting voting session. Please, viewers in front of the screen, pick up your cell phones, scan the QR code displayed at the bottom of the screen, and give your valuable votes for your favorite contestants. Let's witness the moment of glory on this stage and create the miracle that belongs to music together." To be honest, when the CAC went down, they were freaked out too, feared that the last part of the program will be called off. Luckily, both sides have posted clarifications. The polls are open, without Yahai's people to make things worse. This vote seems much fairer. However, some of the true fans of Hyosen, provoked by the previous Yahai, still didn't vote for Doraemon. Still, most viewers voted based on personal preference. Though, the patriotic songs Sunflower sings are great at inspiring a flurry of enthusiasm. However, Sushin's one song in 2 words are even more amazing. In the end, Sunflower was pegged at 2.8 million votes. The total number of votes for Doraemon, on the other hand, is 3.6 million. It's clear what's better and what's worse. The host, Xiao Hua, announced, "Congratulations to our Doraemon, who has won the overall championship of The Masked Singer." The scene erupted into applause. At this time, Song Yu was also dancing around. "Damn it, you scumbags, no matter how much you toss it around, the title is still mine. Cat." Lu Xiaorui looked at Song Yu and smiled without saying anything. At this point, the pop-ups took off. True to form, Fatty Blue is too strong. This result is not a surprise at all. In the future, there will be another powerful singer in the singing world besides Junior. Finally, we're going to find out who Fatty Blue is. The Sunflower was a bit upset about this result. She clearly gave Wang Chengwei the signal. But now why is this the result? She was unaware of what was going on in the outside world. Senator Su actually didn't know what was going on in the outside world. But it always turns out well for Sam Su. Next, host Xiao Hua said, "Next, please reveal our runner-up. Sunflower." Sunflower, though upset that she didn't get the title shot, had to reluctantly remove her mask. It's true that it's from Ihai, and Xiang Meihua is considered to be a top-strength songstress. Shang Shi, Xinghe, Ihai, these three have come together. That fat blue guy can't be Huakai. Fatty Blue definitely won't be Huatsai's. If Huakai had this number, he would have taken it out a long time ago. Hurry up. I'm not interested in Yahai's people. I want to see Fatty Blue reveal his face. Originally, Xiang Meihua's unveiling should have drawn countless gasps of amazement, but it turned out that people were clearly not interested. Instead, Doraemon on stage became the subject of much discussion. At this point, the host, Xiao Hua, said, "Next, please take a short break, and after the commercial, we will unveil the winner." The audience was not at all prepared and was caught off guard. Asterisk. Day. I have an MMP. I don't know if I should say it or not. Cursing was all it took. But instead of choosing to change the channel, everyone waited quietly for the commercial to end. After the commercial, everyone shouted in unison, "Reveal! Reveal the face! Reveal!" The screen is also full of revealing pop-ups. Apparently, people can't wait. Amidst all the cheering, the hosts did not tarry much longer. "Next, please reveal our Doraemon." Sushin slowly removed his mask. That's when a handsome face appeared. Everyone was confused. Only Lu Qingfeng couldn't suppress his laughter. Shuing beside him glared at him, the meaning of which could not be more obvious. "Old thing, hiding it from us." Director Jianping was also arranging for a cameraman. "Quick, record all these dumbfounded expressions." At this moment, Song Yu directly exploded into a foul-mouthed sentence. Asterisk. "Brother Sam." Lu Xiaorui directly recorded Song Yu's shocked expression and sent it to the company group. As if realizing something, Song Yu rushed at Lu Xiaorui and Liang Yu and asked, "Did you two know this already?" Lu Xiaorui said, "Yes." "Then why didn't you guys tell me? And you didn't ask." With one sentence, Song Yu was dumbfounded. The crowd at Huakai didn't even know that the person on the stage was Su Shin. Before the reveal, everyone was still envious in their hearts. How nice it would be if Doraemon was from our company. Now that the wish has come true, it's suddenly confusing. A loud cheer broke out afterward. Xia Qingwen was like a dream at this point, not even knowing that Senator Su was participating in this program. I can't be the last to know. At this time, someone at Xia Qingwen inside the company group. Mr. Xia, why didn't you tell us earlier? We can also make preparations for the response. Xia Qingwen growled in his heart. Nima I just found out about it too. Okay. But he replied with a feigned stoic gesture. Calm down, everyone. The crowd praised. It's still Mr. Xia who was calm. Inside the Opera Association, the old president Duanmason looked at Zhao Xuer and asked, Xuer, why didn't you say so earlier? And you didn't ask. In one sentence, the crowd at the Opera Association was left speechless. Contestants who have participated in the show before are even more confused. They never expected that they would actually be competing with Su Shun, the great demon king. At this point, they comforted themselves by saying, it's not wrong to lose, especially the monkey king Chenin. He also did not expect the Doraemon on the stage was actually Su Shun. He muttered, no wonder when the robot asked me to pass it on to Doraemon. San said he knew. Su Xian was also watching the program. And now, she also couldn't help but exclaim, ********. That cat is actually Lao Di. The main reason why Su Xian hadn't suspected Su Sin was because he had even come to her in Yifan's wedding the week the program aired. Therefore, he was never expecting that Senator Su actually went on the program in the spare time he had to attend the wedding. To be exact, Sam Su actually went to the wedding on his spare time for the program. At that point, everyone cheered. *********. I knew I should have thought of it when Son Lauer was canvassing for Fatty Blue. What's going on? Didn't Junior come to the show too? I remember. Doraemon happened to be gone when Junior arrived. That makes sense. It didn't play out like that. Why do I have the feeling that I'm being tricked? But seeing that it's Junior, why can't I be angry at all? There's still a sense of relief. *********. Who said Fatty Blue has a grudge against Junior? Damn. I voted for Sunflower because of this. At Su Sen's home, Su Mother laughed. Old man, didn't you say you wanted Xiao Sin to learn from that cat? Look, isn't that our son? Father Su blushed a little at the comment. I saw it. I don't need you to remind me. While the program was airing, Su's father complimented Doraemon's excellence more than once. Once, he even said in front of Sam Su that he should learn from that cat. At that time, Senator Su just smiled and didn't say anything. Now that he thought about it, Su's father was a bit embarrassed. At this time, Su Xian said, Dad, you don't have to be embarrassed. I'll help you clean him up later. Chapter 145, System Rewards. After the audience had regained their senses, host Xiaohua said, everyone didn't expect this. Actually, I thought of it too, but it is what it is. So let's congratulate Senator Su for winning the championship. There was another round of applause. So, does Senator Su have anything to say to the group? Senator Su took the microphone and said to everyone, thank you for your support and this stage. I will continue to work hard and bring you more and better works, so that the whole world will know that Hua Lu is the most important. With these words, Senator Su was not just referring to the Chinese music scene, he was referring to the whole world. The pattern, all of a sudden, came up. Everyone suddenly recalls, just a short while ago, two songs that were extraordinarily popular on the internet, My Destiny and Love Your Destiny. They have the same melody, but the lyrics are very different. Even the language is different. There had been questions about Su Sen's plagiarism before, but it turned out that he had surpassed it a long time ago. The audience was also poked at a sensitive spot by Senator Su's remark. Yes, Hua Lu is the most important, to show the world that we are the best. This is what Chinese artists should look like. Little trides. At this point, so many people suddenly realized, Su Sam is Doraemon, so who is Pandora? The host also realized this and asked for everyone. So may I ask, who is Pandora? Sam Su laughed and said, me too. A simple answer. No doubt followed by another excited gasp. Although everyone had a premonition, it still surprised them when Sam Su said it himself. Too strong. Too strong. Only little Sam has this kind of strength. I'm still watching other podcasters analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of Su Shin and Pandora. But what the hell? They're basically the same person. So what was that post before? Someone must be spreading rumors. Damn. It's a good thing Junior won the championship. Or else, some unsuspecting people would really get their way. At this time, Zhang Chaoyang of Shengshi Entertainment was also following the program. He lamented, it seems that the entertainment industry is about to change. Ihai's Wang Changhua also knows the final result. Their carefully planned provocation turned out to be that they were actually alone. This made Wang Changhua feel like he had slapped himself in the face. After the program ended, Senator Su also left the studio. Just after he came out, Wu Qing called him. It was someone from Yahai who was messing with you before. You were in a competition and didn't get in touch with you. Now what? Senator Su learned the whole story from Wochung, knowing what Yahai messed up while he was on the show. So he said, don't they like to manipulate public opinion? Don't think it's all over when they shut up after getting high. Put the word out that Yahai is behind these things. In fact, Senator Su was very averse to using public opinion to screw people over. It's just that Yahai has manipulated public opinion 3 times to create problems for him and then patted himself on the back afterwards. And every time he's been able to get away with it. This time, he would also make those people pay the price they deserved and accept the results of the backlash. Soon, one by one, things came to light on the internet about Yahai manipulating public opinion and setting up a conflict between Samsu and Pandora during the program. Even a motion picture of Sunflower grabbing the moderator's microphone and making an impromptu speech was posted online. Now, people are not going to do that. They're worried about finding someone to vent to, and this time they're definitely going to show off their nationalism. On the same day, Yahai's official Twitter feed was under siege. Yo, treating me like a monkey. You guys aren't any good either. Tease your mom, don't. There's a dead man in your house. You're a rich asshole. And you're not missing out. Mother asterisk 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 her. You count for something. For a while, people were cursing down the stock price of Art Ocean. Seeing this situation, the capital and bigwigs immediately demanded that Wang Changhua come out to calm things down. Wang Changhua was as disgusting as eating rat at this point. However, there was nothing he could do but hold an emergency meeting to formulate a contingency plan. Senator Su also tells Wusung to use the acquired investment company to purchase a large amount of Yihai stock. Just wait, the fun is just beginning. At this time, Sushin and Zhongling were on a plane to Kyoto. Senator Su opened the system and checked the completion of the mission. In fact, by the time Never Left was finished, the song had reached 50. Only, due to Yahai's tawdry maneuvering, his fan base dropped quite a bit. When the reveal was made, the followers of Samsu's Weibo went straight through 60 million. Open the system and view the mission. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, releasing 50 songs and surpassing 50 million fans. Rewards being distributed. This time, unlike usual, Samsu waited for a while before the system answered. Mission reward, host's body recovers 100%. Senator Su was so excited that he almost jumped up on the plane. This reward was something he had dreamed of. When the release of 40 songs was completed and 40 million followers were reached. At that point, the health was 80% recovered. He'd been looking forward to the completion of the 50 songs and whether his body would simply recover. I didn't realize it was actually true. However, next, the system issued another reward. Due to the fit of 5 stars for the host's mission completion, we are now opening up other cultural and entertainment section privileges to the host. Access to the literature section is now open. Access to the script section is now open. Access to the movie section is now open. Hearing the system's reward prompt, Senator Su directly exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. With this sound, the Zhongling next to him couldn't help but look at him. It was a good thing they were in business class, or they would have attracted a crowd. At that point, the flight attendant came over to find out what was going on. Senator Su explained, I was just dreaming. After sending the stewardess away, Sam Hui went to the restroom. Looking into the bathroom mirror, Sushin checked the rewards given by the system. This look really shocked him. Jin Yong, Gu Long, Liang Yuxiang, the 3 musketeers of wuxia are all together. Not only domestic, but even foreign Harry Potter and Sherlock Holmes are available. Even Lords of Secrecy and 10 Days to End are scheduled. Samsu went through the scripts and movies again, and they too had everything neatly arranged. Now, Senator Su was overjoyed. At that moment, the system's voice came out again. Quest issued, please ask the host to become successful in other fields within 1 year. 10 short stories and 3 full-length novels completed. 1 movie. Unfinished mission, host to create a king of songs and a queen of songs within 1 year. Senator Su asked. System, what happens if the mission is not completed? If the host fails to complete the task as required, the cultural and entertainment section acquired by the host will be gradually closed. As soon as he heard this answer, Sushin instantly stopped being sleepy. These gems. He didn't want to be taken back. Senator Su muttered in his heart. It seems that there is still a long way to go. After washing his face, Sam Hui returned to his seat. Chapter 146, A Small Victory. After returning to Kyoto, Zhongling went through the entry procedures at Huakai. Samsu sought out Wusung. How's it going? What stage is the Yahai stock thing at? Since Yahai's stock price has dropped from $28 to $25.50 due to this incident, we have purchased 2,000 lots. Keep buying. Wucheng looked at Su Shang with a look of desire to speak. Senator Su asked, what's wrong? Tell me what's going on. Logically I shouldn't interfere with your decision. Only that, at the moment, the shares of Art Ocean aren't worth buying. So would we be losing out a bit if we do this? Senator Su smiled and said, the more you lose, the better. As long as his stock price is below 26 yuan, you can rest assured that you'll buy. I'll give you another sum of money in a few days. You boldly go for it. Wu Cheng sighed and left without saying anything. Senator Su knew that there was no need to explain so much at this time. After all, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. As for the money issue, isn't this the end of Masked Singer? He is in possession of the dividend shares. He participated in the program as Doraemon, wrote a song for Blueberry Channel and received 3% of the shares. Plus, he got an extra 1% for participating in the show as his real identity. That means he now has 4% of the dividend shares. Keep in mind that the show, The Masked Singer, peaked at a 4.9 rating. That's a figure that's arguably on par with the peak ratings of the Spring Festival. For that, his share must be small. A few days later, the program called in the money for the dividend. After taxes, it's a full $50 million. Senator Su injected the money into Pangu Investment Company, Pangea Investments. In turn, divided the money into different individual accounts for the buying of Ikai stock. With regard to Su Sen's maneuver, Wu Cheng really didn't understand it. Looking at his account, which had already lost millions in the past 2 days, he felt a pang of heartache. Art Ocean's share price continues to fall. Even when Yahai came out to save the day, the effect was not obvious. As usual, the netizens did not spare them, and every day on their official website or official microblogging nationalist output. Previously, those who had been provoked by Yahai and split into two factions, Su Sam and Pandora, had fought fiercely. Now, they all pointed their spears at Yahai, venting all the anger in their hearts on Yahai's head. Yahai held another emergency meeting. Wang Changhua slapped the table and said, we must come up with a plan today. This situation is very unfavorable to us. In fact, we all understand that this is the time for someone to stand up and take the blame. And Xiang Meihua is clearly the best person for the job. But no one dares to mention it. Giving advice at this time ostensibly deals with the issue at hand. But who can't guarantee that Wang Changhua will settle scores in the fall? The relationship between Wang Changhua and Xiang Meihua was not a mere relationship between superior and subordinate and shareholders. It's no secret that the two are close to each other in the company. Wang Changhua has long had the idea of taking Xiang Meihua out to block the gun. But he cannot mention it. Once he mentioned it, his relationship with Xiang Meihua would be at an end. More crucially, Xiang Meihua could hold quite a few of his secrets in his hands. Wang Changhua is trying to get someone to bring it up and then just go down the slope and settle the score with him afterward. This would not only solve the current problem, but also preserve his relationship with Xiang Meihua. However, no one is stupid. So, 2 days have gone by and still no decent program has come out of it. Wang Changhua was in a hurry. This was a crisis they had not encountered before. They hadn't been met with such a backlash before when their methods were even worse than this. I had thought that if I didn't explain and kept quiet, I would be fine in a couple of days. But now it looks like the heat won't come off for a while. Day after day, it's hanging out on the hot seat. In fact, regarding this incident, in addition to Senator Su operating behind the scenes, Zhang Chaoyang of Shengshire Entertainment was also pushing the envelope. He harbored a fire for Xiang Meihua's tawdry maneuver of intentionally canvassing votes on stage, which led to the early elimination of Shengshire's Liang Haoyu. This time, Zhang Chaoyang said whatever he could to make Yihai pay a price. In the end, Xiang Meihua couldn't carry the pressure and took the initiative to stand up and say, I'll take the blame for this, but you should remember that it's not my fault. It's me who solved the problem for you. The words appeared to be addressed to the crowd, but they were actually addressed to Wang Changhua alone. Xiang Meihua knew that with her understanding of Wang Changhua, it was only a matter of time before she was pushed out. Instead of being passive, it is better to take the initiative to come forward, and also give Wang Changhua a wake-up call in the process. I won't make it hard for you this time, but don't you make it hard for me in the future. Wang Changhua falsely agonized and agreed to the proposal. Soon after, the official microblogging site of Art Ocean released a notice. Recently, our artist Xiang Meihua inappropriately manipulated public opinion due to personal reasons, causing adverse effects on our fans and the public. We deeply regret this incident and sincerely apologize for the distress it has caused. After the company's internal investigation and prudent assessment, the company has decided to deal with Xiang Meihua seriously. We hereby formally announce that we have made the decision to dismiss Xiang Meihua in order to safeguard the company's reputation and public interest. Our company has always focused on the moral integrity and social responsibility of our artists, and we will uphold a zero-tolerance attitude towards any violation of company rules and professional ethics. In the future, we will further strengthen the management and education of our artists, standardize their words and behaviors, and ensure that every artist will appear in the public eye with a healthy and positive image. Thank you for your understanding and support. We will continue to work hard to bring you more quality entertainment content. This announcement from Yahai looks like a scapegoat to those who understand, but in most people's eyes, it's something to celebrate, because it was their tireless efforts, nationalistic sport, that forced Yahai to hand over the man behind the curtain. It was a memorable victory for them. This is a victory that belongs to us. This is finally a breath of fresh air. I didn't expect Xiang Meihua to be such a song queen, thanks to the fact that I had powdered her for a long time before. More action than good will lead to death. Serves you right. For that outcome, it's been kind of nice, Senator Su exclaimed. It seems like Yahai was cornered this time, and it's a small victory. Senator Su also understood that something like this would not be able to shake Yahai. Being able to come up with a singer to take the fall has served its purpose. During this time, Samsu gave Song Yu a few more songs. Senator Su was calculating in his mind. According to this math, Song Wu's album songs are almost done, and if we finish the music video, it's basically complete. Next, prepare some songs for Lu Xiaorui as well. She also has the potential to be a song queen. I wonder what's going on over at Hanzhou. And the novel thing is on the agenda. Also, the movie has to be prepared urgently. Let's register the film company first. Chapter 147 Panglai Pictures established. Kevin Chin joins in. Piece by piece, Samsu mulled over what he was going to do next. He first arranged for someone to register Panglai Studios. With the film company in place, the next step is to find the supporting staff. In this matter, Senator Su gave Zhang Hongyi a call. Director Zhang, I got a movie and television company. I want to consult the relevant personnel. Do you have any personnel recommendations? When Zhang Hongyi heard that Senator Su had gotten a movie and television company, he felt a moment of dismay. He took the phone away and looked at the caller's name, which was Su Xin. Then he asked suspiciously, "Older brother, what are you up to?" The movie and television industry is not like singing. The water here is very deep. Director Zhang, I just have a whim to get involved in the movie and television industry. Do you have a script now? No, just registered the company. Just thought of Director Zhang to see if there are any corresponding personnel recommendations. Samsu answered truthfully. He was trying to see if he could identify some people first through Zhang Hongyi's circle. Zhang Hongyi was stunned by this wave of maneuvering by Su Sen, and then smiled helplessly, thinking to himself, I'm afraid that this kid is not making it in the music industry and thinks that the movie and television industry will be like a fish out of water too. Zhang Hongyi underestimated in his heart, but also gave advice. I'll recommend someone to you, only this person is more axial. If you can talk him into joining your company, at least in the early stages, you don't have to worry about it. Then thank you, Director Zhang. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongyi sent over the information of the said person. After 5 minutes had passed, Senator Su put in a call. Hello, Director Chin. It was Director Zhang who gave me your contact information. Hello, I'm Kevin Chin. Mr. Su, right. Director Zhang just told me about your situation. I'm sorry, for your company, I have no interest. Senator Su thought to himself. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're just blocking the words. You really don't give a damn. Senator Su wasn't angry and also said directly, Director Chin, is it convenient for us to meet and chat? Mr. Su, I know your war record on songs, but movies are not singing, and I don't think we need to waste each other's time. Director Chin, I think singing and movie and television are just different carriers. Essentially they are both dissemination of cultural attributes. Maybe if we meet and talk, maybe you'll change your mind. For Senator Su's repeated insistence, Chin Kaiwan couldn't say anything more and could only agree to meet. The two had arranged to meet the next afternoon. Hanging up the phone, Senator Su began to think about how to convince Kevin Chin next. Originally, his plan was to get someone to come over and set up the company's shelves first, and then take it from there. But now it seems to be time to reconsider. The best way to convince Kevin Chin is to come up with a script that's good enough. Only then can he join willingly. Through his call with Kevin Chin, Samsu knew that these types of people were hard to impress with money. The only way to convince the other side is to pitch in with good work. For his first movie, Samsu pondered the choice of film. The production of the first movie can't be too complicated, but it has to be watchable. And besides, with the company's strength now, it can't afford a big investment. Thinking for a moment, Samsu said to the system, customize the script of Charlotte's Trouble. Movie script Charlotte's Trouble in customization. Customization successful. Please host check. Soon, the script of Charlotte's Trouble surfaced in Su Xin's mind. What's more, not only the subplot, but also the details to pay attention to when shooting are clearly labeled. Senator Su opened his computer and transcribed the script onto it, then printed and bound it into a book. Senator Su stretched his back, It's finally done. This drama. It should be convincing enough. The next day, Sam-soo came to the meeting place. A moment later, a middle-aged man in his 30s came to Sam-soo's seat. The man was dressed unkempt, with a braid, a stream of literacy. Mr. Soo, right? I'm Kevin Chin. Hello, Director Chin. The two shook hands and got acquainted. At this point, Kevin Chin said directly, Mr. Soo, I admire your song. But still, film and television is not singing. I don't think you need to waste your time on me. For your startup company? I have no interest. As usual, Kevin Chin was blunt and unemotional. Senator Soo just laughed and didn't answer before handing him the script for Charlotte's Trouble. Shin Kaiwan glanced at Senator Soo and shook his head somewhat helplessly. But still, out of politeness, he took the script. Shin Kevin casually flipped through it and found that this script was very detailed. So detailed that all the subplots were clearly written. He couldn't help but square up and start flipping through the pages from the beginning. Senator Soo wasn't in a hurry, but ordered a cup of tea and drank it. After an hour had passed, Kevin Chin let out a breath and asked somewhat incredulously, You wrote that? Aha! When is it going to start? I'll shoot this movie. I'll make it to your satisfaction. Hearing Chin Kevin say this, Soo-san almost choked on his tea. Soo-shin growled in his heart. That's a yes? Where's the promised arrogance? Where's the promise of not wasting time? Although he thought so in his heart, Senator Soo asked politely, How is it? Is Director Chin interested in joining our company? As long as this script is shot for me, I can sign the entry contract now. Senator Soo wasn't surprised at how much Chin Kaiwan had changed before and after. Such people, he knew, valued the work more than the amount of money. This movie can be yours to make. I'm only responsible for providing the script and funding. You need to build all the rest. No problem. You just need to provide the script. If there are financial difficulties, I can find someone to invest in it. However, with the quality of this book, I would suggest that it would be more cost-effective to invest in it yourself, provided that you are not short of money. Chin Kevin's words were based on his professional judgment. At this point, Senator Soo became more favorable to him. Whether the drama was good or not, of course Senator Soo knew. But the fact that Chin Kaiwan had such confidence in the drama after watching it for only an hour was not something he had expected. Senator Soo said, I'll take care of the money problem. I'd like to ask how long the filming cycle of this drama will take? Chin Kevin pondered. If it's quick, 3 months, I'm certain I can complete it with quality and quantity. Upon hearing this, Senator Soo immediately became excited. So, we can catch the Spring Festival? It's not a big problem. I'll start organizing my staff now. Senator Soo had originally thought that it would take at least half a year or so to complete, but he hadn't expected that Chin Kevin would give him a surprise straight away. The two spoke again about the company. Senator Soo has adopted the same approach as Watch Eye for the company's shareholding structure. Establish an employee stock ownership committee and, for key personnel, provide equity incentives. This shareholding structure is Huawei's model. Senator Soo knew that this was the only way to maximize the motivation of the company's personnel. But apparently, Kevin Chin wasn't a fan of it. Let's just say that those in the arts have different brain circuits than normal people. Chapter 148, I found a job. Senator Soo and Kevin Chin basically finalized things. Chin Kevin was even more thunderous and started calling and shaking people on the spot. For such a partner, Senator Soo was still very happy. At least, he won't slow you down. In the evening, Senator Soo returned home, where the family had made a large table of food. What's so good about being so hearty? Mother laughed without saying a word. At this time, Su Xian coughed lightly. Cough now. I'm going to announce something important. Everyone looked to her, waiting for what she was going to do next. I got a job. This is indeed something to celebrate. You know, Su Xian has been casting her resume everywhere looking for a job since she came to Kyoto. However, it's either not the right specialty or a job that requires long-term travel. All in all, it's been on and off for so long, and I haven't found the right job. By the way, Su Xian's major is Chinese language and literature, and already out of graduate school. But even so, the competition for suitable positions in this gem of Kyoto is, well, pretty high. The whole family is happy. In fact, whether Su Xian finds a job or not is irrelevant to this family. But Su Xian didn't think so. She felt that if she didn't go out and work, she would be out of touch with society. Senator Soo began by congratulating. Congratulations! It looks like there must be a celebration. At this time, Su Xian announced again. Also, I'm going to move out. At those words, everyone went quiet and stared straight at her. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Yi Fan and I have already decided that he will also move out from the unit dormitory. And then we'll find a house to live in the neighborhood where we work. And by the way, I work not far from Yi Fan's unit. Mother Soo looked at Su Xian, and then at Sam Soo, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to open her mouth. Of course, Susan knew what her mother meant. She was worried that Su Xian and Yifan had just gotten married, and the pressure of life in Kyoto was so great that she was worried about the financial problems of the two of them. Su's father had a stern face and didn't say anything. Senator Su said, "If you see a house anywhere, I'll give you a set." Everyone looked at Senator Su when those words came out, but Su Xian and Yifan said, "No, we decided to struggle on our own and then save up to buy a house." Senator Su thought to himself, "According to the speed of development in Kyoto in the last life, I'm afraid that the speed at which you can make money won't be able to catch up with the speed at which housing prices are rising." But with Yifan's one-track mind, I'm afraid he won't accept a direct gift. At this point, Su Xian said, "You'd better save up some money for a daughter-in-law. Your brother-in-law and I, ready to rely on our own efforts to buy a car and a house." Senator Su really wanted to tell them about the rising trend of house prices, but shut up without proof. He also knew that Su Xian and Yifan were still stubborn when it came to money. Both are highly educated and come from decent families, and have seen families fall out over a little money. They don't want it to come to that someday, though the likelihood of that is almost non-existent. Senator Su also understood what his sister and brother-in-law were thinking. So he said, "Tell you what, it's considered a loan from me to you guys, and when you have money, you can pay me back." Su Xian and Yifan were just about to open their mouths when Su's father said, "It's settled. We're all family. It's only right to help each other with anything." At this time Yifan said, "I'll go and borrow some from my parents, and I'll talk to you guys about how much the difference is then." Su Xian glanced at Yifan, and the two of them met their eyes and sort of reached a consensus. In fact, Su Xian and Yifan, for the matter of buying a house, is not within the scope of the current plan. Their initial idea was simple: they wanted to rent an apartment not far from their jobs and settle down. The two were not even thinking about the matter of borrowing money to buy a house. But with the current state of affairs, the matter, it seems, is just about finalized. That was why Yifan had voiced his intention to borrow money from his family. In Yifan's opinion, he couldn't let Su Xian pay for all the money. For this result, Senator Su was of course delighted. In fact, he really wanted to give them both a house. Samsu was now in a position of financial strength. The house he lives in now has the mortgage paid off in full, and there's basically no pressure on the mortgage. In addition, according to the previously established song share ratio, he would get the lion's share for each song, so he wasn't short of money. But he also knew that the more he forced it on them, the less they would accept it. It was easier for Su Xian and Yifan to accept a loan to help them buy a house. The purchase of the house was sort of finalized and the family sat down to start dinner. At this point, Senator Su asked, "Sister, what kind of job are you looking for?" Edit. Susan was never expecting that Su Xian had actually found a job as an editor. Senator Su thought to himself, "It seems that there will be a channel for publishing his own novels in the future." Seeing Susan freeze, Su Xian asked, What's wrong with this job?" Nothing. It's fine. That's more like it." As if he had thought of something, Senator Su asked busily, "Which platform are you on?" Crowd reading. This platform is known to Senator Su. In the last few days, he has been sifting through the websites that post articles, with Crowd Read being the one he focuses on. Now there is no need to examine. His own sister is in there as an editor. How to take care of one or two? Sam Su asked, "What is the name of your flower?" Su Xian said with some surprise, "It's possible. You even know the name of the flower?" Senator Su grinned. But Su Xian said, "But I won't tell you." In the evening, Su Xian came to his parents' room and said, "Mom and Dad, I know that my sister and brother-in-law won't take my money for nothing, so I'll transfer some to you, and say that it's the money you're supporting them to buy a house, and then if it's not enough, I'll lend it to them." In response to Senator Su's decision, Mother Su said, "But," not waiting for Su's mother to finish, Su's father interrupted, "It's settled. We also have some savings in the past few years. We will give them to Xiao Xian, and you can make up for the rest." In response to Father Su's decision, Mother Su said, "Little Sam, your sister doesn't want your money. It's not that she's treating you as an outsider. She's heartbroken. It's not easy for you to make money, and you'll have to start a family in the future." "Mom, I know. I have the ability to make money now, so I'll help out if I can, and if I'm in trouble, I think my sister will help me out, too, as a family, so don't talk so much." The next day, when Sam Su came to the office, he clicked on Crowd Reader. Looking over the editor's column, he instantly recognized which one was Su Xian. It wasn't that the two were dragon and phoenix babies with a heart of gold, but Su Xian's fancy name was too obvious. Xian laughs without speaking. It's a name that only you use. I haven't even seen the second person use it. Susan looked at the recent essay contest on Crowd Reader. In addition to the long form, Senator Su also found that there was actually a short form essay. The theme of this essay is open-ended and can be anything from romance, suspense, fantasy, history, sci-fi, etc. We expect your work to be a unique and insightful presentation of human nature, emotions, or social phenomena that will leave readers with a strong emotional impact and reflection in a short read. Senator Su finished reading the essay announcement. Resolved, just a short story to test the waters first. With that, Senator Su customized the short story A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles to the system. This work, a short story written by Japanese author Ryohei Kuru. Senator Su chose this novel because, for one thing, there was absolutely nothing wrong with the quality and moral of this novel. Secondly, the first short story that Sam Su read on Earth, in school, was A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles. It was extremely impressive to him. Chapter 149, Receiving Manuscripts Online. Su Xian wrote the novel and sent it to the email address Su Xian had left on the website. A novel that didn't take Sam Hui much time. After taking care of the novel, Senator Su began to take stock of other things. The next step is still to straighten out some of the important pieces covered on Charlotte's Angels. Not to say that all of them will be released, but at least a few of the important songs in it will be released first. That way the movie looks more immersive. So, Sam Hui said to the system, customize the songs Once Upon a Time, Starry Night, Those Flowers, and Once Upon a Time. Songs are being customized at. Ding. Song customization complete. Please check with the host. Because it was necessary for the program, Sam Su decided that these songs, or himself, would be sung. At that moment, Senator Su suddenly thought of Songyu. You can actually use this opportunity to push Songyu forward, so that he'll have a better chance of becoming the Song King. Thinking of this, Senator Su called Kevin Chin. Director Chin, do you have a candidate regarding the male lead? Hearing Senator Su's words, Chin Kaiwan's brows furrowed as he realized that this was the rhythm of the people to be stuffed. Although Senator Su couldn't see the other party's expression, he could probably guess the other party's scruples from Chin Kevin's silence. Senator Su hurriedly said, Director Chin, the person is from our company. Let him go for an audition. The final result is all up to you. I won't interfere. Still very much in favor of this argument, Chin Kevin immediately sent the address to Senator Su and asked the person he recommended to go to the theater for an audition. After hanging up the phone, Sam Hui went to find Songyu. There's something that needs you for a moment. What is it? Brother San, just tell me what it is, and I'll make sure it's done for you. Songyu patted his chest. There's a movie coming out. I think you could audition for the male lead. A movie? Number one? Can I do this? Songyu was a little put off. Senator Su smiled and said, if you don't go, I'll find someone else. There's a lot of singing in this movie. Upon hearing this, Songyu immediately came into the spirit and immediately said, don't, Brother San. I'm good at acting in movies. I studied acting in my elective course. That. Senator Su deliberately elongated his voice in question. Sung Woo gave an okay sign. No problem. Senator Su still reminded. Go there and perform well. Just go to the audition. It's not up to me whether I get selected or not. After Songyu left, Sam Hui also piled into the recording studio. Su Xian had just returned from a meeting, and the editor-in-chief explained about this short essay contest, asking all editors, as far as possible, to contact the industry's bigwigs and ask them to show their face and come and submit an essay. For someone like Su Xian, who is new to the industry, it's a little bit worse. Su Xian sat in her seat, muttering in her heart, I also want to meet some big shots. Ding dong. That's when her computer beeped for her email. Su Xian opened the mailbox and was surprised to find that it was actually a manuscript. It was exciting for her as a newcomer. When I opened the email, I saw a manuscript titled A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles. After looking at the byline, Su Xian asked the coworker next to her, have you ever heard of an author named Wu Yan? The colleague glanced at Su Xian's computer and said, I don't recognize it. I guess it's some kind of amateur who saw the call for submissions on the website and submitted the manuscript. At this explanation, Su Xian let out an oh-so-sweet sound. Then read the manuscript. In fact, colleague, such a statement is correct. Generally a little famous author. Our fixed editor. Only new people will look for editors on the site. And Su Xian is just came to the company. Her information is also just put up not long. How can there be Big Brother to feed the manuscript? No matter what. This was the first manuscript Su Xian had received. And she still read it carefully. By the time lunchtime rolled around, a coworker saw Su Xian still looking at it and greeted her. Xian, let's eat. You guys go ahead and I'll finish this. The coworker didn't say anything else and shook his head and left. After walking away, my coworker exclaimed, newcomers are just easily satisfied, treating any manuscript as a treasure. A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles is a work that has no ups and downs in its storyline, but shows the beauty of humanity and the warmth of society. The more Su Xian watched, the more touched she became. And by the end, tears were flowing out of her eyes. She didn't finish the article until her coworker returned from dinner. When her colleague saw Su Xian's appearance, she shook her head helplessly. Newbie editor, looking at which authors have the posture of a great emperor. It's still really, ugh. Su Xian didn't bother to eat and directly knocked on the door of the editor-in-chief's office. Editor-in-chief Show, I've received a manuscript that I think qualifies for our short story competition. Zhou Ting looked at Su Xian and said, send it to my mailbox. I'll take a look later. Yes. After Su Xian left, Zhou Ting shook her head helplessly. I hope this enthusiasm keeps up. As editor-in-chief, Zhou Ting has seen too many newcomers who are excited by a manuscript. She had just looked at Su Xian's look, like herself when she had only joined the company. In a responsible manner, Zhou Ting still opened the email and read it. Originally, she was just going to scan it twice and then give the piece a death sentence. However, when she read the heartwarming scene of the boss adding noodles for the mother and son, an unspeakable emotion welled up in her heart. She is the child of a poor family, and can come to this position, in addition to their own efforts, but also cannot be separated from those who grow up on the road of good people's attentive guidance and selfless help. Zhou Ting began to read the article carefully. It was a story she read over and over again 2 or 3 times. This was something that had never happened to her before in her life of eating this food. Her eyes moistened as she read it. She thought back to her own childhood and the embarrassment of her mother borrowing money to pay for her and her brother's schooling after her father passed away. But fortunately, the people in the village are simple and will help out where they can. It can be said that the 2 of them, she and her brother, were provided for by their grandparents, uncles and aunts in the village. It is with the help of these kind people that she is where she is now. As the saying goes, you don't forget to dig a well. She goes home every year and buys a lot of gifts and goes from house to house to pay her New Year's greetings. So the article still struck a chord with her. In addition to the touching story, the writing in this novel is noteworthy. However, looking at the signature of Wu Yin, Zhou Ting was also a little unsure of this person's origin. This author called Noonwards has certainly not been around in the writer's circle. Could it be a trumpet run by some big shot? Zhou Ting muttered to herself. If that's the case, Su Xian's luck is too good. No, this must be reported to the chief editor. Zhou Ting went directly to Chief Editor Qian's office. Chapter 150, Where are you from? Editor-in-Chief Qian read a bowl of Yangchun noodles and lamented. This is by no means something a white guy can write. Maybe, it's the vest of some big shot. And who would that be? Can we go through the background and see who the certified person is? Zhou Ting suggested. This is tough enough. One identity can only authenticate one number. The big guy will definitely find someone around to open a vest. Even though he said that, Qian Shouren still utilized his authority to check out Wu Yin's information. Seeing the name of Senator Su, Qian Shouren shook his head. Senator Su, this name is indeed unheard of. When Zhou Ting heard Su Sen's name, she busily asked, Chief Editor, could it be that Su Sen? Which Senator Su? Is there even a character like that in literature? No, I'm talking about the singing Sam Su. After Zhou Ting's reminder, Qian Shouren also remembered the hottest singer of the moment, Su Xin. However, he then waved his big hand and said, Impossible, absolutely impossible. As if she remembered something, Zhou Ting busily took out her cell phone and searched for the video of Su Sen's sister when she got married. Back in the day, Sam Su sang For You at his sister's wedding, which had a picture of his sister on it. The video played while Zhou Ting's heart beat faster and faster. When Su Xian appeared, she tapped pause. The name of Su Sen's sister has not been published online, but judging from the photo, isn't this Su Xian? Zhou Ting handed Qian Shouren his cell phone. Qian Shouren didn't have a deep impression of Su Xian, so he asked, Are you sure? I'm sure this bride is Su Xian. This news made even Qian Shouren a little excited. If this person was really Su Xian, that meant that Wu Yan was Su Xian correct. If this news was released, not to mention anything else, just the name of Senator Su could put their website on the hot seat. What's more, the high quality of this piece, a bowl of Yangchun noodles, is definitely an award-winning existence. After a long time, Qian Shouren said, Could there really be such an all-around talented person in the world? Zhou Ting didn't say anything. Her excitement at this moment was even more overwhelming. Qian Shouren said, Let's pretend we don't know about this. Since Senator Su is unwilling to reveal his identity, we shouldn't take matters into our own hands. Just take care of Su Xian below you. Zhou Ting knew of Editor-in-Chief Qian's arrangement that it was best not to expose the author's identity without his authorization. Besides, with his literary prowess, it's only a matter of time before the identity of the author of the Su Senate comes to light. So why rush it? Zhou Ting nodded heavily. Coming out of Editor-in-Chief Qian's office, Zhou Ting returned to her own office. She called Su Xian and asked sideways, Xian, do you recognize this author named Wu Yan? Don't recognize? What's the matter, Editor-in-Chief? Zhou Ting saw that Su Xian's expression didn't look like she was faking it, so she said, "It's nothing, it's just that I think the name is quite strange. Isn't it just a pen name? What's so strange about it? I've seen some other authors named Kotaru." Zhou Ting couldn't see any clues on Su Xian's face, so she asked again, "Is your brother Su Sun?" Su Xian asked in surprise, "How did you know?" "Got to be the real deal," Zhou Ting explained. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not gossiping about your family history. It's mainly because when I was listening to the song for you online, I thought that you and the bride were very similar." "Oh, this way Editor-in-Chief, you have to keep this a secret. I don't want my co-workers to treat me differently. Of course, I won't say anything about this, and don't call me Editor-in-Chief from now on. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Ting, okay? Sister Ting." In the end, Zhou Ting couldn't help but ask again, "You really don't know who Wu Yan is?" "I don't know, but I think he wrote that article quite well. By the way, Sister Ting, is there any chance for a bowl of Yangchun noodles to participate in this essay?" "There's a chance. From now on, you'll be the sole buttress of the Wuyin." "Yes." Su Xian left Zhou Ting's office and returned an email to the so-called noonwards. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wu Yan. I am your editor Su Xian. You can feel free to call me Xiao Su or Xiao Xian. I am very happy to be able to receive the manuscript written by you. Your story is very touching. A bowl of Yangchun noodles piece. We have decided to arrange for it to take part in the next month's short story competition. The final result will be announced on the website. Looking forward to you to achieve great results. In addition, I think you have the appearance of a great emperor." Senator Su fell into deep thought when he saw the email from Su Xian. "In the future, if my old sister finds out who I am, will she beat me up? Also, this talk of a great empire. Why does it feel like she's perfect for editing? Just to be on the safe side." Senator Su returned an email to Su Xian. "Editor Su, hello, thank you very much for your appreciation. I also hope to take care of you in the future." Only after sending it over did Senator Su feel a little more secure. "It seems that I have to find a chance to reveal some information to my old sister, or else she won't let me go if she suddenly realizes that Wu Yan is me." Thinking about it, Su Xian felt his body shiver. Since childhood, the person Su Xian is most afraid of is his sister Su Xian. This may be the suppression from the bloodline. Time is quickly approaching November. Gong Li, who is the dance movement director, is back. Gong Li's experience in Hangzhou this month has been an eye-opening one. What's even more incredible to her is that with the MV planning written by Sam Su and that song, it's simply magical. Also, Gong Li didn't realize until she got to Hangzhou that the original song was also written by Sam Su. Not only that, but Sam Su also composed the Korean single Swap Out in 1000 Years of Love, which has the same song and different lyrics as Love Even After Death. These, in the country, are little known. What was even more unbelievable to her was that the popularity of Senator Su in Hangzhou seemed to be even crazier than at home. This is something that shocked Gong Li. It's hard to get attention in a star-making country like Korea. What's more, it's a Chinese. This is so difficult to imagine. However, Sam Su did. However, people in the country don't seem to realize the heat of Hyo Sam's popularity in the Korean continent. This is something that even Sam Su himself, not to mention the people in the country, is not aware of. There was one thing, however, that made Gong Li's mind go in circles. Because, the people of Hangzhou say that Sam Su is their Hangzhou. For that matter, on Hangzhou's INS social media platform, it was said with conviction and justification. Of course, the source of this argument is still based on the premise that the people of the Korean continent generally believe that FC Entertainment bought Watch Eye out. However, as the word spread, Sam Su became a Hangzhou native studying in China. Gong Li reports to Senator Su about the trip to Hangzhou. "It's been hard work. I'll give you a few days off to rest and relax." Gong Li didn't leave, but looked like she wanted to say something. Senator Su asked, "Why? Is there anything else?" Gong Li's teeth clenched, but she still asked the confusion in her heart. "Brother San, where are you from?" Senator Su looked at her suspiciously, puzzled by the question. Gong Li was busy explaining. "The Hangzhou side said that you are a Hangzhou native who came to China to study." To this question, Senator Su replied, "I came from inside the army." Gong Li froze for a moment, then responded. She muttered in her mind, "Right, why did I forget about that? How can someone who has joined the army be a foreign nationality?" Gong Li smiled awkwardly and left. Senator Su thought to himself, "Good lord, the nationality has been changed for me. According to this, the Monkey King is the one who should be from the Korean continent, since the weapon he used was a stick." Chapter 151, Gangnam Style. Hanju, FC Entertainment, led by Kim Tae-hoon's Gangnam Style went live in early November. Kim Hee-yeon, Kwon Ho-hyun, and Han Seong-mi were the first to make recommendations on INS. company patriarch Kim Tae-hoon Sr. released the song Gangnam Style. Welcome to listen to it. Also, the song's lyricist is Hyo Sam-yo. Since all three characters exploded in popularity by singing Hyo Sam's songs and the heat hasn't gone down yet, plus Hyo Sam's popularity in Hanzhou. Therefore, many netizens in Hanzhou were unusually excited when they saw this news. Whoa whoa whoa, I can't believe it's another Samsu song. So much to look forward to. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Samsu's songs never let me down. What's up with FC Entertainment lately? Ever since they got Samsu, every song they put out is super high quality. Kim Tae-hoon? That's an old star. I thought he retired. Everyone clicked on the song first. The song opens with a big face of Kim Tae-hoon wearing sunglasses. At this point, Kim Tae-hoon sang somewhat arrogantly, "My brother is Gangnam Style." Gangnam Style. The music is extremely rhythmic. Immediately afterward, Kim Tae-hoon appeared in the stables in his suit. He strides arrogantly towards the camera and offers an infectious horseback riding dance. Kim Tae-hoon danced and sang, a very warm and human woman by day. A woman who knows she needs a coffee break. A woman whose heart burns at night. The kind of woman who has a reversal. The camera switches to a ruin surrounded by dilapidated buildings and debris blowing in the wind. At this moment, the two hotties walk into the camera and dance with Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon had his arms around the two beauties and his pace was as arrogant as it could be. Foam-like waist stuck all over his body. But he continued to sing and dance. I'm a man. The kind of man who's as pleasant as you are during the day. A man who drinks his coffee while it's still hot. A man whose heart explodes at night. That kind of man. The camera pans to the sauna, where a tattooed man does a dance, looking like a social big brother. It's so beautiful. It's so charming. Hey hey. That's right. It's you. That's right. It's you. It's so beautiful. It's so charming. Hey hey. That's right. It's you. That's right. It's you. From now until we leave. Let's go together. The camera turns into a light flash effect, especially in the last line, which pulls the effect full circle. Another brainwashing chorus section follows. The camera darts in and out, pivoting from the tour bus to the plaza, then sweeping over the cheerful amusement park and riding arena, and finally settling on the underground garage. Kim Tae-hoon and a man dressed in yellow and driving a red sports car have an intense dance-off. The dynamic music is intertwined with those brainwashing lyrics and the scene is quite explosive. Finally, there is the image of the crowd dancing together. The dynamic music, with humorous lyrics, is complemented by a wonderful music video that easily captured the hearts of the Hanzhou public. The song's ingenious arrangement skillfully blends a variety of instruments and sound effects to create an unparalleled atmosphere of joy. Instantly, the song was a tsunami hit in the Korean continent, shaking everyone. Such a work is exactly what the people of Hanzhou think of as a sacred song. It's so belting. I can't help but dance to it. A fat uncle can be so handsome. I want to fan him. The melody of this song is so toxic, especially the chorus. It's to die for. Whose idea is this? It's brilliant. The song, On Earth in September 2012. The music MV also broke the Guinness Book of World Records as the most liked video in YouTube history. Not only did it explode in Korea itself, but it also burned its way across the globe at a very fast pace. Bagged the #1 single in 35 countries including the UK, USA and Australia. By bringing this song out, Senator Soo had undoubtedly dropped a bomb on the entertainment industry in Hanzhou. The whole of Korean entertainment was confused. They envied. They were jealous. They could do nothing about it. At that moment, someone posted a major discovery on the INS platform. Not only were the lyrics of this song written by Soo Shin, even the dance and MV were planned by Soo Shin. People look like they've discovered something extraordinary and go to the top of the MV for confirmation. As a result, they were surprised to find that it was actually true. Now, Hanzhou's fans couldn't sit still any longer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. Genius. Simply genius. 100 points for song. Dance 100 points. MV 100 points. So the final score for this song is 300 points. When Gong Li came to Hanzhou as a dance instructor, she didn't take the credit alone when the MV shoot was over, but instead, she counted the honor on Soo Shin as well. As for the MV, it was also written and planned by Soo Sen. The FC people didn't dare to be slack. And of course they signed Soo Sen's name. Vocalist Kim Tae-hoon is completely convinced of Soo Sam. He even thought that selling FC to Senator Soo might not be a bad thing. At this time, FC Entertainment's Kim Chung-in also saw the song Gangnam Style. He'd been in a remote temple all this time, reflecting on the decision he'd made in the first place. Perhaps, from the very beginning, he had plans for the back. Such a person is truly terrifying. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Soo Shin's talent. The culture of star-making in Hanzhou has formed an industrial chain. Celebrities are like goods on an assembly line that can be mass-produced. as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. In doing so, one is bound to give up something that would otherwise be important. In the pursuit of efficiency and mass production, something that was originally important was gradually overlooked. Uneven distribution and overconcentration of resources, over-commercialization and declining quality, market monopoly and the impact of cultural diversity. These are some of the many problems that the Korean continent's entertainment industry has to face. However, after the emergence of Soo-sun, with the strength of hard work, froze in such an environment to kill. Although his influence has not yet been able to completely change the general environment, Kim Jong-un believes that his presence has certainly brought a ray of light to the revival of a line of literature in Korean entertainment. Kim Jong-un lamented, "If this goes on for a long time, perhaps, Korean entertainment can still return to the heydays of our time." He'd thought about it a lot over the past month or so. The only scruple that prevented him from making up his mind was that being acquired by a Chinese company whose civic development was less than that of his own country would be a shame for him, and would more than likely cause him to carry the industry's scorn. But when he saw what Heo Sam did, he thought, perhaps, the only one who can save Korean entertainment is Heo Sam. In the end, Kim Jong-un came to the conclusion, screw it, whoever likes to say whatever they want, I'm the forerunner in saving Korean entertainment. Chapter 152, The Flowers. Kim Jong-un returned to the company. Kim Tae-hoon was a little unsure how to face this cousin for a moment. After these recent events, Kim Tae-hoon clearly felt that Sam Soo was extraordinary. Even he, a semi-retired person, was made a hotshot of the moment because of a song by Sam Hui. Disregarding the company, he was tempted to hang out with Senator Soo right now. However, FC Entertainment's major shareholder is Kim Jong-un, and all decisions are still made by him. Kim Jong-un held a general meeting of shareholders. It says it's an AGM, but FC is more of a family business, and as the largest shareholder, Kim Jong-un has an absolute say. The so-called shareholders meeting is, in fact, the personal decision of Kim Jong-un. For the company in front of the company in China's Huakai company had a betting contract, I think we all know. For this matter, what do you have thoughts? All say? Kim Jong-un first asked the other shareholders to give their opinions. He did this because he wanted to clear some of the obstacles out of the way before joining the Wachovia. And this meeting is the existence of taking a stand. But the others didn't know what he was selling. All the shareholders dared not open their mouths first, fearing that if they were not careful, they would say the wrong thing. At this point, Kim Tae-hoon said, I think that through these few times, with the works provided to us by Senator Heo from Wachi, we can consider an in-depth collaboration with him. Kim Tae-hoon's so-called deep cooperation is nothing more than wanting to join Wachi completely. Everyone certainly understood what he meant. These days, they have also seen the company prosper. It's safe to say that Sam Soo's songs, given to whomever they're given to, will catch fire. Even the semi-retired Kim Tae-hoon was able to explode into a second life, let alone others. And, the company was facing bankruptcy before. It was Sam Soo who turned the company around with an original song. Who can't live with money these days? Seeing that someone had taken a stand, the rest of the group voiced their opinions. Wachi may not be a bad choice. I'm interested in that young man from China. Anyway, he saved our company. Everyone's opinion couldn't be more obvious. Kim Jong-un certainly understood. He lamented in his heart. It seems that this Senator Soo has captured everyone in the company. And the company executives are thinking this way. Not to mention the people below. When everyone had finished, Jin Jongrin said, well then, I declare that we are officially joining Wakai. Everyone was a bit confused when they heard Kim Jong-un say that, thinking that he would be furious after hearing what everyone said. But what I didn't realize was that it was actually just a pleasant decision. Jin Jongrin added, this matter is kept secret for the time being. Everyone should not announce it to the public. The crowd nodded their heads in knowledge. The people of Hangzhou are completely brainwashed by Gangnam Style. The song can be heard in the streets. And there are more and more people imitating horseback dancing. Sam Soo is in the country and has also released the song Those Flowers. The song, On Earth, is a song written and performed by Park. Fan Weiqi later refilled the English lyrics to the song and included it in her album release, True Beauty. Sam Soo thought to himself, when the cultural wall with the beautiful country opens, we can bring out the English version of this song. The song went live soon after, and Sam Soo made a point of updating his tweet. The song Those Flowers is now online. Welcome. People saw the message and came running to watch. Junior has released another song. Well, good for you. Keep it up. Finally a song. The donkeys in the production team don't even dare to rest like this. Little Sam's product is a masterpiece. Listen to it first. Everyone couldn't wait to click on the songs. Simple guitar strumming begins with a lush, slow melody that creates a cozy atmosphere. Sushin's voice also rang out from this moment. That laughter reminds me of those flowers of mine. In every corner of my life, it blooms quietly for me. I thought I'd be by her side forever. Today we are gone in a sea of people. They're old, aren't they? Where are they? And so we go our separate ways. People were surprised to find out that it was actually a ballad. This was the first time that Sam-soo had sung a ballad song, which made many people's eyes light up. The folk fans and folk singers were especially excited. Ballads are niche tracks in the entertainment industry nowadays. They are played by singers below the third line, and very few big stars sing ballads. Even so, ballads have a certain audience. It's just that most of these people audience groups and singers are concentrated inside the bars. So, everyone was excited when they heard the song. And the lyrics of the song are written in a simple and unassuming way. People always like to use flowers as a metaphor for girls. Use the girl to remember the bygone past. The girl who got under your skin in middle school. You've been overwhelmed trying to get her attention and even showing your liking by playing tricks on her. By the time you reach high school, there is that one female classmate who shares your dream of getting into the same college. And that vision of the future follows you like a pact. What this song illustrates is far more than shallow love can cover. It is a delicate picture of the years we have traveled. The flowers in the song are the girls who are as gorgeous as flowers and as dazzling as starlight in their lives, and they bloom forever in the garden of memory. The song continues. La 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 la. Is she still on? La 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 la. They've been blown away by the wind and scattered to the ends of the earth. This part is sung and it instantly breaks down defenses. Is she still driving? The lyrics are both a profound questioning of one's own inner self and as if seeking answers from others. The girl who had been there, however, had disappeared. Someone recalls the girl who used to accompany him in the library during his college days. Someone remembers the beloved girl with whom he once lived in a rented house. Some people pine for the woman who haggled with the market mates to save a few cents. All those lost beauties. A scene echoed in my mind. Sam-soo's song continues. Some of the story is not finished yet, then forget about it. Those moods are hard to recognize over the years. Now it's overgrown with grass and no flowers. It's a good thing we had you in the spring and fall and winter and summer. They're old, aren't they? Where are they? And so we go our separate ways. The regret of unfinished stories, and the helplessness of accepting reality. Time that washes away memories. A scene from the past, whether it is a dream that appears in the beautiful, or once had, and then lost by their own regret. We've all gone our separate ways. Are you okay? La 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 la. Is she still on? La 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 la. They've been blown away by the wind and scattered to the ends of the earth. They've been blown away by the wind and scattered to the ends of the earth. They're old, aren't they? Where are they? And so we go our separate ways. The song echoed. It's a song that, the deeper the experience, the more moving it is. In everyone's life, there has always been a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. They were either gentle, tough, or passionate, and became indelible marks in the memory. Those gorgeous memories, although clear, but in the end, things are not the same. Reluctant, reminisce, but there is nothing to be done. Chapter 153, just once. The song slowly came to an end as the last note fell, but everyone was a little moved. Someone started wiping tears from their eyes. Some people laugh and cry. Some people cried and laughed. Junior is such an asshole. I don't dare to listen to this song a second time. Li Ting, are you okay? I miss you. I've been around. Never left. Are you okay? I've lost my white moon. The songs break your defenses. And the comments break them even more. It was a song that instantly blew up inside the folk scene. This is top ballad. Who says no one listens to ballads anymore? This song deserves to be number one. I'd die if I could write a song like that. Sam-soo's song Those Flowers sealed the deal in the folk scene straight away. The last time he sealed the deal was on the show The Masked Singer, singing Fake Walking Monk, which went straight to the top of the rock world. For a while, it became a hot topic of discussion about the song. Even some of the veteran songwriters are concerned about the song. Mind you, ballads, as a form, have been out of fashion for a long time. Even songwriters don't write these kinds of tracks anymore. But what everyone didn't expect was that Senator Sue actually killed his way in, and come up with a blast. It left those who knew the ballad and those who didn't stunned. At the same time, everyone sort of came to the conclusion, whenever Sam-soo is involved in something, something will explode. Since then, folk music has sort of sprung. Any bar that has a folk singer in residence is bursting at the seams. All of these people, for whom Senator Sue was grateful. Folk singers may seem to be debauched and free-spirited, but without financial resources, what is the point of talking about poetry and faraway places? And one of Sam-soo's ballads arguably turned them into a hot commodity. At least, in the bar residency segment, the cost per show is raised. There are even entertainment companies that are starting to recruit great folk singers. It's a good opportunity for them, too. Just as everyone was buzzing about the extraordinary, Senator Sue updated a tweet. The song Just Once is now online. Welcome. Everyone was confused. What's going on? Is Junior so diligent now? Those flowers I will always have in my collection, but won't listen to it easily. It's too much of a defense breaker. I hope this song gives me some solace. Sammy knows we can't resist those flowers, so he's coming back with another one to cure us. Everyone clicked on the song first. This song, On Earth, is a song written by Chin Shi, composed by Dong Dong Dong, and sung by Yang Zhongwei. The reason why the song was released was in preparation for the movie Charlotte's Bazaar. In fact, the four most functional songs in the movie Charlotte's Angels are those flowers. Once Upon a Time, and Starry Night. These four songs not only play an important role in the movie, but also deepen the emotional expression of the movie in their own unique ways, bringing an unforgettable audio-visual experience to the audience. As for the BGM for the song A Cut of Plum, Senator Sue was going to release it at the end of the movie. With a feeling of being cured, everyone clicked on the song. Along with the lyrical intro, Sam Sue's vocals came out. I want to see you laugh. I want to play with you. I want to hold you in my arms. 1 second you're red-faced and arguing. The next moment you can turn around and make up. I'm not afraid to cry. I'm not afraid to scream. Because you're my pride. A pair of eyes chasing you around. A heart is ready. The song depicts the tender and intimate emotions of two people in love. Whether they share a laugh or go through a fight, they are willing to stick close to each other. The deep love that couples have for each other is brought out in the usual laughter and bickering. It is a warm, sincere and deep expression of love. The song continues. Just once. I'll show you the end of time. Laughing on a sunny day. Making noise in the free air. Do you realize that the only thing I want? It's a small world. I'll go with you to the ends of the earth. Stop looking in the corner where there's no worry. Growing old in a carefree time. You know what? My whole heartbeat beats with you. The songs are gentle and moving and very heartwarming. But barring that, the song comes after those flowers and gives you the feeling of being stuck in a memory that you can't get out of. If those flowers makes people think of the girls who have been in their lives, this song, Just Once, is like one of those specific people. There's something about showing up at this time of year that has the feel of a stacked buff. What started out as a very heartwarming song is so solid to some people's ears. For a while, the wailing on the internet intensified. I thought it was a healing song, but after listening to it I felt my heart ache even more. If those flowers is ethanol, this song Once Upon a Time is potassium permanganate, and the two may seem harmless, but when mixed together they explode. I have a feeling that Junior is doing this on purpose. It's not enough to peel open my wounds and look at them, but he wants to rub salt into them. For a while, the internet was full of voices. Of course, there are those who are touched by the song. These are the people who have gotten their white moon, kept their love, and are enjoying happy times. This song definitely added a little bit of catalyst to their love. Honey, I want to take you to see the end of days. Hubby, you're the end of days for me. To be honest, Senator Sue did not anticipate that the reaction on the internet would be so intense. He had thought that a song like Those Flowers would evoke the white moonlight within people, followed by another song, Just Once, which is a bit of a heartfelt message. However, the actual response far exceeded his expectations. Once Upon a Time turns into a stacked buff of a presence that makes you cry out for too much energy. Senator Sue lamented. Forget it, let's release the other two songs next month. Otherwise, once Upon a Time comes out, it shall not stimulate them to run directly to the Sichuan Tibet route, and they don't even want their year-end bonus. It's better to let everyone slow down. The crowd didn't know what Senator Sue was planning to do, and with these two songs, they already didn't know how many people had broken their defenses. If we offer up those two songs again, I guess the Sichuan Tibet route will be jammed. Song Yu has been hired by the cast of Charlotte's Trouble, with this drama as a push. Along with those songs, Song Yu's impact on the King of Songs should not be a big problem. Next up is Liu Xiaorui. Produce an album for her as well and make her the Queen of Songs before the system's mission is complete. As soon as he said that he would do it, Senator Sue directly customized a few of Zhang Xiaohan's songs to the system. Chapter 154, Writing a Novel. When Susan participated in Masked Singer, Liu Xiaorui discovered his identity at the airport, and as a condition of secrecy, Susan gave Liu Xiaorui a song. Liu Xiaorui was looking for a chance to get a #1 with this song. However, a while back, with great work every month, I never got a chance to get the songs out. You practice these songs, and when the opportunity is right, release the album. Liu Xiaorui was confused. She never dreamed that it would be her turn to make an album. When she first learned that Sam Sue was working on an album for Song Yu, she was envious. She also knew that Song Yu was the first to join Huakai, and with the addition of a hot pot restaurant, it was almost becoming Huatsai's cafeteria. So, it was normal for people to feel envious while Song Yu released an album. Just now, Hao Jian was comforting her. Sister Rui, it's not likely that San is preparing it for you. At that time, Lu Xiaorui thought that Hao Jian's poisonous milk had kicked in and wanted to clean him up a bit, but now it seems to be nothing short of divine prophecy, a blessing in its own right. Sam, is it really for me? What? Don't you want it? No, 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 it's so sudden. I'm kind of flattered. After getting the main song, Lu Xiaorui didn't go to the recording studio, but went to find Hao Jian. When Hao Jian saw Lu Xiaorui wind up coming towards him, he turned around and tried to escape. Stop! Hao Jian turned back and smiled sarcastically. Sister Rui, I really have something to do. Extra chicken legs for you later. Hao Jian was a bit confused by Lu Xiaorui's words. Lu Xiaorui smiled and said, Brother San is going to release an album for me. Hao Jian then reacted. Good thing. Congratulations to Sister Rui. What are we going to eat later? Don't you have something to do? Oh, not busy. Not busy. Senator Su was not idle during this time. He was busy working on a long novel. As Senator Su looked at the writings of Elder Jin Yong, he was surprisingly unsure of which work to choose for a moment. Flying snow shooting white deer in the sky, laughing swordsman leaning on blue ducks. Which one should we start with first? Why don't we start with the whole shooting trilogy? With that, he dismissed the idea. The Legend of the Eagle Shooting Heroes and the Chronicle of Leaning Heaven and Slaughtering the Dragon are okay, but if you write the Divine Eagles and the Dragon Riders and the Dragon Riders part in it, you're probably going to be sprayed to death. After thinking about it, eventually Sam Su decided to bring out Jin Yong's 8 Parts of the Dragon. This novel is, arguably, the peak work of Jin Yong's martial arts novel writing. It is not only a martial arts novel, but also profoundly explores multiple themes of Buddhism, philosophy and human nature, and presents more complex characters and moral dilemmas. There are many characters in the novel, each with a distinct personality and complex backstory, and the fates of these characters are intertwined to form a colorful picture of the Jianghu. More to the point, this novel has 3 main characters, Duan Yu, Xiao Feng, and Hollow Bamboo. Duke, Magnificent, Monk. These 3 protagonists are all very different in terms of their identities, experiences, and personalities. Yet, they were each able to hold up a great show. They are interspersed back and forth in the story, yet they mirror each other, layered and at the same time smooth and coherent, like a masterful painting. Through this unique character construction and narrative technique, Master Jin Yong not only created a new chapter in writing people's narratives in martial arts novels, but also demonstrated his amazing control over the whole story. Interestingly, 2 chapters were devoted to describing Zhuang Juxian. Because of this, some people call Zhuang Juxian the 4th protagonist in the 8 books of the dragon. It can be said that Jin Yong's The 8 Parts of the Dragon, to a certain extent, broke the framework of traditional martial arts novels and became a classic in Chinese culture. That's it. If we're going to play big. Senator Su tapped the title of the book on his computer. Volume 1, Teenage Tour. Chapter 1, The Green-Shirt Lei Luofei's Dangerous Peak Journey. Green light flashes. A green steel sword abruptly stabbed out, pointing to the middle-aged man's left shoulder. Senator Su wrote a total of 10 chapters during this time. Then, the manuscript was emailed to Su Xian. Su Xian was sort of free these days, because with the manuscript for a bowl of Yangchun noodles, his task was considered complete. Sitting at her desk, Su Xian lamented, when will I be able to collect a full-length novel too? Just as I finished, that's when the email alert sounded. Su Xian clicked on the email and instantly became energized. Whoa, it's an email from Wu Yin. She expected another short piece, but when she opened it to check it out, she was hooked. However, the story comes to an abrupt end when it advances to Duan Yu's adventures at the Tianlong Temple and his thrilling showdown with Hat Maji, revealing the mystery of the 6 veins of the divine sword in the process. This gave Su Xian the urge to curse. She took the manuscript to the editor-in-chief, Zhou Ting. Sister Ting, Wu Yan sent over a new novel. Oh, another short? No, it's a full-length novel, but there are only 10 chapters now, Zhou Ting said with some disdain. It's only 10 chapters. That's just over 20,000 words. We haven't even reached the word count for the shelves. You can contact him and tell him our word count for the shelves. No, Sister Ting. His 10 chapters have over 250,000 words. Over 250,000 words. Are you sure it's 10 chapters and not 100? The reason why Zhou Ting was surprised was because the regular chapters, each around 2,000 words, thought that 10 chapters would top out at 20 to 30,000 words. When listening to the data Su Xian reported, it really startled him. Zhou Ting was busy opening her computer and looking at it. Zhou Ting knew that this was Su Sen's work and didn't dare to read it at a glance. As she read the first paragraph she muttered, "Why, it's a martial arts novel. In Blue Star, Martial arts is a declining subject and is rarely written anymore. Even a few of the old guys who specialized in writing martial arts before have closed their pens. Let's just say that there's not much of a market for this subject anymore. Even so, Zhou Ting looked at it carefully. That look went right in Su Xian walked. She didn't even care. It's just that, when you see a key moment, it suddenly breaks the chapter. This feeling of not being able to go up or down is most torturous. Broken seal dog, she muttered in a small voice, then sent the manuscript to Chief Editor Qian Shaoran. To be honest, if it wasn't for Senator Su's name being out there, Qian Shaoran would have killed this piece without hesitation. Qian Shaoran used to be a martial arts fan. Only that, with the decline of martial arts novels, he also withdrew from the world. Over the years, it's not as if no one has written martial arts, but without exception, they're all the same old stuff, with nothing new to say. Even, some of them will put on the skin of martial arts and write about male love affairs. Qian Shaoran is very unashamed of these behaviors, so whenever he saw a martial arts manuscript, he would unceremoniously shoot it down. But this time, for one thing, it was because Sam Su's reputation was too great. Secondly, Sam Su's piece A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles is so excellent. This forced Qian Shaoran to pay attention. But even then, he looks at it with a critical eye. But the look hooked this old geezer. The more he looked at him, the more he felt his heart beat faster. The story has a twisted plot, sophisticated writing, and strong characters. He had a hard time imagining that this was something a 20-something could write. Chapter 155, Watching Tianlong Basi. Qian Shaoran couldn't calm down for a long time after reading it. He was sure that this was martial arts. Something that was better than any martial arts he had ever seen before. Qian Shaoran flipped through the titles of each chapter, recalling the excitement of the story. However, he realized that the titles of chapters 1 through 10, when joined together, just happened to be a lyric. And that lyric is the title of the first volume, Young Man's Journey. The discovery took him by surprise. After repeated determinations, he was completely stunned. Could it be that there are still people who write palindromes? Is this really something that young man could create? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He flipped back to the deed in front of the. At first he didn't pay much attention to the opening paraphrase of the name, thinking it was just the author playing a trick. But looking back at it in retrospect, it's simply amazing. In order to confirm whether or not Wu Yin was actually Sam Hui, he purposely called the phone over. Phone call connected. Hello, which one? Qian Shaoran forced down his excitement and said, Mr. Wu Yan. Hello, I'm Qian Shaoran, the chief editor of Zong Reading. Susan didn't know how the editor-in-chief of a website could call him, and besides, he had sent this book to Su Xian. Thus, Senator Su asked directly, Hello Editor-in-Chief Qian, what can I do for you? Mr. Wu Yin, I want to make sure of one thing with you. Are you that Senator Su from the entertainment industry? Yes. For this answer, Qian Shaoran had long had mental expectations, but the other party's personal admission still surprised him. Qian Shaoran busily said, Mr. Su, don't worry, we won't expose your identity to the public. I just want to ask, how many words are there in total in that book of yours? Qian Shaoran said this with the intention of testing Su Sen. It's expected to be around 1.5 million words. Senator Su also gave an approximate figure, meaning to tell him that I have a framework for this novel, but it's not finished. Qian Shaoran was already satisfied with this result. Mr. Su, I hope you'll promise to update. We'll promote this novel vigorously. Neither Senator Su nor Qian Shaoran mentioned Su Xian's matter. However, Su Xian knew that since the other party was able to find him, odds were that they already knew Su Xian's identity. Besides, when Su Xian got her bonus later, she would definitely tell him as well. After Qian Shaoran finished talking to Senator Su on the phone, he personally arranged, give this book a first push. Also, only 3 chapters on the shelves first. For an old geezer like Qian Shaoran, he knew too well how to whet people's appetites. Start with 3 chapters on the shelf, test a bunch of readers, and then expand your reach to attract more people to come around. When the reader has seen too much, no more, they have to follow the website and wait for an update. In this way, the website will be sticky for the customers. To be clear, the biggest chapter-breaking dog is not the author, but the editor. Soon enough, the book was featured on the front page of Crowd Reader. Moreover, the official microblogging site of Crowd Reading also specially updated a microblogging. Who says martial arts is dead and the Jianghu is in decline? The wuxia masterpiece is now online. It will take you to the real wuxia masterpiece and experience the stirring feelings of the Jianghu. Come with us to explore this martial arts world full of swords and sword shadows, grudges and feuds. The tweet was an instant hit. What do you mean? Does anyone write martial arts novels anymore? The Jianghu is long gone. What's the point of talking about martial arts? Even Elder Wu has closed his pen, and only legends remain in the Jianghu. Tianlong Ba Di. Just the name is not interesting. At least take a domineering name, such as Heaven and Earth Only I Resist Wave Fist. Some people are cynical. Some people force lie. Some vocally questioned it. Others, with a glance in mind, logged on to Crowdreader. When they saw the recommended position on the homepage, everyone was shaking their heads. That's like saying, I'm afraid Crowdreader has made the wrong bet this time. Crowdreader's competitors, too, saw Crowdreader's move. They were also all at a loss to understand what Qian Sharun intended by this move. Some people even called Qian Sharun directly. Old money, what are you doing? Are you going to force a book based on your personal preference? Inside the industry, everyone knows that Qian Sharun is an authentic martial arts fan. But what I didn't expect was that editor-in-chief Qian, who was shrewd and capable in everyone's eyes, would actually do something so irrational. Qian Sharun chose to ignore the questioning of his peers, and he even found it somewhat amusing. Just wait, I'm going to take you all by surprise this time. Martial arts fans also clicked into Crowdreader. These people, long ago, have gone through the somewhat famous martial arts novels on the market for I don't know how many times. Their tastes are so tricky that they can scold the author to the point of withdrawing from the internet for a typical martial arts novel. This is one of the reasons why so few authors have dared to try their hand at writing martial arts novels over the years. In their eyes, this wave of publicity from Crowdreader is simply challenging their vision. They're the same people who cursed and clicked on the. Surprisingly, the piece doesn't cut straight to the plot, but opens with a deed. More accurately, this wedge is more like an elaboration and interpretation of the title of the entire work. The term 8 parts of the heavenly dragon is derived from Buddhist scriptures. Many Mahayana sutras describe how when the Buddha spoke to bodhisattvas and bhikkhus, the 8 parts of the heavenly dragons were often involved in listening to the teachings. For example, in the Dharma Flower Sutra, the 8 heavenly dragons, human and non-human, all saw the dragoness become a Buddha. The opening paraphrase of the name explains the origin of the. Despite the pushiness, these old bookworms still said with disdain, falsehood, keep looking down. The first chapter focuses on Duan Yu, the son of King Jinnan of the Dali Kingdom, who runs away from home because he doesn't want to practice martial arts, and arrives at Mount Immeasurable to watch a match between the East and West clans of the Immeasurable Sword Sect. During the match, Duan Yu caused displeasure among the Infinite Sword Sect when he let out a laugh at a false move, but was saved by Zhongling, a young girl of the same age. Duan Yu also befriends Zhongling, a girl who plays with sables. After Duan Yu and Zhongling learn that the Shinnon gang is coming to attack the Immeasurable Sword Sect, Duan Yu decides to step in to resolve the feud between the two sects. However, this decision led to them being detained by the Shinnon gang. The first chapter ends on a cliffhanger with Duan Yu and Zhongling being detained by the Shinnon gang. The first thing anyone who reads the first chapter exclaims is, it's ing long. These people, who think they've read this novel, isn't this a love story between a male and a beautiful girl? Even so, they clicked on the second chapter. This chapter focuses on Duan Yu's overhearing a conversation between Gong Guanhao and Gu Guangpei while he was hiding. The two had long been in love with each other, but were unable to tie the knot because of tensions between the two clans. They were planning to take advantage of the clan's chaos to escape and settle down privately. Duan Yu was discovered by Gong Guanhao and Gu Guangpei for laughing out loud, and the two men chased after Duan Yu as a result. During the chase, Duan Yu accidentally fell into a cliff. Inside a cave at the bottom of the cliff, he discovers a stone statue of a fairy, and after kneeling down, he obtains a scroll recording the North Underworld Divine Kung Fu and Ling Bo Weibu of the Easy School. Duan Yu collected the portrait and continued on his way to the Zhong family for help. At the Zhong family's home, he meets Mrs. Zhong, Gan Bao Bao, and informs them of Zhongling's entrapment. At that moment, Zhong's father, Zhong Wanqiu, arrives, and Duanjiu laughs out loud again after overhearing their conversation, exposing himself and being captured by Zhong Wanqiu. In the heat of the moment, Duan Yu claims to be Duan Jinchuan's son, hoping to get out of the trap. This identity triggered the attention of Mrs. Chun, as she had an affair with Duan Zhengchun. Mrs. Zhong thus commissions Duan Yu to bring Zhongling's birthday to Duan Zhengchun in the hope that he will come to the rescue of his trapped daughter. In this chapter, from the conversations of the people, everyone seems to understand that Zhongling is Duan Yu's sister. Now, the people who prided themselves on seeing through the nature of this book in the first chapter were immediately silent. Originally, I thought the male lead was Duan Yu and the female lead was Zhongling. As it turns out, these two are brother and sister. Chapter 156, Martial Arts Never Die. Everyone can't wait to click on Chapter 3 again. In this chapter, it focuses on the meeting between Duan Yu and Mu Wanqing, and how they teamed up to save Zhongling and reveal the secret of Mu Wanqing's birth. Even though each chapter is long, people still feel like it's not enough to read. That's gone? Playing. Author, give me an address and I'll send you some specialties. A lot of people have clicked on the hypes. To be honest, update 3 chapters of this matter. Really, with Susan did not have half a relationship. He was sent 10 chapters, but the editor-in-chief of the money Shorin cunning, deliberately hanging everyone's appetite. Those who have read the first 3 chapters have settled for those around them. The book, The 8 Books of the Heavenly Dragon, is still worth reading, and the martial arts moves are pretty cool. The Ling Bo Wei steps, the North Underworld divine power, and, well, there's a provenance for all of these. Go see it, you'll be sorry if you don't. Listen to me, just watch and be done with it. For a while, everyone's emotions were mobilized. All want to see what amazing masterpieces can come out in an era where martial arts is dead. So more and more people flocked to Crowd Reader. Jian Shoren looked at the skyrocketing data and exclaimed, "This is just the beginning." In fact, he was quite itchy in his heart at this time, and he wanted to see more of the plot behind the Dragon's 8. For this reason, he also went to find Zhou Ting and asked her to tell Su Xian to rush the afternoon speech. As more and more people have read the book, there has been an interest in the author of the book. Noon words? Who knows information about this big man? I've never heard of it. I looked at his homepage and it's his first book. This can't be some big shot's trumpet. The crowd was talking. They couldn't believe that a newcomer making his debut could write so solidly and bury so many straw men. In fact, this is technically the second novel released by Senator Su, except that the short essay contest in which that piece, A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles, was entered, has not yet been published online. The exact announcement will not be made until December. For a while, the internet was full of discussions about Of course, it also contains speculation about the true identity of the author. Noonan. The rest of the site is confused. They couldn't figure out why people were actually warming up to the book in an era when martial arts was dead. Is there a resurgence of martial arts? They were all guessing, but it was quickly dismissed again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nowadays, people like to read about domineering presidents. So how can martial arts kill cool literature? It must be that people's curiosity has been aroused by the publicity of Zone reading. Realizing this, other sites turned on the previews of the dominatrix article. The trick still works. After all, it's only been 3 chapters since the update, so it's easy to read. What's more, in this day and age, the Overlord text is king. However, every other day, Crowd Reader updates a chapter of the crowd was drawn to each update like it was magic. Senator Su also sent the rest of the manuscript to Su Xian as she addressed her with a single sentence of Nguyen greatly. Senator Su thought to himself, if my oldest sister knew my identity, what would be her attitude? I dare not think. I simply dare not think. That day, Sam Su returned home for dinner. Su Xian said to Susan, I'll tell you a good news. I've signed a book by a big shot. The number of hits is especially high. I'll definitely get a bonus next month. Su Xian spoke with glee. Senator Su smiled awkwardly. Really? That's a good thing. What? You're not happy to see your old sister me making money? No way. Of course I'm happy. Senator Su hurriedly changed the topic. Have you looked at your house yet? Not yet, but I've looked at a few developers and they're all too expensive. That book should bring you a lot of bonuses. And it doesn't matter if the house is more expensive, as long as the location is good. How did you know that I signed up for the dragon? It was only then that Su Xian realized that he had misspoken, and busily explained. I guessed. That's the hottest book right now. I didn't realize that your kid still has a good eye. I'm telling you, that book is really superb. Where do you see now? I've received all the scripts. Due to time constraints, I just saw Xiaofeng falling in love with Aju, but found out that Lord Duan is suspected to be the leading brother of the scene back then that led to the tragic murder of his parents. Susan hurriedly added a chicken leg to Su Xian. Eat more. You've lost weight lately. It is important to note here that Senator Su and Crowd Reader signed a split contract. The site is 50-50 with Sam Su. For this ratio, Senator Su could barely accept it, mainly because he has not much fame in the writer's circle. If the fame is up, not a 50-50 algorithm like this, 2 or 8 are possible. But there is one thing that Senator Su insists on, and that is copyright. He didn't sell the rights to the book, The Dragon's Bastard. That means that someone who wants to buy the rights to the book has to go through Sam Su, not through the website. Sam Su's idea, on the other hand, is to film and television the tome later. So, he is never going to sell the rights. Su Xian is the direct editor of the book, so her income won't be low while the book is selling like hotcakes. The 8 of Dragons has now been updated to chapter 16 on Crowd Reader. This chapter mainly reveals the mystery of Xiaofeng's birth. As you've noticed, the original novel is a dual protagonist. As such, everyone had to admire the power of Wu Yin. They hadn't read a dual protagonist book before. Whether it's martial arts or hegemonic literature, there is only one protagonist, and everyone else is the protagonist's little brother. This is the only way to set it up in a conventional way. But Tenebrae clearly breaks the mold. However, people didn't think anything was wrong. I even felt that Xiaofeng and Duanyu each had their own charm, which is what makes this book so appealing. There are also a lot of Duanyu and Xiaofeng fans online who predict the next episodes every day. As a result, it was mercilessly slapped in the face every time. Senator Su also noticed the movement on the internet. You guys think there are only 2 main characters? Naive. Will you guys like this little monk when Hollow Bamboo comes out? The martial arts trend of Tianlong Badi has scraped a large number of readers for zone reading. And other sites. Tons of readers were blown away by this wind. The heads of those sites are messed up. They even arranged for water armies to cry out online. Doesn't he smell good, Mr. Bully? However, those who have read the book have scoffed at it. Just know to pretend to hit the face. No novelty at all. Look at Xiaofeng. Look at Duanyu. Even the characters of Hatamochi and Mirongfu can completely abuse those so-called hegemonic generals. Other sites also noticed something was wrong and called on the authors on this site to start copying the. As it turned out, it was not written at all. Some authors are also trying to rub off on the martial arts fever that is Dragon 8 and are starting to put pen to paper to write martial arts novels. As a result, it was cursed off the internet by those martial arts fans. Everyone was helpless at the outcome. But luckily, there was only one book. If there were a few more books like this, I guess the editors of other websites would have to cry in the toilet. Chapter 157, Starry Night. The time came in December. Senator Su released the song Star Clear first. The song, On Earth, is a song written and composed by Jay Cho, arranged by Hong Jingyao, and performed by Jay Cho. The song is a depiction of romantic love, a celebration and yearning for nature, and a cherishing of the good things. All in all, Star Clear is a song full of romance, lightheartedness and delightful emotions. As the song went live, Samsu updated a Twitter message. The song Star Clear is now online. Welcome. People are still happy to see Senator Su updating his tweets. Junior has been very diligent lately, and deserves praise. I haven't gotten over last month's Those Flowers. Will this one be another stacked buff presents? Little Sam's product is a masterpiece. Listen to it first. People can't wait to click on the songs. The song starts with a car engine sound. Light music followed. Su Samjae's vocals join in at the right time. Riding on the wind. I've been wandering in the blue sky. A cloud fell in front of me. Squeeze it into your shape. Follow me with the wind. Eat your sorrows away. One bite at a time. The very rhythmic melody with poetic lyrics depicts a free, relaxed yet romantic mood. For those young couples who are in the throes of a passionate love affair, hearing a song like this is like soaring through the ocean of love, carried by the wind. The song continues. Carrying you is like carrying sunshine. Everywhere you go, it's sunny. Butterflies fly freely and flowers fill the sky. One by one, it smells like you. It has been said that 2 people who really love each other are the scenery in each other's lives, reflecting and adding color to each other. Those days with each other are imbued with deep meaning, as if each day deserves to be treasured. Those sweet interactions between couples are even more full of love and happiness. Such sweetness that even the listener can feel it in the. Some even barfed, trying to make the sunset fly, to lead you and me around nature. Face the wind and begin to live each day together. Every lyric of this song is deeply imprinted with love. People who are already immersed in a relationship and therefore value their relationship even more. And those who have not been involved in love begin to long for the start of a romantic relationship. Some listeners even couldn't help but exclaim, I want sweet, sweet love, too. The song comes to the chorus. Hand in hand. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Look to the sky. Look at the stars. 1, 2, 3, 4. In a line. Back to back. Silently making a wish. See if you can hear the stars in the distance. Hand in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to the sky. Look at the stars. 1, 2, 3, 4. In a line. Back to back. Silently making a wish. Look at the distant stars if you can hear them. It must be realized. A romantic and dreamy mood. Full of innocence, hope and expectation. The listener's mind conjures up images of being with their beloved. Holding hands, they walked slowly through the golden wheat fields and looked up at the bright starry sky together. Fingers gently pointing to the stars, one by one, carefully counting them. Connect the counted stars into a line to symbolize their love. When the song ended, many were still immersed in this wonderful dreamscape, unable to extricate themselves. It's a song that not only sings about the romantic feelings that we all have deep inside, it's more the way everyone envisions love. That's nice to hear. I want that kind of love too. I want to fall in love. I want to fall in sweet, sweet love. I swear by my traditional craftsman status, I want to fall in love. Junior is so good at it too. He sings my wonderful fantasies. All of them. The song's rhythm is not only drums, but also motivational lines that can catalyze rhythmic rhythms parallel to the melody. It is with rhythm and melody that Jay recalibrates the balance of a modern song. So, when people listen to this song, both the melody and the lyrics are very catchy. For a while, listeners who heard the song had the urge to fall in love. It was then that Sam Soo updated another tweet. The song Once Upon a Time is now online. Welcome. For a while, everyone was a little confused. What's the matter? Is Junior so diligent now? It's December, and it's the Battle of the Gods. Except there's no battle going on at all. It's all about Junior's one-sided output. If you ask me, as long as little Sam makes a move, the others only have to fight for second. And this is great. Second doesn't even stand a chance. The song, On Earth, is a song composed and performed by Soo Wei. The song Once Upon a Time, despite being categorized as pop rock, is also a capper in rock circles. As soon as the intro hit, rock lovers sensed a hint of something wrong. Could it be rock and roll? Along with the playing of the guitar, bass and other instruments, Sushin's vocals came out. I once dreamed of walking the world with a sword. See the world in all its splendor. Sam Hui sang the song with his voice pressed down a bit, but that's exactly what makes it sound like a vicissitude. Young hearts are always a little wild. Now you're all over the world. After the first 4 lines were sung, everyone was quiet. These lyrics are like a man who has been through the ages and is talking about his past. The girl who once made your heart ache. Now there's no trace of them. Love always makes you long and feel troubled. It's been a real pain in the ass for you. In this life, Sushin did not experience any vicissitudes of the story. However, Sushin in his last life had quite a lot of experience. Some even hear the singer's nostalgia for his youthful years. Some of Sam Soo's comrades were also listening to the song. Some people are aware of some of Sam Huey's past, especially Zhou Holin and Zhang Zongyao, the old leaders of the past, who were well aware of Senator Soo's illness. Now when I hear Sam Hui sing this song, I can better understand how difficult it was for him to come through. Just then the melody became urgent. Dilla-lilla-lida-lilla-lida-dinda. Di-lilla-lida-lilla-lida. Di-lilla-lida-lilla-lida. Obviously there are no lyrics, but these lines instantly set everyone ablaze. The rock scene is so excited they can't sit still. It was a melody that literally gave them goosebumps. Every time I'm sad, just look at the sea alone. Always think of your friends on the road around you. How many are healing? It has been said that rock and roll cannot be separated from anger and shouting. This song, however, has transcended the so-called rock stereotypes. Instead, there's more of a subdued quality to the songs. Dilla-lilla-lida-lilla-lida-dinda. Di-lilla-lida-lilla-lida. Di-lilla-lida-lilla-lida. I don't know how many lonely nights. Dilla-lilla-dilla-lilla-denda. Di-lilla-lida-lilla-lida. Di-lilla-lida-lilla-lida. From last night's drunken awakening. Chapter 158. If Soo Sen's previous work, The False Monk, expresses a complex of individual heroism and rebellion against society, the song Once Upon a Time, then, sums it up after all the vicissitudes. The song comes to its final part. Every time I'm sad, just look at the sea alone. Always think of your friends on the road around you. How many are waking up? Let's drink to that. A good man has a heart like the sea. I've been through life, the world, the cold and the warm. This smile is warm and innocent. Never has a rock song touched the heart so much, both stirring and exuding a subdued aura. The song contains a deep sense of vicissitude, yet the teenage spirit flowing through it is particularly distinct. The years may make you and me grow old eventually, but that teenage heart, that teenage fervor and passion, is forever engraved in our lives. This is Once Upon a Time, not just a reminder of the past, but an ode to the heart of a young man who never grows old. Good songs always resonate with people. This song, it can be said to sing the youth and vicissitudes, dreams and reality. It's just that, barring that, the fact that this song was put online after Starclear always gives you the urge to run away after just wanting to fall in love. I confessed my love to my goddess when I listened to Starry Night, and I regretted it after listening to Once Upon a Time. Love your mom's twisted love. I'll go to the ends of the earth. This is a rock song that directly turns my perception of rock upside down. I'm going to go to the ends of the earth with my sword and see the world in all its splendor. I want to go to the end of the world with a sword too, but unfortunately I don't have the money to go home halfway. The entertainment world is buzzing with excitement because of the song that Sam Soo posted. The original Battle of the Gods December had everyone staring at second place. Gotta. There's no chance for second this time. Everyone's eyes are back on the third above. As the saying goes, although the first prize is good, tough not good test, the top spot is second. Not as good as the Scout. When you look at historical figures, can you think of people who achieved top grades? Instead, the Scouts are memorable. That's why Scouts are YYDS. Everyone consoled themselves and then the battle for third began. While everyone in the entertainment world is buzzing with excitement, the literary world is not fazed. Because, Tianlong has been updated to the part where Xiaofeng kills Aju. Now, everyone was not happy. There have been comments after the chapters. Ayo, how can Xiaofeng's life be so bitter? Wu Yan De. Hello, can you give me an address? I'll send you some specialties. Originally, I thought that having lovers who are all brother and sister was already ruthless enough, but I didn't expect to have Xiaofeng personally end his lover. Is the author being stimulated by Xiao-san? Wanting Xiaofeng to fight with his sword and go to the end of the world? I knew it. There's no such thing as a good writer. For a while, there was no shortage of reactions. However, Senator Su did not open a microblog under the name of Woyin. So, all people can do is whine about it later in the chapter. At this point, Qian Sharon, the editor-in-chief of Zone Reading, ordered, hurry up and put that Send Blade feature of ours online, and let the readers vent to their heart's content. The so-called Send a Blade feature allows readers to pay for various knife props and send them to the author. Qian Sharon had long since seen the part where Xiaofeng killed Aju, and to be honest, he also had the urge to send a razor blade to Senator Su. It is from this idea that Qian Sharon seems to have discovered some extraordinary business opportunity. I have that urge, let alone other readers. Isn't it possible to develop a feature to send blades? The more Qian Sharon thought about it, the more feasible it was, and communicated with the technical department overnight to add this link. Crowd Reader was also kind enough to send each reader a short stop. Which author's behaviors hit your bottom line? What storylines have left you with deep regret? And what were the moments when you hated to send the author a razor blade to express your displeasure? Now, the new Send a Blade to the Author feature on this site gives you a chance to express your feelings in a special way. So come and experience this feature. This message instantly drew the curiosity of readers. Tap it. Good guy. Not only are there kitchen knives and machetes inside the props bar, there's even a green dragon crescent blade, and each sentence is followed by a corresponding message template. Woyin, old thief. You dare to touch, Aju. Eat a machete from me. Chopper cuts power lines. Sparks and lightning all the way. Lunch speech, catch. My great sword has long been hungry and thirsty. Fetch me my green dragon crescent blade. I will kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. Now everyone kind of has a mouth to vent. So, the book lovers have to buy. All to the noon speech to greet the past. Ha ha, this is fun. I sent 2 kitchen knives. They'll definitely make the old Woyin thief tremble. Directly 10 machetes. Just ask the old thief Woyin if you're convinced. What's that to you guys? My green dragon crescent blade is not a vegetarian. Woyin old thief come out and change the plot. Qian Sharon knew that this feature had an effect, but he didn't expect the effect to be this good. He also secretly sent a few knives to Noonan on his account. The heads of the other sites were confused. They can't understand why readers would want to spend money on virtual props that clearly don't serve any real purpose. In fact, it's an emotional catharsis. Just like people will reward you if your book is well written. See this, my dear readers, and know what to do. Hit me with a reward. People at other sites can't figure out why readers do this, but they see a huge business opportunity. You know, these props can cost money to buy. At that point, even if it's split with the author, it's still a lot of money for the site. They immediately followed suit and have gone live with this feature on their own websites. It was expected to receive an enthusiastic response, but very few people were willing to pay for it. So the heads of these sites met overnight to discuss it. Eventually the conclusion was reached. Readers aren't buying. It's our authors writing books that don't have enough emotional conflict. Tell those authors to add the knife man link. When a reader is reading a book well, somehow someone gets knifed. How does this make readers bear it? They have cursed. Asterisk. Really ing brainwashed. Actually knifed people. Do not look. For a while, there was a large number of people who abandoned the book. The website people were confused. So, they immediately made an announcement. Tell readers to send the author a razor blade if they're not happy. But these readers aren't as impulsive as the martial arts fans of. They have said, I came to ing read a book and you're actually thinking about my wallet. Is it you or is it me? Damn it. No more reading. I'm reading a cool text. Not a sadistic one. Abandon the book. Who spoiled you with these stinking problems? Books are not properly written. Just think of these crooked ways. I advise you to go home and farm. For a while, some authors were cursed for breaking their defenses. When the editors of the site first spoke to them, they said that by doing so, they could increase interaction with their readers. They responded to the website's call, but what they didn't expect was that readers not only didn't buy it, but also abandoned the book outright after cursing it. These authors, who changed the chapter overnight, and sent a message saying, Dear readers, my number was stolen. That chapter was not written by me, and changes have been made to ensure satisfaction. Those who steal the number, death to the whole family. Chapter 159, Can I Stay in the Romance Team? Susan had the writers backstage at Zone Reading, only he didn't care about it anymore after he sent all the chapters to Su Xian. However, Zone Reading opened the function of sending razor blades. Su Xian specially notified him to log in the background to see the reader's feedback. Sam Su logged into his account and opened the book of the good lord. Tens of thousands of messages and even more blades. Sam Su muttered, "Fine, play it that way, huh? Then don't blame me." Immediately, Senator Su customized Yu Hua's Alive to the system. Alive is a full-length novel by Yu Hua. It's a novel that has quite an afterlife. Senator Su had brought this novel out solely for the purpose of letting the people of the Blue Planet experience the cultural charms of Earth. He didn't mean to get angry with Netflix at all. Not at all. As soon as he said he would do it, Sam Su knocked down the title of the book, Alive, on his computer. It's not a big novel. 130,000 words or so. Finishing tapping out the novel, Senator Su sent her to Su Xian. As he clicked send, he hesitated. "Anyway, my oldest sister doesn't know who I am now, and this novel will be released sooner or later, so I'll give her a few more healing novels later." Very reasonable. Senator Su made up his mind and sent the novel out. At this time, something else was happening inside Crowd Reader. Kong Hui, the head of the Immortal Chivalry Group, said to Zhou Ting, "Tianlong Badi is meant to be under our Immortal Chivalry Group, and it's not appropriate in your romance group. So in the future, the docking of Mr. Wu Yan will be left to the editors of our group." Zhou Ting retorted, "The 8 Dragons of Heaven belongs to the martial arts, and the martial arts group is gone. So any editor of any group can take this novel, and besides, it's Mr. Wu who voted for our group, so it's right that we should be responsible for it. The martial arts group is gone, but as you know, our Immortal Chivalry group was merged with the martial arts group, so it's only logical that the editor of our group should be in charge of the match." Kong Hui, don't you think it's a little late for you to be saying this now? Our group's editor Su Xian is already docking. Kong Hui laughed. "What's wrong with that? If Wu Yan doesn't want to change editors, that Su Xian can come to our group. Don't you think it's shameful that you're behaving like this?" "Joke, how is it shameful for me to take back what belongs to our group? It's you, the romance group, who have overstepped your authority a bit." Regarding the editorial groupings on Crowd Reader, they are divided by genre of fiction. The site previously had a martial arts group, only to be cancelled with the decline of martial arts, and most of the people from the previous martial arts group were placed into the Immortal Arts group. It stands to reason that when an author submits a manuscript, he or she would be looking for an editor corresponding to the category of his or her novel. It was just that Senator Su was only focused on finding Su Xian, and didn't care about the various editorial groups of Zone Reading. Besides, martial arts no longer exists, and Sam Hui couldn't find it if he wanted to. Kong Hui was the head of the Immortal Chivalry Group, and after seeing the huge fire in Tianlong Badi, he naturally wanted a piece of the pie. In order to be able to take this book and Wu Yan, the author, Kong Hui knew that open robbery was not an option, and that's why he voiced the decision to transfer Su Xian to the Immortal Chivalry Group as well. There might not seem to be anything wrong with him saying that, but he actually had plans. Kong Hui thought to himself, let's first get Tianlong Beiji and Noon Words into the Immortal Chivalry Group, and then find an excuse to be buttressed by one of our own. So there's a lot of room for maneuvering. He'd even thought about how to maximize the benefits later. In fact, sitting in his position, he has some say, especially when there is collusion and consensus with the author. There is a lot of room for maneuver. He can put pressure on the author while asking for more resources from the platform, then give the author a bit of sweetness, as a way to induce him to cooperate with his own staging of a carefully choreographed play. You can put the benefits into their own pockets. Of course, the risky things can be handed over to the following people to do. The company resources this end. It is he, the boss of the Do Department Control. In doing so, if something went wrong, it would have nothing to do with him, and at most, he would lose a small soldier. Kong Hui's calculations were quite loud, but he didn't know Su Xian's background. Zhou Ting, as the head of the romance group, certainly wouldn't allow this to happen. It's hard to come up with a great book, so how can you let the cooked duck be served by someone else? Kong Hui and Zhou Ting each argue, and neither of them is willing to give up. So it got to the editor-in-chief, Qian Sharan. Mr. Qian, as you know, when most of the people in the martial arts group were assigned to our Immortal Chivalry group, it's reasonable to say that our Immortal Chivalry group is the martial arts group, and that both the book and the author of Tianlong Badi should be placed in our group for better development. Conway is still saying the same thing. Not waiting for Zhou Ting to retort, Kong Hui continued. Of course, considering that Su Xian was the one who buttressed the Nunin in the early stages, we can let Su Xian come to our group. Chen Shoren certainly knew what Kong Hui was planning to do. It's just a matter of getting it and then finding a reason to unload it. But Qian Shoren was aware of Su Xian's identity, and would never let such a thing happen. However, Kong Hui had a point, and it couldn't be rejected with a full mouth. So, Qian Shaoran said to Zhou Ting, "Call Su Xian over." Hearing these words, Kong Hui and Zhou Ting had a bottom line in their hearts. Convoy thought to himself, well, this is the time to inform her to come and do the handover. Zhou Ting thought to herself, humph, do you think everyone doesn't know about your little scheme? If the editor-in-chief agrees to your request, the hell with it. Su Xian was in the middle of reading a manuscript sent by Senator Su before she was inexplicably called to the chief editor's office. Just after stepping into Qian Shaoran's office, Kong Hui greeted him impatiently. Hello, I'm Kong Hui from the Immortal Chivalry Group. From now on you'll be a member of our group. Our Immortal Chivalry Group treats newcomers very friendly. Even Qian Shaoran frowned a little at Kong Hui's move. Qian Shaoran coughed lightly and said, Su Xian, are you still used to being in Editor-in-Chief Zhou's romance group? Su Xian was puzzled by the question, but returned truthfully, it's quite good. I get along with everyone in the group. Qian Shaoran continued to ask, your internship period is almost up. Now you have two choices. One is to continue to stay in the romance group. The other is to go to another group. Qian Shaoran said this, leaving the way back. He was talking about the other groups, not the fairy group. He was worried that in case Su Xian didn't want to stay in the romance group, he could make other arrangements. As for the Immortal Chivalry Group, he would definitely not let Su Xian go over there. With Qian Shaoran's understanding of Kong Hui, relying on his own somewhat small shares in the company, the backstabbing he knows very well, Su Xian to the Immortal Group, absolutely the fate of being killed. If something like that happened, Senator Su would definitely just flip out. Besides, the copyright of Tianlong Badi is in the hands of Senator Su. Also, Senator Su is no jobber, and he was signing a contract without signing for website exclusivity. In other words, if Sam Hui wants to leave, no one can stop him, and he will also take the smash hit Dragon 8 with him. At this point, Qian Shaoran, no matter how stupid he was, could not do such a stupid thing. In fact, for Kong Hui, Qian Shaoran has wanted to finish him off for a long time, but he suffered from the fact that he managed to pick himself clean every time, and according to the company's system, there was nothing that could be done about him. Qian Shaoran, Zhou Ting and Kong Hui looked at Su Xian. Su Xian didn't know what was going on, but she knew that she was still comfortable in the romance group. Besides, Zhou Ting was extremely kind to her. Can I stay in the romance group? Chapter 160. Hearing Su Xian's words, Zhou Ting let out a long breath. Qian Shaoran also looked at Su Xian with a smile. Only Kong Hui, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly exploded, but he couldn't be bothered to snap on the spot, and could only say, Su Xian, you've thought it through. Our Immortal Chivalry Group is the best in the entire company in terms of both year-end awards and benefits. In addition, our Immortal Chivalry team has the most power of any department in the company. There was also both temptation and threat within Kong Hui's words. He was trying to use this to pull Su Xian in. At this point, Zhou Ting said, when did the company give your group the right to do this? Each group has their own section that they are responsible for. Don't confuse things here. Kong Hui didn't bother with Zhou Ting, but looked straight at Su Xian, waiting for her final choice. Su Xian didn't know about the internal struggles of the company, but she knew who was good to her. Besides, Kong Hui's condescending demeanor really irked her. In the face of Kong Hui's aggressiveness, Su Xian was not shy to say, if I have a choice, then I'm going to stay in my current group. Kong Hui could only snort coldly when he saw that Su Xian was unmoved. Then he turned to Qian Shaoran and said, Editor-in-Chief Qian, it's still the same thing. Our Immortal Chivalry Group is the only one qualified to be in charge of wuxia. I can take a step back and let the book, The 8 Dragons of Heaven and Earth, stay in the romance group, but the docking of the author, Wu Yin, has to be handed over. Seeing that he couldn't pack it all in, Kong Hui could only retreat and hit on the idea of the author's Wu Yin. Qian Shaoran said, Wu Yin is buttressed by Su Xian. We do not yet understand this person. Rashly change the editor. May lead to the possibility of it switching stations. Kong Hui said disdainfully, humph, isn't it just an author? How can he possibly play us? When the time comes to use the contract to tie up the other party is not enough. Qian Shaoran looked at Kong Hui like looking at him. If that was known to Sam Su, he wouldn't be able to switch to another site in a minute. Qian Shaoran said somewhat angrily, we'll talk about this later. The editor of the noon speech won't change now. Qian Shaoran spoke without question. Kong Hui knew that the old man was angry, so he didn't insist anymore, but he still said, if I can handle Wu Yan and get him to come to our Immortal Chivalry Group, wouldn't Chief Editor Qian not intervene? Fortunately, Qian Shaoran knew the identity of Wu Yan. If he didn't, he was still a little uncertain about what Kong Hui had said. It was because he knew that Wu Yan was Su Shen, and even more so Su Xian's younger brother. Therefore, Qian Sharan said with great confidence. We all have our own abilities. As long as you can handle it, I have no problem with it. Within this, only Su Xian was a bit worried, the rest were confident. This includes Convoy, who was also confident. Kong Hui thought to himself, humph, it doesn't matter if you're a newcomer or some industry bigwig, taking care of you pedantic literati isn't a piece of cake. After Kong Hui left, Su Xian said to Zhou Ting and Qian Sharan, that, Mr. Wuyin has posted another manuscript. Qian Sharan busily asked, is it martial arts? I just read the beginning and it doesn't seem to be martial arts. Su Xian returned to her office and sent the manuscript of Alive to Zhou Ting and Qian Sharan. After Su Xian left, Zhou Ting said to Qian Sharan, Editor-in-Chief, should we remind Su Xian that Kong Hui will definitely send someone to look for Wu Yan's contact information? No, it's just the right opportunity to teach him a lesson. But, there's no buts, and you don't talk too much. Zhou Ting probably guessed Qian Sharan's purpose for doing so. It's nothing more than an opportunity to catch Kong Hui in the act. But in Zhou Ting's opinion, Su Xian and Su Xin became Qian Sharan's pawns. Zhou Ting didn't have a better solution. She sighed, ugh, let's take a step and see what happens. Qian Sharan and Zhou Ting both received Alive from Su Xian. Both couldn't wait to watch it. With a bowl of Yangchun noodles and the heavenly dragons as guarantees, they are looking forward to this book. Alive. Alive is not a large novel. Only about 130,000 words. However, it was these 100,000 words that tortured Qian Sharan and Zhou Ting to the point of depression. Su Xian wasn't much better. When she saw that in the end, only Old Yellow Ox and Fugue were clinging to each other, she finally understood the feelings of those who sent the razor blades. For the first time she had the urge to punch the author. Senator Su was in the company at the moment and winced for no reason. Is it going to be a cold? After reading Alive, Zhou Ting lamented, is this the writing of a big brother? Not only can you sing and make people cry, but you can also write a book that breaks people's defenses. Qian Sharan leaned back in his chair, and he suddenly felt a sense of decadence. When he first got his hands on Alive, he was in a swinging mood. Ever since he watched Tian Long Ba Di, it ignited his long-dormant martial arts dreams. In order to whet the public's appetite, he purposely allows the site to post only one chapter per day. Even so, he felt that it was a bit much to post. After all, each chapter of the book has more than 20,000 words. He had originally wanted to split a large chapter into 10 smaller chapters to post, but then the setup of the palindromes is destroyed. So, it can only be posted in large chapters. He was reading all the chapters and was a bit emboldened, but he ignores the feelings of the reader. That itchy feeling is like ants in your pants. But Qian Sharan didn't give a damn. He thought that posting a large chapter every day was already considered a gift to the readers. Does retribution come so quickly? Qian Sharan took the Alive that Su Xin sent over as his revenge for teasing the readers. Although this book, Alive, made him feel bad, Qian Sharan also knew that it was definitely a masterpiece. Neither can be evaluated simply in the name of fiction, but rises to the level of literature. Qian Sharan said to himself, such a good piece of literature. Of course it should be shared to more people. Soon, Alive was online at Crowdreader. Qian Sharan felt that it wasn't enough and arranged for another recommendation for Alive. Not only that, but there was an update on the official website of Crowdreader. Tasting the human world. Watching flowers blossom and fall. The wheel of life rolls forward. While the river of years never stops, we will eventually grow old. And those who are with us, they will also eventually leave us. Either at the end of life, or at the parting of life. Peep into the ups and downs of life. Feel the impermanence of fate and the tenacity of life. Wuyin teacher's literary masterpiece Alive. Take us to see all the sadness and joy of the human world. To experience the meaning and value of living. In the words of Taste of Life's Sweet and Sour. And realize the true meaning of life. Staying alive takes you through the world. Bookworms came to this message. A new book? The speed of the old thief Wuyin can be I can't believe it's double opened. I hope there won't be any more bridges where Xiaofeng kills Aju, or I really won't be able to stand it. Alive? Is it a martial arts novel? How come it's inside the literature category? Chapter 161, this book is healing. Bookworms can't wait to click on the novel Alive. First, the book explains that the protagonist, Fugue, comes from a landlord's family and is a prodigal son who often goes to a brothel in the city to eat, drink, whore and gamble. Later, Fugue fell into someone else's trap and lost all the family's fields and properties. As a result, the family was reduced from a wealthy landowner's family to poor peasants overnight, and Fugue's father died of depression as a result. When readers saw this, they exclaimed, scrappy stream opener, standard trope. After all, there are so many novels where the protagonist turns the tide against the wind. People are still talking. It's time to buck up later. It's the standard rhythm of cool writing. Next, sure enough, Fugue decides to make a new life for himself and starts renting land for a living, putting on rough clothes, picking up farming tools, and beginning his career as a farmer. Readers exclaimed, "This is the rhythm of becoming the richest man in the world by farming." The author writes like this: something, keep looking down. When Fugue's mother falls ill, he takes the only $2 silver left in the family and goes to the city to hire a doctor. But he is accidentally captured by the Kuomintang army and taken as a brigand. Seeing this, netizens thought to themselves, it's good that the land isn't planted. It's a setup for opportunity. Well, it's good. 2 years later, Fugue was captured and released by the People's Liberation Army, PLA. Upon returning to his hometown, Fugue found that his mother had passed away and his daughter, Fengxia, had become mute after a high fever. The readers are a bit flustered, but they're still reassuring themselves. Anyone who wants to accomplish great things must first suffer, labor, and starve. Everyone keeps scrolling back. The governor's wife needs a blood transfusion for the birth of her child, and Fugue's son, Yaqing, dies from an overdose of blood drawn by an irresponsible doctor. Readers were confused when they saw this. They began to wonder, this pressure is a bit hard. When will we start to reverse it? Anyway, I've seen this, so bear with me and read on. Fugue's daughter Fengxia married but died in a postpartum hemorrhage. After the deaths of Yaqing and Fengxia, Fugue's wife Jiajin also died. At this point, the only ones left were Fugue and his son-in-law Erxi and grandson Bitterroot. The readers were completely dumbfounded by this. But there are still people who are reassuring themselves, it's okay, this is probably a cultivation text. And in the end, the protagonist directly steps through the void before turning back time and changing his life. Keep looking down. After the grandchildren had been dependent on each other for a few years, Erhi died tragically in an accident. A few years after Fugue and his grandson Bitterroot lived together, Bitterroot also lost his young life in an accident. Now that's a little cute. Also know that it's not ing cool, it's abusive. But having read it all, with the last bit left, I simply read it in one sitting. In the end, Fugue buys an old buffalo that is about to be slaughtered and gives it the name Fugue, and lives the rest of his life with difficulty and peace. And with that, the book is over. Some readers are tortured to the point of breaking down. That ending might as well be ing all dead to make people feel better. Letting the main character die alone kills more people than the main character dying. The first people who watched it were collectively depressed. That ending, the aftermath was ing awesome. People started complaining. I actually ing thought it was a cool article. I almost got caught up in it after reading it. I thought that the old thief Wuin's knife Azu was already ruthless enough, but I didn't expect there to be a more ruthless one. Truly carry it. This is ing human readable stuff. How many bully essays do I have to read before I can slow down? It's no use. At this time of the year, even looking at the chief bastard's text, there's always a sense of trepidation. It's hard for everyone. Now they are not even in the mood to send razor blades to the author. Everyone was on the verge of collapse, literally on the verge of collective depression. At this point, someone suggested, why should we be the only ones who have a hard time with this? It has to be recommended to more people. This proposal was instantly recognized by the crowd. Yeah, right. I'm going to anoint it to my best friends. A work like this must be promoted. I would like to be a promoter of this book for free. For a while, emotions ran high and the book was first rated high. Then, one after another, they tweeted the book to their friends. Check it out. The new novel by Big Brother Nunyan. Absolutely awesome. This book is so powerful. You'll regret not reading it for the rest of your life. Today I recommend a book to you. Alive. A book that will surely be an unmissable presence in the history of human literature. For a while, more people knew about this book. Alive. Even people who usually don't like to read novels have clicked on this book after being reassured by their close friends. Looking at the high score of 9.8, they nodded their heads in relief and didn't forget to say, thank you, to the person who recommended it. One person even exclaimed, it's been a long time since I've seen a novel with such a high rating. Then, another large depression name scene. Asterisk. Li Ming, I'm going to get you killed. Paralyzed. I usually treat you well, right? This is how you treat your father. Son thief, come out and die. There was a lot of cursing, but after the cursing was over, these people started recommending the book to others. Recommended a book for you. Very healing. Senator Su had also seen the movement on the internet, and someone had even pushed the book on him. Senator Su cried and laughed. Of course he knew the bad taste of these people, but someone still held back and stood out to curse. Old thief Woyen, you deserve to die. Sam Su was indifferent to this. In his words, it's none of my business if you guys curse Woyen. In the evening, Sam Su returned home. Su Xian sulked. What's wrong? Not happy at work? Su Xian glanced at Su Sen and said, recommending a book to you. You won't be happy even after you read it. Senator Su immediately knew what was going on. It must be the aftermath of Alive. He was busy digressing. Here, this chicken leg is for you. You've lost weight lately. Su Xian didn't think anything of it at first, but every time she brought up something about the book, Senator Su would add chicken legs to her. This made Su Xian realize that something was wrong. Why do you purposely digress every time a novel is mentioned? Senator Su was so shocked that he almost fell to his knees. But still, he wisecracked. Yes, did you? Yes. Su Xian stared at Su Shin. At this point, Senator Su couldn't even smile awkwardly. He was ready to be whacked. At that moment, Su Xian said, "Do you know Wu Yan?" Su Shin was not at all prepared for Su Xian's brain circuits. He was too busy smiling sarcastically. Recognize. At this point, Su Xian suddenly realized. I told you, how could a big shot like Wu Yan vote for me? And I'm still in the romance group. So he's your friend. Senator Su grinned. Su Xian said, however, it's that book Alive that's too solid. Tell him, don't write novels like that in the future. I don't think I'll have the courage to read it a second time in my life. Senator Su put on a look of understanding, gave an okay sign and said, no problem. Senator Su thought to himself, it's better to play this kind of tawdry maneuver less often in the future. After learning that Senator Su knew Wu Yan, Su Xian added, hey, I'll ask Wu Yan out for a meal some other day, so that I can thank him for taking care of me. He's busy. It's not good to make an appointment. Su Shin wanted to refuse outright, but seeing Su Xian's eyes, he could only rephrase, I'll try. Chapter 162, Someone is trying to poach. Just as Su Xian's family was happily eating, there were still people on Zone Reading who hadn't left. This person's name was Wang Kai, and he was from the Immortal Chivalry group. He saw that the office was gone, so came to Su Xian's computer in the romance group. After some maneuvering, Su Xian's computer was opened. A quick search inside the computer only found the email from Noonan and no other contact party. Wang Kai restored Su Xian's computer to its original state and then left with a quick step. FAI. It's done, but there's only an email address, no phone number. Okay, just keep it and I'll talk about it tomorrow when I get to the office. The main reason why Kong Hui was in such a hurry to act was that Noonan had updated another work. He was beginning to think it was martial arts again, but he didn't realize it was actually a work of literature, and a very solid novel at that. Convoy thought it was time for this afternoon's speech to roll over, but what he did not expect is that this Alive click rate is actually surprisingly high, and the number of people reading it is actually catching up with the fire of the Tianlong Baobei. It made him pay attention. That was why he had arranged for someone to get Wu Yan's contact information. When Kong Hui learned that things had been won, he said to himself, play with me, let's see how I can trap you next. The next day, Sam Su received an email. Hello Mr. Wu Yin, I'm an editor. We have a good policy for our platform. Is it convenient to meet and chat? As soon as Su Shin saw this message, he felt bored and wanted to delete it, but he suddenly realized a problem. How did the other party get my email address? And it came up and threw out conditions. Have I been exposed? Could it be Crowd Reader? No way. If it's Crowd Reader, my oldest sister should be the one to contact me. Sam Su was also curious about the other party's origin, so he replied, which platform are you? When something like this happened, Senator Su still wanted to clear things up and find out which part of the process had gone wrong. At this moment, Wang Kai excitedly said to Kong Hui, Brother Hui. He replied to the message, make an appointment to meet with him and tell him that there are some things that are inconvenient to talk about and need to be communicated in person. Soon after, Senator Su received a reply from the other party. Sam Su did not reply again. He's waiting. Wait for the other person to introduce themselves. Senator Su thought to himself, since the other party could have my email address, but didn't come to me directly, and didn't even make a single phone call, it means that the other party only has my email address, and doesn't have any other contact information. In that case, my identity is safe for now, but who's really up to no good? If Su Xian hadn't been the editor of Zone Reading, Su Shin would have long ago pulled the plug on this person. He didn't bother guessing the twists and turns. At this moment, Wang Kai and Kong Hui were both staring at the computer, but the other party was slow to reply. This waiting is torturous. Finally, Kong Hui sulked, make another appointment. Wang Kai tapped on the keyboard. Mr. Wu Yan, we are very sincere. The policy is definitely better than what you have now. Is it convenient for us to meet and talk? Or, give me a contact information. I'll call you. Received an email and still no reply from Senator Su. He knew the other man was getting a little simmering. In other words, the initiative was now on Senator Su's side. Senator Su muttered to himself, let's see how long you can hold back. Sam Su closed his email and went to work on something else. but it's a bitter pill to swallow for Kong Hui and Wang Kai. They've done this trick before, and it can be said to be tried and true. 4. What author does not care about matters of immediate interest to him or her? As long as he had established a connection with the other party, Kong Hui was certain that he would be able to take care of it. But now it seems as if the trick is somewhat lost. Wang Kai said, maybe the other guy is busy with something else. Kong Hui could only think so. Let's wait too. I can't believe he's not curious about something that concerns him personally. On this point, Kong Hui is still very confident. However, that wait, an hour passed. The day passed. 2 days have passed. During that time, King K sent over a couple more emails. Presumably that means we are able to give more, but need to discuss it in detail. Senator Su completely ignored it and continued to busy himself. Only occasionally do I look at the messages sent to me from the other side. Finally, on the third day, Kong Hui couldn't wait any longer. He felt passive, and the other party was not following his planned course at all. The original thought was to draw the other side out from the benefits first. Then the two sides meet, and after some friendly communication and even bargaining, and then, finally, tie it up with an underhanded contract. That was Convoy's intention. The calculator was quite good, but the other party didn't pay any attention to him. This annoyed Convoy. So, in the third, Kong Hui asked Wang Kai to report his identity. Mr. Wu Yan, I'm the editor of the Immortal and Chivalry group of Zone Reading. We are very optimistic about your talent. Your novel hasn't been vigorously promoted by the company. That's because you submitted your work to the romance group, which doesn't match with its category. If you're willing to submit it to our Immortal and Chivalry group, I assure you that we'll definitely give you the best resources and policies. In fact, Kong Hui and the others didn't know what conditions the company had given to Sam Hui. However, by reasoning first and then moving to profit, you can definitely provoke the other party's interest. When Senator Su saw the email, he immediately understood what was going on. Infighting. It's actually all messed up on me. It seems that old sister's job isn't as smooth as she said it was. Senator Su analyzed his opponent's information. Zone Reading's editor-in-chief Qian Shouren is aware of my identity. This matter must have nothing to do with him. If he wants to do something, directly find me to talk about it, or give the phone number of the following. There won't be so many email messages. The other party reported that he was from the Immortal Chivalry group, which means that they came to troll. And, as the chief editor, Qian Shouren didn't know about it. Since the other party is tearing down their own website like this, it's obvious that Qian Shouren didn't give permission to scratch me out of my old sister's hands. But then again, the other party dares to do this, which means that the other party's backstage isn't small either. And another thing, my email address, it looks like they got it irregularly too. Thinking all this through, Senator Su called for Wu Cheng. Brother Wu, help me check out the people of Zone Reading. Who are the ones who have trouble with chief editor Chen Shouren, and focus on the Immortal Chivalry group of this website. What's the point of checking all this? Are you getting into the literary field? There are a few noisy flies, and I want to see who's behind the curtain. Wu Cheng was baffled by Su Sen's arrangement. But still, the manpower was arranged to act. Wuzhou is currently laying a net in the entertainment industry. The literary world is a bit of a mismatch with the entertainment world though, but the two are still closely related. After all, some movies and TV shows had their earliest beginnings inside these fiction sites. Chapter 163, I'm not talking to you. Soon, Wu Cheng brought back the news. The head of the Immortal Chivalry group of Zone Reading is called Kong Hui. He has a bit of a stake in the company, and his relationship with chief editor Qian Shouren is very delicate. Hearing Wu Cheng say that, it was pretty much what Su Shen had guessed. Thus, Senator Su asked, one is the chief editor of the website, and the other is the chief editor of the Immortal Chivalry group. According to their positions, they should have a superior subordinate relationship. Yes, however, the Immortal Chivalry group's status in Zone Reading is unusual. It can be said that the Immortal Chivalry group that Kong Hui is in is the core of the entire Zone Reading. In addition, when the position of chief editor was first created, it was Kong Hui and Qian Shouren who were fighting for it. On what basis did Qian Shouren get to the top in the first place? Was Kong Hui always in the Immortal group? It's true that Kong Hui has been deeply involved in Immortal Chivalry, and originally, after the last editor-in-chief left, Kong Hui was the most hopeful to take the top spot. But strangely enough, at this time, Qian Shouren parachuted in and assumed the position of editor-in-chief. This information was important, and Sam Su pondered what was at stake. The Immortal Chivalry group that Kong Hui is in is the most central presence of Zone Reading, which means that the Immortal Chivalry group should create the most value for Zone Reading. But it's impossible for the person in charge of such a department to have poor abilities. But why would Qian Shouren parachute in? At this time, Wu Cheng said, there is another piece of news. Zone Reading is not as simple as we think. There is a factional dispute within them. Hearing this, Senator Su hurriedly asked. You mean Kong Hui and Qian Xiaoren belong to different factions? Well, Kong Hui was there when Zone Reading was founded, belonging to the first batch of people. Within the company, they belonged to the social faction, while Qian Xiaoren was formerly from the science class, being poached by Zone Reading, counting as the academy faction. Hearing this, Senator Su looked as if he had realized something and blurted out. Weighing constraints. Wu Chang was surprised to look at Su Sin. He also noticed the sense of dissonance here, but didn't think about it that much. After Su Sin said this, he immediately understood the key. Indeed, it is reasonable to say that Kong Hui is in charge of the core department of Zone Reading, so his ability is naturally not bad. After the last editor-in-chief left, it would have been logical for him to take the editor-in-chief's seat, but at this time, a Qian Xiaoren was parachuted over. Qian Xiaoren was in the position of editor-in-chief as soon as he arrived, which was more or less against the grain. Having sorted out the relationship, Senator Su knew that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. I originally thought it was just someone who wanted to dig in, but I didn't realize it was so involved. Even if he himself was now a great author, it would be impossible to shake Kong Hui's position. But then he thought, perhaps, a different idea. Senator Su said to Wu Cheng, keep an eye out for me. Which novel website is willing to give up its shares? I want a big stake. And if you can, a direct acquisition is fine. Wu Cheng was no longer surprised by Su Sen's sky-high decisions. Although he didn't know what the bottom line was for Senator Su to do this, it was always right to do as he was told. After Wu Cheng left, Senator Su calculated his next plans. He said to himself, these businesses. Factionalism is really everywhere. Senator Su opened the email, took the email that Wang Kai had sent him, made a screenshot, and then sent it to Qian Xiaoren. Qian Xiaoren was really a bit surprised to see Senator Su sending him a message, but seeing the content of the message was even more infuriating. Immediately, Qian Xiaoren put in a call. Mr. Su, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Qian Xiaoren first apologized sincerely. After all, this was an internal problem within their company, and when something like this happened, it was very unfriendly to authors, especially to authors like Senator Su. The fact that Senator Su was able to send this information to him meant that things hadn't reached a point of no return. Qian Xiaoren is very fortunate that did not move Su Shen. If you listen to the words of Kong Hui, I do not know what kind of decision Su Sin will make. The reason why Qian Xiaoren thought so was that he thought Su Xian had told Senator Su about what had happened in the company. At this point, it was entirely Qian Xiaoren who was overthinking things. Senator Su didn't even know that Su Xian was in the Zone Reading. His intentions were not as simple as using it to make a claim. Senator Su sent the screenshot to Qian Xiaoren with a longer-term plan in mind. For Qian Xiaoren's apology, Senator Su was still pleased. Think this guy is a big-picture guy. Editor-in-Chief Qian, this is your internal problem. I, an outsider, don't have the right to interfere. Qian Xiaoren busily said. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I assure you that this will never happen again. Then I'm grateful to Chief Editor Qian. Qian Xiaoren saw that Senator Su didn't mean to get angry, so he said, Mr. Su, to rectify this circle of assholes, I have an ungrateful request. Senator Su knew that the other party was trying to use his identity to make things happen, so he said, Editor-in-Chief Qian, if there's anything, just say it. Could you please trouble Mr. Su to make an appointment with the person who contacted you? Yes, but I would like to warn you that this may end without a fight. Hanging up the phone, Senator Su thought to himself, ugh, using me as a gun. Let's see how you'll perform next. Senator Su, this time, was using himself as a gun and handing it to Qian Xiaoren. Qian Xiaoren's initial intention was also to prepare to take Su Sin as a gun. But what Qian Xiaoren didn't know was that Senator Su's intentions went far beyond that. You use me as a gun. I'll use you as a cannon. Depending on what the one above you does. Senator Su sent an email to Wang Kai and asked the other party to come out and meet him at the address given by Qian Xiaoren. Wang Kai excitedly said to Kong Hui when he received the reply, Brother Hui. He messaged back and agreed to meet up with us. Kong Hui was also excited. Humph, these pedantic literati, pretending to be noble with me. Next, I want to see how hard your bones are. Qian Xiaoren wasn't idle and arranged for his closest people to come to the agreed location. When they met, Kong Hui didn't show up, but Wang Kai came. Hello, Mr. Wu Yan. I'm Wang Kai. The person who was called Wu Yan had a condescending look. Are you the head of the Immortal Chivalry Group? Wang Kai was shocked by the other party's aura and busily said, No, but you can talk to me if you have any claims. Humph, can you make the decision? Letting those of you who can make the decision to come and talk to me has no sincerity at all. Mr. Wu Yan, I can come. It's the Immortal Chivalry Group that I represent. If you talk to me, the effect will be the same. Just you? Don't think I don't know what you guys want. Since we all have our own needs, Let your steward do it. I have limited time. I don't have time to bargain with you. Wang Kai was speechless. He had operated such things quite a few times, and it was the first time he had seen this kind of person who came up to meet the leader. And no mercy at all, not even talking to him. There was no way out. Seeing that the other party was determined not to talk to him, Wang Kai could only go back to resume his orders. In fact, this was also Qian Shoren's strategy. He knew that Kong Hui was hiding behind the curtain, and he was trying to force him out. Chapter 164, All got what they wanted. Wang Kai returned to the company and reported the battle to Kong Hui. Are you saying that the other side is so strong that they have no desire to talk to you at all? Yeah. The conditions weren't even stated and I was just dismissed. Kong Hui pondered and said, it seems that the other party isn't some kind of white guy either. Originally, he thought that Wang Kai would be able to fix things by going over there, but it turned out that the other party didn't buy it at all. At this point, Wang Kai said, Brother Hui, could there be something wrong here? What's the problem? Judging from the other party's attitude, where does this Wu Yan look like a newcomer? It feels like he knows a lot about our business. Hearing Wang Kai say this, Kong Hui was also in deep thought. The main reason why Wang Kai stepped in instead of Kong Hui himself was to avoid risk. That way, even if something happened to Wang Kai, it wouldn't be on his head. Kong Hui. But now it seems that the other party's request is really a bit unreasonable. Kong Hui said to Wang Kai, at night, you go down to Qian Shoren's office. The person pretending to be Wu Yan was also reporting the battle situation to Qian Shoren at this moment. Qian Shoren asked, the other party didn't notice anything, did they? I don't think so, except that the one called Wang Kai said he had to go back for instructions and hasn't gotten back to me yet. Qian Shoren thought for a moment and said, don't be in a hurry, keep your things with you and they'll contact you. Qian Shoren concluded that Kong Hui would not let go of this opportunity. An author who can write a book like The Dragons of Heaven would be coveted by any editor. In the evening, everyone at Crowdreader is gone. Wang Kai looked around to make sure there was no one else. He used a spare key and opened the door to Qian Shoren's office. Again, a flowing operation opened Qian Shoren's computer. After a quick search, there was nothing useful inside the computer. Open the management backstage of Zone Reading, which requires the authentication of Qian Shoren to enter. Some simple computer passwords he could still crack. The back end of this kind of website, he didn't have that skill. Besides, the security level of a big site like Crowdreader is quite high. Let's not talk about whether it's a good intrusion or not. Once you find out that someone has intruded, the cyber police will come to you along the network cable. Wang Kai could only turn off the computer after a fruitless operation. That's when he saw the notebook on the table and flipped through it. Suddenly, Wang Kai found a mailbox. The mailbox belonged to no one else but Noonan. And, underneath the mailbox, there is a phone number. Wang Kai opened his cell phone to check the calls he got from Noonan today. Exactly the same. Getting such information, Wang Kai left Qian Shoren's office. What he doesn't realize is that a doll bear is staring at him as he enters the office, videotaping his every move. After Wang Kai left the office, he went to call Kong Hui. Brother FAI. No problem. I saw Wu Yan's email and phone number in Qian Shoren's office. It's the same as the contact information I got. Okay then, you make an appointment to meet him. Qian Shoren had also gotten a message from the person pretending to be Wu Yan. They asked me to meet them tomorrow at the usual place. Good. Bring the stuff with you. This time we'll make sure they're not going to be able to get away with it. The next day, the parties met at the agreed location. Wang Kai introduced, this is our editor-in-chief Kong. Hello, Mr. Wu Yan. I'm Kong Hui. Hello, Noonan. Both sides shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Wang Kai drew out the main topic. Mr. Wu Yan, our editor-in-chief is already here, so you can say what you have to claim. It's not that I have a claim, it's what you have, what I can get. You tell me. Wang Kai and Kong Hui were both a bit surprised that the other party had actually turned against them, something they hadn't expected. At this point in time, the person who says the conditions first is undoubtedly passive, but Kong Hui could only speak first when he saw that the other party looked like they were eating you up. Mr. Wu Yan, what's your current contract with the company? Kong Hui threw another question over to see what kind of policy the other side was getting now, and then bargained on that basis. Let's just say that an old fox is an old fox. 50-50. Kong Hui was not at all surprised by this split ratio. This percentage is the split mechanism for most newcomers. But what he didn't know was that inside the contract between Sam Su and the website, there were provisions for copyrights that were explained. In other words, the copyrights of all the books that Su Sam is currently distributing are in Su Sam's own hands. About this, Kong Hui didn't ask, and the person pretending to be Noonan didn't say anything either. At this point, Kong Hui said, with your writing, as long as the quality of your next book isn't too low, I can get you 60% of the proceeds. Fake Nguyen laughed at Kong Hui's words. He, Editor-in-Chief Kong, do you think that with my current achievements? I don't even need to talk about such a split ratio. The current editors will all take the initiative to satisfy me. I'll give you a big God sign. Great God sign, you give or you don't give. I think I've got what it takes to get it. A brief silence fell on both sides. Kong Hui could kind of see that the other party had a pretty big appetite. But the more this happened, the happier Kong Hui became instead. As the saying goes, don't be afraid to be greedy. Kong Hui directly showed his bottom card. I'll do a 28% split for you, and the big God sign will also be given to you. In addition, for each of your books, according to different word counts, I'll arrange the highest recommendation position for you. This is a condition that is not bad. Even Fake Nguyen was heartened. He knew that this was the biggest offer Kong Hui could give. At the same time, he understood that such a favor was not taken for nothing. So, he said, since Editor-in-Chief Kong is so sincere, let's talk about your conditions. Cool, then I have something to say. I'll take 30% of your earnings. Does Convoy want it high? Certainly not high for the terms he offered. In the case of a referral position, as long as the book isn't particularly poorly written, the income is absolutely guaranteed. Besides, it's still a 280 split with the website. That's a pretty high deal anywhere. False Nguyen, of course, was all for it. The purpose of his coming here was to get Kong Hui to personally state the conditions as well as the price. Both sides were pleasant. After leaving, Kong Hui said to Wang Kai, go get contract number 3 ready, and watch me tie him up next. Contract number 3, as Conway calls it, is an extremely complex contract. Let's put it this way, a non-professional lawyer would not be able to spot the hidden clauses without looking closely. Fake Nguyen also reported the battle to Chen Shoren. The stuff has been sent to your mailbox. Good. Tough. Chen Shoren opened the email and saw Kong Hui and Wang Kai appear inside the screen. The conversation between the two sides also brought Chen Shoren to his knees. He knew that Kong Hui was making small moves behind his back, but he didn't expect to be so bold. It is hard to imagine how much money Kong Hui has amassed over the years by taking advantage of his position. Chapter 165, Raise High, Lower Softly. Today is the mid-month general meeting for Crowd Reader. The chairman of the board and some of the executives were there. After the meeting, when the people left, only Chairman Yang Xianyu and Chief Editor Qian Shoren, as well as Kong Hui remained. Both Qian Shoren and Kong Hui did not leave. Obviously both had something to report to Chairman Yang Xianyu. At this time, Kong Hui said to Qian Shoren, Editor-in-Chief Qian, last time we made a deal. If I can handle Wu Yan, you're not allowed to stop him from coming to our immortal chivalry group. Kong Hui's expression was smug, even with a bit of teasing. Qian Shoren ignored his provocation and instead replied without any expression. Yes. At this point, Chairman Yang Xianyu said, tell me, what's the matter with all of you? Not waiting for Qian Shoren to open his mouth, Kong Hui said first, Chairman, our group has created a new high for the year again. I'm looking for you because I want to apply to you for the distribution of the year-end award bonus. It's December, and it's a little early for Conway to make such an offer, but it makes sense. In fact, Kong Hui didn't leave because Qian Shoren hadn't left, and he wanted to see what Qian Shoren wanted to do. As for the distribution of the bonus, it was entirely his word. Yang Xianyu didn't take Kong Hui's words, but said to Qian Shoren, Old Qian, what's your business? Is it also about the bonus? Qian Shoren said, no, I'd like to ask the chairman how someone should be punished if they do something that harms the company's interests. At Qian Shoren's words, Yang Xianyu was first stunned, but then he realized that Qian Shoren must have caught some people's handles, and by saying this, he wanted him to take a stand. But our old foxes, especially Yang Xianyu such, can sit in his position of people? Naturally will not let people dig a hole for themselves. Yang Xianyu said smilingly, Old Qian, first of all, who was caught by you? For those who violate the rules, of course we have to punish them severely. Having said that, Qian Shoren could hear that Yang Xianyu's words could be left or right. Qian Shoren also no longer dwelled on it, but said bluntly, someone used his position to enrich himself. Yang Xianyu knew that Qian Shoren's words were definitely not empty words, but there were certain people's handles in his hands. Kong Hui had a bad feeling when he heard Qian Shoren's words, but he thinks he's done things seamlessly and hasn't left anything to chance. At that moment, lunch words popped into Kong Hui's head. However, it was then dismissed by him, because who would set him up with a work like the? Yang Xianyu didn't continue to ask Qian Shoren, but said to Kong Hui, Hui Zi, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. Yang Xianyu's meaning was simple. He wanted to sidetrack Kong Hui before asking Qian Shoren about the specifics so that he would be free to make up his mind. Kong Hui was just about to get up when Qian Shoren said, Editor-in-Chief Kong, it's better to stay. This matter can be related to you. Kong Hui stared at Qian Shoren and said with some anger, what do you mean? Qianshoren dropped his computer onto the big screen. At that point, video footage appeared on the big screen. The video is of Wang Kai sneaking into Qianshoren's office. Kang Hui immediately realized that he had been counted. At this moment, he had a bad feeling creeping into his heart. Yang Xianyu didn't recognize Wang Kai, thought Qianshoren was for this, immediately slapped the table and fumed. Which group is this? Actually did such a thing? Against the heavens. After the video finished playing, Qianshoren clicked on the second video. The video features footage of Conway talking eloquently in it. I'll do a 28% split for you, and the big God sign will also be given to you. In addition, for each of your books, according to different word counts, I'll give you the highest recommendation. Since Editor-in-Chief Kong is so sincere, let's talk about your conditions. Cool, then I have something to say. I'll take 30% of your share. Kang Hui's face was green at this point. He never dreamed that he would actually be put on the spot by Qianshoren. The video was played and the conference room was dead silent. After a long time, Yang Xianyu spoke. Kang Hui, the person who entered Old Qian's office is from your group, right? Dispose of this person. In addition, your group's year-end awards are all cancelled. Yes, although Kang Hui was reluctant. At this time, he could only honestly respond. At the same time, he knew that this was Yang Xianyu bailing him out. As for Wang Kai, that can only be a backstabber. Qianshoren stared at Yang Xianyu. He thought that he could use this video. Even if he couldn't do away with Kang Hui, he would make him shed his skin. But the result was that an insignificant person was dealt with and the year-end bonus was cancelled. And such a result made him feel like a punch in the cotton. At this time, Yang Xianyu said, Kang Hui, you go down and deal with it first. Kang Hui got up and didn't forget to give Qianshoren a vicious look on his way out. Qianshoren waited for Yang Xianyu to give him an answer. Why just hold it up high and put it down gently? After Kang Hui went out, Yang Xianyu sighed. Ugh, old Qian. I know you're wondering why I did this. Yang Xianyu got up, walked to the window, looked out the window and said, you and Kang Hui are my right-hand man. The company development can't be separated from you. It's Kang Hui's fault that this happened. But disposing of Kang Hui is not the only way to solve the problem. It's not even the optimal solution. Yang Xianyu walked to Qianshoren's side and patted his shoulder. Old Qian, let's call it a day. I'll take care of Kang Hui's side. Qianshoren's heart was cold at the moment. He couldn't understand how a business could tolerate something like this and do nothing about it. What hurt him even more was that the evidence he had painstakingly gathered was so superfluous in the eyes of the old boss. Not to mention finishing off Kang Hui, he didn't even manage to make him move. This result, he was displeased with. But what can be done about discontent? The chairman has spoken. What can this make him? The errand boy. Do we have to argue on the merits and have to sort out the rights and wrongs? Joke's on you. The old boss has made it pretty clear that he doesn't want to make a big deal out of this. This means that the matter can only be raised high and put down gently. Yang Xianyu also went out of the conference room after saying this. At the moment, he was the only one in the entire conference room. At this point, Qianshoren suddenly thought of the word Su and said, this matter may end without a trace. At first, he thought that Senator Su was worried that he would not be able to get the appropriate evidence, so he reminded him with kind words, but now it seems that may not be the case. Did he expect this ending from the beginning? Impossible. How could he possibly know the outcome? Qianshoren thought to himself. When he exited the conference room, he couldn't wait to make a call to Senator Su. He wanted to seek confirmation of the suspicion in his mind. Chapter 166, Short Essay ends. Judging begins. When Senator Su saw Qianshoren's call, he thought to himself, it seems that I was right. When the phone was connected, Qianshoren opened the door and asked, Mr. Su, what did you mean when you said that? You mean you're screwing Convoy and it's going to end without a hitch? Qianshoren froze for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to actually remember. That means, then, that Sam Su's remark was not an empty one. How did you know? It's simple. You know the art of empire. A sentence that felt like it knocked on Qianshoren's numbness. Qianshoren probably understood. But in Qianshoren's eyes, Senator Su has not seen Yang Xianyu at all. So how could he know such a result just by speculation? At this point, Qianshoren is not convinced. So he couldn't help but ask, what does that mean? You and Kong we belong to different factions, but in the eyes of the boss, your existence is used to constrain each other. So your old boss won't allow one side to monopolize power, which is why you were parachuted over in the first place. After Susan said this, Qianshoren felt his scalp tingle. He hadn't thought that Senator Su had really expected the end from the start. What kind of person is it that has the ability to analyze like that? At the same time, he marveled at the intelligence that Senator Su had at his disposal, actually knowing even about his own parachute. It's no secret, but who has nothing better to do than look up this stuff? and then look at what he knows about Senator Su, which is limited to that information publicly available on the internet, and nothing else. Mr. Su really does have a great eye. You see more thoroughly than I do. Truly, these words were said by Qian Shoren from the bottom of his heart. Senator Su said, Editor-in-Chief Qian, it's not that I can see clearly, as the saying goes, the authorities are confused and the onlookers are clear. You and I are just standing at different angles. Thank you, Mr. Su. No need to be so polite. You and I might even work together. Chen Shoren was puzzled by what he heard about Su Shin's last sentence, although he felt that Senator Su was being polite. With what had just happened, he couldn't ignore the words no matter what. Chen Shoren muttered in his mind, what the hell does that mean? After this incident, Kang Hui and Chen Shoren both realized a truth. That is, neither of the two can anyone. That said, put another way, the two can maximize their screw-ups. Kang Hui, in particular, was put on the spot by Qian Shoren though. Precisely, he went from being sneaky before to being blatant. Of course, it's not that he can blatantly seek out authors for kickbacks, but he can rob people with impunity. For example, he still had some qualms about robbing people before, but it was different now. He no longer had to worry about Qian Shoren snitching. In this regard, Qian Shoren is very passive. Kang Hui belongs to the social school, but Qian Shoren belongs to the academy. People who come from science classes are still more subtle on that point. It's all about what you want. Because of this, his methods were no match for Kang Hui's simple and brutal ones. The chairman, Yang Xianyu, although he was aware of their little private maneuvers, he did not stop them. In his eyes, he was hoping to see something like this happen. When they run out of people to fight for it, they'll naturally go outside and fight for it. This is what Yang Xianyu intends to do. In fact, in Yang Xianyu's eyes, Qian Shoren is still too conservative. By doing so, he kind of forced Qian Shoren to be ruthless, even categorized this as a wolf culture. After this experience, Qian Shoren became more and more bored with his current job. After Kang Hui experienced this incident, he was considered to be completely on the opposite side of the fence from Chen Shoren and Wu Yan. After all, one of his cronies, Wang Kai, was sort of taken out. He counted the consequences of causing all this on Chen Shoren and Wu Yan. Now he was checking everywhere for news of Wu Yan through various means. If you can't get it, destroy it. This is Convoy's credo. But he couldn't find any relevant information about Wu Yan no matter what. He also knew that the guy from before was a fake. Kang Hui and Qian Shoren are in a company. Low head to sea. The surface should still go through. Otherwise, he would have forced Qian Shoren to hand over his men long ago. It's December. The essay contest for the short piece is over. The next step is the competition session. All of the authors' entries, which were entered anonymously, were ultimately voted on by the audience to rank their work. Those literary enthusiasts are still excited when the work officially goes live. Finally, I'd been waiting for this for ages. I've heard there are a lot of big names coming this time. I kind of can't wait. I still haven't gotten over the last time I read The Old Thief Wu Yan's Alive, so it's a good time to let this short wash my mind. In fact, there are all sorts of literary competitions every year. The platforms are also varied. Apart from the official ones, it's the bigger ones organized by Crowdreader. Everyone logged on to the Crowdreader platform at the first opportunity. A piece to look at. The president of the Writers Guild, An Wenli, was also browsing through the pieces. Ugh, the quality of work these days is just a dime a dozen. An Wenli moved his body and then opened an article called A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles. Very plain name. Originally set in a noodle shop in Hokkaido, Japan. Samsu changed the location to Kyoto. The story opens at a noodle shop. The time is the big night. Just as the last customer was out the door and the store owner was about to say close for the night, the door was creaked open. A woman walked in with two children, two boys of about 6 and 10, one in a brand new sweatshirt. The woman, however, wore an out-of-season short coat of diagonal plaid. The story favors the narrative style. There's no fluff, but it's plain. An Wenli continued to read down the page. Welcome. The boss's wife went up to greet her. Ah, Yangchun noodles. A bowl of. Can I? The woman asked timidly. The two little boys hid behind their mom and also looked timidly at the boss's wife. A mother, with two children, came to a noodle shop on New Year's Eve and ended up ordering only one bowl of noodles. The owner could see at once that the family was living in dire straits, but the owner's gesture was heartwarming. A pile of noodles, long prepared on the counter, piled up like a small mountain. A pile for one person. The boss grabbed a pile of noodles, then added half a pile and put them into the pot together. The boss's wife immediately comprehended that this was a special extra for the mother and son trio from her husband, and Wenli was a little moved by the sight of such a depiction. The simple, unadorned writing depicts simple shots, but gives a sense of earthly warmth. And Wenli thought of when he was little and his family was poor, but his parents never treated their siblings poorly. He is where he is now, all thanks to what he has learned from his childhood. He had seen so much kindness that he was good at heart. When I saw the owners move, I had the feeling of seeing my parents back in the day. Chapter 167, A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles. The scene of mother and son eating noodles unconsciously came to Wenli's mind. The hot and fragrant Yangchun noodles were put on the table, and the mother and son three immediately gathered around the bowl of noodles and ate with their heads touching each other. "It's delicious," my brother said. "Mommy, eat too." My brother took a chopstick of noodles and brought it to my mom's mouth. The story up to this point doesn't have a lot of ups and downs. It's just recounting the plot centered on a noodle shop where a mother and son eat noodles. Time to the second year. At the same time, the noodle shop welcomed another mother and son. The boss's wife saw the short, out of season, diagonal plaid coat on that woman and thought of those three last customers on New Year's Eve last year. "Is this bowl of Yangchun noodles okay?" The owner's wife took them to the same table number 2 from last year and went into the kitchen. "Hey, baby daddy, give 'em 3 bowls, will ya?" the boss's wife whispered in the boss's ear. "No, they might be embarrassed if that happens." The owner, as he had done last year, silently grabbed a portion and a half of pasta and put it in the pot. And Wenli was deeply touched by the simple conversation between the owner and his wife. In the land of China, helping others is our precious tradition. However, it's not often that a boss like this one is able to lend a helping hand while also carefully taking care of the recipient's emotions. In our day-to-day lives, we often tend to be direct and obvious in our displays of goodwill, and there is certainly nothing wrong with that. But there are times when we should be more like this noodle shop owner, letting love flow in silence and warming others wordlessly. Such a scene moved in Wenli beyond words. Soon it was time for a third big night. From 9:30 onwards, the boss and the boss's wife did not say anything, but they both looked a bit uneasy. Just after 10 o'clock, the hired workers left work. The boss and the boss's wife immediately turned over the price tags of all kinds of noodles hanging on the wall one by one, and hurriedly wrote Yangchun noodles 10 yuan. In fact, since this summer, with the rise in prices, the price of Yangchun noodles has been 15 yuan a bowl. The price of Yangchun noodles has been 15 yuan a bowl since this summer as prices have risen. And Wenli, warmed again by this gesture of the boss couple. Again, it was table 2, and this time the owner's wife had set up the reservation sign ahead of time, just waiting for the mother and son trio to arrive. Both brothers had grown so much this year that the boss and his wife almost didn't recognize them. The child's mother, however, was still wearing the short, somewhat faded coat that was out of season. "Welcome," the owner's wife greeted her with a smile. "Ah, 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles, okay?" Mother asked timidly. "Okay, please sit inside." The owner's wife brought the 3 to table 2 and collected the reservation cards as if nothing had happened. This paragraph gives an account of the family. It turned out that the child's father had died in a traffic accident, and the heavy debt he left behind fell on the shoulders of the child's mother. Over the years, this mother has been resilient in paying off her debts, and as a result, the only luxury for them on New Year's Eve is surprisingly a hot bowl of Yangchun noodles at this noodle shop. The older brother also told his mother about attending the parent-teacher conference on his brother's behalf. "It turns out that one of my brother's essays is going to represent the school in the Kyoto essay contest." On the day of the parent-teacher conference, the teacher asked his brother to read this essay aloud. But his brother did not inform his mother because he was also aware of the difficulties at home and was afraid that his mother would take leave from work because of it. The older brother found out about the situation from his brother's friend and went to his brother's parent-teacher conference on his mother's behalf. "The essay is written about the fact that my father died in a road accident, leaving behind a large debt. Mother worked hard every day from morning to night, and I went to deliver the morning and evening newspapers." Brother wrote all about it. Then wrote, "The night of December 31st, mother and son 3 people eat a bowl of Yangchun noodles. Very delicious. 3 people only buy a bowl of Yangchun noodles. Noodle shop uncle and aunt are still very enthusiastic to receive us, thank us, but also blessed us to have a good year." Hearing this voice, the brother's heart cannot help but shout, "Cannot fail, to work hard, to live well." Therefore, when my brother grows up and becomes an adult, he wants to open a noodle shop which is the one in Kyoto, and he also wants to say to the customers, "Work hard, and wish you happiness." The conversation between mother and son was overheard by the noodle shop couple. On this night, mother and son ordered 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles. The owner answered and put 3 bowlfuls of noodle portions into the pot, and Wenli rubbed his eyes. He had been touched by everyone who appeared inside the novel. The story continues to move slowly through this seemingly mundane narrative. In the following years, every New Year's Eve, the owner and his wife of the noodle shop would always make a special effort to reserve table number 2 for the mother and son, yet they never showed up again. With the passage of time, the noodle shop's business has become more and more prosperous, and the store has been refurbished and renovated as a result. The tables and chairs were replaced with brand new styles, except for table 2, which remained the same and stood out. The owner and his wife did not find this incongruous, but instead purposely placed table number 2 in the center of the store as a special tribute. Whenever a curious customer asks why, the owner and his wife are always honest and tell the customer the heartwarming story. As a result, Table 2 became known as the Table of Happiness, and its reputation spread as word of mouth spread among customers. Many people traveled from far and wide just to enjoy a bowl of Yangchun noodles at Table 2 and feel that unique atmosphere of happiness. Young schoolgirls and couples flocked to the restaurant, making Table 2 the most popular seat in the noodle shop. It wasn't until 10 years later that mother and son finally showed up again. The two brothers have gotten ahead, and the women have gotten new clothes. The boss's wife really didn't recognize the mother and son this time. 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles. Is that okay? Hearing this, the boss's wife instantly remembered the mother and son from 10 years ago. Confronted with the boss's wife's lack of knowledge, a young man spoke the truth. We are the customers who shared a bowl of Yangchun noodles between mother and son on New Year's Eve 10 years ago. At that time, it was the encouragement of this bowl of Yangchun noodles that made the 3 of us work together to get through the hard times. After this, we moved to another place. I passed the national examination for doctors this year and am now working as an intern at the University Hospital in Kyoto. Next April, I will work at Concord Hospital. My brother, who hasn't opened a noodle shop yet, is now working in a bank in Kyoto. I discussed with my brother and planned an extravagant action for the first time in my life. That's how it is. Today we, mother and son, came to visit on purpose, wanting to trouble you to cook 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles, like an appointment, and the story comes to an end. Chapter 168, Capturing the Crown. Anne Wenli wiped the tears from her eyes. It's been a long time since I've seen such a touching story. As the leader of the Writers Guild, I was moved and delighted to see such a great article. This story is bland but touching in every way, which is a credit to the author. But look at the style. Which writer is responsible for it? Anne Wenli guessed. In the current literary scene, writers are writing in a style that satirizes reality through clever storylines and literary metaphors. This article, however, takes a different approach. The story is told in a simple narrative style. It has a whiff of chicken soup for the soul, but it's a read that will make you shed a tear. From a business perspective, a few bowls of noodles may be insignificant, but the caring, trust and support between people embedded in it touches the heart deeply. It is clearly not cost-effective to wait for a mother and child to arrive if only for financial gain. However, the true value of society lies in its ability to provide comfort to the desperate and warmth to those in need of assistance. It is this kind of humanistic care and spiritual support that is most valuable to this society. Man does not live merely to satisfy his appetites. There exists in the world something that seems useless but contains great power. It can inspire more creativity and value in people in the future. And that's what this story is so profoundly about. Many people have probably received kindness from strangers, sometimes just a subtle gesture or even just eye contact. However, the power of these seemingly insignificant acts of kindness is in no way less than the simple but heartwarming have a bowl of Yangchun noodles in the story. Anne Wenli does a summary, digging into the real meaning behind this story. Many of you have also read all the short stories announced this time, and there is a lively discussion going on. I feel that the best story in this is a bowl of Yangchun noodles. I've never made myself cry reading a short story. The story A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles is so healing that I believe in love everywhere on earth again. The old thief Wu Yin's alive and a bowl of Yangchun noodles are two extremes. One broke my defense and the other healed me. People gave rave reviews to A Bowl of Yangchun noodles while not forgetting to curse over Wu Yin's alive. Readers rated this one as they read it. After 2 weeks, the results were posted at the end of December. First place, A Bowl of Yangchun Noodles, with an overall rating of 9.8. Second place, March in the Sun, with an overall rating of 9.5. Third place, Two Face, with an overall rating of 9.2. In last place was a short story titled Standing. The rating is actually 3.0. That's the lowest score you can get. You can't get any lower than that. Clicking through the comments section was unbearable, full of abuse. Grass. What you write is not good. Actually follow The Old Thief's Alive by Noon Yen. Must be poorly reviewed. My nigga. Aren't you tired of me getting hit enough? Bad review. I wipe Lou. This hanging hair would not be the old thief of the afternoon speech. Poor evaluation. Still standing. Why don't you lie down? See what you can do. Bad review. Everyone's comments are centered around comparisons to Alive. This one, without a doubt, became padded. The results are in and the author's information is published accordingly. Readers assumed that Standing was a short story by Lunchword, so they all wanted to see the jokes. As a result, everyone was dumbfounded when the author information was released, only to see that the author of the first place ranking, A bowl of Yangchun noodles, is actually noon words, and the author of Standing, which came in last place, is actually a person called Hanyu. The man is a minor celebrity in the literary world. The main reason he voted for this article was because he read Alive, and Alive actually has a 9.8 rating. It made him move a little. Originally, he had prepared a different novel, but he froze and scrapped the previous one and submitted this one. Standing. Hanyu thought it was a pitch that readers would be willing to pay for Alive, and his book, Standing, would surely be a hit. The result, predictably, was that he was on the verge of being scolded, and got the lowest score ever. At this moment, Hanyu had the feeling of being nailed to a pillar of shame. The general public was collectively dumbfounded when they learned that a bowl of Yangchun noodles was the work of Wu Yin. What's the situation? Old thief Wu Yan is playing sneak attack. Could this be a slap in the face and a sweet date on the side? I feel like I'm being rubbed on the ground by the old noonan thief. And the point is, I get up and say thank you to him. Standing is not the work of an old thief. Rub it in. Everyone was surprised, and at the same time, there was a feeling of being teased inside. But it has to be said that a bowl of Yangchun noodles is indeed too loving for them to pick out at this point. The crowd then ran back to vent their emotions under Standing, composed by Hanyu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to recognize the old thief Wu Yan. It's all your fault. You're the one who's been putting up smoke and mirrors. Damn it. If I could score negative, high and low would have to give you one. You're making me feel like I've eaten a turd. Just tell me if you should be scolded. If anything, Hanyu was nailed to the pillar of shame by the crowd in front of him. Now, then, Han Wu, who was on the pillar of shame, was simply a disgrace to the pillar of shame. Hanyu was also completely collapsed. The feeling of stealing a chicken without being able to do so was something that he had thoroughly experienced. Some people say that the culprit of all this is Noonan's Alive. So why don't people go to the bottom of Alive and curse it? It's impossible to call out Alive. Not in this lifetime. Not only will you not curse, but you will also give good reviews and high marks. The goal is to get more people to read the book. For everyone's unspoken bad taste, Senator Su was also speechless. It suddenly occurred to him that when he was on Earth, he had treated Yu Hua's Alive in the same way. Senator Su lamented. It's true. Readers under every time and space have this kind of bad taste. With the win of a bowl of Yangchun noodles, more and more people know the name of Nunyan. Some people who don't read a lot of full-length novels are starting to pay attention to his other works as Noonan's reputation grows, and at around 130,000 words, Alive became the top choice. Looking at the high score of 9.8 and the favorable book reviews throughout, it made the crowd feel like they had picked up a treasure. So, everyone started to look at it seriously. After watching it, it was another famous scene of collective depression. Someone even lit a cigarette and lamented with a look of hopelessness. You say, where has all the trust between people gone? Chapter 169, Leave This to Me. While everyone was feeling a lot of emotions, the official microblogging site of the Writers Association was updated with a message. A bowl of Yangchun noodles profoundly demonstrates the most sincere part of human emotions, with far-reaching values behind its story. This work is a profound dissection of life attitude, human kindness and social responsibility. In this materialistic society where the distance between people is gradually widening, this work promotes a spirit of humanistic care, not forgetting to pay attention to the emotions and needs of individuals while society develops, especially to give more love and help to those who are in distress. This kind of care is not only between individuals, but it's also the whole community's concern and support for the disadvantaged. The reviews for a bowl of Yangchun noodles are sprawling and not overrated. This is also a kind of official recognition of the noon speech. This immediately drew a crowd of netizens. What's going on? How come the officials are standing up for the old thief? A bowl of Yangchun noodles is quite touching, but it's a shame the old thief also wrote Alive. That said, who is the real body of the old thief Wu Yan? And no one has even seen it explode. It's hard to imagine that the author of a bowl of Yangchun noodles is the same person as the author of The Dragon and the Living. However, that wasn't all. As the Writers Guild then updated an official tweet, there has been unabated buzz about Mr. Wu Yan's other full-length novel, Alive. Such a work, which profoundly reveals the suffering and resilience of life, and through the sorrows and joys of the main characters, reflects the changing winds and clouds of an era. With a simple and thought-provoking account of life's inevitable sorrows and joys, Noonan's work brings to life the fragility and preciousness of life, while also showing the complexity and greatness of human nature. For the introduction to Alive, it's clear that the Writers Guild is also quite positive about this work. For those who haven't seen either of these works, it's a bit unclear to see the frequent official praise for one, but those who have seen both have also praised them. Especially if you've seen Alive. It's a big deal. If a bowl of Yangchun noodles makes you feel the true love of the world, then Alive brings you back to reality and life. Staying alive, as the name suggests, is a close depiction of life that is simply riveting. The most convincing book of my life is alive. Believe it or not. The comments section is all about living the discussion. The point is that everyone says it with a fervor. People who haven't read the Noonan novels are tickled to see the high praise from the officials and everyone else. In the spirit of curiosity, they first opened a bowl of Yangchun noodles. Read it and say, great article. When it floats, so they couldn't wait to click on alive again. Next, cigarettes were smoked and drinks were consumed, depressing a whole lot of people again. They can't tell you how hard it is in their hearts. However, when one is irritated, one also wants to hope that others will share in the heartache, as if that is the only way the hard feelings can be eased a little. So, with smiles on their faces and mom and pop in their hearts, they rated Alive high and gave it a favorable review. And Wenli, president of the Writers Guild, was amazed at the rave reviews of Alive. Are people so mentally strong now? As more and more people have read Alive, more and more people are pushing the book. It's like a snowball that gets bigger and bigger and just doesn't stop. But, again, the Tennessean has a lot of traction. Only when we saw Xiaofeng kill Aju, everyone had a hard time again. But compared to what happened to Fuguei in Alive, it's still acceptable. BTW. Skyrim has been updated to 46 chapters and it's almost over. On the last day of December, Shen Shoren directly sent out the remaining 4 chapters in one breath in order to give everyone a benefit. This is going to make the internet happy. They gave all the credit for this to Noonan. Good job on this, Old Thief Wuyin. Explode the work. The grand finale. It's the fastest book I've ever caught up on. If the Old Thief hadn't written Alive, he would have been perfect in my mind. Everyone finished expressing their feelings, so they read the book. However, the nightmare begins. Xiaofeng is dead. There is no acceptance of this ending. Damn, Old Thief, you got Azu killed. I put up with it. You actually knifed Xiaofeng as well. Are you still not a human being? Bastard. It is simply how can Xiao Warrior die? Old Thief Woyen, come out. I'm not done with you. I knew this bastard didn't have any good intentions, and sure enough, he's waiting for us here. For a time, the crowd was outraged. Senator Su hadn't opened a microblog for Woyen, so people wouldn't be able to find him. But at that moment, someone suggested, damn, if we can't find the Old Thief, let's go to Crowdreader to get a statement. For a while, everyone flocked to the official website of Crowdreader. There have been protests up there. Go inform the Old Thief to change Xiaofeng's ending, and I'll pretend this never happened. Call out the Old Thief, or you'll take the blame for this. If you dare harbor the Old Thief, beware of us going to your headquarters to block you. Right, if we don't hand over the Old Thief, we'll go to the headquarters of Crowdreader and make trouble. For a moment, the people at Crowdreader were confused. They never dreamed that one day they would be threatened by a group of readers. And, by the looks of it, it's obviously not just a mouthful of highs. Now, there are already people making appointments. This time, everyone was bound to get a claim for Xiaofeng. Xian Shoren saw that things were getting bigger and bigger, and even the relevant departments were paying attention to this matter. Xian Shoren went straight to the phone to Senator Su. Mr. Su, what do you think we should do now? We really can't suppress it this time. How have you guys solved things like this before? Xian Shoren was on the verge of tears. How had he ever encountered this situation before? Before, almost all authors, who fulfill the emotions of their readers, how could they dare to provoke their readers? Besides, every author has a Twitter account, and they can't make trouble with the site. Senator Su is different. No one knows who he is, and people naturally throw fire on their website. Xian Shoren said truthfully, Mr. Su, we haven't encountered anything like this before. Senator Su also didn't expect the Bluesterians to have such fragile nerves. I thought Alive had worked everyone out, but I didn't realize these readers were still so impulsive. Seeing that Xian Shoren didn't look like he was pretending, Su-san said, leave this to me. But, don't worry, I can fix it. Chapter 170, skillfully defused. Hanging up the phone, Sam Su thought to himself, you all can't accept Xiaofeng's fall. What would you do if the Dragon Rider part of the Divine Eagles was brought out later? And Erica from Dragons, Grady's BOLO. Sirius, Dumbledore from Harry Potter. Alas, take your time. I'm sure you'll bear it. Su send these heart. Not to mention the Blue Star people. Even on Earth, every character's fall, let a person's intention is difficult to calm, and has even caused a certain amount of riots. This would be exciting. Absolutely exciting. If it was all set up for the Blue Stars. In fact, one might argue why people can accept the setting of Alive, but not the ending of Xiaofeng. This is to be analyzed in terms of the nature of the two books. Alive is a profound reflection of the suffering of society and the impermanence of life through the experiences of the main character, Fu Guwei. Although the ending is not perfect, readers can feel the reality of life and a deep insight into human nature. This ending is somehow in line with people's understanding and acceptance of real life, because it reveals the cruelty and uncertainty of life, but also conveys a sense of resilience and strength to survive. In contrast, Xiaofeng in the 8 Books of the Dragon is a character full of contradictions and complexities. He was both a loyal friend and a poor man caught by fate. The finale is a break from the traditional expectations of heroes in justice. Therefore, people are not happy about Xiaofeng's death. Another thing is that very little of Blue Star's recent literature has ended this way. In their perception, in novels, especially martial arts novels, the hero should be able to save the day and the story should have a happy ending for all. It's a big book with hundreds of heroes, yet as soon as Xiaofeng makes his appearance, they are all eclipsed and relegated to the background of the story. But such a great warrior in people's hearts, but ended up with no place to stay, and finally ended up with death. It certainly touched their sensitive nerves. But what has to be recognized is the excellence of this novel. Senator Su muttered to himself, "It's better to solve the current problem first." He logged on to Weibo, refined it based on people's interpretation of Xiaofeng in his previous life, and then updated an article on Weibo. For the ending of Xiaofeng in the 8 Dragons of Heaven, people may be as upset as I am. However, what I want to express is that Xiaofeng's death is, to some extent, the inevitability of his fate. It is such an end that makes him the eternal Xiaofeng in our hearts, and his valor and tragedy are thus forever framed. First of all, he was in the center of the whirlpool of conflicts between the Han Liao and Liao tribes. No matter which side he stood on, he would carry the hatred and incomprehension of the other side, and this irreconcilable contradiction doomed him to a tragic fate. Secondly, Xiaofeng's character is strong, loyal and righteous, and when he discovers the mystery of his birth and all the misunderstandings, he cannot tolerate that he brings harm to any party. Unable to balance the internal and external pressures with his own beliefs, death may be a relief for Xiaofeng in his ultimate adherence to loyalty and righteousness. Samsu analyzes the situation from many aspects, such as compulsion of reality and patriotism, reason of character and Confucian education, emotion and guilt towards the Han Chinese, inner sublimation and seeing through the red dust, and so on. Eventually came to a conclusion: Xiaofeng only die is our heart of the liver and guts, righteousness of the great hero. Soon, this article by Senator Su gained the attention of netizens. Senator Su now had nearly 70 million fans, and within those fans, there were also readers who loved to watch the book. Everyone was a bit confused when they saw Senator Su stand up and speak for Wu Yan. However, Senator Su spoke with vigor, and when he tasted it, it was really something like that. In fact, what people don't realize is that this ruckus by the readers has gotten the attention of the relevant authorities. At this time, the Writers Guild was also writing articles to right the wrongs of Xiaofeng's death, but before they could send it out, Senator Su had already given a strong finalization for Xiaofeng's death, and Wenli exclaimed, "He understands it more profoundly than we do. It seems that only a genius can understand a genius." Fans of Sam Su, for the remarks he gave, still looked in carefully. After a bit of thought, "I think it's true," but some of the old bookworms, who were not fans of Su Shen, naturally pointed their fingers at him for Su Shen coming out to speak for Wu Yan. "What the hell do you know about the 8 Books of the Heavenly Dragon? The old thief Wu Yan definitely did it on purpose. Couldn't he have given Xiaofeng an ending of returning to the mountains and becoming a worldly man?" Without waiting for Senator Su to speak, those who agreed with Su's point immediately stood up and retorted, "If it's really written that way, is it still the same Xiaofeng in our hearts?" So, people on both sides of the fence started arguing back and forth. This was the ending that Sam Su wanted. In fact, from the very beginning, Senator Su had never fantasized that one of his articles would be able to calm everyone's waves of emotions. His aim is to generate different perspectives and stimulate a diverse clash of ideas among readers. When different voices are heard, readers naturally argue their case in defense of their respective points of view. This not only effectively distracted everyone's attention, but also skillfully avoided the possibility of mobbing. Just like that, a crisis was skillfully diffused. Xian Shoren was at first puzzled by Su Sen's move, and he didn't think that an article by Su Sen would be able to diffuse the crisis. But when he saw the results, a little thought made him realize what Sam Su was doing this for. Talent! Xian Shoren exclaimed heartily. Elder Zhao was also concerned about this matter, seeing that Sam Su had easily defused a storm with a single strike. In this regard, he also admired Senator Su for this approach. In fact, at the point where the cultural wall is about to be opened, the officials do not wish to resort to strong-arm tactics to suppress it, only as a last resort. To avoid accidents, will some unconventional means be used to bring the situation under control? If conditions permit, officials likewise expect to see a flourishing scene of blossoming and diversified development in the cultural field. Go find out what this Noonan is about? Zhao Lao arranged. Soon enough, Zhao Lao learned that the so-called Wuyin was Senator Su. For a moment, he was in a bit of a trance. This result was more shocking than when we first learned that Doraemon and Pandora on Masked Singer were Sam Su. This kid is playing Infernal with me here. If the readers know who you are, I'll see how you end up. For a while, Zhao Lao had the feeling that he was looking forward to the moment when Su Shen's identity would be revealed. Chapter 171, Disputes between the two parties. After the release of Senator Su's tweets, those who hold different views began a fierce battle to defend them. Just as everyone is arguing, the Writers Guild has updated an article, "No one is injustice. All sentiments are sins." I am honored to have finished reading Mr. Wuin's The 8 Parts of the Dragon, a novel that mentions more than 230 characters. Every character presented in this book is deeply involved in their own greed, anger, and love, showing the various cycles of karma and karmic retribution. The 3 tragic threads of greed for power, hatred and anger, and lust and enmity form a unique web of relationships. It reveals that in the great tragedy of life everyone is in the net and everyone is a weaver. There are emperors and kings, Jianghu heroes, warlocks of immortality, handsome young men, divine and celestial beauties, unimaginable martial arts, conspiracies, vengeance, traps, and misunderstandings. The 8 heavenly dragons, human and non-human, listen to Buddhism together. From the South China Sea to the north, from Gusu to Tian Shan, the red face turns to white bones. Talent, merit, ambition, love and hate are like dew, like electricity, dreams and bubbles. The strange karmic method in the Dragon's Bastard may not be subversive of heroism, but at least it has a profound sadness and doubt, and it is this sadness and doubt that makes the heroes what they are. No one is wronged. All sentiments are sinful. These 8 words can be considered as the main theme of the whole book, an article that analyzes the Tenebrae in extreme detail. Senator Su couldn't help but nod his head as he watched. Finally, the Writers Guild, again, explains the book's palindromes. In The 8 Parts of the Dragon, the title of each chapter with the corresponding volume name is skillfully presented in a lyric, from The Journey of the Youth to The Water and the Dragon. This way of writing the refrain is a testament to Mr. Wuin's deep literary attainments, and his talent is admirable. Everyone couldn't be bothered to argue at this point. Compared to the many issues the Writers Guild delves into in this article, the kinks they show in the life and death of a particular character are like watching a child play. Is it really that awesome? I'm a little dizzy. Let me smooth it out. Over 230 people. Are there really that many? I'll count them. In that case, why do I feel like I've watched The Dragon's Bastard for nothing? So, weekly, are we watching the same version? Each volume is really a lyric. Old Thief Wuyan is too powerful. Since then, everyone's attention has begun to return to the book Tian Long Badi instead of continuing to obsess over Xiao Feng's ending. That's where this fiasco comes to an official end. The time came in January. All eyes are on the entertainment industry. The cultural wall between Huaxia and Hanqiao is open. On this particular day, no artists from either the Chinese or Korean continent side released their works. Everyone is waiting. Wait for the first one to step forward. As the saying goes, the gun hits the head. Entertainers in the entertainment industry didn't move, but netizens in both countries buzzed first. Hangzhou netizens, the first to clamor online, accept our conquest, an intruder's stance. Chinese netizens are naturally not accustomed to them. A bunch of sticks, fooling around, looking like they've never seen the world. This is no place for you to be wild. Be honest. What's so hoity-toity about your acreage? Seeing this, the Hangzhou netizens were not willing to be weak, and they directly quarreled. We, Hangzhou, are the entertainment kingdom? Not you, showbiz, and also Korean entertainment. Next, it will absolutely take your breath away. Both sides went back and forth without giving way. How pointless it is to just bicker. Netizens on both sides of the fence are swearing and cursing while pushing each other's best songs from their own countries in order to prove what they are saying is true. Listen to our junior's fake walker. The other guy immediately pushed over a song. Let's show you our daydream. However, push comes to shove and people send out songs that have been on fire lately. Hangzhou's side sent My Destiny. Huaxia's side then sent over Love Your Destiny. When Chinese netizens saw this, they laughed. I'll tell you a secret. The lyrics and music of this song is our junior. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's obviously our Su Shen. The netizens of Huaxia are aware that both songs were composed by Su Shen. When it was first on the internet, it was still Christina Han who announced this news. Each side has its own version of the fight for the Susan. At this point, Hangzhou netizens posted the song 1,000 Years of Love to be more convincing. When the Huaxia audience heard it, why did it feel so familiar? Asterisk 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 if it isn't Junior's Deadly Love. So, immediately, Deadly Love was scheduled. Hangzhou sent in another swap out. This time, there is no corresponding song. Samhyo only released the Korean version of Swap Out in the first place, and did not bring out the Mandarin counterpart, eyebrows flying. Now, the Chinese side was a bit confused. They didn't know that Sam Su had written such a song for Hanzhou. Seeing this, Hanzhou netizens took advantage of the situation and posted Gangnam Style again. Now, the netizens were completely speechless. The song, it's so brainwashing and the video is magical. Some Hahan fans saw this and immediately got into the spirit of the game, and stood in line to go next door. Look at that. That's what I call a masterpiece. Entertainment related and also Korean entertainment. Oba, I love you so much. In the face of these haha Korean fans, most Chinese netizens were infuriated. What about the promise of unanimity? Only to have someone inside turn against us first. These Hokkien fans are all junior high and high school students. They can be tough fighters. And many netizens don't want to argue with this group of brainwashed people, who can be forceful even if you have a point. They even have the attitude of not listening to the wanker's recitation of the scriptures. To be honest, China's side was indeed a bit passive in the face of Gangnam Style. That's when someone suggested, I'm going to give them an encore of the most dazzling of them all. It was at this point that sharp-eyed netizens discovered the key message. Look everyone, the lyrics to this song are also by Junior. Not only that, even the choreography and MV planning are all Junior. China's netizens found a counterpoint and immediately hit back. You guys watch? Who are the lyricist, choreographer and MV planner? Figure it out before you fool around. Hanzhou's netizens did not show any weakness and said, I don't know who the Junior you are talking about is, but this song was composed by our company artist Hyo Sam under Hanzhou FC. People are confused. This is because there were indeed rumors of Wachai being acquired by Hanzhou FC Entertainment before. Chapter 172, How Dare He? Regarding the character relationship between Su Xin and Xiao San, with the enthusiastic and cursing popularization of the Chinese netizens, the people of Hanzhou finally understood that they were the same person. The Chinese netizens do not believe in the claim that Hanzhou netizens have decided that Su Xin is from Hanzhou. However, they are ambiguous about whether or not Wachoi was acquired by Hanzhou FC Entertainment. After all, this has been rumored online before. And, right now, so many entertainment companies in China are not clear with the Hanzhou side. As for whether or not Wachovia has been acquired by FC, it's really hard to say. Hanzhou's netizens look like they've caught the key. Next, no matter what the Chinese netizens said, whether it had anything to do with Su Xin or not, they refuted it without forgetting to add, Su Xin is from Hanzhou. In the end, they simply didn't even bother to argue. And no matter what the question was, the Hanzhou netizens would always reply, Senator Su is from Hanzhou. This makes Chinese netizens instantly break the defense. You paralyzed. Have the ability to come out and fight one-on-one. Sam Su is from Hanzhou. People from both Wat Entertainment and Korean Entertainment also noticed the online developments. They were speechless, but Culture Wall was finally open, and as a result, the netizens on both sides of the fence, all they talked about was actually Su Xin. Even though some artists are building momentum online, people on both sides of the fence, as usual, hang on to Sam Su when discussing it. The situation is not right. We're very passive at this rate. Major entertainment companies have voiced this sentiment. Neither Wat Entertainment nor Korean Entertainment's artists released their songs in the first place. For one thing, they didn't dare to go out on a limb for fear of becoming a target. Secondly, it is that they want to build up momentum first and try to gain more support. In this regard, the Hanzhou singers have the heaviest hearts. After all, how many people are there in Hanzhou? How many people are there in Huaxia? If you can get a foothold in Huaxia, then you will definitely become a winner in life in a minute. The entertainment company they worked for was already desperately trying to build momentum, but no matter what they did, they were being pushed head and shoulders over by Senator Su. What's more, even Hanzhou's local fans are hanging on to Sam Su. It gave them the feeling of being upstaged. Although Hyo Sam hasn't released any Korean songs, the last few months, several Korean songs that were on fire came from him. Even now, Hanzhou is full of Gangnam Style music. The horseback riding dance, moreover, went crazy throughout the entire Korean continent. Originally, they thought that with their star-making ability of Hanzhou, coupled with the cooperation of Huaxia Entertainment Company, they would definitely make a mess in Wat Entertainment. But now it seems as if it's a bit off from what was expected. Senator Su also noticed the movement on the internet. He was speechless as he watched the Hanzhou netizens claiming to be from Hanzhou. But he doesn't have time for that right now. He's going to take this opportunity to give the entertainment industry a big gift. Almost there. It's ready to start. Sam Su logged on to Weibo and updated with a message. New song, Materia Medica. Welcome to listen. When this news came out, it instantly set the entertainment world on fire. Mr. Wang, Senator Su has made a move. Mr. Jiang, Senator Su has struck. Mr. Yu, Senator Su has struck. Sam Hui didn't want to play small. he decided to take the high road. For a while, both Wachi's artists and FC Entertainment's artists promoted it. Samsu's new song has been released. Welcome to listen. The netizens in both countries are very enthusiastic. Whoa! This is the first song of the culture wall opening. I've listened to so many Chinese songs, and it's still Samsu's songs that speak to me the most. Here is the moment to witness the miracle. The song Materia Medica is On Earth, a song written by Fong, composed by Jay Cho, arranged by Michael Lam, and sung by Jay Cho. Senator Su didn't bring this song out to deliberately target anyone. He has more than one song for this cultural wall opening. The reason why the first song sacrifices the Materia Medica is to show an attitude Hua Lu is the most important. Some may argue that this approach is too unpatterned and seems a bit petty. Whoever said that is definitely a good old boy. It is important to realize that it is not just polite talk and superficial conciliations that are needed to gain the recognition and respect of others. True respect comes first from the accumulation of one's own strength and power, and secondly from courtesy based on equality and reciprocity. If you start out trying to be a good old boy, you will end up doing nothing. The so-called good for you and good for me and good for everyone is nothing more than a whitewash of peace. This is something that Samsu has a clear perception of. Everyone clicked on the song at the first opportunity. Whether or not they follow Sam Hui, they all want to hear what the first song of the culture wall opening is really a caliber. The intro was very dynamic and upbeat. Senator Su's voice also came out. If Hua Tuo were to come back to life, all of Zhongyang would be cured. Most of the Hanzhou people couldn't understand it, but the Huaxia people did. There was a flurry of emotion. Is that fierce? The cultural wall is only open. How dare he? Is Samsu crazy? With just 2 lines of lyrics, everyone was shocked. Elder Zhao was also listening to Samsu's song and was also taken aback. He only knew that Senator Su was strict and even a bit careful, but he hadn't expected that at this point in time, he would actually dare to be so blatant. The people in the CAC, too, were a bit confused. To their death, they didn't expect that the first song would dare to be so fierce. Amidst the crowd's confusion, shock, anger, disbelief, and skepticism, Samsu continued to sing. When foreigners come to learn Chinese characters, they inspire me with a sense of national identity. If the first sentence is fierce, the second is no less so. Netizens on the Chinese side wailed with excitement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little Sam is awesome. That's so damning. But so damn right. It still has to be Junior. People were previously exasperated by the Hanzhou netizens. Under the banner that Samsu was from Hanzhou, this would hear Samsu sing like this, and he was instantly energized. Previously, some people even scolded Su Shin for being a traitor and even unfollowed Su Shin. But when you hear those 2 sentences, you know you're taking it for granted. These people even made up their minds. Just for these 2 lines of lyrics, Su Shin are worth powdering for life. Although the Hanzhou netizens could not understand the lyrics on the music player at this time were in Chinese and Korean. They can't understand it, but they can see it. They don't know Hua Tuo, but they can read the lyrics. It was all a bit confusing for a while. Wang Changhua also saw the song. At first, he was laughing. Still too young. This time, you're the target. But he was also taken aback when he heard the 2 lyrics. Then, angrily, he roared, how dare he? How dare he? Jiang Chaoyang and Yu Hailong, too, were in deep thought. They couldn't figure out what exactly Samsu meant by this move. Especially Jiang Chaoyang, through the information he got and his own speculation, was aware of a bit of Su Shen's situation. Is it from above, or is it the boy himself? Chapter 173, The Materia Medica. 2 simple lyrics that made everyone nonplussed. But the song goes on. Strychnine, cassia, auricularia, and lotus seeds, yellow herbs, bitter bean seeds, neem seeds. I want to save face. My way of rewriting history. There's nothing else. Repeat after me. Yam, angelica, goji berry go. Chinese yam, angelica, goji berries, go. Watch me grab a handful of herbs and take a dose of pride. Upon hearing this, the students of the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine and the herb seller laughed. Can this be written as a song? When they saw the title of the song, they thought that Samsu was playing a trick. But hearing it now, they were kind of convinced. Normally these herbs were too familiar to them, but no one ever thought that these herb names could be sung as well. Moreover, with the dynamic melody, not to say, strange good sound, Samsu continued to sing. I have a relaxed expression, and I'm gonna jump around a little bit. You can't learn how to do it. Neon signs. Get in shape. Waiting to wake up in a gorgeous city. I'm just going to take it easy. I'm going to do a little dance. Calligraphy of the dynasty. The inner power is spread. Wave the block letters in a bold manner and give a punch to the dialogues. The end is flat on its back. Let's see who's the best. When we heard this, we all felt differently. self-contained, relaxed and uninhibited. It makes you listen and can't help but sway at a leisurely pace. Whereas the previous melody revealed pride, the current song is more of a statement of attitude towards life. This pride stems from the confidence and strength given by the deep cultural heritage, which gives people a fearless and courageous attitude. Everyone seemed to feel a determination to respect and pass on the traditional culture in the free and soulful singing voice of Samsu. The song continues. What is made into an elixir? What is kneaded into a pill? Deer antler should not be sliced too thin. You can't copy a master's technique like that. Turtle jelly, Yunnan Baiyao, and Cordyceps sinensis. Your own music, your own medicine, just the right amount. Listen to me. Chinese medicine is bitter, and plagiarism should be even more so. Open up your herbals and read more of the good book. The toadstools have been turned over. We mustn't lose the hard work of our ancestors. This is the light. This is the light. Sing along. That's the light, hey. Let me make a prescription to cure your internal injuries from pandering. A Chinese formula that's been rooted for thousands of years has a power that no one else knows. The average listener, though unaware of the effects of these herbs, feels healed. After all, it specializes in treating the internal injuries of foreign admiration. Chinese medicine, in a way, is the most representative symbol of China. Apart from Kung Fu, these Chinese herbal remedies are treasures that our ancestors have acquired through great hardships and deserve our pride. Therefore, it is all the more important for us to cherish and pass on our culture. Next, another chorus section. After the chorus, it's the little zombie bit. Squat, little zombie, squat, little zombie, squat, squatting again, little zombie squatting, lights in the dark alley, squatting again, little zombie squatting, drilling the turnip pit, crouch again, crouch, little zombie, chant a spell, squat, little zombie, squat, little zombie, squat, squatting again, little zombie squatting, lights in the dark alley, squatting again, little zombie squatting, drilling the turnip pit, crouch again, crouch, little zombie, chant a spell, la 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 la. Most people laughed when they heard this, because, as the lyrics sing, this game is turnip squat. Most people have played this game. After the song, the internet exploded. Junior is really daring, though, and sings well. Sing it right. I knew it. Junior never lets me down. Painful. This is our Chinese song. The little zombie bit at the end was so much fun. The Hanzhou people can't understand it. And even if they can see the translated lyrics, they don't know what these herbal names mean when they appear inside the song. Especially the little zombie bit at the end. They don't know zombies. They only know walkers. It left them with a sense of confusion. Just as the Hanzhou netizens were baffled. The first to blow up were those haha Korean fans in China. Shame on you, Senator Su, singing such a song at this time. What are your intentions? You're destroying the friendship between the two countries. I'm going to report you. No big picture at all. Just singing nonsense. Such an artist should be banned. Good lord. Before Hanzhou's netizens could say anything, the infighting started first. Instead of spoiling them this time, Chinese netizens sneered online. Do you know why the first line of the song manhwareccap is if Hua Tuo were to live again? Why? Because Hua Tuo is good at opening craniums. Revering foreigners is just sick in the head. For a moment, everyone couldn't hold back their laughter and poofed out a laugh at the response. Although Hanzhou netizens couldn't understand the manhwareccap, they knew that it was a song to promote Chinese culture from within the limited words. But for them, it doesn't matter. They're here to listen to the songs. Does it matter what they sing? More crucially, they thought, Su Sin is from our Hanzhou, and has been living in China. So what's wrong with singing a few songs that promote Chinese culture? It shows that Su Sin knows how to repay kindness. For a while, the netizens of Huaxiao were a bit confused. Asterisk 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 and more. I've seen shamelessness. I've never seen such shamelessness. Listening to them say that, why do I get the feeling they're complimenting Junior? After the manhwareccap went online, artists from both Hua Entertainment and Korean Entertainment didn't dare to do anything rash for a while. If Samsu sings a song about love, they can group together. But he favored a song that expresses national spirit and satirizes foreign pandering. A song like that, they don't have a counterpart in their hands. Anyone who sends out a song at this point in time will be the target of everyone's attack if they're not careful. Elder Zhao was also following the movements on the internet. To be honest, he was surprised when the song Benjamin came out. Not surprised. Shocked. Coming up with a song like this at a time like this really gives you a sense of trepidation. But look at the reaction of the populace on both sides of the aisle. It doesn't seem to be taking this seriously. Rather, there is still an argument over which part of the country Samsu is from. Some people in the country reacted more strongly to the song than people in the Korean continent, especially the Hallyu fans who were so close to bringing Hyo-sam to justice. This time, Senator Soo had turned up big on them by sticking his face in their faces, leaving them with a feeling of being offended. They don't see themselves as foreign admirers. They define their behavior as inclusive. But right, this kind of tolerance is only for outsiders. And for natives, it is accusatory and critical. It really hurts the brain for this double-standard attitude. To put it nicely, they don't know right from wrong. To put it bluntly, it's brain dead, Elder Zhao lamented. It seems that we still have a long way to go, but there was one thing that Elder Zhao was puzzled about. Senator Soo had called on the group of stars to record a song the other day, a song he knew, showing the posture of a great nation. Zhao Lao thought that Senator Soo would release that song, but what I didn't expect was a Benjamin song. Chapter 174, Su Shen's Intentions. There were quite a few people who had the same doubts as Zhao Lao. These are either the stars who were involved in the recording of that chorus song or the leaders from above. They all felt that the first song to be released should be that song. But apparently, Senator Soo didn't play by the rules. Instead, it debuted with a song called Materia Medica. It feels, I guess, more or less hardcore. In fact, the song that Senator Soo called on everyone to record was Welcome to Huaxia, on Earth. The name of the song is Welcome to Beijing. It is a song composed and arranged by Xiao Ko, with lyrics by Lin Xi and sung by Chinese stars. This song, the theme song for the 100-day countdown celebration of the 2008 Beijing Olympics. Mr. Soo changed the word Beijing to Huaxia. In fact, in the opinion of Senator Soo, there is no need to change it because Beijing is the capital of a country and to a certain extent it also represents China. But after some thought, Mr. Soo decided to change Beijing to Huaxia. This makes the songs more intuitive. By all accounts, it does seem appropriate to open with this song. But Sam Soo didn't think so. He knew that to convince people of you, it didn't work well to start off with a show of goodwill. In a way, on the contrary, if you can first show your strength in the competition, so that the other party is convinced, and then show friendship, such a strategy is often more convincing. For example, Zhuge Liang captured Mengwu 7 times. Zhuge Liang first through 7 captures Meng captured, demonstrated their own strong strength, and then only to Meng captured and successfully conquered him. Such a strategy, so that Meng captured the heart of the heart. It is very difficult to regenerate the heart of the rebellion. Senator Soo was also trying to show off his muscles in a similar way. And then in the sense that we are all one family, living together in the global village. And we are all one family who love each other. This is much more effective than showing favor at the outset. To put it bluntly, I can finish you off, but I'm cultivated and we can all live in peace. In short, it's a slap in the face and a sweet date. To quote Germany's ironic Chancellor Bismarck, truth is only within the range of the cannon. Senator Soo knew that no matter how hard he abused them in the front, as long as he released the song Welcome to Huaxia at the end, the other party would have to shake hands and make peace, and no complaints would be allowed. Just as everyone was wondering, Shangshur Entertainment's Liang Haoyu updated a tweet. The new song The Word of Liangzhou is now online. Welcome to listen. For the first person to come forward after Su Sen, it instantly drew a crowd. People can't wait to click on the songs. The lyrics of Liangzhou, sung by Liang Haoyu. Lyrics, Wang Jilu, Su Sun. For a moment, everyone was a little confused. What do you mean? How come Junior wrote a song for a competitor? Holy, wasn't Liang Haoyu the Bull Demon King on Masked Singer back in the day? Whether it was on the program or in reality, Xiao San and him should be in a competitive relationship. Why write a song for him? What's going on here? Did Hua Kai and Shangshur join forces? This song was, indeed, given to Liang Haoyu by Sam Hui. When he was on Masked Singer, Liang Haoyu, who was the Bull Demon King, was the one who showed goodwill to Su Shen. In Su Shen's opinion, no matter what the other party's purpose was, at least at that time, the other party was not offensive to him. In fact, Liang Haoyu's initial move was, for one, his own appreciation of Senator Su's talent. Secondly, Jiang Chaoyang urged him to show proper kindness to the doryman at that time. At first, Liang Haoyu thought that Jiang Chaoyang was going to let him pull in Senator Su, but Jiang Chaoyang made it clear that he didn't mean that. It's not until the final reveal that Liang Haoyu realizes that Doryman and Pandora are Su Shen. At the same time, he also understood Jiang Chaoyang's intention of asking him to show goodwill. He was a bit incredulous when he learned that Sam Su was going to write a song for him. In his opinion, the two families are part of a competitive relationship, so why should they write songs for him? Su Sen said, "We engage in creative work. Making money to become famous is one aspect, but more critical is to let our works influence more people, and this influence must be positive and positive. This is what we as a public figure should have awareness." Some words, said Liang Haoyu, boiling blood. suddenly feel the heavy responsibility on the body. In fact, there was another reason why Samsu gave Liang Haoyu songs. When Yihai took advantage of his absence to organize an entertainment company ranking event. That was when Shengshi Entertainment showed that they took care of Hua Kai. Also, during Masked Singer, Yihai rumored that Su participated in Doraemon and Pandora, causing Su to lose the competition by a narrow margin. Later on, when the sniping of Yihai took place, Shengshi also contributed to it, ultimately causing Yihai to have to push out songstress Xiang Manhwa to take the blame. At this point, Senator Su felt that Shingshi's Zhang Chaoyan was a character. HCC is still in a weak position, and building good relationships with big companies is crucial if they want to get a solid foothold in the entertainment industry. Again, farther down the road, the entertainment industry is never going to be dominated by one particular entertainment company. This is because such a situation is not only not conducive to the diversification of culture, but may also lead to the homogenization of voices in the industry and the formation of a monolithic situation. While this is a good result, the drawbacks are obvious. Would it not be a devastating catastrophe if people with bad intentions were allowed to come to power? For the sake of the long-term development of Huaxia Entertainment, as well as Huatsai's current situation, befriending Shengshi Entertainment was all but inevitable. The Liangzhou lyrics given to Liang Haoyu by Su Xin was a song composed and sung by Su Yan on Earth. The song, which quotes a poem from Wang Jilu's Liangzhou words, one of them, and the rest of the lyrics were filled in by Su Yang. Samsu offered this song up to give listeners a taste of the cultural charms of China. There is another point. Wang Jilu's lyrics, the nostalgia of the soldiers on the border, written in a bleak and generous, sad but not lose its strong, and more express their determination to defend the border. Putting it inside the song sideways expresses the fact that every artist in Huaxia is a defender and warrior of culture, and what entertainment is not allowed to trample on it. The netizens were uncertain, and even Zhao Lao was confused at this point. On the surface, it looked like Hua Kai and Shengshi had joined forces, but with his understanding of Senator Su, it was never that simple. What the hell is this kid up to? Zhao Lao wanted to call Senator Su over to ask for clarification, but he held back again. First of all, Mr. Chiu said that he would not interfere with what he did. Secondly, a junior's mind actually made the long-experienced old geezer unable to guess and had to ask for advice, which was more or less inconsistent with Zhao Lao's persona. Even Elder Zhao didn't know what Senator Su was up to, let alone the others. Everyone was wide-eyed and completely confused. At this point, Wang Changhua was so angry that he wanted to curse his mother. He knew that by making this move, Senator Su was, in a way, hooking up with Zhang Chaoyang. Once the two of them joined forces, Yihai would be passive. Wang Changhua called Yu Hailong of Star River Entertainment and expressed his desire to join forces. But Yu Hailong didn't want to get into this mess. He knew about the conflict between Yihai and Hua Choi, and he didn't want to be used as a gun by someone else. Although, he was also scornful of Shengshi joining forces with Hua Chai. But the first thing they had to deal with was definitely Yihai. It's none of his Star River's business to deal with Yihai. Chapter 175, The Lyrics of Liangzhou. Everyone clicked on the song. Once the intro kicks in, those who know what they're doing feel there's a flavor of a Northwest folk song. At that moment, Liang Haoyu's somewhat pale and rough voice sang, "Cold sands and winds beat against the side. Lit. Strong grass with its head bowed in rolling hills. Lit. The moon shines over 1,000 miles of wine." Looking up at the northern flying geese, in 4 brief lines, a bleak and vast scene is sketched out, while revealing a lonely flavor. These 4 lyrics are very graphic. Strong winds whistled past the edge of the desert, whipping up gusts of sand and dust, and vision became blurred and disoriented in this chaos. Under the attack of wind and sand, the plants growing in the desert were blown and bent over, revealing rolling sand dunes. The moon hangs high in the lonely night sky, and the cool moonlight seems to penetrate one's heart, evoking a deep sense of melancholy and homesickness. The seasons change. The northern geese fly south, and in the middle of this silent desert, only the lonely figure wandering, as if to tell the endless silence and waiting. When hearing these lines, some people were reminded of Wang Jilu's Liangzhou lyrics, and then I look at the title of the song, and it's actually the lyrics of Liangzhou as well. He shook his head gently, as if to say, is this song by Samsu paying homage to the sages, or is he trying to use his own brushstrokes to paint a picture of the desert? Just then, Liang Haoyu's voice tone dropped a little, but it was still pale and strong. The Yellow River is far above the white clouds. Lit. A lonely city with 10,000 refuges, measurements. There is no need to complain about the willow flute. The spring breeze does not pass through the jade gate. The audience then realized that it was really Wang Jilu's Liangzhou words. This is a poem that is all too familiar. Familiarize yourself to the point where most people can recite it by heart. The whole poem depicts the lonely scene of the frontier and the homesickness of the warriors with bleak strokes. At the same time, The poet also expresses his deep sympathy and respect for the garrison soldiers through this poem. However, for today's border warriors, the poem depicts a determination and perseverance to protect their country. If the first 4 lines focus more on the situation of individual warriors, the subsequent 4 lines of Wang Jilu's poem are like a vivid picture of a group of border warriors. It is like the camera shift of a movie, which at first cuts in from the perspective of an individual and then gradually unfolds until it presents a panoramic view of the vast frontier. This narrative technique of moving from near to far not only gives the song a sense of spatial layering, but also invisibly introduces a sense of temporal depth. Someone was reminded of Sam Su's song Last Night's Book. In the beginning, Susin was continuing a few lines after Yufei's lyric composition, Xiao Chongshan, Last Night's Cold Anxiety couldn't stop singing. This time, it actually stretches the poem again. It makes one admire the talent of Sam Su. The song continues. Egu, egu, the moon shines 1,000 miles of wine. Egu, egu, looking up at the flying geese. Egu, egu, the moon shines over 1,000 miles of wine. Egu, egu, looking up at the flying geese in the north. The humming and harmonizing is like singing above the empty, sprawling desert. The stirring melody was like a high-pitched cry, which was then wrapped in the gale and floated thousands of miles into the distance. The tune is melodious and high-spirited, rough and spirited, giving a sense of grandeur and a sense of grandeur in the desert. By the end of the song, everyone was left with a feeling of a vast state of mind. This song is so atmospheric. I feel a sense of grandeur. It's written about homesickness, but how I hear a resilient boldness. The lyrics reveal a sense of historical weight. A song that really touches the heart. This is our cultural gem. Junior is showing our cultural identity. It's a song that instantly drew rave reviews. Hanzhou's netizens are a bit confused. This form of poetry can only be depicted by Chinese characters. The translation simply lost that flavor. For example, those 4 lines of Wang Jilu's poem were translated. The yellow river is in the distance between the white clouds. The lonely city of Manjisen. Stronger enemies don't have to resent the weeping willow. The spring breeze does not cross the jade gate. This kind of sentence feels inexplicable when you read it, and you have no idea what it means. The people of Hanzhou could not understand the meaning of the song, but the music was cool and magnificent. They could feel it. The lyrics are unintelligible, but the melody, it gives me the feeling of standing in the desert. The singer's voice on a tune like this is a perfect match. Sam Su is so awesome, worthy of being the star I'm a fan of. Just as everyone was shocked, Senator Su muttered to himself, after experiencing the magnificent school, it's time for the euphemistic school next. Senator Su called Zhao Shuer, Sister Zhao, it's ready for release. Yes. So, Zhao Shuer logged on to Weibo and updated a message. The new song Knowing the Difference is now online. Welcome to listen. Now everyone was confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's the situation? Zhao Shuer has come to join in the fun. I don't think it's another lyric from Junior. Why do I get the feeling of a messy kill? People click on the songs. Song, Knowing the Difference. Sung by Zhao Shuer, Su Xin. Lyrics, Li Qingzhao, Su Sun. I saw this message and was surprised to see it, even though I had a feeling about it. Is Junior crazy? It's only the first day the culture wall has been open and already 3 songs. How can anyone play when you're like this? Ha ha ha. Abuse them. Wang Jilu in the last song and Li Qingzhao in this one. Are they both sages I know? The song, On Earth, is a song composed by Lu Shuindo and sung by Hu Xia and Yukawei. The lyrics were adapted by Zhang Jingyi from Li Qingzhao's Like a Dream Order, Last Night's Rain and Wind. In the beginning, Senator Su wanted to come up with an opera song for the Opera Association. However, ever since he gave Liang Haoyu the Liangzhou lyrics, his OCD has gotten the best of him. Magnificence and euphony must be symmetrical to look comfortable, and with Zhao Shuer's voice, Sam Su felt that it suited the song. That's why it was recorded with Zhao Shuer. Also, to clarify, the songs that Sam Su took out, whether they were given to Zhao Shuer or Liang Haoyu, were all on the same split as the company. First of all, the copyrights of the songs are in the hands of Sam Su. Secondly, regarding the song's share, Sam Hui takes 80% of the song's revenue and the remaining 20% goes to the singer. The people who have taken the Su Sam song have no problem with this split ratio. Not to mention 20%. Even if they were not given a single cent, they would still be willing to come and sing Sam Hui's song. They were even willing to put up their own money to sing as long as Sam Hui was willing to come up with the songs. After all, the quality of each of Su Shen's songs was surprisingly high. At this point, the odds are that if you sing his songs, you'll be flying high. What singer wouldn't want such an opportunity? Zhao Lao also sought his granddaughter Zhao Shuer's Weibo update. He had sensed by now what Sam Su was up to. That's really soldiering before manners. The corners of Zhao Lao's mouth rose as he lay back in his rocking chair and listened to the song. Chapter 176, Knowing or Not Knowing. After a melodious classical melody, Zhao Shuer's voice came out. Once the flowers bloomed and the willow lit, searching for incense and mistakenly looking for the Marquis of Ting, drinking half the sunshine of the morning. The wind and the rain are impervious. The lyrics of the ancient style song, paired with Zhao Shuer's soft and delicate voice, were simply heavenly. At that moment, Su Shen's voice came out. One palace chief primrose thin. It is hard shed tears when the stage is high and the ice is cold. I look back over my shoulder after delivering a letter of congratulations, idiom, looking back over one's shoulder after a long journey. No years left to steal. Listeners get the impression that this is a mournful love song. That deep feeling intertwined with helplessness, interspersed between the lines, evokes a sense of inner silence and powerlessness. The lyrics take the listener into a world of emotional entanglements and the passage of time through rich imagery and emotional expression. The song continued, and Zhao Shuer's voice came out again. Last night's rain and wind. Lit. Don't stop drinking after a deep sleep. Ask the person who rolls up the curtain. But the begonia remains the same. Do you know? Do you know? It should be green, fat and red. The lyrics are taken from Li Qingzhao's Like a Dream, Last Night's Rain and Wind. This word borrowed the description of inquiring about flowers after waking up from a night of drinking, euphemistically expressing the author's feelings of pity for flowers and flowers. The whole word is implicit and meaningful, with the scene against the feelings. The commission is exquisite, light and new. The character's psychological and emotional portrayal of vivid. Placing this lyric here sings of soft, long, romantic feelings. The poignant singing eases the listener into the mood. The words do you know are even more refreshing. It echoes what Sam Su and Chloe Zhao sang earlier. At this point Sam Su sang, Last night's rain and wind. A thick night's sleep is not enough for a lingering drink. Followed by a chorus of two. Ask the man who rolls the curtain. But the begonias are still there. Then, it was Zhao Shuer's and Su Shen's who each said, know what's going on. Finally, the two chorused, it should be green and fat and thin. The pair's haunting vocals are simply out of this world in terms of emotional expression. Listeners feel the warmth of tender companionship while lamenting the change of time and the passing of youth. The song ended and everyone was still immersed in the music. Good to hear. I love them both. Another poetic song. And incorporated without a hitch. It's a godsend. A perfect combination of classical and modern music. Every lyric is full of poetry. The Hanzhou populace was completely unintelligible and looked at the rawly translated lyrics with a feeling of being offended. But how can they admit they don't get it? Even if they don't understand what the lyrics are singing, they understand the mood that the music brings. So, in their perception, that counts as listening. And it's that advanced listening. Senator Su thought it was about time. Looks like it's time to put Welcome to China online. Just as he was about to upload the song, someone from the Calligraphy Association left a comment under Su Sen's tweet. The songs are very good, especially the promotion of Chinese culture, which is worth promoting. When can we write a song about calligraphy? Covering mouth and snickering emoji. The president of the Calligraphy Association is Yen Shujun. When he listened to Su Samfat's Materia Medica, he praised the lyrics in it. In particular, the lines use calligraphy to write the dynasty. The internal force is spread. The boldness of waving the block letters. Give a punch of dialogue. Simply let his spirit exhilarated. He knows that Sam Su has composed many songs that promote traditional culture and has been instrumental in its promotion. Among them, opera, Suzhou commentary and Songzai opera are all represented in his works. This is precisely why these traditional forms of art have been able to shine and even make their way into the entertainment lives of ordinary people. He had also thought about having Su Shen create something about calligraphy or something like that. However, his own side is not familiar with him, and more critically, there is no funding. When he saw that after seeing Su Shen released songs one after another, and they were all about poetry, his heart itched. After all, ancient poetry and calligraphy are inextricably linked. Calligraphy Association is genuinely like Seuss and published a few ancient poems and songs, praise and encouragement at the same time. The colleague who sent the article also skin. It was actually a joke, but I didn't realize it was topped by the netizens. Junior, come out and get the guests. The Calligraphy Association is here to pay their respects. If you can write a song about calligraphy, I'll drink ink on the spot. Don't make it hard for Junior. That's 3 songs. This amount is worth his songs for a month or 2 combined. Senator Su also saw the netizens' banter, and the comments from the Calligraphy Association. So he mused, how about playing a little bigger? Thinking of this, Senator Su paused the song Welcome to Huaxia to upload it, and tweeted back, arrangements. We all know that the Calligraphy Association is completely joking, but how come from Senator Su's reply? It seems like this is going to work out. What the hell? Is this a yes from Junior? Playing. Set the ink on that, brother. I'm so looking forward to it. Hurry up and send it out. The entertainment industry is collectively confused. They thought that Samsoo had released 3 songs, so they should have died down. But who knows? The Calligraphy Association actually came along for the ride. So how can this be fun? The person who had wanted to take advantage of the gap to send the song out had looked at the upload button at that point and decided to put it off for a while. These people felt that the Calligraphy Association had sprung up on an ad hoc basis, and that the quality of Su Sen's ad hoc songwriting was definitely not as good as the previous songs. Posting a song behind a song like that might be a bargain. It's safe to say that the showbiz crowd is alive with small minds. After replying to the Calligraphy Association's message, Su Sen customized the song Lanting Preface to the system. The song, On Earth, is a song with lyrics by Fong, music by Jay Cho, arrangement by Chung Xingmin, and sung by Jay Cho. In fact, Samsoo has been wanting to release this song for a long time, but never found the right opportunity. A comment from the Calligraphy Society made him pause. At the same time, Samsoo felt that since it was at this point anyway, he didn't care to have a few more songs to teach Han Entertainment a good lesson. The others didn't know what Samhui wanted, but no one dares to comment on it. They also remembered that there was a man named Lu Wei who had questioned Su Sen's inability to write a song in tribute to the border police, and was ultimately punched in the face. And it was rumored that the man had even lost his job after being educated. Everyone is waiting for Samsoo's new song about calligraphy. Elder Zhao was also keeping an eye on Senator Su's movements. Wouldn't this be just the right time to send out that song? What the hell is this kid up to? Zhao Lao thought that Senator Su would send out the song Welcome to Huaxia. Indeed, this is an appropriate time to post this song. However, Senator Su went off the rails and was completely out of line. The netizens don't care about that. They just know that Samsoo is killing crazy. And they're getting high. I was expecting to wait a couple days. As a result, Senator Su updated a microblog message on the same day. A new song, the Orchid Pavilion Preface, for all of you, and for the Calligraphy Association. People are confused. What's going on? That fast? I suspect this is a collusion between the Calligraphy Society and Junior. Too soon for quality assurance? A man can't say fast. He has to say frequent. I thought you just dawdle at the door, but you actually got it out. Chapter 177, The Lanting Preface. People can't wait to click on the songs. The Lanting Preface. Sung by Su Sam. Lyrics, Su Sam. Everyone smiled heartily at the news. There was no fuss. They had seen the speed of Samsoo. At this point, the most excited would have to be the Calligraphy Association. President Yen Shujun's excited heart and trembling hand clicked on the song. As the intro plays, Sam Huey's vocals come in. Lanting is like a flowing river. Push the door under the moon. And your heart breaks like your footsteps. With just these 2 lines, Yen Shujun was awestruck. In fact, when Sam Hui first replied on Twitter, he was a bit torn. The song is well written at this point in time, so naturally all are happy. But what if it's not well written? That would be a joke. In particular, they, the Calligraphy Association, were definitely reduced to the laughingstock of everyone. In addition, Yen Shujun felt that Senator Su did not necessarily know calligraphy. He also once muttered, "Does he know seal script, regular script, rose and cursive script?" He was even more taken aback when he saw the name of the song. Who doesn't know that the Lanting Preface is the world's #1 running script? Isn't it a bit too childish to name a song after such an artistic gem? Yen Shujun is torn and wary. What he didn't expect even more was that Samsoo had actually gotten the song out in such a short time. It gave him a sense of unreality. At the same time, he was skeptical about the quality of the songs. When the song was clicked on, his high blood pressure shot up to 180, but it was only the first 2 lines that he was wowed. The first sentence is about the Lanting sequence, and the second sentence is about people. Yen Shujun felt, it seems like it's still a woman. The song continues, busy, 1,000 years of monuments are easy to top, but hard to top your beauty. Who can I give my heart to? When Yen Shujun heard this, he simply clapped his hands. To combine calligraphy and beauty in such a seamless way. Wonderful, wonderful. When floating a great white, Samsoo continued to sing. The flute is playing. There are several plates of wine and small dishes. The setting sun, like your shyness, is intoxicating. The copy is easy to write, but the ink will stay with you. Who's in the circle? Seeing this, Yen Shujun rubbed his hands together in excitement. Such lyrics are as beautiful as poetry. At this point, Yen Shujun even thought about it. He imagined himself playing the pastoral flute horizontally, the deep and enchanting melody filling the air, and on the table, the small wines and dishes neatly arranged, the tantalizing aroma overflowing, and beside him sat a beautiful girl who gazed at him with those affectionate eyes. Her beauty, like the afterglow of the setting sun, was tinged with a bit of shyness and seemed to carry a bit of mesmerizing ecstasy. Beauty in wine, may I ask, which man of letters can carry it off? the song reaches the chorus. It's not about the wind and the moon. I'll write the preface and wait for you to come back. The waves on the shore are 1,000-fold. What's the meaning of the word love? How can I put it down? And I'm the only one who lacks the knowledge of your life. As the song marches on, it seems to depict a love story that was not consummated. It's a tangle of destinies between a mercurial man and a beautiful woman of the world. In this melody, it's more like the man is whispering. The word love is so difficult to write. No matter how I put my pen to it, I feel it's not right. Probably because I don't know you well enough. This unattainable love, this obsessive and hazy sentiment, makes people toss and turn, full of sadness. This deep pain of love may be the source of inspiration that can best ignite the creative flame in the hearts of literati and artists. And here, it is more like transforming the handsome artistic flavor of the Lanting preface into a poignant and touching love story. As if the face of a supreme beauty is entwined between the lines and leaps off the page. And not getting a beautiful woman is like not being able to copy the profound meaning of the Lanting sequence. In the chorus, the peaking opera Xiaodan dangles his voice in a way to sing it over and over again, quite like a play within a play, which adds to the classical beauty of the Lanting preface. The song continues, snapping my fingers, the city was annihilated in a moment. The green stone street, smile back at you. Did you hate it? You shook your head inside. Who made you frown? And in my bedroom, I'm left with the scent of rouge. The geese fly south, and when you turn around, you cry. How can I sleep with a handful of moon and memories in my hand? How can you be so upset about something that you've sewn into an embroidered shoe? If the flower complains about the butterfly, who will you complain about? These lyrics reveal a deep, mournful emotion. Yen Shujun had listened completely, and if someone was next to him, they would have realized that he was already in old tears. He remembered the her, a relationship that didn't end. Perhaps the most poignant memory of every literati. The song is over. Everyone was subdued. The song overlaps the two imagery of the great calligraphy and the great beauty, and highly integrates the emotions of admiring the divine quality of calligraphy and pursuing the great beauty. Each line in the lyrics seems to portray the delicate strokes of the Lanting preface, while expressing the deep feelings of the people. From the clouds and flowing water of the real handwriting is difficult to find, to 1,000 years of the top of the ink is still fragrant, and then to the line of vermilion brightly colored, hanging pen with a wave of determination. Every detail seems to take you into the world of the Lanting preface, allowing the listener to clearly feel every moment of copying this masterpiece. However, upon closer scrutiny, one can realize that these lyrics actually speak to the complex emotions of the people, a perfect blend of classical and modern, artistic and emotional. How not to shock the listener? Listening to this song, I feel like I'm seeing Wang Shiji waving his brush and splashing his ink, and the song is so emotionally heartfelt and melodic that it's unforgettable. This song not only shows the charm of the art of calligraphy, but also incorporates the complex emotions of modern people, with a beautiful melody and deep lyrics, which makes people fall into contemplation and reminisce after listening to it. This song brings me a time-traveling experience, letting me feel the bones of the ancient literati and the emotional entanglements of modern people, and the poetry and ink revealed in the lyrics are mesmerizing. What a masterpiece! Where's that netizen who said he wanted to drink ink before? Come out. I'm ready for you. People in the country have been expressing their love for the song, and the netizens of Hanzhou, learning the hard way, they first looked up what the Lanting sequence stood for. This look really wowed them. That's when a Hanzhou netizen posted his collection of calligraphy on INS. It was an instant crowd pleaser. It's not a masterpiece of ink, but it's stunning enough. People are envious and run to order calligraphy online. For a while, calligraphy works became the existence of Hanzhou netizens to fight for. It can be said that the song Lanting preface made the people of Hanzhou enthusiastic about calligraphy. Somewhat famous calligraphers. At the moment the pencil is writing smoke. Such a pomp and circumstance they had never dreamed of. Calligraphy. It's amazing that it's still spreading out in such a form. Chapter 178. Someone is inviting us to sing again. After listening to the song, Yen Shujun made a big stroke and directly copied the Lanting preface once. This time, he writes soundly and in one fell swoop. Yen Shujun felt that this was the best he had ever copied. While the enthusiasm was still there, he copied the ritual of the nephew again. I wrote until the evening, when I finished all the rice paper, and then I called it a day. Yen Shujun let out a big breath, over the top, so he took a few shots of the words he had written all afternoon and posted them online, which instantly attracted onlookers. President Yan's calligraphy is so ethereal. This Lanting preface costs $8,000 a foot. I'll take it. Why don't you go grab it? I'll offer $12,000 a foot. Mr. Yen, let me have it. I'll get out of the way. I'm offering $20,000 a foot. Give me face. No one is going to grab it from me. Yen Shujun was confused. Although he is the president of the Calligraphy Association, His characters, in general, are around 3,000 a foot. How is it that after listening to a song yourself, even your value has gone up? Just as he was suspicious, someone put in a direct call. Old Yen, you're a good writer. So, you let me have it. The price is not a problem. Yen Shujun asked suspiciously. What's going on? Under Yen Shujun's repeated questioning, the other party told the truth. It turns out that since the airing of Sam Su's song The Lanting Preface, there has been a calligraphy craze. Calligraphers who are slightly more famous sell their words off the market. As the president of the Calligraphy Association, Yen Shujun's works have naturally become sought after. In fact, this copy of The Lanting Preface, he himself is very satisfied. At the current market, he could sell it for at least tens of thousands of dollars if he was willing to offer it. With a little manipulation, the price can be even higher. However, he knew that for such a situation to arise, Senator Su should take the first credit. He thought for a moment, logged into Weibo, and sent a message. Thank you for Mr. Su Sen's song The Lanting Preface. After listening to it, I copied a copy of The Lanting Preface and gave it to Mr. Su-san. I hope I don't mind. Instantly, the tweet drew a crowd. Is this a tribute to each other? So much love. Xiao San's song, together with Chairman Yan's words, completes the picture. I want it so bad. Someone please send me one. Senator Su expressed his appreciation. Although the words are not worth as much as a song, their significance is still remarkable. This wave of interaction between Yen Shujun and Senator Su has pushed the calligraphy fever upwards again. For a while, not to mention the netizens of the Korean continent, even the netizens of his own country were enthusiastic. In particular, the enthusiasm for The Lanting Preface, that is unprecedentedly high. In fact, The Lanting Preface is not good for copying. Some people who write Jianghu style originally thought that they could make a fortune, but people named The Lanting Preface, which made them suffer. You have no problem asking them to write a few characters, but ask them to copy the Lanting sequence and some of them are exposed. Calligraphy is an art in which the practice of calligraphy is the most basic starting point. If a person hasn't even copied a calligraphy post, then his calligraphy is by and large out of fashion. Some people may not agree with this statement. It's totally personal. Don't take offense. Invariably, this wave of interaction between Sam Su and Yen Shujun has raised the heat of calligraphy while at the same time pulling up everyone's demand for it. At this point, no one in the entertainment industry knew what to say, especially the people in the entertainment industry in Hangzhou. Their hearts were generating self-doubt. The promised domination of Hua Entertainment. How come it feels like it's hard to move an inch? And the point is, the home has been stolen. In fact, Hangzhou's entertainment companies are strong on the surface because they think they have a mature way of creating stars. This way of producing artists has made them unbeatable. Ya Hai has had a taste of this and is convinced of it. If you delve into the stars that have been created by Capital, you'll find that the time period in which they hit it big and the number of fans they have reflects something. First of all, these stars tend to have short-lived fire cycles. They only came into the public eye for a period of time, and it is difficult to sustain a high level of popularity. This shows that it is difficult to make a person hot for a lifetime just by relying on the publicity and momentum of Capital without quality work output. Secondly, although the number of followers of these stars may grow rapidly for a short period of time, it is difficult to make a breakthrough once the number of followers reaches 3 to 5 million. In South Korea, the number may be justifiable since the population base is only about 50 million. This is because the capital can reach most of the population relatively easily with its publicity and momentum. However, the situation is different in China. The fresh meat cultivated by Yihe, even the most popular ones, hover around 5 million followers. However, they attribute this state of affairs to poor sensitization. The truth is that artists without substance and depth will have a hard time staying in the entertainment industry for long. People can pay for your face, but you can't pay for face value for the rest of your life. After all, no one stays young and handsome forever, and the audience's aesthetics can become fatigued over time. Because of this, those stars created by Capital are often very popular for a while, but it is difficult to last. Their life is usually very short. What really keeps artists in the entertainment industry for a long time is their talent, substance and dedication to their art. The entertainment companies of the Korean continent originally thought that they could capitalize on the might of Wasia Entertainment and reap the rewards of Hua Entertainment. But Samsu has slowly pulled the off-track Hua Entertainment back on track. Even the Korean entertainment has seen a bit of a resurgence with a couple of Su Sam's works. How can this keep them from panicking? They also knew that it was unwise to strike at this time. The artists from Wasia Entertainment were afraid that publishing their work at this juncture would make them the target of ridicule by netizens. And the stars of Hangzhou are not afraid to come forward. After all, even if all of Hangzhou's netizens supported them, it still wouldn't be enough to match the number of fans Sushin had alone. This situation is a bit awkward. Just when they were at a loss for words, another official organization's comment was topped by netizens at the top of Senator Sue's microblog. It's a message from the Book Critics Association. Great song. Bookmarked. I wonder if a storyteller's profession could sing it. Covers mouth and Snickers emoji. Senator Sue also saw the message and thought about the song, and it seemed that there was really a song written about a storyteller. Looks like a chance to post all the songs I want to post. Senator Sue immediately replied, arrange. Netflix is happy. Ha ha ha. I knew that Junior wouldn't disappoint. Why do I get the feeling I'm at a concert? More. I'm going to bag you this month. When all was said and done, Senator Sue customized the song Storyteller to the system. This song, On Earth, is a song composed by Dark Kung, with lyrics by Ancient Road Coffin Carrier, and sung by Dark Kung and Tori. Chapter 179, The Storyteller. Senator Sue purposely sought out Songyu. He was going to sing the song with Songwoo. By the way, this song is used as a song inside Songwoo's album. In this way, there was an invisible wave of publicity for the album that Songyu was going to release next. It's just perfect. When Songyu heard that Senator Sue had summoned him, he immediately came with his ass on the line. This next song, when the time comes to put it inside your album, take this opportunity to launch it, just to do a promotion. That's great. Regarding Senator Sue's suggestion, Songyu was still very willing to accept it. It was a busy time for him. Not only did he have to find time to polish his songs, but he also had to shoot on the set. Luckily, Charlotte's Trouble was about to be finalized. Otherwise, Gene Kevin wouldn't have released him. The song, under the guidance of Sam Sue, was recorded fairly well. After the recording, Songyu was surprised. The song, not only is it good, but it's particularly enjoyable to sing. At Senator Sue's suggestion, Songyu then updated a tweet. The new song The Storyteller is now online. Welcome to listen to it. In addition, this song will be included inside my solo album, so stay tuned. In order to build up momentum for Songyu, Senator Sue purposely retweeted this tweet. Netizens saw the news and immediately got excited. Song Lauer sings? That said, it's been a while since I've seen him post a song. I thought Song Lauer had fallen out of favor, but it turns out he's holding back a big move, and the album is almost out. The Storyteller, by its very name, is a perfect fit for the Critics Association. People click on the songs. The Storyteller, sung by Songyu, Su Shin, lyrics, Su Sam. To everyone's surprise, Sam Sue also participated in the recording of the song. Now the crowd was even more joyful. The song opens with Songwoo's voice coming out after a burst of traditional instrumentation of banging gongs and drums. The tea house on the side of the road. With all the shadows, there were 2 or 3 yells from the street. Shake the fan in front of you. Wake up the wood and slap the table. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. The opening is on point, and the storyteller comes out right away. Tea house, shaking fan, waking wood. All of these elements can be a must for storytellers, especially when singing the second line. Songyu's voice raised steeply, like a wake-up wood knocking on a table, telling the crowd, a wonderful storytelling session is about to take place, so please listen attentively. At that moment, Su Sam's voice sang, the winds and the rain, the years and the mountains. How many world legends have been made beautiful by the light of swords and shadows? Look at him. He's got a mouth on him, and he's got dust on his clothes. But it turned out to be a storyteller. The woman in the Tian Shan Mountains, alone in a withered city. It's just for the one who was there. That Kunlun boy, so in love. Who'd have thought we'd never meet again? In this segment, there is a prelude, followed by a jungle story. The intertwining of love and hate makes the listener feel as if they are in the middle of the city, experiencing a bizarre and tumultuous story. The song continues with Songwoo singing right after. The winds and the rain, the years and the mountains. Chivalry and tenderness have intoxicated many spectators here. I'm just a duckweed. I'm a wanderer. I have no roots. Strangers coming together by chance. Don't ask questions at the end of the world. The river and the mountains are like paintings, and each of us goes his own way. And how many people have suffered? That beautiful woman loves to watch the heroes. It's all about the bloodshed of the Jianghu. Although the crowd was listening to the song, when Su Sen and Songyu opened their mouths to sing, it was more like a book reviewer talking eloquently in a tea house restaurant. The lyrics in their mouths are more like the grudges in life in the jungle. Instead of a song, the listener's ear is a jungle of storytellers. When the lyrics sing chivalrous bones and tender heart and floating weeds, it transcends the song itself and conveys the open-mindedness and transcendent feelings of life. It makes you listen and clap. Next up, a chorus from Sam Sue and Songwoo. A building in the city that's been through a lot of weather. A wanderer at the end of the world. A dream of yellow sorghum. A ghost. A monster. A travesty. Laughing for a while. Half a lifetime of madness. It's easy to grow old. The child is a fool. The woman is a warrior. And she has a lot of love to lose. Wine and swords go with the horses. A stranger in a strange land. The white coat is gone. The peach blossom is like yesterday. A very imaginative and poetic expression depicting the vicissitudes and impermanence of life. From the pavilion in the city has been weathered by the winds and frosts to the peach blossom and white clothes is not seen as yesterday. Each line of the lyrics contains profound emotions and philosophies. The Critics Association was dumbfounded. They're just coming along for the ride. But I didn't expect Senator Sue to come straight out with a king bomb. This bombing first blew them away. At that moment, the conversation between Senator Sue and Song Yu came out. Song Yu, when did you become the #1 in Tianjin? Sam Sue, younger brother. Song Wo, what are you doing? Sam Sue, younger brother. Song Wo, what the hell are you doing? Sam Sue, younger brother. Song Yu, is this monkey for sale? Sam Sue, younger brother. Song Wo, I'm telling you, this monkey is not for sale. In fact, this part, in the original song, is about Inzi, who is a Tianjin native, teasing himself with lines from the movie Hui Yuanjia during a live broadcast. Brother is what Toriko and her fans call each other jokingly. Toriko called the fans brother, and the fans called Toriko brother. Toriko is very skinny and looks like a monkey. During the live broadcast, the pop-up screen was swiped by someone. Is this monkey for sale? Then Toriko said, mesquite monkeys are not for sale. That's why there's this. Sam Sue originally wanted to delete this paragraph. But again, it was fun. So I kept it. These lines, too, are not out of place here. It's like a folk conversation between the townspeople. Very simple and grounded. The netizens laughed at that. Someone posted a pop-up saying, Junior, you call out to Song Lao Air's brother. He's a little impatient with his answers. Do him. And then the pop-ups were a flood of, do him. The song continues and that's when Song Woo sings. Don't think too much about it, gentlemen. The stories in the book are the wasted time of the world. In every man's heart, it has its own judgment. You listen to this and you laugh it off. Song Woo sings the first line as if responding to the listener. Don't think too much. Now there was more joy. There was a lot of swiping and flirting with pop-ups. I have a feeling Song Lao Air added this part himself. Definitely. Or else Junior would really do him. This is the rhythm of wimping out before fighting. Next up, a chorus from Sam Sue and Song Woo. A building in the city that's been through a lot of weather. A wanderer at the end of the world. A dream of yellow sorghum. A ghost. A monster. A travesty. Laughing for a while. Half a lifetime of madness. This is a philosophically written paragraph. After a person has experienced a lot of things and seen through life, an uninhibited attitude towards life exudes in his talk and laughter. Despite the absurdity of life, it's important to face it with a sanguine attitude. Sam Sue sings below. The winds and the rain. The years and the mountains. How many people can see past the shortness of life? It's just you and me in a big dream. I'll tell you what happens next. We are all theatergoers as well as theatergoers. This line, rather like the broken chapter written by Dian Zilin. You're standing on a bridge looking at the view. The viewer is watching you from upstairs. The bright moon adorns your windows. You decorate other people's dreams. Very intriguing. The last line is more of a common closing line for storytellers. Wake up, what a beat. Please listen to the next step. Chapter 180, Welcome to Wasia. The song finished and everyone immediately cheered. That's not singing. That's just talking. Hearing Xiao San and Song Lao sing like this makes me want to go to a tea house and listen to a storyteller. Good to hear. I never tire of hearing it. At one point, everyone started searching for a tea house with a storyteller nearby. The Critics Guild, long ago, acted this splash of riches. If you can't catch it, you won't be able to catch it. Both civil and official, they all went down. The storytelling industry, which no one had been paying attention to, has also seen a spring. They had never dreamed that booktelling, an industry that depended on the state for relief, had become a meat and potatoes business because of Su Sensong. Some of those who couldn't make it into the tea house in time went straight to live streaming on the internet. Netizens are also flocking to the site, saying they want to hear what Sam Sue sings in his song, the Jianghu in the mouth of the storyteller. And most people, while listening to it, ask in Tianjin, what's for sale in Kai Monkey? The older storyteller didn't react and didn't know what it meant. Younger storytellers will reply, the mesquite monkeys are not for sale, pitching food for $5. While everyone was having a good time, the president of the Porcelain Association, Chiu Qianjun, was having someone edit the microblogging message. No, let's weigh this one and change it. Apparently, he also wanted to go to Senator Sue to ask for some favors. That's when his phone rang. From a higher authority. Attention all units. Stop tweeting and especially don't go to Senator Sue to ask for the song. Kyuka Jun was all confused. He didn't know why such a notice had been issued from above. edited the message and almost clicked send, only to have a message from above telling them not to do anything rash. He thought something had happened to Sam-Soo, so he didn't dare to act rashly and could only cancel the message he was about to send. Unbeknownst to him, if he had posted it, Senator Su might have sent out the song that was the best of the national styles, Tsinghua Porcelain. Let's just say that the time is right. In fact, it was Elder Zhao's intention to issue this message. He watched as Sam-Soo got more and more playful, coming and going, fearing that he would keep screwing around. Zhao Lao wasn't worried about Senator Su's creative ability. After spending so much time together, he had long been convinced of Su Sen's talents. He is afraid that if Senator Su continues to play like this, Hanzhou's side will not be able to withstand it and will just shut down and stop playing with you. To be honest, Hanzhou's Ministry of Culture did panic. They were originally confident that they wanted to take their country's distinctive culture and invade Huaxia. In this way, the culture war is even a head start. However, Sam-Soo posted one song after another, making the people in the Korean entertainment industry not dare to do anything rash. Let's not even talk about the cultural invasion. The home is about to be terminated by the Chinese entertainment. Right now, people in Manchuria are still frantically grabbing paintings and calligraphy from China. Moreover, there are a lot of Korean people who have already booked tours and want to come to China to explore. They envision the vast and boundless desert landscapes depicted in the lyrics of Liang Zhou. They are eager to explore the essence of the art of calligraphy flowing from the Lanting preface. They were mesmerized by the legends and heroics of the jungle as told by the storyteller. Therefore, they chose to come to Huaxia to explore this mysterious and ancient country. The people from the Ministry of Culture in Hanzhou were completely confused about this situation. They were, at first, chest-thumping about the opening of the cultural wall. But now, they don't seek to topple China entertainment, they only seek to protect themselves. At this point, Senator Su was still wondering, how come no one came to ask for a song? He didn't know that it was Zhao Lao who was behind this to cut him off. Since no one's coming, I'm going to post that song. Senator Su logged onto Weibo and made a point of looking to make sure no one was coming to invite a song. So, Senator Su updated a message. A song welcome to Huaxia for everyone. Welcome to listen. Many of the celebrity artists who participated in the recording of the song also retweeted the tweet. The netizens were confused and thought that Sam Hui had opened up. I haven't seen anyone invite a song yet. Why are they posting it again? What's gotten into you, Junior? That's a couple songs now. But I like it. How come so many celebrities retweeted this tweet? What the hell? Keep it up. Keep it up. Don't stop. I love to see the clueless look on the stick's face. Everyone clicked on the song. Welcome to Huaxia. Performed by Mandarin Group of Stars. Lyrics, Su Sam. Looking at the lineup of Chinese stars, everyone was confused. Holy, Chinese groupies. I'm reminded of the song Believe in Love from earlier. No wonder everyone retweeted the tweet. They were all participants. This lineup, what's the point of playing? As the intro plays, a little girl's voice sings, "Greet another morning with fresh air." The songs are full of energy and with the welcoming lyrics. It gives you a sense of renewal. At this point, Sam-Soo sang. The scent changes, the flavor stays the same. The aroma of tea fills the air with camaraderie. The aroma of tea is used here as a symbol to depict a warm and harmonious atmosphere, emphasizing the depth and longevity of the friendship. The next step is for each star to sing a line. My door is always open and my arms are open for you. You'll love it here. You'll love it after you've hugged it. We're all guests here, no matter how far away we are. So please make yourself at home. We've made a promise to be together, and we welcome you. In my house, I have a green plant that opens up every legend, sowing seeds in the soil of tradition, making memories for you. We're all guests here, so please don't be formal. It doesn't matter how many times you've been here. There's too much to talk about. Welcome to Huaxia. We'll open up the world for you. Charm and the flow is full of vitality. Huaxia welcomes you to share your breath in the sun, refreshing achievements in the yellow earth. With each line, the name of the person singing appears. There are Huaxia Entertainment Sam-Soo, Song Yu, Lu Xiaorui and others. There are also Liang Haoyu and Xiu Zijian from Shangshur Entertainment. The lineup is not a luxury. It's a song that fits well here. The tolerance and grandeur of a great nation is reflected everywhere. From the point of view of the common man, without all the fancy stuff, the popular ballad format has a catchy and infectious melody. It expresses the welcome that Huaxia has greeted its guests with. It's a song that's perfect for a wide range of songs. Most people can sing it if they've heard it, not to mention professional singers. In the form of a song, the crowd is told. We in Huaxia have been a state of etiquette since ancient times, and we warmly welcome guests who have traveled from afar. And we expect all of you to achieve excellence here, and to feel the warmth and camaraderie of home. If the song had been released at the beginning, some people might have felt that it was contrived. However, After going through a series of songs such as Materia Medica, the people of Korean entertainment almost all kneeled down when they heard this song. Their little sense of superiority had long since been ravaged by Susan with one song. They want to curse, they want to fight back, they want to be wanton. But they don't dare, because with Susan in the room and the many outstanding talents of Hwaxia, how could they dare to act out? It's like some natives trying to rob with a wooden stick, and the other guy has an AK-47 in his hand. That's a lot of fun. Don't get sniped already. But at this very moment, those who have been robbed have prepared a great welcoming ceremony for them. Do they dare to be unhappy? Smile, all of you. Give me a ing smile. You can imagine the mood of Korean entertainment artists right now. Chapter 181, formally joining Hawkeye. The song Welcome to China still comes at the right time. Just as Korean entertainment artists were crumbling, a friendly olive branch was thrown. The people in the Korean entertainment industry haven't dared to have any complaints. They can only say, thank you. Next it was time for the awkwardness. Who's going to start the song? The problem seems to be back to where it started. Just as everyone was speculating with each other, Han Xiangmi from Hanzhou FC Entertainment updated a dynamic on INS. The new song Browbeat is now available for your listening pleasure. The news instantly drew cheers from Hanzhou netizens. Ha ha, see, our Hanzhou singer has released a new song. Han Xiangmi's songs are great, and the last one, Swap Out, is still in my song list. Let Hwa Entertainment also listen to our Korean entertainment's masterpiece. Netizens on the Chinese side of the world also saw the song Frowning appear on the music platform. People click on the songs. The frowny face. Singer, Han Xiangmi. Lyrics, Su Sam. Seeing these messages, the netizens on the Chinese side all burst out laughing. Haha, sorry, didn't hold back. This is what you call a Korean entertainment god song. Isn't this still a junior song? Just now he was singing about how welcome you are in Hwaxia, and then he turns around and writes a song for a singer from the Korean continent, killing people to kill them. Everyone clicked on the song and was confused when the melody started. The melody, it's all too familiar. Not only the Korean continent's listeners, even the Chinese listeners were confused. Isn't that the song Swap Out? Did Han Xiangmi send it by mistake, thinking that by changing the title of the song, she could muddle through? Don't treat us like cuties. Play with us. After the intro, Han Xiangmi's singing voice came out. Love's got too much right and wrong. Come to the frowny occasion. Mixing his urges with her loneliness. No consequences. Now, it dawned on everyone. As it turns out, it's a two-word setup for one song. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Holy, why did I forget about that? Awesome. Your third brother will always be your third brother. FC Entertainment's Han Xiangmi. With this maneuver, is she paying homage to Hwaxia, or is she here to kick ass? While everyone was shocked, there was one question that caused everyone to reflect. Was Wachovia acquired by FC Entertainment or not? In other words, which side does Samsoo really count on? The Chinese listeners, in particular, were very much torn on this issue. The song doesn't stop because the listener is torn. The dynamic melody, carrying the voice of Han Xiangmi, continues. There are a million flawed reasons. You'll be naked when you're done with it. Do you love me afterward? It's about results. Taking all the masks off. We want to show our truest selves. Even if this has consequences of loss, what does that matter? It's a cry for love. Along with the dynamic music, it gives you a thrill to release your emotions. You say I want results without stopping in the middle. You said I'd turn my head and come back. No more waiting for men or women. Freedom. Freedom. Freedom now. The whole song is full of desire and courage, as well as cries of love and freedom. It reveals the modern view of love, the pursuit of sincere feelings, the unwillingness to be bound, and the desire for freedom and independence. If anything, the song Swap Out conveys a determination to say goodbye to the past once and for all, as well as an optimistic attitude of looking forward to a new life and a new beginning. Forward, then, encourages people to bravely pursue their love and dreams without any limitations or restrictions. The audience was also hot and restless to hear it. Can't help but want to do a little dance to let out your inner emotions. Hanzhou netizens were the first to post their feelings behind the song. Hear that? We from Korean entertainment. Singing your Chinese songs is just as good. Chinese netizens replied directly. You're afraid you don't know who the song's lyricist is? Hearing this, Hanzhou's audience immediately became interested. Senator Su belongs to FC. In response to this answer, Hwaxia's listeners really had the urge to follow the netting over and hit someone. Thereupon, friendly condolences were exchanged between the two sides concerning the attribution of the Su Sam. I'm telling you, I'm pissed off at you. There's no way that Sammy is from Hanzhou. Stick. Listen to me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't be displeased. Even Hwachai has been fed up with FC Entertainment. So naturally, Sam Hyo is from our Republic of Korea. Both sides went back and forth, completely defying each other. At this time, inside Hangzhou FC Entertainment, Kim Chung-in is having a meeting with the group. This time, it's no longer just shareholders participating. Rather, all employees were present as well. I'm sure you all know about what's going on between us and Huachai Entertainment in China. The crowd became interested when they heard Jin Zhongren say this. They got the news that the company had bought out Wachovia. However, the owner has not been making any public announcements. So, there is ambiguity about the accuracy of this news, especially when they saw the netizens on both sides of the fence, arguing over the attribution of Su Shang. They were also eager to know the outcome. The majority of FC Entertainment are from Hangzhou's own country. Only Han Xiangmei is from China. Though, she had stayed in Hangzhou, but the nationality still belongs to China. Even when he made it to FC Entertainment, he had good success. Still, it was a bit hard for her to accept the results of Su's participation in the Korean entertainment. When the cultural wall opened, she saw Sam Su come up with quality songs one after another. In particular, the song Manhwarecap made his heart marvel. She was in a trance. Why doesn't such a talented person continue to push the development of China entertainment? Apparently, Han Xiangmei still carries a burning patriotic heart deep inside. In fact, every Chinese and overseas Chinese has a deep love for the land where they grew up. This kind of emotion is perhaps the common gene flowing in the blood of Chinese children. Everyone was waiting for Kim Jong-un's speech later, hoping that he would announce that Huachoi belonged to them. FC Entertainment. They had now taken Su Sam as a god. You know, Samsu can be much better than those star-making capitals. A random song can be a big hit. Even the semi-retired Kim Tae-hoon had a second spring thanks to Su Sam's favor. Kim Tae-hoon is becoming a household name. Now his commercial acting fees are ridiculously high. Right up there with the top stream of Korean entertainment. Imagine if a talent like Sam Hui belonged to their FC Entertainment. Wouldn't everyone have a chance to take off? At this point, Kim Chung-in cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, I'm sure you're also concerned about our relationship with Huachi. What I'm going to announce is that we, FC Entertainment, have officially joined Huachi." After Kim Jong-un's announcement, the people from FC Entertainment were cheering by now. But suddenly it felt as if something was wrong. Wait a minute. We're officially in the WAC. Nanny. Chapter 182, The Great Prophet. Han Xiangmei also reacted, but she looked incredulously at Kim Jong-un on the stage, thinking that she had misheard him. But as the cheers of the people in the company dwindled, everyone turned their attention to Kim Chung-in. Kim Jong-un said nonchalantly, "At first we signed a betting agreement with Huachai. As long as Huachai can promote 3 artists within half a year, they will take 51% of our shares, and if we fail to meet this requirement, we will own 51% of Huachai's shares, and I think the result is already known to everyone." The crowd then came to their senses. No wonder Kim Chung-in suddenly disappeared when the capital of the Korean entertainment industry expressed interest in FC. Turns out it was an escape. Figuring this out, these people in the company didn't show how hard it was to accept. FC Entertainment was already struggling to make ends meet, and if it wasn't for a few songs by Sam Hui, I'm afraid it would have closed down long ago. BTW. They don't care if FC buys Wachovia or Wachovia buys FC. As long as they became co-workers with Sam Su, the chance of taking off still existed. Kim Jong-un was a bit speechless at everyone's reactions. He thought people would be resistant. For that reason, he was all set to convince everyone with reason and emotion. But I didn't expect the excitement of the crowd to overflow, which is unacceptable. The one who was most shocked would have to be Han Xiangmei. She remembered when she went to Huachai for an interview and asked Sam Su on her way out, "Mr. Su, was Huachai really acquired by FC?" At that time, Senator Su just laughed and then asked a rhetorical question. "What do you think?" Now that I think about it, I'm really dog-eared. It's also true that a talent like Senator Su could not possibly stoop to the level of a subordinate. Shocked, everyone becomes enthusiastic about Han Xiangmei. Other people don't know, but they know clearly that Han Xiangmei is a Chinese. They naturally assumed that she had been sent here by Senator Su. Otherwise, how come she was the only one given a newcomer song? And 2 of them at that. Xiao Mei, we'll go eat barbecue in a while. There's a new barbecue restaurant near the company. It tastes good. Mei, let's go shopping later. I found a very unique clothing store. Mei, are you free these days? Let's go on an outing together on the weekend. Mei, do you have a boyfriend? For a while, Han Xiangmei became a big celebrity in the company. Everyone wanted to flatter her, and they thought that if they got along with Han Xiangmei, it would be the same as hooking up with Senator Su. Jin Zhongren looked at the crowd's reaction, and to be honest, he was a little bit disappointed. He sighed and commanded, "Go send the message out through the official website. I'll go to Huaxia and perfect the share transfer." Soon after, a message was announced on FC Entertainment's official website. As of today, Huakai Entertainment of China will be the largest shareholder of FC Entertainment. When this news came out, the first one to blow up was Hangzhou. What's the deal? Didn't FC buy out Wachovia? Oh my god. Am I dreaming? Can someone explain this to me? Whoa, Hangzhou can't live without Samsu. Soon the news reached the country. Even though Xie Qingwen had known the result for a long time, he was still thrilled to hear the other side's official announcement. He thought it would take a bit of effort to get FC to fall in line. I didn't expect the other side to take the initiative to make an official announcement. It made him rub his hands together in excitement. Senator Su also didn't expect that the other party would actually make the decision to make an official announcement so quickly. He thought that even if the other party honored his promise, he would try to keep a low profile and keep the outside world out of the picture if he could. But now it seems that the other party has come forward to make an official announcement at this time, clearly showing goodwill to Huakai. Senator Su became more and more curious about Jin Zhongren. Mr. Xia, let's make an official announcement too. Xia Qingwen agreed with Senator Su's decision. Good. Putting the news out at this time will definitely be explosive news. Mr. Xia, since Jin Zhongren is so straightforward, we have to show our sincerity as well. Soon after, Huakai's official website was also updated with a message. From now on, Huakai and FC Entertainment are officially bound, and at the same time, FC will be operating as an independent company in Korea, and Huakai will be providing it with full support in terms of creativity. Together, the two sides are bound to provide more and better works for Korean entertainment. When this news of Huakai came out, it instantly triggered an earthquake in Huaxia. What's the situation? Didn't they say that FC Entertainment bought out Huakai? How come? Looking at this situation, it's Huakai who acquired FC. A friend in Hangzhou just called and said that Huakai is now FC's largest shareholder. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who was it that said Junior was Han Chao? I'm not done with him. Good lord. I thought Senator Su was going to work for Hangzhou from now on, but I didn't realize he's now the boss of FC. I even unfollowed Junior before for this. I'll be damned. Zhongling was also stunned at this time. She had been brought to the company by Senator Su from Dada County in Min Province when she was first brought to the company, and she had scruples. Although Samsu gave her a high-quality song called Dada Housen Boy, she was still upset. The thing that's nagging at her is what happened between Huakai and FC. Although Senator Su explained at the time that it was a betting agreement, she still had no idea in her heart, because in the past few years, the invasion of the Korean wave has been so severe, and she is well aware of how good Korean entertainment is in this regard. But as her time in Huachai grew longer, she felt more and more that Su Shen was not ordinary, not just uncommonly talented, but highly insightful in every way. Nonetheless, she was taken aback when the news of Wachovia's acquisition of FC was announced. Zhongling lamented. What kind of divine figure is he? At this time, Hao Jian said to Songyu, Brother Yu, I told you, Huakai should acquire FC. Songyu said, with your nonsense, don't I know? But, Songyu interrupted Hao Jian's words, then said viciously, if you dare to say half a word again, believe it or not, I'll make you not see tomorrow's sun. Hey, you, I knew you saw through it a long time ago. You just didn't say it out loud. You must have been testing me in the beginning. Well, it's good that you know. Hao Jian's words were still very flattering to Songyu. In response, Songyu was pleased to say, that's something you can say more often. In fact, Songyu was skeptical of the company's decision at first. However, he didn't suspect Senator Su, but put the blame on Xia Qingwen. He argued that it was all the decision of Xia Qingwen, who was the general manager, and that Senator Su was not able to stop him. But then he saw the result and felt that it was all under his third brother's control. Well, that makes sense. Chapter 183, A Full Harvest. Kim Jong-un also saw the official announcement from Hua Choi. To be honest, he was still impressed at that point. Originally, I thought that after Huakai's shareholding in FC, he would carry out drastic reforms, and maybe he, the nominal general manager, would have to go home and retire. But apparently, the other side didn't do that, or at least didn't act that way right now. The purpose of Senator Su's doing so, in addition to expressing his approval of Jin Zhongren's approach, was also very important, which was to maintain stability. The fact that FC made a high-profile official announcement about belonging to Huacho at a point in time when the cultural wall between the two countries had only just been opened has more or less broken the defenses of the people of the Korean continent. And the official announcement of HCC said that it will not interfere with the normal operation of FC and will only provide good works. The result of this will undoubtedly be a better reception for the Hangzhou population. At this time, Kim Chung-un had already arrived at Huachai. Senator Su said, Mr. Jin, I agree with what you said just now about Hangzhou Entertainment's development strategy. However, since we've reached a cooperation, we might as well look farther ahead. We can expand into other sections, such as the film and television industry. Jin Jongren was stunned by Senator Su's words. The first time he met up with the young man in front of him, he still had a sense of superiority, thinking that Su Shin was a yellow-bellied kid whose hair hadn't even grown back. But it was this young man who made him lose. From the discussion just now, Kim Chung-in believes that Senator Su has a better understanding of entertainment and its development plans than he does. He came to Huakai this time. In fact, he wanted to probe the mouth of Huatsai's side. In fact, Kim Chung-in had long had his own plans, so he rattled off a bunch of things. He thought his planning was seamless, but Senator Su always questioned the key points and then gave better solutions, which gave Jin Jongren the feeling that his ideas were too undisciplined. Especially, when he heard that Senator Su wanted to enter the movie and television industry, he almost couldn't control his emotions. Kim Jong-un was excited first. Ask any entertainment company that doesn't want their territory to grow bigger and bigger. Besides, singing and acting is what any person aspires to, but how can it be that easy? If it were possible, the film and television industry in Hangzhou would not be at the point of being monopolized now. Jin Jongren said somewhat helplessly. Mr. Su, you may not know that the film and television industry in Korean continent is saturated, and in your Chinese words, the three worlds have been settled. At this point, Kim Chung-in wasn't wrong. The entertainment companies at the head of the Korean continent today are SN, YJ and JP. Similarly, these three companies dominate the movie and television section with little else. Not only do they have talent in all areas, but more importantly, they have a close relationship with Hangzhou TV. If there is a movie or TV show made by another company that wants to be released, it has to go through their nod. This was certainly something that Sam Su knew, and Wu Cheng had long ago put the information together for him. For the way to break the situation, Senator Su also thought of several ways. As the saying goes, the world is a place of profit. As long as the benefits are properly distributed, who is in a position to refuse? Besides, it's not really possible to syndicate some of the lesser-known stations, or else, just do a Netflix show and expand your reach. With a certain amount of fame, naturally people will come to your door. This is something that Senator Su is not worried about because he has as many ips in his hand as he wants. Senator Su said to Kim Jongren, Mr. Kim, this will be incorporated into our development plan in Korea. You don't have to worry about the rest. We can stir up the music scene in the Korean continent. Can't we shake up the film and television industry? Jin Jongren was in a bit of a trance. Indeed, the young man in front of him had given him too much of a shock. Jin Jongren even thought in his heart, perhaps, it's really possible for him to make a move. Amicable negotiations ensued. Regarding the FC shares, Senator Su didn't let Huakai accept their shares directly. Instead, we established HC, a domestic company in Korea. In the future, HC, in addition to holding FC Entertainment, will also hold a number of sections such as film and television, variety shows and so on. HC's holding, on the other hand, is carried out by the Chinese company Pangu Investment. Senator Su also restructured the shares of other companies in his possession. For example, in the beginning, Huachoi was due to the employees committee holding shares on behalf of the employees, while people like Su Sen and Xia Chengwen took up the actual shares. Senator Su put his shares inside Pangu Investment. At the same time, the shares of Panglai Film were put inside Pangu Investment. Instead, Senator Su is directly holding Pangu Investment by an independent person. This maximizes both risk and control over other companies. Su Sen has planned well. In the future, Pangu Investment will also be on the animation, variety and so on and entertainment-related sections to get involved, not only in the country, but also out of the country, and even to other countries to dabble in the entertainment. All of this is a bit of a long way of saying, at that moment, Sam Su and Kim Chung-in signed the agreement for the shares of FC. At the same time, the shareholding within the company was reformed, and incorporate employee stock ownership programs into planning. This will invariably bind more loyal and reliable people. At this point, Senator Su still believed in the success story of Huawei on Earth. With that done, Sam Su gave Jin Jongren a few songs to go back and have the more powerful ones published. At this point, Kim Jong-in is excited. He felt that he had gained too much from his visit to Huaxia this time. When he came out of Huakai, he hoofed it back to Hangzhou. On the airplane, Kim Chung-in was still excited. In his heart, he exclaimed, perhaps, this is the best decision I've ever made in my life. When Kim Jong-in returned to the company, he gave the songs to different people. Those who were chosen wailed with excitement. Those who weren't chosen had a loss, but they saw opportunity all the same. During this period, Kim Chung-in went on a songwriting spree. This is also the arrangement of Senator Su. Sam Su doesn't want all of his work to come from him. Even if he had enough work, it would eventually run dry. Recruiting talent and getting FC on track is the priority. Not only FC, but even Huachai is likewise recruiting heavily with the aim of building a strong enough team. In this way, even without the Su sang, Hwa Choi is still able to stand tall. Senator Su wouldn't admit that he was trying to be lazy. Aha! I'm keeping the Civic on track, and I definitely don't mean to be lazy. Soon after, a singer from FC Entertainment called on Taran released the single Way Back Home. The song, On Earth, is a song with lyrics by An, composed and sung by Sean. Hanzhou's netizens were in a state of loss 1 second, but the next they were captivated by An Taran's song. Can't wait to click on the song, Way Back Home, sung by An Taran. Lyrics, Su Sam. Seeing this message gave them an awkward sense of loss. It's like, you say to the public that you got a wife, and then all your relatives from your 7 aunts and all your relatives are organizing your marriage. But on the day of the wedding, I realized that the other party had been married for a long time, and even their children could play soy sauce, and people are in love with their couples and have no intention of getting divorced. And what you call getting a wife is nothing more than wishful thinking and masturbation. Chapter 184, The Good Calculator. Hanzhou's netizens are depressed, but soon they found a rational explanation. It doesn't matter if FC belongs to Wakai or Wakai belongs to FC. Anyway, these two belong to one company now, and since it's one company, they don't talk about two companies. FC is Wakai's, and likewise, Wakai is FC's, which means that Hyo-sam is FC's, and FC is Hanzhou's entertainment company. So to sum it up, Hyo-sam is Hanzhou's. The netizens of Huaxia were dumbfounded at this logical relationship. Wait, I'm a little messed up. I'm going to go rock on the rocker for a while. I can't believe I thought it was reasonable. According to this, Hanzhou is still Chinese. Korean netizens chose to turn a blind eye to the reasoned arguments of Chinese netizens. They are trying to divert public opinion to FC Entertainment's Han Xiangmei in order to change the subject. Don't you guys see? Senator Su gave 2 songs to Han Xiangmei, the only artist who gave 2 songs. What does that mean? It means that Senator Su is still toward our Hanzhou. Just as they were gloating, Han Xiangmei directly handed out the passports. Now, the Hanzhou netizens shut up completely. On the Chinese side, the netizens who were still angry and wailing, all of a sudden didn't control themselves and laughed out a pig squeal. To say that the most devastated people are not the netizens of Hanzhou, but the people of Korean and Chinese entertainment industry. This series of flowing operations by Sushin directly broke their defense. Just now, that Korean song Way Back Home went online and everyone listened to it first. What can I say? It's more than catchy. It's a masterpiece. There are no heartbreaking cries, but there is an unflinching persistence. This work of substance also gained instant popularity with the crowd. However, this is not the worst for the capital. What's scary is that past installments that were dominated by fresh meat have plummeted in terms of VOD. This result is what they don't want to see and what they fear the most. It's like, you wielded a sword and cut off your penis in order to practice the sword of wisdom. And then you practiced it and your martial arts skills increased greatly. At this point, you reappear in the Jianghu, only to find that Ling Huchong has made the sword technique of the 9 swords of the Dokoroku open to the public in the Jianghu. Tell me, who's going to practice the sword of wisdom? Senator Hyo's maneuvering has caused the capital of the Korean entertainment industry to break right through its defenses. The deepest cooperation with Hwaseae High Entertainment is with Hanzhou's JP Entertainment. JP Entertainment's boss, Lee Sung-woo, was at Yeehee at the moment. Lee Sung-woo originally thought that when he came to China, with his experience in the top of Korean entertainment, he would definitely be able to be invincible by joining hands with the top of China's High Entertainment. For this reason, they celebrated the day before the opening of the Cultural Wall. However, what he didn't expect was that there was actually not a single capable fighter in Yahai. What's more crucial is that all of them, Han Entertainment, were also being pressured by Sam Su to lift their heads. In Lee Sung-woo's eyes, FC is a little Karami. Then, it was this company that he usually didn't even bother to look at, whose artists were releasing hit songs one after another, which really made him overwhelmed. It's fine if FC holds Wachovia. Big deal. He goes back and buys FC out. But now it seems to be completely different from what he thought. And Huakai has actually become FC's largest shareholder. It made him feel like his home had been stolen. Wang Changhua said, Mr. Lee, what should we do next? Li Changyu looked at Wang Changhua somewhat speechlessly, thinking, this is in your ing territory. You're asking me what to do. But it was not good for him to have a fit. After all, now they JP was the major shareholder of Art Ocean. At this point in time, Lee Sung-woo still acted like he had a plan. Let them bounce around for a while first. I don't believe that the one called Sushin can consistently lose. On this point, Wang Changhua is the most vocal. And what he wants to say is, that kid could really do it. But not being able to grow others' ambition and destroy his own. Wang Changhua could only concur and say, that makes sense. Lee Sung-woo continued, also, who said we only have songs? Our movie, isn't it going to be released in your spring festival slot? Hearing this news, Wang Changwa got a little excited. For the movie matter, Lee Sung-woo originally wanted to pinch Wang Changwa and make him give up more benefits, but now at this juncture, had to light up the strength, so that it is also a kind of a pill to the partners. Lee Sung-woo added, "That artist of ours, Choi Ji-woo, let him get his album ready and send it out. It will definitely rock your entertainment." Wang Changguk was a bit hesitant because Choi Ji-woo was an artist that JP Entertainment had hung under their banner, and Wang Changguk was aware of Choi Ji-woo's preparations for an album. Wang Changgwa said, "But his album doesn't even have half the songs, how is this going to be released?" Then wait for the movie to be released. Didn't he play a role in it? By then take advantage of the momentum of the movie and then launch the album on the market. I believe that even if it's only half an album, it will be able to be a big seller in Huaxia. Hearing Lee Changyu say this, Wang Changgwa also felt it was feasible. In his eyes, a movie from the Korean continent, just for this gimmick, can kill most of the domestic movies on the market, and then use the momentum to release an album. Even if it's only half an album, it's still capable of killing it. The more Wang Changgwa thought about it, the more feasible he felt. He immediately arranged for a big announcement to be made. Anyway, this month's music charts are out of the question for everyone, so just get down to business and get ready for the next movie. Indeed, both Chinese and Korean songs are dabbled in by Samsoo. More to the point, every song is surprisingly good. Now that's taking care of both the Chinese and Korean audiences. The next thing is about songs hitting the charts. Logically, it's all Samsoo's songs, and it doesn't matter to him which one takes first place. However, Hanzhou and Huaxia's listeners thought otherwise. Chinese songs are the most. No one can beat Way Back Home in Korean. Noisy as they are, there is one thing on which the listeners on both sides of the aisle agree. Senator Su Yyds. The total population of Hanzhou is also just over 50 million, while the population of China is measured in billions. There shouldn't be much disclosure as to what happened to the song rankings. Spare a thought for the Korean song Way Back Home, which has achieved 1 billion views, came in 4th place. In first place, of course, is Welcome to China. In second place is the Materia Medica. In third place is the Lanting Preface. Coming in at number 4 is Way Back Home. In response to such a ranking, Hanzhou netizens said, "You guys just have the advantage of more people. The netizens on the Chinese side are too lazy to care about them." In the words of an online comment, this group is still dog-eared. Chapter 185, Movie Publicity. Since the song charts have been dominated by Samsoo, Yahai's site started promoting the new movie like crazy. The much-anticipated singer and actor, Choi Ji-woo, is set to shine in the Chinese New Year with his debut movie, The Sky of Love, where he will lead the audience to immerse themselves in the sweet atmosphere of love. So feel free to grab a ticket and make a reservation. People are still interested in seeing this message. After all, since Choi Ji-woo arrived in China, Yihai hadn't given a lot of resources. He has now amassed over 5 million followers, and they're all young diehard fans. There is no doubt about the spending power of these people. They can go crazy for the lovebirds. These haha fans were wailing with excitement when they found out that Choi Ji-woo's movie was going to be released. Wah. I have to go to my brother's movie. I'm going to pack the house. It's Oba's debut. You have to support it. I can't. I'm so happy. I'm going to see Oba inside the movie. For a while, the internet was full of news about Choi Ji-woo releasing a movie. Ordinary netizens are wide-eyed and have absolutely no idea what these people are so excited about. The movie hasn't even been released yet, and it's starting to climax. Not only were the netizens of Huaxia confused, even the netizens of the Korean continent were confused. Let's put it this way, who Choi Ji-woo is, they have no recollection at all. Regarding Choi Ji-woo's identity, inside his profile it says, he practiced with JP Entertainment for 2.5 years. So, people also went and searched his work. It turned out to be only 2 songs. These 2 songs, I guess, would still be able to attract attention without Samsoo's work flowing into the market. It's just that, with the blossoming of songs created by Samsoo, his songs, in the eyes of the public, became mediocre and even a bit contrived. But those Hallyu fans don't see it that way. They are simply precious about Choi Ji-woo's work. As for those who disparage their loved ones, in their eyes, it's outright jealousy. Just then, Senator Su retweeted a message on Twitter. The movie The Trouble with Charlotte Rocks, a carnival feast about youth, dreams and love is about to kick off. A visual and spiritual journey not to be missed. We invite you to join this movie feast. Netizens looked puzzled. What's with Junior promoting the movie? Sammy, was your Twitter feed stolen? Is there a song of yours in this movie? With curiosity, people clicked on the original source of the message. It turned out that this look revealed something remarkable. Crap! This message was released by a company called Penglai Pictures. That's not the point. The point is that this company is related to Junior. I read the description of this movie and the screenwriter is actually Junior. Since when did Junior get involved in the movie industry? The lead actor is actually Son Lao-er. For a while, all sorts of information was picked up by netizens. While everyone was shocked, they also had a lot of questions. Is Junior reliable as a screenwriter? Sammy, why don't we not force it? Don't destroy yourself then. Junior has written MV planning before. I'm sure he's got the chops for it. Come on, can a MV be compared to a movie? They're not even the same concept. I'm afraid to go see this movie. I'm afraid it'll ruin the perfect image of Sammy in my mind. Apparently, these fans of Sam Soo are still sensible. Instead of blindly singing and shouting, they have a worried mentality. This reaction has been interpreted by those with an axe to grind to sing the praises of Senator Soo's movie. See, Senator Soo's fans don't even think highly of his movie. So there's even less reason for us to support it. Don't think you can dabble in the movie and TV industry just because you sang a few songs. You think you're as good as my brother. If you ask me, this movie is going to set a record for the lowest rating ever when it hits theaters. These people belittled Sam Soo while elevating their idol. Unbeknownst to them, their so-called Oba is also acting in a movie for the first time. But for this, the explanation given by these haha Korean fans is, what do you know? Oba is making a movie, not writing a script, and Senator Soo is the one who was out of his depth. For a while, everyone was surprisingly speechless. After all, they hadn't read Sam Soo's script either. Sam Hui ignored the voices on the internet. First of all, he has a lot of faith in the Charlotte's Angels movie. Secondly, he spent this time completely preparing for the spring fling. The theme of this spring gala is hope. Sam Soo made a point of mulling over this, then selected the songs and has been rehearsing them. The month of January was dominated by Sam Soo. February, though, there are already artists releasing songs on the Korean continent side. But people on the Chinese side are obviously a bit conservative. They're all waiting for the spring show to start. The quality of the songs in it, after all, isn't usually high. In a departure from previous years, the music charts for this month of Spring Festival are no longer ranked by the number of votes cast for the spring show. Rather, it uses the same hit list as the other regular months. In other words, how good or bad the Chinese New Year program is has something to do with the final hit list results, but not much. On the contrary, it's a bit of a constraint. After all, the theme of the Spring Festival Gala is given out, which is equivalent to a proposition essay, and there is much less room for everyone to give free rein to it. Also, the Spring Festival is not on the day of February 1st, which means that songs from the Spring Festival will be played later than other artists' releases. Luckily, though, New Year's Eve is February 10th this year. This is a little late, but it's much better than February 20th or so. People in the Korean entertainment industry are aware of this rule. So, it released itself at the beginning of February. For a while, the charts of major music platforms were almost all Korean songs. But the good thing is, when Sam Soo gave Kim Chung-in a few songs, and while Kim Jong-un only released one song in January, he had the singer release the rest as soon as February began. Now at the top of the music charts is the Korean song Girls Never Die written by Sam Hyo. For this result, the netizens of both countries dare not fool around. For this song, Kim Chung-in gave FC a girl group called TPS. The girls lived up to the hype and performed the song to perfection. Once it was released, it topped all major music platforms. The song On Earth was composed by Jang Lee-young, Maria Marcus, Arina Karimi, Vendors, Zener, Vendors, Nano, Jong-soo Kim, Jaden Jong. The Crowd. The performance was performed by the Korean girl group Triples. It is a song that proclaims themes of perseverance and defiance, dreams and pursuits, youth and death, self-identity and female strength. The song was performed by a couple of girls and was very catchy. The song comes on with a reflective theme. Try it again. La 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 la. I'll go all the way. I won't give up. La 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 la. Even if I fall, I'll get up again. We go, we high, go now. La 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 la. Girls never die, never cry. A girl never loses, never cries. Chapter 186 Young China Speaks. The song Girls Never Die is relatable, both in its melody and in its vocal segments. Not only is it a powerful and passionate song, it also deeply explores themes of youth, dreams, self-identity, and life and death. The song encourages every listener, especially female listeners, to be brave enough to face challenges and difficulties in life, to persevere in their dreams and pursuits, and at the same time to cherish and enjoy the good times of their youth. While the song was highly acclaimed, it also sent a signal to everyone. The nature of the song. Is it the quality of the work that dominates or the person singing it? People used to listen to songs for the people. Even, as long as the person is good looking, whether the song is good or not is secondary. Listeners come with their own filters. Since the introduction of Sam Soo's songs, Both over-the-top artists and newcomers to the scene have been able to bring out the value of the songs themselves, as long as they can sing. At this point, the focus was on the song itself. Though, there is the added bonus of Samsu in there to give the listener something to look forward to, but the songs were good or bad, and the singers' renditions became the talk of the town after dinner. Of course, that's not to say that everyone's appreciation standards are like that, but as you can see from the comments people leave below the songs, some people have started to pay attention to the quality of the songs rather than mindlessly enjoying supporting one person for one song. This change will not happen overnight, but the beginnings are good. Just when everyone is picking and choosing songs from music platforms, Chinese New Year is here. Everyone stayed in front of the TV. The program is as wonderful as ever, and it can be said that the Spring Festival Gala is the highest quality and specification of all programs in China. It's natural that the works that make it to the Spring Festival Gala are noteworthy. The theme of this Spring Gala is hope. It's still a relief to see this thread. They also remembered that the theme of the last Spring Gala was intimacy. Samsu's Look Home Often and Where Did the Time Go really abused everyone. Because of the two songs of Samsu, it was even more straightforward for everyone to break their defenses, resulting in a hard-to-find train and air tickets on the night of New Year's Eve. They were scared of being played by Su Sen. So this year, everyone went home early for Chinese New Year. They were afraid that if Su Shen came back with another blitz, they wouldn't be able to top it. When they saw the theme of the Spring Gala, people thought, I'll see how you're going to live with the whole thing this year. It is also a blessing to stay in front of the TV with your family and watch the program. The sketches, comedy, songs and dances were all riveting. Just as a cheer went up, the host took the stage and said, on this night of national celebration and family reunion, we gather on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala to share this joy and warmth together. And on this special occasion, I would like to talk about hope not only for the new year, but for our time, for our country, and especially for our younger generation. Please welcome Senator Su, who will bring us the song Young China Speaks. There are actually a lot of songs about hope. For example, Han Hong and Man Man Jun's Hope, composed by Mr. Gu Jianfen and sung by Mao Amin, as well as Li Zongxing's Hope, and so on. However, Senator Su felt that while those songs were good, this song, Young China Speaks, was more allegorical. The background of the song's composition originated from Liang Qichao's prose of the same name, which was written in a period of unprecedented national crisis following the invasion of China by the eight-power Allied forces. In his article, Liang Qichao strongly praised the youth's vigor, pointed out that China under feudal rule was the old empire, and fervently hoped for the emergence of a young China to invigorate the people's spirit. Ursui filled in the words based on its context. Su Song composed the song. In the end, it was Jie Zhang who performed the song. The songwriting team, based on Liang Qichao's prose, The Sayings of Young China, has conveyed this hope and passion to a wider audience through the form of music. Everyone cheered as they saw the song information appear on the big screen. Isn't The Sayings of Young China that essay by Liang Qichao? Is it another reinterpretation of a classic? You all care about the songs. Don't you realize that Junior is handsome? Joining Samsu on stage was a group of students. They were neatly dressed in their school uniforms. Each man held his head high and his gaze firm. The vigor and flair of teenagers is reflected in them. The program began with this group of children reciting in unison. When the young are wise, the nation is wise. When the young are rich, the nation is rich. When the young are strong, the nation is strong. When the young are free, the nation is free. So many people do recite this paragraph. So, when they heard the children reciting aloud, some listeners couldn't help but follow suit. An inexplicable excitement overflowed. Indeed, it is the youngsters who are the hope and the future of the country. How can a society expect a bright future if the youth of the country have no fighting spirit and vigor? Just then, a backing track came on. Samsu stepped forward from the child and sang slowly. The red sun rises. Its path is bright. The river flows out of its ambush and floods the ocean. The dragon is in the abyss. The scales and claws are flying. The tiger's voice is heard in the valley, and the beasts are terrified. When Su Shen's voice came out, it immediately attracted the attention of the audience. The rising of the red sun, the river out of the ambush, the submerged dragon in the abyss, and the milky tiger whistling in the valley are all substitutes for a young man. At the beginning of this segment, some people were reminded of Samsu's earlier song 10,000 Borders. The beginning of that song, the red sun rises in the east, and its path is full of sunlight, echoes the phrase the red sun rises in the east, and its path is full of light, like a musical and cultural continuation. From a tribute to the country to an inspiration to be a pillar of hope for the nation. This is a continuation of the spirit, but also a cultural heritage. On stage, Samsu continued to sing. A young man's got his own young manhood. The body is like a mountain and the backbone is like a river. Dare to measure the sun and the moon again. I'm the only one who's a teenager today. dare to ask the sky and the earth to test its edge. Who can stop them? The world laughs at me, but I'm strong. Live up to your youth. The audience began to stir. Some of them were so excited that their faces turned red and their fists clenched. It's a part that sings the fervor out of too many people. Even young and middle-aged people are hot. Yeah, who hasn't been a teenager? Think about the wishes we made then. Have they come true today? It's hard to cool hot blood when you've been drinking ice for 10 years. 1,000 years in a dark room. A single light will bring light. The ambition is still there. The meekness is still early. 1,000 sails have passed without falling into the green clouds. Next, another recitation by the children. A wise young man makes a wise nation. After the recitation, Sam Su sang, a dry man's whetstone has a mane. The sky wears the gray and the earth wears the yellow. Throughout the ages, and across the 8 wastelands, the future's a long way off. This is sung with a chorus. Next, Sam Su sang with the children. A young man's got his own young manhood. A heart like the sun, a long, long way to go. I'll go for it. I'm the only one who's a teenager today. The sky is high. The sea is wide. 10,000 miles long. The youth of China are full of vigor. Make an effort to become strong and a pillar of strength. Live up to your youth. Listening to the songs, some of the audience started to tremble. Too excited. Excited to the point of feverishness. The songs are full of praise for teenagers and visions of the future. Teenagers are the future of the country, and they shoulder the heavy responsibility of building the motherland, while at the same time pinning the hopes of the entire nation on them. At the end of the song, Sam Su sings fondly, "Be strong, be a pillar of strength. Live up to your youth." Chapter 187 Movie Release. The song Teenage China Speaks sings of the vigor and hope of teenagers. The songs are full of positive energy and are hot to listen to. Not only does it serve as an important inspiration and motivation for today's youth, but even young and middle-aged people are energized by hearing it. Audience members have commented, stirring melodies and heartfelt lyrics that make your heart sing, "Love, love, love." After listening to this song, it's as if I see the hope of the country's future shining through the teenagers. This song makes me feel the vigor and energy of a teenager and his deep love for his country. It's really great. After this song, the parents of so many families said to their children, in the future, listen to songs, you have to listen to this kind. Do not giggle at those men and women every day. Apparently, the song is also well respected by the elders. The song, later that night, went live on all major music platforms. With its unique thematic melody, it went all the way to the top of the charts and straight to the top. It can be said that every aspiring young man in China has no resistance to this song. Even Hanzhou's listeners, after checking out the material, really liked the song. Their hearts were sore at this point. How come we don't have songs like this one? Huaxia is really a great country. Growing up in such a culture, it's hard not to be powerful. Don't say it's Chinese. I have a hot feeling when I hear it. The Hanzhou netizens were not stiff upper lip at this time, and there were waves of praise. In fact, careful netizens will find that as soon as Sam Huey's song comes out, both sides are in harmony. It was enough to see the great strength that Senator Su had shown in this area. Of course, that doesn't include the Hikari fans. They expressed their disdain for Sam Su. Che, all you know is to sing songs that sing praises and channel emotions. It's just claptrap. Sam Su went home after the show. This year, in addition to Su Xian and Yifan staying in Kyoto to celebrate the new year, even Mr. and Mrs. Yi Chunlin came to Kyoto. The reason was that Yifan and Su Xian had bought a house, and Yifan's parents had come over to see how their son and daughter-in-law were doing in Kyoto. When Sam Su returned home, his family was waiting for him. When Yi Changlin saw Su Sin, he laughed and said, "Little son, your song is good. When will you create some more works for the old family?" Yifan's mother glared at Yi Changlin in a bad mood. "When can't you forget your job? Not stopping even after vacation." Small senator don't pay attention to him. Senator Su just smiled and said, "Uncle Yi, the tourism industry in the old country should be doing well now." Senator Su didn't pick up on Yi Chenglin's words, but asked about the development of his hometown. In fact, there are simply not too many songs and cultural works about the Jiangnan water town. But faced with a leader like Yi Changlin who saw a needle in the eye, Senator Su felt it was better to be cautious. Otherwise, he'll be drained one day. Without waiting for Yi Changlin to speak, Ye's mother said, "After your last publicity, your uncle Yi has benefited quite a lot, and now many provinces have come to visit the Soviet province, wanting to copy the success of the Soviet province." At this point, Yi Changlin interjected, "They only know how to emulate. Local development should be combined with local characteristics. Otherwise it can only be a case of East meets West." Yi mother said, "Yes, you're right. If it weren't for little Sam, you wouldn't be begging for help everywhere now. You, revealing people." Everyone laughed. In fact, one of Su Sen's songs, "The Sound of the Voice," pushed the character of the Soviet Union, a credit to the development of the Su province. However, the real implementation and landing will depend on the decisions and actions of local leaders. It could be argued that Samsu was just a lead-in. The key to whether subsequent development can continue to prosper or even go to the next level lies in the overall planning and implementation by local leaders. In this regard, Yi Changlin is still very far-sighted. For example, during the peak tourist season, he has implemented a series of tourist-oriented policies, such as curbing malicious price hikes by hotels and prohibiting non-transparent consumption, which are key factors in ensuring that the city's tourism industry can develop in a sound and sustainable manner. The next day, Samsu had a good rest day at home. He's still busy these days. He wanted to take a few days off while the new year was in full swing. The idea was good. And that's when Su Xian found him. I bought movie tickets for the whole family. Let's go see a movie tomorrow. Watching a movie? What movie? Senator Su had a skeptical look on his face. Su Xian was speechless and said, "Come on, you slept silly. Your own movie. Of course we're going to support it." It was only then that Senator Su remembered that Charlotte's Trouble was being released in the Chinese New Year, and tomorrow was the release time. He didn't worry about any of these things. They were all handled by Kevin Chin. Senator Su lamented in his heart. It seems that pulling Chin Kevin into the fold was a very wise choice in the first place. Meanwhile, for this movie, Samsu had seen it long ago. He also plays himself in it. That's right, Samsu is Samsu. Overall, the movie was made in a way that Samsu felt was quite successful. Sort of a high-level recreation of Charlotte's Angels on Earth. What he didn't expect was that Song Yu's acting skills were actually not at all inferior to professional actors. In Song Yu's words, "Acting? I'm a professional," Samsu exclaimed. What an actor delayed by singing. There are quite a few movies released in the Spring Festival, but the most talked about ones have to be Samsu's The Trouble with Charlotte and the movie The Sky of Love. Directed by director Han Ju and starring Choi Ji-woo, Sky of Love gets most of the attention, except for the lead actors, because of the directing gimmick. For this reason, everyone is filled with anticipation to see what Han Chao's so-called sweet romance drama is like. And Su Sen's Charlotte's Innocence is getting attention solely because of Su Sen's personal fame. As for the director and the lead actor, they all have to come second. In fact, people don't think much of Samsu as a screenwriter. In everyone's words, Samsu, invincible in the music industry. As for the movie, Senator Su is the screenwriter of Charlotte's Trouble. And you should know that in Blue Star, the position of screenwriter is not at all worse than that of director. Besides, Samsu's name was ahead of the director. This means that the film is the screenwriter's core production of the movie. The main difference between the director core system and the screenwriter core system is reflected in the different dominance and focus in the film and television production process. For this, Charlotte's Trouble, as a director, Kevin Chin made sure to put Samsu's name in front of it. Because of this script, Samsu wrote it in such detail. The movie was filmed with little effort and followed the script exactly. It's also one of the silkiest films he's made in his career. That was why Chin Kaiwan insisted on giving credit to Senator Su. Senator Su couldn't insist, so he went along with it. Chapter 188, The Movie. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Samsu and the whole family came to the movie theater. Su Xian has already booked the tickets in advance. Arriving at the movie theater still saw a lot of people lining up for tickets. These people are struggling with which movie to see, because Charlotte's Trouble and The Sky of Love not only have the same release time, but even the theater schedule is the same. Samsu muttered in his heart, could it be a coincidence? Actually, it's not really a coincidence. It was deliberately arranged by Ye Hei's side. At this moment, Wang Chonghua coldly grunted, let's see how you can still fight me this time. While the movie was still on, Su Xian went to buy popcorn and various other snacks. I came back just in time to hear couples in line discussing exactly which movie to see. Which one do I look at first? So torn. Go watch Choi Ji-woo's Sky of Love. There's nothing to see in Chinese movies, but I love the little trio so much. Charlotte's Trouble sounds like a foreign name at first glance, so it must be a sheep's head, Su Xian said with a disdainful face. If you don't know what you're talking about, you'll regret it when the time comes. After saying that, Su Xian added to Su Sen, by the way, why did your protagonist take the foreign name of Charlotte? Su Xian looked at Su Xian with a face full of black lines, and could only chuckle. Soon, it was time for the entry session. Su Xian, Su Xian and Yi Fan, as well as the parents of both sides, entered the movie theater one after another. Not a bad location, right in the middle. This is a great location for both sound and picture effects. It's still a happy feeling to be a family and watch a movie together. Su Xian looked excited and even said to Su Sen, don't worry, even if it's a bad movie I won't leave early. I'll definitely give you face to finish the movie. Samsu said, watch out for the popcorn. Su Xian was baffled, not knowing what he was talking about. Senator Sue didn't explain. We'll know in a moment when the movie opens. The plot inside will definitely make people spray popcorn. The movie starts soon after. Some people bar lack of iron. Others, lack of calcium. And what I lack the most is face. As a monologue passes, the black screen converts to a white screen. Some Wu's face with a drunken look turned around. Today I lost what little face I had. And I lost it. This woman is my daughter-in-law, whose name is Ma Dongmei. This running dude is me. My name is Shiloh. Seeing this, it dawned on everyone. So the main character's name is Charlotte, not Charlotte. Su Xian looked at Su Xin. Think about not long ago. She asked Su Xin why the main character called Charlotte question. At that time, Senator Su just laughed. Su Xian thought of this and directly pinched Su Sen. The movie continues. Still with the voice of the narrator. I was supposed to be dashing today and I just got chipped silly by my daughter-in-law. In the video, Ma Dongmei follows Charlotte in hot pursuit, and her chase is a thrilling and chaotic scene. Wherever you pass, the chickens come home to roost. Wedding tables were knocked to the ground, and the elaborate wedding reception was instantly in shambles. To add insult to injury, the bride's wedding dress was yanked down during the chase, leaking a mosaic. Someone muttered in a low voice, "Why the code? You think I can't see it just because you coded it?" The old man has reached the realm of no coding in his mind. This segment is sort of the opening of the story, and viewers still find it fascinating to watch and have a desire to read on. Story continues. At that moment, the hotel doors opened and a limousine pulled in. The attendant at the entrance of the hotel enthusiastically signaled the limousine to stop. However, the car continued to drive around the hotel with no intention of stopping. I'd say my brother-in-law is almost done. I have to hurry back. My girlfriend's 60th birthday is today and she doesn't even know I took the car out. The man who spoke was Charlotte's brother-in-law. The audience burst out laughing when they heard this. Young people looking for an old baby. 40 years less to go. Charlotte said, "Drive slowly." In this way, the car circled around the hotel for I don't know how many times. Finally, after seeing a familiar face, Charlotte made the car stop. By this point in the movie, it's clear what kind of person Shiloh is. Love of vanity and wanting to be in the limelight. The story explains that during his school days, Charlotte used to adore Akia, who was the school beauty. Today is the day of Chioya's wedding. That's why there was a scene where Shiloh was pretending to come out. I'm going to apparate on her most important day and then disappear forever to be the man she can never touch in her life. Even though I'm not the star of the show today, I'm going to dress my best. But the sad thing is, I'm actually clashing with the MC. The laughs kept coming. And at first, everyone had already laughed several times. Su Xian looked at Su Sen and whispered, "You kid can I didn't expect such a beggarly plot to come up with." Senator Su was a bit speechless when he heard the words that seemed like a compliment. The movie continues. At the wine table, Yuan Hua, who was a classmate, improvised a poem, only to go to the banquet chicken feathers loaded. Our classmates loaded chicken feathers. The students laughed, and Yuan Hua raised his glass and said, "Charlotte, just kidding, don't take it to heart. It's purely for the sake of rhyming." Apparently, no one took Shiloh seriously. Probably, only he, himself, thought of himself as the hottest boy in the room. At this point, Mr. Wang made his appearance, a teacher who was fired for accepting gifts. After greeting the classmates, Mr. Wang said, "Actually, the one I'm most impressed with in your class is that Charlotte. That second little cutie. What are you doing now?" This farce began with this wedding. Charlotte's wife, Ma Dongmei, made an appearance. In an accusatory meal, the bottom of Shiloh's story is revealed. Charlotte went along with the gift and included the money that Ma Dongmei had worked so hard to earn and was going to buy an electric tricycle. Even the clothes, they were rented. Then there's the opening scene where Ma Dongmei chases after Charlotte and makes a scene at the wedding. Charlotte locked herself in the bathroom. He looked at his downtrodden self in the mirror. And that's when the voice came from outside the picture. "Maybe it's destined that I'm going to be a joke all my life. I've never accomplished a single thing. And what's even sadder is that I don't even know what I want." After venting in the restroom, Charlotte fell asleep on the toilet. When he woke up, he opened the bathroom door and was surprised to be back in the classroom where he used to go to school. Charlotte just wanted to go out, but was called by Mr. Wang. "Stop, where's your mom? Didn't I ask you to get your mom?" Shiloh was confused. What the hell is going on here? Teacher Wang was still there mocking. Student Xiao Luo has lost his memory. "Xiao Luo, what's your last name?" The laughter of the students was constant. Mr. Wang sneered at Charlotte's perversity. "Size cute. Two little cuties." The sarcasm. Shiloh thought he was dreaming. "In my dreams, I'd still let you bully me into it." What follows is the famous scene of beating up the teacher. The students reacted even more strongly, with some putting their book bags directly over the teacher's head and then striking out in unison. After hitting the teacher, Charlotte kissed Akia again. After doing this, he thought the dream was awake, but it didn't wake up. That's when Shiloh's otherwise deceased mother arrives. Next, Shiloh jumped, then hospitalized. Finally, he came to terms with the reality of crossing over. Chapter 189, Charlotte's Troubles. By this point, it finally dawned on everyone that this was a crossover movie. After crossing over, Charlotte beat up her teacher and kissed Shoya, making up for all the regrets of the past. During this period, the characters of Yuan Hua, Shoya, Dong Mei, Meng Tae, and Zhang Yang, each of whom is distinct and unique, add rich colors to the story. Almost every segment was a punchline and the movie theater didn't stop laughing, especially when Yuan Hua and Shoya meet in the grove. The soundtrack of One Cut of Plum plays in the background and the mood pulls right through. I'm so chagrined that I've suddenly turned into a sniveling fool, with no trace of being a third-rate student and a good corps officer. Yuan Hua punches a tree and Shoya holds his hand, at which point Yuan Hua tries to kiss it, but Shoya dodges it. I just touched your hand and he touched your mouth. No, no, no. When the passing teacher saw Yuan Hua came straight to the point. I can't do this question. Won't do it. It's too hard. The audience, at the moment, is doubled over with laughter. Charlotte returned home to try to find some music to listen to, and was surprised not to find Sam Huey's music. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Senator Sue hasn't caught fire yet. I'm going to catch fire. In the original, it says Park and Sue Wei. There are no such two here. But everyone knows Sam Sue, and it's more appropriate to put it here. Next, Shiloh played and sang a verse of Those Flowers to himself. This is a song that everyone is familiar with as Sam Sue has released it before. Here, sung as song use Charlotte. It's still something else. Charlotte came to school, ran to the radio room, and sang Once Upon a Time. It's a song that we're all more than familiar with. Back in the day, it was the top song of December. Teacher Wang found out that Charlotte had a good talent in music, so she let Charlotte participate in the primary and secondary school student singer competition held by the city. Shiloh took third place with a song called Nunchaku. Charlotte's talent is seen by Chuya, who gradually develops a crush on Charlotte. However, this made Yuan Hua upset, so he pays to hire Chen Kai, a big brother in the society, to give Charlotte a good beating and threaten him to stay away from Chuya in the future. Just call yourself Shiloh. The original tension was so high that it went straight to the point where everyone didn't break down and laughed. In the back, Charlotte fights hard with Chen Kai and some other punks, and is saved by Mr. Wang. This draws retaliation from Chen Kai, who wants to ruin Charlotte's voice. Ma Dongmei agrees to Chen Kai's request to drill the grove in order to save Charlotte. In the meantime, Yuan Hua had seen that things were getting out of hand and tried to get Ma Dongmei to leave, but apparently he overestimated his position and even he was beaten up. Ma Dongmei desperately allowed Chen Kai's request. Charlotte's life is on a high note, even appearing on the Spring Festival Gala with Ms. Xu Ying. Here, Samsu arranges for a guest appearance by a teacher from inside The Masked Singer. In the original it was Na Ying. In the new script, Xu Ying replaced Na Ying. The crowd gasped at the sight of another big name making an appearance. Shiloh is on fire in a big way. He also managed to get together with Akia. During this time, whenever there was footage of Yuan Hua, the dub of the song One Cut of Plum would play. People haven't heard the full version of the song yet. However, paired with shots of Yuan Hua, the scene is indescribably bleak. It's always a good laugh. In the movie, Shiloh becomes the godfather of music, but he carries that handful of chicken feathers in all his clothes. This corresponds to the beginning, when Shiloh attends Akia's wedding attire. Behind the movie, Shiloh planned the large-scale music program The Voice of China. It should be noted here that before the movie started shooting, Senator Su registered the copyright of The Voice of China, and it's under the umbrella of Taiku culture. Senator Su had long made plans to enter variety arts, and just took this opportunity to get the program out. The movie also highlights the rules of the show The Voice of China. Several judges turned their backs to the audience and blindly selected their own students based on their voices alone, which really made the music return to its pure essence. There's no such program at Blue Star. People can't help but yearn for this show in their hearts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This show looks the part. If there was a show like this in reality, I would go see it. Nowadays, all the talent shows look at the face. If only there was such a show, how great it would be. It was at this point in the program, The Voice of China, when it was being recorded that something happened that threw people for a loop. A military veteran set the house on fire with his cover of Shiloh's Starry Night. This segment was staged by Sam Su himself. Charlotte changed a little bit about Starclear because she didn't remember all the lyrics, but Sam Su made changes to the song and he sang the original version. Look at the stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, in a line. After the song, Sam Su looked like a newcomer. expecting a turn from his mentor. The movie theater laughed so hard that they exclaimed, "Junior is so miserable. Singing his own song has become a cover." Su Xian also couldn't help but slap Su Sen. You're also too miserable." At this point Shiloh is fearful that what is supposed to happen is still happening. Charlotte misremembered Starburst and Su Sam gave it back corrected. Therefore, Charlotte fumed on the spot. "You casually tampering with my lyrics is drawing a snake. And look at the stars 1 by 2 connecting to form a line. Do you think you're a gluttonous snake? I'm getting angry just looking at you." With that, Charlotte rushed to the stage and violently beat up Sam Hui. The audience laughed even harder. While observing a moment of silence for Senator Su, he said, "This part doesn't look like an act to me. This should be Son Lao Air's intention." In the interview, a bruised and swollen Sam Hui said, "I don't know why this happened. I actually like Charlotte especially. I love every one of his songs." The audience was laughing their asses off by this point. "Can you not like it? It's your own song." Next, Sam Su added, "I usually create myself, but I don't know why. I feel like I've been living in Shiloh's shadow. Now, people can't control it anymore. Even Father Su and Mother Su, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Yi Changlin, were laughing." As the movie continues, Yuan Hua comes online with the trident, and Charlotte didn't seem to like Akia as much as she did in the beginning, and Kelia cares more about Shiloh's talent. The story begins to go in a different direction. Charlotte began to miss Ma Dongmei. In a chance encounter, Charlotte learns about what happened to Ma Dongmei back then. Ma Dongmei allowed Chen Kai's request to enter the grove in order to protect Charlotte, but Ma Dongmei was unwilling to give in and stabbed Chen Kai with a branch. It caused Ma Dongmei's family to lose a lot of money and sell their house. Charlotte wants to see Ma Dongmei, but doesn't know where he lives. At that moment, Charlotte remembered a 40-square-meter hut he used to live in with Ma Dongmei. Sure enough, I met Ma Dongmei there. Charlotte ate the fennel noodles that Ma Dongmei cooked for him. Memories flooded his mind, missing the simple days he used to live with Ma Dongmei. Charlotte wants to trade all she has with Dachuan for Ma Dongmei. Dachan punches Charlotte straight in the face and is hospitalized and tested for AIDS. Shiloh was getting sicker by the day, and those around him were thinking about how to divide his estate. Ma Dongmei came to see Charlotte. "In fact, you've written so many songs over the years. You know my favorite is the one you gave to Choya back then. I'll sing it for you. Just once. I'll show you the end of days. Laughing on a sunny day. Making noise in the free air. Do you realize that the only thing I want? It's a small world. I'll go with you to the ends of the earth. Stop looking in the corner where there are no worries. Growing old in a carefree time. You know what? My whole heartbeat beats with you." The more Ma Dongmei sang, the more she choked up. Shiloh left this world as well with the tears falling from the corners of her eyes. That's when Shiloh woke up from the toilet and realized it was just a dream. After waking up from the dream, Charlotte thoroughly recognized the goodness of Dongmei. He was glued to Dongmei's side for a moment. Chapter 190, Encouragement. The movie is over. The audience laughed and had a lot of emotions. Laughter before tears. The young heart autumn elegant beauty. The year's precipitate winter plum fragrance. Samsu's family also came out of the movie theater. The popcorn Su Xian bought barely moved. "No wonder you told me to watch out for the popcorn. Why didn't you say so? If I'd known it was so funny, what popcorn would I have bought?" Su Xian buys popcorn, first and foremost, for the atmosphere of the movie. Secondly, she was afraid that the movie would be too boring and that she wouldn't be able to stick with it, so that's why she bought more. But Electro is so much fun. So much so, that the popcorn didn't even bother. Su Xian said to Susan, "You can write this script. Turn around and let the old thief Wu Yan learn from you." How nice to have a whole lot of joy. Hearing Su Xian say this, Senator Su could only smile awkwardly. The first group of viewers watched it and couldn't wait to share it online. Xiao San is so great. This drama simply refreshed my knowledge. From the beginning to the end of the laugh. Simply cannot stop. The script of the movie is of a very high level and can be said to have reached the highest level of domestic comedies. The wonderful passages were endless and made me laugh while feeling the craftsmanship of Junior. Good reviews all around. People even gave the movie a 9.6 rating. This score made everyone feel like Sam Su had paid to brush up his score. But then, Dubon issued a clarification. All movies on this site are scored only with the random code of the movie ticket purchased, so there is never a possibility of brushing the score. Previously, the internet has been singing the praises of the movie The Trouble with Charlotte written by Sam Hui. But now, there is a bipolar reversal. Both the topic discussions and movie reviews have given surprisingly high ratings. Classic quotes from Charlotte's Angels have even appeared online. "With your grades you can still suffer? Is there room for your grades to go down? The young couple has been together for a long time. Don't spend what little passion you have left on fighting. Yuan Hua, don't worry. Before you can make a man destroy, you must first make him expand." Zhang Yang, Luor, Let's talk about each other from now on. I'll call you brother. You call me dad. Charlotte, I'm so jealous of you. Dae-chun. Dae-chun, huh? Charlotte, being able to live like Netflix is kind of playing it up. The classic lines from the movie have become even more of a mantra. It tickled the hearts of those who hadn't seen the movie. Say what you will about it. Even those who claimed to be afraid of ruining Junior's image in their minds had booked tickets. The crowd walked into the movie theater with mixed emotions of apprehension and anticipation. Yet it came out all smiles. 3 or 5 friends, walking around and having discussions about the plot. It can be hilarious. And look at the theater next door. Especially since the audience that saw Charlotte's Angels went back the next day to see The Sky of Love. As the saying goes, no comparison hurts. For Choi Ji-woo's acting skills, we can only LOL. All he does is pose and play it cool. And the whole time he looks like someone owes him money, with no extra expression at all. Then look at Song-woo. Although everyone jokingly called him Song Lao-er, but when it comes to acting, Song-woo absolutely crushes Choi Ji-woo. However, the Hallyu fans don't see it that way. Oba is the most handsome. You guys don't appreciate it at all. A bunch of rednecks with no appreciation at all. Just yelling here. I will always support my brother. After a few days of fermentation, the gap between the two movies at the box office is widening. The Sky of Love is one of those highs and lows. Charlotte's Angels, on the other hand, was one of the lower openings. Those who have seen Charlotte's Angels are more than generous with their praise. Then look at Sky of Love, which was given not so high ratings by everyone except those Hallyu fans who were getting high on themselves. So, Sky of Love has a beanpole rating of 6.5. Charlotte's Angels, on the other hand, has a whopping 9.6 rating. That's a rating that's high on all the movie lists, not to mention in the category of comedy. It's safe to say that Charlotte's Angels has set new heights in comedy ratings. This achievement, in Wang Changwa's opinion, was so harsh. Arrange for those fans to bring our movie up a notch. Under Wang Changwa's arrangement, EHI's people moved. All of these artists under the banner of Art Ocean have corresponding fan support groups. So, someone started to bring the rhythm inside the group. Brother's movie ratings are so low, and the box office has come down. At this rate, Brother is losing face. What then? We can't let Brother lose. Brother's movies are so good. Why don't we watch them more often? This way we can show our love for Brother and support him at the box office at the same time. Yeah, I'm going to the movies to see it twice more. I'm going to watch it 3 more times. 4 times for me. These haha fans took immediate action. Not to mention, Sky of Love actually did take off at the box office. The major theaters are also unbelievable. With this kind of movie, it doesn't even make sense that there would be much of an aftertaste, but the reality of it is baffling. The Sky of Love is up at the box office, but the movie's rating is still underwhelming. At Blue Star, the movie rating mechanism relies on the movie ticket being tied to an account. Specifically, each movie ticket in each account is entitled to rate the movie only once and may not be reused. This means that even if you have several movie tickets in your hand, you can't rate them multiple times as long as the account is the same. At that moment, someone inside the fan support group started to bring up the tempo again. People can register with their parents' identities for verification and then score with their extra votes. This proposal was immediately recognized. Those Hallyu fans, who have been asking parents for their cell phone numbers and then rating the movie highly. It is important to realize that most of these Hallyu fans are still students. Where do they get the money to go to the movie theater and spend it multiple times? Someone felt curious and posted the video online. It was an instant crowd pleaser. Why are they all dressed as students? How did these people get into the theater without their parents? Is all regulation so crotch-pulling these days? The netizens sneered, and directly let the news get spread. Some parents, in the first instance, inquired about their own children. If it's not an accident, it's an accident. I didn't realize that these kids, while the adults were busy with their holiday entertaining, secretly bought movie tickets with their New Year's money. And not just one. Some people didn't even watch it just so they could support their idols. The news was blown out of proportion. High side also reacted quickly. The group was directly dissolved and all previous messages are gone. Even so, some parents noticed something was wrong and saved screenshots of the information inside the group ahead of time. It was quite a big deal for a while. But beat a dead horse. After all, these are not directly operated by their company, are invited outside the company to operate. Choi Ji-woo even directly posted, recently, someone has been posing as an employee of our company and inciting people to make multiple ticket purchases, to which I would like to make a solemn statement that I myself, as well as the company I work for, have never and will never ask fans to engage in this type of behavior. Please remain vigilant and do not be deceived. Chapter 191 Acquisition of Novel Platform. High also came forward at the first opportunity to dispel the rumors. One can only laugh at this type of thing. However, After all of these twists and turns, the Sky of Love movie is kind of a total dud. Even though Yehei tried his hardest to draw a line in the sand with those who were urging fans to pay for it, they were the ones who ultimately benefited from it, so it was natural to assume that Yehei's hand was definitely in it. Besides, it's just that the wave of public pressure is so great that they have to come forward. If they had carried the pressure and hadn't even been blown up, would they have come out and put a stop to this behavior? Obviously it won't. In the end, Sky of Love grossed $320 million, and Charlotte's Angels grossed $1.8 billion. This statistic is a direct refresher. Comedy could not have reached these heights before. A movie that makes it to the 10 box office is definitely a big investment. But the amount of investment announced to the public for Charlotte's Trouble is only $12 million. That ROI. Straight up win ma. At the same time, we all see that the investment in the movie and the box office is not an absolute positive relationship. Senator Sue has also gained a position in the screenwriting circle because of this drama. When the box office first came out, director Zhang Hongyi called Senator Sue, elder brother Sue. You're really hitting it out of the park here. Director Zhang, you're too kind. It's mainly because the person you recommended is so strong. Don't be modest. Xian Kevin has told me that it didn't cost him anything at all to shoot this drama of yours. It's mainly because your script is well written. After the two of them had a business blowout, Zhang Hongyi revealed the reason for his visit. Older brother, I'll be straight with you if there's anything I can say. Someone asked me to ask you, does that movie and television company of yours have any intention of financing? In fact, regarding financing, Senator Sue thought about this. It's not so much about money, but mainly about complementary resources. But right now, it doesn't look like the best time to raise money for fluffy films. So, Senator Sue said, Director Zhang, as you know, the company is just starting out, and no one can say what will happen behind the scenes. So for the sake of everyone's good, I think the financing matter should be put on hold for the time being. Zhang Hongyi of course understood what Senator Sue meant, so he stopped pushing. That's good. I'll talk to that side. If you really plan to raise external financing, don't forget about old brother me. Definitely. Hanging up the phone, Senator Sue pondered what Zhang Hong had said. In fact, with regard to financing, this road has to be taken sooner or later. It's just that, at the moment, Fluffy Studios is just starting out and there's no rush. When a few more films are made, the market value will naturally be high, and it will be most cost-effective to do the financing then. Compared to the financing thing, there was another thing that Sue was more interested in. Wucheng had already helped him find a fiction platform, and the other party is interested in selling all the shares. That, in a nutshell, is good news for Sue. He doesn't publish anything these days, Su Xian, in addition to leaving him messages on the mail, but also from time to time to ask him to find the noon speech to urge the manuscript. It wasn't that Sue didn't want to send it out. It was just that the infighting on Zone Reading made him very unimpressed with the novel platform. In Su Sen's judgment, Chen Shoren can't fight Kong Hui under the strategy of his boss Yang Xianyu. It is not that there is a big gap between the abilities of the two. The fundamental reason is that Chen Shoren is too disciplined. This is not the case with Kong Hui, who can do anything to achieve his goal. Senator Sue is not denying this practice. Figures like Convoy are essential to the rise of a company. He is a reckless hero who acts decisively and looks only for results, a style that is especially applicable in the startup phase of a company. After all, survival is the priority and certain drastic measures are understandable. However, once a company is on track, it is important to correct the first generation of entrepreneurs, bring in new players, and save volume to find incremental growth. As the company matures further, it will enter a period of relative maturity. During this period, it is important to focus on fine-tuning, safety and profitability, and some tactics will not be able to be put on the table. Obviously, the owner Yang Xianyu wanted to carry out reforms. That's why he brought in Xian Shoren. However, analyzing the data obtained by Senator Sue, Yang Xianyu seems to be overly concerned with the checks and balances of power. Therefore, according to Senator Sue, it is difficult for such a company to become a leader in the industry. Moreover, because of the last incident, Sue and Kong Hui of the Immortal Chivalry Group, the beam was considered to have been formed. Instead of being passive, we should be proactive. Senator Sue didn't want to be stabbed in the back one day. So, acquiring or taking a stake in a fiction platform is imperative. Besides, it's not like he has a shortage of work on his hands. After these months of searching, Wucheng also lived up to his name and found a few novel platforms that met Senator Sue's requirements. After Su Sin had read all the information, a website called Penjing caught his attention. Su Shin thought to himself, this world also has a Penjing? It can't be what I think it is. Su Sin learned from Wucheng's mouth that this novel website, because of a shortage of funds, had lost a large number of authors and readers. resulting in the website being on the verge of closure. Bluestar's Pen Pavilion did not start by piracy, because in Bluestar, copyright awareness is quite strict, and no website dares to blatantly do piracy. Senator Su decided that this was the site. The negotiations went well, and without even stepping in, Senator Su took all the shares of Penjing directly. After completing the formalities, Senator Su did not rush to reform the company. What he's trying to do now is trying to pull Chen Xiaorun into the fold. Senator Su's original intention was to leave behind the founder of the platform. However, upon investigation, it was discovered that several of the founders of this company did not have clean hands. The companies are in over their heads, while the owners are making a fortune. Such a management team left behind is also a recipe for disaster. So, Senator Su didn't want these people straight away. The owner sold the company and turned around and took many of the writers and some authors with him. By coincidence, all these people he took went to Crowdreader. In fact, what Senator Su didn't know was that Kong Hui had long been thinking about Penjing. However, he valued the editors and authors of the Pen website, and as for this Pen platform, he was not interested at all. And while Wang Jingyi, the owner of Penjing Pavilion, sold Penjing Pavilion to Senator Su, he also sold the editors and authors to Kong Hui. It can be a two-way street. Kong Hui had completely let go of his hands since that last incident, training his own people everywhere. He even took the Immortal Chivalry group and split it into two groups, Immortal Chivalry and Martial Arts, and Kong Hui is the nominal boss of these two groups. Although the company is now in the organizational structure did not make adjustments, but it is precisely this. Kong Hui operating space is large. He knew that it was only a matter of time before the company restarted the martial arts group. He was just preparing in advance. Such an approach will not help even if Qian Xiaoren finds the old boss Yang Xinyu. After all, this is a tweak made within the Immortals group. Besides, with so many editors dug in at once, how could Yang Xinyu blame Kong Hui? Chapter 192 Pulling Qian Xiaoren into the gang. This made it very difficult for Qian Xiaoren. He was the editor-in-chief of the company, but the people below him were ganging up on him, and the plight was that there wasn't much he could do but watch. It's not that Qian Xiaoren really doesn't have a solution. He's just concerned about the company's development and doesn't want to turn the company's interior into a battlefield. Seeing the company's situation today, especially the acquiescence of the old boss Yang Xinyu, Qian Xiaoren has a feeling of disillusionment. Just as he was feeling a lot of emotions, Senator Su called him. Chief Qian, this is Senator Su. Hello Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Is it convenient to meet? The two met at the appointed place. Senator Su opened the door and said, Chief Editor Qian, are you interested in coming to my company? Qian Xiaoren was a little confused, thinking, you are an entertainment company. I am an editor of a novel network. It seems that we can't hit each other. Mr. Su is joking. It seems as if my work and your company don't intersect in any way. Senator Su smiled and said, I recently acquired a novel website. I would like to ask you to take the helm. In addition, I will not intervene in the company's affairs. It is entirely up to you to take charge of the company. I will not interfere with any reforms you want to carry out in the building of the organizational structure. The amount of information in this is relatively large for Qian Xiaoren. First, Senator Su collected a fiction website. It made Qian Xiaoren think of what he had said the last time he had spoken to Senator Su. You and I might still be able to work together. This couldn't help but make Qian Xiaoren suspicious. Could it be that he had already made such plans? Secondly, Senator Su had asked him to take the helm of the novel site, which meant that his power was the greatest in the company? At this point, it's really a world away from where he is now. Still, Qian Xiaoren asked, Mr. Su, which website was acquired? Pensive. Hearing the words Penjing Pavilion, Qian Xiaoren's face was filled with black lines. Now that most of the editors of Penjing had come to Crowdreader, this was something he knew about. He also knew about the takeover of Penjing, and at the time he lamented, which great injustice took over. I didn't realize that it was actually Senator Su who had done such a thing. Qian Xiaoren said with some embarrassment. Mr. Su, with all due respect, Penjing should be an empty shell now. Does it matter? What goes around comes around. You can't force it. But, Qian Xiaoren wants to say is, are a shell site. What can do? Collapse is not sooner or later. Senator Su knew Qian Xiaoren's concern. So he said, Mr. Qian, regarding the operation of the platform, I have a little idea, so we might as well discuss it. Oh, Mr. Su, please go ahead. Regarding the operation of the site, I'm going to take a free approach to readers. A sentence that directly confused Qian Xiaoren. You know, Bluestar's novel website, readers pay revenue, accounted for the site's big head. If the readers to adopt free of charge, then the company rely on what to live? Qian Xiaoren asked his question. Free of charge. Then what does the company's operation depend on? So, Senator Su told Qian Shorun about the mode of operation of tomato novels on Earth. The so-called free is for the readers. As for the company's profit, we can insert advertisements within the chapters of the novels. Of course, if the readers are willing to buy the VIP service, they can also read without advertisements. Senator Su went over the ways in which novels can be read for free, ads inserted, and personalized recommendations. Hearing Qian Shorun's blood boil, Chen Shou knew that if this model was carried out, it would be a reform of the entire online writing world. Editor-in-Chief Qian, you're here. Staffing and management, it's all up to you. In the face of such a model and conditions, if Qian Shorun is entangled, it is too much. Okay, Mr. Su, I promise you, but let's be ugly. When you want to take back your rights, you can just say it, and we'll get along. Don't worry, Chief Qian, I have a lot on my plate. I won't weld myself to a certain area, even if it does come to that. I'll be honest. Qian Shorun was still very willing to accept Senator Su's candor. He also knew that Senator Su's industry was still quite large. In addition to Huakai Entertainment, Panglai Film, which had recently become a hit because of Charlotte's Trouble, was also his property. There's also FC Entertainment, which is far away in the Korean continent, which he basically controls. This was what Qian Shorun knew, and he wondered what else Senator Su was hiding from everyone. For example, his status as a writer. With that, Senator Su and Qian Shorun came to an agreement. Even without Senator Su coming to him, Qian Shorun had made plans to leave zone reading. That kind of environment really overwhelmed him a bit. If he didn't have all that bad stuff going on at Crowd Reader, he wouldn't have left. But with the situation on Crowd Reader today, he's not going to bother staying for a moment. After taking care of Qian Shorun, the first thing Senator Su did was to change the name of the website. It's not that Penjing is bad, it's just that the name, it always makes him feel like a pirate site. The feeling of skipping a scene really made him squirm. So, simply change the name. As a result, Penguard officially changed its name to Jane Reader. Soon after, Qian Shorun submitted his resignation to the company. Yang Xianyu was still shocked, and it even puzzled him. Zone reading such a big platform, Qian Shorun actually said to go. This puzzled Yang Xianyu, who also made a retention. But Qian Shorun was obviously determined to go, and there was no room for discussion at all. Yang Xianyu had no choice but to hire someone else. Soon the man who came to hand over Qian Shorun's job came. To his surprise, the person who came was actually Wang Jingyi, the previous old general manager of Penjing Pavilion. He knew that Kong Hui couldn't get to the top, but the fact that Wang Jingyi had come to take over his position as editor-in-chief really made him a bit dismayed. However, he figured out the crux of it after a moment's thought. Kong Hui scooped up all the editors of Penjing, which is certainly a good thing for zone reading. But again, Kong Hui's power is getting bigger and bigger, and it is Yang Xianyu's delight to pull someone who can restrain Kong Hui at this time. It's really a joke. In the front foot Wang Jingyi just packaged the company's personnel to Kong Hui, and in the back foot Wang Jingyi became the editor-in-chief of zone reading. Kong Hui, who was originally complacent, was all of a sudden as nauseous as if he had eaten Shang, the group of people under his own command. He could neither use them nor not use them. These people, after all, had once been Wang Jingyi's people, and now Wang Jingyi had transformed himself into the company's chief editor. As long as Wang Jingyi pulled a little strings, it was only normal for these people to fall back. But Kong Hui wasn't a vegetarian either, and before Qian Shorun could leave, the two were already trading blows. You dig at my wall, I'll pull out your bird's nest. The two of them went back and forth without budging. Qian Shorun lamented, truly ghosts are afraid of evil. Chapter 193, Preview. After Qian Shorun handed over his work and left zone reading, he only took Zhou Ting and Su Xian with him. Zhou Ting was promoted by Qian Shorun, and there is no excuse for bringing him around. And Su Xian, not to mention that it was his brother's property. At the same time, Senator Su also took back the rights to Dragon 8, Alive, and a bowl of Yangchun noodles. At this point, there is no way around Crowd Reader, because when Sam Su signed the contract in the first place, it was clearly stated that the copyright belonged to him. He gave up his guaranteed income for this and only took a cut. At the time it seemed that Sam Su's move was a bit redundant and even a bit silly. A rookie author who doesn't even want a guarantee and would rather just take a cut and hold the rights in his hands. At first, Qian Shorun all expressed his dismay at Su Sen's move, but now it seems that Su Sen was more than prescient. After Wang Jingyi got the chief editorial access, he checked the information about the author of the. When he saw that the author was Sam Su, he was in a bit of a trance. Could it be that Sam Su? Immediately afterward, he shook his head and stated, impossible, absolutely impossible. During the handover, Qian Shorun incidentally released the rights to the author of the novels such as. This made Wang Jingyi really angry. He contacted Senator Su directly. Hello, Mr. Wu Yan. I'm Wang Jingyi, the editor-in-chief of Zong Reading. Hello, Chief Editor Wang. I'd like to ask why you took your book off the crowd-reader platform. Obviously, Wang Jingyi was questioning Senator Su. Sushin, a nameless fire came up. I do not go down as my freedom. Do you still want to force intervention? Wang Jingyi also realized the problem with his tone of voice. So, he was busy explaining. Mr. Wuyin, don't misunderstand. I don't mean that. I just think it's a bit of a pity. You also know that we, Zong Reading, are a big website in this area, and your novels on our platform will definitely bring you the most revenue. Sorry, I'm not interested. Seeing that the other party had no desire to talk about it, Wang Jingyi hurriedly threw out the conditions. Mr. Wu Yan, if your book continues to stay on Zongyi, we'll increase your share percentage. If you are willing to open a new book on our platform, we will also give you the most favorable conditions. Sorry, I've already signed a contract with another site. So that's it. After saying that, Senator Su hung up the phone. Wang Jingyi was so angry that he slammed his fist heavily on the table. Asshole, I'll see which site dares to take your text. With that, he arranged for someone to keep an eye on Wu Yin's movements to see which website he had signed up for. If he finds out, he's going to use that site as his first fire when he takes office. That said, after Qian Shouren arrived at Jane Reed, he first recruited a large number of technicians to overhaul the site, as envisioned by Senator Su. Even though it's a free reading site, an editorial board is still necessary. Zhou Ting, who came with him, assumed the position of deputy editor-in-chief directly. If it were any other site, this position would be completely redundant. But it is a necessity for the current Jane's readers, because Qian Shouren's job is not just as simple as editor-in-chief. He is also responsible for the operation of the entire company. This point, Su Xin is also said to do, since he joined since Money Shouren. In addition to some uncertainty where Su Xin need to point out one or two, the rest of the Su Xin do not care. Let him toss. And, to give money to people and people to people, the decentralization of power is not simply a matter of words, but is directly put into practice in the workplace. Qian Shouren also let go of his hands and took a bold step to overhaul the company. In fact, the comers that do stay are somewhat attached to this site. They have thought about jumping ship, but some of them have followed this platform up and are more or less emotionally attached to it. There are also some people who know that the company has changed ownership, who want to look around before making plans. While Chen Shouren was making drastic changes and expansions to the company, Senator Su was busy with Song Yu's album hitting the shelves. Song Wu's album this time, which is full of songs created by Sam Su. It's safe to say that this album is gold, and it's definitely superb. The songs that Sam Su chose for him were also well thought out. In Sam Su's opinion, Song Wu was suited for more joyful songs. That's why the songs that Sam Su chose for him were close to that aspect. Wahoo Entertainment, too, has never been more high profile about the release of Song Wu's album. In addition to announcing it on the official website, a lot of publicity has been placed on major media outlets. In regards to Song Wu releasing an album, Song Wu had previously spoken about it when he released his song Storyteller. To everyone's surprise, it went live so quickly. Song Yu's Weibo was also updated to release the album. Song Lao Air, am back again. The new album will be online soon. Welcome to listen. Why do I get the feeling that a secret agent has entered the village? Song Lao Air's speed can be another movie and an album, two blooms. Song Lao Air is trying to capitalize on the heat of Charlotte's trouble to make a wave of harvest. I wonder how many of the songs in there are Junior's compositions. I'm looking forward to it. Just before Song Wu released his album, Yeehee's Choi Ji-woo also took to Twitter to update the news of the album's release. The last time Choi Ji-woo starred in Sky of Love, she arguably lost out to Charlotte's Trouble, starring Song Wu. But even so, he has gained a following. That's why it's a good idea to take advantage of the movie's popularity and put the album out while it's hot. To be honest, the people on Yahai's side really didn't have a clue. It wasn't Song Yu that they were afraid of, but rather Sam Su. It would make sense to say that Charlotte's angst was a blip on the radar for Sam Su. After all, Sam Su has only come up with one script. But if you want to say that the songs were also acquired by chance, then no one would believe it. Even Wang Changhua didn't believe it. Su Shen's creations were as inexhaustible as if they were inexhaustible, and there was no bottleneck at all. This made the Blue Star composers, who had always prided themselves on being very high, unconvinced. So, they still have some concerns about the album that Song Wu released. But on second thought, Choi Ji-woo and Song Wu have different tracks and a scene where the two PK each other shouldn't exist. Wang Changguk ordered, "Go restart the fanbase and let those fans know that Choi Ji-woo is releasing an album." Wang Changguk's intention is not as simple as informing Choi Ji-woo's fans. Just a notification. Choi Ji-woo's tweets would have already been in place. He's going to make those so-called true fans pay for Choi Ji-woo, and it's calling on friends to pay for it. At this point, It's almost identical to the movie ticket incident a while back. Some may say, isn't he afraid? What are you afraid of? Did you get a refund on the movie ticket? In the end, it's still a non-issue. If it wasn't for this maneuver, it would probably have been much worse at the box office. At this point, they're kind of touching the bottom line. Casual goating and the big bucks come in. Just don't admit it afterward. And what can you do about it? There's really not much that can be done about this practice of theirs, though it's not shameful. After all, no one is forcing you to buy it. It's all voluntary. Let's just say, one for the other. Chapter 194 Hot Pot Coupon. Yeah, Hi and Wa Choi both made a big deal about their artists releasing albums. At the same time, there is a lot of curiosity about the two's albums. Songwoo and Choi Ji-woo look like they're in a race, and they're also frantically amping up their albums. Songwoo had sort of completely let go since accepting his position as the second oldest, especially after playing Charlotte's Trouble. He is a little bit of idol baggage is no longer. The whole is a beggar plus the appearance of a comedian. He's also been tweeting about it in a different way. Other artists are particularly conscious of their image in the eyes of the public. Songwoo, on the other hand, did the exact opposite. Image, it doesn't exist. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Songwoo tweeted one after the other. Don't miss it, my album will be online soon. Be sure to click on it. Once there was a very good album in front of you, you did not cherish it, until the loss of the regret, and now the opportunity has come, to ensure that you listen to the straight to the real, Song Lao Air, album, online, listen. Netizens were also joyful enough to interact with Songwoo. I have a feeling that Song Lao Air isn't promoting the album. He's definitely using the release of the album as a pretext to let himself go. It's more fun to read his tweets than it is for me to brush up on my online segments. I'm going to give you a bad review if you do that and the album doesn't sound good. Songwoo even took the opportunity of this album to directly advertise hot pot restaurants. Anyone who buys a song inside my album gets a free 50% off coupon for Daewoo Hot Pot Restaurant for each song. Seeing this news, the army of foodies were immediately interested. Just for the coupon, I'll definitely support your album. I'm going to stock up on fondue coupons for myself. Song Lao Air, this person can handle it. A person who can give away hot pot coupons. How bad can it be? Song Lao Air, I'm going to powder you. Send me a few coupons first so I can try it. If it's good, I'll buy your album. Songwoo directly launched a sweepstakes on Weibo. The prize, of course, is a coupon for Daewoo Hot Pot Restaurant. 150% off coupons per day, drawn entirely by luck. The person who draws it can go directly to any Daewoo Hot Pot restaurant to make a purchase. This wave of action instantly made Songwoo's fans rise to 20 million. The entertainment industry is confused. It could still be played like this, and it killed them to think of it. Even if they could think of it, they didn't have Songwoo's innate conditions. Even if they wanted to follow Songwoo's model and bundle sales with other stores, they couldn't come up with such a favorable offer. The gross profit of Daewoo Hot Pot Restaurant is only 50% at the end of the day. And that's not even counting the cost of the store and labor. If we keep screwing around at this level of intensity, we won't lose our pants. At first, even the store manager of Daewoo Hot Pot Restaurant had raised the issue of profit margins with Songwoo, stating that if they do this, it's only a matter of time before they close down and go out of business. But Songwoo said, I'm not short of money, let you do it, whoever does not do it, I'll change. That's when everyone shut up. However, in the course of actual operation, it has been found that the profits of hot pot restaurants have increased rather than decreased. After a careful reckoning, the group realized that with the coupon giveaway, there was a steady stream of people coming to dine here. This leads to an increase in turnover rates. And, how can you have hot pot without alcohol and drinks? And the profit on alcohol and beverages is way more than 50%. This leads to an increase in overall sales for hot pot restaurants. Although profits are down, sales are up, and the overall math is still profitable. Besides, not all of the people who come to the hot pot are people who all have coupons, and those who spend without discounts are a lot of money. Now, all the store managers and staff of the hot pot restaurant admired Songwoo's decision. Both think the owner is a business wizard. It's just a shame that such a great business leader went into showbiz. Actually, Songwoo really didn't think about it that much. He had done the math. As long as the hot pot restaurant didn't lose that much, it didn't matter. Just toss it around for fun. He wasn't short of money anyway. But now it seems that Song Lao Air has invariably created a business miracle. Now the people in the restaurant business and the entertainment industry are confused. What the else is there to play? Song Lao Air is breaking the rules of the trade. I'm going to report him. Troll and report them all they want. It won't help. This is because Daewoo Hot Pot Restaurant has all the paperwork in order and can withstand scrutiny. As for him running promotions, that's their own business. If you can't see it, you can it up too. In fact, Such a business case is not suitable for all businesses. One of them is to ensure that one's profit margins are securely protected. Second, make sure you have your own distribution channels. Third, having categories of goods that complement each other profitably. Fourth, there should be a sufficient number of stores to provide stable operational support. Fifth, it attracts and maintains a consumer base of non-preferential people. In short, it's a combination of many factors to achieve the result. Song Woo, without a second thought, has worked wonders in business. Song Woo's wave of maneuvers can be described as fame and fortune. More than that, it set the stage for the release of the album that followed. Some netizens saw that Song Woo was so playful that they ran straight to Choi Ji-woo's Twitter to leave a message below. Look at Song Lao Air next door. He's giving away coupons. Do you have anything to give away? Before Choi Ji-woo could think of how to reply, his Hakan fans couldn't sit still. What are you, licking your pussy face to beg for food? My brother's work spells quality. And that's some underhanded tactic next door that he came up with because he knew he couldn't beat them. You're not worth it. You don't even have to take a piss. The man just came to ask, not expecting to be greeted by those Haka fans. This netizen is depressed as hell. How could he possibly scold the energetic haha fans when he was so weak? So, the only thing to do was to post the screenshot online and ask for help. Instantly, the message drew a crowd. Someone said indignantly, "These people are spoiled by good people. I don't know what their parents taught them." Someone took the opportunity to taunt. You shouldn't have gone. You came here to find comfort after being scolded." Someone else started shaking people. "Wait, I'll shake Song Lao Air over for you." Everyone was talking about it too. In this case, Choi Ji-woo was confused. He was still figuring out how to reply, both to save his face and to take the opportunity to squeeze Song Woo's. But his fans didn't give him a chance to talk and just scolded the other guy away. This time, even Choi Ji-woo couldn't help but scold her fans. A bunch of Chapter 195. Someone went to the bottom of Song Woo's microblog and posted a screenshot of the netizen being scolded next door. Song Woo took a look and said, "Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates." Hao Jian put his face over and asked, "Brother you didn't say anything about me." Song Woo gave him a blank look and said, "You are a little poisonous." But not so. Hao Jian also saw the netizen's microblog message, then said angrily, "This has to go in sooner or later." Song Woo looked at Hao Jian in surprise. Hao Jian asked with some embarrassment, "What's wrong? Nah, I just feel like you kids are getting more outspoken." At this moment, Song Woo had already sentenced Choi Ji-woo to death in his heart. Hao Jian, the poisonous milkman, has spoken, so he must go in. At this point, more and more people are speaking up for that scorned netizen. Song Woo directly replied to the man, "One hot pot roll for 3 to 5 people. Unlimited dishes for free." What Song Woo gave out this time was not a discount coupon, but a free coupon. In other words, with this coupon, you can go to any Daewoo hot pot store and dine for free. And it's not a single person voucher. It's for 3 to 5 people. The netizens instantly exploded when this news came out. What the hell? It's not a discount coupon. It's actually a free coupon. So who? Are you short of friends? I'll be your best friend. Can you take me with you for fondue? Hello friend, do you still lack a girlfriend? Do you think I'm suitable? As long as you take me to fondue, we'll talk about our own business from now on. People have sought to be friends with the previously scolded netizen. By this time, the smart ones had already run to Choi Ji-woo's Twitter and left a message underneath to ask for curses. "Give me a scolding. Come on. I've been craving hot pot lately." For a while, the bottom of Choi Ji-woo's microblog was full of messages looking for a scolding. Choi Ji-woo was confused. He's still wondering, my album hasn't even been released yet. Why are so many people here? After learning about the cause of the incident, Choi Ji-woo directly broke her defense. This group of is really a success. Those haha fans who were scolded by Choi Ji-woo were a bit confused for a while when they saw their favorite Bean's microblog being taken over by some people who had nothing to do with her. But who they were, they could never allow someone to be wild on their brother's turf. So, they fired up and gave a nationalistic output to those who were looking for a scolding. Not only were those people not angry, they ended up saying, "Thank you," then took the screenshot to Song Woo's Weibo and complained underneath. Song Woo came to the rescue. Think of it as sending the surname Choi on his way. Good lord. Song Woo still remembers what Hao said about Choi Ji-woo going in. He's treating the meal ticket he gave to Netflix as a feast for Choi Ji-woo before her execution. In fact, those haha Korean fans can't possibly output against all the netizens. How many of them are there? They can't even scold them. Some people on the internet began to express their shame at this kind of scolding-seeking behavior. You are so shameless that you don't even want to lose your dignity for a hot pot. But Song Woo's fans, like him, more or less carry the attributes of a bit of a tease plus a beggar. In response to others' skepticism, replied, I don't have anything to lose if people call me a name, but the hot pot is really fragrant. When looking for a scolding becomes a commonplace, and getting the benefit of it, being scolded, becomes a blessing. The person who started to question it, when he saw that the person being scolded was getting a free hot pot coupon, shouted, "Get out of the way, you little caramels, all of Choi Ji-woo's Hikari fans are coming at me." For a while, the matter of looking for a scolding became a direct hit on the internet. If at first people wanted to rub a free hot pot, now they just want to get a free hot pot coupon for sun sharing. It was as if it had become a supreme honor. But Choi Ji-woo's followers are only a few million. Songwoo's followers are 20 million. It's simply a case of too many wolves, too little meat. So, some big smarts started to form groups to become fans of Choi Ji-woo, and then served those who were looking for a scolding. They even have a special group for being scolded. The group was even more lively inside. "I'm looking for a scolding. What do I need to do, please? Send a red envelope to the group and you'll be scolded on the hot seat in minutes." Good lord, this is turning into a business. So the person looking for a scolding sent a 200 red envelope to the group and left his ID. It didn't take long for these people pretending to be fans of Choi Ji-woo to start their show. "You don't rub my brother the wrong way. Oba is the best. Only you are the most shameless. If you do that again, I'll have my brother destroy you on behalf of the moon." Then the person was well on their way to getting a free fondue coupon. He did some math, and a $200 red packet for a free hot pot coupon for 3 to 5 people seemed like a pretty good deal. The point is, it's also possible to tweet pictures online. "I was scolded today. So sad. Luckily I have a hot pot coupon from Song Lao, so I can only have a hot pot to make up for my broken heart." Then a screenshot of the scolding and a coupon for a free meal. This person immediately became a sought-after person. "Dude, awesome. How did you do that? Please teach me. Why aren't there many people cursing me? I want to be cursed too. I hope bro comes up with a tutorial. I'll read it religiously." At this point, Choi Ji-woo was completely confused. After this toss, his fan base went straight through 10 million. You know, this number of fans, he never dreamed of. More to the point, these people scolded without any weakness, like they were really defending his image. It gave him a feeling of being flattered. On Yahai's side, he was also stunned. But anyway, Choi Ji-woo's fan base came up, which made them excited. So, the people from Yeehee started to form Choi Ji-woo's fan support group, pulling those new fans into the specialized group to run it. These people also came on board and agreed to join straight away. Their idea was also simple. Come and get some material. These are words that the people who run Choi Ji-woo's fanbase don't know. They are still reveling in the joy that comes with an increase in followers. Soon, inside these support groups, messages were sent out. "Attention everyone! Choi Oppa's album is about to go online, so be sure to support it then. Definitely support it. It's just a blessing to hear my brother's album. Oba's song is the best melody in the world. I'm going to treasure every song." Looking at the Hikari fans with a look of obsession, these people who mixed in followed suit. "Awesome. Oba is the best. What songs are on the sub-album? Can you reveal them?" Silly me. I'm so happy to hear Oba's songs. Driving me crazy. I can't take it anymore. Oba just drives me crazy with obsession. Everyone was so caught up in the joy that no one noticed that the first thing these people posted in a row was Stick. Chapter 196 Happy Worship. The story about the incident caused by Songyu's hot pot coupon delivery is still going on, but the sky-breaking traffic poured into Choi Ji-woo's Twitter. For this reason, the people of Ihai even scolded Songyu for doing them a favor. Songyu, on the other hand, was unimpressed. "It's just a few hot pot coupons, as many as you want." Besides, he wanted to see if how Jin's poisonous milk worked or not this time. Finally, it's album release day. The title of Songwoo's album is Happy. The album is divided into A-B sides with 6 songs inside each side. Everyone opened the A side first and clicked play on the first song, Cult of Joy, sung by Songyu, Lu Xiaorui. Lyrics and music, Susan. Actually, the song is a cover of Come On by the Korean group Turtles. The music was later arranged by Ma Yufan, and the lyrics were done by Pan Weibai together with Lin Shi, with Pan Weibai writing the rap part himself. It was eventually sung by Pan Weibai and Zhang Xiaohan. The reason why Sam Su chose this song is still based on Songwoo's style. Songyu was the type of person who hadn't suffered much, whether it was the pain of life or the pain of relationships. So, when Sam Su was choosing songs for him, they were more upbeat songs. Songwoo has a knack for mastering these songs, and the song Cult of Happiness is a song that arguably has all the trendy playthings of the 70s, 80s and 90s in one place. The main point of the song is to express that the only thing in the world that has been passed down is a happy mind. The songs are a blend of R&B, hip-hop and disco. With Songwoo's style, it still fits the song quite well. Lu Xiaorui's residency in it also adds to the song. Listeners can't wait to click on the songs. After a melody, Song Yu's voice came out. 1 2 3 here we go. If you've forgotten your name, please follow me. Now let's worship joy. Come with me if you've put down your baggage. Spread the word and build a happy time. When people listen to it, they feel like the song is joyful. Opening with 1 2 3 here we go. The band instantly ignited an upbeat tempo. It sets a lighthearted tone for the whole song, like there was going to be a competition or event. Everyone shouted along with the slogans and then celebrated and shouted together. The following is more of an invitation and a lead, calling the listener to let go of identity and bondage and join in the fun. The theme of the song, the worship of joy and the pursuit of inner pleasure and ease, is clearly stated. Encourage people to leave their worries and stress behind and move forward with ease. The expectation of a broader and more sustainable culture of joy is placed on the table. Song Yu's rap section was next. To what age does joy really belong? 70, 80, 90, or Generation Y? Open your history book and look for the answer. Even if you have to look hard, you won't be able to find it, and you won't be able to memorize it. The song begins to explore whether happiness is limited to a particular era or age group. Then it turns out that happiness is a subjective and complex emotional experience. It transcends the boundaries of time and age. It is not something that can be fully captured by simple historical accounts or scholarly research. The listener thought along with this question. Next up, a chorus from Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui. Relax, let me do the talking. A short sentence, as we all know, about the definition of joy comes later. Both pricked up their ears and listened intently. What winds blow and what age? I'll take my microphone. Sing out old school show. Y'all ready to roll? The 70s. Retro is the way to go. Disco fever. I've never said goodbye. Only funk can be cool. Men, women, young and old. We're wearing bell bottoms. Yo blasted hair. Looking at spring breeze. Swaying left and right. Up and down. One finger kung fu. Black and white TVs may not feel, but I believe you can see the dark humor. First, it implies that each era has its own unique cultural atmosphere and ethos. Next is a description of the 1970s. The vintage trend and disco craze exemplified the music and dance frenzy of the era. Flared pants, exploding hair, etc. All of these are highly distinctive cultural elements of that era. It was a time when technology was more backward. Although the black and white TVs of the past couldn't quite recreate the colors and atmosphere of the time, but the spirit of freedom and revelry can be sensed and experienced. Next up is Lu Xiaorui's song, Forget That You Exist. What to expect? Joy you invited will surely come. Instead of longing for care, why don't we do it together? Happiness is contagious. Please be generous. Come on. Release your inner baggage. Joy can be summoned and created if you want it to be. Happiness doesn't come waiting, but can be created and spread through positive attitudes and actions. The last line is more of a call to create joy now. In fact, the listener who is listening to the song, at this time, is not enjoying the pleasure. Song Yu's voice immediately picked up. Those who are in love and those who are out of love. Please come with me, dancing and worshipping to the joy. Come with me if you're happy or not. Beautiful and sacred times don't wait. It is a response to the previous call. Actively pursue and enjoy pleasure regardless of emotional state. Because beautiful and sacred time does not wait for us. It needs to be actively grasped and cherished. In the 80s, what's the point of yelling? Be boys be girls. Let's make some noise. Song Yu begins to summarize the 80s. And Lu Xiaorui's line is particularly penetrating. What to wear? This little girl cuteness all comes through in this line. In this moment, the listener exclaims, love, love it. Song Yu's voice was next. Tight pants, tight top, show off your figure. Someone's got gold teeth. Don't be surprised. Hip-hop is sprouting. Don't pull its dentures. Light-hearted humor, with a touch of playfulness, expresses a free, flamboyant, full of personality and vitality attitude towards life. The use of symbols and metaphors illustrates the hip-hop culture of the era. This can't help but make the listener admire Samsu's creations even more. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui's chorus was next. Lockin' poppin' we dancing. A neat no stopping sing with me. A short, energetic chorus calling for people to enjoy the joy of music and dance. Next, Song Yu's rap, once again, came out. Happy worship, happy harmlessness, though happiness is like a virus. It's contagious. 90 years, we're waiting for the millennium. Party electronic music play all night long. Hip-hop for life, that's right. Everybody's shouting Westside. I don't care if you're a real party genius. Raise the corners of your mouth. Happy worship with me. Again, the theme is happiness. Full of youthful vigor and the desire for a free life. It expresses the popularity of the 90s. The mentality and pursuits of the youth. Chapter 197, The Protector of the Flower. What follows is another interpretation of Lu Xiaorui on joy. Song Yu's vocals followed suit, singing directly to the positive attitudes of modern fast-paced life. and the pursuit of happiness. Modern times, these hurried times, there's less time but don't burn out. Today's work, because tomorrow we'll have plenty of time to go crazy together. Yo, you've got a great rhythm. Watching you interact with abandon. Watching you move with abandon. Watch me create with abandon. What can I say? People feel my flow. Look at me with the microphone. Sing the happy show. While these are fast-paced and efficient times, people often lack time because of their busy schedules, but don't let that burn you out. Instead, stay positive. Today's business is today's business, leaving more time to enjoy life. Go crazy and relax. At the same time, it shows the desire to transmit happiness and positive energy through music. The song also ends after a final happy declaration. The song is presented as a MV. Songwoo and Liu Xiaorui show off their dancing inside the song. The dazzling lighting effects, coupled with the clean dance moves, definitely further enhance the infectiousness and spectacle of the song. While the average song is around 260 words, this one, Happy Worship, is definitely an alternative. Lots of rapping, which makes the songs very fleshed out. The song was a straight-up crowd pleaser. While praising Songwoo and Liu Xiaorui, the listeners were given a new insight into the creation of Sushin. This song is so good. Song Laoer's voice plus Liu Xiaorui's voice. It's a perfect match. The MV also has a good feeling. I can't help but want to dance along with them. The first song, very much in line with the theme of the album, a work of conscience. Isn't there a bottleneck in Junior's songwriting? How come he's so good at writing songs? The song, in short, went straight beyond everyone's expectations. And those haha Korean fans on Choi's side have just finished listening to Choi's first song. At the moment, it's wailing with excitement. Brother is so handsome. This song is even a few blocks away from domestic singers. Only Oba can perform like this. The rest are trash. Both the MV and the song are handsome as hell. Those fake fans, seeing the people inside the group, excited like little mother cats in heat, couldn't help but be interested in Choi Ji-woo's song as well. So, they also clicked on the first song from Choi Ji-woo's album. But there's always a constipated feeling after listening to it. It says it's a MV, but the whole time it's just Choi Ji-woo posing in it. And look at the lyrics. They're all in Korean, but when you read them against the Chinese, it's really breathtaking. The song is nothing but love love love. It's just wrong wrong wrong. The point is, it's everyone else who's wrong. After listening to the song, people just can't understand the aesthetics of those Hallyu fans. A sane person, anyway, would have quenched after hearing, what the hell? At the same time, people will lament. You'll have to listen to Happy Worship a few more times to get over it. After listening to the first song on the A side of the album, so many people were eager to find out what the caliber of the songs on the B side of the album were. So, everyone clicked on the first song on the B side, The Protector, sung by Songwoo. Lyrics, Su Sam. The song, On Earth, is a Cantonese song composed by Jiping Hasegawa. Lyrics by Pan Weiyuan, arranged by Edward So, and sung by Hakan Lee. The provenance of this track is a bit complicated, as the song is a cover of the Japanese song, but the original version of it is not a Japanese song, but the American Ubangi Stomp. However, the version of that arrangement that Hakan Lee covered was based on the Japanese version of the arrangement. But either way, the song is excellent. Senator Su brought this song out, mainly because it has a light melody and a fast tempo, and is considered a fast song. The song is sung by Songwoo, continuing his upbeat tune without limiting his style. It can be said to keep the theme of the album while experimenting with different styles. This song couldn't be more appropriate here. Also, the album that Samsu produced for Songwoo is 6 songs on the A side that are all Mandarin songs. The 6 songs on the B side, on the other hand, are all Cantonese songs. One could only say that for Songwoo. Senator Su had put his heart and soul into it. Everyone clicked on the song, and after a very rhythmic intro, Songwoo's voice came out. I met her in the middle of the street this night. 2 Feet decided not to follow her home without a call. The listener's first thought was, stalker. It's an idea that can only be described as beggarly. It was clearly love at first sight. Okay. The man in the song, driven by love and overwhelmed by emotion, follows his heart's call and decides to return home with her. The song continues. The cold winds of the night shall not blow her away. She's about to speak to me with that haunted look in her eyes. Some listeners exclaimed, she's in fear of meeting a demented man. LOL. Let's just say that these people are still amazed at the way their brains are wired. In fact, these 2 lines can be interpreted as follows. In the cold wind of the late night, the main character stumbles upon the woman of his choice, and he strongly hopes in his heart that the cold wind will not blow toward her, wanting to use his own strength to protect her from any harm. And her haunted eyes, which seemed to hold endless stories and emotions, gave the protagonist the feeling that she was about to confide in him, highlighting the mystery and romance of this chance encounter. The song continues. A slender figure, a floating figure, A silent figure. Come here. Tell me the romantic lover loves me. Some people's first reaction is demented fantasies. Let's just say that these people think and have unusual brain circuits. People clearly say that the hero sees the heroine slender, ethereal figure and longs for her to turn, and then say, handsome, date? No, wrong movie. It should be, handsome, juggle ha. My day. Even more wrong, wrong again. Brought up short by you guys. The correct answer would be, the desire to have one's adoration reciprocated. It expresses romance and anticipation, and shows a beautiful vision of what is possible in love. The song continues. How dare the greedy evening breeze kiss her? Put down every strand of her hair gently. The vile evening breeze should not soothe her. I've made up my mind to protect her for the rest of my life. Another person might say, it's all ing mirth. No way. Absolutely no way. It is clearly the guardianship and exclusive emotions of a deeply affectionate man for the woman he loves. Through the image of the evening breeze, he conveys his inner jealousy and love. A unique and profound love story is shown. Definitely not men imagining themselves as the evening breeze and then that. Don't be so nasty-minded. We have to believe in art. Chapter 198, Nunchucks. After the song, the comments section completely fell apart. Someone said, it's a ing scene of a demented stalker who sees a beautiful woman and then stalks and masturbates. Someone immediately retorted, cut the ing crap. It's clearly a natural reaction to love at first sight. The emotion is deep and sincere. The two sides argue, but there is one thing that everyone agrees on. The song has a bright and energetic melody. The whole song is rhythmic without losing the beauty of the melody. Songwoo sings the song with skillful use of techniques such as air and soft voices, making the song extraordinarily catchy. In addition, Song Yu's control of the rhythm is perfect, working closely with the accompaniment to create a joyful and harmonious musical atmosphere. All in all, the song is a good one for listeners who think either way. Can't help but imagine myself as the person in the song while listening. Of course, as to whether it's a deeply affectionate man or a stalker-obsessed maniac, it's going to depend on the person. Senator Su also saw the comments from the netizens. Never in his wildest dreams did he realize that song interpretation could be so tricky. All one can say is, learn and live. Looking at Choi Ji-woo's side, people also wanted to check out the songs on the B-side of his album, but when they clicked on it, there were none. Yeah, it's not a network issue that didn't load out. It's literally nothing. In fact, it's a tawdry maneuver by Yahai. Originally, it was more or less irresponsible to release the album without even having it ready and complete. But again, Yahai doesn't want to miss out on the heat generated by the movie The Sky of Love. That's why they only released half an album. And it's beautifully named. Hunger marketing. More anticipation in the back. Everyone was confused. It still works like that. Do you serve half the food and serve the rest another time? There's no one else for this tawdry maneuver. So, someone inside Choi Ji-woo's fanbase questioned, is there only half an album's worth of songs? This one, before the administrator could say anything, immediately drew a mob of others in the group. What's wrong with half a sheet? Can't you listen to half a sheet? Half of it was enough to get me high for 6 months. And the latter is even more mysterious and anticipated. I can see you're a fake fan. Even if there's only one song on the whole album, you should be honored. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sisters, there's a inside our group. Him. At one point, the person asking the question was swarmed. This person is not used to them and typed up a bunch of kokiri and is about to send it over. However, he realized that he was kicked out of the group. It feels like someone gave you and you were just about to call them out on it, only to have them kick you out of the piggy bank. It's a feeling that is truly disgusting. There's no choice but to send these messages online. The words of the netizens are even more solid. You just deserve to taste when you know it's bad. If you ask me, you'd better come and listen to Song Lauer's album. It's absolutely massive. Say, are you a fan of his or did you get in the group for the coupons? While some people are flirting like crazy, some have already clicked on the second song on the A-side of Songwoo's album, The Nunchucks, sung by Songyu. Lyrics, Su Sam. People see this information and are immediately interested. Why does Double Cut sound so familiar? I remember. Isn't this the song from The Trouble with Charlotte where Charlotte participates in the elementary and middle school singing contest? I remember that scene in the movie where Shiloh kicks someone while singing this song. It's true. Junior is slowly releasing the songs involved in the movie. The song, On Earth, is a song written by Fong, arranged by Chung Hingman, and composed and performed by Jae Cho. Samsoo brought this song out mainly to fill in the holes in the movie Charlotte's Angst. There are songs involved in it, and he's going to find an opportunity to release them all, especially the exclusive Yuanhua BGM in the movie. It's just that Songwoo's style doesn't really fit one cut of plum, or else he could have taken the opportunity to send it out as well. People click on the songs, After a rhythmic melody, Song Yu's voice rang out. The smell of smoke from the Iwaki restaurant is overwhelming. Next door is the Kokujikan. Inside the store, there are 3 tea ceremonies. He teaches boxing and kung fu, practicing iron sand palm and playing with Yang's spear. He's good at hardcore kung fu, and he knows the golden hood and the iron cloth shirt. There's a familiar flavor to the listener's ears. It's not so much the melody of the song, but the kind of singing that's a bit like Sam Huey's earlier singing of Hua Yuanjia and Materia Medica. But it's different. The Materia Medica blends elements of traditional music with the rhythms of modern pop music, presenting a uniquely Chinese style. On the other hand, Double Cuts is a fusion of rock, hip-hop and traditional Chinese musical elements, showing a vibrant musical style. The song continues. I'm used to their son. I've learned from his childhood. I'm good with swords, guns and clubs. What's your favorite weapon? It's soft but strong. I want to go to MT, Songsan in Hunan to learn Shaolin and Wudong. The songs favor a narrative style. The narrative shows the singer's love and admiration for martial arts by describing his upbringing in a martial arts school and his mastery of nunchaku, a martial arts instrument. It's a great bandwagon to go along with the MVs. What? Breathe and exhale at your ease. What are you doing? What are you doing? Let your chi sink into the dantian and your palms open, idiom. What are you doing? What are you doing? Lit. Walk 1,000 li and 1,000 miles a day and wear sandbags. It's no surprise that you can't walk up and down the walls. I'll be right there. In the song, what to do is sung as how to do, which is actually sung in the Hakka dialect. A call to action is emphasized through repeated questions. When the listeners heard the words breathing and exhaling and chi sinking into the dantian, they exclaimed, "Good man." If this song were placed in a martial arts novel, it would definitely be a secret book of martial arts. The song continues. A horse stands forward. A left hook. A right hook. A man who pisses me off is in danger. Repeat occurrence, e.g., of a disaster. A cigarette I don't smoke. It's been around for years. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm opening up my chakras. What are you doing? What are you doing? The sign of the diseased man of East Asia. What are you doing? What are you doing? I've been kicked out of the way. While singing this part, in the music video, Sungwoo kicks a plaque that reads the sick man of East Asia and breaks it. The audience exclaimed. It's also in the movie Charlotte's Angst. Only, Song you kick the man down. The shots in the movie are completely set up for comedy. This part of the song is a real kick in the ass. Kicking off the plaque of the sick man of East Asia is telling everyone that my generation of martial artists is revitalizing China. The song continues. Quickly use the nunchucks. Hoomph, 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 hoomph. Use the nunchucks. Martial arts practitioners must remember that benevolence is invincible. Who's practicing Tai Chi? Wind and water. Use your nunchucks. Use your nunchucks. If I could do lightweight, I'd be able to walk up and down walls. He's a man of honor and integrity. Ha! The fights in this MV are very entertaining. Song Yu also really showed off his kung fu. In fact, during the filming of this MV, it was a toss-up for Song Yu. But the good thing is, the effects are still presented well. Song Yu is a sight to behold as he attacks with both fists at one point and juggles his nunchucks for a big kill at another. Chapter 199, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. The song was finished and everyone was listening to it. This time, the most excited was actually the Hanzhou audience. They even chanted that the song could be canonized. This song is so good, I can't help but want to dance to it. I've listened to a lot of Sam Su's work, and this song's tune really opened up new perceptions for me. The vocalist is also great, and the melody of this song is very catchy. Now, it was the turn of Chinese netizens to be confused. They also knew the song was good, but was it really as good as the Hanzhou listeners made it out to be? No matter what, the fact that the Hanzhou people are convinced means that Hua Entertainment has gotten their approval. After all, the song Nunchucks, of all things, is indeed a Chinese song. A music industry bigwig gave his answer to the song's explosion in the Korean continent. The song Double Cut has a melody that blends elements of rock, hip-hop and electronic music to create a new and unique style. The song also cleverly incorporates the tones of traditional instruments, such as the arrow and pipa, making the whole song full of the flavor of Chinese classical music while maintaining a modern feel. All in all, this rhythmic, melodic, dynamic and stylistically diverse element is in line with the aesthetic trend of Korean continental pop music, and is therefore able to attract the attention of Korean continental listeners. This article, mainly through the melody, gives the reasons why Korean island listeners love the song Double Cut. It was only after this analysis that the Chinese netizens realized. In fact, if you listen closely, you'll notice that the song is different. One of the surprises was the sudden piano sequence after Shaolin Wudong. Check out another song by Yehi Choi Jiwoo. Songs that even the Korean chauvinists don't listen to are actually held as treasures by Hwasea's fans. At this point, not to mention the Chinese, even the people of Hangzhou were confused. At the same time, this has revealed no small amount of money-making opportunities for those in Korean entertainment. It's amazing that an artist who doesn't have much of a market in the Korean continent can be so popular when he arrives in Wasia by virtue of practicing for 2.5 years. Although it's not comparable to the top-tier singers, with all those haha Korean fans, it's simply much better than mixing Korean entertainment. This is because the total population of Hangzhou is just over 50 million, and the total population of China is measured in billions, more than 24 times the population of the Korean continent. In other words, even an artist who has little market in the Korean continent can make a lot of money when he goes to China. Let's just say that in some people's eyes, the moon is fuller in foreign countries. Therefore, this opening of the cultural wall is not advantageous to Huaxia. Even if Sam Su was great, he was able to contain Han Entertainment's invasion moves in terms of momentum, but they're so infiltrated that they've also put the Chinese side on the defensive. With their handsome appearance, these entertainers from the Korean continent can make some young people wail with excitement just by posing a little and casually scratching their heads. Making money at this time of year is not a handful. Take the movie, The Sky of Love. Although it was a flop at the box office in China compared to Charlotte's Angels, which was released at the same time. However, this has been a big success in the eyes of the Hangzhou people. If this movie were to be shown in the Korean continent itself, the box office would not be able to reach such heights, even if the reviews were favorable. Then look at Sam Su's Charlotte's Angst, which made $1.8 billion at the box office. This should be a very bright achievement, even though it is getting good ratings in the Korean continent. However, most of the box office still comes from China. Even if the viewing rate of the people of the Korean continent was very high, it was minimal for the total box office. This is all a consequence of a disproportionate population base. People in Korean entertainment, seeing that Choi Ji-woo actually made a good living and earned a lot from half an album, can't help but feel confident about the next step in her career. This is something that the top brass in China are more worried about. They had expected this to happen, but there was nothing they could do to stop it. However, it is good to see that Senator Su has also made a notable contribution in this regard. Otherwise, it's really hard to tell how things will turn out. Senator Su was at Zhao Lao's house at this time. Zhao Qigong, Zhao Lao's son, was also there. Right now we are in a very passive situation. On the surface we have won in this cultural wall opening, but in the long run it doesn't look good for us. Zhao Qigong finished inside. Sam Su asked, "Isn't there anything that can be done?" Zhao Lao took over and said, "The difference in population base between the two countries is so big that we don't take advantage of it in any way." But, saying that, Elder Zhao looked at Senator Su. "If you old man has something to say, just say it. Look at me like that. I'm scared," Senator Su said flirtatiously. "And you kids scared? When the cultural wall was just opened, I saw you jumping around quite happily," Zhao Lao said, with a change in tone. Continued, "In fact, it's still that we have too few talents. If there were a few more people like you, maybe we'd be in a better position." Zhao Lao's words were not a compliment to Senator Su, but rather a heartfelt sentiment. Zhao Qigong said, "In fact, the main thing now is to be able to regulate the market, at least in a reasonable and compliant market atmosphere. Everyone to arm wrestle. We have a chance, but the problem now is that we lack an opportunity." Hearing Zhao Qigong say that, Senator Su became interested, although he didn't know the exact layout of the top. Through the conversation just now, it seemed that the top was also looking for a breakthrough. Senator Su asked, "Can we take half of Choi Ji-woo's album?" Zhao Qigong said, "The incident is too small, and does not have the universality. At best, is to suppress a little bit, cannot achieve the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Besides, this matter did not reach the point of the upper line." Hearing this, Sam Su knew that the top was also paying attention to Choi Ji-woo's affairs. So Sam Su said, "You can kill the New Year's pig." Zhao Lao and Zhao Qigong looked at Senator Su at the same time. Senator Su continued, "This should be a test run for Ehai and JP. If this matter once comes to fruition, they definitely won't let go of the opportunity to make money so easily. This model will definitely be copied. Not only will Ehai do it, but other companies will as well. And when the time comes to come to the bottom of the pile and introduce a certain system of rules and regulations, it will definitely be enough for them to drink a pot of water." Zhao Qigong looked at Senator Su with surprise. "In fact, there are ideas like that up there. It's just that the timing and the winds of public opinion, those are not so easy to control." Zhao Qigong said, "We do have such an idea, only we don't dare to take the risk. I'm afraid that when the time comes, they will use the pressure of public opinion to label us as interfering with the market." Senator Su knew Zhao Qigong's concern and said, "They can utilize public opinion, can't we?" Elder Zhao asked, "What the hell is your kid up to?" Senator Su laughed, Zhao Lao. There are some things above is not good to step in, but I also do not like their practice. Once this trend is formed, who will still concentrate on creative work? Directly applying grease and powder to come to the money is also easier. You mean, since it's market behavior, it's only logical to hype things up, so that when it's impossible to end it, the officials will step in to fix it. Zhao Lao thought for a while and asked, how many % sure are you? As long as they dare, I'll have a way to make it impossible for them to close. So when do we do it? There's no rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chapter 200, The Happy Horse Monkey. After Senator Su left, Zhao Lao said to Zhao Qigong, you guys don't rush to move the artists on the side of Ihai first. Does he really have a solution? Kid Su is right. There are some things that are inconvenient for the officials to step in. But he can. Dad. What do you mean? I've observed his style of doing things. You can rest assured on that point. If that kid doesn't have full certainty, he won't make a move easily. Still puzzled, Zhao Qigong asked, the people he offended by doing this are not a little bit offended. How did he dare? Alas, with Kid Su's intelligence, how could he not know the consequences of doing this? But he even dared to move Ihai. What else would he not dare to do? I was worried about him. Not waiting for Zhao Qigong to finish, Zhao Lao interrupted. There are always things that someone has to do. Su Kid's awareness is worth learning from everyone. If there were a few more people like him, why would I worry about China not prospering? At this point, everyone in the outside world is waiting to see what happens regarding Choi Ji-woo's album. Yi has plans to use the movie's buzz to get Choi Ji-woo to release an album and rake in the cash, in addition to using the movie's buzz. But at the same time, they are also trying to probe the bottom through this incident to see the reaction from above. As long as it works this time, then it's the era of picking up money from now on. Regarding Yihee's operation, people from both Hwa Entertainment and Korean Entertainment are looking at it. They also want to know the consequences of doing so. If such an operation can be safe and sound, then the entertainment industry may have to change in the future. When Sam Su went back, he found Wu Chung. Keep an eye on that Choi Ji-woo inside Yihee. Better be able to dig up some dark information. After Wu Chang left, Senator Su called Song Yu again. What can I do for you, Brother Sam? Don't clash head-on with that Choi Ji-woo lately. Song Yu, on the other hand, looked unconcerned, knowing that, he's someone who's almost in. There's no need for me to be general with him. Senator Su looked at Song Yu suspiciously. Sam Hyo approached Sung Woo with the intention of telling him to lay low so that Choi Ji-woo could be more indulgent, which would speed up some things. But Song Woo is adamant that Choi Ji-woo will go in, which makes Sam Hyo very confused. Song Yu explained that how Jin Guy said that Choi Ji-woo would go in, so I think the poison milk will work 80% of the time. Hearing this, Senator Su was speechless. Song Yu, for his part, was convinced of this. No other way, had too much milk to believe it. It's true that Songwoo hasn't been targeting Choi Ji-woo lately. If he had put it aside before, Songwoo would have definitely stood up and scolded Choi Ji-woo a few times for her behavior. But since Hao Jian opened his golden mouth, Songwoo pressed Choi Ji-woo, instead pitying him a bit. It's a good thing Choi Ji-woo didn't know what Songwoo was thinking, or else she would have been screaming. Inside Choi Ji-woo's fan support group, there are people who stand up about the half album every now and then though. These people, soon enough, were greeted by their ancestors, and the people who sent the greetings were actually from the country. Those who were scolded, of course, were not convinced. They wanted to curse back, but they were all kicked out of the group before they could even open their mouths. There is no choice but to go online for exposure. These exposures, however, were quickly washed away by the mercenaries hired by Yahai, and even get yelled at sometimes. It looks like a small black fan. If it's a true fan, how would they care if the album is one or half? These people, they're just here to rub off on the traffic, and their tactics are really underhanded. Don't think you're a victim. Beware of being sued for such rumor mongering. Those who were scolded were surprised that they didn't know how to complain for a while. So, run directly to the official microblog of the Central Propaganda Department to leave a message. The Central Propaganda Department also took note of the matter. In principle, at this point they are going to step in and give a statement. But right now, they don't. Zhao Qigong even resisted the pressure and watched the developments. With Yihee's deliberate maneuvering, Choi Ji-woo's album actually sold well. Even with only half an album, it sold like hotcakes. Still, it didn't surpass Songwoo's album in terms of total sales. After all, the two sides have different fan bases and audiences. Besides, Songwoo said that if you buy the album, whether it's one song or the whole album, you'll get a 50% off coupon for Daewoo Hot Pot Restaurant. It's not something you'll only enjoy if you buy the whole album. Rather, for every song, such a benefit is available. That means that for an album of 12 songs, you can get up to 12 coupons. Recently, Songwoo has introduced a new policy, that is, 2 extra coupons for purchasing songs from the entire album. Overall, you can get up to 14 coupons. Besides, the quality of used songs inside this album is really high. First of all, for the whole album, Side A is for songs in Mandarin, while Side B is for songs in Cantonese. It makes everyone cry out for conscience. Secondly, the songs in it are all from Samsu. You can imagine how high the lyricism is. The second song on the B-side, for example, is Happy Horse *******. This song, On Earth, is a song written by Zhou Limo, composed by Yang Jinlong and sung by Andy Lau. The word monkey is an ancient name for monkey, which is still pronounced as monkey in Cantonese. Samsu brought this song out also because it's upbeat, light-hearted, and catchy to sing along to. Purple with gray line t-shirt, orange rain jacket. I don't even need to button my shirt. Cloth bag with drawstring and large rubber watch with loose pants. The street is jumping with happy, colorful horse monkeys. By depicting the way of dressing, thinking and behaving, the song shows a free, easy, simple and energetic attitude towards life. Encourage people to pursue individual expression, enjoy every moment of life, and live out their own style without the constraints of outside eyes. The night waits no more. Don't let go of me. Night streets interspersed left and right. It makes me hot. It makes me feel like I'm drunk, indulgent, free and passionately portrayed. Like telling the crowd, enjoy the moment. Just like drunkenness, I am fully engaged in enjoying this wonderful night, forgetting all my worries and feeling the warmth and pain of life. The rain falls in colorful rain jackets with 2 dots like daisies, 10 wet monkeys in colorful rain jackets, swinging at night in Sim Sha Sui East to catch the thrill of the moment. Standing on the road, we'll drink up a few more cans of wine together. The chorus, which paints a vivid and interesting picture, blends elements of nature, animals and urban nightlife. It shows the life of people playing in the rain and having fun at night. It conveys a young, free and unrestrained attitude towards life. The song Happy Horse ****** has a light-hearted, upbeat melody that's infectious. The song is based on a bright rhythm and smooth melody, creating a relaxing and pleasant musical atmosphere through the jumps of notes and the ups and downs of the melody. The song, which also incorporates elements of pop, folk and electronic music. The inclusion of electronic music adds a modern and stylish touch to the song, and the folk elements make the songs more grounded. This diversity of musical styles allows the songs to span different age groups and audience segments. Listeners in Guangdong Province and Hong Kong simply loved the song when they heard it. It was close to dancing in the street. Chapter 201, I'm a Cat. People in Guangdong Province and Hong Kong were thrilled to see Songyu's album, while countless questions echoed in their minds. Am I dreaming? Am I out of touch with WAC? Is the standard of music in the mainland all that high? A series of soul-crushing questions that give a sense of unreality. To be honest, when the cultural wall was open, they also wanted to see the music outside. However, the entire Korean entertainment was abused by a person called Samsu from the mainland, though they had heard Samsu's songs before. However, all of Sam Huey's songs are on the Mandarin side, with only 3 Cantonese songs, respectively, Sea to Sky, Next Year Today, and Pomp and Circumstance. Every capital is held in their hearts as a treasure. It's a presence that needs to be heard over and over again. What shocked them, besides being able to hear several Cantonese songs at once, was that these songs actually came from the hands of an album that wasn't the king of songs. This is unbelievable to people in Guangdong Province and Hong Kong. They even felt that it was a waste to have such a high-quality song sung by someone who wasn't the king of songs. However, it was good to see that Songwoo sang well too, which slightly made it better for them. People in Guangdong Province and Hong Kong were too surprised by the songs. So, listen extra carefully. Their hearts were in their throats as they excitedly, with trembling hands, clicked on the 3rd song on the B-side. I'm afraid that the next song is not a Cantonese song. I'm a Cat, sung by Songyu. Lyrics, Su Sam. The song, On Earth, is a song written by Lin Shi, composed by Louis Sung Tak and sung by Liu Ku. It is also the theme song for the movie Garfield. Even the MV, Sushin directly found an anime company and made a Garfield image to act as the main character of the MV. It was just that. During the production process, Samsu felt that the level of Blue Star's animation still left something to be desired. It's not so much the technical side, but the creative side. When Sushin brought out the cartoon image of Garfield, that anime company actually wanted to buy out the image outright, and it was stated that the production of the MV can be done without money as long as Sam Hui sells it. But Samsu felt that he might have to release a Garfield series of movies in the future, so he politely declined. When he saw the finished product of the MV, it still made Samsu very satisfied. The whole MV is presented in an animated way, which is very original. Senator Sue had all the intentions of wanting to buy this company. Still, he had quite a lot on his hands right now. Besides, it's not clear that the other party has any intention of giving up their shares. So, no questions were asked. Unbeknownst to them, because of Sushin's reputation and Garfield's image, they could even give Sushin shares for free if he asked. If they knew that Samsu was holding so many animecaps in his hands, they would probably be so excited that they wouldn't be able to sleep for a few days. The old boss of Phantom Animation is called Fong Fei, a young man. When he first watched The Masked Singer, he was amazed at the image of Doraemon. It's just that, at that time, he suffered from not having a channel for Samsu to contact him. This time, Samsu approached them when they were working on the music video for Songwoo's song I Am a Cat. The crowd at Mirage Animation was amazed by the Garfield image designed by Samsu. That's why the idea of wanting to buy the rights was brought up. But Samsu didn't want to sell this image that involved IP later. It's still Woosung's fault that Samsu found this company. He had also looked for other companies, but after seeing their previous works, Samhui felt that they were all too commercialized and didn't have that kind of visual impact at all. They were all set up in the same way. That is, until Woojo recommended Mirage Anime to him. Susan's eyes lit up as he looked at their previous works. Their work, both in terms of fineness and smoothness, pleased Senator Sue. That's why they decided to have them produce the MV for the song I'm a Cat. In the course of spending time together, Senator Sue was also very favorable to these people. A group of young people with dreams, skills, and even the drive to disrupt the animation industry. Although the studio is small, the future holds great promise. It's just that with a company like this, I don't know if it'll last until that time when anime is on the rise. Susan thought to himself, if there's an opportunity in the future, it's better to take this company over. Anyway, in the future, it's going to enter the animation industry. The Dead Sea of Fire can't be buried in the hands. Fong Fei's thoughts, on the other hand, were, hug the thigh, hug the thigh, hug the thigh. The song's MV is a lot of fun, with 3D production techniques and a very realistic image of Garfield. Just ask anyone who can resist around. Chip-eating, dancing, fat orange cat. The song begins with a series of hilarious moves by Garfield. To tame the habit, you have to pretend to be a cat. I'm tired of being a cat. There's nothing left to bite. I can't get enough of them. Everyone laughed when they saw this, although the lyrics kind of reveal the hopelessness and dilemmas of real life. Still, can't help but be amused by Garfield's shenanigans. Miserable. Belly's a beautiful thing. Belly's a big thing. The belly is strong enough for self-improvement without trimming. I've been lazier than Nobita. And I've been meaner than Dumbo. I sexually assault everyone. The MV shows Garfield patting his own belly, so that people can't help but pat theirs as well. The lyrics are, more or less, self-deprecating, both lazy and evil. However, this is not derogatory, but rather an exaggerated way of displaying one's personality traits. Reveals a cynical attitude. I can't stand it when I'm being seduced into a passionate kiss by Shirgeisha. I'm so lucky to be me. My name is Garfield. I don't think it's kind to jealous of a guest, even if you give me cookies. Rejecting you. Defending my backbone. I'm so lucky to be you. I'm your Garfield, so your body will always smell like me, even if I'm fat. Holding me will make you feel bad in case you're horny. A lazy, fat and haughty Garfield cat shows all kinds of expressive movements on the screen, putting that little bit of heart on display. It makes you look at it, and you can't help but want to go up and jerk it off. The song is an imaginative look at the human world from a cat's point of view. A subtle satire on the complexities of human nature is expressed through the mouth of a cat. This anthropomorphization not only makes the lyrics seem lively and interesting, but also gives the song a deeper meaning. The song I'm a Cat has all the catchiness of pop music, but also the irreverence and freedom of rock and roll. The jumps and turns in the melody are a clever imitation of the cat's agility and dexterity, combined with the fat Garfield in the video. It makes the song feel good and fun at the same time. People's comments are interesting too. All creatures in the world are cute when they're fat, except people. Who can be as lazy as a cat into the heart, but make people happy? Some people say it's not good to have a cat because it's not well bred, and whoever treats it well will go with it. I don't agree. As long as I keep treating it better than anyone else, that's all that matters. Chapter 202. The song I'm a Cat is on fire, but its MV is even hotter. Because, in Blue Star, this is the first time someone has made a MV with anime. The key is that it works surprisingly well. While people praise the song, they were even more partial to the Garfield in the MV. That cat, it's so cute. I want one too. When will this cat figurine come out? I'm going to get it. Who can say no to a fat, orange, human food-eating cat? Soon there was a springtime for cats in the pet market. Garfield, in particular, has reached the point where it's hard to find a cat. While people are focusing on the cat, Some are also focusing on this album by Songwoo. This is especially true for those in Guangdong province and Hong Kong, who value the songs on the B-side of the album. Calming his excitement because he had just finished listening to I'm a Cat, he clicked on the fourth song, Viva Alive, sung by Songwoo. Lyrics, Su Sam. The song, On Earth, is a song with lyrics by Lin Shi, composed and performed by Nicholas Tsay. Young enough to be able to run into anyone like a wafer. Living half a day is like living a million years. Anything can be as crisp as youth. Live fast until you're a year older every day. Coming up is a crescendo. The audience was also thrilled. They exclaimed, rock and roll. This is rock and roll. There aren't many rock songs in Cantonese, so how can they not be excited when this one comes out? The point is that the songs start out highly personalized, straightforward, dry and energetic. Unlike the more funereal kind of rock, this song feels positive. On the move. Like caffeine. I slept but forgot to close my eyes. It's like a stone suspended in midair that's weightless. That's how happy it is. Who doesn't believe it? Joy and freedom. The ultimate in pleasure and the marvelous experience of weightlessness. Confidently and firmly declare that this TM is joy. But then again, some of the amazingly cerebral netizens exclaimed, that's ing stoned. The song continues. Tears are shed when I feel excited. I'm intoxicated by the nectar of the flowers. To live like a butterfly that comes and goes. Fear of loneliness leads to reunion. I'm afraid it's too much, so I'll leave. I'm not living for me. I'm not living for anyone. Do whatever you want. You live for you. Straightforward expression. Let a person suddenly feel that everything is superfluous. Enjoy the moment. Live a wonderful life as the king. The song comes to the chorus. Young enough to be able to run into anyone like a wafer. Living half a day is like living a million years. Anything can be as crisp as youth. Live fast until you're a year older every day. Young people, it's all about a bit of individuality. Being straightforward and bright. Daring to love and hate. People listen and have the urge to shout. That's the beauty of music. It allows for empathy. Releasing, venting, pursuing, enjoying, emotional orgasms that lead to physical power. The song, in fact, was changed in a version on Earth. The altered version was cursed to be almost worthless. The version that Sam Su brought out was the earliest version of Tsay's. It's considered a classic. After hearing this song, listeners are excited and with that in mind, they click on the fifth song, The Legend of the Hungry Wolf. The song, On Earth, is a song with lyrics by Pan Weiyuan, music and arrangement by Lu Nashing, and sung by Jackie Chung. In the early 90s, Jackie Chung started to experiment with different genres of music in order to change his love song route. This included new types of music with elements of rock as well as R&B, and the song Legend of the Hungry Wolf was born as a result. This song is, arguably, a classic among classics. It has been said that the best version of Legend of the Hungry Wolf is the Jackie Chung 96 live version. The final climax features Jackie Chung showcasing his impeccable singing voice at its peak. The end of the song, where the falsetto switches to a turnaround ending, is a classic with that ultra-exaggerated ending. When he first recorded this segment, Samui even demonstrated it himself in order to be able to achieve such an effect. Rather, Songyu had practiced hard for half a month before passing. However, after this rehearsal, Songyu's vocals have improved a lot. He even recorded all the songs he had recorded before. Again, that's why these songs are so stunning when they are finally presented to the crowd. The song begins. She turned out the evening light and covered her shoulders. Sparks intertwined, detained in the sediment. My heart was just cut up, and I can't stand the change. She's pulling the magnetism with her fingertips. The song starts off with the listener feeling like it's depicting a woman's inner struggle and seeking after experiencing an emotional wound. People are muttering, could it be a love song? The song continues, the love that's raging, kissing me as hard as it can. I've come to know that love has left me with no tomorrow. She's leaning on my shoulder, breathing in my ear. The heat is on, and the color's a mess. The gentleman is fighting the fire, but he can't get rid of the warm smoke. She added her mouth, and she gave me the rub. Men listen and think about it. The lady heard it and cursed, scum. In fact, this paragraph shows a complex emotion that is both passionate and tinged with pain and confusion through its multifaceted portrayal of love. Reveals the struggles and choices people make when faced with intense love, and the profound effects and changes it brings. Anyway, the songs are still great. The song comes to the chorus. Love can be like a hungry wolf with a sweet mouth. If you get close enough to play with her, you'll get a bad look. Love is like a hungry wolf. You can't sleep in your arms. She shall give me a hard wound for a souvenir. The use of hungry wolves as a metaphor for love implies that love has two sides. On the one hand, love is as sweet as honey when first tasted and draws one closer. But on the other hand, it can also hide dangers, reveals the complexity of love. But at the same time, these depictions of love in it just with a little bit of raw impulse power. Someone laughed wickedly as they remembered the image of their chance encounter at the bar. In fact, going through the entire song reveals a plot thread vaguely outlined by the song. A person who is captivated by love, after experiencing its sweetness and pain, begins to reflect and warn others about the truth of love. From the heart has just been cut. It can't withstand change to love will be like a hungry wolf. Can't sleep with it in your arms. It describes an emotional process from longing to hurt to awakening. Some say that this song doesn't fit in with the whole album, but in terms of the pleasurable nature of the music itself, the song, in describing the perils of love, actually exudes a tantalizing charm that teases one to pursue that love. Besides, the music video for the song is a highlight. Songwoo, that soulful dance, which seems to have suffered from love, is simply slagged the existence of others. Everyone also realized, together with the injured woman sung in the song, she was abandoned by you, scummy man. At this moment, Songwoo kept sneezing and thought he had a cold. Chapter 203, The Rascal. The song Legend of the Hungry Wolf earned Songwoo the title of Scum. However, people are saying it with a flirtatious tone. Song Lauer's twist in the MV is too soulful. It looks like he's a frequent nightclub goer. No doubt he's a scum. Dance the most soulful dance and slag the most infatuated man. You're done just to see if Song Lauer slags you. That said, it was clear that everyone's tone was more or less flirtatious. But the next song directly confirms the image of Song Lauer as a scumbag. Everyone click on the last song on the B-side. Scoundrels. The crowd laughed outright when they saw the title of the song. Why do I get the feeling that Junior is dicing Song Lauer? I guess it's because Junior Sam thinks Song Lauer is scummy. Suddenly I remembered Shiloh's relationship line from Charlotte's Angst. The song, On Earth, is a song written and composed by Junichi Lee and sung by C.K. Chang. Samsoo had originally prepared a different song. The song, on the other hand, was given to Songwoo to be released as a single before, but Songwoo was so enamored with the song that he had to put it on the album. Songwoo said, "This is literally my confession on relationships. I've decided to be a dedicated man from this song on." There was nothing he could do, so Samsoo could only let him go. But the listener thinks otherwise. The song, Scoundrel, they thought, was a confession of the previous song, Legend of the Hungry Wolf. The song begins, "I'm drunk in the middle of the night and I like to be free." He makes mistakes and lies, but he always feels guilty. "I've met a lot of bad friends, and I've learned to hate the new, and I've owed a lot of women. Freedom and responsibility, impulse and guilt." The listener thoughtfully stated, "Well, Song Lauer is confessing a confession." When Songwoo got the song, he thought Samsoo had dug deep into his relationship history. It was simply his passing. There have been many relationships that ended up going nowhere. However, although Songwoo had been in many relationships, he was not a flirt. At least, during each relationship, he didn't have his foot in the door. The song continues, "Fear of marriage is only a 3-minute promise. I said I was going to quit smoking, but I didn't. Dreaming and wanting to throw low is far away, but tired of reworking. Since I was a kid, I wouldn't plan on it. The questioning and fear of commitment, the powerlessness of self-control, the discrepancy between ideals and reality, the lack of planning and direction, and so on. These are the emotions that are sung." Songwoo had asked Hao Jian before, "Are you lost?" Hao Jian said, "Not confused. I think following Brother You is the direction of my life." Songwoo gave him a blank look and said, "Then if you don't get paid in the future, you can continue to follow me." Hao Jian hurriedly said, "Brother You, I'm especially lost, the kind of lost that can't find its way. Who hasn't had such emotions when they were young? And it's those experiences that have shaped who we are now. It inspires us to keep moving forward and become a better version of ourselves." The song continues, "But you're still the only one who loves me for being an invalid. You're willing to put up with anything that goes wrong. But who knew it wouldn't fit? And you're willing to wait." Here sings about that her. It doesn't have to be the white moon of your heart, but it has to be the one who loves you unconditionally. Although the road ahead is unknown, there is a strong belief that it will turn out well. Songwoo was deeply moved while singing this. It seems that within each of his relationships, the other person always gives more than he does, but he takes it for granted. As Songwoo sings the song, he thinks back to each of his previous relationships and laments, "I'm pretty lame." The song comes to the chorus, "Why do you still like me? A scoundrel like me? Are you stupid? Or are you great? How bad is my reputation? Everyone here has stomped on me, but you'll never be offended. Why follow me? I'm a scoundrel. I've lived half my life and I'm still a failure, but you won't change your mind even if you die. Smile at me, even if it's bad. I can't bear to be sneaky." The song Bummer is kind of hopeless and self-deprecating about how worthless you are, but the second half of the song has a deep declaration of love. "I just want to grow old with you" is an even more affectionate vow. The song feels more like a pre-wedding, heartfelt sentiment. However, when listening to the song, the listener still puts this hat on Songwoo. Besides thinking of that she in his life, nice guy, slags someone off with Legend of the Hungry Wolf in front of him. Now he regrets it and then sings Scoundrel. That's just you. Song Lao Air. If it were anyone else I'd start spraying. I'd also like to be slagged and then come back to me to confess. By this point, all 6 Cantonese songs on the B-side of the album have been played. The Escapist, A Happy Horseman, I Am the Cat, Alive Viva, Legend of the Hungry Wolf, Scoundrels. These are songs with a variety of musical styles, but each song has its own character and is very catchy. These songs, too, are like a history of Songwoo's growth. From the frivolity of youth to the reflections of today, it leaves a lot to think about. About happiness, about life, about love. Some singers in Hong Kong were mostly envious after listening to these Cantonese songs. I envy a singer who was not the king of songs for being able to perform such a good piece. At this time, a young man, who left Xiangjiang, where he had lived for many years, boarded an airplane and traveled to Kyoto. This person is none other than Xiangjiang music favorite Lin Feibai. Lin Feibai is recognized by the Xiangjiang music industry as the most promising new star, and is very likely to become the youngest singer in Xiangjiang. It could be said that not only was Lin Feibai's family well off, his strength was also not to be underestimated. From an early age, he showed a talent for music. The master lyricist of Xiangjiang is more than willing to write songs for it. But it was such a person, who had top-notch resources, who resolutely set off for Kyoto after listening to Songwoo's album. If anything, Sam Huey's previous 3 Cantonese songs had made him admire them. Well, Songwoo's 6 Cantonese songs on this album are straight out of the top of his head. Moreover, he was sure that the fact that Samsu could give a first-tier singer such a top-notch song meant that he must still have stock in his hands. Or rather, for creativity, Samsu is endless. How could that not make him want to? At first, when Lin Feibai made this kind of decision, his family was against it. In particular, Zhang Liangping, Lin Feibai's uncle, was strongly opposed to it. Nonsense, you don't have anything you want here. You have to go to the mainland. However, after listening to Songwoo's entire album, it was instead his uncle, who initially reacted the strongest, who became a forceful supporter. Young people should go outside and make more forays. They can't stay stuck in the same old rut. For Zhang Liangping's decision, Lin Feibai's parents could only let it go. After all, Zhang Liangping was a dignified figure in Xiangjiang. Whether it's in the music industry or in the movie industry, it's a big brother. Before Lin Feibai boarded the plane, his uncle Zhang Liangping even lamented, "If time permits, I'd like to go with you to meet that young man called Su Xin. Behave yourself there, don't show any cocky tantrums, but don't let others bully you either." Chapter 204, Songs from the A-side of the album. The 6 songs on the B-side of Songwoo's album are all in Cantonese. The 6 songs on the A-side, on the other hand, are all Mandarin songs, except for The Storyteller, which everyone has heard before. The rest of the songs are new. The first song, Happy Worship, immediately brought everyone to a source of joy, and the second song, Nunchucks, made everyone catch up on the song from Charlotte's Trouble in Arms, where Charlotte competes in a contest. The third song, on the other hand, is Peach Blossom. This song, On Earth, is a song with lyrics by Ainyu and Yodi, composed and performed by Ainyu. The melody at the beginning of the song is very festive. I'll be here when you get back, waiting for you to come back. Look at the peach blossoms. I'll be here when you get back, waiting for you to come back. Pick that flower. When people started to hear it, someone laughed. Song Lao Air has changed his nature? To actually sing such a deeply emotional song. Songwoo even played a spoof in the MV by coming in a male disguised as a female. Lu Xiaorui, on the other hand, is portrayed in the video with a long beard. If we hadn't seen the introduction, people wouldn't have recognized it. Seeing this contrast was both new and amusing. The warm spring breeze blows in your face. Lit. Peach blossoms in bloom, idiom, fig. Blossom, of flowers, birds in pairs on the branch. The heart of a lover blossoms. You're more beautiful than a flower. I can't forget it. Autumn goes and spring comes. Remember my love. Peach blossoms, birds in pairs. Simple and lively. It creates a strong sense of spring and love. Someone even exclaimed, "Good Lord, a love song." I froze to hear the festivities of New Year's Eve. The chorus comes next. I'll be here when you get back, waiting for you to come back. Look at the peach blossoms. I'll be here when you get back, waiting for you to come back. Pick the flower. I'll be here when you get back, waiting for you to come back. I'll put the flowers on you. I'll be here when you get back. Taste of home. Reunions are fun. In the MV, the shot of Songwoo, dressed as a woman, putting flowers on the head of Lu Xiaorui, who has a full beard. the audience called out that it was hot. How dare these two? The song Peach Blossoms has concise lyrics, simple language, and a lively melody that is so infectious that listening to it once will leave a lasting impression. This is due to the fact that the songs mostly use bright quarter and eighth note combinations to create a relaxing musical atmosphere. And, in due course, some syncopation and appoggiatura are added to add to the dynamism and modernity of the melody. Along with the magical music video, the song was a lot of laughs. Some people even listened to it once and are able to hum it. Amidst the laughter, the group clicked on the fourth song, The First Experience of Love. The song, On Earth, is a song written, composed and performed by Zhang Jinyue. When they saw the song, everyone exclaimed, "Good Lord, just now it was Peach Blossom, and now it's Love's First Experience." That was pretty fast. However, after everyone had finished listening, they laughed again and said, "Why do I have the feeling that Song Lao Air has been slagged off?" The main reason why people feel this way is that the song, when people listen to it, has a childish quality to it, and it's the kind of thing that makes you go to your parents and cry after you've fallen out of love. If it means you're leaving me, please be honest with me. Don't sneak around. Wait 6 months like last time. If it's true that you're leaving, give me back my photos. It didn't work on you either. I can give it back to my mom. What appears to be an honest acceptance of the breakup actually gives off a somewhat pathetic vibe. The listeners don't care. Only the scum Song Laudi is happy to be scummed. Good. Very good. Song Lao Air has his day. That's for Ma Dongmei. The next song is a bit more accusatory. What a long time to live. Just saying. What do you love about me? You can't say it either. You met handsome. Just leave me alone. Hot summer weather. The heart is like a cold winter's night. Pop rock style with very catchy songs. While everyone is flirting with Songwoo, the song itself is very groovy. The G minor to G major structure makes the whole song emotionally layered. The G minor in the main part of the song brings a light melancholy, and the G major key of the chorus gives the song a strong sense of mood. Simple language and moving melodies illustrate the complex emotions of youth, love and growth. Anyway, the general feeling was that there was something very relaxing about listening to Songwoo. Regardless of the style, it brings a sense of ease and relaxation. Regardless of the subject matter expressed in the songs, listening to them is an emotionally relaxing experience. Such feelings have something to do with the singer's own persona, in addition to the impact of the song itself. So, apart from the fact that all the songs that Sue participated in the competition are representative, Songwoo's image in everyone's mind is also very important. Songwoo's amusing, hilarious, and dislikes the sky and the air for things he doesn't like to see. The main image of a douchey young man having a lot of fun. So, people were joyful as they listened to him sing the entire A side of the album, down to the last song, Hip Swish Swish. When you see the name, you know that the name of the song comes with an element of joy. The song, On Earth, is a song based on the Japanese group Puffy's K2G Running to You by the lead singer of the band Flowers, Da Zhongwei. Once the melody started, Song Yu was heard singing, Muah, 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 hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, swish, 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 hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, swish, 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 1 2 3 go. In the MV, Songwoo starts jumping around with his guitar in his arms. Cola 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 pain hum hum. My heart. Oh, wait, dream, crazy, crazy. Please bring me back what you took from me. Spit out what you ate. It's in shining red star. Turn it into a dialogue at this point. Make up for what you owe me. Give me what you stole from me. It's like we're in love, like we're in a boxing match. It's always a guess. Ugh. It's a little word to go with that little tune. The listener called straight to the top. What the hell? I thought you were a bit pathetic in love's first experience. But now it looks like you're flying off the handle. How is this the pain of a lost love? It's like getting high as hell. The song before that, as long as it had a picture. This song, man, straight up. You have to spit out what you've eaten. People are actually quite joyful. The song is infectious, with a joyful melody and fun lyrics that add to the song. In it, love is linked to a guessing game that resonates with most people. The boys, in particular, simply empathize. Between my girlfriend and I, it's really like a guessing game in love. And every time I'm on the edge of my seat, I'm guessing. My girlfriend broke up with me and she literally made me give everything back. Bunch of relationship brains. Doesn't he smell good being single? Chapter 205, Fans Paying the Bill. Most people have listened to this album by Songwoo. After hearing about it, it's a buying frenzy. It's not an impulse purchase, because every song on it is worth collecting and listening to over and over again. This is not a rare situation. You know, it's all electronic albums that come out now. People can buy for a particular song inside the album. There's no need to buy the whole album. Unless, of course, the songs in this are of very high quality. Of course, there's also the case where the whole album will be purchased. That's some brainless support from some brainless fans. But Songwoo is different, where he has no brainless fans. His current fans are witty as hell. After all, no 2-bit young man is a great wrongdoer. First of all, Songwoo, the teaser, is not a big injustice. In his words, I'm not short of money, but I'm not either. Again, those fans of his, not so much. They're all little witches, and except for a trip to one of those sperm-inducing places in Footwash, which would make these guys go out of their way to recharge, they're finicky. Besides, the girls at Footwash can be pretty pathetic. It's not moving. My father gambles. My mother is sick. My brother is a student. My ex-husband is violent and a gambler. Failed business to pay off debts. Single with no income from children. The whole family depends on me, and my life is as miserable as the Yellow River. I'm sorry for any shortcomings, but I'm not familiar with it yet. Brother, to have the heart to get a card. The store has been pressurized with tasks lately. I can't go tonight. I'll be sure to go with you next time. Facing such a girl, may I ask, what man can stand it? Besides, it's a common problem with men, pulling good women down and persuading windswept women to go over to the good side. The atmosphere is there. Say what you will about charging a VIP. Far from it. How do you say the album is talking about this? Getting back to the album itself. The free hot pot voucher with the purchase of the album. That's something you have to get in on a bit. It's the equivalent of going to a foot wash and adding bells for free. Just ask if you do. If you compare Songwoo's album to a foot washing city service, then its quality is that of a senior technician, using professional techniques to give you a soothing massage experience. The gift of a fondue coupon is like adding another clock to your clock. The Yeehee Choi Ji-woo album, on the other hand, is more like experiencing a technician's perfunctory service under the guise of soliciting prostitutes. Half an album, on the other hand, is the equivalent of thinking you've charged up and can do whatever you want next when she tells you she's on her period. It's clear what's better and what's worse. However, even so, Choi Ji-woo's team was still frantically leading the beat inside the support group. It's so unfair that my brother's album sales are lagging behind Songwoo next door. For brother to get good sales, we as fans must not let him down. Bye. I'm contributing all my meal money this month to my brother's album so he can soar. As long as my brother gets good grades, I'm willing to eat or drink anything. The support group was full of voices, all driving home the point. How can those Hocken fans, who are not smart and impulsive in the first place, stand to be egged on like this and just shell out the money and buy it? In some cases, they use their parents' cell phones, sign up for accounts, and pay for album orders. The person in charge of Choi Ji-woo's fan operation is even playing the MLM bit. Anyone who purchases the album by recommending other people to buy 5 or more copies will have the opportunity to be promoted to Choi Oba's Gold Fan and receive the privilege of joining the Gold Fan group. If the number of purchases reaches 10 and above, you will even be honored as a Diamond Fan, and at the same time enjoy the premium treatment of joining the Diamond Fan group. The Diamond Fan group will often launch raffles where everyone has a chance to win special rewards such as autographed photos of Choi Oba. The news went straight to those fans wailing with excitement. I'm going to get my whole family to buy my brother's album. A great work like this should be treasured by all. I must get into the Diamond group. I want to be my brother's most loyal fan. At Blue Star, each account is limited to one album and cannot be duplicated. Therefore, they can only mobilize people around them to make purchases if they want to gain access to higher level groups. Then with the screenshot go and take credit from the person running the fan. And those who can't afford to buy it will have to stay inside the general fan base. This makes some people upset. However, as soon as someone shows dissatisfaction, they are immediately kicked out of the group chat and don't even have a chance to stay in the regular group. Such an operation can't help but make a big difference. At this moment, Woo Chung reported these circumstances to Senator Su. Senator Su was in a state of shock when he heard this, thinking, how dare these people? Senator Su said to Woo Chung, let's get our people inside. Woo Chung had a constipated expression on his face, and honestly, he approved of spending money on getting someone to do something, but spending money on it gave him a feeling of suffocation, especially to break into the gold and diamond fan bases, which disgusted him to no end. Our men are in there. When are you going to take the next step? There's still one big ingredient missing. How's the guy you sent to keep an eye on Choi Ji-woo? That kid surnamed Choi is playing with flowers. It's just that those people are all volunteering and we can't take advantage of them. Samsu thought for a moment and said, have you ever heard of a wall falling down? You mean, get some hard-hitting material and put it out there, and naturally someone will sit up and take notice. Woo Chung, still half convinced, asked, but they could have all volunteered. Voluntarily? Do you think those people are fooling around with the surname Shui purely because of their fans' admiration for their idols? Most of them still want to get to the top, and once they realize they have no more chances, they'll definitely come forward and bite back. Wu Chen looked at Susan suspiciously, thinking, how do you know everything? Looking as if you've experienced it yourself. Senator Su had certainly not experienced any of these things. It's just that, in the last life, there was too much of this to see. Everyone who goes around dating under the guise of love, especially with behaviors like sleeping with fans, both thought they had conquered each other by virtue of their charm. Unbeknownst to them, it is actually status that gives them this attraction. But what they don't realize is that what the other side is trying to do isn't small either. Let's just say that high-end hunters tend to show up as prey. Had these stars not suffered a collapse of their reputations, this attachment might have continued. During this time, there may even be, among other things, competition for favor among fans. To put it bluntly, anyone who wants to get to the top. But there's only one position, and it's all about who has the better means. And the star performers see this and are complacent, thinking they are glamorized. This is purely self-serving. In other words, an ordinary person, even if he looks like Daniel Wu, if he is at the bottom of the social ladder and lives in dire straits, how can those fans who only look at his face give him a second glance? At the end of the day, your attractiveness depends entirely on where you are. However, in the event of a collapsed house, those who were once followers will have no qualms about coming forward and testifying. Where is there any old love left? After all, there's no profit to be made anymore, so you have to fall on your sword. Don't take this as alarmist talk. People who can sell their bodies are by and large a little twisted in their thinking. Chapter 206, another one with a big mouth. Wu Cheng told Sam Su. By the way, the new young man in the company called Lin Fei Bai. His background is not simple. Oh, what's coming? First of all, he's very influential in Hong Kong. He's considered to be among the younger generation, the most outstanding. In addition, his uncle is Zhong Liangping. Senator Su did not expect that the company had actually come with such an accomplished figure. Actually the most outstanding artist in Xinjiang. But as for his family background, Senator Su really didn't know. So he asked, who is Zhong Liangping? Zhong Liangping is the old boss of Sound King Entertainment. Sam Su is aware of it. In China Entertainment, apart from Shangshi, Xinghe, and Yihai in the mainland, the remaining one is the King of Sound in Xinjiang. Only that King of Sound has been developing in Hong Kong and has not come to the mainland for development. In addition, the entertainment companies in Hong Kong are not like the mainland where there is a three-pronged situation, but rather a dominant one. Sound King Entertainment is the leader in Xinjiang. Senator Su couldn't figure out why a person with such a good resource background would come to Huakai. Wu Cheng knew what Sam Su was thinking, so he said, he's coming for that album you gave Song Yu. It was then that Su Shen realized, ever since Lin Fei Bai came to Huakai, the first person to get acquainted with him was Song Yu. Bro, I'll treat you to hot pot tonight. Thank you, brother Song, you're too kind. Song Yu waved his big hand and said very boldly, all are our own brothers, no need to be so polite. In the future we will have to take care of each other in Huakai. To be honest, Song Yu really didn't know Lin Fei Bai's identity background. He had befriended Lin Fei Bai, and was completely self-contained. Just ask, which person came to Huakai and didn't first get into a relationship with Song Yu? Sung Woo has his own exclusive skill, hot pot culture. In his eyes, there was no one who couldn't be handled by one hot pot, and if there was, then two. In the evening, Sung Woo gathered everyone together. Ran Yang, Hao Jing, Lu Xiaorui, Liang Yu, Zhong Ling, Chenin and Lin Fei Bai were all present. Of course, Sam Su was there. He had been busy during this period of time. Busy with Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui's albums, with movies, cultural walls, novels, the Spring Festival Gala, and other things, and he hadn't gotten together with everyone for a long time. Seeing Chenin, Senator Su remembered that he hadn't yet given him the song he had promised him. Sam Su said to the two newcomers, "Say, what song do you want?" Chenin was very excited, and he cried out excitedly in his heart, "It's finally my turn. It's finally remembered me." He has made a name for himself since his appearance on The Masked Singer. After joining Hua Choi, he looked forward to Sam Su writing him a song every day, but waiting left and right. It was as if Sam Hui had forgotten about him. So, there has been no waiting for a result either. But today, Chenin knew that his spring was coming. When he heard Sam Hui ask him what song he wanted, his instinctive reaction was to want a song that was a little bit difficult, and only when the difficulty went up could the strength of the singer be reflected. But he suddenly remembered that Liang Yu had said to him, "Remember, in the future, if San asks you for any songs, don't make any requests, just go with the flow. Remember. Thus, Chenin froze and swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Sam, just give me a song that suits me. Senator Su nodded his head in agreement. Okay, I'll think about it later. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui and the others had wanted to watch the show, but when they saw Chenin say this, they were more or less disappointed. But then, they looked at Lin Fei Bai. Lin Fei Bai didn't know what was going on here. So he said, Brother Sam, if it's possible, I'd like to have a very difficult and distinctive Cantonese song. Song Yu and Lu Xiaorui and the others almost burst out laughing, except for the parties involved. The rest of them were gloating in their hearts. Here it comes. Coming. Another tough talker. Now there's a good show. Sam Su said thoughtfully, difficult specialty Cantonese songs. I know. The next day, Sam Su mulled over the song. Chenin's voice is very much like Eason Chan on Earth, so let's give him a Red Rose song. Lin Fei Bai. There are difficult Cantonese songs. Why don't you bring out that song 10/10 of 12 inches? No, it's a difficult song, but it's a string song. A lot of the songs are still out. This one will wait until later. Then take a special song. In fact, there are so many Cantonese songs that have difficulty and character. But the first thing Senator Su targeted was Lin Zixiang, known as Iron Lung. Each of Lin Zixiang's songs are not for the average person to handle. However, to be the most distinctive, it's certainly life in numbers. So, Sam Su customized the song to the system. At this moment, Lin Fei Bai's eyes had been jumping. He thought it was because he drank yesterday and didn't sleep well. He didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. Lin Bird wanted a song that had a hard time and was trying to challenge himself. He thought he could still sing those songs from Song Wu's album. He was able to handle them as well. The idea is good, but the reality is harsh. Song Yu and others, who had nothing to do, came to hang around him and greeted him in a friendly manner, but there was a look of sympathy in his eyes. Lin Fei Bai certainly didn't know what would happen next. He was naive enough to think that the company was friendly. At that moment, Senator Su called Chenin and Lin Fei Bai over. Here's a song for you guys. Polish it up. As he said that, Senator Su even made it a point to look at Lin Fei Bai twice. To be honest, even if Su Shin now possessed master-level vocals, he wouldn't dare to easily attempt this song. Both looked excited to get the song. Thank you, Brother Sam. When the two were out of Senator Su's office, Song Yu and the others immediately gathered around. Show me. The crowd scrambled for the songs they were holding. The first thing they watched was Red Rose by In Chen. They felt it and thought it was a first-class song. So, congratulations were offered to Chenin. Then, they picked up the lyric sheet in Lin Fei Bai's hand. Life in numbers. The song starts with a number, has a verse in the middle, and the rest is still numbers. They thought they had misread it, but feel the melody in it. Immediately, he laughed. Lin Fei Bai also looked closely with everyone else. He was at first puzzled as to where there were so many numbers as lyrics. He even thought that perhaps Senator Su was dealing with him. Looking at the cluttered numbers, how it feels like watching a stock go up and down. But after feeling the melody in it, he realized that the seemingly simple numerical lyrics actually highlight the rhythmic and staccato nature of the 9 tones and 6 keys of Cantonese. More to the point, he felt as if this song was more difficult than any other song he had come across. The discovery surprised him. The rest of the group found out the hard way. Then he patted Lin Fei Bai's shoulder in sympathy. Lin Fei Bai, up to this moment, seemed to understand what that look everyone was giving him at dinner yesterday meant. It was more than clear what was going on with everyone surrounding him all the time. Talk about being easygoing. How come they're all gloating? The mainland set is deep. I want to go back to Hong Kong. Chapter 207 Implementation of the Plan. Wuching came to see Senator Su and asked, when are you going to make your move on surname Chui's side? Sam Su felt that Wuching's tone of voice was not right, so he asked, what's wrong? That kid is so not a good person to go after a minor. Hearing this, Senator Su was taken aback. That's not something to talk about. The girls both got off lightly, but luckily they're okay. But things were squashed. Is it reliable? Depend on it. We've been to the parties involved and it's all over the local area. Senator Su pondered for a moment, then arranged. You take the half-album thing and hype it up on the internet. In addition, put out a few photos of surname Shui going in and out of hotels with various celebrities. That's it? Wuching looked at Senator Su with some uncertainty. Because, in his opinion, a move like that, put on the internet, would surely go unanswered. Why? What's the problem? With this, I'm afraid it won't help the one surnamed Shui. Senator Su smiled. Why don't we make a bet? As soon as Wuching heard that, he just walked away. Ever since Wuching had lost once, he had never made any bets with Su Sen, because there are some things that seem like Sam Su is doing the unthinkable, but everything works out the way he expects it to. Analyzing it in hindsight reveals the rationale for it. The reason why Senator Su was so confident was not because he had any unforeseen ability. He just knows the scene too well. First of all, the whole releasing half an album thing is certainly speculation, but that doesn't pose a substantial threat to Choi Ji-woo. After all, this incident is nothing new. Everyone knows about it. When Senator Soo did this step, he also wanted to stir up the heat a bit more, and in the process, expose the information inside the senior group. Next, he plans to expose photos of Choi Ji-woo going in and out of high-end hotels with celebrities from all walks of life. In fact, it's not a big deal for celebrities and famous women to go in and out of hotels. When something like this pops up, it's a 3-minute buzz, after which it goes away. Moreover, the one standing behind Choi Ji-woo is Yi-Hai Entertainment. Such messages are even less likely to have a lasting impact. But when you put half an album and a celebrity together, things aren't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Senator Soo knows the virtues of those haha fans all too well. They fan Choi Ji-woo with a bit of possessiveness. They are the ones who don't want to see such news. If something like this happens and Choi Ji-woo's PR team does a timely job, they can lie to themselves that this is someone setting up their oppa. In addition, their brother should be flawless. Even, these celebrity artists are their gods. God, on the other hand, is not allowed to be defiled. With this mentality, some fans find it difficult to accept that their idols are too closely involved with other people. This is why most artists are afraid to announce their relationships. Nonetheless, the hype is still not enough to pose a real threat to Choi Ji-woo. The final trick is sensitive topics involving minors. Senator Soo's move was tantamount to handing people knives, depending on whether they stabbed them or not. Even if the other party had no intention of stabbing Choi Ji-woo, it wouldn't hurt. The celebrities are very good at taking risks as long as they put the word out. Sometimes they are even more risk-averse than star performers. As soon as this news is released, Choi Ji-woo will definitely be summoned for questioning by then. Then, take the opportunity to do something about it. Those celebrities will surely rush to clear the air with Choi Ji-woo. But skimming doesn't mean you don't want the benefits. At this time, they may even turn aggressive and ask for favors, or else threaten with a fall. Don't underestimate what these celebrities have in their hands. They've been ready to tear their faces off one day since they got into Choi Ji-woo's bed. Of course, this depends entirely on the artist's persona not falling apart. If the persona is solid, then it must be a peaceful situation where you are good and I am good and everyone is good. If the persona falls apart, it's not unusual to flip out instantly. That's why Samsoo made a move on Choi Ji-woo at this time. Soon enough, the matter of Choi Ji-woo's half album was brought up again. This time, however, the tangent is about Choi Ji-woo's division of fan ratings. Exposure was given to the modus operandi of purchasing a certain number of albums and being promoted to a higher rank, and joining different fan groups on the strength of that. Even, screenshots of the chat inside the Diamond fanbase were posted. We're the only ones who are true fans of our brother. Those who can't even contribute a few albums don't even deserve to be fans of our brother. That's it, and they lick their faces and say they love their brother the most. It's just shameless. I've contributed 15 to my brother, and I'm going to get a few more numbers to chart his album. Brother belongs to us. The first people who couldn't stand it when all this news was released were those who didn't have the required number of album contributions. They immediately pushed back, taking serious issue with the claim. There was a direct argument between the two sides. Who says your brother is yours? We love him the most too. Why can't you get into the Diamond group when you claim to love your brother? You fart. We're working on it too. These brothers can see it. You can't even get into the Diamond cluster. So who are you to say that your brother can see? Those fans who didn't buy the number of albums up to par are obviously somewhat justified, and those who made it into the Diamond group seemed emboldened, even superior. The two sides are arguing, but it mainly revolves around who loves their brother the most. Other netizens, seeing such a scene, were confused. They can't understand why these haha fans are still so obsessed even now. The people at Yeha are also confused. They know that it's someone who is up to no good. But, with this, the album sales actually went back up. This made them gloat a bit. Asterisk. Stealing a chicken is not a good idea. Woojo also saw the repercussions of doing this, and he too felt depressed. However, he didn't doubt Sam Hyo's decision and still sent out the photos of Choi Ji-woo entering and leaving the hotel with the celebrities. When this news came out, those who were clamoring about who loved their brother the most blew up at once. They couldn't be bothered to keep arguing. It's like playing a game where you're clearing the line and then your home gets stolen. This touches the bottom line of those Hallyu fans. They immediately engage in swarming. Asterisk. What gives that the right to seduce my brother? Brother, don't let their scheming succeed. Get your tie-hos out of my brother's hands. Chapter 208, The Flock Effect. Everyone is dumbfounded by these rhetorical moves of the haha fans. Just when they thought that these hahan fans would be united, a few of them who were in Choi Ji-woo's general group jumped right in and said, I'm fanning you like this and you're actually looking for someone else behind my back. Scum. In time, more people began to follow the trend. To be honest, they're a bit opinionated about the whole messing with fan ratings thing. Still, they are struggling to find accounts to make purchases. However, not everyone can fulfill the conditions. This leads to resentment among those who cannot fulfill the conditions for entering the premium group. Normally they don't dare to talk about it because just one line will get them kicked out of the group. This time it's giving them a break to vent. Of course, there are those little black fans in there too. Their purpose for joining the group in the first place was still because of the lure of Song Yu's hot pot coupons. Now it seems that Song was thoughtlessness in the first place laid a mine for Choi Ji-woo. Inside these fan bases of Choi Ji-woo, there were also people that Woo Sung had planted. Both the regular and premium groups have his people. At this point in time, it's perfectly normal to carry a beat. I can't believe my brother is double-crossing another woman. And in that case, I don't love anymore. My heart hurts. I'm so hard. These comments immediately triggered a herd effect. More and more people are starting to complain. The admins can't kick anyone at this point. They simply can't get it done. Besides, you kicked someone on the front foot, and the other person immediately used a trumpet to announce the fact that they were kicked in the group. I just said one word and I got kicked. This group management is really a great official. For a while, the group caused quite a commotion. The people at Art Ocean, seeing something like this, immediately activated an emergency PR treatment. Recently, some people spread photos on the internet about our artist Choi Ji-woo going in and out of a hotel with a certain woman. And we solemnly declare that this content is purely a rumor. It has been verified that the circulated photos are all synthesized, which seriously violates our artist's portrait and reputation rights. For this reason, we have initiated judicial procedures to safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of our artists. Yahai's move is also simple and brutal, coming to a dead end. However, Wooching's side was prepared. Put the video straight up. If photos are synthesized, what about videos? Now, you can't be sophomoric. However, Yi's PR department immediately issued a statement. That one was just a classmate of Choi Ji-woo's who came to Kyoto to play at that time, and Choi Ji-woo gave her a hotel to stay in only. These words are just to coax the brain dead. Anyone who is a human being knows what's going on here. It's like a man saying to a woman, "I'm only rubbing it in." Think about it if you've been through it. Is this possible? However, these things happen and people are still stuck arguing on a yes and no basis. The executives at Art Ocean know that someone is pushing the envelope here. However, they didn't panic at all. Let them toss it around. It won't take 2 days for the heat to drop, and then we'll wash our hands of it. That's what they intend to do. It's also true that while something like this tarnishes Choi Ji-woo's reputation, it's not enough to press him to death. But what happened next sparked a direct public outrage. It started when the minor who attempted suicide, accompanied by her parents, went to file a report. On the same day, Choi Ji-woo was summoned. The message, and the corresponding photo and video, were put online. This completely blew up. Damn, a stickman is actually so reckless in our country. We definitely can't let him go. Such a person is truly an outrage to man and God. Shooting is a light punishment. See, that's what you call a star. That's how you take the lead. There was a lot of verbal abuse. Strongly displeased with this behavior of Choi Ji-woo, there were even people blocking the door of the police station who were going to him as soon as he rushed out. In the eyes of the Chinese people, you rake in the money, you play the persona, everyone can accept it. But how dare you touch an underage person? The bottom line is intolerable. The above also attaches great importance to this, and immediately set up a special investigation team. However, that's not all. Those celebrities who had some friendship with Choi Ji-woo before realized that something was wrong, and immediately took themselves off the hook. Some people even directly found Choi Ji-woo's agent, took out some indecent videos as blackmail, so as to seek favors. Manager Song, you know that it's not easy for us, so let's get together. I just want to take what I deserve. Do you realize that you're taking advantage of a fire? Manager Song, whatever you say, if we all don't want to tear our faces off, I think we'd better talk. Oof, be a man for a while and we'll meet again later. Choi Ji-woo's manager, apparently, is not bothered about this. However, they were not afraid of these celebrities making trouble. At least until Choi Ji-woo is sure of the charges, people still won't completely tear their faces off. It's also true that so many celebrities think the same way. But Choi has so many buddies that there's always one or two who can't sit still. So, they tentatively published a little private matter online, trying to put a little pressure on Choi Ji-woo's agent at this critical point. But at this moment, the people on Choi Ji-woo's side were busy with how to fish him out. So how could they care about these things? They don't have the heart for it. But some people are very interested in it. For example, the people on the side of Wooching have already followed the net and found these people. MS. 1. You also know that Choi Ji-woo can't turn over this time. Those things in your hand. It's better to realize them as soon as possible. Being in our line of work, we can't break the rules. Otherwise, how can we still mix in this circle in the future? MS. 1. Your cell phone is broken. You just found a repair place to fix it. As for how the stuff got out, what does it have to do with you? Also, just in time, I'm going to have to replace my cell phone, or simply lose mine outright or have it stolen. That's fine. No problem. This cell phone, then, just happened to be picked up by me. After some haggling, a deal of some sort was struck. Soon, an indecent video of Choi Ji-woo and a certain celebrity went viral. Where there is one, there is two. As a result, Choi's so-called girlfriends have come forward with allegations against him. I lost my cell phone and someone published this, but Choi Ji-woo and I used to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and now we're broken up. Over time, so many of Choi Ji-woo's girlfriends, who have lost or had their cell phones stolen, have been posting online. These people look like victims. Chapter 209, Choi Ji-woo's result. All of these so-called girlfriends of Choi Ji-woo are publicizing the fact that their relationship with Choi Ji-woo has broken down, and all the points point to Choi Ji-woo being very scummy. Frequent cheating during the relationship. Now, Choi Ji-woo's persona is considered to have completely collapsed. At first, the Hakari fans didn't believe it and were still making strong arguments, but as more and more information broke out, even those haha Korean fans abandoned Choi Ji-woo. Scum, thanks to me fanning you for so long, get out, as far away as you can. Cheating on our feelings should be shot. However, the backlash against these people has only just begun. Ordinary people would just curse Choi Ji-woo twice, but these haha fans were different, and they weren't going to let him off the hook so easily. They blew right out of the water about the group egging them on to buy the album, with pictures and accusations. Oh, I was tricked into buying it by them. I didn't want to. I'm a minor and they enticed me to buy it and made me sneak it in on my parents' cell phone. The money I spent on the album, but I paid for my revision materials, and they cheated me out of it. Such voices are growing louder and louder online. As the saying goes, love it and hate it. They balked at the idea that they had been induced to buy the album. At this time, although Yeehee's side dissolved the fanbase at the first opportunity, the screenshots inside were still saved. Plus, the people from Wushu City are in there pushing the envelope. Now, Choi Ji-woo is considered completely played out. At this time, the top management of Art Ocean is meeting and discussing. What has Choi Ji-woo decided to do about this incident? He's hopeless. We should have made plans earlier. Now this time of the year when something like this explodes, it will surely attract the attention of the top. So what's the deal about the album? Hang it out to dry. It'll be over in time. This meeting of Yeehee can be said to have completely abandoned Choi Ji-woo. Also, in regards to the half album, with all the online clamor for refunds, they decided to go cold turkey. In their minds, this will naturally turn over in time. Refunds are not possible in this lifetime. At this time, Senator Su went to Zhao Qigong. Uncle Zhao, it's ready to move. Yes, someone from the Central Propaganda Department also intervened in the matter. First, through the police, Choi Ji-woo's bank account was frozen. Find out more about the agency behind it. Art Ocean Entertainment. The behavior of your artist, Choi Ji-woo, has already constituted a crime. After our investigation, we found out that he released an album, which only has 6 songs, completely failing to meet the shelving standards. This behavior has constituted fraud. We want to get a detailed understanding of the whole thing, and we hope you'll cooperate. The people of Yahai were all confused. They never dreamed that people from the Central Propaganda Department would intervene in this matter. And, right out of the gate, it's been labeled a fraud. After 2 days of scrutinizing about Choi Ji-woo's half album, the curtain has finally come down. Officials gave a straight-up opinion on how to handle it. Recently, there was a briefing on the sale of half an album by Choi Ji-woo, an artist under Yeehee Entertainment. Choi Ji-woo and her agency, Yeehee Entertainment, went ahead with online sales of the album without meeting the set standards, a move that has been suspected of fraudulent behavior towards consumers. In addition, during the album sales process, Yeehee Entertainment encouraged and induced fans to purchase the album by establishing a fan hierarchy, which also involved minors making album purchases without their guardians' knowledge, among other behaviors, and this improper guidance of minors is a serious violation of business ethics and social responsibility. It has been decided that with immediate effect, Yeehee Entertainment is ordered to refund all purchasers the cost of the albums they purchased, and impose a decision of a fine of $2 million. During this period, the relevant music platforms had obvious problems of ineffective supervision, and allowed half of the albums to be sold online even though they knew that they did not meet the criteria for online sales, in view of which, we have imposed a fine of $2 million on the music platforms involved as a punishment. This news is not a bad piece of information when it comes out. First of all, there was a penalty imposed on Art Ocean Entertainment. Secondly, music platforms were not spared in this incident. When this result came out, not a single person came out to sing in opposition, and there was a sense of relief. Serves him right, that's the way it should be. Let's see if he dares to do it again. This penalty result is very nice and supportive. Ouch. I knew we couldn't let assholes like that go. Such an outcome is a welcome one for all. Even those haha fans are clapping their hands. People in the entertainment industry caught a whiff of it. It seems that in the future, if you want to hang out inside this circle, you have to follow the rules. This made the entertainment companies, who also wanted to follow Choi Ji-woo's example of releasing a half album, immediately honest. This kind of speculative behavior can certainly be profit maximizing, but whatever you eat, you have to spit it all back out. Let's take this loss of Yeehee's. Besides not earning a single album's worth of money, not to mention the $2 million in fines. In the meantime, they spent a lot of money on promotion and distribution, over $5 million, and that money went down the drain. What's even sadder is that Yeeha has become the joke of the industry. He did the whole industry a disservice. Sort of. Give the entertainment industry a wake-up call. Do things in the future. Not a bottle of dissatisfaction half-bottle shake. In the past few days, Choi Ji-woo's crime was also confirmed. He was sentenced to 13 years in prison for rape and public lewdness. Choi's family tried to extradite him back to the Korean continent, but the Chinese side refused. When the sentencing results came out, the CAC made another announcement. In view of the serious crime committed by Choi Ji-woo, we have decided to take down all of her works, and the scope of this takedown covers all of her songs, movie and television works, and other related content, and we hope that everyone will learn from this. The showbiz world exploded with this news. The previous entertainment companies barely cared about the private lives of their artists. As long as they make money for the company, let them do the rest. But now it seems clear that it won't work. If an artist makes a mistake, his or her work will be implicated. In this case of Choi Ji-woo, in addition to the visible losses, Yeehee is also facing losses from the downgrading of songs and movie productions. What's even more shocking is that Choi Ji-woo, who previously endorsed products, is also facing a huge endorsement settlement. Now, Yeehee has lost his pants on Choi Ji-woo.